I woke up to find myself trapped in a rundown van, with an endless desert highway stretching outside the window. A cold female voice echoed in my ears, "Welcome to the road survival game. No food or water, only a hammer left by your side." Everyone lived in constant fear for survival, scavenging everywhere for treasure chests, never knowing whether they held life or death. Yet, I awakened a god-defying system where my chest rewards could crit tenfold. Even the deadly vipers in hazardous chests could become my rations. My name is Suchen, who had just started vacation when I inexplicably found myself transported into a highway survival game. Before him stretched an endless desert, behind him stood a dilapidated minivan. On the car's screen, a mechanical female voice announced the rules of the game: move forward, collect supplies, upgrade the vehicle, and survive. I skillfully opened the system panel, fuel running low, durability at 100, the only supply being a single iron hammer. The only thing I'm grateful for is that this crappy car actually comes with a workbench, allowing me to craft items using blueprints and materials. I know that treasure chests will be the key to this game. Just as I was about to set off, a pleasant notification tone rang in my mind. Ding! Handsome host meeting requirements detected. The critical hit unboxing system has been successfully bound. I was overjoyed and got so excited that I bumped my head against the car roof. This golden finger is too awesome. Upon unboxing, you can randomly obtain 1 to 10 times the resources, plus it has radar detection functionality that can scan items within a 1 kilometer radius. First day free trial for 10 minutes. Without hesitation, I started the vehicle and, guided by the radar, sped toward a faint red dot. This must be the game's welfare for new players. Soon, a wooden treasure chest appeared before my eyes. I got out of the car, picked up the iron hammer, and silently prayed in my heart, critical hit. With one strike of the hammer, I immediately stepped back. After waiting for a while and confirming there was no danger, I stepped forward to inspect it. Initial resources: a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, 1 biscuit. You triggered a critical hit on the loot box, receiving a tenfold critical bonus. Congratulations to you. Obtain 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 pieces of biscuit. I immediately put all the items into my bag and drank half a bottle of water in big gulps. I feel much better now. Time is of the essence, and I must make the most of the free radar detection time to search for more treasure chests. I pushed the car to its maximum speed, my eyes fixed on the radar. 5 minutes later, a black treasure chest marker appeared. This color makes me wary, yet it also excites me. Perhaps this is a dangerous treasure chest. I executed a perfect drift parking maneuver and deftly pulled out a hammer. The hammer fell, shattering the treasure chest as 3 sand-colored snakes, blending with the desert, lunged at me. Fortunately, I was well prepared and quickly dodged, smashing them flat one by one with a hammer. Extraction successful. Obtained 3 pieces of snake meat. Although the harvest was meager, I figured out the radar's pattern. Red chests contain resources, while black chests are dangerous. I had a sudden inspiration. Since the dangerous treasure chest is a burden to me, why not treat it as merchandise? Put it on the exchange for others to open mystery boxes? I returned to the car, started the radar detection, and continued searching for treasure chests. Soon, 2 red treasure chests appeared on the system panel, with one of them being a darker color. I immediately turned off the radar and sped toward the treasure chest. Stopping the car, I first opened the wooden treasure chest. Initial resources: 1 iron block, 2 wood blocks. You performed a critical opening, obtaining a 5-fold critical hit. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 iron blocks. Wooden blocks 10 pieces. Then, I turned my gaze to another bronze treasure chest. This was the real highlight. I exerted all my strength and struck it 3 times in a row, finally smashing it open. When I saw the contents inside the box, I froze in shock. Initial resources: low-level ice maker blueprint. You performed a critical hit while opening the box, receiving a 5-fold critical bonus. Congratulations! Obtained 5 low-level ice maker blueprints. In this scorching weather, while others are still worrying about water, I can now make ice. I immediately put away the blueprint, returned to the car, opened the exchange, and placed a trade order. For sale: 500 milliliters bottled water, 1 piece of biscuit. Exchange for 10 pieces in total of wood blocks, glass, and electronic components, with free combination allowed, limited to 5 sets. Soon, the regional chat channel exploded with activity. My trading information scrolled across the screen, attracting the attention of countless players. Some angrily accused me of price gouging, while others eagerly prepared to gather materials. At this moment, a private message came through: "Master, I only have gasoline. Can I trade with you?" I replied, "Sure. 200 units of fuel for 1 bottle of water and 2 pieces of biscuit." The other party quickly agreed, and we completed the transaction. Looking at the remaining gasoline, a plan formed in my mind. Gasoline, in the early stages, isn't valuable, but later on, when most players have exhausted their fuel supplies, its worth will be immeasurable. The first day of survival became more interesting, starting with my trading. Chapter 4: Ice water on the shelves? Stunned vote for gold selection. Regional channel. Holy crap, how fast are you guys? You switched everything out in just 1 minute? Ha, I swapped them. Obviously, those parts and materials are only useful later on. Right now, water and food are the absolute priorities. This deal is a steal, right? Exactly. I searched through several chests, nothing but materials, not a single bottle of water. Thank goodness for Sue's generosity. Materials can be found later, but without food and water, we'd be dead. Price cuts? Sounds like you're just sour grapes because you can't get the materials. The regional chat was buzzing. Suchen examined the 200 units of gasoline, 18 wooden blocks, 15 glass panes, and 7 electronic components he'd just traded for. Next, he took the blueprint and the exchanged parts to the workbench behind the driver's seat. Placing a blueprint on the workbench, the required materials quickly displayed. 2 iron blocks, 2 wood blocks, 2 glass blocks, and 1 unit of electronic components. All materials were sufficient. Make an ice machine. Suchen issued the command directly, and moments later, the sound of successful crafting echoed. Ding! Crafting complete. You have successfully crafted one basic ice maker. A faint blue light flickered, and an object resembling a small washing machine appeared on the workbench. Basic ice maker upgradable. Capable of condensing external moisture into ice cubes at a rate of 2 cubic decimeters per day, subject to environmental fluctuations. Current efficiency, 1 cubic decimeter. Note, water can also be manually poured into the freezer compartment, freezing into ice cubes within 5 minutes. Upgrade materials, 1 intermediate ice maker blueprint, 20 iron ingots, 20 wood blocks, 20 glass panes, 10 electronic components. Nice! My first time, and it's a winner. Finally got my first piece of furniture. Looking at the ice maker before him, it wasn't just capable of turning water into ice, it could also automatically condense moisture from the air into ice blocks. It was simply perfect. After crafting the first one, Suchen wasted no time and produced all 4 remaining basic ice maker blueprints. He placed 4 of them in the back to let them naturally condense ice cubes. He then took the remaining 4.5 bottles of water and dumped them all into the ice makers. 2.5 minutes later, before they were fully frozen, Suchen pulled out the half bottle. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. The icy water slid down his parched throat, straight into his stomach, bringing wave after wave of refreshing relief. Ha! That felt amazing. Suchen took 2 satisfying gulps before stopping. He then opened the exchange platform and listed the ice water for sale. Not selling ice water would be stupid. For sale, 500 milliliters mineral water pure ice. Exchange for 2 bottles of mineral water, or 1 bottle plus 10 units of other materials. Note, other valuable supplies can be discussed privately. After placing the order, Suchen prepared to hit the road again. For someone with an ice machine, trading ice water was a no-brainer. He drove 30 kilometers non-stop before finally encountering a treasure chest and stopping. The wooden chest yielded a packet of instant noodles, which, thanks to Suchen's critical hit, multiplied into 4 packets. Only then did Suchen glance at the trading system. All 4 bottles of ice water he had listed were sold, netting him 6 bottles of mineral water and 20 material points. His private messages were flooded with 99 notifications, all inquiries about the ice water. Some even went so far as to ask Suchen to name his price, wanting to buy his refrigerator outright. Clearly, combining Suchen's earlier water for materials trade with his current ice water sales, many had concluded he'd built a refrigerator. Suchen opened the regional chat channel and discovered that the moment he listed the ice water, the entire channel had exploded. Suchen, front row selling ice water. 4 bottles now available. Trade 2 bottles of mineral water for 1 completely frozen bottle. Great value, no scams. The moment this message appeared, the entire regional channel erupted. Bro Suchen, you're not kidding, right? Ice water? Aren't we all just selling regular mineral water? Holy crap! We're still fretting over regular water, and you're already sipping ice-cold stuff? I'm crying. Not only is the big shot drinking it himself, but he wants to bring us along for some ice-cold water too. That's why you were hoarding materials like crazy. You were building a fridge. I'd trade anything for ice water, but I don't even have regular mineral water. Brother Suchen, I'll give you 5 million if you bring me a bottle of ice water. Brother Suchen, could you get me a bottle of ice water? I can send you some cooler pics in return. Holy, I blinked and the exchange's 4 bottles of ice water vanished? Can't you guys give me a chance? Bro, opportunity favors the prepared. Damn, ice cold water tastes amazing. Who says otherwise? I swapped for one too, so refreshing. Now I'm pumped to keep hunting for treasure chests. God, when are you restocking the ice water? I want some too. Suchen, I don't have water, but I have other stuff to trade, is that okay? Suchen. Soon, Suchen's private messages exploded, 99 notifications, all from people wanting to trade for ice water. Suchen stashed 6 bottles of mineral water in the fridge and started checking his messages. Most were people waiting for him to restock the ice water, urging him to do so. He simply replied to keep an eye on the exchange listings for updates. Then there were the freeloaders, begging Suchen to show some humanitarian spirit and give them a bottle for free. Suchen couldn't be bothered to respond. Others offered to trade animal meat for ice water, but Suchen wasn't interested for now. Setting aside the issue of eating grilled meat in this scorching heat, how would he even cook it? However, after carefully browsing through the messages, Suchen spotted something worthwhile. Yifei, hey bro, how much for that fridge? Got blueprints to trade. What do you say? Blueprints? Suchen glanced at his 5 ice makers. Trading one wouldn't hurt. He replied immediately. What kind of blueprints? If they're useless, forget it. Chapter 5, Trading for Condenser Blueprints Seeking Gold Tickets. The other side replied instantly, clearly always hanging out in the chat channel. Yifei, this blueprint is for a condenser unit way better than your ice makers. You won't regret the swap. My asking price, your refrigerator plus 5 bottles of water and 500 units of fuel. Condenser blueprint? Seeing this, Suchen perked up. Water was a vital resource. He was selling ice water here precisely to stockpile more of it. However, the fact that the other party had brought out this condenser clearly meant they were desperate. Suchen surmised that the other party likely had only this one blueprint left, lacking materials and nearly out of fuel. That's why they were trying to trade the blueprint for the finished product, the ice machine he'd already built. But asking for so much in exchange for just one blueprint? That was some nerve. Fine, no problem. But I don't have all those items right now. Let me gather them first. How long that would take was anyone's guess, but Suchen wasn't in a hurry. Alright, I'll wait for you. Yifei took a deep breath. Suchen was right, Yifei was now completely out of supplies. Since arriving here, he hadn't stopped driving, constantly searching. He'd finally found this blueprint, but he lacked the materials. Now his fuel was completely depleted. He desperately needed something that could turn a profit without investment, something that would keep him alive and empower him. That's why he set his sights on Suchen's refrigerator. The moment the 5-minute countdown ended, Suchen immediately listed 6 bottles of ice water. Almost the moment they appeared, they were snapped up instantly. Clearly, everyone was desperate. He acquired 10 bottles of ice water and various other materials. Another 5 minutes passed, and the 10 bottles became 15, then 20, then 30. After over half an hour, Suchen had restocked twice, listing a full 50 bottles of ice water. Only then did Yifei, who'd been holding back, finally send another message. Yifei, Master Su, have you saved up enough? Not yet, hang tight. Suchen's lips curved upward as he hummed a tune, continuing his role as the ice water master. Yifei, Su God, I don't need the rest. Just 1 bottle of water and an ice machine, is that okay? Still don't have what you want. I'll keep saving up. Yifei. Another half hour passed. After Suchen had restocked 100 bottles of ice water, he began to notice the sales pace gradually slowing down. It seems that even a regional channel has limited consumption of ice water. I wonder when the world channel will finally open up trading. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yifei gritted his teeth and threw down all his chips. Yifei, Su God, I'll trade you the condenser blueprint, a dagger, and 10 iron ingots for 1 bottle of water plus a refrigerator. This is everything I own. Seeing this, Suchen's lips curled upward before he finally replied. Alright, deal. But I don't have a refrigerator, I have an ice maker. Same thing, same thing. Let's trade right now. Yifei swallowed hard, his throat parched. With his fuel depleted, he was nearing the end of his rope. This was no time to consider other options. Ding! You have a designated trade. Please check it. Trade successful. After the transaction was completed, one of the 5 ice makers on Suchen's side was gone. Simultaneously, a new blueprint appeared before him. Basic condenser blueprint, single use. Crafting requirements, 5 iron ingots, 5 glass panes, 5 rubber units. He had iron ingots and glass, but this rubber he had never seen it before. Still, he figured others probably had it. Suchen, seeking rubber. We'll trade for bottled water. Soon, someone responded. 8 units of rubber for 1 bottle of water? Sure. The transaction was completed directly. For the price of 1 bottle of mineral water, Suchen successfully acquired 8 units of rubber. He immediately exited the chat and trading channels, grabbed the condenser blueprint and materials, and headed straight for the workbench. Craft the condenser. The command was instantly issued. The workbench immediately absorbed the blueprint and materials, then quickly provided feedback. Ding! Crafting complete. You have successfully crafted 1 basic condenser. A flash of white light appeared, and before Suchen stood a water dispenser-like object. Condenser upgradable. Capable of condensing external moisture into purified water. Daily efficiency, 20-50 liters, subject to environmental fluctuations. Current efficiency, 24 liters per day. Upgrade materials, intermediate condenser upgrade blueprint X1, iron ingots X50, glass X50, rubber units X50. Nice! Suchen was overjoyed. Now he'd never have to worry about water again. Combined with the ice maker, he could now produce and consume water independently, allowing him to trade for more essential items. However, self-sufficiency presented one problem. Without containers, the water from the condenser could only be stored within the condenser itself. So Suchen immediately spoke up again in the regional channel. Suchen, trading ice water or mineral water for containers or blueprints are also acceptable. PM me if interested. He then retrieved 16 bottles of ice water from the ice maker and listed them for sale. Next, he placed the 16 bottles of mineral water he'd just acquired through a trade back into the ice maker. He listed all the extra materials in batches, effectively using the exchange as his warehouse. No complaints, he was so flush with resources he had nowhere to store them. Soon, people started messaging Suchen privately. Big beauty, handsome Sue, can I trade an empty bottle for a bottle of ice water? It's one I just drank from. Suchen chuckled, not bothering to respond. Damn it, trading a bottle with your spit on it for ice water? Think your mouth is lined with gold or something? After skimming through a few more messages with no worthwhile offers, just as Suchen was about to leave the chat channel entirely, another private message popped up. Yenshi, hey Su God, I have plastic bottle blueprints. Can I trade them for 20 bottles of mineral water? Plastic bottle blueprints? Suchen was slightly surprised. Talk about serendipity, just what he needed. 10 bottles? He sent the message but received no reply for a long time. Suchen wasn't in a hurry. Right now, hardly anyone had a condenser, and the demand for plastic bottles was even lower. Water, by comparison, held far greater value. Yenshi, minimum 15 bottles. Any lower and I won't sell. Alright, no problem. Just send it to me via designated person trade. After paying 15 bottles of water, Suchen successfully obtained the blueprint for the plastic bottle maker. Plastic bottle maker. Crafting requirements: 3 iron ingots, 3 glass ingots, 3 rubber ingots, 1 unit electronic component. Chapter 6, Perks time over? Perfect. Suchen had all the materials needed for production. He hurried to the workbench and placed the plastic bottle maker and all required resources onto it. Crafting the plastic bottle maker. Ding. Crafting complete. You have successfully crafted one plastic bottle maker. A flash of white light appeared, and before Suchen stood a machine for making plastic bottles. Plastic bottle maker. Capable of producing plastic bottles of any volume. Production requirements: 1 rubber unit per 20 bottles. 1 rubber unit makes 20 plastic bottles. Suchen was overjoyed upon seeing the requirements. This would drastically reduce production costs. He immediately took out a portion of rubber and produced 2,500 milliliters plastic bottles, identical in appearance to the ones they had obtained. This meant he could effectively obtain 4 bottles of water per hour for free. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about water for now. Next, Suchen reopened the trading system. Beyond exchanging ice water for materials, he added a new option: trading 19 rubber pieces for 1 bottle of ice water. A 5% discount to stimulate consumption seemed perfectly reasonable. After listing the trade, Suchen paid no mind to whether people thought he was being stingy. He had already moved to the driver's seat, ready to continue forward. Passing a bronze treasure chest, Suchen's current chest opening points were more than sufficient, so he kept the detection device running continuously. However, after driving a full 50 kilometers, he only spotted one black marked chest. This outcome felt off to him. It seemed he'd been getting beginner's luck all along. No wonder treasure chests spawned so frequently. He'd found them every 10 kilometers, sometimes even every few kilometers. Perhaps now, this was the true test of road survival. 50 kilometers, and only one chest, and it was broken. Suchen opened the regional chat channel and found many others discussing the same issue. I've been driving for over half an hour and haven't seen a single treasure chest? What's going on? Yeah. I used to find chests every 10 kilometers, but now I've been driving forever and haven't seen a single one. If I don't find anything soon, I'm going to die of thirst. Looks like those first few hours were just a beginner's perk. This is the real survival now. It's way too hard. Are they trying to starve and dehydrate us all to death here? No way, my fuel's almost gone. Anyone selling fuel? I need to buy some or I'll have to quit early. Wait, bro, I haven't even used half my starting fuel. How'd you burn through yours already? Finally got to drive on a stretch with no footprints. Could have hit 120 with my eyes closed. Got a little carried away. Fuel's running too low. Seeing this, Suchen did some quick math. If 50 kilometers only yielded 1 crate, then everyone's daily haul would be severely limited. Many would likely end up running out of fuel and resources. Of course, Suchen wasn't feeling sorry for anyone. He was just thinking about how to corner the market on fuel. From what he could tell now, fuel held considerable value. Ah well, take it one step at a time. In a way, the value of water would only keep rising. During the initial hours of the newbie bonus period, nearly everyone could open a few treasure chests, and many contained water. Thus, water's value remained relatively affordable. But now that chests were harder to obtain, water became much harder to acquire. And right now, Suchen holds 200 bottles of mineral water collected from other players, a fortune beyond measure. Since treasure chests are so hard to find these days, let's stir up some trouble while driving. Suchen promptly listed the newly acquired black treasure chest on the exchange, effectively using it as a storage space. He also checked to see if any unlucky souls were lurking. Wooden chest. Price, 50 units of assorted materials. A price no one could afford right now. Of course, even if someone did buy it, they wouldn't spend that much just to open a wooden chest. The contents of a single wooden chest are worth between 10 and 30 materials. However, Suchen aims to pioneer the blind box market. By placing orders, he wants to demonstrate that these chests are indeed tradable. This gives many people options. They could sell boxes of unknown value to others in exchange for items they genuinely needed. Suchen's goal was to sweep up every single box listed for sale. Currently, those willing to trade their chests were primarily seeking water, the very lifeblood of survival. Suchen lacked many things, but water was the last thing he needed. Sure enough, the moment Suchen listed his chests, the regional chat exploded again. Holy? Look, Suchen's listing stuff again this time. He's actually putting up treasure chests? Chest sales? 50 materials for a wooden crate? Why not just rob someone? Exactly. You won't even get 50 materials from opening a single wooden chest. Who in their right mind would fall for such a losing deal? Are you guys out of your minds? Suchen's just stockpiling inventory here. Get it? Listing at a high price isn't about selling. But hey, that's a whole new idea. Haven't you noticed? Treasure chests come with different amounts of loot inside. Selling the chest itself is way safer than opening it yourself. While you're debating, plenty of others have already listed theirs for sale. Suchen noticed that within 10 minutes of listing his chests, 4 or 5 others had followed suit, pricing theirs between 2 and 5 bottles of water. Without hesitation, Suchen bought 2 of the 2-bottle water chests outright. As for the 4 and 5-bottle ones, Suchen showed no mercy. After obtaining the chests, Suchen immediately checked the detector. All readings were red. It really worked. A faint smile touched Suchen's lips. He pulled the car over to the side of the road, set both boxes on the ground, and grabbed a sledgehammer to smash open the left one. Initial resources: 1 bucket of braised beef flavored instant noodles and 1 sausage. You opened the treasure chest, earning 7 chest opening points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, earning an 8x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 8 buckets of braised beef flavored instant noodles and 8 sausages. Instant noodles and sausages. Suchen's eyes lit up. If only he had a cold can of happy water too. Filled with hope, Suchen swung his hammer again, smashing open the second treasure chest. Initial resources: 300 units of fuel. You opened the treasure chest, earning 30 loot points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, earning a 10x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 3,000 units of fuel. Chapter 7, Heroes Challenge. Great! In an instant, Suchen's fuel balance shot up from 300 units to 3,300 units. For the foreseeable future, he wouldn't have to worry about fuel at all. Now he could finally keep the air conditioning running non-stop without fear of refrigerant leaks. With the means now available, it was time to build. This feeling of striking it rich from opening a crate made Suchen eager to buy the remaining ones. But their asking price was completely out of line with the crate's actual value. Without the system, he would have definitely lost money. To cast a long line and catch a big fish, Suchen forced himself to hold back. After driving nearly 50 kilometers more, Suchen finally detected a new treasure chest. This time, it was a deep crimson treasure chest, darker than the wooden ones before. With his experience, Suchen instantly recognized it as a bronze treasure chest. Suchen quickly drove closer and parked as close to the roadside as possible. The treasure chest appeared right in the roadside bushes. Without getting close for a detailed look, one would never notice a treasure chest here. The hiding spot was incredibly tricky. He walked straight up, dragged the bronze chest out from the bushes, and picked up his hammer to start striking it. 80. 80. 80. Clang. Soon, the bronze treasure chest was opened. Initial resource: triangular bayonet. You opened the chest and gained 666 chest opening points. You scored a chest opening critical hit, earning a 9x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 9 triangular military daggers. Soon, 9 gleaming silver triangular military daggers appeared before Suchen. Each blade measured over a foot in length, featuring 3 blood grooves and emanating a cold, bloodthirsty aura. Suchen stowed them away with great excitement. These were valuable items. Here, one never knew what dangers might lie ahead, and having weapons meant an extra layer of survival assurance. Back in the vehicle, Suchen scanned the exchange board once more. By now, over a dozen wooden crates had been listed. After all, the regional exchange seemed to have around 10,000 users. Now it's down to 9,846. Over 100 people had already perished. Considering the car provided shade, it shouldn't have happened this quickly under normal circumstances. Suchen guessed they must have died carelessly while opening treasure chests. Even ordinary wooden treasure chests held considerable danger. As usual, Suchen instantly claimed all 4 chests with 2 bottles of water listed for sale, leaving the rest up for grabs. The thing is, no bronze chests had appeared yet, which he found rather disappointing. It seemed everyone still believed bronze chests held exceptionally valuable items, reluctant to list them for sale. He relisted 2 of the chests marked as dangerous on the exchange. Of the remaining 2 chests, the other chest had a 5-fold drop rate, yielding 30 iron ingots. All in all, another small profit. Just then, a notification suddenly challenged everyone's ears. Hero challenge begins. Embark on the challenge for the brave. Every day from 1 p.m. until sunset, rarer treasure chests will spawn in the wilderness along both sides of the highway, yielding more valuable resources. The brave shall claim resources first. Adventurers confident in their abilities may venture into the wilderness to gather resources. Good luck to all. Friendly reminder, while resource-rich wilderness areas may hold great rewards, they also harbor immense dangers. Players are advised to proceed with caution. The game's notification sound boomed like thunder in the ears of countless survivors. A challenge for the brave? Rarer treasure chests in the wilderness? Opportunity comes with risk. The wilderness is dangerous? Isn't this high risk, high reward? While Suchen was still pondering, the entire regional chat exploded. Let's do it! I haven't found a single chest in an hour, and I'm almost out of fuel. If I'm going to die anyway, might as well take a shot in the wilderness. The timid starve, the bold feast. Wilderness resource chests are higher tier, find one and you're rich. I think sticking to the highway is safer. At least we won't die so horribly. Resources might be scarce, but we can at least survive. Exactly. Even the so-called safe highway has claimed over 100 lives. Who knows what the death rate is out in that dangerous desert? I'm not going. If you want to throw your lives away, go ahead. Survivors in the regional chat have split into 2 sharply opposing factions. One side wants to take the gamble, hoping to upgrade their bike to a motorcycle. The other insists on playing it safe, refusing to set foot in dangerous areas. Staying on the highway meant less risk. After making their decisions, both sides continued to bicker and lecture each other in the channel. Suchen found it utterly incomprehensible. Just decide for yourselves, why bother with others? But this situation would open up a market for the triangular bayonets. Suchen, selling the triangular military dagger. Exchange with a bronze treasure chest or blueprint. Only one available. Highest price wins. This instantly ignited the already buzzing chat interface. Holy crap! If you've got a triangular military dagger, what else could you possibly lack? With this weapon, your survival odds when looting chests in the wilderness would skyrocket. Too bad I don't have a bronze chest or blueprint, so frustrating. I have the blueprint, I'm trading with Suchen. With a self-defense weapon, I can gather resources more safely. Totally worth it. Dude, if this weren't a survival game for everyone, I'd suspect your Suchen's alt account. Not an alt, but definitely a shill. Ding. Suchen's newly set notification tone rang out. A private message had arrived. Li Xiufei, Suchen, I have a blueprint for modifying vehicles. I'd like to trade it for a triangular bayonet. Interested? Suchen raised an eyebrow. Someone already offering upgradable car blueprints this quickly? Send it over. Li Xiufei, blueprint, tap to view. Suchen clicked to view it, his lips twitching slightly. He finally understood why the other party had offered this blueprint for trade. It was a one-time use tire blueprint that reduced fuel consumption. However, the reduction ratio was minimal, and the production requirements were too high, making it of little value in the short term. Premium tires disposable. Crafting materials, 20 rubber, 8 alloy units, for electronic components. Effect, reduces vehicle fuel consumption by 20. A decent long-term tire, but currently not worth using. The other party isn't foolish, they'll trade this for something currently useful. Your tire is currently somewhat useless, too resource-intensive with negligible effects. Others' blueprints are superior. Suchen replied simply, pretending he'd already set his sights on a better blueprint to give the other party room to raise their offer. Li Xiufei, this tire will pay off handsomely for long-term use. Deal, I've gathered 10 rubber units and 2 electronic components, all yours as a package deal. Suchen didn't reply, as he'd received another private message. Wang Chang, I have a bronze treasure chest plus 2 wooden crates. Trade for your triangular military dagger. Deal. Suchen replied immediately, sealing his first trade with Wang Chang. After all, he had no use for so many triangular military daggers. Better to trade them for resources he needed. And what's more, he'd gotten a bronze treasure chest. This was the genuine treasure he truly coveted. He hadn't expected the other party to actually resist the temptation of a bronze treasure chest. The deal was swiftly concluded. Chapter 8, The Triangular Military Dagger and the Crossbow. Meanwhile, Wang Chang deftly twirled the triangular military dagger in his hand, a look of delight spreading across his face. He'd just stumbled upon the treasure chests, 3 of them clustered together. Not knowing if any would yield what he wanted, he decided to trade all 3 with Suchen for the items he desired. As a soldier, possessing the triangular military dagger gave him immense confidence in securing more resources in the wilderness. After completing the trade, Suchen continued browsing his private messages. Among those trying to freeload, he found another person possessing blueprints. It was a blueprint for a solar-powered water heater that could charge via sunlight and boil water. With the extreme heat they were facing, they desperately needed cooling relief. Such a heater would only be a burden, so the owner decided to sell it. After all, surviving the immediate crisis came first. Suchen was tempted. He had instant noodles, after all. He'd been fretting over where to boil water for his instant noodles. This water heater is barely passable, but its value doesn't quite meet my expectations. Suchen replied bluntly. In short, it needs to be upgraded. How could he possibly get away without squeezing every last drop? His customers for the triangular bayonet were already wealthy and capable individuals. It wouldn't be right not to fleece them thoroughly. On the other side, Wang Yang scratched the back of his head, glancing at the inventory in his car's rear cargo area before laying down his counteroffer. Wang Yang, water heater blueprints, plus 2 bottles of happy water and 10 alloy bars. Suchen's eyebrows shot up instantly, piqued by interest. Happy water, something no one could refuse. And 10 pieces of alloy, that was a material he was short on. No problem. Let's trade. Seeing the designated trade request sent by the other party, Suchen immediately traded over the second triangular military dagger. Water heater blueprint, one-time use. Required materials, 10 iron ingots, 5 alloy ingots, 1 unit of electronic components. Suchen had all the required materials, but glancing at the cramped trunk storage, he decided to hold off on crafting it until later when he craved instant noodles. Suchen then got out of the car and placed the bronze box and 2 wooden boxes he'd just traded onto the ground. Soon, the detection scan revealed 2 black boxes and 1 bright red box. Both wooden boxes were useless? With a sigh, Suchen listed both wooden boxes on the exchange. He then used a sledgehammer to open the last bronze crate. Initial resources: crossbow manufacturing blueprint 1 time, bolt manufacturing blueprint 1 time. You opened the treasure chest, earning 2,333 chest opening points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, earning triple loot. Congratulations! You have obtained 3 crossbow crafting blueprints single use and 3 bolt crafting blueprints single use. Crossbow blueprint rapid fire single use. Crafting materials required: 5 iron ingots, 5 wood blocks, 1 hemp rope. Crossbow arrow blueprint directly learnable. Holy crap! Crossbows? Suchen was stunned. These were weapons capable of long-range killing power. If Wang Chang knew his bronze treasure chest contained ranged weapon crossbow bolts, who knows what he'd think? Crossbow arrow blueprint learned directly. Congratulations! You have acquired the crossbow arrow crafting method. Required materials: 10 units, 1 iron ingot, 1 wood block. Iron and wood were both items Suchen had in abundance. These 2 items were currently the most commonplace things around. Suchen had already traded for over 100 pieces of each, all obtained for free through ice water exchanges. The only thing he lacked was hemp rope. Suchen, trade 1 bottle of ice water for 3 strands of hemp rope. Limited to 1 set. After posting the message, Suchen immediately began waiting, while also restocking the ice-cold mineral water. With fewer treasure chests available now, the ice-cold mineral water wasn't selling as well as before. But Suchen wasn't in a hurry. He could take his time selling it. After the brave challenge, he was sure many would be rolling in cash. Hemp rope? I don't think I've ever gotten any. Too bad, it sounds pretty cheap. 3 pieces for 1 bottle of ice water? That's a steal. I think you're mistaken. Something needed by the legendary Suchen couldn't possibly be ordinary. Plus, none of us have it. The price must be steep. Too bad I didn't get it. Seeing so many people report lacking hemp rope, Suchen felt a bit helpless. If it wasn't available, he'd just have to take things step by step. Using the triangular bayonet for now would be fine, though it would mean slightly reduced safety. But just then, Suchen suddenly received several private messages. Opening the first one. Tanshu, hey, I've got hemp rope, but your price is way too low. Upon reading this, Suchen replied immediately, name your price, and I'll see if it's acceptable. Tanshu, alright, here's my offer: 5 hemp ropes for 100 bottles of ice water. Holy crap, she just jacked up the price 100-fold? Suchen's face darkened instantly. A few hemp ropes and you dare ask for 100 bottles of ice water? You really have some nerve. Keep 1 hemp rope for yourself. After cursing under his breath, Suchen exited the chat window and turned his attention to other private messages. On the other end, Tanju, who'd just been berated by Suchen, looked utterly dismayed. What kind of attitude was this from Suchen? Does he even realize the situation? He's holding the very thing the other party needs, yet he still thinks my price is too high? Suchen couldn't be bothered with him and opened the second private message. It was another seller with 5 hemp ropes. They wanted to bundle the sale, adding 2 bottles of mineral water to the single bottle of ice water. Suchen considered it. Given his needs, the price seemed reasonable. After all, this water was essentially free. If not now, then when? After the transaction went through, just as Suchen was about to log out, he saw Tanju's reply a string of curses directed at him. After ranting for a few sentences, he finally relented, saying they could talk and that dropping 3 or 5 bottles wouldn't be a problem. Suchen chuckled inwardly and immediately replied, 2 wooden treasure chests and 5 hemp ropes. When one has only 1 item, they might play it safe. But with 2. That's when the gambler's instinct kicks in. Tanju, deal. Tanju replied swiftly. Her hemp rope had been traded for one of the wooden treasure chests, useless and still finding no practical use. She'd considered making an outrageous demand earlier, but that had backfired. Now, getting 2 wooden chests in exchange was a solid deal. Trade successful. During the transaction, Tanju deliberately changed the quantity of hemp rope from 5 to 3 before initiating the trade. If Suchen noticed, she'd claim it was a typo. If he didn't, she'd be raking in the profits. Soon, the transaction was complete. Tanju's heart surged with wild joy. 2 wooden treasure chests appeared before her. After a moment's thought, she listed one of the chests on the exchange. Then she raised the iron hammer and struck the second chest. Thud! The chest shattered at the impact. Just as Tanju was excitedly wondering if the chest contained several bottles of water, a dark shadow shot toward her at breakneck speed. Ah! Chapter 9, First Steps in the Wilderness, Silver Treasure Chest. Vote for gold. Meanwhile, Suchen walked straight to the crafting table, placing 3 crossbow blueprints and the materials on it. Soon, 3 exquisitely crafted crossbows appeared before him, delicate and compact, emanating a cold aura. Crossbow 10-shot burst. Range, maximum 100 meters, effective range 50 meters. Remaining bolts, 0. First, craft 100 crossbow bolts. Suchen took out 10 iron ingots and 10 wooden blocks, crafting 100 crossbow bolts. He loaded all 3 crossbows with arrows. He placed the remaining bolts into a larger plastic bottle. He secured the bottle to his waist with hemp rope, while keeping 1 crossbow in the compartment beside his mount. He slung 1 crossbow over his waist and held another in his right hand, always ready to attack. The triangular bayonet was tucked behind his waist for easy access. Just as Suchen finished preparing to venture into the wilderness, a private message suddenly popped up again. Suchen saw it was Li Xiaofei, the same person who had traded the tire blueprints for the triangular bayonet. Li Xiaofei, boss? I'll add 3 bottles of water, that's all I've got left. Can we make the trade? Alright. I was so excited earlier I almost forgot about him. Looks like he really couldn't offer anything more. Sure. The deal was struck, and Suchen secured the premium tire blueprint. Having gathered all the materials earlier, Suchen placed the tire blueprint and materials directly on the workbench and confirmed the crafting. Soon, a flash of light flickered across the workbench. Crafting successful. Congratulations on obtaining 4 premium tires. 4 neatly shaped, sturdy black rubber tires appeared beside the workbench. They nearly filled the entire van's cargo area. Suchen immediately unloaded the tires from the van and approached the original wheels. He compared them, and sure enough, an installation prompt appeared. Install. The moment Suchen spoke, he watched as the 4 brand new tires replaced the old, worn ones. But what to do with the 4 removed tires? Just as Suchen was pondering this, he suddenly noticed that when he approached the tires, a dismantle option appeared. Decompose? Then decompose 3 for now. You deconstructed the standard tires, obtaining 16 rubber units and 4 alloy units. The remaining one was stowed in the back of the van as a spare tire, just in case. Perfect. That counts as a vehicle upgrade. Next, I need to unlock more blueprints to transform this van into a comfortable RV. And I'll need a soft Simmons mattress. On that big Simmons bed, if only there were a woman. Pfft, what am I thinking? Now, time to explore the wilderness. After locking the van doors, Suchen tucked the keys into his pocket. Though he hadn't encountered anyone yet, he couldn't rule out the possibility of meeting others. The abundant supplies in his van might inevitably attract envious glances. He couldn't leave the vehicle unattended for too long. Pondering this, Suchen grabbed his weapon. He tucked a bottle of ice-cold water into his pocket and headed toward the desert along the roadside. Even before stepping into the desert area, Suchen could feel the heat wave hitting him head-on. The scorching sun seemed poised to bake everything to a crisp. Even through his shoes, Suchen could feel the desert sand burning beneath his feet. But Suchen couldn't afford to worry about that now. Holding his weapon, he activated the exploration radar. He cautiously scanned his surroundings while monitoring the radar's readings. Soon, the radar detected a faint reddish-white object about 300 meters ahead to the left. It didn't appear to be a treasure chest. Simultaneously, a black marker appeared 500 meters directly ahead. It signaled a hazardous area, also not a treasure chest. Let's check the left front first. Safety comes first. Taking a deep breath, Suchen pressed an ice pack against his neck and face, seeking a fleeting coolness in the sweltering heat. Sand. Suchen wandered through the desert. The only sounds were the rustling of sand beneath his feet and the brush of his clothes against the scrub. Nothing else stirred. Soon, he spotted a patch of pale pink against the white sand. Berries. Who would have thought such things could grow in a place like this? Suchen was astonished, but then he remembered that even the highway survival game was real. What else could be too far-fetched? He walked straight over, pulled out a plastic bottle, and began picking the berries. Before long, several large bottles were filled to the brim with berries. He returned to the car, stowed the berries, and set off again straight ahead to investigate the ominous black object and find a way around it. As he drew near, he suddenly noticed the black mass shift slightly to the side, revealing a treasure chest with a vivid crimson hue. Its red was even deeper than that of a bronze treasure chest. Suchen was thrilled beyond belief, never expecting to find a treasure chest more valuable than bronze so quickly. Truly a reward befitting the hero's challenge. Of course, before claiming the chest, he had to deal with a black threat lurking nearby. Suchen swiftly approached the area indicated by the radar scan. Climbing along the sand ridge, he ascended a nearby dune and gazed toward the treasure chest's location. There, amidst a jumble of shrubs, gravel, and earthen slopes, sat a treasure chest radiating a dazzling white glow atop a mound of earth. A silver treasure chest. However, Suchen didn't rush to grab the silver treasure chest. Instead, he carefully observed its surroundings, trying to identify the nature of the danger detected by the scan. Soon, Suchen spotted a fist-sized hole beneath the silver chest. It looked dark and deep, seemingly the entrance to some animal's den. After a moment's thought, Suchen retrieved the flattened snake cake from his gear, took a small piece, and placed it at the very tip of his crossbow bolt. He then aimed 3 inches beyond the cave entrance. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Chapter 10, Desert Eagle Blueprint. Seeking gold tickets. The crossbow bolt sliced through the air. Thwack! It pierced through the sand outside the hole, pinning the snake cake to the ground. The arrow's power was quite impressive. Sand is notoriously difficult to penetrate, even bullets don't sink deep into it. Yet his crossbow bolt had driven itself firmly into the sand and stone. After firing the bolt, Suchen lay prone on the sandbag, keeping a close watch on the hole while glancing at the radar scan with his peripheral vision, ensuring no danger would suddenly descend upon him. SSSSHHH. A faint sound emanated from the tunnel entrance. Whatever was inside was coming out. Suchen's expression was intensely focused as he aimed his crossbow at the opening, ready to fire at any moment. Soon, a slender shadow appeared within Suchen's field of vision. Twisting its body, it crawled forward, heading straight for the snake cake. A snake! A king cobra! Suchen's gaze sharpened, locking onto the slender shadow that had appeared. He recognized it instantly as a king cobra. He hadn't expected to encounter such danger with the very first silver treasure chest. Without the crossbow bolt, relying solely on his triangular bayonet to fight it would have left Suchen feeling rather uneasy. But now, the crossbow was in his hands, the advantage was his. Suchen aimed at the king cobra dozens of meters away, estimating its vital spot, and fired an arrow. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt sliced through the air with devastating force, striking its mark with pinpoint accuracy. Put! The bolt pierced the cobra's body, blood spattering upward and splashing into the surrounding desert, forming a small shower of crimson. Arg! The cobra let out a pained cry, thrashing violently as its body twisted wildly. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, striking its head with deadly precision, ending its life instantly. The snake's body convulsed a few more times before collapsing motionless onto the ground. Dead? Suchen waited a full minute, confirming the cobra was completely still before approaching. The king cobra's corpse could now be harvested. Extraction successful. Obtained 10 pieces of king cobra meat. Extraction successful. Obtained 5 milliliters of venom. King cobra venom? This was precious stuff. Just a tiny bit could poison a cow to death. If just a trace of this poison touched his crossbow bolts, their lethality would multiply several times over. After securing the venom, Suchen turned his excited gaze toward the silver treasure chest at the cave entrance. This was even better than a bronze treasure chest that might yield blueprints. He grabbed the hammer and began smashing away. After a dozen hard blows, the silver treasure chest finally swung open. Initial resources: Desert Eagle Blueprint 1 time, Designated Ammo Type Blueprint 1 time. You opened the chest, earning 66 chest open points. You landed a critical loot box hit, earning a 10x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 Desert Eagle Blueprints 1 time use and 10 specified bullet type blueprints 1 time use. Desert Eagle? It's actually a Desert Eagle. Suchen was utterly stunned. This was an absolute hot weapon. It possessed absolute lethality among handguns. More importantly, this was a double up. He'd pulled 2 blueprints. The second blueprint was precisely the ammunition he needed: 10 blueprints for specific types of bullets. This meant he could learn to craft 10 different types of ammunition. Desert Eagle Blueprints single use. Required materials: 5 steel, 5 alloy, 5 plastic, 1 electronic component. Designated bullet type blueprint single use. Allows the creation of a specific bullet model. The Desert Eagle absolutely cannot be traded. Bullets cannot be sold either. You never know when one of those bullets might come back to haunt you. Stuffing the 20 blueprints into his chest pocket, Suchen pressed onward. It was still early. Having proven twice that his radar scan worked even in the desert, Suchen felt even more secure. Gulping down several mouthfuls of ice water, Suchen pressed onward. Soon, his radar detected a crimson bronze treasure chest 800 meters to his right. Carefully navigating around 2 dark spots on the path, Suchen soon reached the bronze treasure chest. After a few hammer blows, he obtained another decent haul. Initial resources: 1 premium car steel plate shell blueprint 1 time use. You opened the chest, earning 375 chest points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, earning double loot. Congratulations! You obtained 2 premium automotive steel panel shell blueprints one time. Increases vehicle defense by 30 and durability by 30. Crafting materials required, 50 steel plates, 50 alloy plates. Nice! This blueprint boosts your car's defense, giving you more confidence against certain weather hazards or wild beasts. The materials required seem a bit much, but for greater safety, it's worth it. After securing the blueprint, Suchen turned toward the highway and began searching his way back. Regardless of whether he found anything, he planned to return first and put the blueprint to use. As he neared the highway, he quickly spotted a faintly glowing wooden treasure chest in the upper left corner. Even the smallest ant is still meat, so Suchen scurried over to open it. One hammer strike revealed a small box of matches. 6 critical hits. He obtained 6 boxes of matches, each containing about 20 sticks. Perfect. With matches, he could now start a fire to grill meat. Stowing the matches, Suchen swiftly approached the highway. Stepping onto the road, he followed it back to his van where he'd changed the tire. After stowing everything away, Suchen assessed what materials he still lacked. 100 pieces of steel. It must be related to iron. Could it be an upgraded version of iron ore? Refining iron into steel? That was definitely beyond Suchen's capabilities. Looks like he'd have to check with the other survivors to see if anyone had steel. Suchen reclined in the passenger seat, which could be flattened to serve as a bed. He opened the regional chat channel to see how everyone's hero challenges were going and if he could buy any steel. What he saw shocked him. The zone channel was flooded with system alerts in red text. Row after row of player death notifications flooded the screen, scrolling through multiple pages without end. The total number of players in the region had quietly dropped to just over 9,300. Suchen recalled that before the hero challenge began, only 100 or so had died over several hours. Yet in less than an hour now, 500 or 600 had perished? It seemed the newly launched hero challenge truly offered both opportunity and risk. But in a survival game like this, there was no point dwelling on it. Suchen, buying steel. Accepts iron ingots, wood blocks, glass, ice water, etc. for trade. Bring your own price. He had just searched the exchange thoroughly and found not a single seller of steel. This clearly indicated that the material was far from easily obtainable at this stage. After posting the message, he waited for responses. Chapter 11, Crafting a Handgun. Regional Channel. Steel? I don't even have 2 iron ingots. Has Suchen already started using steel? That's forged and refined from iron ingots, right? This must be a scarce material. I've been lurking on the exchange all day and haven't seen this stuff once. Clearly an upgraded version of iron ingots. Too bad I don't have any, otherwise I could trade for some ice water. That's the ultimate refreshment in this sweltering heat. After waiting a short while with no private messages, Suchen sighed. Looks like it won't be ready anytime soon. Ding. Just as Suchen was about to give up, a private message arrived. Suchen glanced at it. It was Wang Chang, someone he'd done business with before. Wang Chang, brother Su, you need steel, right? I can smelt it, name your price. Reading the message, Suchen was instantly thrilled. 5 materials for 1 piece of steel. Wang Chang, Su God, it's a small-scale business. Given our past dealings, I'll offer you this, 9 materials for 1 piece of steel. After a moment's thought, Suchen raised the price to 6. Wang Chang, deal. Damn it. I let him make a profit. Wang Chang, I need iron ingots to smelt steel. Suchen, I'll trade you some steel ingots, you smelt the iron ingots for me. Despite his trading experience, Suchen played it safe and only traded 30% of the iron ingots upfront, roughly 60 pieces. He planned to exchange the remaining iron after the next batch of steel was smelted. Thanks to the ice water's popularity, Suchen now had materials flying everywhere, hundreds of each kind. Soon, the other party brought out another 20 steel ingots to trade. Suchen nodded slightly. It seemed the other party could forge 1 steel ingot from 3 iron ingots. That forging loss rate was a bit excessive, wasn't it? At this rate, selling it back to him at double the price was practically the same as him selling his own goods. Soon, they reached an agreement. Over the course of a full hour, through several rounds of trading, Suchen finally secured 100 pieces of steel. The cost? He'd burned through another 15 bottles of ice water. Even though he'd been trading water for goods non-stop, his mineral water supply kept growing. Though the rate had slowed considerably since the treasure chests became scarce. But now, suddenly, many people were striking it rich by opening chests in the desert, and quite a few became wealthy overnight. Among them was someone who found a bronze treasure chest, instantly opening it to reveal 10 bottles of water and 10 loaves of bread, a sight that left others green with envy. With the steel secured, Suchen tossed all 10 Desert Eagle blueprints onto the workbench and selected crafting. Crafting initiated. Congratulations! Desert Eagle crafted. A dazzling light flashed and several silver white, exquisitely crafted Desert Eagles appeared before Suchen. Desert Eagle. Magazine capacity, 0. Effects, high lethality. Long-range lethal weapon. 9-round capacity, uses .44 caliber bullets. A pistol alone is useless without ammunition. Learn bullet blueprint, select .44 caliber bullets. Immediately uses one designated bullet blueprint specifically for crafting Desert Eagle ammunition. .44 Magnum bullets. Crafting, 10 bullets per alloy bar. Without hesitation, I loaded 20 alloy bars to craft 200 rounds. After loading 10 Desert Eagles, I stashed some in my zippered pocket and left the rest in the car for backup. Now he had both the pistol and the ammunition. All that remained was to find an opportunity to test its power. He stowed 9 guns in the car, tucking one into his crotch and clipping it to his waist. Suchen loaded the vehicle shell blueprints and materials once more. Soon, an entire steel shell was fabricated. Without a second thought, he selected the option to replace it. The removed shell was immediately selected for disassembly. You dismantled the car body and obtained 80 iron ingots. With that, the once worn minivan shell became brand new. Now, the air conditioning wouldn't leak cold air outside. With the vehicle reinforced and upgraded and his weaponry enhanced, Suchen felt great now. He flipped on the air conditioning, savoring the cool breeze that washed over him, pure bliss. Before setting off, Suchen opened the chat interface again. Others had 1 or 2 pieces of steel, but they were all asking for exorbitant prices, 10 bottles of water each. Suchen couldn't be bothered to respond. The regional channel buzzed with cold death notifications and countless show-off photos from braggarts. Sure enough, the desert is a paradise for the brave. Check this out. The caption accompanied a photo showing 10 bottles of water, 10 loaves of bread, and a whole watermelon. Enough to sustain a person for a week. Ha, you're right. Check out my newly acquired treasure chest, it has a pretty good blueprint inside. After resting for a moment while browsing the chat, Suchen felt sufficiently refreshed. He climbed back into the driver's seat and drove the car forward for about 2 kilometers. He pulled over, geared up, and continued trekking into the desert. Barely 500 meters in, his detection radar quickly picked up 2 glowing red treasure chests clustered together, one a deep crimson. But near the chests, there were numerous black, movable objects. Clearly, the danger level was significantly higher than before. Running his hand over the gun tucked into his waistband, Suchen gritted his teeth. Let's do this. If he was afraid of danger with weapons and guns at his disposal, he might as well just shoot himself. After traversing roughly 600 meters across the desert, Suchen came upon a vast expanse of rubble and earth arranged in a circular formation. In the open space at the center of the circle sat a silver treasure chest and a bronze treasure chest. If he could get his hands on these, he'd strike it rich. But the danger was equally immense. Crouching behind a bush over 30 meters away, Suchen prepared to repeat his previous tactic. He drew the crossbow bolt in his right hand, threaded a piece of snake meat through it, and aimed at the treasure chests. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt, carrying the meat, shot toward the silver treasure chest at incredible speed, striking it with a crisp clang. Clunk! It fell to the ground, the snake meat scattering and releasing a pungent, bloody scent. Before long, Suchen heard a rustling sound. It grew louder and louder, transforming into a series of tapping noises that sent chills down his spine. Holy crap! Chapter 12, Hunting Scorpions, Explosion-Proof Glass. From among the boulders and sand, 2 or 3 dozen scorpions crawled out in dense swarms. Each scorpion was several centimeters long, swaying their tails as thick as a human arm, a sight that was utterly terrifying. What the hell is this? Where did these giant scorpions come from? Suchen couldn't help but curse under his breath, instinctively reaching for his gun to test its power. But he quickly dismissed the thought. While the gun was powerful, it made a lot of noise. If it attracted dozens of these scorpions crawling toward him at once, he might not be able to handle it. He raised his crossbow, aimed at the tail of one scorpion, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt shot out, piercing the scorpion's tail with pinpoint accuracy. SSSSHHH. The bolt pierced straight through the scorpion's tail, pinning it to the sand and gravel. Blood spattered everywhere, a gruesome sight. The scorpion writhed in agony, sending the entire swarm into a momentary panic as they scrambled wildly in all directions. Whoosh! Another arrow. The bolt embedded itself deep into the spine of another scorpion. Yet instead of collapsing, the scorpion went berserk, its temperament seemingly transformed. It seemed that even a direct hit to their backs wasn't fatal. Hiss! Suddenly, one of the scorpions let out a low, guttural growl, its 2 large pincers flailing restlessly, making one's heart race. At its growl, the scorpions instantly scattered, beginning to search the area. Suchen aimed at this scorpion and fired another arrow, but it missed, grazing its tail and embedding itself in the sand. However, his quiver remained well stocked for the moment, so a missed shot was no great loss. As he continued aiming and firing, Suchen suddenly noticed that this scorpion's exoskeleton was significantly harder than the others. He'd deal with the others first, then test the Desert Eagle's power on this one later. To ensure a one-shot kill, Suchen retrieved a crossbow bolt coated with cobra venom and loaded it. He then targeted the scorpions approaching his position, picking them off one by one. The struck scorpions thrashed wildly on the ground for about 20 seconds before going completely still. Then Suchen boldly emerged from behind the bushes and pursued the scorpions, searching in another direction. If the distance was too great, his accuracy would drop. He didn't want to waste the venom-coated bolts. After a period of stealthy hunting, he systematically eliminated the 2 or 3 dozen scorpions. As the final scorpion resembling a leader of the pack waved its pincers and crawled toward him, Suchen drew his pistol from his waistband. Aim at that scorpion king. When the distance between you is less than 5 meters, pull the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The deafening blast echoed across the sky. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and a streak of metallic light shot toward the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King's body was instantly riddled with holes, its form hurled backward. It landed on the ground, convulsing violently, clearly not yet dead. Suchen didn't hesitate, quickly firing another shot. When the opponent's struggles weakened considerably, he advanced without hesitation to deliver the finishing blow. Splatter! The sharp triangular bayonet sliced through the Scorpion King's abdomen, severing its head clean off. The Scorpion King crashed to the ground, utterly still. Suchen exhaled deeply. Without a gun or crossbow, eliminating this swarm of scorpions would have been nearly impossible, and he could forget about that treasure chest. Squatting before the Scorpion King's corpse, Suchen discovered it could be extracted. Extraction successful. Obtain 10 milliliters scorpion venom. Extraction successful. Obtain scorpion corpse. Scorpion venom could be extracted. Suchen promptly extracted venom from every scorpion. Each yielded between 38 milliliters and 40 milliliters of venom, ultimately granting him 168 milliliters in total. About 30 scorpion carcasses remained. Though they seemed meager in meat, Suchen first bound them together with rope, preparing to haul them back. After neutralizing the danger, Suchen scanned the detection radar to confirm no black energy remained. Only then did he approach the treasure chest with confidence, swinging his iron hammer to smash the silver chest. After a dozen blows, the silver chest cracked open. Suchen set down the hammer, panting heavily. Initial resources: explosion-proof car window glass blueprint, one-time use. You opened the treasure chest, earning 1024 chest points. You landed a critical loot strike, earning an 8x multiplier. You obtained 8 copies of the car window bulletproof glass blueprint, single use. Great! Now Suchen's car would be much more secure, the glass wouldn't shatter so easily. Originally, Suchen had worried that if he encountered others while out who discovered his vehicle and damaged the windows to steal his supplies. Now, with 8 pieces of bulletproof glass to install, he no longer had to worry about his windows being smashed. He hammered open the remaining bronze treasure chest once more. Critical hit. Initial resources: 1 porcelain bowl, 1 bag of salt, 1 bag of sugar, 1 bag of MSG. You opened the treasure chest, earning 168 chest opening points. You achieved a chest opening critical hit, gaining a tenfold critical bonus. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 porcelain bowls, 10 bags of salt, 10 bags of sugar, and 10 bags of MSG. Seeing the large bag of assorted seasonings appear before him, Suchen's eyes lit up. With these, the food he cooked could finally be considered gourmet. But then came the question. The seasonings are here, but what about the ingredients and the pot? There was simply too much to carry all at once. Tying a rope around his waist, Suchen bundled up only about 10 scorpions. Clutching the seasonings and bowls, he dragged his weary body toward the highway. Back at the vehicle, he stowed everything in the trunk's storage compartment, though it was already getting crowded. He immediately listed the scorpions on the exchange, using it as a temporary storage space. After brushing the sand off his clothes and gulping down several mouthfuls of ice water, Suchen returned to the desert. He brought back the remaining scorpion carcasses and, while he was at it, opened a wooden treasure chest. He obtained 9 bottles of mineral water. Gazing at the now packed trunk storage, Suchen let out a deep sigh. Too many resources can be a real headache. If other survivors knew what Suchen was thinking, they'd surely jump in to mock him. Put! What a snob! Suchen examined the bulletproof glass blueprint, which required glass and special plastic for fabrication. Special plastic? Plastic that's bulletproof? Now that would be truly special. After confirming his vehicle didn't have any of the stuff, Suchen browsed the exchange. To his surprise, he found exactly what he needed, a set of 10 special plastics. He only required 8. The asking price? 30 bottles of water. Outrageous. No wonder it wasn't selling. Although more people had access to water after the hero's challenge. Of course, the death rate had also risen. The vast majority still find themselves without water. You could say the seller is clever. Those who can afford this special material now are undoubtedly the top contenders with considerable strength. But Suchen wasn't about to be the sucker who paid through the nose. He recalled his mother's bargain hunting secret: always cut the price in half. If haggling skills were lacking, simply drop a 0. Most sellers would agree. Suchen wasn't great at haggling, so he usually just dropped a 0. Private chat: Suchen, 10 special plastic bottles for 3 bottles of mineral water? The seller replied almost instantly. Dong long, Su God. You're being way too aggressive with that price, way too low. 5 bottles, ice cold. Plus I'll freeze 5 more for free. Dong long, deal. 5 bottles of ice cold water plus 5 frozen bottles? That's equivalent to 15 bottles of mineral water. Suchen scratched his head. Deal done, got some special plastic. Looks like his mom taught him wrong. Cutting corners makes people unhappy, but half price? They're all for it. Chapter 13, Suchen's enjoyment. After receiving the special plastic, Suchen immediately took the blueprint and materials to the workbench. Begin crafting. Ding. Crafting complete. Continue crafting. Ding. Crafting complete. Soon, all 8 bulletproof car windows, custom made to fit his vehicle's dimensions, were finished. Suchen took the glass to the car window, selected the replacement option, and after swapping out all 8 pieces, let out a satisfied sigh. This should significantly reduce the chances of encountering danger. As for the old window glass, he simply decomposed it into ordinary plastic in glass. After finishing all this, Suchen sat in the car, exhausted both physically and mentally. He sipped on ice water while peeking at others' chats on his screen. The hero challenge period was now more than halfway over. The number of participants in the regional chat had dwindled to 9,129, a further decrease, though the pace had noticeably slowed. It seemed everyone understood that survival was paramount. Unless completely out of supplies, most wouldn't risk entering the perilous desert lightly. But Suchen understood that today was actually their best chance to venture into the wilderness. Their current condition was still relatively good. If they waited until they were truly out of ammunition and supplies, their stamina and strength would be greatly diminished, making them vulnerable to danger. Of course, there were also those who planned to level up thoroughly first before venturing into the desert when it was absolutely safe. After several consecutive forays into the desert, Suchen had no intention of going in again. First, night was approaching. Second, their energy was limited. After resting, Suchen drove the car along the highway. He activated the radar scanner and floored the accelerator. Enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning and the exhilarating speed, he thought it would be perfect if he could have some car music playing right now. Must have it. Suchen immediately posted a message on the regional channel. Suchen, high price offered for car audio schematics. Will trade various resources, water, food, weapons. Interested parties, DM me. No one messaged him, but Suchen wasn't in a hurry. It would come eventually. Right now, most people kept such items for themselves unless they were literally starving to death. After advancing for about 20 minutes, he detected a treasure chest, a black bronze chest. Suchen raised an eyebrow. He'd keep this bronze chest for now. He listed it on the exchange for 9 blueprints. The danger of wooden chests was manageable for anyone paying a bit of attention, but bronze chests? Without weapons, most people wouldn't stand a chance. Better to wait until next time. He'd sell it at a premium to whoever he felt like annoying. Keep going. Found the treasure chest, shouldn't be any others on the nearby highway. Suchen hopped straight into the car and kept riding forward. He found another wooden crate. With a triple critical hit, he opened it to reveal 3 packs of 200 sheet tissues. Seeing that it was already past 5 o'clock, Suchen recalled the initial warning that it would be more dangerous outside at night. He needed to start preparing now. He ran to the roadside, gathered some dry kindling, and brought over 2 stones. He placed the dry wood between the stones and laid 2 iron plates on top. Then he lit the fire, added wood, and cooked the snake meat on the iron plates. He sprinkled salt and other seasonings over it. Once finished, he packed everything up and loaded it into the car. By 6 o'clock, the first day's Braveheart challenge had concluded. Braveheart challenge time ended. Kindly note, survivors still in the wilderness are advised to return to the vehicle promptly. Night fell swiftly. Within just over 10 minutes, darkness enveloped the sky completely. The surrounding highway was pitch black, obscuring all visibility. How could it get dark so quickly? And the numbers were plummeting again. Suchen glanced at the chat channel and saw the number of participants drop sharply again. He guessed they must be those who hadn't returned from the desert in time. Suchen couldn't be bothered to mourn their fate. Hunger was already gnawing at him. He walked to the workbench behind him and placed the bowls on the table. In one bowl, he scooped 10 berries and sliced 2 pieces of watermelon. He boiled a pot of hot water, prepared a bowl of instant noodles, added a sausage, and placed the meat on the table. In another bowl, he put a piece of soft bread. To the left, he placed a bottle of ice-cold water. To the right, he set the most significant item of all. A glass of ice-cold Coca-Cola. He took a selfie with the display screen and immediately posted it to the regional chat. This instantly lit up the chat interface, which had grown quiet as night fell. Holy crap? Holy crap? Holy crap? Is that instant noodles, sausages, and grilled snake meat with seasoning? That's, whoa, ice-cold Coke. God, please let me tag along. I don't want anything else. Can I have the leftover broth after you finish your noodles? Wah, bro, wanna see my freshly snapped cool pics? Just give me a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of water, and I'll send them privately. Ahem, sweetie, God, Sue is swamped with work and can't reply. I've got extra water, how about we video chat? Why do I feel like we're struggling to survive while Suchen is cruising on a road trip? The channel buzzed with admiration and some muttered curses at Suchen, that show-off dog. He posted this just to grab attention, to get their eyes on him. Seeing the crowd was sufficiently hyped, Suchen smiled and sent out his pre-written message. Suchen, hello everyone. Introducing our grand dinner set: 1 piece of grilled snake meat approximate 100 g, 1 bucket of instant noodles, 1 sausage, 2 slices of watermelon, 10 berries, 5 napkins, plus 1 bottle of mineral water ice cold. Trade for 1 blueprint. Limited to 2 sets, first come, first served. The chat exploded instantly. God, look at me. I've already traded with you before. I have a quilt blueprint here that can craft any type of blueprint. Big shot, trade with me. Suchen, I have a fever-reducing medicine blueprint, trade with me, big shot. Suchen, I have a walk blueprint, you'll definitely need it. Send me a trade request. Suchen's private messages exploded. He quickly scanned through them, ignoring all freeloaders, and soon spotted blueprints that piqued his interest. Quilt blueprint? Fever-reducing medicine blueprint? Walk blueprint? Useful but not immediately needed. Suchen sent a blanket reply: these blueprints aren't particularly useful right now. I'll only trade half of my picks. If you can swap, great. If not, no big deal. He knew valuable blueprints weren't something people would foolishly trade away. But he was gambling. He was betting that every big shot was confident they could get more blueprints, but were currently short on food. Or he was betting on some lucky survivor who'd snagged a blueprint but was now facing a life or death situation, forced to trade it for resources. Fine, forget it. Alright. I'll trade. Soon, the fever medicine and walk blueprint were traded with Suchen. The quilt owner, however, flatly refused his offer, refusing to budge. Suchen wasn't in a rush. With ample fuel and the cabin temperature perfectly comfortable, he had no immediate need for the quilt. Ding! Soon enough, someone actually produced a blueprint he found quite decent. Chapter 14, Midnight Wolfpack Vote for Gold Selection. Premium Car Chassis Blueprint, one-time use. Required materials: steel 50, iron ingots 100, rubber 50, electronic components 20 units. Whoa! Suchen couldn't help but gasp. The materials required for this car chassis were absurdly excessive. Roughly estimating, gathering all these resources would require at least 40 to 50 wooden crates, far beyond what he could currently produce. But Suchen was different. He had ice water. Although sales had plummeted recently, he had already amassed a substantial amount of initial resources through it. He still had over 200 iron ingots, about 100 rubber pieces, and 27 electronic components. The only thing he was short on was steel. He opted to trade directly with the other party, gifting them a dinner set. On top of that, Suchen added 2 extra bottles of water. After obtaining the blueprint, Suchen immediately sought out Wang Chang again. Using iron ingots and mineral water, he traded for 50 pieces of steel. After the exchange, Suchen promptly crafted the premium chassis for the van. He then swapped out the chassis, upgrading the van's undercarriage for enhanced defense and durability. The old chassis was promptly dismantled, there was no room to store it anyway. After finishing the chassis upgrade, Suchen dove straight back into eating, clearing the table clean. Sipping his happy water, munching on snake meat, and slurping down instant noodles, what a blissful feast. Once he was full, Suchen lowered the passenger seat flat and prepared to rest properly. He hadn't forgotten that nighttime roads held countless dangers. It was best to hold off on any action for now. Moreover, today's intense combat, hunting, and transport had all been conducted under scorching heat. He was utterly exhausted. Before sleeping, he glanced at the chat interface one last time. As night fell, more and more people found themselves free and joined the chat channel. Some traded supplies. Suchen sensed that this highway survival mission was far from straightforward. He could sense that the resources available along the highway were dwindling. Instead, the materials in the wilderness had become more abundant. It was practically forcing them into the wilds to face all sorts of dangers. Thanks to the beginner's perks during the initial hours, nearly everyone had secured enough resources to survive the first day without much trouble. But starting tomorrow, with the dwindling number of treasure chests and the looming fuel shortage, a significant famine crisis was likely to hit. Forget it. No point dwelling on it. Just focus on yourself. Today was a great start. Keep pushing tomorrow. Get some rest. Ding. Just as Suchen was about to sleep, he received a private message. Li Shanchan, hey, Suchen, feeling lonely and empty here. Want to see some pics I just snapped? Fancy a video chat? Photo. Suchen raised an eyebrow and tapped open the photo she sent. Holy. Those legs could keep me entertained for half a year. Gazing at the photo of those perfectly curved, straight legs encased in black stockings, Suchen couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Sending such images and messages late at night, the implication was crystal clear. Suchen never imagined this woman would be so resourceful. In a place where survival itself was uncertain, someone would actually use precious resources to indulge their brain? He certainly wouldn't. He casually saved the photo, then accidentally tapped to enlarge it and studied it for a moment before exiting the chat window. Closing his eyes, he lay down to sleep. On the other end, Li Shanchan. She hadn't expected Suchen to remain silent for so long. After seeing my gorgeous legs in black stockings, he didn't react at all? Oomph. He must be some shy pervert, a cowardly otaku with dirty thoughts but no guts. He probably saved it secretly, planning to sneak peeks whenever he could. Having dated countless men, Li Shanchan knew exactly how devastating her black-stockinged legs were to guys. Su Chen's silence made her wonder if he was just a virgin, too timid to respond. After all, she'd already sent them to the 30 most active guys on the exchange today. Most had responded, and some had even video chatted with her. From them, she'd acquired quite a few survival supplies. She intended to fish for them, turning these well-off guys into her personal ATMs. When dealing with someone like Su Chen, you have to keep at it relentlessly. Over time, they'll come to believe in your sincerity. I'll send you one every day from now on. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Exhausted, Su Chen slept deeply and soundly, dreaming a beautiful dream. In his dream, he upgraded his van into a massive mobile castle. Kind-hearted, he took in 3 nearly perfect beauties. Just as he was staging a 3 heroes versus Lubu scene, placing delicate stocking-clad feet on his neck, raising his gun to charge, ready to pierce through the enemy, a sudden crash echoed. Thud! 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 Simultaneously, the sharp sound of claws scraping against glass pierced the air. Holy, for real? Su Chen sat up, gripping the pistol beside him tightly as he stared out the window. He saw a pack of wild wolves, out hunting at night, had surrounded his vehicle. There were over a dozen of them, their sharp fangs glinting coldly in the moonlight. Seeing that their collisions with the windows and bodywork hadn't caused significant damage, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he'd reinforced the windows, otherwise, he might have faced a serious crisis. Tonight, these wolves would not breach his van's defenses. But Su Chen wasn't the type to take a beating without retaliating. Since you've come, not a single one of you will leave. After a moment's thought, Su Chen retrieved the scorpion carcass stored in his inventory, took a small portion of scorpion venom, and sprinkled it evenly over the body. He opened the sunroof and tossed it out. He immediately pressed himself against the window to observe their reaction to the scorpion carcass. Soon, several wild wolves gathered around. After sniffing for a moment, one of them dove in to start eating, while 2 others stood nearby gnawing on the pincers. It seemed the quantity wasn't enough. He had to ensure every wolf got a share. Su Chen quickly retrieved more scorpion carcasses, coated them with venom, and tossed them out. He threw over a dozen before each wolf finally got one. Woo woo woo. The wolves, while eating, did not forget to raise their heads and howl. Gradually, the howling grew fainter. After waiting roughly the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Su Chen saw every wild wolf outside collapse to the ground. Chapter 15, The Heart of the Car. Su Chen didn't immediately get out to investigate. Glancing at the time, it was only 2 in the morning, and unknown dangers might still lurk outside. Staying in the car was the safest option. He activated the radar scanner and indeed detected several dark spots nearby, all dangerous areas. Indeed, the night on the highway was fraught with danger. Even he, had it not been for the reinforced glass, might have faced grave danger. How much more perilous must it be for others? Sure enough, when he glanced at the chat channel, the regional channel was filled with panicked voices. Holy crap! There are wolves here, several of them. They just rammed into us. I'm so scared. Lions here. They smashed my window. I'm barricading it with iron bars and wood. What? I'm so scared. I feel so in danger. Ha, I haven't encountered any danger yet. Some rejoice, some worry. It seems luck plays a part in this too. Su Chen watched for a while before drifting into a deep sleep. When he woke, dawn had already broken. After a brief search to confirm no danger outside, Su Chen got off the vehicle and approached the corpses of last night's wild wolves to collect resources. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 pieces of wild wolf meat, 20 pieces of poisonous wild wolf meat, and 1 wolf pelt. Poisonous or not, it automatically separates during gathering? Su Chen hadn't anticipated the gathering system would prove even more powerful than he'd imagined. He'd assumed he could only collect the wild wolf meat he wanted, but now he had a surplus of poisonous meat. It could still be used as bait after all, it was inedible. As for the wolf pelt, it felt incredibly soft to the touch and offered decent warmth. Out of habit, he opened the regional chat channel. Given the early hour, the chat interface was eerily quiet. Most were still fast asleep. However, the channel's membership had already dropped to 8,663. Last night's crisis had claimed several hundred more lives. On just the first day, they'd already lost 13% of their numbers. If there were 4 billion survivors, that would mean over 500 million deaths in total. Pushing aside his inner thoughts, Su Chen proceeded to harvest all the remaining wild wolves. The wolf meat he gathered was roughly the same quantity each time. Combined, it amounted to about 150 pieces of good meat, each piece weighing roughly half a kilogram. The rotten, poisoned meat totaled nearly 300 pieces. Perfect for using as bait to hunt. He listed the toxic, spoiled meat at an exorbitant price on the exchange. Su Chen quickly rinsed his face and mouth with a little water. Without a toothbrush or toothpaste, it was indeed uncomfortable, but given the current circumstances, what else could he do? Next, Su Chen approached the water condenser. He divided the water condensed over nearly 20 hours into 500 milliliters plastic bottles. 80 bottles of mineral water appeared in an instant. Awesome! While others were still fretting over finding mineral water, he had already achieved short-term mineral water freedom. Suchen smiled with satisfaction. He opened the exchange. Last night, he hadn't sold a single bottle of his ice water. Suchen understood why. After all, the night brought no scorching sun. It was pleasantly cool, making ice-cold water unnecessary. But during the day, he figured he should be able to sell quite a few. However, his regular mineral water sold quite well. His exchange account now had many more materials waiting for him to accept. He listed another 50 bottles of regular mineral water. Combined with the 100 bottles already listed, that made a total of 150 bottles for sale. Currently, Suchen still had about 50 bottles of mineral water left unlisted, kept in reserve for his own consumption. At the same time, he listed the fresh wolf meat for sale. Not taking advantage of the space would be foolish. This time, though, Suchen set the price high, yet still within a range people could afford. For sale, 1 gene of wolf meat. Requirements, 30 material units, 3 bottles of water, other blueprint-related private materials. After listing the trade, Suchen knew few would see it now. He simply ate a bread roll, drank half a bottle of water, and prepared to depart. Radar activated. Buzz. Suchen floored the accelerator, instantly pushing the speed past 100 miles per hour. The newly replaced tires offered significantly better grip than the old ones, allowing him to push the speed even higher. A van-like vehicle was abruptly overtaken by Suchen. I am the autumn-named mountain god of speed. Woohoo! Suchen let out a soft cry as he raced like lightning across the early morning highway. Soon, he spotted the first treasure chest of the day. With a cool, flowing drift, he came to a stop beside the chest. A wooden treasure chest. Though wooden chests weren't particularly useful to Suchen right now, at least he'd gotten his first one for the day. Suchen approached the chest with his hammer and smashed it open. Initial resources, milk 1L. You opened the chest and gained 20 chest opening points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, earning a 7x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 7L of milk. Great, another beverage option for himself. Loading the milk into the vehicle, Suchen pressed onward. After driving for another 2 hours, Suchen opened 1 bronze chest and 2 wooden chests in succession. The bronze chest contained a fuel tank expansion unit. He now had 6 of them, each increasing capacity by 200 units and stackable for combined use. Without hesitation, Suchen applied them immediately, transforming his original 1,000-unit fuel tank into a 2,200-unit capacity. He poured in a generous amount of fuel, filling it to capacity. He set the excess fuel aside. The wooden boxes yielded 6 bags of potato chips and 8 bananas. At 10 o'clock in the morning, just as everyone had mostly woken up and was preparing for today's treasure chest search plan, the system's upgrade notification sounded again, delivering a message that instantly put everyone on edge. Road Survival Game, Day 1 complete. Newbie Isolation Mode has been lifted. All vehicles, unlock your unique car heart. Devour other car hearts to enhance your own vehicle. Details to be explored on your own. Enjoy the game, and goodbye. Is the isolated space unlocked? What does that even mean? Could it be that they were previously confined to their own highway spaces and couldn't encounter each other, but now they can? That must be it. Otherwise, they wouldn't specifically mention devouring other car hearts. This clearly encourages players to slaughter each other, devouring and growing stronger like breeding poisonous insects. Looks like I was right, this highway isn't just a single-player survival game. There's also the car heart. Beneath the chat and trade interface, Suchen noticed a circular glass dome containing an irregular crystal. Car heart. Level, 1 star. Integrity, 100%. Upgrade requirement, absorb the energy of 3 1-star car hearts. Chapter 16, The Crossroads Seeking Gold Votes. Upgrade by absorbing 3 1-star car cores? This essentially meant he'd have to devour 3 other people's cars, and likewise, others could devour his car core. Seems like from now on, if he encounters others, he'll have to be on guard and avoid trusting anyone. This was a survival game, a world without laws, where suspicion reigned supreme. Death and slaughter happened daily, yet Suchen had always been a law-abiding, civilized individual. But he knew that once he entered this world, it was only a matter of time. After 2.5 seconds of mental preparation, Suchen felt he could kill without batting an eye. After all, readers who've killed before know that without legal constraints, the mental preparation happens surprisingly fast. Simultaneously, thanks to the car core's emergence, Suchen could now clearly see the durability and performance of every part of the vehicle. After spending some time fully understanding the car core, Suchen continued driving forward. Half an hour later, he suddenly noticed the road ahead widening considerably. 2 roads appeared before him. The left one was considerably wider, about 80 meters across, while the right one was only 20 meters wide. Ding, system notification, please check. A challenge awaits before merging onto the main road ahead. The route spans 100 kilometers and must be completed within 3 hours. Left, normal road mode proceeds unchanged, eventually merging onto main road 798. The right path is wilderness challenge mode. It spawns more resources along the way but also presents greater dangers. It ultimately merges with the main road as well. Special notice, top 10 players on the Wilderness Challenge Resource Acquisition Leaderboard will receive randomly selected special rewards. Upon hearing this, Suchen paused briefly, weighing the pros and cons. Clearly, the left path offered greater safety but likely minimal rewards. The right path offered far more resources and greater advantages on the main road. Who knew what the 798 main road held further ahead? Once on the main road, encounters with other survivors were inevitable. With my current vehicle, I couldn't feel completely secure yet. I needed more blueprints to strengthen myself. I had weapons, gear, and a car that outperformed the starter model. If I couldn't even dare to choose the right path with all this, I might as well just kill myself right here. More importantly, I wonder if I can push for that special reward. Ultimately, Suchen decided to enter the right wilderness path. With his mind made up, Suchen wasted no time. He slammed the accelerator and sped off. Within minutes of entering the right wilderness path, a black cursor lit up on the radar. Well. Just as expected, the wilderness path was full of treasure chests and even more danger. But now that he'd set the trend for blind box loot boxes, sales weren't an issue. Suchen drove over, grabbed the chest, and immediately listed it on the exchange. After another 6 minutes of full-speed driving, he encountered another treasure chest. He opened it to find a 1L bottle of iced black tea, which turned into 9 bottles after a 9-fold critical hit. Oh, isn't this the drink for the common folk? It used to be his favorite. Room temperature tasted like horse urine, but chilled it was like national treasure. Without a second thought, Suchen tossed it into the ice maker in the back to freeze. Since ice water hadn't been selling well lately, Suchen was using it as a makeshift refrigerator. He continued driving. Every few minutes, roughly every 5 kilometers, he detected a treasure chest, which naturally thrilled Suchen. Of course, claiming the treasure chest required first eliminating the dangers lurking nearby. Along the way, he encountered beasts like wolves, snakes, and wild boars, all of which he dispatched with his crossbow from a safe distance. When there was no other option or the creature tried to escape, Suchen would pull out his desert eagle for target practice. After several rounds of practice, Suchen gradually mastered some shooting techniques and began to get the hang of it. The gun's power was impressive. Even a burly wild boar couldn't withstand more than a few shots. After just a short practice session, Suchen felt he could hit any target within 100 meters. Soon, he had covered more than half of the 100-kilometer journey. He opened 7 or 8 crates, reaping a decent haul. However, aside from one treasure chest that yielded 6 currently useless washing machine blueprints, the rest were just ordinary supply crates. This won't do. Though I'm gathering several times more supplies than others, this is a nationwide challenge. A single gold tier or even silver tier premium resource from someone else would likely be more valuable than all mine combined. He had to find a way to secure a high-tier treasure chest, preferably one that could land him first place. Suchen pressed onward. After 10 fruitless minutes of progress, he resolved to venture into the wilderness for a search. Based on his understanding of highway survival, treasure chests spawned in the wilderness had a significantly higher spawn rate than on the highway. This decision carried significant risk, but having made up his mind, there was nothing left to fear. Gathering his weapons, gear, and water, he locked the car and stepped directly into the wilderness. He had scanned the area within a kilometer radius and found no danger. He planned to double his search radius, checking further afield. That way, if danger arose, he could retreat to the car in time. After penetrating a kilometer into the wilderness without detecting anomalies, Suchen pressed forward another kilometer, scanning as he went, before finally crossing to the other side of the highway. Finally returning to the vehicle, he drove another 3 kilometers before repeating the process. After half an hour of searching, Suchen's eyes lit up. Whoa! Crimson-tinged purple? A golden treasure chest? Suchen could scarcely believe his eyes. He'd actually spotted a golden treasure chest, something he hadn't seen all day and had never heard anyone mention in the regional chat. This was a sure thing. However, dozens of pitch-black shadows were moving around the golden treasure chest. Suchen crept closer, aiming to secure a vantage point for a wider view. Soon, he spotted the golden glowing chest from afar. Dozens of spotted cheetahs circled the treasure chest. Suddenly, Suchen realized 2 cheetahs had turned their gaze toward him. He'd likely been spotted. Suchen's expression immediately grew grave. A quick scan revealed a full 11 cheetahs. All were robust in build, clearly in the prime of their adult strength. One of them, larger and more muscular than the rest, let out a low growl. Instantly, the other cheetahs sprang into action. They positioned themselves towards Suchen, poised to charge at any moment. Seeing this, Suchen's heart skipped a beat. The distance between them was extremely close. He didn't believe he could make it back to the car before the cheetahs. He had miscalculated. Chapter 17, for cylinder engine blueprints. Knockout drug? He immediately pulled out the pre-prepared bag, forcefully tossing the poison meat as far away from his current position as possible. The moment he tossed the meat, the cheetah dozens of meters away suddenly sprang into action, charging toward him at breakneck speed. Suchen instantly raised his crossbow with his left hand and fired a rapid volley without aiming. Simultaneously, his right hand drew the pistol from his waist. Without hesitation, he fired rapid bursts. Bang! With each gunshot, another cheetah collapsed. After several shots, the crossbow finally connected, taking down the one on the far edge. Awoo! The front leopard, struck by the bullet, lunged with its jaws open toward the piece of meat on the ground. Even in death, it would be a leopard that died full. Thud! Thump! With the final 2 bullets fired, the dust settled. All the cheetahs were killed by Suchen. No matter how swift a cheetah may be, it could never outrun a bullet. Suchen swiftly moved forward, harvesting every leopard. He obtained nearly 1,000 pounds of leopard meat, enough to last a whole year. After gathering the meat, Suchen headed straight for the golden treasure chest. Arriving before the chest, he expended considerable effort to open it. Initial resources: 1 blueprint for a powerful 4-cylinder engine, 1 car audio system. You opened the treasure chest, earning 3,485 chest opening points. You landed a critical loot box hit, earning a 10x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 powerful 4-cylinder engine blueprints and 10 car audio systems. Engine blueprints? Suchen's van originally had a 3-cylinder engine, so this was a definite upgrade. Compared to that, Suchen was more interested in the car stereo. Now he could finally drive comfortably while listening to music. Suchen hurried back to his vehicle at top speed, ensuring safety before examining the blueprints in his hands. Powerful 4-cylinder engine blueprint, 1-time use. Required materials: 10 alloy, 10 steel, 10 rubber, 10 electronic components. All materials were already in Suchen's possession. As for the other car audio system, it could be installed directly. Suchen installed the car audio system immediately, then turned on the music. To his surprise, every single song had already been downloaded. The entire music library was preloaded. How awesome is that? He immediately put Jay Chou's songs on repeat, then took the engine blueprints to the workbench. He placed the blueprint and materials. Begin crafting. Soon, a brand new engine appeared before Suchen, gleaming with dazzling metallic brilliance. Swap it out. Break it down. With a single click, the old 3-cylinder engine was swapped out and dismantled, reduced to its most basic materials. You dismantled the 3-cylinder engine, obtaining 5 alloy, 5 steel, 5 rubber, 5 electronic components. By this point, his dilapidated van had been practically rebuilt from the inside out, transformed into a brand new vehicle. The only question remained: when would he be able to expand and upgrade the entire van? After opening this golden treasure chest, Suchen decided against venturing deeper into the wilderness. First, he was running out of time. Second, his current haul was sufficient. He continued driving forward, collecting every treasure chest along the way. Before reaching Main Road 798, he obtained another bronze treasure chest and 3 wooden ones. The bronze chest and one of the wooden chests were black, so he tossed them into the exchange. The remaining 2 wooden chests yielded 7 bottles of water and 9 packs of sanitary pads. Sanitary pads? What use would I have for that? Suchen was momentarily speechless, but then he realized that an item's value wasn't determined by his personal needs, but by the market. He then opened the long-neglected regional chat channel and sent a message. Suchen, sanitary pads traded for various rare materials, resources, blueprints preferred. Limited to 9 sets, first come first served. Soon after, Suchen watched as nearly half of the 100 bottles of ice water he'd listed sold within half a day. The mineral water count hadn't decreased, but his materials had mysteriously increased by over 500 items. All these items were in his system mailbox. The moment he accepted them, they'd flood his car. Sigh. Too much stuff is a headache too. How many resources do I have? Everyone can see them. Suchen decided not to claim his materials just yet. Right now, the shop was still more valuable for selling too many freeloaders exploiting bugs. As he pondered, Suchen listed another 50 bottles. He also listed ordinary market-priced mineral water, focusing on diversified sales. Soon, someone messaged him privately. Xiaomei, handsome Su, could you spare me 2 packs of pads? It's my second day of that time of the month, and the ones I brought yesterday just aren't cutting it. When we meet on the highway, I'll definitely repay you handsomely. Suchen snorted. Reward? More like she just wants to freeload off me, right? She doesn't understand the slightest bit about social etiquette. Last night, when someone else was flirting with me, they sent me a picture of their long legs in black stockings right away. But you just ask for stuff without sending a single private photo? Do you really think I'm a total sucker? Suchen couldn't be bothered to respond, immediately switching to another private chat. Xinglan, hello, Mr. Su. I have a blueprint here and would like to trade it for 2 packs of sanitary pads. Would that be acceptable? 2 packs? It was just the right amount, enough for Suchen to accept without asking too many questions. Judging by the blueprint's nature, it probably wasn't anything crucial. He didn't mind the small quantity. Let's trade. Just list it on the exclusive trade channel for me. Soon after, Suchen received the blueprint. Upon examining its contents, he paused in surprise. Sleep-inducing potion crafting blueprint. Upon learning, you can craft sleeping potions using specialized materials. Sleeping potion, colorless and odorless. Causes target to fall asleep within 1 minute of ingestion. Ugh, what do I need this for? I'm not that kind of person. Suchen muttered under his breath, but his body betrayed his words. He immediately proceeded to the crafting table to learn the recipe. Learning successful. Sleeping potion. Required materials: 1 datura flower, 1 black grass, 8 light-colored juicy fruits. The more colorless, the better. Datura? Black grass? Could these things even exist here? Suchen immediately opened the exchange platform. To his surprise, he actually found someone selling black grass. There were 2 listings in total. Each order was for 5 portions of black grass, sold in exchange for 1 bottle of mineral water. Seems the seller had no idea what Wu Chao was for, so they traded it straight for the most essential resource, water. The price was reasonable enough. Suchen saw no point in haggling and traded 2 bottles of mineral water for the black grass. After securing one of the bottles, Suchen proceeded to purchase several more fruits with pale-colored juices. Apples, pears, lychees. Roughly 1 bottle of mineral water could be exchanged for anywhere from half a pound to a full pound. Only the final item remained, the mandrake flower. Even before this, Suchen had never seen such a thing, only glimpsed it in TV dramas. After failing to find it on the exchange, he immediately posted another trade notice. Suchen, hello everyone, purchasing datura flowers. Will trade for various materials, mineral water, or animal meat. Interested parties, please message me with your offer. Chapter 18, ranked number 1 in the world. After posting the message, the entire regional chat channel fell into a brief silence. Then, it erupted. Datura flowers? What kind of material is that? Why does Suchen always need such bizarre items? I feel like we're already way behind Suchen. I've heard of this plant, a rare exotic flower from the western regions. If we could get our hands on this, wouldn't we be flying high? The chat channel buzzed with excitement, while Suchen's private messages remained eerily silent. Ugh. Suchen shook his head helplessly. He was mentally prepared this wouldn't be easy to obtain, but he still felt a twinge of disappointment. No big deal, though. We'll figure it out later. Continuing his drive, he advanced another kilometer or so before spotting an unusually wide road stretching across his path ahead. Compared to it, the road he was on felt like a country lane merging onto a highway. If his previous road had been 100 meters wide, this new one stretched endlessly into the distance. Suchen steered his vehicle onto the broader roadway. Using his radar, Suchen quickly confirmed that this broad highway was a full kilometer wide. It was a full 10 times wider than the original road. As he merged onto Highway 798, a notification chime sounded in his ear. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the Wilderness Trail Challenge, earning resources worth a total of 38,480 points. Current rankings, top in region, top in the world. Perfect. Seeing his current ranking temporarily world first, Suchen instantly relaxed. He knew his score was now unbeatable. Even if someone opened a platinum chest, they might not surpass his total value. But who knows, maybe someone incredibly lucky would appear. The outcome was clear: no such player appeared. With 20 minutes left until the 3-hour settlement deadline, Suchen wasted no time and continued advancing along this route. He drove at top speed, radar detection activated, and soon encountered the first treasure chest on the road, 20 kilometers ahead. A bronze treasure chest. With a 6-fold critical hit, he obtained 6 down jacket blueprints. With the scorching heat, they were useless for now, and the market showed no demand. Suchen promptly stowed them away. Just as Suchen prepared to continue his journey, the announcement signaling the challenge's conclusion echoed in every survivor's ears. Wilderness Highway Challenge concluded. Top 10 rankings and rewards announced. First place, Suchen, China. Search value, 38,480. Rewards, 1 king tier draw, 1 diamond tier draw, 2 car hearts, 5 luck points. Second place, Adam, Ugly Country, search value, 10,390. Rewards, 2 diamond tier draws, 1 car heart, 3 luck points. Third place, Li Qingfeng, China, search value, 9,820. Rewards, 1 diamond tier draw, 1 car heart, 1 luck point. Fourth place, Charlie, Sunset Nation, search value, 7290, reward, 3 platinum tier draws. Fifth place, Daniel, Ugly Country, search value, 7089, reward, 2 platinum tier draws. Sixth place, Kudo, Sakura Nation, search value, 5940, reward, 1 platinum tier draw. Seventh place, Dawn, Flying Pancake Nation, search value, 5605, reward, 3 gold tier draws. Eighth place, John, Land of the Setting Sun, search value, 5409, reward, 2 gold tier draws. Ninth place, Fuling, Huaxia, search value 5200, reward, 1 gold tier draw. 10th place, Zhuge Xiaolian, Huaxia, search value 4690, reward, 3 silver tier draws. Suchen claimed the top spot on the leaderboard with an overwhelming lead. After a quick scan of the rankings, he noted that Huaxia claimed 4 spots, including the top position. In comparison, Ugly Nation and Sunset Nation performed quite well. His gaze lingered briefly on the names Li Qingfeng, Fuling, and Zhuge Xiaolian before committing them to memory. Only then did Suchen turn his attention to his own rewards. 2 car hearts. Their purpose was self-explanatory. The deliberate provision of only 2 made the implication clear: he must acquire the 3rd car heart himself, effectively prompting them to take proactive action. Suchen retrieved his reward and brought the newly acquired automotive heart close to the one already embedded in his vehicle. Instantly, a powerful suction emanated from the car heart on his vehicle, absorbing the primordial energy of the new car heart. As the primal energy of both car hearts was absorbed, a faint golden glow began to emanate from the primal core on Suchen's vehicle. The upgrade progress now read 23, just 1 more to go. With just 1 more needed, Suchen couldn't deny he was tempted. An urge surged within him to draw 1 more and see what effect it would have. After absorbing the car heart, Suchen turned his attention to the 2 remaining draws. 1 diamond tier draw and 1 king tier draw. The lottery interface was a massive roulette wheel displaying only numbered slots, with no prize descriptions. Preferring to save the surprises for last, Suchen immediately activated the diamond tier draw. As he initiated the draw, a flash of white light erupted before him. Congratulations! You have obtained the 3-star car upgrade blueprint. Effect: when combined with a 3-star car heart, it upgrades it to a 4-star car heart and allows for partial vehicle modifications. Upgrade from 3 stars to 4? No way, bro. Is this something I can actually use right now? With a sigh, Suchen temporarily stowed the blueprint away and turned his attention to the king tier lottery. Diamond tier was merely a consolation prize. The king tier draw was where it all mattered. He activated the king tier lottery. Stop. Whoosh. A dazzling white light instantly flooded the area, blinding Suchen completely. Only after a long while did the light gradually fade. A delicate silver ring appeared before him. He reached out and cradled it in his palm. Epic storage ring space. Effect: contains 500 cubic meters of storage space. Living beings cannot be stored within. Time within the space remains eternally still. Storage capacity can be expanded by fusing with nashi stones. Can be bound with a blood drop. Cannot be opened by others before death. A storage ring? It's actually a storage ring. Suchen was thrilled. All along the way, he'd been fretting over having nowhere to store his supplies. Even with his self-constrained vehicle and the exchange card glitch, he was nearly out of space. This storage ring couldn't have come at a better time. Without a second thought, he drew his triangular military dagger and lightly touched it to his finger. In the next instant, blood flowed out, dripping onto the storage ring. Chapter 19, Storage Ring Acquired. Vote for gold. Ding. Binding successful. Soon, Suchen could sense a special connection forming between himself and the storage ring. He could open it whenever he wished, and close it whenever he pleased. Retrieve. After stowing all remaining meat and materials from the car into his storage space, Suchen began processing emails from the exchange, transferring every item except water into his dimensional realm. Crossbows and guns were also stored away. With the spatial ring, he could retrieve weapons anytime, eliminating the need to hide them in the vehicle. Soon, the entire vehicle contained nothing but water. He then cancelled all the storage orders and transferred the resources into his spatial system. Suchen examined his storage ring, pleased to see it was barely a quarter full. He set a modest goal: to fill the storage ring completely. With this storage ring, he could sell his meat gradually without rushing to lower prices. While Suchen reveled in his newly acquired storage ring, his name had already become a global sensation. Virtually everyone knew the name Suchen. Regional channel. The moment the results were revealed, the entire channel fell into a moment of silence. But this calm was clearly the stillness before the storm. Soon, it erupted like a raging tempest, sweeping across the entire channel. Holy? Holy? Is this Suchen the same Suchen from our channel? I think it's highly likely. That's insane. I thought Suchen was just a top-tier player, but now I realize he's a true titan. At least 4 billion players worldwide, and he's 1 in 4 billion? That's insane. From today onward, I'm officially Suchen's biggest fangirl. Brother Suchen, need someone to warm your bed? My skills are killer. The entire chat channel exploded. If they had any jealousy towards Suchen before, now it's been replaced entirely by admiration and reverence. This is the world's top-tier powerhouse. So what if he gets more resources? At that moment, Li Shanshan, sitting at her own station, saw the news of Suchen topping the rankings and her mind started racing. She hurried to the back of the cockpit, fiddling with controls and snapping photos. Then she opened Suchen's private chat and sent them directly. Li Shanshan, dear Sugod, I really like you so much. Here are my latest photos just for you. I can take pictures of anything you want to see. Picture, picture, picture. Upon receiving the message, Suchen instinctively tapped open the photos she'd sent. Black stockings photo. Holy crap, city folks sure know how to have fun. Who knew she looked so young? Unable to resist, Suchen saved the image, admired it for a moment longer, then closed the private chat window. If it were free, he had an eye for beauty. But he knew without a doubt the other party would charge a price, and that was something he couldn't accept. Ding! Another message popped up. Suchen suddenly realized it was a photo sent by another girl. Not a sister, we square warriors shouldn't be so overconfident. Suchen deleted it immediately, blocked the sender, and closed the chat window in one swift motion. He then took another moment to admire the beautiful legs in black stockings before finally calming down from the shock. Of course, he received far more congratulatory messages. Xinglan, congrats, Su God. You've claimed the world's top spot. Ahem, keep it low-key, just got lucky. Wang Chang, Su God is awesome. By the way, I got 2 datura flowers. Do you need them, Su God? Datura flowers? Already? Su Chen's eyes lit up slightly. He replied immediately, I do. Brother, name your price. Wang Chang, won't hesitate then. Got any other weapons to trade, Su Chen? If not, I'll take another triangular bayonet. Considering he only had 3 crossbows on hand, not many, it wouldn't be convenient if they broke. 1 triangular military dagger plus 2 bottles of ice water. Wang Chang, deal. The deal was struck. Gazing at the 2 mandrake flowers he traded for now in full bloom, Su Chen showed no mercy, tossing them ruthlessly onto the workbench. He placed the blueprints and other materials on the workbench. Soon, 2 packets of sleeping potion appeared in Su Chen's hands. Sleeping potion. Effect, just 1/10 of the dose is enough to knock out an adult within a minute. Just 1/10 is effective? That means he had 20 doses in his hands? Well, that was acceptable. He stowed them away in his storage ring. You never knew when they might come in handy. After stowing the sleeping potion, Su Chen resumed driving, embarking on his quest to collect treasure chests. His current supplies would easily sustain him for a month or 2, but in this perilous environment where he must constantly guard against outsiders, they were far from sufficient. The march forward must never cease. The road stretched long and wide, seemingly endless. With pulsing music blaring, Su Chen floored the accelerator, relishing the sensation of speed. Suddenly, right then, he noticed a yellow car-shaped symbol appear on his radar detection device. Had he encountered another human? Su Chen's expression instantly turned grave. This was his first encounter with another human being on the highway survival challenge. In the distance, a vehicle was parked in the middle of the road. Beside it stood a middle-aged man in ragged clothes, waving his arms frantically toward Su Chen. Beside him sat a completely unmodified, original beat-up minivan. Su Chen stopped upon seeing this. He didn't get out of the car. Instead, he rolled down the window just enough to create a small gap, his right hand covering a Desert Eagle pistol. In this world, there was no law or order to uphold. The other party could do anything. The radar detector showed no red or black signals. Noticing Su Chen had stopped, the voice approached directly, carrying its belongings. Stop. Don't come any closer. Speak your mind directly. When the figure was about 10 meters away, Su Chen issued a verbal warning. Hey! Don't be nervous, young man. We're both Chinese. We should help each other get through this game. The middle-aged man spoke as he slowly walked toward Su Chen's car. A sledgehammer was strapped to the middle-aged man's waist. Su Chen instantly suspected the man intended to get close and forcibly seize the car. Oh. Sweet talk, but that greedy mind. What's the point? Chapter 20, The Ruthless Stranger? Let's see who's tougher. A cold smile played on Su Chen's face as his right hand gripped a Desert Eagle pistol. Ha! Little brother, I'm Wang Yang from the Magic City. My car's out of gas, could you spare some fuel? The man continued talking as he drew nearer. Seeing Su Chen's lack of vigilance, Wang Yang felt elated and continued to advance. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Now! Wang Yang drew the iron hammer from his waist, raised it high, and swung it with all his might. With terrifying force, it smashed toward Yi Hui's glass car window. A smile spread across his face, as if he could already see the glass shattering under the hammer's blow, followed by Su Chen's terrified face begging for mercy. But the next moment, a dull thud echoed. Wang Yang's hammer slammed against Su Chen's upgraded bulletproof glass. The shattering he'd imagined didn't happen. The glass merely vibrated slightly, completely unscathed. How could this be? Wang Yang stared in disbelief at the glass, unscathed by the hammer, frozen in place. Soon, the car window slowly rolled down halfway, revealing a black muzzle aimed squarely at him. You think you can rob me? Seeing this, Wang Yang was instantly terrified. The hammer clattered to the ground. He raised his hands high above his head, kneeling and begging for mercy. Brother, spare my life. I'll never do it again. This is my first time. Damn! Su Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up before pulling the trigger. Bang! A single shot to the head sent blood splattering everywhere. The corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Only after confirming the area was clear did Su Chen open the car door, step out, and begin searching the body. To his surprise, the bastard was loaded with resources. Su Chen also discovered that the van's car heart had absorbed another car heart, making it slightly stronger than its original state. It seemed that shortly after arriving at Highway 798, the enemy had already deceived someone else using the same method. It seemed many survivors hadn't yet adjusted to their new roles. Those who still harbored compassion were courting death. Su Chen removed the car core and thoroughly looted the vehicle, taking all 5 or 6 bottles of mineral water and over a dozen packs of instant noodles. Beyond that, Su Chen wouldn't waste any resources. Without its car heart, the vehicle was now ownerless, allowing him to dismantle it directly. He dismantled the entire vehicle for materials, obtaining a significant amount of electronic components and alloys. Having obtained another car heart, Su Chen immediately repeated the process, absorbing it into his own vehicle's car heart. Upon completing the absorption, a notification chimed. Car heart absorption progress, 43. Upgrade to 2-star by fusing a 1-star car upgrade blueprint. A 1-star car upgrade blueprint? He only had a 3-star one. Seems he was still too far ahead of the curve. This kind of thing basically, whoever gets their hands on it won't sell it lightly unless they're absolutely desperate. Unless someone has a spare, and even then, the price would be astronomical. Su Chen isn't counting on buying one through the exchange for now. He'll see if he can stumble upon one later. Time to keep driving and see if he could stumble upon any good treasure chests. Su Chen slammed the accelerator, sending the car roaring down the highway at breakneck speed. While it was true that he might encounter other people or vehicles on the road now, he was confident in his car's sturdiness. Even if there was a collision, the other party would definitely be the one flipped over. Another treasure chest, glowing a deep crimson. After driving for half an hour, Su Chen encountered another golden treasure chest. It seemed that treasure chests encountered on this main road were of a higher tier than those on the original path. Exactly how much higher, he couldn't say. Su Chen smoothly brought his car to a stop near the treasure chest. He didn't approach immediately, noticing others had also found the chest. Both parties stopped almost simultaneously, each parking 20 meters from the chest. Neither got out of their vehicles. Bro, let's split whatever's in this chest, half for each of us. After a brief standoff, a man's rough voice came from the other side. Su Chen paused briefly before responding. Fine. Then shall we both get out? Go take a look together? All right. The two quickly reached an agreement and stepped off the vehicle, each holding a sledgehammer. Su Chen caught sight of the owner of that gruff voice, a burly man with bulging muscles, clearly someone who regularly downed protein shakes and spent hours at the gym. Spotting Su Chen, the burly man's eyes lit up and a smile spread across his face. He approached Su Chen's location. Bro, let's go open some treasure chests. You really want to open treasure chests instead of cracking open skulls? Su Chen sneered. Caught off guard by Su Chen's retort, the burly man froze for a moment before breaking into a savage grin. Since you figured me out, I won't beat around the bush. Die. With that, the burly man swung his massive iron hammer, bringing it down with brutal force toward Su Chen. The sheer force behind it was enough to crush Su Chen into a paraplegic if it connected. Ah! Why bother? A Desert Eagle pistol appeared in Su Chen's right hand. He raised it, aimed squarely at the burly man's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Another headshot. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything more to the man. He didn't feel particularly ruthless for taking someone out over a mere gold-tier treasure chest. This was highway survival. Survival was paramount. If he didn't take them out, they'd take him out. After taking the man down, Su Chen immediately began looting and dismantling him. This one was far more substantial than the previous one. It contained ample water and fruit, and the car had been modified with new tires. After absorbing another car core, Su Chen approached the final golden tier treasure chest. Initial resources, 1 high-grade peachwood sword. You opened the treasure chest, earning 2,333 chest points. You scored a chest opening critical hit, gaining a 7x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 7 premium peachwood swords. Holy crap? No way! Though the loot was exceptional, Su Chen's expression darkened. Getting a single sword would be one thing, but these were peachwood swords. What did this mean? In highway survival, could he actually encounter zombies or ghost supernatural creatures? But now wasn't the time for overthinking. He stowed all 7 premium peachwood swords into his storage ring. After fully reloading the magazine that had just fired 2 bullets, Su Chen pressed onward. Soon, Su Chen's detection system lit up again. Another golden treasure chest? Su Chen was skeptical. Could this be the benefit of the reward luck points? Just 5 points added, and the effect was this good? This left him pleasantly surprised, but he never imagined that opening the treasure chest would make him even more excited. Chapter 21, Lucky Cat with Fortune Boost. Initial resources, 1 treasure cat car ornament crafting blueprint. You opened the treasure chest, earning 1314 chest opening points. You scored a critical hit, earning a 10x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 treasure cat car interior ornament crafting blueprints. Effect, placing Lucky Cat increases luck by 1 point. Luck boosts chances of encountering high-quality treasure chests and obtaining better items. Holy? 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 Su Chen was stunned, frozen solid in place. He never imagined a golden grade treasure chest could yield such an amazing item, one that actually boosts luck points. No wonder he already possessed a 5-point luck bonus. 5 luck points already felt incredibly fortunate. He absolutely had to become even luckier sooner. But he didn't know if the effects of this treasure cat could stack. It didn't say they couldn't. He had to craft it immediately. Only then can I increase my chances of obtaining better treasure chests. Suchen immediately checked the materials required for crafting. Treasure cat crafting blueprint. Required materials, 100 wood blocks, 1 unit of agarwood, 1 unit of clover. Wood blocks were no problem at all. He still had plenty on hand, though not quite 1,000, he could easily gather enough by trading. The agarwood and clover, however, were a bit trickier. He'd never seen them in the exchange or treasure chests, so they must be extremely rare items. For anything he lacks, he'll open the regional chat as usual. Posting a trade request might yield results sooner than expected. Suchen, seeking 10 units of agarwood, 10 units of clover. Exchange rates total, 1 unit per bottle of water food, 1 unit per 10 materials, or 10 units per blueprint. No sooner had he posted the message than Suchen received a private message from a regular customer. Xinglan, Su God, I have 10 pieces of agarwood. How about 1 piece plus a blueprint to upgrade a car, plus a pack of sanitary pads? Suchen froze upon reading this. Glancing at the unsold sanitary pads, he immediately agreed. He had plenty of extra blueprints from his loot boxes. Keeping long-term business in mind, he gave the other 2 packs of sanitary pads to the customer. The transaction was quickly completed, and Suchen received 10 pieces of agarwood. Xinglan, thanks, Suchen. I recall someone selling a clover earlier, but it was snapped up someone named Fan Sixian, I think. You can check the chat channel, you should find his name. Seeing the message, Suchen raised an eyebrow. This meant another potential opportunity to acquire clover. He opened the regional channel, scrolled up a bit, and sure enough spotted Xinglan's mentioned Fan Sixian, who had indeed posted a public message. He immediately opened the other player's chat window, carefully considered his words, and sent a direct message. Details. Suchen, hello, are you there? Do you still have the clover you were selling earlier? Barely 3 seconds after sending it, Suchen received a reply. Fan Sixian, God Su. It's actually God Su. I sold the clover. When I got my hands on it, I knew it would be incredibly valuable, so I only sold 2 copies earlier. How many do you need, Godsu? Great. Do you have 10? Name your price. Fan Sixian, 1 bottle of ice water per copy. Also, I'd really appreciate it if Godsu could tell me what this stuff is actually used for. Is that okay? Sure. Telling the other party its purpose wouldn't cost Suchen anything. Who knows when he'd need it again next time. Soon, Suchen placed 10 bottles of ice water on the trading interface and received 10 clovers in return. Simultaneously, he sent the other party a message. Clover is one of the materials needed to craft a blueprint for a certain luck-enhancing item. That's all I know. Upon receiving the message, Fan Sixian froze in surprise, then erupted with wild excitement. If that was the case, this item's future value would be incredibly high. He couldn't explain it, but he'd somehow stumbled upon a 4-leaf clover nest. From several silver treasure chests in a row, all he got were 4-leaf clovers. This left him with a whopping 34 leaf clovers. Even if he sold 12, he'd still have 18 left. He planned to hoard all these 4-leaf clovers, along with any future acquisitions, waiting until market demand surged and prices skyrocketed before cashing in big time. Meanwhile, Suchen couldn't care less about his plans. After obtaining the 3-leaf clover, he finally gathered all the materials needed to craft the treasure summoning cat ornament. He felt a pang of emotion. If resources were scarce, he'd never have been able to craft the lucky cat figurine so quickly. Exhaling softly, Suchen placed the materials and blueprint on the workbench. Begin crafting. Ding. Crafting complete. A mechanical sounding chime jolted Suchen back to his senses. On the workbench sat a Xiaobao cat figurine golden shell, blue belly band. It wasn't large, roughly the size of a tennis ball. Its base was a jet black circular wooden block, its underside etched with intricate patterns and triangular leaf-shaped grooves filled with a viscous green liquid. The lucky cat's arm swayed continuously, much like the fortune-bringing cats one might see, but with a more lifelike animation. The instructions stated it would activate once attached to a vehicle. Suchen placed 10 of them side by side in the center between the driver and passenger seats. Neatly aligned, they carried a distinct, almost surreal charm. After placing the lucky cat, Suchen drove straight ahead in the modified van. After driving for about half an hour, the radar suddenly detected another treasure chest target. Another gold-tier treasure chest. The feeling of increased luck was truly satisfying. He hoped to keep finding high-level treasure chests. He drove up to the treasure chest. After confirming the surroundings were clear, he grabbed his hammer, got out of the car, and approached the chest. As usual, he opened the chest. When Suchen finally saw what was inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. I must be possessed by the luck god. Whatever I needed, it just appeared. 9 blueprints now lay in Suchen's hands, each radiating an aura of immense value. Initial resources, 1-star car upgrade modification blueprint. You opened the treasure chest, earning 1748 loot points. You scored a critical hit during the loot box opening, earning a 9x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 9 copies of the 1-star car upgrade modification blueprint. 1-star vehicle upgrade modification blueprint. Effect, when combined with a Carhartt, upgrades the vehicle to 2-star and modifies its current state to some extent, enhancing the internal structural strength of the car. Additionally, you may choose to expand into a larger cabin space, enhancing the driving experience for greater comfort. Reading the description of the 1-star car upgrade blueprint, Suchen instantly grew excited. He hurriedly took the blueprint to his Carhartt and fused it inside. In the next instant, a dazzling, brilliant light enveloped Suchen. Chapter 22, Upgrading to a 2-star car. Vehicle upgrading in progress. Please wait. Upgrade complete. Successfully upgraded to a 2-star vehicle. Materials can now be consumed to modify the vehicle. Maximum material requirements: 100 iron bars, 100 alloy bars, 100 rubber sheets, 50 steel bars, 50 electronic components. Modification time limit: 50 minutes. Modifying cars is such a money pit. But since the star rating has increased, not spending this modification fee would be a waste. Plus, before the upgrade, he had no idea modifications came with a time limit. If he'd used up all his materials on upgrade blueprints and had none left when it came time to actually upgrade, he'd be crying tears of frustration. He immediately opened his chat history, found Wang Chang, traded 300 iron bars for 50 steel bars, and then supplied all the materials. This left Su Chen's resources nearly depleted down to almost nothing. He felt like he'd been transported back to the Dark Ages overnight, utterly destitute. Soon, the entire vehicle was enveloped in a bright light, rapidly undergoing transformation. The modification process lasted a full 3 minutes, transforming the van into a 6-meter-long commercial minibus. Upgrade successful, dilapidated van upgraded to business minibus. Next tier vehicle, Comfort RV. The very front of the minibus housed the driver's seat and passenger seat, with a storage cabinet in the middle significantly larger than before. Behind the driver's seat, as before, was a workbench. However, a new 2-meter-plus space now existed between the workbench and the rear cargo area. This creates a large, perfectly flat open space. A slightly raised metal plate provides just enough surface to lay down a mattress and add a blanket, creating a comfortable sleeping area. Beneath the steel plate is a storage area for clothing. Opposite the steel plate, a new sink-like area has been added. Above it sits a water reservoir that can be filled to function as a tap. This reservoir could collect rainwater, which after purification and disinfection, would be nearly equivalent to tap water by the time it reached the lower levels. Of course, bottled mineral water can also be stored directly in it. On the side of the bed's metal plate, there's a fold-out table that can be propped up to serve as a dining surface. The rear storage compartment has doubled in size compared to before, offering approximately 4 cubic meters of storage space. Placing the ice maker in the back takes up hardly any space at all. I wonder if my equipment can fill up this rear space before reaching 3 stars. After reaching 2 stars, Suchen could clearly sense that a 2-star vehicle now resembled a small, rudimentary camper van. Once upgraded to 3 stars and transformed into a truly comfortable RV, wouldn't that be absolutely amazing? Wasn't this a huge improvement over the shabby van he started with? Suchen excitedly surveyed all the changes in the vehicle, then immediately retrieved the Simmons mattress he had swapped out earlier from his storage space and laid it down, adding an extra blanket on top. Finally, he wouldn't have to sleep leaning against the passenger seat's backrest anymore. Though after this upgrade, his remaining materials were practically depleted. Apart from some blueprints, weapons, beast meat, and water, other resources were practically depleted. But looking at the upgraded vehicle, it was like trading a musket for an assault rifle. With a submachine gun already in hand, could the cannon be far behind? Heart of the vehicle. Level, 2-star. Vehicle integrity, 100. Upgrade requirements, absorb 5 2-star Carhartts or 15 1-star Carhartts. Progress, 215. Vehicle durability, 99. Just then, Wang Chang, who had been trading with him all along, suddenly sent a private message. Wang Chang, Suchen, got any stronger weapons? I've got something good to trade you. Something good? Suchen's curiosity was instantly piqued. What is it? Immediately after, a blueprint was sent over. Multifunctional protective suit. Effect, full body protective suit covering everything below the neck, capable of withstanding standard metal piercing attacks. Wang Chang. Defensive gear that can prevent sneak attacks but won't stop bullets. Considering the current situation, the chances of encountering other survivors were high, and nearly all those encountered seemed intent on causing trouble. Suchen made his decision. Change. Must change. Who knew what unseen attacks might lie ahead, lurking in the shadows, ready to spring a surprise on him at any moment? Safety first. Only by protecting himself could he gain the confidence to explore for more resources. Alright, I have a crossbow here. I can trade it with you. Suchen immediately sent a photo of the crossbow to the other party. The Desert Eagle? No way he'd part with that. In today's world, that weapon was simply unbeatable. Wang Chang, deal. He hadn't expected Suchen to actually possess a weapon, a long-range one at that. If he had such a formidable weapon, he wouldn't even fear encountering a pack of wolves. Wang Chang, the boss, immediately agreed. The deal sealed, Wang Chang, now in possession of the crossbow, excitedly tested it on a distant cactus. The crossbow pierced clean through, leaving only a small hole. Impressive power. This deal was worth it. After all, I'd offered 2 protective suit blueprints. Just as Wang Chang was basking in the satisfaction of a profitable deal, something suddenly occurred to him. Holy crap, wait, only 5 arrows? Wang Chang, Suchen, only 5 arrows? That's not enough. Oh. Forgot to mention I can sell arrows here. 10 arrows for 1 piece of iron. Pretty good deal, right? Suchen only needed 1 piece of iron and 1 piece of wood to craft 10 arrows. Switching to steel meant guaranteed profit, way cheaper than what he was paying now. Seeing Suchen's message, Wang Chang breathed a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, Suchen still had extra arrows available for purchase. And the price, in his view, was exceptionally cheap. It was essentially 3 iron bars for 10 arrows. He'd actually thought the master craftsman was ripping him off earlier, but it turned out he'd just been thinking too small. Having obtained the blueprint for the protective suit, Suchen immediately crafted it and donned it. Remarkably, the protective suit adapts to each individual's unique physique, fitting perfectly, neither too tight nor too loose. After putting it on, Suchen felt considerably more at ease. He slid into the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, and slammed the accelerator pedal to the metal. The upgraded minibus transformed into a blur, shooting forward with a whoosh. While enjoying the exhilarating drive, boredom struck and he glanced at the chat channel. After entering the main road, everyone noticed that the frequency of finding treasure chests didn't seem to increase, but the rate of deaths appeared to be skyrocketing. By late morning, the entire regional channel had dwindled to just over 8,000 players. Regional channel, 8018. Chapter 23, Drawing Enmity, Starting to Fish. The main road is so much wider now, why haven't I seen a single treasure chest after driving over 30 kilometers? Damn it, shut up. I found a silver treasure chest, a silver treasure chest. And what did I get? A bottle of water. Just a bottle of water. Even a wooden chest wouldn't be this unlucky. Why, I'm so hot and thirsty. My black stockings are all sweaty. Hey, girl upstairs. I'll trade you 3 wood blocks for your black stockings, sell them to me. Don't listen to him, girl. I'll give you 5 wood blocks. How'd this turn into an auction? I'll give you 6. Guys, does anyone have water to trade? I don't want wood. Water? Sis, hold on to yours for now. Once we've secured a reliable water source and ensured our own survival, we'll consider trading with you. Though the original flavor is great, water trade is out, I'm running low myself. Who's got fuel? I'm out of fuel, I'll trade iron for it. Anyone? Still, among the masses, there are always some luckier survivors who love to show off. Ha! Just found a silver chest and got a blueprint. Ha! Same here, opened a silver chest and got a crate of Coke and a crate of instant noodles. Feeling on top of the world. At least I won't have to worry for a week. Damn it, just opened a bronze chest and got 3 mandrake flowers. Who even knows what these things are good for? Ha! An unexpected bonus? Suchen immediately sent a private message to the player who could open datura flowers. For the price of 3 bottles of ice water, he traded for the datura flowers in their possession. He then crafted 3 packets of sleeping potion. Suddenly, Suchen noticed 2 car icons on the radar map moving side by side. He guessed a chase was unfolding? True to his habit of jumping into any drama, Suchen floored the accelerator, pushing his speed to 200 km/h. Within a minute, he spotted 2 battered minivans in hot pursuit. Upon realizing the vehicles were merely driving forward without any conflict, Suchen lost all interest. The principle was simple: whoever was ahead got the resources first. Suchen kept flooring it, pushing his speed straight to 220 miles per hour, showing no signs of slowing down. In each of the 2 vehicles alongside him, a girl was at the wheel. Their driving was a bit clumsy, but their speed was impressive. Suddenly, the roar of an engine erupted from behind them. In an instant, a vehicle shot past them from the adjacent lane. At their 50-60 miles per hour pace, they might as well have been pedestrians compared to Suchen's 220 miles per hour. By the time they registered what had happened, all they could see was the tail end of that car twice the size of theirs disappearing into the distance. What was that? A bus? Pretty close, probably a coach bus. It was moving fast, definitely upgraded. They're upgrading so fast. We need to step up our game too. Let's keep pushing together. The 2 girls encouraged each other, then continued driving at their original speed, searching for treasure chests. Soon, several more hours passed. The afternoon's hero challenge time was fast approaching. Suchen pulled over by the roadside, ready to enjoy a proper meal. Thanks to his previous trades, he now had his own pot. Though he still lacked a stove or heater, it didn't matter, building a makeshift stove with roadside stones was quick and easy. He took out several wolf ribs, leopard ribs, and wolf belly, then began frying them directly. Once cooked, he sprinkled seasoning over them, and the aroma instantly filled the air. Suchen retrieved a can of ice-cold Coke from the ice machine and instantly produced a fruit platter filled with chilled watermelon, bayberries, and grapes. After arranging the plates, Suchen selected a perfect angle and snapped a photo of the steaming meat ribs, ice-cold Coke, chilled fruits, and his plush, comfortable bed. He edited a message and hit send. Suchen, this weather is seriously hot, totally kills my appetite. Just grabbing some ribs, happy water, and fruit. Pick. Oh, I'm at 798 Main Road, come swing by anytime. The reason he was being so flashy was simply because Suchen was too kind-hearted. He was giving those players fighting for survival in desperate straits a glimmer of hope, reigniting their fighting spirit. Of course, more importantly, while he didn't mind killing, he hadn't reached the point of indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. The process of upgrading the Carhartt had made him realize that he must continuously seize others' Carhartts to progress. Thus, drawing more targets to him meant faster acquisition of more Carhartts. Compared to weaklings, he preferred to prey on those who preyed on others. Now, with the Desert Eagle and his protective gear, he felt fully confident he could break through any targeting. After all, this was just a regional channel with a few thousand players. He'd just claimed the world's top spot. If he chickened out now, what the hell was the point of playing? In this highway survival, the vast majority were barely clinging to life. Many were starving and parched, suffering terribly. So when they saw Suchen living it up like this, even though they'd gotten used to it last night, they couldn't help but explode today. Holy! Is this how the big shots live? We're struggling to survive, and you're ing on vacation. Ice cold cola, fresh fruit, just looking at it gives me a mental orgasm. Bro Sue, I'm a black-stockinged, white-haired little lowly, can I come visit? Whoa hey, little sister upstairs, come visit big brother. I can't promise anything else, but I've got plenty of sausage. As they chatted, many players on Main Road 798 saw their eyes light up. If we could just get our hands on Suchen, we'd strike it rich overnight. He's the world's #1 player, with king tier rewards up for grabs. What Suchen hadn't anticipated was that he didn't even need to deliberately stir up trouble. His previous world first ranking had already drawn countless eyes upon him. The only question was where he was hiding. Now they knew the lead on Main Road 798. Many had abandoned their treasure hunts, shifting their focus to finding him first. Suchen casually opened his private chat interface. Just as he'd imagined, a flood of private photos poured in from girls, mostly revealing shots. Suchen didn't hold back, downloading and saving every attractive image. As for replies? Forget it. The 99 unread messages in his private chats confirmed that the provocative image he'd posted had generated far more buzz than he'd anticipated. He had to capitalize on this opportunity. Suchen, massively buying blueprints for home appliances, car modifications, and other high-quality designs. Trading for today's lunch combo. Limited quantity, first come first served. Holy crap! The regional channel exploded again. Su God, I have a Durex 001 blueprint. Can I trade it for a lunch set? Chapter 24, someone wants to build a team? Holy crap! A Durex 001 blueprint? Do I even need that thing? Suchen sighed in exasperation before swapping it for the lunch trio. He wasn't doing it for himself, he planned to mass-produce them and sell them to others when they needed them. Right now, everyone was focused on survival. Staying alive was the top priority. But once more people could secure their basic survival, they'd start thinking about other things. After all, if you're struggling to survive on the road and end up pregnant without a condom, wouldn't that just add an extra burden? After acquiring the blueprint, Suchen wasted no time in studying it. Durex 001. Requirements: 1 rubber makes 10. Suchen, I have a permanent shoe blueprint. Can we trade? Another blueprint appeared, and Suchen swapped it out immediately. After learning it, Suchen knew this deal was absolutely worth it. Shoe construction blueprint permanent. Required materials: 1 rubber, 1 fabric. Effect: allows crafting shoes of any size and style. You can choose any size and style, as long as it's made from rubber and fabric. Trading a meal for this? Absolutely worth it. Suchen immediately crafted a pair of sandals for himself, perfectly convenient in this hot weather. Seeing the growing list of items he could craft, Suchen began considering whether he could open a dedicated exchange store. He'd already checked the exchange-allowed personal specialty shops, which could be featured on the homepage, ensuring more people saw his shop at first glance. But the rent was steep, a whopping 10 bottles of water per day. But for now, demand was limited to just the regional channel users. Opening a store would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and might not even sell as well as his current setup. Demand simply couldn't sustain his sales volume, making a shop unnecessary. His priority now was to gather blueprints for items everyone needed. Then he swapped out several more blueprints, all of which were pretty useless. Like blueprints for rat traps and mosquito coils. It made sense: if a blueprint were truly valuable, everyone would rush to learn it, craft the item, and sell it immediately. Why would it still be available now? But right now, Suchen had plenty of meat, over 1,000 pounds. Trading just 2 ounces of meat plus a bottle of water for 1 blueprint was acceptable. As for trading these blueprints for ice-cold cola or fruit? Absolutely impossible. Just as Suchen was reveling in the joy of collecting blueprints, a message caught everyone's attention. Everyone, it seems the chance of encountering other vehicles is quite high once we enter the main road. Please be extremely careful. Having encountered vehicles several times himself, Suchen knew exactly what danger he was referring to. Danger? What danger? Their strength in numbers, isn't that a good thing? Exactly. That way we can help each other and go further together. Many voiced their hopeful thoughts, only to have them quickly shattered. Everyone, encountering other vehicles isn't a good thing. Don't forget the heart of the car. There are plenty of people out there killing to steal vehicles. Exactly. Haven't you noticed that since we hit the main road, the death toll has skyrocketed compared to before? Regional channel 7920. The moment these messages hit the channel, the entire regional chat exploded. Killing? How dare they kill people? This is a society governed by law? Don't be ridiculous. This is survival in the apocalypse. We've been starving for 2 days and haven't even figured it out yet. Just as the entire livestream fell into silence, a message appeared. Everyone, I am the chief of the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. If you trust me and still hold on to a shred of humanity, follow me. Meet me on Main Road 798 and join me. Image. A message accompanied by a selfie was sent to the regional channel. It showed a man in police uniform, wearing a cap indeed resembling a police chief. Square-jawed, tall and upright with an air of integrity. His name was Zhang Weihong. Another message followed. Please trust me, for I am also the vice mayor of Magic City and a member of the Communist Party. I will lead us all through this crisis. These words immediately sparked a wave of responses. Holy crap, finally a big shot willing to step up and help us. Chief Shang, I'm with you, let's face this highway survival together. Chief, I'm a beat cop with the Jinqiao precinct. If we cross paths, I'll join you. Count me in too. Me too. In an instant, nearly a dozen officers voiced their support. Suchen watched the whole scene unfold, showing no intention of joining. Surviving on the highway, forming a team might offer some safety, but it also brings a host of problems. Resource allocation, power dynamics, and status hierarchies weren't easy to manage. Still, given the other parties' dual identities, their management skills were likely solid. No need for him to worry about that. He had no intention of aiding the weak. Even if he formed a team in the future, he would only ally with the strong. Watching the channel buzz with increasingly heated discussions about team plans, Suchen shook his head. He continued driving forward. Before long, Suchen encountered another vehicle. Why did others seem to encounter vehicles less frequently than he did? Could this also be a luck bonus? But what kind of luck was this? Getting stuck in traffic? Because he was strong? Suchen couldn't be bothered to think about it and prepared to overtake it directly. At his current speed of 200 miles per hour, overtaking was a breeze. Wait. Please wait. Just as Suchen's car passed the other vehicle, a melodious cheer rang in his ears, causing a slight stir in his heart. Oh? A woman? This seemed to be the first woman he'd encountered since entering the survival game. Suchen began to slow down, pulling over to the side of the road. He rolled down the window slightly, his right hand gripping his gun. If she tried to trick him into trouble, his gun wasn't for show. Spotting Suchen's stopped car, the woman ran over with delight. Suchen glanced over. She had long, shapely legs and a figure to match at least a D-cup dressed in light, revealing clothing. Beneath the few scraps of fabric covering her body, there was no visible place to conceal weapons. She should pose no threat. The woman reached Suchen's side, her eyes lighting up at the sight of his youthful, inexperienced face. A hot-blooded young man like this would be so easy to manipulate. Though she wore no makeup now, her stunning figure gave her confidence. Her eyes lingered on his obviously upgraded and modified car, a hint of envy flickering across her face. Handsome, your car is so cool. Won't you invite me for a ride? If you have water and food, I'll do whatever you want. Her sweet, coquettish voice reached Suchen's ears, sending a tingling sensation through him. Chapter 25, Testing officials with this? Just push her down? As she spoke, the arm wrapped around Suchen's waist was sandwiched between her soft double D-cup breasts, grinding against him. The constant friction felt like an invitation to taste her sweet fruit. Simultaneously, she turned her body sideways, provocatively flaunting her figure, showcasing her explosive curves. Her long, straight, and perfectly sculpted legs, enough to keep anyone entertained for half a year, adorned with black stockings bearing torn edges, were fully displayed before Suchen. Her beautiful eyes fluttered lightly, radiating a mesmerizing allure that drew one in irresistibly. Ha! This is how they test cadres? Suchen frowned slightly, observing her drenched appearance before shaking his head. Sorry, I'm a clean freak. If you want supplies, you'll have to trade something for them. Sweating buckets for days, the stench wafted over a meter away, making it impossible for Suchen to even consider getting in the car. Just then, the woman suddenly recognized Suchen. Wasn't this the legendary Suchen who'd been showing off in the regional channel? You're Suchen? I'm Li Shanshan. I've messaged you privately several times before. Remember the photos I sent you of my legs in black stockings? You haven't forgotten, have you? Hearing this, Suchen suddenly remembered he had indeed saved her photos of those legs in black stockings. Without them, he'd never have recognized her. After all, who looks at faces? Suchen, you know I've sent you so many photos. Just let me get in the car, okay? You can do whatever you want with me. As if the weather were too hot, Li Shanshan pulled her underwear down a bit more, revealing more dazzlingly white skin. She de-spotted his high-end car and assumed he was a big shot, which is why she de-called him over hoping to charm him with her allure. But now she realized he wasn't just a pro, he was a total big shot. After he'd enjoyed her body, would he take her with him? Then all she'd need to do was lie back in the car, spread her legs, and everything would come to her. She wouldn't lose anything, and she'd get to enjoy herself immensely. The only question was how long this young, virile body could keep going. If he was one of those 3-second guys, it wouldn't be much fun at all. What the hell is going on? If there's nothing, I'm outta here. And don't stand so close to my car or don't blame me for getting aggressive. I'm open to seizing the moment while it's hot. Su Chen's deep voice echoed. Considering the other person had left him plenty of tempting photos of her legs in black stockings, Su Chen decided not to kill him outright. Instead, he issued a warning. I'll back off immediately. Li Shanshan hadn't expected this thick-skinned fool to be so stubborn. Was it that she just wasn't charming enough? Could it be that the other person is still a novice? Never tasted that heavenly delight? Mr. Su, if you let me in the car, I promise to make you feel like you're in heaven. I might be a bit smelly right now, but if you give me some water to wash up, I won't smell anymore. Wash me? Nice try. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. With a roar, he revved the engine, ready to move on. Su Shen, don't go. I have blueprints, I can trade them with you. Hearing the voice, Su Chen's foot lifted off the accelerator just as he was about to press down. Soon, he watched Li Shanshan wiggle her hips back to her car. She retrieved a blueprint and remotely sent Su Chen its description. What a waste of effort. I'm practically sunburned to death. This whole thing was a total loss. Her seduction had failed, and she couldn't get into the car to reap the benefits. Li Shanshan's face darkened. She did have the blueprint, some pervert had traded it for her stockings. White liquor brewing machine blueprint, single use. Required resources, 100 steel, 100 alloy, 10 electronic components, 1 1-star engine. Learning requirement, 2-star Carhartt. When she first obtained these blueprints, Li Shanshan had been overjoyed. If she mastered the craft and started producing liquor, wouldn't she rake in a fortune? Even if she sold it like water, she wouldn't lose money. But after trading her worn black stockings for this blueprint, she suddenly realized it was useless. Before, selling her stockings picks at least got her some food and half drinks from those perverts. Now, though, she had zero resources to build a liquor distillation machine. Forget about a 2-star car engine core. It wasn't that she didn't want to save resources, but some of these resources were completely out of reach for her bootlickers. Holy? A baijiu distillation machine? Can it make Mao Tai? Su Chen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected her to pull out something this good. He figured she probably didn't have the materials to build it after all. She looked like someone who barely scraped by selling photos. Though her long legs and figure were eye-catching, without makeup, her face was nothing to write home about, and the quality of her sycophants was nothing to brag about either. But none of that was Su Chen's concern. He absolutely had to get his hands on this blueprint. Name your price. Su Chen wanted to gauge the other party's bottom line by testing their opening bid, aiming to secure it at the lowest possible cost. I want to trade this for a freezer that can freeze mineral water with Su Shen, plus 100 bottles of water. Li Shanshan intended to trade the blueprint for finished products outright, demanding substantial capital in return. This way, she could generate a steady stream of wealth through the ice water afterward, rather than hoarding something she couldn't produce herself. Hearing the other party's exorbitant demands, Su Chen had to admit they were clever. She must have keenly sensed his needs. She'd directly named a price he could afford and tolerate. Ice machines were becoming less profitable lately. Only a few well-off customers with the means would come to trade for ice water. But if he could mass-produce baijiu, he believed many enthusiasts would be interested. Most crucially, while the scorching sun blazed now, the weather might change in time, perhaps turning to bitterly cold snowy days. Then, selling hot baijiu would make him a fortune. 1 ice machine for your blueprint plus 100 bottles of water. Your thing is just a blueprint, while mine is a finished product. Who's more valuable? I don't need to say it. Li Shanshan froze. She'd expected Su Chen to haggle fiercely over the water, but instead he'd turned the tables and demanded she give him water. She had intended to keep arguing for more water. But then she remembered who he was, Su Shen, the man unmoved by beauty. In this desolate wilderness, if he truly acted on his earlier threat, killing her outright to seize resources while she was still hot, she felt a wave of dread. Taking a deep breath, she abandoned her demand for water and proposed. Su Shen, let's each give a little. Forget the water. How about the blueprint for the refrigerator? Deal. Su Chen nodded. He had several ice makers anyway, keeping the extra ones was pointless. The transaction was completed. Su Chen didn't bother watching Li Shanshan hurry away with the ice machine. Once he got the blueprint, he stepped on the gas and drove off. He couldn't study this blueprint just yet either, as he'd recently upgraded his car and was running low on resources. While driving, he opened the exchange platform and began trading meat for iron ingots and alloys. These were basic resources obtainable from treasure chests, so Suchen quickly acquired sufficient quantities. He then traded the iron ingots with Wang Chang for steel. Now, Suchen only needed a single one-star engine. Chapter 26, The Cola Machine. The Wild Wolf Pack. This item wasn't available on the exchange, so he'd have to take things one step at a time. Recently, the blind box market had become stagnant. With everyone's supplies running dangerously low, few were willing to trade surplus resources for treasure chests. Even fewer were willing to trade chests for resources. This meant Su Chen had no chance to acquire more blind boxes for the time being. However, whenever Su Chen spotted a box for sale, he'd snap it up immediately if the price was right. Why pass up such a surefire deal? Through critical loot drops, he'd acquired vast quantities of snacks, staple foods, and vegetables. Yet, the one thing missing was a one-star engine. It seemed his liquor plan would have to be put on hold for now, as the system alert sounded once more. Hero challenge time. Venture into the wilderness to obtain rarer treasure chests and unlock more valuable resources. This is a game for the brave. Merely surviving is not the way it should be. Good luck to all. At the sound of the system alert, all the players trembled. Compared to yesterday, their mindset today was entirely different. Yesterday, they could still tough it out. But after a day of events, those lacking water and food sensed that if they didn't take risks now, they'd have no chance. In an instant, a great many survivors chose to join the wilderness challenge. However, compared to yesterday, the wilderness challenge now carried an additional danger: other people. Previously, it was safe to leave your vehicle parked by the roadside while you stepped out. But now, if you left your vehicle parked by the roadside and encountered others, they might smash your windows and steal all your resources. The most ruthless would even lie in wait, killing the owner outright to seize the vehicle's core without wasting a single resource. Even Su Chen, before stepping into the wilderness, had carefully inspected everything and taken all his weapons before leaving. With the spatial ring, Su Chen could now endure longer in the wilderness without constantly needing to replenish water or stockpile resources. This time, Su Chen resolved to venture deeper. Wearing the exchanged sun hat and anti-glare goggles, he was clad in full anti-stab armor, rendering normal metal piercing ineffective against him. In one hand, he held a crossbow, ready to fire at any moment. As for firearms and ammunition, they were all stored in the storage ring on his right finger. With a single thought, firearms could materialize in his hands, allowing him to fire swiftly. Stepping into the wilderness, he dared to advance 200 meters before detecting a silver treasure chest marked with a deep red symbol a kilometer away. The very first one was this good? Su Chen hurried over. Under radar detection, there was no danger in the vicinity. Was this the effect of the luck bonus? Su Chen approached the chest and opened it immediately. Initial resources: 1 blueprint for a high-intensity flashlight. You opened the treasure chest, earning 888 chest points. You achieved a critical loot box open, gaining an 8x critical bonus. Congratulations! You have obtained 8 high-intensity flashlight blueprints. Lighting equipment? It could come in handy at night. Relying solely on the car's headlights wouldn't allow him to see what lay further ahead. After stowing the blueprints, Su Chen pressed onward. Soon enough, another silver treasure chest appeared, shrouded in a dark shadow. Approaching cautiously, he saw it was a wild wolf. He shot it dead with a single arrow, collected the wolf meat, and opened the chest. Initial resources: 1 Coca-Cola machine blueprint. You opened the chest, earning 688 chest points. You landed a chest-opening critical hit, earning triple the loot. Congratulations! You've obtained 3 Coca-Cola machine blueprints. Coke maker? Biodistillation machine blueprint, ice maker. Is this the start of opening my own beverage shop? Su Chen kept moving forward, sunglasses firmly in place. In the desert, wearing a hat and sunglasses was incredibly kind to his eyes, unlike yesterday, when he hadn't dared to look toward the sun. Su Chen pressed deeper into the wilderness, now 3 kilometers from civilization. Just as he was about to turn back, his radar suddenly detected 2 treasure chests glowing a deep crimson. 2 golden treasure chests. They were clustered together, but they lay another kilometer deeper into the wilderness. Of course, Su Chen's luck wasn't as good this time around. A dense, black mass surrounded the chests, signifying danger. But he'd come this far, and now that he'd detected them, there was no way he was turning back. Su Chen steeled his resolve. At worst, he'd have to face the wild wolves again. He believed the golden treasure chest was a danger the Desert Eagle could handle. With his resolve set, Su Chen strode directly toward the location of the 2 golden treasure chests. He wasn't about to back down. With 10 Desert Eagles, a crossbow, and a trident bayonet, he wouldn't be defeated by the threats near those 2 golden treasure chests. Sand. After about 10 minutes, Su Chen spotted the location of the 2 chests 100 meters away. Surrounding them was a pack of brownish-black creatures. As he drew closer, he realized they were wild dogs. Hiss. A pack of wild dogs. Su Chen's expression instantly grew grave. He had prior experience battling scorpion swarms and cheetahs, and he knew all too well what it felt like to be targeted by wild dogs in such open desert terrain. But now, clad in his stab-proof suit, these dogs shouldn't be able to bite through it. He immediately crouched low, his right hand drawing the crossbow to aim at the pack's position. Before they could spot him. Holy? Damn it! He suddenly realized the pack had locked onto him and was already charging. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suchen fired 5 sharp arrows in rapid succession, sending them hurtling toward the pack. Simultaneously, he drew 2 pistols from his pockets. 100 meters was nothing more than a dozen seconds for these wild dogs. Having already exposed himself, Suchen saw no need to conceal his actions. Holding both guns, Suchen focused intently, firing shot after shot at the figures closing in on his position. Woof! Woof! One by one, the wild dogs were sent flying backward by the gunfire, collapsing in pools of blood. Suddenly, 2 wild dogs close to within 10 meters. With a single leap, they lunged toward Suchen. These wild beasts hadn't anticipated that their most vulnerable moment when airborne would be their largest exposed target, the easiest to aim at. Suchen's heart leapt with joy, yet his expression remained calm. Holding his breath, he raised his pistol, aimed precisely, and fired 2 shots bang, bang, instantly taking down both dogs. He adjusted his breathing, then aimed the barrel at the remaining wild dog. He fired again. When the bullets ran out, he immediately swapped them for 2 fully loaded magazines from his ring. Finally, though it had been a close call, he managed to eliminate the entire pack of wild dogs. Only 2 managed to bite him. Though he felt some pain through his protective suit, it remained within his tolerance. Phew! Chapter 27, Ambush at the Vehicle? Finally got rid of them. These wild dogs were no joke. Suchen plopped down onto the ground, breathing heavily. Fighting so many wild dogs had been, well, a bit thrilling. However, in this life or death situation, he recognized the shortcomings of his marksmanship. He'd wasted quite a few bullets. Otherwise, he was confident he could have taken down all 20 or so wild wolves before they even got close. After catching his breath, Suchen pulled out an ice cube, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. He also ate a chocolate bar to replenish his energy. Then he approached the carcass of a wild dog and began looting it. Acquired 20 pounds of wild dog meat, 10 sharp dog teeth. Dog meat he'd heard had made a great stew when cooked with chili peppers. 20 wild dogs provided Suchen with a whopping 400 pounds of dog meat all at once. Paired with some baijiu, this dog meat would definitely sell like hotcakes. After finishing all this, Suchen approached 2 gleaming golden treasure chests and began opening them. Initial resources, 1-star engine blueprint. You opened the treasure chest, earning 1666 chest opening points. You scored a critical hit during opening, gaining a 5-fold critical bonus. Congratulations! You obtained 5 copies of the 1-star engine blueprint. Initial resource, 1 portion of plant growth accelerating soil. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 2,333 chest points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, earning a 10-fold critical reward. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 units of plant growth acceleration soil. Holy crap, did I really get a 1-star engine blueprint? Though Suchen had secretly hoped for it, he knew the odds of getting exactly what he needed were minuscule. Could this be the perk of having high luck points? As for the plant growth acceleration soil, Suchen examined it and was thoroughly satisfied. Plant growth acceleration soil. Effect, covers 1 square meter of soil, allowing common plants only grown within to mature within 1 day. Lasts for 10 days. What a great find. It's practically as good as the little green bottle. From now on, whenever I want to eat something, I'll just plant its seeds in this soil. They'll grow to maturity in a single day. 1 day to mature, lasting 10 days, 10 portions in total. With this, he could harvest plants from 100 plantings. Absolutely delightful. If you fill a cubic meter with these goodies and harvest 100 times, the value would be substantial. The only drawback is that his car is still too small. If it were larger, he could fill up 10 cubic meters of space directly. But then, Suchen's gaze lingered on the words limited to ordinary plants. The implication of this annotation felt profound. Combined with the peachwood sword he'd obtained earlier, Suchen sensed that this road survival journey might not be as straightforward as it seemed. This was merely the beginning. After carefully storing the blueprint in soil, Suchen prepared to head back for now. Compared to the cautious vigilance of his approach, the return journey felt much more relaxed. Soon, his own vehicle came within his detection range. His initial joy instantly turned to tension. His brow furrowed deeply, for parked beside his vehicle were 2 other cars. Simultaneously, 2 shadowy figures were circling his vehicle. It was clear they had set their sights on his vehicle and were now attempting to gain entry. He hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. It seemed the upgrade to a 3-star Carhartt was drawing near. Suchen sighed helplessly, quickening his pace toward his vehicle. His right hand slipped into his sleeve and the crossbow in his left hand was concealed as well. He bent his body slightly, as if he were searching the wilderness and finding nothing. Beside the car. This car's probably already upgraded to level 2. It's a tough nut to crack. Are we really going to wait here? One of the men, with a crew cut, pressed his face against the bulletproof glass, straining to see inside. However, most of the windows were blocked by curtains, leaving him only a vague glimpse of the interior. You just don't get it. This wilderness is full of dangers. If the owner of this vehicle is dead, the car will unlock automatically. Even if they do return, they'll likely be exhausted, out of ammo and supplies. They wouldn't be much of a threat then. Plus, someone who leveled up to a 2-star car so quickly must have plenty of resources. It's highly likely it's that Suchen. If we could get our hands on his supplies, we'd be rolling in it. Another middle-aged man, bearded and wearing sunglasses, grinned ruthlessly. When he comes back later, we'll do it the usual way. You draw his attention from the front while I strike from the side. I'll slice him clean in half with my machete. They'd already pulled off one job together. After this next heist, the middle-aged man planned to eliminate the buzz-cut guy he'd temporarily recruited as backup. That way, he could directly upgrade to a 2-star Carhartt and seize the initiative. Wait, someone's coming. He's back. Just then, the sharp-eyed buzzcut man pointed at a small figure appearing in the desert and gasped, "He looks weak. His body's bent over, and he's covered in blood. He's injured." Perfect. Heaven's helping us. Quick, get ready. If we ambush him successfully, we'll get to enjoy the spoils. Hearing this, the man in sunglasses grew equally excited. Gripping the large machete he'd retrieved from the treasure chest, he hid behind the side of the car facing away from the desert. The buzzcut man stood in front, waving toward Suchen's direction. As Suchen approached, he called out loudly, "Brother, got any water? I only have 9 metal scraps. Can I trade them for a bottle of water?" This was their pre-arranged plan, feigning a water trade to lower his guard by claiming they were one piece short. Then, he'd circle around from the other side of the car, strike him down from behind, and finish him off. They were completely unaware that Suchen had already detected the other man's position through his scanning system. A fleeting smirk touched his lips. Straightening up, he feigned composure and quickened his pace toward the car. Sure enough, seeing Suchen like this, the man with the crew cut became even more certain that Suchen must be injured and was now putting on a brave face. This made capturing Suchen seem even more likely. "You want to swap water? 9 iron ingots? Fine. Seems fate brought us together. I'll trade with you, but could you please go back to your own car first? I'm not comfortable exchanging things face to face." Suchen's tone carried a hint of concession. He agreed to the other party's request to exchange resources with one less item. But to the other party, this sounded like a sign of guilt. They were afraid of them. And that was a golden opportunity. Chapter 28, Easy Comeback. Ice Cream Blueprint. Alright, no problem. I'll go get it right now. To ease Suchen's suspicions, the buzzcut man grinned broadly as he sidestepped and backed away. While lulling Suchen into complacency, he himself remained on high alert, constantly guarding against any underhanded moves from the other man. Suchen smiled and slowly moved his feet to the position in front of the car's right headlight, giving the other man an opportunity to slip around to his back. Sure enough, the bespectacled man lying behind the rear tire spotted his chance and immediately crouched down, creeping forward with excitement. Each step was taken with extreme caution, fearing Suchen might detect anything amiss. Less than 2 meters away from Suchen, the glasses-wearing man's lips curled upward in uncontrollable glee. This distance was more than enough for him to launch a surprise attack. Even if his opponent reacted with lightning speed, there would be no time to dodge. Meanwhile, the buzzcut man approaching the car narrowed his eyes slightly, already picturing Suchen's head being sliced clean off. Yet the next second, the scene before him sent shockwaves through his body, his legs trembling uncontrollably. There, raised from beneath the sleeve of his right arm, was a hand gripping a pistol. A handgun. After 2 days of searching and finding only a knife, the other side had already resorted to using a gun? How freaking insane was that? Suchen raised the gun, turned sideways toward the sunglasses-wearing man who had suddenly lunged forward, and fired a shot. Bang! A single shot to the head. A bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead. He never imagined Suchen would have a gun. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth as his body collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, gradually falling silent. "Big brother, spare my life. I'll give you all the resources." The buzzcut man nearly wet himself at the sight, instantly dropping to his knees with a thud. His voice trembled with desperation. "Spare you? That's impossible." Bang! Suchen fired again, blowing the buzzcut man's head clean off. He wouldn't leave any loose ends. If someone tried to take him out, he wouldn't show mercy. After disposing of the man, Suchen immediately searched his body. You obtain a machete. Finding little of value on them, Suchen moved to their nearby vehicle. With the host dead, the vehicle was now ownerless. He climbed in and looted the car's core and all its resources. You obtain 1 car core, 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 packs of biscuits, several wood blocks, several iron blocks. You dismantled the car, obtaining several iron blocks, alloys, rubber, etc. Another vehicle lay across the highway, deliberately parked farther away to lower Suchen's guard. Suchen got in and drove over to the other vehicle. Compared to the first one, this vehicle had clearly undergone modifications, and its engine contained the equivalent of 2 Carhartts. It seemed the partnership between these two might be unequal. Of course, that was none of his concern. Just like before, Suchen searched the car thoroughly, then proceeded to dismantle the entire vehicle along with everything inside. After this round, Suchen's initially meager resources became plentiful once more thanks to the vehicle dismantling. Returning to his own vehicle, Suchen opened the regional channel for the first time in ages and suddenly noticed the number of users had sharply declined in just over 2 hours. Regional channel, 6,730. Over 1,000 fewer than before. Suchen understood this was largely due to most survivors choosing to enter the wilderness today instead of yesterday. Another factor was the friction in combat among survivors. After all, compared to the terrifying wilderness, seizing others' supplies and dismantling their vehicles clearly yielded resources much faster. Because of this, resources like wood and iron blocks rapidly lost value. What once traded for 10 resources per bottle of water now fetched 30. Holy crap! There are so many treasure chests in the wilderness. I've already found 2. Now I won't starve or die of thirst after all. But it's dangerous too. I just saw a yellow snake near a chest and freaked out, ran straight away without grabbing anything. Now I'm parched and exhausted, feeling like I'm gonna die. Dude, didn't you notice? If you pick up the car heart, you can dismantle the car. That way you can trade it for water. Dude, if you take out the car heart, you can't chat in the chat channel anymore. Holy crap, you didn't disassemble someone else's car, did you? You caught me. Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I've already taken out 2 survivors. Who's next? Huh? You can do that? Holy crap, suddenly you all seemed so terrifying. The regional chat was buzzing with discussion. By now, almost everyone knew that dismantling others' cars for resources could be done. This, to some extent, intensified the distrust among survivors. After exiting the chat channel, Suchen noticed that Qinglan, the girl he'd traded with earlier, had sent him a message while he was away. Qinglan, Suchen, I just got a really great blueprint perfect for you. You'll make a killing with this. Send it over. Qinglan, image. Ice cream machine blueprint. Requirements, 20 iron ingots, 20 alloy ingots, 20 rubber sheets, 2 electronic components. Note, ice cream ingredients, 200 g ice cubes required, 100 g milk powder, 10 g white sugar. Additional flavored syrups may be mixed freely for custom tastes. Upon seeing these blueprints, Suchen admitted he was deeply tempted. Though he couldn't predict the weather after the extreme heat wave, it was clear this machine would be a hot seller. Paired with his ice drinks, it would undoubtedly rake in a huge profit. What do you want in exchange? Suchen responded immediately. Having acquired several useful blueprints from this girl, he naturally wouldn't deliberately lowball her. Qinglan, I'd like to trade for 10 bottles of water and 10 bottles of other beverages. Also, Suchen, do you have any extra blueprints you don't need that you could give me? Water and drinks? Plus a blueprint she doesn't need. After a moment's thought, Suchen realized the ice cream machine would definitely bring in substantial profits over the next few days. He readily agreed. After sifting through his dozens of blueprints, Suchen decided to give her one for a car stereo system. This would help soothe her mood, allowing her to stay in a good mood and potentially draw better blueprints to trade with him. Next, Suchen listed the car stereo blueprint, 10 bottles of mineral water, and 5 liters of milk for sale. They say you get what you drink, so Suchen specifically chose the milk he'd drawn last time to help the other person replenish their nutrients. Who knows? Upon seeing the items Suchen had traded, the car stereo and milk, both things she needed, Qinglan was overjoyed. Having drawn up this ice cream blueprint, she lacked the ice cubes needed and simply couldn't use it herself. Getting what you want is naturally a good thing. After the transaction was complete, she sent Suchen another message. Qinglan, Suchen, need any baby formula? I've got plenty here. Chapter 29, Preparing the Shop, Aiming for Big Profits. Suchen couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight. So this was it, she was waiting here for him. Selling him her blueprints, then selling him the raw materials. Name your price. Qinglan, I have 3 10 kilograms bags, enough for 300 ice creams. How about 30 bottles of water or drinks? After a moment's thought, Suchen agreed. Ice and sugar were both items he had on hand. From here on out, all he had to do was sell. The only thing left to consider was pricing. Costs: ice 0.4 bottles of water, milk powder 0.1 bottles of water, sugar nearly 0 cost. That meant each ice cream would cost 0.5 bottles of water to make. And to boost sales, he'd need to add some fruit juice for flavor. Given that, he'd price 1 bottle of water at 2 bottles, or 50 portions of ingredients. This way, he could gather a large amount of materials in a short time. Suchen immediately grabbed several blueprints and headed to the workbench. He placed all the blueprints and materials on the workbench. Production complete. Crafting complete. Crafting complete. Ice cream maker. Required ingredients per serving: 200 g ice cubes essential, 100 g powdered milk, 10 g granulated sugar. Add other flavored syrups to customize taste. Speed: 1 minute per unit. Coca-Cola maker. Required ingredients for 500 bottles, 500 milliliters water, carbon dioxide not required, 20 g caramel, 1 cola nut. Speed, 1 bottle per minute. By GeoMaker. Required ingredients 330 milliliters bottle, water 200 milliliters, any whole grains 250 g. Speed, 1 bottle per 10 minutes. With these 3 production machines added to Suchen's warehouse, he now had plans to set up a shop. The key factor was that this Wilderness Brave challenge had allowed many to acquire resources. After the Wilderness Challenge concludes, a significant surge in demand is inevitable. Suchen planned to open an exchange shop at the conclusion of the Wilderness Challenge. Although it would require a daily commission of 10 bottles of water, the benefits were undeniable, as the first shop to open, his would be prominently displayed on the homepage. Everyone's first glance would land on his establishment. Moreover, even the lowest tier 1 star shop comes with 2,000 listing opportunities far exceeding the 200 slots available to regular individuals. This allowed him to list far more items for sale. Suchen, bulk purchasing formula, caramel, cola nuts, and any grains legumes. Will trade for water, food, and various primary resources. PM for exclusive order details. Soon, Suchen acquired a substantial amount of milk powder, caramel, and grains. The only thing missing was cola nuts. It seemed this item wasn't so easy to produce. Suchen first added 40 bottles of water and 50 g of grains and legumes into the liquor machine. It could hold up to 100 bottles at a time, but production would take 1,000 minutes, nearly 17 hours. He then added the milk powder, ice cubes, and sugar to the ice cream machine. It could also process 100 ice cream servings at a time, completing production in just over an hour. 3 minutes later, Suchen held an ice cream cone in each hand and began licking them. After a moment's thought, he opened a private chat and transferred 1 ice cream to Qinglan. Meanwhile, Qinglan, immersed in her favorite music, glanced at the transaction notification. Seeing the ice cream Suchen had sent her, she paused in surprise. A soft smile touched her lips as she retrieved the ice cream, extending her delicate pink tongue to savor it. The white cream spread across her tongue. Cool, sweet, and utterly delightful. Qinglan immediately expressed her gratitude. Suchen also mentioned that he could sell her more at cost price in the future, not making a profit off her. After finishing 2 ice cream cones, Suchen's private chat notification sounded again. It was from an unfamiliar girl, but she had something Suchen wanted. Lucy, God Su, I have 10 cola nuts. Interested in trading? I want 10 bottles of ice water instead. Cola nuts, the name alone suggested they were essential ingredients for making cola. Lucy reasoned that Suchen must be planning to brew cola after all. Cola was far more desirable than plain water. So she made an outrageous demand, thinking he might actually agree. Seeing the offer, Suchen frowned. While the price was acceptable, he couldn't shake the feeling she was taking advantage of the situation. 3 bottles. Lucy, Suchen, I really want to drink more water. Would 8 bottles be okay? 3 bottles. Lucy, 7 bottles. Just 3 bottles. If you won't change it, then forget it. Lucy, fine, 3 bottles it is. Lucy immediately agreed. Truthfully, her bottom line was 3 bottles. She'd just been haggling to get more. After trading 3 bottles of ice water for 10 cola nuts, Suchen immediately extracted the white seeds from the nut halves. These could be considered seeds suitable for planting. Each cola nut yielded roughly 60 seeds. After extracting the seeds, Suchen added the 10 cola nuts into the cola making machine. The cola production began, taking just over an hour to complete. Next, Suchen designated a 1 square meter area in the rear cargo hold of his vehicle. He then applied a layer of soil specifically formulated to accelerate plant growth. He then scattered all 600 cola seeds over the area. However, he soon received a notification. Based on the energy required for the number of cola nuts, only 10 trees could be planted at most. The excess seeds were automatically returned. Suchen felt a bit helpless about this, but at least he could plant them. Now he wouldn't have to worry about the cola nuts needed for production. Next, Suchen began stockpiling goods. He stored all the produced cola, ice water, baijiu, and ice cream in his ring, preparing to make a big splash when the hero challenge concluded. After relaxing comfortably in the car for a while, he saw the time was right. Suchen opened the exchange. You are applying for a shop. The commission is 10 bottles of mineral water per day. Please confirm. Confirm. Congratulations. Application successful. You have obtained a 1-star shop and unlocked 2,000 listing slots. Please name it. Name it? Suchen suddenly froze. He was hopeless at naming things. How could he possibly come up with a name? After a moment's thought, he made up his mind. Let's call it Chensi Shop. It not only played on his name but also evoked the image of a rising sun, symbolizing new beginnings and hope. Chapter 30, Shop Opening. Anti-inflammatory formula blueprint? Naming successful. Morning Light Shop. Morning Light Shop 1 star. Listed items 02000. Suchen immediately began listing items. Item 1 iced cola. Price 50. Material blueprints PM for details. Quantity 100 servings. Item, 5 bottles of iced cola. Price, 250 units of materials for 1 blueprint. Quantity, 20 sets. Item, 1 ice cream. Price, 50 material blueprints. DM for details. Quantity, 150 units. Item, 5 servings of ice cream. Price, 240 units of materials for 1 blueprint. Quantity, 6 servings. Item, 1 330 milliliters bottle of white liquor. Price, 300 base materials plus 1 rare blueprint. PM for details. Quantity, 18 sets. Item, ice water. Price, 60 base materials. Quantity, 150. 200 bottles of cola, 180 ice creams, 150 bottles of ice water, and 18 bottles of baijiu all were added to the order by Suchen in one go. Even under these circumstances, Suchen only occupied less than 450 grid spaces. After pondering for a moment, Suchen decided to list another blueprint, one that would undoubtedly be snapped up instantly. Item, car audio blueprint permanent. Price, 1 rare blueprint. Quantity, 1. Suchen understood the principle that rarity drives value. As Suchen listed the item, today's Braveheart challenge period had already concluded. Hero challenge concluded. See you tomorrow. Regional channel 5930. Amidst the heavy atmosphere of the regional channel, Suchen dropped a bombshell. Suchen, my shop is now open. Selling water, ice cream, cola, and liquor at affordable prices. Welcome all survivors. The moment these words appeared, the regional chat channel, already reeling from the surge in casualties, erupted in chaos. Holy? Even Suchen, the big shot, is opening a shop? Am I seeing things? Ice cream? Holy crap. Getting ice cream on a day this hot would be pure bliss. You're not seeing things. Not only is there ice cream, but also tons of ice-cold cola. That must be why Suchen wanted to buy cola nuts earlier. But what's even more important, didn't you see? That's baijiu. I love drinking. I feel sick if I don't knock back half a gene every day. I'll trade my car, sell my iron, whatever it takes to get a bottle to try. Woo-woo brother Suchen, can your little sister have a lick of that ice cream? If you let me, next time I'll lick it until it's all white for you. Today's Wilderness Hero Challenge was pretty rewarding. I'll treat myself to an ice cream. Thanks, Suchen. Yep, I opened 2 silver chests today and got 2 blueprints, 1 for myself, 1 for pure enjoyment. How come everyone else got something, but I entered the wilderness and came back empty-handed? Sigh, so many deaths in just a few hours. It's truly terrifying. Suchen chuckled as he watched his shop's inventory dwindle at a visible pace. This time, he definitely made a killing. In just 1 hour, half of it was sold. Suchen had amassed a huge pile of resources and quite a few blueprints. Most were common items, but they allowed him to trade for some essential daily necessities. But then, sales in Suchen's shop slowed dramatically. Clearly, demand was starting to plateau. There just weren't enough people. Those who had managed to survive and were now beginning to enjoy life were still a minority. Suchen couldn't help but sigh. Of the original 10,000 people, fewer than 6,000 remained. Only a tiny fraction had managed to escape the struggle for survival, while the rest were still grappling with the need for basic resources. Among them, aside from those who prioritized indulgence first, most remained relatively rational, understanding that now was not the time to exchange for such luxuries or focus on enjoyment. Additionally, Suchen had exchanged for an induction heating plate, capable of directly heating pots. Now he wouldn't have to go out to build fires and grill meat. Safety was maximized. As Suchen hummed a tune while simmering dog meat, a private message pinged. Wang Chang, bro, I've unlocked an awesome blueprint perfect for your little shop. Attached image. Curiosity piqued, Suchen clicked to view it and his pupils suddenly dilated. It was a blueprint for an anti-inflammatory drug, something he'd never seen on the exchange before. Anti-inflammatory medicine crafting blueprint permanent. Requirements, 1 portion of herbs, 1 portion of fungi. Over the past 2 days, all survivors had encountered some degree of combat while searching for treasure chests, and many had sustained injuries. But without medicines like anti-inflammatory drugs, they could only watch helplessly as their wounds became infected, sometimes even leading to death. If his shop were to stock anti-inflammatory drugs at this moment, they would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. Moreover, merging servers is inevitable later on. It's a natural consequence of dwindling player numbers in each region. Suchen refused to believe they'd let this entire region's population remain in this state indefinitely. Name your price. Wang Chang, I'll give you the blueprint, but you must give me 30% of the profits from selling the anti-inflammatory drugs. Plus, give me a bottle of baijiu every day. If you refuse, I'll sell the medicine myself. Wang Chang had a passion, drinking. He could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, believing in seizing life's pleasures while they lasted. When he saw Suchen stocking liquor, he began scheming about how to drink daily. Thus, he intended to trade these blueprints for the privilege of drinking. Moreover, he wasn't willing to give up the profits from the anti-inflammatory medicine. So he offered a whopping 70% discount, dumping all the sales and transaction work onto Suchen. He could just sit back and reap the benefits. Upon seeing Wang Chang's demands, Suchen frowned. The man expected to hand over a single blueprint and secure a permanent 30% cut of his anti-inflammatory drug profits? That was utterly unrealistic. With his luck, he was confident he could farm it out later, eliminating the need to share profits with anyone else. After weighing his options, Suchen replied. 1 bottle of liquor per day is acceptable, but a permanent 30% cut of the anti-inflammatory medicine is impossible. At most, I'll accept 10%. I'm not in a rush, I can develop it myself later. Wang Chang, then do you have a 1-star car upgrade blueprint? Use that to offset the 2/10 profit you're giving up. Sure. Suchen agreed immediately. He still had 8 of those blueprints lying around, uselessly exchanging them for resources was the only way to put them to good use. Next, Suchen placed 1-star car upgrade blueprint and 1 bottle of white liquor on the table, exchanging them for the anti-inflammatory drug blueprint. Without hesitation, he learned the recipe. However, he didn't have any herbs or fungi, nor had he seen them listed on the exchange. Just as he was about to ask in the public chat, Wang Chang sent another message. Chapter 31, Scarcity Marketing. Wang Chang, oh, right, Suchen. These are the herbs and fungi I spent all day gathering. Consider it seed money for our business venture. Next, Wang Chang traded over 11 portions of herbs and 2 portions of fungi, just enough to produce 2 doses of anti-inflammatory medicine. After a moment's thought, Suchen cleared out another cubic meter of space in the rear cargo hold. Now, the entire back of the vehicle was completely packed. He spread the plant growth accelerator soil again, took a portion of the herbs and fungi, and planted them in equal parts. Finally, he used the remaining portion of fungi along with herbs to produce 1 batch of anti-inflammatory medicine. Consumed 1 portion of herbs and 1 portion of fungi, successfully produced 1 portion of anti-inflammatory medicine. 10 anti-inflammatory pills now appeared in Suchen's hand. 1 batch yielded 10 pills. This meant he could sell them individually. Suchen opened his shop, listed all the cola, ice water, and baijiu produced by his manufacturing machines, and then added the anti-inflammatory pills to the inventory. Item, anti-inflammatory pill 1 unit. Price, 3 portions of medicinal herbs, 3 portions of fungus, 1 blueprint. Quantity, 10 limited to 10 pills. That's only 15 times the cost, pretty reasonable, right? Next, Suchen synchronized his anti-inflammatory medicine listing to the regional channel. The moment Suchen's trade post went live, the entire regional channel instantly erupted. Holy crap! Suchen's listed another amazing item, anti-inflammatory medicine? I need that right now. Herbs, fungi, what kind of stuff is this? I don't have any of it. Please, big shot, give me an anti-inflammatory pill. I'm injured, and without medicine, I'll die. What kind of joke are you pulling, man? Trying to freeload? Damn, I've never even seen herbs or fungi before. I can only trade blueprints for them. If I can't prevent my wounds from getting infected, I won't last long. Ha, while you guys were freaking out, I already traded for 3 anti-inflammatory pills. I had 8 portions of herbs, and Suchen agreed to trade me 3. Finally, I can breathe easy. Holy, bro, you're ruthless. Snagged them while everyone else hesitated. Once someone took the plunge, everyone else stopped thinking it was expensive and started snatching them up. Only 7 left, and they vanished in seconds. Holy crap, you guys are way too fast. That's just not fair. Suchen, hurry up and produce another batch to sell. Countless injured individuals, or those wanting to stockpile for prevention, all hoped Suchen would list more anti-inflammatory medicine. Suchen saw this demand. He made a response. Suchen, the raw materials for anti-inflammatory drugs are rare and hard to come by. Once I have more stock, I'll list them. Keep an eye on my shop, you'll eventually snag some. In fact, during the previous transaction, he had already acquired 8 portions of herbs and 3 portions of fungi, allowing him to produce another 30 doses. But he knew better than to let others think these were easy to produce. Unlike water or beverages, medicine was a matter of life and death in the apocalypse. Therefore, he planned to list 10 pills every hour to maximize profits. Additionally, he had acquired 5 new blueprints. 4 were relatively common, single-use designs: down jacket blueprint, pillow blueprint, chair blueprint, and table blueprint. Each could only produce 1 item, so they held little commercial value. In contrast, 1 blueprint allowed for permanent production. Underwear crafting blueprint permanent. Requirements: 1 piece of fabric. Description: produces any style of underwear, unrestricted by design or gender. Seeing this, Suchen was overjoyed. He hadn't changed his underwear at all these past 2 days. Constantly searching for treasure chests and engaging in battles had made him sweat profusely, leaving his current pair sticky and uncomfortable. Finally, he could change his underwear. Fabric was a basic material obtainable from bronze treasure chests. While slightly rarer than wood or iron blocks, it wasn't particularly scarce. Suchen happened to have several pieces he'd traded for from others earlier. He immediately began crafting. Consumed 6 pieces of cloth to craft 6 pairs of men's ice silk underwear. Suchen quickly slipped them on. A cool, soothing sensation washed over him, utterly comfortable. The sensation was excellent, far more comfortable than before. Silky smooth, perfectly fitted, and no more chafing, no longer needing to constantly worry about discomfort down there. With 3 pieces of fabric remaining, Suchen continued crafting. 3 pieces of fabric consumed, producing 3 pairs of women's lace underwear. Running his fingers over the freshly made lace panties, the texture felt even smoother than his ice silk underwear. After finishing, Suchen opened the chat interface with Qinglan, whom he had traded with before, and sent her the 3 pairs of women's lace panties. He then opened Wang Chang's private chat, traded them over as well, and left a note. Suchen, today's 10% profit, 3 pairs of ice silk briefs. You're welcome. Getting him to hand over the blueprints was out of the question, but since these were permanent craftable items, he could spare a few pairs. On the other end, Qinglan received Suchen's direct trade request and opened the interface with a puzzled look. When she realized what exactly he had sent her, Qinglan's face flushed crimson. She hadn't expected him to send her several pairs of panties. She usually changed hers daily, but hadn't for several days now. Adding to her discomfort, her period had started recently, staining some of them and leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Suchen's underwear was like a long-awaited rain in a drought for her. She quickly pulled them out, but when she saw they were lace styles, Qinglan blushed even more. At least no one else was around. She held the underwear to her nose and sniffed no strange odors. She reasoned that since Suchen and she had transacted several times before, he probably wasn't that kind of person. So right there in the car, she began to slip off her own underwear. After changing, the feeling was pure bliss. The warm, snug feeling down there was incredibly comforting, leaving her utterly satisfied. Now, both mentally and physically, she felt utterly fulfilled and happy. Suchen, you're such a good person. Qinglan had already made up her mind. The next time she drew up blueprints she didn't need, she'd trade them directly to Suchen. Amidst Qinglan and Wang Chang's gratitude, Suchen happily continued grilling the meat. The sky gradually darkened. Night had fallen, once more the most terrifying stretch of the highway survival ordeal. In the chat channel, many were seeking comfort from one another. Will we run into wild beasts again tonight? Last night I ran into a wolf, scared the hell out of me. Hope tonight passes without incident. Yeah, my car's durability is down to 80. The glass is almost shattered. No idea how many more days it'll last. Don't worry, my windshield's been shattered for ages. Mine's only at 40 durability. 80 is pretty good. Must have been upgraded or reinforced. It seems like staying in that guy's car is the safest bet. My car's durability is practically in the red now. Most people are pretty scared of encountering dangerous beasts at night. For them, it's practically a deadly threat. Zhang Weihong, if possible, everyone should light a few bonfires around their vehicles at night. This can deter some beasts from approaching. Also, our team now has 7 or 8 members. Everyone is welcome to join us and survive this game together. Many agreed, while also offering to sell firewood and logs. If Brother Zhang hadn't mentioned it, I'd have completely forgotten about that. What do you mean, Brother Zhang? This is our Mayor Zhang. Doesn't everything the big boss says make sense? I've already started a fire. Here's hoping we have a peaceful night. Inside the car, Zhang Weihong, munching on instant noodles, watched as people praised him and expressed interest in joining. A smile touched his lips. Chapter 32, You're short on water? What does that have to do with me taking a shower? In this road survival game, relying solely on one's strength could lead to death at any moment. To survive safely until the end, one must harness the power of the team. Zhang Weihong chuckled, already formulating a plan. Today, thanks to his team, he'd already gathered substantial resources and blueprints. Through trading, he could fully provide water and food for the members who joined him. Especially through the team effort at the cost of 2 lives they had obtained. A handgun. And 8 rounds of ammunition. This would be a crucial driving force for their team's growth and self-preservation. If only they could get their hands on Suchen's manufacturing machines. Drinks, medicine. If he could get his hands on these, he could use them to become the richest man in the entire regional channel. But the current top tycoon is Suchen. Mayor Zhang, may I join you in your car for a moment? Just as he was slurping his instant noodles, a sweet, melodious voice drifted over, so pleasant it could easily land a voice acting role. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Weihong's eyes lit up briefly before immediately returning to normal. In their convoy, there was only one woman in black stockings, a young wife who seemed to be a secretary. He opened the door to find a woman in black stockings and a blouse, smiling radiantly at Zhang Weihong. Sure, hop in. The woman slid into the car, glancing at the leftover instant noodle sausage in Zhang Weihong's bowl and swallowing hard. Pointing to the sausage in the instant noodle box, she asked, Brother Zhang, can I have your sausage? Of course. Zhang Weihong handed her the instant noodle box and closed the door behind her. Soon after, the interior lights went out. The car was on the highway, and everything grew quiet. An hour later, Zhang Weihong got out of the car, his legs feeling weak. There was no way around it, the pressure in this environment was too much. In just 1 short hour, she had erupted 3 times. After instructing everyone to form a circle around the vehicle and light a bonfire at the perimeter, Zhang Weihong initiated the group discussion. A team cannot function without a leader or clear role assignments, otherwise, chaos would ensue. With their small numbers now, they could form the future management core of the team. Naturally, everyone was more than willing to follow Zhang Weihong's arrangements. As for me, my management experience is likely the strongest among us here, so I'll temporarily take on the role of leader. If someone more suitable emerges later, I'll gladly step aside. Lu Qian, secretary at a major corporation, will handle finances. She'll manage all our team's resource tracking and logistics. Zhang San, bold yet meticulous with strong combat prowess, will lead our expedition team. His primary duties will be combat and treasure chest searches. Does anyone have any objections? After speaking, Chen Weihong looked around the group, seemingly seeking their input. Having originally joined Chen Weihong out of a desire to latch onto a leader, they were naturally delighted at the prospect of leadership roles and immediately endorsed his proposals. Alright, moving forward, we must unite more people and continuously grow our team. Together, we'll survive this highway ordeal. Everyone agreed to his assignments, leaving Chen Weihong thoroughly satisfied. Excellent. At least there were no troublemakers, otherwise, he'd have to expend more energy dealing with them. Listening to Chen Weihong's words, the group exchanged glances before nodding vigorously in agreement. They began to envision their team expanding, and with that growth, their influence would only increase. Perhaps one day, they could live comfortably with food and water without lifting a finger. Standing at the center, observing their reactions, Chen Weihong felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction. He had successfully won them over. The next step was to keep expanding the team. Then, he could leverage the team's strength to become even more powerful. That night, Su Chen didn't continue posting meal deals on the public chat to stir up resentment. Savoring the dog meat hotpot and sipping his homemade liquor, the spicy heat made Su Chen shout with delight. While enjoying the meal, Su Chen portioned out the remaining dog meat into single servings, mixed it with water, and listed it for sale in his shop. He kept 10 pounds for himself, figuring occasional samples would suffice. After dinner, Su Chen approached his bed, removed all the mattresses, and began training his body using the explosive power exercises he had once learned. Though he didn't want to admit it, his current physique was admittedly a bit weak. He needed to start training at the very least, to gain the strength to go toe-to-toe with a wild wolf. First, he focused on arm explosiveness, then moved on to leg explosiveness. Finally, he focused on the most crucial part, explosive power in his core. In less than half an hour, Su Chen collapsed onto the floor, too exhausted to move. But he knew he'd reached his current limit. Only by pushing further could he break through it. He pushed through another 15 minutes before his strength truly gave out. He retrieved a wooden barrel from his ring large enough to hold a person, taking up considerable space. He turned on the nearby faucet and filled the bucket with some of the condensed purified water. Not much, about 6 inches deep. Su Chen selected one of his favorite soft melodies, then stripped off all his clothes and sat directly into the wooden tub. He retrieved a towel he'd traded for and a bar of soap, beginning to wash himself. After a quick wash, Su Chen leaned back against the edge of the tub, lying comfortably and feeling exceptionally relaxed. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward about bathing in this wooden tub. He resolved that once he upgraded his car to a comfortable RV, he'd definitely install a proper bathroom with a bathtub that would be so much more relaxing. Ding! Another private message arrived. Too lazy to move, Su Chen simply waved his hand, summoning the large screen to float before him. After upgrading to a 2-star vehicle, the large communication and transaction screen could be moved anywhere inside the car. Su Chen glanced at it. A message from Qinglan. What does she want with me? Could it be she'd uncovered another rare blueprint? Su Chen's eyes lit up as he eagerly tapped open the private chat. Qinglan, are you there? I'm here. What's up? Qinglan, Su Chen, do you think we have any chance of returning to our original world? Su Chen looked utterly confused. Seriously, sis? It's been 2 days already. Haven't you accepted reality yet? Just as he was about to reply, another message from her cut him off. Chapter 33, Late Night Ambush. Qinglan, do you think if we die in this survival game, we'll return to our original world? The question left Su Chen utterly speechless. In that moment, he had to admit this was a possibility he hadn't considered. Since this survival game only recruited young adults, excluding the elderly and children, could it mean there was a conscience behind it? Perhaps those who had died, the eliminated ones, truly did return to their original worlds. But all of this was mere conjecture. Even in this highway survival game world, Su Chen intended to live comfortably and enjoy himself. Su Chen, I don't want to overthink it. I just want to be myself here, comfortably. After sending the message, the other side replied quickly. Qinglan, sounds so relaxing. What are you up to? Seeing Su Chen's reply, Qinglan smiled softly. She'd only asked casually, never expecting him to take it so positively. Thinking of Su Chen, Qinglan suddenly felt that perhaps coming to this road survival game wasn't entirely a bad thing after all. Su Chen snapped a photo of his comfortable moment, though it only showed him lying contentedly in the bucket, with just a hint of skin visible, nothing else. Su Chen, enjoying a bath while listening to music. He wasn't trying to be pretentious, he just wanted to share a simple moment with her. Qinglan, you actually took a bath. You actually have enough water to bathe? You! Qinglan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. In a situation where water and food were scarce, and many were dying of thirst and hunger, Suchen actually had the luxury to bathe. She hadn't bathed for days since her period started. Though she desperately wanted to tell him she needed a bath too, she knew Suchen was a stranger to her. He had no obligation to help her, and demanding it would be unreasonable. She could only silently envy him. Suchen really was incredibly lucky. After letting go of her obsession with bathing, she suddenly realized that from this angle, Suchen looked even more handsome. His looks could outshine any idol drama leading man, causing Qinglan's cheeks to flush slightly. Ugh, Qinglan, what are you thinking? Shaking her head to banish the stray thoughts, Qinglan promptly buried her face in the quilt and began murmuring softly to herself. Suchen had no idea his striking good looks were already catching a girl's attention. After his shower, a wave of exhaustion washed over Suchen. After a full day of searching for treasure chests, hunting beasts, defeating bandits, constant trading, and finally his workout, making it to bath time was nothing short of a miracle. It was time to sleep. Suchen made his bed, pulled the quilt over himself, rested his head on the pillow, and immediately sank into a deep slumber. He was truly, utterly exhausted. Even though it was only a little past 8, he collapsed onto the bed and was out like a light. In his dream, Suchen found himself in his castle, playfully wrestling with his black-stockinged maids. Suddenly, the entire castle began to shake violently. An earthquake? Jolted awake by the tremor, Suchen's eyes snapped open. Feeling the vehicle swaying violently, he instantly realized what was happening. A jolt of panic shot through him, and he was wide awake in an instant. Could it be that the nocturnal beasts had come calling again? Suchen hurriedly looked outside, but it was already the dead of night. Outside was pitch black, and he couldn't make out anything. All he could make out was a dark silhouette banging and scraping against the vehicle. The car's durability had already dropped by 5 points. Instead of turning on the lights, Suchen first drew his Desert Eagle, then pulled out a high-powered flashlight and aimed it outside, switching it on. Under the beam's light, a dark, grayish-black shadow flashed past somewhere outside. Without hesitation, Suchen adjusted the beam's direction, locking onto the spot where the shadow had vanished. Swish! The flashlight's beam pierced the darkness, illuminating the shadowy figure. Upon recognizing it, Suchen's pupils suddenly contracted, yet he simultaneously exhaled in relief. It was a full-grown black bear, looking quite large, a bit terrifying in the dead of night. Had he not reinforced the bulletproof glass in the vehicle's body, the damage now would likely be far more severe. His entire car could have been written off. Observing the bear, which couldn't inflict any real damage on the vehicle, Suchen calmed himself and began studying it, searching for its weak points. Before he could pinpoint any, however, he noticed something abnormal. The bear's eyes glowed a bloodthirsty crimson, making it appear even more ferocious. Could it be that nighttime somehow amplified the strength of wild beasts in the wilderness? And also made them more likely to target humans? Suchen's mind raced with speculation. Then shook his head. The immediate priority was to take down this black bear. Otherwise, by daylight, his stamina would likely drop another 15 points, a scenario Suchen wanted to avoid at all costs. He approached a car window, lowering it slightly to create a narrow gap for shooting, then extended the muzzle outside. Hey, old dang, over here! Suchen called out softly, drawing the black bear's attention. Sensing the human scent growing stronger, the bear grew excited. It let out a loud snarl, then came to the window where Suchen had called out and began thumping on it. Ha, rest easy on your journey. A faint smile touched Suchen's lips as he aimed the barrel at the bear and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! In an instant, he emptied the entire magazine in his hands. Bullets tore into the bear's body, punching numerous bloody holes. Blood spattered everywhere as the bear collapsed with an agonized howl, seemingly taken down by a single burst from Suchen. Seeing the bear lying on the ground, still twitching slightly, Suchen didn't immediately get out to check. Instead, he switched to another gun and opened the car window a bit wider. Then he aimed, bang, emptying the magazine once more. After emptying the magazine, he immediately closed the window completely, denying the bear any chance to ambush him. From the very beginning, he had no intention of getting out to investigate. The opportunity to collect the spoils wasn't urgent. He hadn't anticipated that even after upgrading his vehicle, it still faced threats from wild beasts. He'd have to upgrade it again soon to ensure a safer, more comfortable sleeping environment. After completing all this, Suchen crawled back into bed without looking back, collapsing onto the mattress and falling asleep without bothering with anything else. 6:30 in the morning. Suchen awoke feeling energetic. After a full night's sleep over 10 hours, the weakness he'd felt yesterday had completely vanished, replaced by boundless energy. A wonderful day begins with selling goods. Time to list everything the machine produced. Chapter 34, a scam? I hate scams the most. After listing everything, Suchen ate some bread and drank water to settle his stomach before setting off again. Within 10 minutes, he encountered a bronze treasure chest. Initial resources: 1 packet of Hey Dileo hotpot base, 1 packet of 9 Palace Grid hotpot base. You opened the chest, earning 233 chest points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, gaining a 5x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 5 portions of Heideleo hot pot base and 5 portions of 9 grid hot pot base. Hot pot base? Not bad, considering he hadn't had hot pot in quite a while. After going without it for a while, it really starts to feel nostalgic. Decided hot pot tonight. He floored the accelerator and kept driving. After driving about 30 kilometers, Suchen suddenly noticed a car parked by the roadside on the distant horizon. A figure was waving at him. Someone? And they're actually getting out of the car? Are they genuinely foolish or just pretending? As Suchen drove closer, he raised an eyebrow at the disbelieving sight of the survivor waving frantically. In a road survival game like this, openly getting out to ask for help? As he drew nearer, he saw a vehicle blocking the entire roadway. The rear door was wide open. Leaning against the door sat a seductive young woman in a uniform OL outfit and black stockings. Her long, wavy hair framed a tech-influenced face, and her slender, long legs perfectly showcased the allure of the black stockings. The woman now struck a seductive pose, waving her arm at Suchen, beckoning him over. As he drove up, she reclined in the back seat, slipped off her shoes, crossed her slender legs, and extended a single finger, beckoning him closer. What the hell? Road survival and you run into streetwalkers doing business? Suchen swallowed hard, his throat parched, and took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Through the radar detection system, he couldn't tell how many people were inside the other vehicle. Only a single vehicle marker symbol appeared. But he could detect a survivor player positioned about 20 meters from the roadside. Clearly, this was a setup. Damn it! He hated people like this more than anything in the world. They couldn't be trusted to return sincerity for sincerity, insisting on playing dirty tricks instead. He never had the chance to seek revenge on such scum before. Now, in this survival game, he was determined to make them pay. Armed with a pistol and a crossbow, he had nothing to fear. As long as he didn't get out of the car, the other guy had no way to deal with him. Suchen drifted smoothly to a stop, positioning himself directly beside the target's car. Slowly, he lowered the window just a crack. Whoosh! The next instant, a sharp arrow shot out from the distant bushes, flying straight toward the window of Suchen's car. Clang! However, the arrow struck the partially lowered window and ricocheted away. A faint smile touched Suchen's lips. Did they really think he'd be foolish enough to open the car door? He drew his pistol, aiming the muzzle through the narrow gap at the top of the window toward the nearby bushes. Based on the enemy's earlier attack, he roughly determined their position hidden within the bushes. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Thud! Ah! A gunshot rang out, followed by a piercing scream from the nearby bushes. Then, a survivor covered in blood raised his hands from the bushes, signaling his surrender. But, thud! Another shot rang out, taking him down instantly. Not a shred of mercy. This scene instantly terrified the OL in black stockings sitting by the rear door, who slammed the door shut. But soon, the door swung open again. Those slender legs in black stockings stretched out, and a sweet, girlish voice drifted over. You're so handsome. That man forced me with his weapon. I never wanted this. Now he's dead, I'm all yours. Zhao Shuang rubbed her calves together as she blew a kiss toward Suchen. At the same time, she unconsciously pulled down the collar of her blouse a little. Whoa! Those headlights were huge and round. Honestly, back in his old world, if he'd encountered a girl like this on a road without surveillance, he'd have gone straight over to chat her up. But now? This was a survival game. Trust no one but yourself, especially women trying to climb into your bed. No matter how pretty her black stockings are, if she wants to kill me, she's nothing but a painted skeleton. Suchen had zero sympathy for this kind of honey trap scam. He just pulled out his gun and bang 2 shots. Still, Suchen didn't get out of the car. Within a kilometer radius, he'd detected 3 vehicles, meaning at least 3 people would show up here. He'd already taken out 1 man and 1 woman. There should be 1 more. Judging by the woman's seductive moves earlier, she was likely still in the car. But it seemed the other party intended to wait until he got in the car to search for resources before launching a surprise attack. Suchen's expression darkened as he retrieved a black wooden treasure chest from his spatial ring. Inside lay a mildly dangerous creature. Suchen tossed the wooden treasure chest directly into the other party's carriage. After several impacts, the wooden chest shattered, and a sand-colored figure wriggled out. Damn it! A furious curse erupted as a figure, startled, immediately prepared to flee through the other door. He certainly didn't want to get bitten by a snake in the car, especially without knowing if it was venomous. But the moment he stepped out, a car executed a 180-degree drift turn, appearing before him. A black muzzle was now pointed squarely at him. Thud! Brain matter splattered, blood gushed wildly. Only after the last survivor collapsed to the ground did Suchen finally breathe a sigh of relief. He approached the parked vehicle, swung his triangular bayonet, and sliced the sand snake clean in half. He quickly searched the vehicle. There wasn't much inside, just a bottle of water, a few bread rolls, and a pair of lace panties with a peculiar odor. Suchen walked to the front of the vehicle, extracted the car heart, and proceeded to dismantle the car. Before leaving, Suchen glanced at the woman's corpse. He abandoned the thought of taking advantage of the situation. It had been nothing but empty talk. He then drove over to the other two vehicles. Their vehicles contained considerably more resources. Combined, they had 11 bottles of water and plenty of food like bread and steamed buns. Additionally, there were several dozen basic supplies. Beyond that, he discovered a blueprint. Opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Cigarette production blueprint permanent. Production requirements 100 cigarettes, 1 portion of tobacco leaves. Learning requirement, 2-star vehicle. Holy crap? Sitting on a gold mine and still going out to rob others? When he saw the tobacco blueprint, Suchen clenched his fists in excitement. Thankfully, these guys didn't have blueprints for upgrading 1-star cars. Otherwise, they might have used this blueprint to become the wealthiest tycoons in the region. Though he already earned the unofficial title of the region's wealthiest by selling water, if these guys mastered cigarette production, they'd likely skyrocket to the top in no time. Chapter 35, Tobacco Blueprints. Time to take off. Of these 2 car cores, one had already reached the 2-star level, while the other had only absorbed 1. Add to that the one from that woman. That meant Suchen had obtained a total of 7 car hearts in this wave. Combined with the 4 he had absorbed earlier, he now possessed 11 car cores. He was only 4 cores away from upgrading his vehicle again. It's already a makeshift RV minibus. Will upgrading it turn it into a full-sized motorhome? After securing the blueprints, Suchen proceeded to dismantle both vehicles. Back in the vehicle, Suchen immediately chose to study. Such valuable blueprints had to be mastered personally. Materials could be addressed later. Congratulations! You have learned cigarette production. Cigarettes. Requirements, 1 portion of tobacco leaves. Effect, can craft any brand or type of cigarette. Now, the treasure mountain lies before me. All that's missing is the spark to ignite it. If I don't have it, I'll see if the masses do. Suchen, seeking tobacco leaves. Will trade for any shop goods. Bring your best offer. The once dull regional chat channel erupted instantly. Wait, tobacco leaves? Is Suchen planning to make cigarettes? Holy crap! Cigarettes? I haven't had one in 3 days and I'm itching all over. If I could just have a smoke, I'd be in heaven. Damn it, why don't I have tobacco leaves? I could have traded them straight for cigarettes from Suchen. Anyone with tobacco leaves? Don't wait, sell them to Suchen now. The chat channel was buzzing with excitement, but Suchen's private messages were eerily quiet. Not a single person with tobacco leaves approached him. All he got were endless private photos from girls trying to trade for water and food. Suchen was speechless. Damn it, I don't even like looking at these photos. Could you stop sending them to me? They're eating up too much storage space. What's even crazier is that he's seen the same photo of Li Shanshan sent to him by multiple people, including some with clearly male names. Guys, are you guys just trying to get your kicks out of these photos and then squeeze every last drop of use out of them? After waiting 10 minutes, there was still no word about the tobacco leaves. Suchen kept driving. After receiving another wooden treasure chest, he finally got a private message. Xinglan, Suchen, I just got something you might want, not tobacco leaves, but tobacco seeds. Interested? Seeds were practically useless in this post-apocalyptic survival scenario. There was simply no time to plant them. However, Xinglan reasoned that if seeds could spawn, it meant they were viable. Perhaps planting them here could yield much faster results than normal. Yes, I can use these. Name your price, my little lucky charm. Suchen regretted sending that message the moment it left his fingers. He felt like he'd come off as a bit too smooth. On the other end, Xinglan flushed instantly upon seeing Suchen's reply. Xinglan, just give me a couple bottles of water then. This seed was a bonus item she'd obtained from opening a silver treasure chest. Keeping it was pointless, so she might as well do Suchen a small favor. No problem. Suchen readily agreed, trading 2 bottles of water for a packet of seeds. Gazing at the trunk pack so full there was no room left, Suchen sighed deeply. He'd think about planting tobacco once the crop seed grown tomorrow were ready. Or perhaps he should upgrade the car sooner to gain more storage space. Just as Suchen was about to exit the private chat, the other party sent another message. Xinglan, have you noticed a group of people already hunting for you? Really? How many? Suchen knew it was inevitable that people would target him. It was part of his strategy to quickly gather car hearts in the early stages. Xinglan, currently, there seem to be about 7 or 8 of them. They're ambushing and brutally killing other survivors, demanding to know if anyone has encountered Suchen. Xinglan, no one knew they existed until a player who pretended to join them, then drove off at night and luckily escaped, exposed the whole thing. Xinglan, according to the defector, each member carries formidable weapons, bows, large machetes, and even their leader possesses a firearm. Earlier, when Suchen heard people searching for him on the road, he felt nothing. But upon hearing they had a gun, his expression turned grave. Players with guns were no joke. His protective suit could only block stabs, not bullets. It seems I've overestimated my own advantages. Compared to those ruthless individuals, I'm still too kind-hearted. Suffering through the pain, Suchen ultimately decided to confront those people sooner rather than later. Otherwise, if he gave them the chance to recruit more people, the situation might spiral beyond his control. Their current numbers were already close to what he'd anticipated. With his decision made, Suchen slammed his foot on the accelerator. He accelerated to 200 km/h, charging forward at full speed. He wasn't worried about the tires wearing out, he could always replace them later. Money was no object to him. After driving for a full 2.5 hours, Suchen had covered a solid 300 kilometers. Along the way, he encountered 5 or 6 treasure chests, yielding 10 bottles of water, 40 milk buns, 10 pounds of A9 Wagyu beef, 6 candles, 7 bottles of red wine, 2 dining table blueprints, and 5 backpack blueprints. Beyond that, he encountered 2 survivors attempting to rob him along the way. Without exception, he crushed them both, turning them into fuel for his car's engine. 2-star Carhartt, 1415. Just one more Carhartt to complete the upgrade for a 2-star vehicle. All he needed was one more 2-star car upgrade blueprint. Such items are rare on the highway, so he'd likely have to wait until the wilderness challenge began. Keep moving. Brother Fei, we just robbed another person. Still no sign of Suchen. Could he be ahead of us? A man bit into a piece of bread with gusto, chugging a bottle of water straight down his throat. Heh, what does it matter if we catch him or not? Aren't we living it up right now? As long as everyone keeps raiding with me, we'll have food and water every day. A bald, muscular man with half a blue dragon tattooed on his back declared with authority. Brother Chang rocks. Follow Big Brother Chang, and you'll eat 9 meals in 3 days. Chapter 36, Highway Robbers. Brother Chang's right, he's got a pistol, and we've all got weapons. If we run into other survivors, we just take them down and call it a day. Sure, we might not run into Suchen, but we can always pin it on him. Just say we were going after him and had no choice but to take out those survivors. Brother Chang chuckled, basking in the group's praise. He smiled and said, when they run into a powerhouse like us, they'll blame it all on Suchen. Without him, no one would ever target individual survivors like that. We'll just be the ones quietly farming in the background. Bro Chang makes a point, long live Bro Chang. Heh, but speaking of which, we haven't run into a single woman today. If we do, we'll intercept her and... Holy! Hearing you say that, I'm getting a little cocky. We're all here now, no laws apply. Can't we just relax a bit? But if we do run into a girl, Brother Chang goes first and we'll just line up behind him. Amidst the crowd's flattery, Brother Chang gradually lost himself. Wait, look over there. Is someone coming? Quick, fresh meat's coming. Get ready, guys. Not long after continuing forward, Suchen's detection system suddenly showed a dozen dilapidated minivans parked across the highway ahead. They're trying to ambush us. I wonder if it's that group that's after me. Suchen drew 3 Desert Eagles, 2 tucked into his waistband, one held in his hand, the other gripping the steering wheel. As he drove closer, a group of men scrambled out of the vehicles. Stop the car. Suchen raised an eyebrow. Dozens of men, armed with knives, machetes, bows and arrows, and even a rifle, all aimed their weapons at him. Stop? Did they take him for a fool? He slammed his foot down on the accelerator, and the car's speed, which had just begun to slow, surged rapidly once more. He barreled straight toward the bandits blocking the road at 100 miles per hour. Seeing this, the group scattered in panic. One of them raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the car window, the sharp crack of the gun echoing through the air. He had expected the bullet to shatter the glass, or at least intimidate the driver enough to force him to stop. But suddenly, he realized the pistol round couldn't even threaten the car window? Bulletproof glass? Damn it! What kind of high-end family could afford this? Even as they all scrambled to dodge, the car still collided with 2 of them, sending them flying backward. Simultaneously, the car executed a sweeping maneuver, side-swiping 3 boys who had dodged but couldn't adjust their evasion in time, sending them flying once more. Blow out his tires. This is a prime target. Weapons won't work, get in the car and ram him head-on. Chang roared in anger, raising his gun and firing a shot. But this was his first time handling a gun. Usually, it served more as a deterrent. Facing the car speeding through their group, he dodged while firing several shots in quick succession, none hitting the tires. He cursed under his breath and turned to sprint away. Unexpectedly, the car charged straight toward his position. Hurry up, you guys! Brother Chang, about to be caught, sidestepped with a leap, avoiding being knocked down. Simultaneously, he lay on the ground and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! A series of gunshots rang out, finally hitting one shot that blew out a tire. Suchen's minivan was forced to tilt to one side and gradually came to a halt. Just as Chang was elated and ready to shoot at the other tires, he suddenly realized he was out of bullets. In his panic, he had fired every last round. In that moment, panic set in. But as long as I pretend I still have bullets, they won't dare take the risk. With this thought, Chang regained his composure for the moment. He holstered the gun and drew a dagger from behind his back. He blew out my tire. Let's all go at him together and finish him off. At his urging, the few remaining uninjured men also began to scheme. After all, the enemy's car was now moving like a minibus. If they could seize it, wouldn't that be a surefire way to take off? Though many of their brothers were injured, these were temporary allies anyway. The more casualties, the bigger their share, plus they could split the dead brothers' vehicles and resources. That's no small haul. Kill him together. Chang's eyes widened menacingly as he raised a dagger, ready to stab at the door of Suchen's car. Inside the car, Suchen saw this and smiled. He already knew their bullets were spent. With that, they posed no threat whatsoever. He rolled down the window, drew his Desert Eagle, and waved at them with a smile as terror filled their eyes. Bye! Bang! A spray of blood blossomed as the spent-out strong brother was struck squarely in the thigh, crashing to the ground with a thud. Ah! My leg! It hurts! The dagger slipped from Changa's hand as he lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his thigh and wailing pitifully. Both hands pressed desperately against the wound, as if trying to stem the flow of blood. But it didn't help much. The other henchmen, who had been charging forward with their machetes, were instantly stunned. The enemy had guns too? And this firepower seemed even more powerful than Xiao Chang's pistol. He has a gun? Should we still charge? Charge my ass. That's a gun. Charging is suicide. What should we do then? Brother Chang's still lying in a pool of blood. What else can we do? Run, of course. As for Xiaoqian? Serves him right. He insisted on dragging us into highway robbery. Now he's got himself crippled by some tough customer. What a useless piece of trash. Li Qiqian, sprawled on the ground, never imagined that the moment he was shot and fell, he had already completed his transformation from Big Brother Qiqiang to Little Qiqiang. You're right. Let's get out of here. With that, a muscle-bound guy took off first. With someone leading the way, the rest naturally didn't stick around, all scrambling to escape together. Witnessing this scene, Li Qiqiang, amidst his agonized wails, saw his fleeing underlings and couldn't help but roar in fury. "Uing bunch of..." Bang! A bullet struck him square in the forehead, blowing his head apart. Blood spattered everywhere. Finally, silence fell. If you want to run, you'll have to ask my gun if it agrees. Chapter 37, The Name of Suchen Spreads. Suchen aimed at the fleeing survivors, taking down one after another. After taking down 4 more survivors, only one lucky one evaded Suchen's bullets, scrambled into his car, and sped away desperately. With one of Suchen's tires blown out, he lost all desire to pursue. Stowing his pistol, Suchen drew his crossbow and delivered finishing blows to the 10 bodies lying in pools of blood. This prevented any feigned deaths or surprise attacks. After confirming all were truly dead, Suchen proceeded with his customary looting of the bodies. Practice makes perfect. He finished the search with lightning speed, collecting 1 standard pistol, 3 daggers, 5 large machetes, and another crossbow. Next came the car hearts from 10 vehicles, totaling the equivalent of 21 one-star car hearts. It seemed they had already looted quite a bit in just one day. This haul netted Suchen a substantial number of car hearts in one fell swoop. That little bait earlier had finally paid off handsomely. Car hearts, 3,215. This was more than double his required amount. He then thoroughly searched their vehicles for resources before dismantling every single car. This haul was nothing short of a windfall. Wood alone amounted to over 1,200 pieces, plus numerous other basic materials, totaling more than 3,000 pieces. Add to that the decomposed yield, and this batch alone contains over 5,000 portions of base material. That's equivalent to the value of 200 or 300 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water. Beyond that, there was a promising blueprint, one they currently lack the means to manufacture. Excellence grade body steel plate shell construction blueprints, single use. Increases vehicle defense by 50% and durability by 50%. Requirements: 200 steel, 200 alloy, 100 rubber. Assembly requirements: 2-star vehicle. Excellent. This would significantly boost defense compared to his current premium shell. Especially since his premium shell has been attacked multiple times recently, leaving its durability at just 70%. This superior grade shell would make his vehicle much more resilient. After gathering all resources and ensuring nothing was missed, Yi Hui returned to his vehicle. He approached the workbench, piled all the materials and blueprints onto it. He began crafting. A flash of white light flickered. Crafting successful. Customized shell based on vehicle body, ready for immediate replacement. Directly replace the original shell with a more robust, superior grade shell. As for the previous premium shell, Suchen didn't consider dismantling it directly. Instead, he listed it on the exchange. Since it was crafted from 50 pieces of steel and 50 pieces of alloy, he decided to list it at a reasonable price. Item: premium steel vehicle shell. Effects: increases defense by 30% and durability by 30%. Current remaining durability: 70%. Price: 100 steel blocks, 100 alloy blocks. Quantity: 1. Only doubled the price on a steel for all. To Suchen's surprise, it sold within minutes of listing a killer deal. Next, Suchen used another tire blueprint to replace it with a premium tire. He continued driving ahead. He planned to see if he could snag another treasure chest before having lunch. As Suchen continued his treasure hunt, he was unaware that the player who had escaped had already broadcast his location across the entire regional channel. Gao Fei, holy! I survived Suchen's clutches. My team was ambushing him on the road, 11 of us, 1 gun, all armed. Now I'm the only one who escaped the chaos. They're all dead. Gaofei, Suchen has guns at least 2 now. Anyone thinking of taking him on, just give up. He's way too strong. His car seems upgraded too, way more high-end than ours. With the resources he looted from us, Suchen will only get stronger. Everyone, seriously, don't mess with him. Gaofei dumped all the intelligence he knew onto the others. Suchen's lead had far exceeded his imagination. His words fell like a depth charge into the ocean depths. Instantly, a tidal wave of shock rippled through the entire regional channel. What? 11 of you are trying to take down our big Suchen? Are you kidding me? You've got guns and numerical superiority, yet you can't take down Suchen? That's just ridiculous. So God Su has 2 guns now? Can I buy one? I really want to play with guns. Suchen already leveled his car to 2 stars? That's way too fast. He scooped up supplies from over a dozen people. Isn't Suchen about to take off? Hasn't Suchen been soaring all alone? By the way, when is Suchen going to list the anti-inflammatory medicine? Waiting online, kinda urgent. When someone has a bit more money than you might feel envy or jealousy. But if they're the richest person around? That's none of your business, you just want to latch onto their coattails. Ding! A private message arrived for Suchen sent by Qinglan. Qinglan, Suchen, do you happen to have that pistol you just confiscated? Could you trade it to me? I promise I'll never go after you. Suchen was speeding along when he saw the message. After a moment's thought, he realized such an ordinary pistol was of little use to him. He was the kind of guy who owned 10 Desert Eagles. What do you have to trade? Suchen replied. He was willing to trade, but he demanded tangible goods upfront, no credit deals. After all, this was merely a trading partner he'd dealt with several times. Their mutual trust wasn't strong enough yet. Their transactions were driven more by mutual benefit. Qinglan, I have a gauze production blueprint here. It should be quite suitable for your Dawn shop. Gauze crafting blueprint permanent. Required materials 5, 1 fabric. Learning requirement, 2-star automobile. Gauze is an indispensable necessity in this post-apocalyptic environment. It's practically always needed when someone's injured, especially for stopping bleeding and preventing infection. Agreed, but only comes with 8 bullets in the magazine. Additional rounds require resource exchange valued at 1 bottle of water plus 2 bullets. Qinglan immediately agreed. She intended to use it primarily to deter other survivors. 8 rounds would suffice for her needs for the time being. After completing the transaction, Suchen immediately learned the gauze blueprint. He took out 20 pieces of fabric and produced 100 pieces of gauze, listing them in his shop. Item, gauze 1 unit. Price, 1 bottle of water or 25 basic materials. Quantity, 100. Chapter 38, Battle Royale Challenge Mode. After posting the listing, Suchen didn't forget to advertise in the regional chat channel. Suchen, my shop now stocks a new product, gauze suitable for human use in stopping bleeding and preventing infection. Limited quantities available. Interested parties should purchase quickly. Additionally, anti-inflammatory medication is currently out of stock. Once sufficient raw materials are secured, it will be listed immediately. Whether in stock or not, Suchen wouldn't rush to restock constantly. That would only make others think the items were easy to produce. To establish a monopoly, you can't be afraid of low initial sales. No sooner had he posted this than a frenzy of customers flooded his shop. All 100 pieces of gauze were snapped up within 3 minutes. Nearly 70% of the buyers were already injured survivors, while the remaining 30% were stocking up as a precaution. Suchen hadn't anticipated the market demand for gauze would exceed his expectations. Not cashing in on this opportunity would be foolish. He immediately restocked 200 more gauze packs and then shut down the exchange. Just as Suchen, having made a tidy profit, decided to relax and treat himself to a well-deserved reward. Suddenly, the system alerts sounded in his ears. Ding! Current region population has dropped below 5,000. A region merge will activate at midnight tonight. 10 initial regions will consolidate into a single large region. Proceed 500 kilometers along the highway to reach the main route of the large zone. Simultaneously, the game progress will update and the Battle Royale Challenge mode will soon be activated. At noon today, members of the current region may choose to enter an exclusive map where opportunity and challenge coexist. Within the zone map, all treasure chests start at Tier 1. The chance to encounter a chest is 10%, and the chance to obtain rare items from a chest is 10%. Periodically, a safe zone will spawn on the map. Toxic fog surrounds the perimeter outside the zone, causing death to players who remain outside. All players may move freely within the zone. The toxic mist circle shrinks at a rate of 44 yards. Players who reach the final safe zone will receive generous rewards. This exclusive map contains 1 diamond tier treasure chest and 2 platinum tier treasure chests. The diamond chest's location is unknown, while the platinum chest's locations are publicly marked. Numerous fierce beasts will appear on this map. Players with weaker abilities should proceed with caution. Additionally, each safe zone refresh will drop a random airdrop, with the lowest tier being gold. Note, event duration is from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., totaling 3 hours, with zones shrinking every half hour. Finally, good luck to all. Diamond tier chests. Platinum tier chests. Seeing the generous rewards for this challenge, Suchen could barely contain his excitement. Having experienced the king tier lottery before, Suchen knew that the higher the tier of the lottery, the better the items you could win. He absolutely had to participate in this challenge. Moreover, the anticipated server merger was imminent. This time, 10 regional channels would merge simultaneously. Advancing just another 500 kilometers would bring him onto the main road of the new zone of development that caught Suchen off guard. He hadn't anticipated the merger happening so swiftly. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. This road survival game is just too brutal. In only 3 days, half the participants have already perished. If 4 billion people worldwide participated, only about 2 billion would likely survive. Holy? Diamond tier chests, platinum tier chests, I've never even seen the loot inside. This could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I'm absolutely in. Basic supplies doubled? That means even the worst loot box is bronze. Isn't that a surefire way to get rich quick? I absolutely have to join. I've got nothing left. If I don't join, I probably won't last much longer anyway. This time, I'm going all in. Of course, compared to the gamblers, most survivors are being incredibly sensible. Wait, this is basically real-life battle royale, a survival game. A 44 miles per hour poisonous creature is chasing you, you have to scavenge supplies, and dodge beast attacks. How hard is that? Exactly. And the deeper you go, you're bound to run into other survivors. That could easily spark a bloodbath. You guys talk like you'll never run into them on the highway. But soon all 10 zones merge without enough supplies and weapons, you'll just become loot for others. High risk comes with high reward. I'm in regardless. Win and I get the goodies, lose and I die, at least I won't have to suffer all this. As the zone chat buzzed, more and more people began to see the logic in this. If you keep cowering, unless you get lucky, you'll die sooner or later. Might as well take a chance and fight for a shot at the good life. Seeing the chat window filled with these discussions, Suchen suddenly realized, wouldn't selling weapons now be another chance to make a killing? Plus, he had several blueprints for 4-cylinder car engines that could make their vehicles go faster. Anyway, as long as he didn't get out of the car carelessly, no one could threaten him. Before disembarking, he'd simply eliminate any ambushes detected by the radar. After pondering, Suchen first listed the large machete he'd confiscated earlier in his shop. Then he posted a message that sent the entire regional channel into a frenzy. Suchen, selling one set of 4-cylinder engine blueprints. Capable of boosting vehicle performance to a maximum speed of 200 miles per hour short term, giving you an extra chance to survive. Interested parties may trade blueprints, rare materials, or weapons armor for them. Holy? 200 miles per hour? I tried my beat-up van, it starts drifting at 100. If it hits 200, doesn't that mean no vehicle can catch you? Damn. I'd love to trade for this. It'd give me so much more confidence going into the Battle Royale challenge, but I don't have anything good to offer. Exactly. Even if I had good gear, I might not choose this mode. Those who choose the Battle Royale mode fall into two categories, gamblers and those with enough confidence in themselves. They want to use this challenge to become more capable of surviving and surviving better. Suchen, can I run a tab? Let me use this blueprint now. Once I get blueprints from the Battle Royale, I promise to pay you back with 2. What are you thinking, upstairs? Trying to freeload off Suchen? Exactly. Master Suchen, I've got a great blueprint, let's trade. Suchen's private messages quickly filled up with replies. Wang Chang, boss, why didn't you show this gem sooner? I've got a blueprint just like yours, let's swap them straight up. Then Wang Chang sent a picture. Suchen clicked to view it and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Spring Knight's moment worth 1,000 gold crafting blueprint permanent. Effect turns a successful all-night battle into absolute combat dominance. Required materials, 1 portion of snake blood, 1 portion of medicinal herbs. And you want to trade this for my 4-cylinder engine blueprint? Chapter 39, Fully Armed, begin the challenge. Are you kidding me? This thing is worth a bottle of water at most to me. Trading it for a 4-cylinder engine blueprint is impossible. Suchen's message had barely been sent when the other party replied instantly. Wang Chang, ahem, just kidding with the big shot earlier. This time, I'm really attaching the diagram. Bulletproof helmet blueprint single use. Effect, effectively blocks firearm projectiles, resists sniper rifle fire once. Requirements, 3 steel, 3 alloy, 3 rubber, 3 glass. Bulletproof helmet? Suchen's eyes lit up. This item would indeed be a valuable asset for him. After all, he currently only had a stab-proof vest protecting his torso, leaving his head unguarded, a vulnerability that made him feel uneasy. But with this helmet, his safety margin would increase significantly. Alright, initiate the exclusive transaction directly. Following the transaction, Suchen obtained the blueprint for the bulletproof helmet. He immediately headed to the workbench and crafted it. Soon, a brand new black steel helmet appeared in Suchen's hands. Imposing and sturdy, that was Suchen's first impression. Even before putting it on his head, Suchen already felt a profound sense of security. Next, Suchen checked his private messages and found a survivor offering a pair of special ops boots plus a pair of special ops gloves in exchange. After a moment's thought, Suchen decided to trade the blueprint for the items. Though it seemed like he was getting the short end of the deal, he was offering blueprints while the other had finished goods. The price difference could be offset, making it an equal exchange. Suchen also spotted a private message from someone wanting to buy on credit. He immediately blocked them, not bothering to respond. He desperately wanted to acquire another bulletproof vest, but unfortunately, the conditions weren't quite right. He hadn't found any offers involving bulletproof vests. It made sense who would trade away such life-saving gear under normal circumstances. Xinglan, Suchen, I need to buy some bullets, but I only have 11 bottles of water left. My resources just got upgraded and are almost depleted. Could I get some bullets on credit? Now that was the kind of credit arrangement he could accept. With a stable trading relationship established and the other party being a capable survivor. Sure, I'll give you 100 bullets first. If you get any good blueprints later, you can use them to settle the debt, or if you want to trade, I'll give you priority. The other party had already produced several good blueprints, and Suchen was eagerly anticipating even better ones, preferably with priority exchange rights for himself. More importantly, bullets? They're practically worthless. Xinglan agreed, thanks. Next, Suchen spent 5 alloy pieces to craft 50 bullets and traded them to the other party. 5 alloy bars for 50 bottles of water. 50 bottles of water could fetch 1,250 alloy bars, a whopping 250 times the profit. This was a huge win. But these were bullets, deadly weapons capable of killing with a single shot. They couldn't be priced like ordinary necessities. Xinglan, receiving the bullets, breathed a sigh of relief. She too was preparing to enter the Battle Royale challenge. After all, this game offered incredibly generous rewards, even platinum and diamond tier treasure chests. She understood the saying, fortune favors the bold. After a few more small trades, Suchen noticed the clock was nearing 12 o'clock. He immediately abandoned further trading and began arming himself. He donned his stab-proof vest, swapped into tactical boots and gloves, strapped on a bulletproof helmet, stashed 2 pistols in the car, and pulled out a crossbow completely combat-ready. Surveying his heavily armed self, Suchen rubbed his hands together in anticipation, waiting for the Battle Royale mode to begin. Of course, he didn't sit idly by. Instead, he settled into the driver's seat, pulled out a piece of beef, paired it with a bottle of ice-cold Coke, and began to savor a simple meal. This food should suffice for the next 3 hours of intense action. Time ticked away until exactly 12 o'clock noon. A notification sound echoed in every player's ears. Ding! Battle Royale Challenge mode activated. You may freely choose whether to join this Battle Royale challenge. Make your selection, yes or no. Battle Royale remaining time, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. As the notification sounded, Suchen immediately chose yes. He had to participate, only high-quality treasure chests could yield better loot. The moment he made his choice, a vortex gate materialized before him. He knew that stepping through this vortex would transport him directly into the challenge's map. Without a second thought, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. A dazzling white light flashed before his eyes, causing Suchen to instinctively shut them tight. When he regained his senses and opened his eyes, he discovered everything outside had changed. Behind him stretched a wall of black mist, endless as far as the eye could see. They were now stationary, waiting for the next phase of the shrinking circle. The car's display screen showed their current position on the entire map and the location where the next safe zone would spawn. He was positioned at the very bottom of the map. Luck was on his side. The next zone wasn't far from his location, right in the center, slightly to the left. Across the entire map, 2 deep blue markers were visible. These were the locations of platinum treasure chests, quite far apart but both within the next safe zone. However, neither was particularly close to his current position. Estimating the distance, they were both roughly 200 kilometers away. According to the spawn rules, everyone would likely spawn near the edges. With platinum chests up for grabs, there was still a chance to compete. With my speed being twice as fast as others, I had little to worry about. As for Wang Chang's speed being comparable to mine, Suchen never cared about this, because compared to platinum tier chests, he valued that one and only diamond tier chest far more. But hey! A free treasure chest just handed to him, he couldn't very well turn it down. Suchen slammed his foot on the accelerator, sending the vehicle hurtling forward. He raced along the winding road, hugging the flat bottom of the hillside. After playing the role of the autumn-named mountain god for a few minutes, Suchen opted for the shortest route between 2 points. Instead of following the winding road, he cut straight across the small grassland and hillside. Not long after setting off, he spotted a small roadside structure in the distance, resembling a telephone booth. His eyes lit up instantly. Based on his experience, there was bound to be something inside. Sure enough, the radar detector showed a deep red treasure chest there. A silver-grade treasure chest. Even a random encounter yielded a silver-grade chest. Challenge mode truly offered far richer resources. Suchen drove straight to the booth, blocking the entrance with his vehicle before getting out and entering the small room. There it was, the treasure chest. Opening it revealed a grenade inside. Grenade use restricted to this mode. Effect, detonates 5 seconds after pulling the pin, dealing massive damage within a 5-meter radius. This was practically a lethal weapon. Yet, upon opening the very first treasure chest to find such a weapon, Suchen showed no signs of excitement or thrill. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 40, Looting the Airdrop, seeking gold votes and bookshelf support. If this were a battle royale mode with abundant weapons and gear, his pistol advantage wouldn't be nearly as pronounced. Phew! Suchen exhaled deeply. Since he was already here, he might as well fully embrace the thrill of the challenge. He continued driving forward and soon spotted a small town-like area in the distance. Rows of white walls and red tiles lined the streets, with a highway cutting through the center, splitting the town in two. From afar, there was no sign of anyone. Buzz. Just as Suchen hesitated, a large transport aircraft flew overhead, dropping a treasure chest attached to a small parachute. It descended slowly. The chest radiated a dazzling golden glow. Holy? Wonder if we could shoot that transport down. Bet it's loaded with a ton of airdrop chests. Suchen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The airdrop treasure chest landed not far ahead in the small town, on the second floor of a house on the left. After landing, it emitted a conspicuous red smoke trail, as if beckoning potential customers. Lucky break. Suchen raised an eyebrow, a hint of delight spreading across his face. Pretty lucky indeed. He hadn't advanced far before spotting an airdrop chest. Time to check what goodies it held. As Suchen drove into the town, his detection radar immediately showed nearly 5 or 6 treasure chests scattered throughout the settlement. This was a stroke of luck. However, among them, the golden airdrop chest held the most value. Suchen drove to the house where the airdrop was located, finding a relatively concealed spot behind the building, a position less vulnerable to attack to park. Gripping his pistol, he stepped out of the vehicle. His scanner showed the entire town was deserted, though several dark spots indicated the presence of aggressive beasts or similar threats. Suchen pushed open the first floor door and spotted a bottle of water placed directly on the ground not far away. Oh man, I wouldn't dare drink water that wasn't from a treasure chest. Nevertheless, Suchen clicked to pick it up, intending to sell it to someone later. He found the staircase, quickly climbed upstairs, opened the door to the second floor open balcony, and arrived before the treasure chest emitting red smoke. Initial supplies, level 1 flak jacket, 1x4x scope. You opened the chest, earning 1666 loot points. You scored a critical hit, earning a 10x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 10 level 1 body armors and 10 4x scopes. The body armor and 4x scopes finally addressed the critical weakness in Suchen's defensive capabilities. As for the 4x scope, Suchen discovered it could even be mounted on his Desert Eagle, absolutely perfect. Most importantly, neither the vests nor the scopes bore any challenge use only markings, meaning he could take them outside the challenge. Excited, Suchen immediately donned a flak jacket. He then began searching for silver tier chests, but soon discovered that half of them contained items restricted to Battle Royale mode. Medicine Battle Royale exclusive. Effect, instantly heals all injuries upon use. Flashbang Battle Royale exclusive. Effect, upon use, temporarily blinds nearby creatures. Trap Battle Royale only. Effect, when used, it lures beasts into the trap, inflicting control effects and damage. Of course, Suchen also managed to draw up a fairly decent blueprint. Mirror Production Blueprint Permanent. Required materials, 3 glass, 3 rubber. Mirrors were somewhat useless to Suchen personally, but he believed many female survivors would buy them if he sold them. All he'd need to do was tell them that mirrors were a limited edition item in the highway survival game. First come, first served. Once they're gone, they're gone. Just as Suchen was putting away the blueprint and preparing to leave, he suddenly noticed that several vehicles had entered the small town without him noticing. They stopped directly in front of the airdrop house, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Moments later, a burly man clad in a leather jacket, sporting a thick gold chain around his neck, bare-chested and wielding a splitting axe, leapt out of one vehicle. Simultaneously, 3 other vehicles disgorged their occupants, a young man with dyed yellow hair, another with red hair, and a third with green hair. They were lean, with dark circles under their eyes, looking like henchmen. The 3 followed the axe-wielding man. The red-haired youth immediately boasted, "Boss, you were right. I spotted that airdrop chest from miles away. It's gold tier, so it's gotta have good stuff inside. Good eye, kid. If there's anything worthwhile inside, I'll buy you all drinks tonight." The axe-wielding burly man, radiating an air of authority, patted the redhead on the shoulder and chuckled, revealing a gold-capped tooth. "Let's go check it out." "Wait. Boss, look, several doors around here are already open. Could someone have been here before us? Is that possible?" The red-haired sidekick voiced his concern. He hadn't wanted to come along for the airdrop scavenging in the first place. This challenge mode was dangerous enough. If he got caught fighting other survivors over the airdrop, he might just get killed. Good point. Quick, go scout around. See if there are any cars in this city. Just steal whatever's in his car and he'll have to come out. The leader thought for a moment, then gave his orders to the others with a look of great wisdom. "Boss, look. Is that a person?" At that moment, the green-haired subordinate spotted Suchen standing behind a window in one of the rooms. Yeah, that's definitely a person. Go check if there's any loot left in the airdrop crate. The boss immediately gave the order, though a bad feeling began to creep into his mind. Soon, the subordinate who had run up returned with a startled cry. Boss, the airdrop crate is empty. Damn it. Some bastard must have taken it. Come with me to catch that guy. Make him hand over every last piece of gear. Then we'll take his vehicle, weapons and all. Let him learn the consequences of stealing our airdrops. Seeing Suchen still cowardly wearing his helmet, the boss's face twisted with contempt. So he's a coward after all. This makes things much simpler. With that, he impatiently summoned his men, heading straight toward Suchen's location. Within minutes, they had surrounded the building where Suchen was holed up, cutting off his escape route. Kid, nice gear. Now strip off everything and hand it over. Or else, don't blame me for being rude. The red-haired thug stepped forward to speak. As they drew closer, the leader finally noticed Suchen was wearing body armor, what appeared to be an explosive-resistant helmet on his head, and bulletproof gloves on his hands. Why was he so certain? Because he had once been a drug dealer who had crossed paths with special forces units countless times. Yes, every time they ended up running for their lives. Later, he trusted an undercover agent and got arrested. He'd been locked up in prison until he ended up here. Arriving in this world felt like a new lease on life to him. This was a world without order or law, a place where you could do whatever you wanted. It was nothing short of a criminal's paradise. Chapter 41, Are you guys the traffic light boy band? He once believed he was heaven's favorite son, that the heavens had specially granted him a chance to cross over. But to survive in a place like this, sheer ruthlessness wasn't enough, you had to be strong enough. Weapons and resources were essential to recruit enough followers. These three minions with traffic light hairstyles were recruited by force along the road. Yet, upon seeing Suchen's fully armed appearance, the axe-wielding brute felt no threat. Instead, his eyes burned with greed and desire. If he could strip the gear off this guy and arm himself with it, wouldn't he become even stronger? Want my gear? Come and take it yourself. Suchen's tone was cold and detached, as if he were speaking to a corpse. You little punk. Not bowing to us is one thing, but you dare act so cocky in front of our boss? He's a notorious drug lord on the streets. Think I won't slice you up if you disrespect him? The blonde punk finished speaking, then brandished his machete to bolster his courage, already lunging forward. The redhead and greenhead beside him also approached, machetes in hand. The burly man behind them slung his splitting axe over his shoulder, adopting a spectator's stance. 4 of them against one guy who didn't even seem armed. They were guaranteed to win. A drug lord? Do you even know that's a capital offense? Suchen uttered a faint, mocking smile before abruptly raising his hand. A Desert Eagle pistol materialized in his palm. The black muzzle was aimed squarely at the blonde-haired man closest to the house. A gun? The sight of the barrel pointed at him sent a jolt through the young man with the yellow hair. Cold sweat nearly broke out all over his body. The other guy actually had a gun, a lethal weapon that could take them out with a single shot. Getting shot here meant certain death. And no one would come to save him. In that instant, the courage he'd mustered by clinging to the burly man's side deflated completely. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. If he hadn't been so dehydrated these past few days, he might have actually wet himself from fear. Seeing this, the 2 young men beside him were also overcome with terror. They immediately dropped to their knees, begging the other not to shoot. The axe-wielding thug, who had been watching the spectacle from behind, also began to feel a slight sense of dread. As a drug lord, he was no stranger to firearms. He instantly recognized the gun in Suchen's hand as genuine, a Desert Eagle. But he quickly regained his composure. Brother, we're all survivors here. Peace is the way to go. Why all this violence? You've got a gun, we've got people. Together, we could make something big happen. Besides, even if you have a gun, you must have fired it quite a few times. You can't have many bullets left. You might even be out of ammo already. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just shoot me? How about joining us? Hearing the burly man's enticement, Suchen scoffed coldly. Go ahead and try. See how many bullets I have left. Trust me, it's more than enough to deal with you lot. Stop pretending. I bet your gun is empty. Trying to scare me? Bang! A gunshot rang out. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted. The burly man stared in disbelief at his lower body. His manhood had been blown to bits by a single shot. You! Bang! 4 more shots rang out in rapid succession, shattering the burly man's limbs. He collapsed to the ground, wailing incessantly. Suchen shrugged. Who taught him to bet my gun was empty? He then turned his gaze to the other 3, the traffic light boys. You heard it yourselves. He thought my gun was empty, so I had to show him. What do you think? Is there still a bullet in my gun? Yes. Boss, your gun definitely has bullets. After watching the boss get taught a lesson with 5 shots, they dared not doubt a thing. Those 5 shots alone could have taken them all out. Congratulations, you got it right. Your reward? A few bullets. Suchen flashed a friendly smile, raised his hand, and fired 3 shots. 2 bullets hit the redhead and yellowhead's henchman, while the third struck the greenhead's inner thigh. Ah, looks like my aim still needs work. Gotta practice more later. Suchen sighed. Even at this distance of 2 or 3 meters, he couldn't land a clean headshot. His aim was truly abysmal. Ah! A chorus of agonized screams erupted. Pain-twisted, green-haired flashed a savage look. A gun magazine holds a maximum of 9 bullets. He's already fired 8, he must be out of ammo. Let's all go get him. Ah, if you wanna come at me, come at me. Damn it! Are you even real men? Don't you have any guts? We used to be, but not anymore. Green-haired man. Suchen shook his head. The entertainment show was over, no need to watch any further. He pulled out another pistol and grinned. When did I ever say I only had one gun? Bang! 3 headshots took out all 3. After scavenging 2 weapons from the bodies, Suchen approached the group's vehicles and began searching them. The 3 punks' cars hadn't been modified at all, they were all beat up and run down. There was basically nothing in them, they were dirt poor. He took the car's core and proceeded to dismantle it for parts. The burly man's vehicle, however, had new tires and a somewhat decent body. In the trunk, he spotted about 10 bottles of water, several loaves of bread, and some scattered materials. Beyond that, there was nothing. Damn! So poor. Suchen sighed inwardly, cursing under his breath. He knew this was the reality for many survivors. He never imagined a criminal drug lord would have so little after just 3 days. Well, even the smallest ant has some meat on it. Suchen collected every single item from the car before dismantling it. Another 6 one-star Carhartts in hand. Seems they'd only pulled off 2 heists in the past 2 days, no wonder they were so broke. These days, searching for treasure chests in the wilderness yielded far more resources than this kind of work. After the small haul of resources, Suchen returned to the vehicle and continued driving toward one of the treasure chest locations as originally planned. Soon, his map detection showed the symbol of a bridge ahead. A bridge? That meant there was water here, didn't it? Suchen raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of relief and concern. Chapter 42, block the bridge? Then keep blocking it. If there was water here, it would be a good thing, but also not a good thing. Water meant many survivors could obtain it, increasing their chances of survival and granting Suchen more water sources. But at the same time, if water became more abundant, it wouldn't be so scarce. As a major water source holder, his advantage would diminish. Soon, however, as he approached the bridge marker, he discovered that beneath it lay not a river, but a deep, unseeable canyon. A rusted iron bridge spanned the chasm, roughly 10 meters wide, with no guardrails on either side. One careless turn of the steering wheel could send a vehicle tumbling into the abyss, shattering into pieces. Without hesitation, Suchen drove straight onto the iron bridge. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suchen's small bus RV rumbled across the iron bridge. Fully aware of the significant danger such a bridge posed, Suchen slightly increased the engine power, intending to cross at a relatively fast pace while maintaining stability. However, just as he was about to cross the bridge and reach the other end, he saw several vehicles blocking the exit in a triangular formation. At the same time, several people were standing on the other side. Suchen eased off the gas slightly. The triangle formation was one of the most solid defensive positions. If he charged straight through, even the slightest miscalculation could send him tumbling into the abyss. As he halted his vehicle, 2 figures approached. "Kid, we've taken over this bridge. If you want to pass, hand over the toll properly." One of them brandished a wolf's tooth club menacingly, banging it against Suchen's window. Wow, a car upgrade really makes a difference, even the windows are sturdier now. What did you say? Toll fees? 12 bottles of water? Suchen rolled down the window slightly, his helmeted face coming into view. That's right. But it was 12 bottles just now, now it's 15. If you keep hesitating, even 15 might not be enough, the man wielding the wolf's tooth club threatened. The other man, his eyes gleaming with greed, scanned Suchen's car. What kind of racing driver is he pretending to be? Why waste words? Just steal the car and be done with it. Aside from racers, they'd never seen a normal person wear a helmet while driving in their entire lives. The other man raised his machete and swung it straight at Suchen's neck. Suchen ducked slightly, deflecting the blow. Then, he raised his hand, pressing the pistol against the man's chest. Steal my car? Well, that depends on whether my bullets agree. Seeing this, the opportunistic man who'd been tempted by the money was instantly stunned. He thought he'd hit the jackpot and planned to clean out the whole fish, but instead, he'd stumbled upon a man-eating shark. Now, the shark was turning the tables and devouring him. Boss. I was just messing around. It's all a misunderstanding. Could you please put the gun away? What if it accidentally goes off? As he spoke, the man backed away cautiously. The others, upon seeing Suchen's weapon, were instantly terrified. They scrambled to their feet and started scrambling away. They weren't about to cross a gun. Bang! Anyone else who tries to run won't get off easy. Suchen fired a shot into the air, instantly freezing the others in their tracks. You lot, get the car out here. Su Chen issued the command directly. After they drove the cars to break through the blockade on the iron bridge, Su Chen smoothly crossed the bridge and arrived at the cliff on the other side. But just then, one of them seized the chance while driving his own car, abruptly made a U-turn, revved the engine, and prepared to leave. Staying here meant life or death was in Su Chen's hands. Only escape offered a chance. Bang! Su Chen fired a shot, blowing out the tire. Deprived of a tire, the car instantly veered out of control, sending the fleeing driver reeling in a dizzying whirl. Su Chen drove closer and fired a single shot, instantly killing the driver who lay sprawled on the ground. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, a warning to others that he wasn't one to show mercy. Boss, whatever you want, as long as we have it, we'll give it to you. We'll follow your orders from now on. Please don't kill us. Give us a way out. The leader stepped forward and pleaded. Hand over every last resource you possess. Then continue blocking the bridge. Su Chen gestured with his gun, issuing a command that sent shivers down their spines. At his words, the group froze, exchanging glances before breaking into excited grins. No problem, boss. We've got this down pat. That's right. Boss, just watch us. They immediately changed how they addressed Su Chen, their allegiance now blatantly obvious. At the very least, with a gun pointed at them now, refusal was impossible. Quick! Hand over all resources to the boss. Don't hold anything back, got it? The leader barked the order. The others hesitated slightly, catching the hint in his voice, then turned to head back to their vehicles. Bang! Another shot rang out, blowing the leader's head clean off. No funny business, or you'll meet the same fate. With their temporary leader eliminated, the bridge blockers lost their anchor. Unsure what to do, they had no choice but to follow Su Chen's orders. Excellent. This location sits right on the edge of the next poison zone. This bridge is likely the only route through the southern part of the map. You picked a smart spot. Stay put and intercept survivors crossing the bridge. Keep your demands reasonable, think volume over profit. 10 bottles of water should do. Later, I take 90% of all looted resources. 10% is your reward. You could also choose to run, just pray you never cross paths with me again. With that, Su Chen ignored their protests and drove off without another word. He'd wasted too much time. Now, he was less than 30 kilometers from the location of that platinum treasure chest. He had to secure a platinum chest sooner rather than later. He slammed the accelerator, pushing the vehicle straight to 120 kilometers/h. It wasn't that he didn't want to push harder, but the winding roads here simply wouldn't let him gain speed. With a few spiraling drifts, Su Chen raced along the winding road. Passing several abandoned towns along the way, Su Chen didn't even glance at them before driving straight through. Towns without airdrops held chests that held little appeal for him at this stage. Soon, the platinum treasure chest's location was pinpointed to just 1 kilometer away. A vivid purple hue appeared on the map. Suddenly, Su Chen's pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 43, teaming up to raid the platinum tier treasure chest. Beside that purple chest, a dense swarm of black figures. Holy crap! Did we just stir up a nest of beasts? Su Chen was somewhat startled, then moved closer. Currently, in the outer perimeter where he stood, there were only a few scattered black figures, some danger, but not overwhelming. He opted to drive closer, pausing briefly under several trees as the vehicle approached. He noticed a towering mountain ahead, with a relatively flat area at its base, his intended destination. From afar, it appeared open and seemingly devoid of danger. Yet the map clearly showed this entire area was covered in numerous black shadows. If none were visible on the surface, could they be underground? Or perhaps they were circling overhead. Su Chen couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sun blazed overhead, revealing no signs of danger. Then it must be underground. Caution was paramount. Fortunately, he was fully equipped and armed to the teeth, so he didn't need to worry too much. Just as he finished checking his gear and prepared to go search, a vehicle icon appeared on the radar map. They had also arrived at the location of this platinum tier treasure chest, clearly all aiming to snatch it. If not for that initial delay, Su Chen estimated he would already be searching for the treasure chest himself. But now, he could let them lead the way. Su Chen quickly devised a plan. He'd stay put in his vehicle and let those players go in first. Those black shadows weren't easy to deal with. Moreover, if they managed to secure the platinum tier treasure chest, he could reap the benefits by snatching it away. V-room. The sound of car engines reached his ears as several beat-up vans came into view. 2 of them appeared to have been modified and looked sturdier. They drove to the base of the mountain, circled the open area at the foot, and seemed to spot something. They stopped at a spot down the slope, forming a semicircle with their vehicles. From one van, a man in security uniform, holding an electric baton, jumped down. Several lean men followed him out one after another. Way good, there's a cave entrance here. That platinum tier treasure chest is probably inside. Should we hurry in and check? Exclaimed one man, also holding an electric baton, his voice brimming with excitement. No other vehicles around, we must have been the fastest to arrive. Guess luck really is part of the deal. You're all talk. Leave one brother outside to guard the van. Make sure the girls inside don't run off. If anyone comes, get in here and let us know immediately. The man called Wega stared greedily at the cave entrance, basking in the flattery of those around him. Back then, he was just a security guard, protecting the peace of his neighborhood. But now it was different. Since arriving here, he discovered a world where fists could intimidate others, where supplies could make girls willingly submit. This game world was exactly what he'd always dreamed of. Yes, Brother Wei. Another respectful title made Zhang Wei feel quite pleased. With a sweeping gesture, he looked at everyone with boundless enthusiasm as they advanced together into the cave entrance. This was a mine. The cave wound downward into pitch-black darkness where nothing could be seen. Damn it! Who's got a light? Light the way up front. Boss, a torch. Just then, one of the men lit a piece of wood with a lighter, raised it as a torch, and handed it to Zhang Wei. Nice work. Let's go. Several men, each holding a torch, entered the cave. The man left outside sat in the passenger seat near the cave entrance, picked up the nearly empty bottle, and downed the last sip. Damn it! Just because you've got a weapon otherwise, a delicate woman like that wouldn't have fallen to an old geezer like you. Put. The man thought of Zhang Wei, a security guard wielding an electric baton who acted like the boss just because he had a weapon. It made him feel resentful. All day long, I'm just supposed to drink the soup and work like a dog? Damn it, don't let me get my hands on a weapon. If not me, then who else should be the boss? Suddenly, a wicked thought struck the man as he glanced at the women in the back of the truck. They wouldn't be out for a while, certainly not in a few minutes. 3 minutes would be plenty. He jumped out, dragged the prettiest woman from their Viagra-fueled vehicle into his own, then ransacked every last resource from the other guys' cars. 8 bottles of water, 6 loaves of bread, and a few oranges. All of this was due to that security guard's unrestrained eating and drinking, leaving the rest of them with barely enough to eat. They'd gone 3 meals without a proper meal. After gathering everything into his vehicle, the man drove off immediately. Alright, brothers, that's all I'm taking from this platinum-tier treasure chest. The rest is yours to divide. The man chuckled, a long-held frustration seemingly released in that moment. Humming a tune involuntarily, he suddenly spotted a minibus parked under a roadside tree. It looked far more upscale than his beat-up van, a world apart in quality. Through the windshield, he could make out a helmeted humanoid figure inside. Could it be a dungeon NPC? Or an alien, waiting for me to rescue them? A flicker of curiosity stirred within him, but he quickly suppressed it. With my current abilities, I can't afford too much danger. Better to leave now, focus on staying alive, and get that final survival reward. Then I can enjoy a few days of carefree living. Glancing back at the stunning woman in the rear compartment, a surge of inexplicable anger flared within him. Whoosh! Open attacks are easy to block, but hidden threats are hard to guard against. An arrow shot from a crossbow pierced the tire of the man's beat-up van, forcing it to a halt. Then, the man saw the driver's side window of the bus-like vehicle roll down. A dark muzzle was aimed squarely at him. Get out! Or I'll shoot. The words, as cold as death itself, rang in his ears. Glancing toward the voice, a single glance was enough to make his legs feel weak. He swallowed instinctively. A gun? You have a gun? Brother, let's talk this out. Don't shoot, I'll do whatever you say. Need a new guy on your crew? Without hesitation, the man opened the door, got out, and immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. There's someone else in the car, right? Get them out too, or I'll shoot. Boss, there's someone in the car. I'll get them out right now. Just wait a moment. The man's vision suddenly blurred. Judging by the voice, the other party was male. He could offer the woman to the man before him. What man doesn't like beautiful women? If there really was one, he'd definitely be. Chapter 44, A Small Investment. Next, the man swiftly opened the rear door and led the woman out of the compartment. Boss, this girl is yours. Consider it payment for my life. Please spare me. Her hands were bound, hair disheveled, mouth stuffed with cloth, her eyes blazing with hatred. It was also clear she was quite attractive, at least an 85 out of 100. With makeup, she might even score higher. Untie her. Yes. Under the threat of a gun, the man complied without question. The woman, now freed from her bonds, slumped to the ground, her eyes filled with hatred for the 2 men present. Suchen tossed a dagger toward her, kicking up a small cloud of sand. He's yours to deal with. Release him or kill him, the choice is yours. Suchen stated bluntly. He saw the murderous intent in her eyes and wanted to test whether she was the kind of person he needed. The woman froze at his words, her gaze shifting strangely to Suchen before darting back to the other man. Pushing herself up with one hand, she picked up the dagger with the other. Ah! Gripping the dagger with both hands, she let out a low growl and charged toward the man. The man dodged swiftly. He wasn't about to let himself become a sitting duck. But at that very moment, an arrow from a crossbow struck his thigh. The pain sent him tumbling to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing loudly. Seeing this, the woman seized the moment. She lunged forward, plunging the dagger directly into the man's chest. As if that weren't enough to satisfy her rage, she pulled the dagger out and plunged it back in. She repeated this motion until the man's chest was soaked in blood and his body ceased all signs of struggle. Only then did she release the dagger. Her hands, equally drenched in blood, collapsed to the ground as she sat there, a vacant, foolish grin spreading across her face. Suchen, witnessing this scene, flashed a look of admiration in his eyes. He felt that, in that very moment, the woman had undergone a transformation. Well done. This vehicle and its supplies are now yours. The simple statement left the woman utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't comprehend Suchen's meaning, staring blankly at him. What? You don't get it? This vehicle and its supplies are a loan from me, an investment. When we meet again, you'll repay me double. Any issues? Suchen smiled. He admitted that after witnessing her ordeal, a flicker of compassion had surfaced instinctively. Yet he had no intention of keeping her by his side. As an investment, sending her out to secure a doubled return in the near future seemed like a profitable deal to Suchen. Thanks. Are you going after them? I want to come with you. I need to take revenge myself. The woman forced a smile and nodded. She understood Suchen's kindness and sensed a rare warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. Yet hatred still dominated her heart. I'm afraid you won't get the chance. They're already dead. Armed with his gun, Suchen wasn't worried about this woman playing tricks. But his detection radar showed that those who seemed to have entered the cave or base were all dead. In just a few minutes, the entire group had been wiped out. What? The woman froze. The entire team led by that security guard had been wiped out? What? Don't believe me? If you don't, just wait here. In another 30 seconds, others will arrive there. This is the location of the platinum treasure chest, a place ordinary people dare not touch. Her words fell silent, clearly unconvinced by Suchen's claim. Half a minute was a short time, but in that moment, it felt like an eternity to the woman. When several cars appeared in her field of vision a dozen seconds later, her pupils instantly contracted hundreds of times over. A chill rose up her spine, shooting straight to the back of her head. How did you know? This game isn't as simple as you imagine. You think it's just an ordinary survival game? Don't be so naive. Suchen spoke no further, choosing instead to continue observing. Ever since discovering the countless black shadows lurking here, Suchen had conceived this plan: he would bait them. Using the platinum treasure chest as bait to lure survivors tempted by fortune. You didn't go in because it's too dangerous? So you've been here all along? The woman was clearly no fool either, quickly grasping Suchen's plan. He intended to be the golden Oriole. Suchen gave a non-committal grunt before rolling up the window, unwilling to exchange another word. Watching Suchen's window slowly close, the woman glanced at the approaching car in the distance. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Thank you for saving me today. Once we're out of here, I'll repay you tenfold. Add me as a friend. Sure. Soon, they added each other as friends, and the other's name appeared before his eyes. Wang Qian. Suchen? Are you Suchen? Upon seeing Suchen's name, Wang Qian was utterly speechless. Who would have thought the helmeted guy right in front of her was the legendary Suchen? Just an empty reputation. Suchen shook his head, showing little reaction to Wang Qian's address. Thanks, God Su. I'll be on my way then. After confirming it was indeed Suchen, Wang Qian felt even more determined to repay him. He had helped her, and she had to return the favor. Wang Qian departed, while Suchen remained where he was, waiting. Due to entering challenge mode, he was temporarily unable to view the regional chat or exchange activity. The new group approached cautiously after spotting the cars. After confirming all the vehicle owners had entered the cave, they took up positions in ambush at the cave entrance. They planned to strike the moment anyone emerged. However, instead of waiting for the people inside to emerge, they were met by reinforcements arriving from elsewhere. A fierce melee erupted between the two sides. The newcomers couldn't match the cold, ruthless skill of their opponents and suffered a crushing defeat. Considering that the longer the delay, the more people would arrive, these few also planned to enter the cave themselves to seize the treasure chest. Before entering, the leader specifically left a skilled subordinate outside to stand guard. Report any developments immediately. This group was utterly foolish. They didn't even think to leave someone on lookout. Without anyone guarding the entrance, what good would their loot be? The others followed suit and entered the cave. Soon, Suchen noticed the dense swarm of pitch-black creatures began to thin out. Though not many, this new group was significantly stronger than the first wave. In that case, there was no need to keep fishing. He grabbed his pistol, flipped out the 4x scope, and took aim. Bang! With a single shot, the man guarding the position 100 meters away was instantly taken down. Suchen immediately drove closer, parking the vehicle not far from the mine entrance to avoid prolonged exposure. Then, fully armed, he stepped into the abyss-like cave entrance. Chapter 45, Goblin Mine? Platinum-grade treasure chest. The cave was pitch black inside. Suchen switched on his high-powered flashlight. Who would have thought he'd need it so soon? The cave stretched deep downward, a descent that initially struck Suchen as odd. But his unease quickly vanished when he spotted objects resembling miners' helmets. Was this a mine? The passage ahead was extremely narrow, barely over a meter wide and less than 2 meters tall. Suchen moved forward cautiously, his flashlight constantly scanning the walls on either side to ensure nothing unusual was present. Soon, he spotted several bodies lying on the ground not far ahead. Peering cautiously, Suchen noticed they all bore wounds resembling those made by mining picks. Could those black monsters wield weapons? The thought crossed his mind, and a look of worry crept onto Suchen's face, his expression growing even more solemn. Well, he was already here. He couldn't just play it safe because of an unknown enemy. Suchen slowed his pace, advancing with heightened vigilance while keeping his radar detection active. Soon, he detected two black marks approaching from 5 meters ahead. The beam of his flashlight swept over them, sending a chill down his spine. Two of them. Sharp-toothed, green-skinned, wearing miners' helmets and wielding pickaxes, ugly goblin miners. Holy crap! Goblins? Suchen instantly recognized the monsters as goblins. They charged at him with their picks, moving at a blinding speed. Suchen drew his crossbow, firing 2 bolts with a sharp was clean and precise. Thud! Both bolts pierced the hearts of the 2 goblins, dispatching them effortlessly. That's it? Suchen froze, stunned that the goblins proved weaker than he'd anticipated. He immediately stepped forward to inspect the bodies and loot them. Acquired 1 rare ore, 1 mining pickaxe. Acquired 3 pieces of rare ore and 1 mining pickaxe. Rare or clearly not ordinary material. After stowing it away, Suchen prepared to continue onward. Observing the corpses left behind, Suchen surmised that their attack range had been insufficient. Overwhelmed by the goblins' close proximity, they'd likely panicked, fumbling helplessly without knowing how to fight back, leading to this outcome. Switching to his bow and arrows, Suchen pressed forward. With his detection system, he could pinpoint every dark shadow approaching him, allowing him to prepare defenses in advance. Getting hurt? Not a chance. Roar! Goblins emerged one after another, but under Suchen's vigilance, every single one was struck down by a single arrow. Only when he realized that the second group entering the underground mine had also perished did he draw his pistol. With the gun in hand, Suchen's pace quickened significantly. Advancing along the passageway, he soon reached a vast underground chamber. The entire space was incredibly spacious, with several fresh corpses lying on the ground. Not far ahead, at the very center of the chamber, a platinum-grade treasure chest sat atop a raised platform. However, Suchen didn't rush over, knowing danger lurked here. The radar scan revealed a dense, black mass still covering the area, with one section particularly dark and dense. Who dares trespass upon my domain? A deep, authoritative voice echoed, causing Suchen's eyes to narrow slightly. Accompanying the voice, rustling sounds reached Suchen's ears. A goblin chieftain, roughly 3 times the size of a goblin miner, emerged from all directions, leading a group of miners. It wore a green crown, had a large nose, pointed ears, limbs 10 times thicker than a goblin miner's, and eyes so blood red they sent a chill down one's spine. Holy crap? This intense? Suchen froze in shock, nearly jumping out of his skin. Though he'd braced himself mentally, he hadn't anticipated the final boss being this massive. Gazing at the snarling goblin chieftain and the army of goblins behind it, he raised his hand, lifting the desert eagle in his grasp. Bang! He pulled the trigger. A bullet shot out at incredible speed, striking the goblin chieftain and sending sparks flying. The goblin chief let out a piercing scream, staring in horror at his wound, clearly unable to believe Suchen had managed to hit him with a single shot. One shot wasn't enough time for a full magazine. Suchen emptied the entire magazine in one go, riddling the goblin leader with a string of 9 bullets. Boom! The goblin chieftain clutched his wounds in disbelief, his body collapsing straight to the ground. Ah! Roar! The remaining goblins, upon seeing their leader fall, didn't flee in fear. Instead, they roared with fury at Suchen. Wielding their iron shovels, they charged forward under Suchen's slightly stunned gaze. Damn it! Doesn't capturing the leader first work? Suchen was stunned by the swarming goblin horde, roughly 40 or 50 of them at the very least. He immediately retrieved 2 desert eagles with ample ammunition from his storage ring. Firing with both hands, he absorbed the recoil as each bullet claimed an enemy. Simultaneously, he began retreating toward the passageway. Its relative narrowness would prevent the goblins from charging in mass, significantly diminishing their numerical advantage. While Suchen held the goblin horde at bay with his dual pistols, he failed to notice a crawling goblin that had already crept up to his flank. It erupted suddenly, raising its pickaxe and hammering it into Suchen's bulletproof helmet before he could react. The sheer force sent Suchen flying backward, slamming him into the cave wall before crashing to the ground. His entire body throbbed with pain. Suchen touched his bulletproof helmet. A faint dent remained, but it was nothing serious. Thankfully, it was nothing serious. He hadn't expected this goblin to be so fragile yet surprisingly strong, far more powerful than he'd imagined. In the brief moment he pondered, the goblin horde had already closed in. Damn it, you forced my hand. Suchen fired 2 rapid shots, instantly taking down the goblin that had attacked him. He scrambled to his feet, pulled a can of fuel from his storage ring, and hurled it directly at the enemy. Just as the fuel was about to land among the goblins, Suchen fired 2 shots. The bullets pierced the fuel canisters, igniting the fuel through friction. The resulting intense heat caused the canisters to explode instantly. Sparks flew everywhere. The blast shockwave instantly scattered the entire goblin army, while many goblins at the explosion's epicenter were blown to bits. Seizing the opportunity, Suchen charged into the adjacent passageway. Once inside, he blocked the passageway with both guns. The relentless crackle of gunfire echoed around him. One by one, he took them down. Chapter 46, Under the AK, All Are Equal. After a fierce battle, he successfully eliminated every last goblin miner. Just then, he suddenly noticed two more figures appearing in the mine passageway. More people arrived, but Suchen wasn't afraid. He strode straight toward the central platform of the underground palace, approached the platinum tier treasure chest and selected to open it. Initial resources: 1 AK assault rifle, 1 bulletproof shield, 1 battle royale resource distribution map. You opened the chest, earning 16,666 loot points. You scored a critical loot box hit, earning an 8x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 8 AK rifles, 8 bulletproof shields, and 8 battle royale resource distribution maps. Current loot points, 64,839. Nice! AK rifles super powerful firepower. And the bulletproof shields are great too. Stored everything in the storage ring. Besides that, there's a resource distribution map, pretty handy stuff. It shows every resource across the entire Battle Royale map. Suchen spotted the most crucial location at first glance. The location of the diamond tier chest. Who would have thought it was here? This must be where the final poison zone spawns. Just as Suchen finished gathering everything, he heard voices and footsteps echoing through the passageway. See? The battle was so intense earlier, chances are they're both dead. We can definitely pick up the scraps this time. Even if one's still alive, they're bound to be injured. We'll just take them out and be done with it. As they spoke, two young figures appeared in the mine's underground chamber. Beyond the scattered monster corpses, their eyes immediately locked onto the treasure chest. Check it out, a platinum tier chest. But wait, someone's still alive. Ha! Talk about finding it when you least expect it. A platinum tier treasure chest, the loot inside could easily sustain us for a month. The two youths, one wielding an axe and the other a machete, were at peak combat readiness. They showed no fear toward the potentially wounded figure. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they spotted the platinum grade treasure chest. The highest tier chest they'd seen in days was a silver tier 1, with everything else being wooden or bronze tier chests. But the silver grade chest had been guarded by a wild wolf, so they hadn't dared to approach it. Their best loot so far had been a bronze chest. Now a platinum chest lay before them. How could they not be thrilled? Damn it, there's only two of us, basically just one person. If we snatch it, we'll strike it rich. The long-haired youth on the left swung his machete, steeled his resolve, and started walking straight toward Suchen. The buzzcut youth on the right followed, axe in hand, equally thrilled by the prospect of the platinum tier treasure chest. Once they got the platinum tier treasure chest and returned to the car, he'd dispose of his so-called brother he'd known for just a day. Then the chest would be all his. What's this? What are you two up to? As the two approached, Suchen raised his hand, revealing the desert eagle in his grasp, aiming it squarely at them. The sight of the black muzzle made the long-haired youth in front freeze instantly. He stopped dead in his tracks, his machete clattering to the ground as he raised both hands. Ahem, just passing by. Got curious and came to check things out. We're outta here, boss. The buzzcut youth finished his sentence and turned to leave immediately, giving the other no chance to respond. Watching the two, Suchen grinned and shook his head lightly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for knowing too much for seeing my face. With that, he fired 2 shots, taking both men down instantly, leaving no survivors. Suchen didn't need to guess their intentions. He showed no mercy to those who tried to play the middleman. After disposing of the bodies, he quickly searched them, collected the goblin's rare ore, and headed back the way he came. Upon reaching the entrance, he extracted the car hearts from all the other vehicles, looting them clean before choosing to dismantle them. Having scooped up another huge haul, Suchen departed at a leisurely pace. The moment he opened the treasure chest, its platinum tier marker vanished from everyone's initial minimap. They knew the treasure chest had been taken and wouldn't return. After driving a considerable distance, Suchen pulled out his map. On the map, a diamond treasure chest icon appeared, along with 3 platinum tier treasure chest icons. Wait, 3? That meant, besides the remaining publicly marked platinum tier treasure chest, there was also a hidden platinum tier treasure chest. Staring at the treasure chest locations, Suchen began to fret. One lay to his west, the map's left side, while the other sat to the east, the right side. The map circle had already refreshed once. If it refreshed again, the platinum tier chest on the right would vanish from the map. Therefore, if he wanted it, he had to set out immediately. Choosing the diamond chest on the left would mean abandoning this platinum chest. What made Suchen so conflicted was his belief that the other publicly displayed platinum tier treasure chest must contain an identical map. Meaning, once the ownership of the other chest is decided, someone will know the location of the diamond tier chest. They would inevitably head for the diamond tier treasure chest location. If they got there before Suchen, it would be a loss. Hesitation meant defeat. Only children face choices. I wanted it all. Suchen stowed the map away and immediately drove eastward. He pushed the speed to the max. The half-minute lost in deliberation had to be made up for with speed. The other platinum tier treasure chest lay within the second largest urban area on the entire Battle Royale map. Suchen was certain this area would be swarming with survivors scavenging for loot. This meant danger would be extremely high. But none of that mattered to Suchen. He was armed to the teeth, Desert Eagle Alaska 47, bulletproof shield, body armor, and a helmet. Under the AK's barrel, all were equal. Even facing an entire regiment, as long as his ammo held out, he could wipe them all out. Oh, right, ammo. Suchen had forgotten his AK's ammunition supply was far from sufficient. He immediately consumed a bullet blueprint to learn how to craft 7.62mm caliber rounds. Then, using alloy, he first produced 1,000 rounds of ammunition, estimating that should be sufficient. Driving along, Suchen spotted the ruins of the city sprawling before him in less than 10 minutes. The area was littered with crumbling walls and collapsed structures, mostly 3, 4, or 5-story buildings. Only at the very center stood an 18-story skyscraper. According to the map, the platinum tier treasure chest was located within that skyscraper. Damn it! This map is useless. Anyone would guess that the skyscraper might hold something valuable. The radar detection system displayed a dense cluster of vehicle icons and human silhouettes, interspersed with scattered black creatures. Chapter 47, Chance Encounter with Team Sakura? Let's unload a magazine. As Suchen drove closer, he spotted figures peering out from several buildings, staring intently at his vehicle. Their eyes flashed greed when they spotted the minivan, twice the size of their own vehicles. If they could see Suchen's vehicle, it would mean a massive upgrade for their group. While they were observing Suchen's vehicle, Suchen was observing them. Suchen possessed a storage ring, while they carried everything by hand or on their backs, leaving their supplies fully exposed to his scrutiny. After scanning them, Suchen felt deeply disappointed. These people carried relatively little supplies. Perhaps there was more in their vehicles, but it wasn't worth provoking their collective anger just yet. His target was that high-rise building. As Suchen approached the building space, several figures materialized before him, blocking his path. One of them tapped his vehicle with a long knife. "We've got this place locked down. Get the hell out of here, you damn Chinese." Hearing their opening words, Suchen's eyebrows shot up. Japanese? He was a deeply contradictory man. He harbored a desire to wipe out every Japanese man. But when it came to Japanese women like those familiar female teachers, Ms. Mikami, Ms. Fukata, Ms. Hashimoto, and others, he held them in the utmost respect and admiration. Given that, what else was there to think about? Suchen slowly rolled down the window, revealing his helmeted face. He drew his pistol and aimed it directly at the Sakura person closest to his driver's seat. "What did you just say? I didn't catch that." "Sir, it's a misunderstanding." "All misunderstandings. I'm sorry." The man wielding the long sword, who had arrogantly ordered Suchen to leave, immediately took a step back and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle in apology. "Alright, looks like I got the right guy. Did you find anything in this high rise?" Observing the other party's standard luggage, Suchen clicked his tongue in response and inquired. "Sir, we've only just arrived. We're searching floor by floor and haven't made any major discoveries yet." The cherry blossom-haired man replied cautiously. "Is that so? Then keeping you around is pointless." Bang! Bang! One shot took out the enemy's second in command, then another shot blew their head off. "Get out of here!" The remaining few didn't dare linger a moment longer, scattering in all directions. They'd only banded together by chance when they encountered fellow countrymen from Sakura. After all, this was Chinese territory. If they didn't stick together, the Chinese would skin them alive. "Think you can run?" Suchen flung open the door and jumped out, aiming relentlessly at the fleeing figures. Gunfire echoed through the neighborhood, drawing the attention of many passers-by. "Look! Someone's taking care of those bastards. Ha! Shooting a dog in the water, that's satisfying. Just moments ago they were arrogantly kicking us out, and now they've met their match. To act so brazenly on our Huaxia turf? They're practically begging to die." Many survivors who had been driven away earlier due to the gang's overwhelming numbers now voiced their relief. With that big shot around, those bastards inside won't get off easy. "Let's just leave that building to him. Don't sugarcoat it. You dare challenge the big shot for loot? You wanna fight? Like I'm scared of you." After several shots took out all the guards at the entrance, Suchen locked his car door and headed straight for the high rise. He immediately headed for the stairwell and began climbing upward. With no elevator, he had to climb floor by floor to reach the top and find the platinum tier treasure chest. After climbing just a few floors, he spotted other bastards. Their expressions darkened instantly upon seeing Suchen. They swung their long swords, intent on eliminating this intruder. That was until Suchen drew his Desert Eagle. "He's only got one pistol, he can't have many bullets. Let's take him on together." At that moment, the man who had become their temporary leader shouted for everyone to charge. After all, he wouldn't be the one taking the bullets, he'd stay in the rear, letting his comrades take the hits. Once Suchen ran out of bullets, that would be the safest time for him to strike. Oh, is that so? Outnumbered? Then let's see if your numbers outweigh my bullets. If they all charged at once, there was still a chance they could rush forward during his firing gaps and cause some disruption. So without hesitation, Suchen switched to his AK-47, the muzzle already trained on his opponents. So, what now? Seeing the pistol instantly replaced with a rifle, the group across from him froze in shock. They'd still had the courage to charge earlier after all, handgun ammo was limited, and they'd heard several shots earlier. But now, with the AK-47 drawn? What the hell was there to play at? Run! Run! Damn it! Could you guys stop pushing me? Tap tap tap. The muzzle blazed with fiery flames, engulfing the crowd huddled at the stairwell entrance within its deadly range. Bullets flew, claiming countless lives as blood stained the floor red. They desperately wanted to fight back, but without weapons, it was utterly impossible. Even in death, they couldn't fathom how the hell this man had managed to pull out an AK. After emptying a magazine, Suchen shook his slightly aching arm, marveling at the AK's sheer power. The firepower was undeniable, though the recoil was a bit intense. After eliminating every last one of the little bastards in the hallway, Suchen wasted no time and headed straight for the top floor. A long corridor stretched out before him, flanked by what appeared to be various rooms. Every single one was empty, devoid of anything. Suchen didn't waste time searching, he headed straight for the last room, which looked like an office. His radar detection indicated the platinum tier treasure chest was inside that final room. The final room appeared long abandoned, filthy and cluttered, covered in layers of dust. At the very back of the room, atop an old, heavy mahogany desk, sat a gleaming platinum tier treasure chest. Found you! Suchen didn't enter the room immediately, for his detection also revealed a dark shadow lurking near the treasure chest. Suchen retrieved a wooden block and hurled it directly at the treasure chest. Clang! The block struck the treasure chest, ricocheted off the wall, and landed on the floor. Suddenly, as if awakened by the noise, a rustling sound emerged from beneath the desk. Immediately, a terrifying giant spider with 8 legs over a meter long crawled out, its gaze fixed directly on Suchen, the one who had disturbed its slumber. Chapter 48, 2-star car upgrade blueprint seeking gold votes. Holy crap, how could anything withstand something this huge? With 8 legs each over a meter long, plus its body, the spider's entire form was enormous. Its alien-like mouth and nose were as large as a basketball, and all 8 eyes were fixed on Suchen, utterly unsettling. Before Suchen could even process the sight, the spider let out a strange, piercing screech. Instantly, all 8 legs shifted forward in unison, crawling straight toward Suchen. Without hesitation, Suchen drew his AK-47 and unleashed a hail of bullets at the giant spider. Bullets struck the spider's body, causing dark green blood to flow and eliciting a shrill cry. It offered no resistance whatsoever, instantly killed by the hail of bullets under Suchen's assault. Under the AK, all creatures are equal, you're still too green. Seeing the giant spider succumb to his gunfire, Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. Watching it lie dying, its 8 long legs still twitching unconsciously, Suchen approached and fired a few more rounds into the corpse to ensure it wouldn't revive. Then he proceeded with the extraction. Extracted 100 milliliters of spider venom, 10 spider webs. Both venom and webs were decent loot. Suchen nodded in satisfaction before approaching the platinum tier treasure chest and opening it. Initial supplies, 1 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint, 1 TNT timed bomb. You opened the chest, earning 16,868 chest points. You scored a critical hit on the chest, earning a 9x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 9 2-star upgrade blueprints and 9 TNT timed bombs. Awesome! Suchen couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement, pumping them a few times. Finally, he'd obtained the 2-star upgrade blueprint. This meant he could successfully upgrade the car again. After the first upgrade, he was now extremely eager to tackle the second one. At the same time, the TNT timed bombs were also excellent items. If he could make good use of them, they would definitely prove quite useful. It was well worth the effort he'd invested, making this special trip just for this. However, Suchen suddenly realized that the other platinum tier treasure chest had also found its owner during his ascent. This meant the owner of that other platinum tier treasure chest would also discover the location of the diamond tier treasure chest. Without pausing to think, he immediately grabbed his items and raced back downstairs. He collected all the car hearts from those vehicles, emptied them of resources, and then departed without delay. He didn't choose to dismantle these vehicles into base materials. Doing so would reveal his storage ring and potentially create enemies out of thin air. Besides, he was pressed for time and couldn't afford to be picky. Let them fight over those things themselves. Suchen was now roughly 90 kilometers from the diamond tier treasure chest. At full speed with no interference, it would take about half an hour. The other platinum tier treasure chest was nearby. Assuming its engine hadn't been modified, it should take about the same time. He should make it in time. Next, he would secure that final diamond tier treasure chest. Suchen returned to the vehicle, fastened his seatbelt, and after starting the engine, slammed the accelerator pedal to the floor. The minivan shot forward like a rocket launch, instantly reaching 180 km/h. It wasn't that Suchen didn't want to go faster, but this was a city with plenty of curves. If traffic laws didn't exist, allowing him to drift through corners freely, he might have driven at a snail's pace. The drive was tedious, and Suchen had considered upgrading his car immediately. But considering this Battle Royale mode, his 2-star vehicle already drew too much attention. Upgrading to 3 stars would likely attract coordinated attacks from numerous players, making it a losing proposition. After all, in this Battle Royale mode, players could spawn temporary weapons. He'd already pulled grenades, bulletproof helmets, and vests. There were bound to be other items too. Just 10 minutes after driving away, Suchen saw the city ruins he had been in earlier engulfed by the poisonous gas. The second circle had already been fully refreshed. Every 10 minutes, the third zone would continue to spawn. At that moment, Xinglan sent a message. Xinglan, Suchen, thanks for the gun and ammo. They kept me out of danger. I managed to get a really good blueprint, extra copies. Want one? Attached image. I clicked to view it. It was a blueprint for exceptional grade bulletproof glass. Exquisite grade bulletproof glass blueprint, single use. Required materials, 100 glass, 100 rubber, 10 special plastic. An exceptional grade bulletproof glass blueprint? This was far sturdier than his current premium grade bulletproof glass. While his original glass offered bulletproofing, it could still be shattered by a bomb blast. But this exceptional grade bulletproof glass could withstand a standard bomb blast. Suchen, this is impressive, but are you sure this is something you actually have? Suchen had always considered himself one of the fastest developing survivors. A minor global ranking event had shown him roughly what level was needed to stay ahead. He wouldn't claim to be number 1, but a spot in the top 5 was absolutely within his grasp. Given his standing, he didn't possess any exceptional grade bulletproof glass, yet the other party actually had extra? Just as Suchen suspected, Xinglan didn't have any extra. She herself used premium bulletproof glass. This exceptional grade bulletproof glass was her only valuable haul from this Battle Royale mode. Giving it to Suchen served 2 purposes, repaying his kindness for selling her firearms and settling the bullet debt she owed him. Xinglan, of course. Settling this debt means we're even in our dealings. How about it? Okay. Exchanging bullets for an exceptional grade blueprint was a surefire win for Suchen. He immediately agreed to the trade and received the blueprints sent by the other party. Unlike car upgrades, replacing the bulletproof glass wouldn't affect the appearance of Suchen's vehicle. So he pulled over to a relatively secluded spot by the roadside. He happened to have all the materials needed for fabrication. That was the perk of deep pockets. Begin crafting. Ding. Crafting complete. Ready for installation. Suchen immediately took the newly crafted exceptional grade bulletproof glass to replace the old one. When upgrading the car, one only needed to consume the corresponding materials to modify the bulletproof glass again, making it compatible with the vehicle model. After the replacement, Suchen wasted no further time and headed straight for the Diamond Tier treasure chest. Soon, Suchen arrived at the location of the Diamond Tier loot box, which was also the largest city ruin on the entire Battle Royale map. The final circle would spawn here. Obtaining the map merely provided an initial advantage. With normal progression, even if the 2 Platinum Tier chests remained unclaimed, the Diamond Tier chest had a high probability of being discovered. As Suchen approached the area indicated on the map, his detection screen lit up with the intensely purple icon of the treasure chest. Diamond Tier loot box. Finally found you. Chapter 49, Chance Encounter. Healing Potion. However, it seemed like quite a few people were gathered near the treasure chest. Among them, a group was chasing another individual. Suchen's eyes lit up. To be hunted by so many, the pursued individual must possess something extraordinary. Either he'd provoked them verbally, or he possessed something valuable they coveted. Without hesitation, Suchen decided to approach and observe. The location of their chase and escape was precisely where Suchen intended to go. He surmised that one of the parties involved must be the holder of another platinum-grade treasure chest. As Suchen's minibus drew near, both groups instinctively halted, their gazes shifting toward his position. What surprised Suchen was that the lone wolf was wearing a bulletproof helmet identical to his own. Boss, that minibus is the same size as the kid we're chasing. Probably upgraded too. Should we go for both? How did these lone wolves grow so fast? Our team of over 10 people can't match their speed. Screw that. Let's just take both. Soon it'll all be ours. The leader, a burly man with a bushy beard, waved his pistol and pointed it at Suchen's car. Instantly, at least half the men charged toward Suchen, weapons drawn. Seeing this, Suchen froze slightly. They had lethal weapons too. It seemed one couldn't act rashly in this Battle Royale mode. But then again, it didn't seem to faze him much. Suchen rolled down his window, exposing his helmeted upper body. Raising his own pistol, he fired without hesitation. The 3 closest survivors were instantly taken down. The remaining few, startled, scrambled backward in panic. The bearded giant in the rear frowned sharply, quickly lifting his head and firing directly at the center of Suchen's helmet. A racing helmet like that could withstand blades and bladed weapons, but it offered no protection against bullets. A savage grin spread across the bearded man's face. He was certain that with this single bullet he would blow the other man's head off and claim the upgraded car for himself. If he couldn't hit a fleeing rat, how could he possibly miss a stationary target sitting in a seat? But when he pulled the trigger, he saw the other man staring straight at the muzzle, seemingly unmoved. Not a trace of panic flashed across the face behind the helmet visor. "Kid, you're stunned, aren't you?" The next second, the bearded man's savage grin froze, replaced by utter shock. The bullet had struck the helmet and bounced off? How was that possible? Was the other guy wearing a bulletproof helmet? "You've got to be kidding me." But there was no time to think further, for the bullet was already tracking him. He immediately began weaving back and forth to evade, abandoning any thought of continuing to fire. At the same time, he shouted, "Bro, let's talk this out. No need to waste bullets, right?" Suchen paid no heed whatsoever, instead practicing his marksmanship. He fired one shot after another without hesitation, not sparing a single bullet. After 2 consecutive misses, the third bullet finally struck the bearded man squarely in the thigh. The bearded man let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. His face twisted with hatred as he glared at Suchen in the car, raising his pistol and pulling the trigger in retaliation. But the pain in his body made his arm tremble slightly, making it hard to aim accurately. He swiftly redirected his aim, firing at the vehicle's window. Unable to hit the man, he shattered the glass in frustration only to discover it was bulletproof. At that moment, the bearded man nearly cursed out loud. His arm fell limply to the ground, and the only target left for the gun was the tire. Yes, the tires. Blow out the tires, and the enemy's vehicle would be immobilized. Bang! Bullets flew out, but it took several shots to finally hit Suchen's car tire. The result? Utter frustration. Damn it! Are the tires bulletproof? Bang! A bullet flew straight in, blowing his head off. May there be no bulletproof vests in heaven. Suchen blew on the muzzle, still steaming from the recent fire, and nodded with satisfaction at the car's condition, its durability still at 99%. Taking several bullets only cost 1 durability point. This was far sturdier than before. With Suchen taking the pressure off, the lone wolf clearly had more room to maneuver after taking down the leader armed with a pistol. Leveraging the long-range advantage of his crossbow, he kite-killed the remaining few. Only after eliminating everyone did he finally relax, approaching Suchen's car. "Bro, you wouldn't happen to be Suchen, the legendary Suchen, would you?" Both men wore identical bulletproof helmets, and Wang Chang had sold this gear exclusively to Suchen. Therefore, as long as Suchen hadn't been taken out, the man before him was highly likely to be Suchen. "Wang Chang? It really is Suchen. Thanks so much for stepping in earlier." Wang Chang gave Suchen a hearty fist bump, expressing his gratitude. "What's going on here?" "The fact that they're lingering around here means they've definitely discovered something. There's a high probability that the platinum tier treasure chest is in their possession or that of another group. I think I'm just like Suchen." Wang Chang didn't answer directly, instead testing the waters with a question. "So what's your plan?" Suchen didn't press the issue either, instead countering with a direct question. Hearing Suchen's words, Wang Chang knew the other wouldn't back down. The enemy had a gun and a bulletproof helmet, while he only had a crossbow he traded for. He stood no chance. After a long silence, Wang Chang gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, I won't fight you for the boss's stuff. But I hope you'll let me have these people's supplies." Suchen instantly realized the other party had set their sights on the pistol in the man with the bushy beard's hand. But to demand everything without putting up a fight? "It's fine if you don't back down. Whoever kills him gets what's theirs." "Suchen, you already have a gun, just give me that one. I swear I won't point it at you, I promise." Wang Chang was getting impatient. "Well, we'll see how sincere you are." Wang Chang gritted his teeth and nodded immediately. "I got healing medicine from my treasure chest. I can give you a dose." With that, Wang Chang pulled out a medicine pouch adorned with a red cross, containing a single dose, and handed it to Suchen. Healing potion. Effect: instantly restores physical injuries to full health. Can be used in life-threatening situations. Cannot restore missing limbs. A pack of healing potions capable of restoring health was undoubtedly a valuable item in this post-apocalyptic road game. This deal was a surefire win. Deal. Suchen took the healing potion and immediately drove toward the location of the diamond tier treasure chest. As he departed, a thought struck him, and he called back to Wang Chang. "Oh, and if you're low on ammo, come find me. I've got plenty." Chapter 50, Barrett Heavy Sniper Blueprint. When Suchen arrived at the diamond treasure chest's location, he discovered it was hidden deep within a forest. However, both the perimeter and interior of the woods were densely covered in black markings, signs of danger. Yet when he looked toward the marked danger zones, they seemed devoid of threat. The forest was surrounded by patches of grass, and no dangerous creatures seemed to be lurking within the foliage. Could it be beneath the surface? Suchen got out of the car and stopped 20 meters away from the danger zone, giving himself some reaction time. He retrieved a small iron ingot, weighed it in his hand, then hurled it forcefully toward the distant black-marked area. It landed precisely in a gap within the black zone, then ricocheted off into an even more distant black area. Boom! The next moment, a deafening explosion erupted, sending fragments of earth flying everywhere. Though Suchen was positioned far away, the blast shockwave still forced him to crouch down. So it was a minefield. No wonder the positions marked by these black areas appeared so orderly, and there had been no movement throughout the entire journey. Suchen's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, a sigh of relief escaping him. Compared to other dangers, minefields were practically negligible to him. He knew the exact location of every single mine. In the face of radar detection, these mines meant to ambush people were completely useless. Suchen stepped into the minefield, weaving left and right through the layers of explosives until he finally entered the forest and saw the diamond-level treasure chest. Radiating a brilliant white light, the entire diamond tier treasure chest shimmered like a crystal diamond. Could this chest actually be made of real diamonds? A diamond big enough to hold a basketball, how much would that be worth? Though it holds no monetary value and can't be appraised, girls just love this kind of thing. Rubbing his hands together and giving a little bow, Suchen opened the diamond tier treasure chest. Initial resources: Barrett Sniper Rifle Blueprint X1, Autopilot System Blueprint X1, Nashi Stones X10. You opened the treasure chest, earning 28,888 loot points. You landed a critical loot box hit, earning a 10x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 Barrett Sniper Rifle Blueprints, 10 Autopilot System Blueprints, 100 Nanostones. Barrett Sniper Rifle Blueprint Single Use. Crafting materials: 10 aluminum alloy, 10 steel, 10 glass, 10 special plastic, 10 rubber, 10 electronic components. Autonomous Driving System Blueprint. Installation requirements: Samsung Automobile. Barrett Sniper Rifle? It's actually a Barrett Sniper Rifle, a heavy sniper rifle, every man's dream weapon. With 10 of these in his hands, who could possibly stand against him? Plus an autonomous driving system. As the name suggests, it can autonomously steer the vehicle, avoid obstacles, and handle acceleration, deceleration, and parking on its own. Outside this world, he wouldn't dare try it, but on the wide open roads of highway survival? How could anything go wrong? Besides, even if it hit someone, it wouldn't matter. These blueprints were excellent. With them, Suchen could upgrade designs, craft products, and list them for sale while the car was moving. He could even lie in bed and rest. This would save him a tremendous amount of energy. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was monitoring the radar detection system himself, making sure he didn't miss any treasure chests along the way. As Suchen began daydreaming, the system alert sounded again in his ear. Box opening points: 110,595. Reaching 100,000 points unlocks the lootbox critical hit system upgrade. 100,000 points could upgrade the lootbox critical hit system? So that's what the opening points were for. Suchen had always felt that using them solely for radar detection seemed like a waste. He'd never use them all up. Now, at last, they were finally put to good use. Upgrade. Consuming 100,000 lootbox points to upgrade the lootbox critical hit system. System upgrading, please wait. Progress: 1510-305-0100. Upgrade complete. Lootbox critical hit system successfully upgraded to level 20. Lootbox critical hit system level 20. Effect: during lootbox openings, you may opt to activate the critical hit effect, randomly yielding 10-15x the resources within the box. Box opening points: 10,595. Each chest open yields corresponding points based on the chest's initial resource value. These points can be used to upgrade the system. Includes radar detection, scans all items within a 3-kilometer radius. Cost: 2 unboxing points per minute. Up to 15x multiplier. Seeing the upgraded critical hit effect significantly boosted compared to before with a guaranteed minimum of 10 times, Suchen felt an exhilarating surge. This meant he would gain a decisive lead over other survivors. He was itching to find a treasure chest right now and open one just for the thrill. With that thought, Suchen promptly stowed all his blueprints and headed straight back to his vehicle. He retrieved the Barrett Sniper Rifle blueprint and the required materials, then headed to the workbench. Craft. With a sweeping gesture, within mere moments, a weapon over a meter long materialized, its entire barrel resembling a golden war dragon, radiating formidable might. Suchen immediately stepped closer, caressing the Barrett Sniper Rifle's barrel as if stroking the most beautiful woman in the world, utterly captivated. After thoroughly admiring it, Suchen suppressed his excitement and retrieved another blueprint, this time for ammunition. He selected the blueprint for crafting 127mm caliber rounds. This time, the manufacturing process demanded far greater resources than before. A single alloy ingot could only produce 1 bullet. Now confident with his Barrett heavy sniper rifle, Suchen used another blueprint to craft a second heavy sniper rifle as a backup. He then began preparations for the car's third upgrade. His Carhartt had now accumulated over 61 star components, far exceeding the requirements. He retrieved a 2-star car upgrade modification blueprint. He walked straight to his Carhartt and fused it in. Then, a familiar brilliant light erupted, far more dazzling than before. Car upgrading in progress, please wait. Upgrade complete. Successfully upgraded to a 2-star vehicle. Materials can now be consumed to modify the vehicle. Maximum material requirements: 500 iron ingots, 500 alloy ingots, 500 rubber sheets, 250 steel ingots, 250 electronic components. Modification time limit: 100 minutes. Another wave of money burning. Chapter 51, Upgrade to a 3-star vehicle. Move into a luxury RV. Suchen checked his basic materials. Iron ingots, alloy, and rubber were all sufficient, but he still lacked a significant amount of steel and electronic components. However, once you enter Battle Royale mode, you won't be able to exchange or trade items on the marketplace temporarily. You'll only be able to trade privately or offline. Suchen immediately thought of Wang Chang. He could produce steel that wouldn't be a problem. The question was whether he had enough electronic components. He messaged Wang Chang directly. Suchen, Wang Chang, where are you now? Do you have any extra electronic components? I'm short on some, and I also need to trade some steel with you. 3 seconds later, he received a reply. Wang Chang, got some. I've got 97 left. Been stockpiling these specifically, waiting for a big payoff. His implication was crystal clear: if you want my stuff, you'll have to trade something valuable for it. 300 rounds of ammunition. Wang Chang, come on, big shot, give me a better deal. I'll buy more from you later. 10 rounds for 970 rounds total. Rounded up to 1,000? How's that? Suchen paused, feigning indecision, though inside he was laughing wildly. 1,000 rounds of ammo equaled just 100 alloy pieces, certainly not worth more than the other party's electronic components. Suchen, deal. Trade the steel at cost price. Wang Chang, no problem. After a brief haggle, the deal was struck. With a sudden surplus of over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, Wang Chang wouldn't have to worry about dangers like wild beasts for the foreseeable future. This was an exceptionally favorable deal for him. As for the electronic components, he could continue exchanging steel for them later. Soon, Suchen returned to the battlefield where they had fought earlier and met up with Wang Chang. The two quickly conducted a transaction. After exchanging bullets for electronic components, Suchen made no secret of his sudden need for such a large quantity. It was obvious to anyone what he intended to do: consuming materials to upgrade and modify the vehicle. Then, the entire vehicle was enveloped in a bright light and began to transform rapidly. The first time was unfamiliar, but the second time was routine. Suchen sat calmly in the car, cracking sunflower seeds and eating watermelon, waiting for the upgrade to complete. Wang Chang, however, couldn't help but gaze enviously at the white light enveloping Suchen's vehicle. Having undergone a car upgrade himself, he understood this was the effect of a car star upgrade. While marveling at the sight, he also grew intensely curious about what a 3-star car would be like. He believed that what others could achieve, he would eventually master as well. Exactly 10 minutes later, Suchen's car modification was successfully completed. The 6-meter-long business minibus transformed into a spacious motorhome measuring 10 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 3 meters in height. Upgrade successful. Business minibus upgraded to comfortable motorhome. Can further upgrade RV to luxury motorhome, offering greater opulent space. Continued upgrades unlock more possibilities. It could become even larger and more comfortable. What thrilled Suchen most after the upgrade was not just the vehicle's enhanced sturdiness, but the fact that its interior space had been partitioned using alloy steel plates. At the very center of the vehicle was a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-wide bedroom. The Simmons mattress, along with blankets and quilts, was all arranged on one side, near the window. More importantly, the bedroom included a 1-meter by 2-meter bathroom space for washing up. Suchen immediately produced the previously unused toilet blueprint and installed it in the bathroom. Now, he could take care of his bodily needs right in the vehicle, no longer worrying about holding it in. Behind the driver's seat was a workbench over a meter wide. Further back lay Suchen's bedroom and the corridor space on the other side, which could be used to store other items later. The rear cargo area offered significantly more space. Over 2 meters wide and 4 meters long, it offered nearly 10 cubic meters of space. There was no time to waste. Without a second thought, Suchen retrieved 3 more pieces of rapid growth soil, spread them out, and scattered tobacco seeds over the surface. He had considered using even more seeds, knowing that cigarettes would be in high demand, a true hard currency in this post-apocalyptic world. But he considered that the price couldn't be set too low. Selling too much at the beginning would only drive the price down. He set aside the remaining pieces of fast-growing soil for now. Glancing at the last 2 square meters of empty space, Suchen shook his head. He really was too inexperienced. He couldn't even fill such a small vehicle. If other survivors knew what Suchen was thinking, they'd jump up and harshly condemn him. You're just showing off. After completing the upgrade, Suchen's car officially became a camper van. But looking at the cramped space inside the cabin, Suchen shook his head again. This won't do. It's barely adequate for just me. What if 10 gorgeous women end up living in my car someday? He still had a long way to go. Next, Suchen approached the driver's seat and similarly integrated the blueprint for the car's auxiliary driving system into the vehicle's core. Soon, a glow emanated from the car heart. Beside the core, a display screen materialized out of thin air. It showed the face of a cartoonish little girl, accompanied by wave-like patterns resembling electrical signals. Hello, Master. The car assist driving system is at your service. For ease of use, please assign me a name. Afterward, simply call out my name to issue commands. The mechanical, childlike voice made Suchen feel, for a fleeting moment, as if he were using his own phone. Ha! I wonder if there are phones in this highway survival game. If there were, I could endure this for as long as it takes, Suchen mused silently. After a moment's thought, he looked up and nodded. I'll call you Little Ling. Yes, Master. Little Ling will serve you wholeheartedly. All right. Rest for now. Suchen waved his hand dismissively, then retrieved the storage stone from the treasure chest. He activated it directly on his storage ring, adding another 100 cubic units of space, bringing the total to 600 cubic units. Having completed all this, Suchen realized it was getting late. The final round was about to begin. His current location was practically the very center of that final circle. Within his 3-kilometer detection range, he had already picked up numerous vehicle identification symbols. Outside the vehicle, Wang Chang stared at Suchen's comfortable motorhome a full 10 meters longer than theirs, his mouth watering. He wanted to upgrade too. His current Carhartt met the requirements, so all he needed was the blueprint to proceed. The problem was, he didn't possess any blueprints for upgrading a 2-star vehicle. Moreover, he lacked sufficient base materials. Even if he obtained the blueprint, now wasn't the time for an upgrade. He could only stand by Suchen's vehicle, seething with envy. Once the commotion around Suchen's RV died down, Wang Chang couldn't help but ask, Suchen, big shot. I'd like to ask how much material is needed for the second upgrade? As the words fell, one of the windows slowly rolled down, revealing Suchen's helmeted face. 500 iron ingots, 500. He answered truthfully. Wang Chang was, after all, one of his future steady customers. This kind of easy target naturally needed to be cultivated. Chapter 52, Autonomous Driving with Navigation. Whoa! Hearing the price, Wang Chang couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't expected upgrading to a 3-star vehicle would consume so many resources. He considered himself a top survivor among the survivors. In just 3 short days, he had accumulated nearly 100 electronic components, items far more precious than ordinary raw materials. He'd been banking on monopolizing the market for a quick fortune. But it turned out his materials were only enough for about 1/10 of a 3-star car upgrade. Oh, right, I've got an extra 2-star car upgrade blueprint lying around. If you need it, bring me a good blueprint to trade. Suchen's voice carried a hint of persuasion. He knew the other party had obtained far more than just 10 healing potions from that platinum-tier treasure chest. Sure enough, Wang Chang's face showed hesitation as he clearly began weighing the trade. But soon, he clenched his teeth and shook his head. Not right now. I'm still short on upgrade materials. I'll trade with you once I've saved up enough. Trading now would be pointless, he might just farm them himself later. Alright, but I can't guarantee I won't trade this 2-star car upgrade blueprint to someone else. Seeing the refusal, Suchen didn't press the issue. He replied briefly before closing the car window. Watching the final poison zone begin to shrink, Suchen fell into deep thought. As long as he stayed put, he could safely survive this battle royale. No one could touch him inside the RV. His haul from this trip was substantial, 1 diamond tier chest, 2 platinum tier chests, and several others. But with 20 minutes left before the final showdown, wasting this time felt like a waste. After all, he currently had a maximum 15x critical hit multiplier. In this battle royale mode where the initial spawn rate was already boosted by 1, how could he possibly squander such an opportunity? Suchen immediately checked the detection system, marking the locations of 2 gold tier chests within a 3-kilometer radius. Xiaoling, head to this location first, then move on to that one. Suchen gave the order. Roger that, Master. Please hold on tight, we're departing. Total distance, 41 kilometers. First target, 17 kilometers away, estimated arrival in 3 minutes. The RV started smoothly, drawing an impressed wow from Suchen. Wow, this autopilot even has navigation alerts. The autonomous driving wasn't particularly fast, but it handled the road exceptionally smoothly. Cornering was clean and crisp, without any reduction in speed. Impressive. This definitely saves some energy. 3 minutes later, Suchen arrived at the first location, an abandoned shopping mall. Numerous vehicles were parked outside, mostly survivors who had retreated here to escape the shrinking zone. As Suchen's massive RV pulled up, it instantly drew a lot of attention. Holy crap? What is that? An RV? You're kidding me. Seriously? I'm still driving a beat-up van that just got a new tire, and now someone's showing up in a motorhome? Could this be the system god's favorite child out experiencing life? We're here for road survival, but he looks like he's on vacation. Before Suchen even stepped out, he noticed several pairs of eyes burning with envy on his vehicle. But he couldn't care less. If they dared to approach, Suchen would make them pay dearly for it. Xiaoling, stay put. Don't open the door for anyone but me. With that order, Suchen stepped out, Desert Eagle in hand and crossbow slung over his back, fully armed and ready. Instantly, he drew the admiring glances of many women. If only they could tag along with such a badass survival on this highway apocalypse would be a breeze. Hey, handsome, I wonder if your RV could use a little female company? I'd love to come aboard for a tour or even stay for good. A girl with decent curves and a pretty face approached Su Chen, her voice dripping with sweetness. Damn it! Can't compete with those who own houses and cars outside, and now can't even compete with those who own RVs inside? Probably every girl would be unable to resist a motorhome this big. It's way more comfortable than a minivan. Damn it, why wasn't I a girl? Otherwise, I'd. Hey! Who says guys can't get lucky? What if the boss has a special kink? Go try it out first. Get lost. Su Chen glanced at her and ignored her completely. This barely passable type held zero interest for him. Handsome, what do you think of me? Let me in the van and I'll show you what ecstasy feels like. A voluptuous woman with big waves in her hair approached. Among all the women present, she was undoubtedly the most well-rounded. The moment she appeared, the first girl quietly slipped away, feeling utterly outclassed. Hey! Don't doubt it, this lady's skills are seriously impressive. I usually last half an hour, but she made me go 3 times in under 5 minutes total. That's incredible. Su Chen eyed the newly arrived curvy woman. Her bust hovered between C and D cups, and though her figure was slightly plump, it was voluptuous and undeniably sexy. Thick thighs, slim calves. As everyone knows, curvy is the ultimate. And she was a mature woman to boot. This newcomer deserved at least an 80 out of 100. Under normal circumstances, Su Chen wouldn't mind a chance encounter with her. But this was a survival game set in the apocalypse. Women would only slow down his trigger finger. He couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. Su Chen strode straight into the mall. Could a woman be as fun as opening a treasure chest? Seeing Su Chen completely ignore her, the mature-looking woman's expression froze. She hadn't expected to be rejected. No man had ever turned her down when she threw herself at him. Yet today, she was rejected. Damn it, he must not like women. That must be it. How else could he possibly reject her? You guys, do you think this big shot might not be into women, but into men? Doesn't that mean we have a chance? Well, I'm out of the running. You guys go for it, try asking the big shot. What's wrong with you? I'm addicted to coal, and I've got hemorrhoids on my butt. Damn it. Get lost. Su Chen's mouth twitched. He'd heard every word from the survivors parked nearby. If the treasure chest weren't more important than them, he'd have taught them a lesson about speaking without thinking. Entering the mall, Su Chen headed straight for the golden treasure chest. Seeing Su Chen's unwavering stride, the others suddenly snapped to attention. Wait, didn't anyone tell the boss this spot's already taken? You idiot. If that guy gets taken out by the others, his car becomes ownerless. We could. Yeah. Still you, kid. Chapter 53, 15-fold lootbox critical hit, transforming into a blueprint tycoon. Su Chen remained unaware that the moment he entered the mall, his car had already caught the attention of passers-by. They all hoped something would happen to him. Owning such a fancy RV, they wouldn't dare cause trouble themselves. But if the big shot got taken out by someone else? They'd be more than happy to see that happen. After all, not only could they seize the big shot's resources, but witnessing a powerful figure's demise would provide immense psychological satisfaction. Entering the mall, Su Chen headed straight for the stairwell and quickly reached the second floor. Just as he was about to head to the third floor, he was blocked by several burly men. Who the hell are you? Don't you know this place is ours? Get out now, or don't blame us for being rude. One of the burly men stepped forward, threatening him viciously. Yeah, get lost. This place belongs to our brotherhood now. Seeing Su Chen alone, the men didn't take him seriously. Only one slightly thinner man noticed the weapon tucked at Su Chen's waist. Stunned into silence, he pointed at Su Chen's hip with a look of terror on his face. Xiao Lu, what's wrong? He's alone, and we're all here. Why are you scared of him? At that moment, another burly man beside him also noticed Xiao Lu's unusual reaction and followed his gaze out of curiosity. The sight made him jump in shock. Holy? A gun? With a clatter, the burly man dropped to his knees. Sir, I was wrong. Just treat us like nothing and let us go. While knowing when to back down is wise, Su Chen wasn't one to leave loose ends. Uninterested in wasting words, he raised his Desert Eagle. A few bullets swiftly disposed of the men before him. The gunshots instantly caught the attention of several men currently searching the third floor. Boss, gunfire? Someone armed is breaking in. The sound of gunfire sent a gaunt, ugly man with a hook nose jumping in fright, his mind instantly racing with thoughts of escape. What's the panic? Don't forget, I've got 2 guns I haven't even used yet. That gunfire was from just 1 gun. Can he even take me on? The man called the boss was a bald-headed thug with a menacing face. His tone was arrogant, showing no regard for the incoming threat. The Battle Royale mode was about to end. Once they got out, his Battle Royale exclusive guns would be useless. This was the perfect time to have some fun. A blind fool had walked right into his trap. Perfect. Let's go check it out. With that, the bald leader drew his dual pistols, gave a sharp nod to his companions, and charged out first. The surviving subordinates exchanged glances. Damn it, you've got guns and we don't. Going over there would just make us sitting ducks. But they were sworn brothers. If they didn't go, who knows, maybe their boss would shoot them first. So, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow. After dispatching the men at the stairwell entrance, Suchen ascended directly to the 3rd floor. Naturally, he quickly detected their presence. After all, he possessed the heavenly eye. The fact they dared come after hearing gunfire meant they either had similar weapons or even stronger ones. Fine. Since that's the case, it'd be a waste not to use it anyway. Consider this a generous gift. Suchen murmured with a smile as he retrieved the grenade restricted to Battle Royale mode from his storage ring. Calculating the timing and distance, he pulled the pin and began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. Suchen leaned sideways, peeking halfway out from the stairwell opening. He hurled the grenade directly toward the group of people running toward him. Boom! Boom! Spotting Suchen's head, the bald leader raised his pistol to fire, but his reaction was too slow. All the bullets slammed into the wall. What the hell was that? Oh no, it's a grenade! Get out of the way! A sharp-eyed henchman reacted instantly, but it was too late. Boom! The grenade landed right in the middle of their group, exploding instantly before it even hit the ground. The violent explosion, accompanied by a flash of fire, hurled all of them backward, instantly killing them. Seeing all the human-shaped markers vanish from the radar scan, Suchen finally emerged with relief. He skirted past the corpses and entered the second-to-last room at the far end. Inside one of the fitting rooms of an underwear shop, he found the golden treasure chest. Without hesitation, he opened it. Initial resources: 1 1-star car upgrade blueprint, 1 energy drink. You opened the treasure chest, earning 3,689 loot points. You scored a critical loot box hit, earning a 15x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 15 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprints and 15 energy drinks. Energy drink: consuming this boosts all attributes speed, stamina, endurance, burst, etc. by 100% for the next hour. Holy crap, this is insane! A direct 15x critical hit equivalent to opening 15 gold tier treasure chests. While others loot chests to survive, I'm stocking up. With a satisfied grin, I stashed away all the blueprints and energy drinks. Soon, my little shop would be stocked with a batch of super hot blueprints. Looks like I'll need to help speed up their development. When it comes to cash cows, you have to fatten them up before milking them dry. After collecting everything, Suchen moved to another room where a silver treasure chest remained unopened. Initial resources: 3 war axe steaks, 3 bottles of 82 red wine. You opened the chest, earning 998 chest opening points. You landed a critical hit, gaining 12x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 36 portions of tomahawk steak and 36 bottles of 1982 red wine. Not bad. Enough of the essentials, time for some tasty treats to truly savor life. After such a grueling day, tonight's menu demands an upgrade: an extra portion of tomahawk steak and red wine. After stowing all the resources from the treasure chest, Suchen pulled out a bundle. He stuffed it full with 2 pieces of meat, leaving a small portion exposed. He headed outside. Wait, what's that? Gunfire and explosions inside? It's that intense? Gotta check if that Big Shots RV is accessible now. Maybe it's abandoned? No! Damn it, how is he holding out this long? He can't possibly walk out unscathed, can he? Just as everyone was puzzling over the situation, Suchen emerged, carrying the packed bundle on his back. They were stunned. Could it be he'd wiped out the entire gang? Otherwise, with those thugs' vicious nature, there's no way Suchen could have retrieved the goods unharmed. No wonder he's the RV-owning Big Shot. His strength is just too overwhelming. Look at him, not a scratch on him. Could it be they never even fought? Did the Big Shot just subdue them all with his pistol? No, there were multiple gunshots earlier. They definitely exchanged fire, and then the Big Shot used grenades to end the fight. A middle-aged military enthusiast immediately analyzed the situation. Man, I'd love to discuss life with that Big Shot. I'd gladly warm his bed in his RV. I could be his beggar forever. Damn it! With my hot temper, I told you to do that earlier, why didn't you? I contributed supplies too. A young man beside him suddenly widened his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. How could you compare to the boss? Look at how filthy you are. Aren't you filthy as hell too? Chapter 54, Battle Royale Challenge ends. Ranked first again. After stepping out, Suchen didn't even glance at the crowd before getting straight into the vehicle. Shaoling, next stop. Acknowledged, master. The mechanical voice echoed again as the car slowly started up, continuing toward the next gold tier treasure chest. Soon they arrived near another gold tier treasure chest. Opening it yielded a 13x critical hit, 13 sets of explosion-proof tire blueprints. In an instant, he became a blueprint tycoon. Seeing only 10 minutes left and no more gold tier treasure chests within 3 kilometers, Suchen abandoned the search. He found a nearby silver tier chest and opened it, yielding 10 pieces of special alloy. An 11-fold critical hit yielded 110 pieces of special alloy. Though he didn't know their purpose yet, he figured they'd come in handy sooner or later. 321. 3 hours passed and the Battle Royale challenge concluded. Battle Royale mode has ended. All survivors will be teleported back to their entry points in 3 minutes. All players will now receive their Battle Royale mode survival rewards. Battle Royale challenge concluded. Within the final circle, all surviving players erupted in cheers and jubilation. Most of them had been forced to scavenge in remote areas for subpar loot boxes since entering this mode. Now that they'd finally survived, they'd also receive survival loot boxes. Awesome! We made it! Hurry up with the rewards, I can't wait! Yay! Hooray! Just as all players waited for their rewards and prepared to teleport back to rest, the notification sound rang out again. Congratulations to the top 3 players in this mode, you will receive special rewards. As the notification sounded, many immediately began discussing what the special rewards might be. Guess who'll snag the top 3 spots in this Battle Royale mode? No doubt about it, Suchen will definitely take 1 spot. The others? I have no idea. Wonder how they calculate the rankings. In a Battle Royale, do they count things like distance traveled? If so, I'd definitely be in the top 3. I didn't stop moving the entire time. Maybe it's based on kill count? Who can say for sure? For a moment, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Soon, the familiar level up sound rang out. Battle Royale challenge results. 3rd place goes to Qinglan attached image. Qinglan earned 6489 points. Achievements, secured 5 airdrops and 2 gold tier chests during the Battle Royale. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire venue. Holy crap, it's a girl? And she's so pretty? 5 airdrops? Could this gorgeous girl be an airdrop specialist? Highly likely. With looks like that and such skill, I hereby declare myself Qinglan's die-hard fan. Dude, is that really being a die-hard fan? Looks more like you're just trying to be a suck-up. Seeing Qinglan's true face, even Suchen froze in place, stunned. She was far more beautiful than he'd imagined. Even without makeup, she easily scored above 95 points. If she applied light makeup to enhance her features, she'd easily score a perfect 10 with bonus points. Immediately after, the system announcement for 2nd place sounded. In this Battle Royale challenge, the runner-up is Wang Chang attached image. Wang Chang earned 13,689 points. Achievements, during the Battle Royale, obtained 1 platinum tier chest and 3 gold tier chests. So this is the big shot who snagged one of those 2 platinum tier chests? I'm so jealous. I saw that platinum tier chest too, but I didn't dare go near it. Yeah, only the truly skilled dare to go near it. Looking at this, it's obvious who took 1st place. Announcing the winner of this Battle Royale challenge. He is the undisputed champion of this match, Suchen image attached. Suchen earned 212,830 points. Achievements, during the Battle Royale, obtained diamond tier chests, platinum tier chests, airdrops, and gold tier chests. The moment Suchen's score and stats were revealed, the entire arena fell silent. No one could have imagined that Suchen had secured so many chests, including diamond tier chests and a significant number of platinum tier ones at that. What kind of person does he think he is? Can't he give others a fighting chance? More importantly, the runner-up had only earned over 10,000 points for their platinum tier chest. How absurd was it that Suchen had racked up over 200,000 points? At that moment, Qinglan, somewhere in the Battle Royale mode, stared at Suchen's lavish achievements, her mouth agape in utter disbelief. But soon, she was bursting with delight as she sent Suchen a congratulatory message. Holy crap, is this what Suchen is capable of? He actually got a diamond tier chest? That's insane. His points are crushing everyone else. We're all here to challenge, but only Suchen is here to loot resources. I gotta ask, did Suchen spend real money? How else could he be this strong? Honestly, I doubt all of us combined could match the points he's racked up. The entire arena was stunned, erupting in disbelief. His score and skill level far surpassed those of ordinary players. At that moment, Suchen stared at his special reward, paused in surprise, then erupted into wild elation. For there, he saw his complete attribute values. Suchen, congratulations! With 212,830 points, you are the champion of this Battle Royale. Congratulations on receiving your special reward, 10 free attribute points and 1 random draw. Suchen. Health, 100. Strength, 5. Adult average starting value, 6. Spirit, 7. Speed, 8. Stamina, 5. Burst, 7. Skill, none. At first glance, his physical attributes are quite solid. As for where to allocate the free attribute points? First, naturally, it's about compensating for weaknesses. After all, the capacity of a bucket is determined by its shortest plank. He immediately spent 8 free attribute points, raising all 5 stats to 8. After some thought, he allocated the remaining 2 points to speed. In martial arts, speed is the ultimate advantage. Speed is crucial, especially during the final sprint. Chapter 55, Sniper Mastery. The box opening frenzy begins. After finalizing his attributes, Su Chen gazed at his single lottery chance with palpable excitement. His storage ring, after all, had been obtained through a lottery. But this time's reward wasn't as powerful as the last. After all, this battle royale wasn't ranked as a single event, it was split into separate matches. You have one lottery chance. Proceed with the draw? Yes. As Su Chen confirmed, a flash of golden light appeared before him. Congratulations! You have acquired the Sniper Mastery skill. Su Chen acquired a skill. Sniper Mastery enables accurate assessment of factors like wind speed and gravity to execute long-range sniping with a range of 2.5 kilometers. Holy crap, this skill was practically made for me. Is this the perk of lucky points? Su Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had been planning to practice more with the sniper rifle to improve his accuracy, but unexpectedly, he'd directly drawn a related reward. Heaven is on my side. With this, his attribute panel underwent a significant transformation. Su Chen. Health, 160. Strength, 8. Spirit, 8. Speed, 10. Stamina, 8. Burst, 8. Skill, Sniper Mastery. Feels great. Su Chen chuckled, then a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, transporting him back to the original highway. All survivors of the Battle Royale simultaneously returned to their respective entry points. Su Chen immediately opened the regional chat to see how many players remained after all the chaos. Regional channel 3,293 players. Nearly 1,800 casualties in a single battle royale, utterly brutal. Some of the survivors hadn't even chosen to enter the battle at all. Instead, they used these 3 hours to rush ahead, trying to seize the initiative and enter the main road connecting to the later convergence point in Zone 10 ahead of time. Among them was the team centered around Zhang Hongwei. Instead of entering the battle royale, they had stockpiled ample gasoline beforehand, aiming to use these 3 hours to reach the main road ahead of schedule. Currently, they were only about 200 kilometers from the main road. With another 2 hours of travel, they stood a chance of reaching the main road before nightfall. Watching the chat channel suddenly come alive after a period of dead silence, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed none of the challengers would choose to continue venturing into the wilderness. At that moment, Su Chen also saw the congratulatory message sent by Qinglan. Thinking of her stunning beauty, Su Chen immediately replied with thanks, offered his congratulations, and added a compliment about how beautiful she was. Qinglan, you're handsome too. Su Chen, but you're the one who's beautiful. After exchanging a round of mutual compliments, Su Chen exited the private chat and began bulk purchasing treasure chests in the trading zone, even basic wooden ones. Offering 50% above market price, he quickly secured several chests. 3 wooden chests and 1 bronze chest. The first wooden chest yielded a bottle of water and a loaf of bread. Then came the critical hit, a tenfold multiplier granting 10 bottles of water and 10 loaves of bread. Pure profit. That feeling of a guaranteed minimum tenfold multiplier was awesome. The other 2 loot bags instantly added 120 wood blocks and 150 iron ingots to Su Chen's inventory. The bronze chest was even more generous, granting Su Chen 12 dozen bottles of cola, 72 bottles in total. Shaoling, full speed ahead, lock onto the main road 500 kilometers away. Acknowledged, Master. He let the autopilot system take over driving while he headed to the bathroom. He was about to jump in the shower, but suddenly thought standing up was such a pain. He immediately posted on the public chat, trade resources or car modification blueprints for a bathtub. For most survivors on the open road, a bathtub was a luxury item hardly ever used in normal circumstances, let alone here. Using water for bathing instead of drinking? That's just too extravagant. Soon enough, someone who had drawn the bathtub traded Su Chen 2 anti-inflammatory pills, 10 pounds of lean meat, and a bottle of heady liquor for it. After acquiring the tub, Su Chen headed straight to the bathroom in his room and positioned it horizontally in the farthest corner. Then he grabbed a mineral water bottle and started pouring water into the tub. Only after filling it halfway did Su Chen strip down and sink in, soaking comfortably. If others knew that the very lifeblood they depended on for survival was being used by Su Chen for a bath, they'd be cursing him as inhuman for wasting precious water resources. Su Chen couldn't care less, he was just enjoying himself. Soaking in the tub, he sipped on an ice-cold drink while munching on a plate of pre-washed grapes. He teased Qinglan every now and then, such a beautiful girl deserved a little fun. After an hour of blissful relaxation, Su Chen emerged from the pool feeling refreshed and invigorated. Seeing that it was about time, he walked to the back of the car and began harvesting the cola nuts, medicinal herbs, fungi, and other plants, then planted new seeds. 10 cola fruit trees in total, each laden with clusters of translucent berries that sparkled in the light. You harvested 320 cola nuts. Plus herbs and fungi. You harvested 42 portions of herbs and 43 portions of fungi. You harvested 100 gene of grains and legumes. Excellent. This will yield enough cola nuts for 3,200 bottles of cola, plus 200 bottles of white liquor, and a whopping 420 portions of medicinal herbs. Su Chen immediately added these raw materials to water and fed them into the various production machines. Now, his water supply was running low. he must secure more water. Besides selling resources, the fastest way was to open treasure chests. Mineral water was mostly obtained from wooden and bronze chests. Suchen began aggressively purchasing basic chests, announcing that he would cease buying them once he entered the main area. Initially, things went smoothly. Suchen easily acquired over 20 wooden chests at double the market price. With a tenfold guarantee now in place, he no longer had to worry about the risk of losing money, and prices kept climbing steadily. But soon, others began suspecting Suchen was attempting to monopolize the market. They speculated that the wooden treasure chests might contain a chance to unlock some top-tier item, prompting them to start hoarding stock as well. They artificially inflated the price of wooden treasure chests, driving it up to 35 times the market value. Some middlemen even tried to sell the wooden treasure chests back to Suchen at inflated prices, hoping to pocket the difference. If this happened under normal circumstances without affecting him, Suchen wouldn't mind paying a premium. After all, anything under 10 times the price was a guaranteed profit. But if they were deliberately inflating prices to profit off him, treating him like a sucker, that was unacceptable. After purchasing nearly 50 wooden treasure chests, Suchen flatly refused to buy any more. Simultaneously, he quietly relisted 16 of the dangerous chests at double the market price for others to purchase. This move sent wooden chest prices tumbling. Those who'd bought them at 3 or 5 times the market rate were now stuck holding them, taking a massive hit. He then began unboxing the remaining supplies. You obtained 18 bottles of water. You obtained 80 iron ingots. You obtained 30 buckets of instant noodles. When Suchen showed no intention of buying, and even deliberately sold at low prices, many believed he was intentionally driving down the price because it had been inflated too high. Once prices dropped, they believed he would buy again. Thus, many self-important middlemen began quietly stockpiling goods, waiting for Suchen's next purchase to strike it rich. Chapter 56, Car Repair Kit. Entering the new main road. Little did they know that many of the wooden treasure chests they hoarded were black chests, the kind containing absolutely nothing. Suchen now only wanted to enter the new zone quickly and popularize the trend of selling treasure chests as blind boxes. Only then could he reap the maximum profit. But he knew that only basic supply chests were readily available. Once you reached higher tier chests, few were willing to put them up for sale. Even if Suchen offered 2 decent blueprints, he might not be able to buy them. Everyone trusted their own luck, and only a tiny minority of risk-averse players would choose to sell. This made it incredibly difficult for Suchen to acquire high-tier chests. But hey, if he couldn't buy ordinary blueprints, couldn't he at least get a high-tier chest with a 1-star car upgrade blueprint? This blueprint came from a gold-tier chest. After the server merge, he could sell it for the price of a gold-tier chest that seemed perfectly reasonable. He was confident that after opening 2 gold chests, those players would realize his trade was an absolute steal for them. Next, Suchen specifically selected a plot of land. Originally used for growing cola nuts, it now had surplus space that didn't require new crops, perfect for planting tobacco seeds. By this time tomorrow, he'd be producing and selling cigarettes to rake in a fortune. After completing all this, Suchen observed that his current location was now extremely close to the merged main road. Once he entered, his regional channel and exchange would open up to a much larger audience. Even if only 10 districts merged into one large area, that would mean at least 30,000 people. More than enough for him to rake in a fortune in no time. Ding! At that moment, Suchen received a private message. Wang Chang, Big Shot Su, do you still have that 2-star car upgrade blueprint? I want to trade for it. Suchen, name your price. Wang Chang, I have something you'll definitely like, Su boss. Attached image. Car repair kit. Upon use, instantly restores vehicle durability to 100% based on the car's star rating. Effect decreases by 20% for each additional star rating. Meaning Suchen's 3-star car can restore up to 60 durability points per use. After upgrading to 4 stars, it can only restore 40 durability. Still, it's clearly a valuable item for Suchen. If ambushed, he could instantly restore his vehicle when it malfunctioned, letting attackers realize their efforts were futile. Just imagine, they fight desperately to damage his RV, on the verge of success, only for his car to instantly return to full health. How utterly devastating that would be. Suchen, 20 for 1. I know you can mass produce it. Wang Chang? Wang Chang, boss, crafting a repair kit consumes massive amounts of base materials, 400 per kit. 20 is too many. I was hoping to trade 5 for 1 blueprint. Suchen, I'll provide 10 materials. Still 20 for 1 blueprint. Seeing Suchen's offer, Wang Chang fell deep in thought. This meant trading 10 materials for 1 blueprint, still a bit of a loss for him. But he had no choice. Suchen's 3-star RV made him green with envy. Besides, these were just basic materials, he'd recoup the cost quickly. In just the short time since they'd started, he'd already made a decent profit. Wang Chang, deal, boss. Suchen first traded the materials to Wang Chang, then received 10 car repair kits in return. He then pulled out the blueprint for upgrading a 2-star vehicle and conducted another round of trades. Finally, he exchanged them for 20 car repair kits. Now, unless the damage could instantly destroy his car, even if 1,000 people attacked it simultaneously, he wouldn't panic at all. After the trade concluded, Suchen remembered he already possessed the blueprint for a 3-star vehicle upgrade. However, compared to previous upgrades, this one required significantly more car hearts. Car heart 3-star, 27,301 stars 013 3-star. It required 300 units of initial car heart energy, plus 1 3-star car heart. That meant he was still short 303 1-star car hearts. Since unclaimed car hearts couldn't absorb energy from other car hearts. Therefore, he must find a way to cultivate a 3-star car heart. That should be manageable. If he encounters a larger bandit group later, he'll just need to spare one survivor. As night fell, Suchen decided to push forward relentlessly, aiming to reach the new main road before complete darkness descended. Not long after accelerating to full speed, the road ahead suddenly widened. He had arrived. With excitement in his heart, Suchen entered this section of the road. You have entered level 3 highway 369. The system's notification sounded, and Suchen immediately began calculating the road's width. Using a method of measuring while navigating left and right curves, he quickly discovered that the Grade 3, Highway 369, was a full 10 kilometers wide, offering exceptionally open visibility. Even with his detection abilities activated, he couldn't guarantee spotting every treasure chest along the highway. After entering the new highway, Suchen pulled over 3 kilometers from the right wilderness and prepared to rest for the night. During the night in highway survival, it was best not to press forward. Opening the chat and trade screens, Suchen noticed significant changes in the regional channel. He had entered an entirely new regional channel, and the original zone had lost quite a few players. Region 369 Channel Main, 2,839 members. Currently, over 2,000 players had arrived in this new zone from 10 different regions. Suchen noticed the regional chat had erupted into a frenzy. Which zones are you all from? Where did you come from before? I'm from Highway 858. I used to live in the Magic City. What a coincidence. I'm from the Magic City 2 Highway 856. Let me tell you, the world's top player in the last challenge tournament was right here on our highway. Holy crap? Seriously? Suchen watched the chat unfold with a faint smile. Time to harvest some fresh green. Consume 42 units of herbs, 42 units of fungi to craft 42 units of anti-inflammatory medicine. Consumption. He then took the beverages produced by the crafting machine and began frantically listing them for sale: 500 bottles of water, 500 bottles of cola, 500 ice creams, 100 bottles of baijiu, 300 anti-inflammatory pills, plus 100 sets of various blueprints like upgraded tires and upgraded chassis. This instantly filled all 2,000 listing slots of his 1-star shop. Suchen desperately wanted to unlock more inventory slots, but that required upgrading the shop. Upgrading the shop required not just resources, but also meeting specific transaction volume and value thresholds. After listing the goods, Suchen opened the new main channel. Suchen, hello everyone. Need any supplies? Come shop at my store. The world's top shop, great quality, low prices. This single statement instantly set the entire new regional channel ablaze. Chapter 57, Exploiting a Glitch to Level Up to Tier 2. Has anyone opened a shop yet? Wait, that name looks familiar. Holy crap, is that Suchen? The same Suchen who ranked number 1 globally last time? It can't be just a coincidence, right? Hey, go check out his shop, then you won't say that. Damn it, we're here to survive, but he's here to open a supermarket. Holy crap, I'm freaking out. Every single shop slot is filled. I seriously doubt this is even all of Suchen's stuff. The shop level cap is holding him back. I can barely fill 20 slots. Is this what a top player's supplies look like? Damn it, while you idiots are still chatting, I've already gone on a mad buying spree for medicine. Holy? Anti-inflammatory drugs? Perfect, I've got some herbs here I didn't know what to do with. Swapping them out now. Not just medicine, there's high-grade water. Holy crap, even happy water. Been craving that for ages. In an instant, players from the other 9 districts began frantically snatching out the shop's inventory. Suchen glanced around. The anti-inflammatory drugs and liquor were selling the fastest, followed by the cola, while the mineral water was the least popular. Makes sense. Anyone who made it here early probably has at least a bottle or 2 stashed away. They're not in a rush to use it up until it's completely gone. As long as they had resources, they could always trade for water later. Seeing the transaction volume skyrocket, Suchen didn't sit idle. He kept restocking the cola, but he didn't replenish the best-selling liquor and anti-inflammatory medicine. After all, his own production of these items was limited. They simply couldn't meet everyone's demand. Besides, scarcity drives value. Selling in limited quantities ensured steady profits. As long as he made a killing before the next anti-inflammatory blueprint appeared, that was all that mattered. While his sales volume was no longer a concern, the unit price remained too low. Suchen began contemplating how to exploit a system bug to his advantage. He immediately opened Xinglan's private chat. Suchen, need a small favor. She replied instantly. Xinglan, what kind of favor? Help me boost my shop's sales. I need to upgrade from a 2-star shop to unlock more listing slots. I've already listed 2 fairly expensive blueprints. I'll trade you a few blueprints, just keep purchasing them using those. Xinglan, no problem. Immediately after receiving Su Chen's blueprints, Xinglan began purchasing the 2-star car upgrade blueprints he had listed. She bought them and returned them to Su Chen, who listed them again. This cycle repeated. Finally, after 3 hours, Su Chen received the system notification. Congratulations! Your shop has met sales targets and can now unlock a level 2 shop. Note, Tier 2 shop requires 100 bottles of water per day and unlocks 10,000 listing slots. Excellent! Now he had ample listing space and wouldn't need to list items in batches anymore. Su Chen immediately began listing items. He decided not to list any more water, it would be better to save it for producing other goods. Instant noodles, bread, fruits, all these items were obtained from the massive treasure chests earlier. He listed them all. He listed 2,000 bottles of cola right away. The baijiu and anti-inflammatory medicine remained unchanged. He also listed a few bottles of 1982 vintage red wine, setting a high price to whet people's appetites. Someone would buy it. In one fell swoop, he used up over 4,000 inventory slots. After finishing all this, Su Chen hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Xinglan, sending her a tomahawk steak and a bottle of 82 vintage red wine as a token of thanks. Upon receiving the tomahawk steak and wine, Xinglan hesitated to accept such an extravagant gift. Yet, unable to resist Su Chen's persistent enthusiasm, she finally accepted. She knew these delicacies could only come from at least a gold-tier treasure chest. She resolved to repay the favor with something delicious when she could. That evening, Xinglan grilled the tomahawk steak to perfection, sprinkling it with the seasoning Su Chen had traded her. Then, seated on her bed covered with a quilt, she began savoring the delicious meal. Compared to the daytime, nighttime when they could only stay in the vehicle was their only real chance to relax. Being able to eat it all was already a blessing, let alone savoring the finest tomahawk steak. Holding her knife and fork, she carefully sliced a small piece from the ribeye steak on the plate, speared it with her fork, and brought it to her lips. Taking a gentle bite, he savored the tender texture and exquisite flavor filling his mouth. Xinglan felt his taste buds were about to soar to the heavens. Absolutely delicious. This was the best meal she'd had in days. Indeed, the finest ingredients often require only the simplest preparation. She picked up the small glass of red wine beside her and took a light sip. The grape's fragrance and the alcohol sweetness finally burst forth, instantly transforming into a rich, mellow flavor that was refreshing and left a lingering aftertaste. Delicious. Xinglan murmured softly, her face radiant with delight, then took another sip, once again feeling an intense wave of happiness wash over her. In that moment, she longed to simply get drunk. Once drunk, she wouldn't need to think about anything anymore, she could simply savor the beauty of this present moment. But reason told her no. She just wondered what Su Chen was up to on his end. This tomahawk steak was damn delicious. Su Chen grabbed the tomahawk steak with one hand and shoved it straight into his mouth, taking huge bites. He lifted the baijiu straight to his lips and chugged it down, feeling the fiery heat surge into his nostrils. Awesome. Awesome. Gobbling down meat, chugging booze, this is what pure bliss feels like. Burp. After polishing off an entire tomahawk steak, Su Chen stretched out lazily on the bed. This is how you play the road survival game, right? Get a good night's sleep tonight. Tomorrow, when the server's crowded, it'll be time to rake in the cash. Just as Su Chen was about to drift off, a surprising message popped up. Zhuge Xiaoliang, Su Chen, you're impressive. Add me as a friend. If you have any unused valuable items, we can trade. If you need to buy or sell anything, I can handle it for you. Su Chen, sure. You're pretty good too. But I have my own shop, so I probably won't need your help with buying or selling. Zhuge Xiaoliang, I think you do. I got a great item that can be bound to a specific player for trading. Just so you know, I'm not in the same server as you right now. Even without seeing each other face to face, Su Chen could almost picture the mischievous grin on the other's face. Su Chen, oh? What's this valuable item? Let me see. Zhuge Xiaoliang, whatever you need, I can get it for you. Like this item, for example. Picture. Su Chen clicked to view it and burst out laughing. A 2-star car upgrade blueprint. Su Chen pulled out one of his 3-star upgrade blueprints, 7 2-star upgrade blueprints, and over 21-star upgrade blueprints. After a moment's thought, he placed them under the corner of the table as a cushion. Then he snapped a photo and sent it over. Su Chen, check this out. Image. Chapter 58, Zhuge Xiaoliang's shock. The anomaly seeking gold votes. Zhuge Xiaoliang curiously tapped to open it. Immediately, he saw dozens of upgrade blueprints propping up Su Chen's dining table. From 1-star to 3-star. Holy crap! How did he get so many blueprints? And there's even a 3-star one? Could this be the reward from challenging the diamond tier treasure chest earlier? Zhuge Xiaoliang's face was filled with question marks, utterly incredulous. But how did he get so many 2-star car upgrade blueprints? How many platinum tier chests did he open? After all, it took him 4 or 5 platinum tier chests just to get one such blueprint. Yet this guy had 7? And more importantly, the currently hottest 1-star car upgrade blueprint? He had dozens of them. It completely shattered his understanding. Juga Xiaoyan, bro, are you selling these car upgrade blueprints? I'll take them all. Su Chen considered it. Selling them to this guy seemed feasible, especially since he was from another server. It wouldn't affect demand in Su Chen's own server. Meaning he could still sell them. Su Chen, deal. 1-star car upgrade blueprints, 1 gold tier treasure chest each. 2-star car upgrade blueprints, 1 platinum tier treasure chest each. Juga Xiaoyan froze upon seeing Su Chen's offer. It wasn't that the price was exorbitant, quite the opposite. He found Su Chen's offer surprisingly cheap, completely beyond his expectations. Juga Xiaoyan, deal. Hold on a sec, big shot. A long silence followed. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry, so he browsed the exchange to see if there were any bargains to be had. Soon, he spotted a promising blueprint. Clothing manufacturer blueprint permanent. Required materials, 50 iron ingots, 50 wooden blocks, 10 alloy ingots, 1 electronic component. He traded the blueprints for 10 anti-inflammatory pills, 10 bottles of water, and the condition of custom making 10 garments for the other party. After obtaining the blueprint, Su Chen immediately went to the workbench and crafted the clothing manufacturing machine using the materials. Clothing manufacturing machine. Required materials, 1 fabric quantity may vary based on custom style. Production time, 3 minutes per item. Now he possessed the means to craft garments, undergarments, and footwear. He could open a clothing store right away. With that in mind, he set aside 300 inventory slots specifically for the clothing store. No sooner said than done. Su Chen first crafted 10 garments of various styles and returned them. Next, drawing on his memory of trendy summer styles, he crafted 100 pairs of shoes, 50 ice silk underwear, 50 lace women's underwear, plus 50 men's and 50 women's summer short sleeve tops. After listing everything, Juga Xiaoyan's message arrived. Juga Xiaoyan, boss, time is tight, and since it's nighttime, people are opening chests immediately upon finding them. I only have 3 gold tier chests right now. Let's swap 3 1-star car upgrade blueprints first. I might have more later. I'll trade with you tomorrow. Su Chen agreed. Suppressing his inner excitement, Su Chen took 3 1-star car upgrade blueprints and exchanged them for 3 gold tier treasure chests. The sheer joy of obtaining treasure chests without having to search for them filled Su Chen with excitement. Rubbing his hands together, he immediately began opening the first gold tier treasure chest. Initial resources, 1 1-star car upgrade blueprint. You opened the chest and gained 666 chest opening points. You scored a critical hit, gaining 13x the reward. Congratulations! You have obtained 13 by 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprints. Total points 1945-820-0000. Awesome! This is a huge win. Su Chen never expected the very first chest would yield blueprints. He traded away a massive profit of 12 blueprints. Without hesitation, he opened the other 2. Initial resource, 1 bulletproof tire blueprint. You opened the treasure chest, earning 676 unboxing points. You scored a critical hit, earning 10x the loot. Congratulations! You obtained 10 bulletproof tire blueprints. Initial resources, 3 Boston lobsters, 1 bottle of premium white wine. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 988 chest points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, achieving a 15x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 45 Boston lobsters and 15 bottles of premium white wine. Not bad, all quality items. Selling these would fetch a good price. If Su Chen weren't already stuffed, he'd definitely have to try some. Ah well, I'll save them for lunch tomorrow. Su Chen then returned to his room, stretched out on his large Simmons mattress bed, and continued browsing for more treasures. In this road survival world, without the entertainment of a smartphone, life was downright dull. Without even a PS5 or Switch, what kind of enjoyment is this? Su Chen silently encouraged himself. The road ahead was long, and the journey was arduous. Soon, Su Chen discovered a few decent items. Toothbrush. Price, 1 plastic piece. Toothpaste. Price, 1 bottle of water. Shampoo. Price, 1 bottle of water. It seemed quite a few people had already started using blueprints to do business. Su Chen exchanged everything, then went back into the bathroom to freshen up. Feeling refreshed, he returned to his cozy bed. Xiao Ling, play some soothing music. Soon, soft, gentle melodies filled the car. With the AC on and covered by his comforter, Su Chen drifted blissfully into sleep. The next morning, Su Chen awoke from his slumber at 8 o'clock. After a quick wash, he noticed the main channel had already surpassed 10,000 users. Seems quite a few people are hitting the road this early. No rush. He'd wait for more people to join before taking off. He instructed Xiao Ling to activate the autopilot function. Since the car had grown significantly larger overall, with increased weight and other factors, its top speed had dropped. 120 miles per hour was now its absolute limit. After instructing Xiao Ling, Su Chen entered the bathroom to freshen up, then began pondering what to have for breakfast. With so many delicious options available, he found himself lost in thought for a moment. After much deliberation, Suchen settled on fruit for breakfast, accompanied by a glass of fresh milk. After his hearty meal, Suchen took his place behind the wheel, ready to take control and become a legend of Mount Autumn name. But after driving for quite some time without spotting a single treasure chest, he froze. Could it be that there were no treasure chests on this Route 369? If that was the case, wouldn't this just be a pure endurance battle? Frowning, Suchen opened the regional channel to see if others were experiencing the same situation or if it was just him. Upon entering the main regional channel, the player count had already approached 25,000. Soon, everyone would arrive here. Wait, what? I've been driving since 6 in the morning, over 3 hours now, and haven't seen a single treasure chest. I've wasted a ton of gas for nothing. Is this even fair? Exactly. I was hoping to get a head start and grab a treasure chest early, but turns out there aren't any. Could it be that one person snatched up all the treasure chests? That can't be. Who could possibly have that kind of power? I'm running out of fuel. I'm desperate. Anyone want to trade fuel with me? Seeing everyone in the same predicament, Suchen's frown deepened. If it were just him, fine. But if everyone was like this, something was definitely up. Could it be all the treasure chests are hidden in the wilderness? Suchen drove to the edge of the highway and activated his 3-kilometer detection range to scan the wilderness for treasure chests. Soon enough, he actually detected a chest, though it was black. The next one was black too. Black chests all along the way. What's going on? Was this highway survival game trying to kill its players? Just then, the clock struck exactly 10 a.m. The game's alert tone sounded again, startling everyone. Chapter 59, Highway Race. Pre-race harvest. Limited time highway race event officially begins. Race duration, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Participants, all survivors. Rules: participants start from different positions but share the same dedicated racing track. All progress must occur within the designated racing lane. This challenge track contains no treasure chests. Players will encounter supply stations at regular intervals where they can obtain generous rewards. Rewards are not fixed. Speed varies throughout the race. An early lead doesn't guarantee victory. Only those who persevere to the end will claim the grand prize. This race has no finish line. Within the time limit, cover as much distance as possible. Players will be ranked based on their total distance traveled, with the top 3 in each region receiving generous rewards. Remaining players will receive tiered rewards based on final ranking. Higher positions yield greater rewards. Failure to cover 400 kilometers within the time limit will result in permanent confinement here. Note, all actions are permitted on the racetrack without interference. Game countdown, 9 minutes 57 seconds. Good luck! Seeing the system broadcast an announcement, Suchen raised an eyebrow. They just wrapped up a battle royale event, and after a single night's rest, another speed race was already underway. They clearly weren't planning to give them any time to rest. Suchen estimated that events like this would only become more frequent going forward. Finding a peaceful drive or hunting for treasure chests wouldn't be so easy anymore. Most crucially, on this racing circuit, participants didn't start from a unified starting line. This meant that an initial lead couldn't be sustained indefinitely, and speed alone wouldn't guarantee victory. Suchen even speculated that the entire track might be a massive loop, with participants positioned at different points along it. No matter how fast you drove, there would always be someone ahead of you. This meant that those who drove fast would inevitably become targets for others. After all, this race imposes no restrictions on player actions. Mutual combat is entirely possible. To secure a higher ranking, players might choose to eliminate every opponent they encounter or directly destroy their vehicles. It was like a twisted way of forcing them to fight each other. If this continues, Suchen estimated the number of players in the new regional channel would drastically decrease. Moreover, if players resort to sabotaging each other this early on, maintaining peace later might become even more difficult. But Suchen didn't care much. He couldn't do much anyway. Just taking care of himself was enough. No one knew what challenges lay ahead in this highway survival game. Live for today. After the announcement went out, the main channel exploded. Everyone began frantically discussing the situation, with many starting to trade items among themselves. Suchen pondered for a moment, sighed, and thought, alright, I'll lend a hand. Since rankings were based on regional performance, Suchen didn't post engine blueprints. Instead, he shared designs for bulletproof glass and bulletproof tires on the public chat. Suchen, I've listed blueprints for bulletproof glass and tires in my shop. They can help mitigate attacks. With that, he listed 10 blueprints each for bulletproof glass and bulletproof tires. All could only be exchanged for treasure chests, blueprints, or rare materials. No sooner had he posted this than Wang Chang followed with his own advertisement. Wang Chang, I offer custom car repair kits that fully restore vehicle condition. Each kit requires 1,000 units of various materials. Interested parties, please DM me. Wang Chang's pricing immediately drew significant attention. The overwhelming majority complained that his price was outrageously expensive. Only a few elite lone wolves, after careful consideration, could afford to trade such a large quantity of materials with Wang Chang, and these were precisely his target customers. Riding this wave, Wang Cheng quickly amassed another large batch of basic materials. Now, he could finally upgrade his 3-star vehicle. He'd been coveting Su Chen's RV all day long. Using blueprints, he traded for a pile of fairly decent rare materials. One person even traded 5 nanostones to Su Chen for a single blueprint. This deal was a massive win. Su Chen's storage space expanded by another 5 cubic units. Anyone capable of rolling nashi stones at this stage was at minimum an elite who'd opened platinum tier chests. If they ever pulled a storage type item from a king tier chest in the future, who knows if they'd cry themselves to death. Beyond that, Su Chen traded 2 blueprints for 2 genuine leather recliners and a massage chair all ready to use with just solar charging. Su Chen promptly placed the massage chair at the foot of his bed, then reclined on it to continue reviewing his haul. After pondering, he sent Qinglan a 4-cylinder engine blueprint. Su Chen, want it? Image. She replied instantly. Qinglan, what's the price? I want it. Attachment. Su Chen clicked it open and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was a video of Qinglan, that little minx, pouting cutely at the screen. Perfect, got this little minx right where it hurts. Su Chen, send over whatever goodies you have. Fair trade. Beauty doesn't work on me though, maybe if you try a few more times. On the other end, Qinglan couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a rascal. Resting her chin on her hands, she pondered for a moment. She didn't really have anything valuable to trade with him, most of it was just stuff she needed herself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind and she had an idea. Qinglan, can I get credit for now? When I find something good later, I'll repay you. Or you can give me a condition and I'll fulfill it for you. If this were some creepy guy, he'd probably want Qinglan to film a lewd video. But Su Chen wasn't that kind of guy, he was a total gentleman. Come to think of it, Su Chen did have a small favor he could ask her for. Su Chen, could you help me acquire some items as a partner for my shop? Qinglan, partner? Procurement agent? Su Chen, exactly. I'll give you resources, and you'll help me acquire specific materials and supplies. You'll deliver them to me, I'll produce goods, then list some for sale while you handle selling the rest. Qinglan, huh? That's it? If I have free time, helping you out is no problem. What do you need right now? Su Chen, nashi stones, tobacco, cola nuts, grains and legumes, all of these. The more, the better. Qinglan, no problem. Su Chen then directly traded the 4-cylinder engine to the other party as compensation for joining his venture. Su Chen didn't know why he wanted this person to join his shop. He just felt that having a few reliable partners might help things grow faster. At the same time, Su Chen didn't forget to reconnect with Zhuge Xiaoliang, exchanging a few brief words with him. Su Chen showed him the 4-cylinder engine blueprints, asking him to leverage this competition to sell them at a premium. He still held 4 sets of the 4-cylinder engine blueprints. If utilized effectively, they could fetch a premium price. After all, this was a genuine performance-enhancing asset. Chapter 60, The Race Begins. The Supply Station. Upon receiving Su Chen's blueprints, Zhuge Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. He possessed similar designs himself, but using them had left him with no spare resources. Who would sell something this valuable? He immediately inquired about Su Chen's asking price. He insisted that such valuable items didn't need much discussion, they were bound to fetch a high price. Engine blueprints were among the rarest types of blueprints to obtain. They were practically priceless, especially with the race about to start. Su Chen, a gold-tier treasure chest or other blueprints of equivalent value. Rare resources could also be considered. Zhuge Xiaoliang, okay. Soon after, Su Chen noticed many racers who'd struck out earlier in the day were desperately seeking fuel at premium prices after running dry. He pulled out his stockpiled fuel again, trading it for large quantities of basic materials. His 605 cubic meter storage ring, emptied less than a day ago, was already filling up again. 10:10 a.m. The highway race is now underway. As the game system's voice announced the start, Su Chen noticed several new lines of text appearing in the upper left corner of his car's main display. Current distance traveled, 0 kilometers. Current regional rank, 30,299. Leaderboard. First, none. Second, none. Third, none. Xiaoling, full speed ahead. The command had barely been issued when the RV shot forward, quickly accelerating to 100 miles per hour. Seated in the driver's seat, Su Chen remained alert, his eyes fixed intently on the sides of the vehicle and the radar detection system. Based on the system's earlier broadcast, the supply station must be significant, and it likely contains substantial resources. He had to secure the supplies within the station as quickly as possible. After driving for a short while, Su Chen realized the race wasn't confined to straight highways. It featured numerous twists and turns, winding roads, and steep inclines and declines. This meant that speed alone wouldn't determine victory, driving skill would be equally crucial. However, with Xiaoling's autonomous driving system, Su Chen didn't need to worry about that at all. Xiaoling never slowed down when cornering, and the vehicle remained exceptionally stable. At a normal speed of 100 miles per hour, it could even maintain 110 miles per hour through turns. After about half an hour of driving, Suchen detected a small house-like marker on his radar system, located roughly 3 kilometers ahead. This must be the location of the supply station. Xiaoling, pull over to the right at the 28-kilometer mark. Yes, master. 2.5 minutes later, Suchen saw what the small house-like place was. It resembled a gas station where refueling was possible, and beside it stood a massive vending machine. Judging by the appearance, resources here were plentiful. Suchen was overjoyed. He immediately entered the supply station, where he could refuel up to 500 units. The cost was 50 units of materials, with no restrictions on type. Suchen immediately handed over 50 pieces of the most abundant material wood blocks along with 500 units of fuel. He then approached the vending machine on the side and was instantly dazzled by the dazzling array of goods inside. The following resources can be replenished or exchanged at the supply station. Intermediate condenser blueprint single use, price 500 kilometers. Ordinary pistol blueprint one-time use, priced at 400 kilometers. For cylinder engine blueprint one-time use, priced at 300 kilometers. KFC family bucket, priced at 66 kilometers. Bottled water, priced at 5 kilometers. Numerous resources are available for exchange, over 20 varieties with differing prices, most limited to 1 exchange per item. Redemption requires spending the road mileage you've already earned. In other words, if you're not chasing top-tier rewards, any mileage beyond 400 kilometers can be used for redemption. However, Suchen felt no excitement upon seeing these rewards. Instead, his expression grew grave. It was certain that some players would choose to push relentlessly in the first few hours, accumulating enough mileage to redeem weapons. They would then use those weapons to ambush and intercept other survivors. The race lasts 8 hours total. At a normal pace of 8,100 km/h, with sufficient fuel and minimal stops. Covering 640 to 800 kilometers, the extra 400 kilometers would be more than enough for them to swap out their guns. Even if they didn't use them during the race, having them would be advantageous. However, Suchen wasn't particularly concerned about this. After all, pistols posed little threat to him. If pistols required 400 kilometers, more powerful weapons would demand even more, hardly a significant threat to him. By comparison, the intermediate condenser blueprint caught his attention. His current condenser was still basic, producing only 24 liters of water per day. With the intermediate condenser blueprint, he could upgrade to an intermediate model. How much water would that produce daily? Water was hard currency in Road of Survival, a resource no one could refuse. His primary water supply came from arbitrage deals with other players, but his own production was still insufficient. With only 60 kilometers on the odometer, he was still a long way from 500. Moreover, exchanging resources now would likely cost him a top ranking. But if that's the case, the exchange requirements for these resources are simply too high. Never mind. There's no point in stopping. He must pick up the pace now, push forward as fast as possible, and rack up more mileage. Suchen didn't want to waste any more time. He returned directly to the car and immediately signaled Xiaoling to start the engine. With a whoosh, the car roared to life and shot forward at top speed. After another hour of driving, Suchen's points reached 200. To him, this rate of accumulation felt painfully slow. Still, it was a blessing in disguise. Even if someone else's beat-up van was equipped with a 4-cylinder engine, its average speed on this road probably wouldn't match his. Bored, Suchen opened the chat channel and suddenly saw a message that startled him. His expression instantly turned grave. Chapter 61, Kill and Steal Mileage? Chaos erupts. This speed challenge is way too hard. Do they think I'm a race car driver? I was thinking 400 kilometers would be a breeze, but now I see these crazy sharp turns and steep inclines. This is just messing with us. I just passed a bridge. It was wide enough, maybe 20 meters across, but there were no guardrails on either side. Straight down to a 1,000-foot drop. Next came a statement that stunned Suchen and everyone else. Mileage can be gained by seizing others' car hearts. Earlier, 2 cars collided on the road. I took their car hearts and noticed my mileage increased slightly. The moment those words were spoken, the entire chat channel fell silent. They all understood exactly what this meant. Suchen's expression grew grave, while some lingering doubts in his mind were suddenly resolved. So this was how one could rapidly gain mileage. He could foresee that from this moment onward, the entire highway race would evolve in a completely different direction. Soon, Suchen's sensors indicated he was nearing another supply station. Simultaneously, he detected several vehicles and numerous figures at the station's location, evidence that other survivors had already arrived. Get out of the car. This place is already under our control. Hand over all your mileage points for supplies, or we'll kill you on the spot. Several shirtless, burly men charged toward a vehicle refueling at the station, pounding on its windows with iron bars, creating a loud clattering sound. They didn't smash the glass outright, as these vehicles could be dismantled for base materials. Breaking them would be a waste. The driver, now frozen in terror inside the vehicle, dared not roll down the window. All he could think of was fleeing immediately. But he realized the path was blocked by rocks placed in front and behind him. There was no way out. Damn it! Speak up! Think staying quiet will save you? One of the burly men swung his iron bar, smashing it hard against the car window. Since the other party was being so unreasonable, there was no need to hold back any longer. Crash! Clatter! The driver's side window shattered into a mess. Ah! Shards of glass flew inside, sending the long-haired female driver into a shriek of terror. The burly man reached a hand through the shattered window, yanked open the door, and dragged the long-haired woman out of the car. Damn it! You didn't understand us when we told you to open the door. You wasted our glass. Now use your mileage to trade us for resources over there, or we'll have some fun with you. The burly man threatened menacingly, his eyes gleaming with lecherous intent. The long-haired woman immediately began sobbing. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you everything. I'll trade all my mileage for resources. Just spare me. Stop crying and hurry over to trade resources. The burly man, who had smashed the glass with an iron bar, frowned and delivered a sharp slap across the woman's face, loud and resounding. If killing her outright meant only half the mileage, he wouldn't let her go to the nearby vending machine to exchange all her mileage for resources. He'd have taken care of business right then and there. Alright, I'll go exchange them right now. The long-haired woman scrambled over to the vending machine, swapping all her mileage for various supplies and piling them on the ground. Here, take it all. Just let me go. Heh heh, you silly girl, how naive. Now that all your stuff belongs to us, you're worthless. If you want us to let you go, you'd better make us comfortable first. Then maybe we'll consider it. Several burly men stepped forward, surrounding the woman. Ah, no. Boss, sounds like a car's approaching? Over there. Boss, look. A huge vehicle, a fat lamb. One of the burly men spotted the RV from afar and exclaimed. Keep your voice down. Afraid someone might not hear you? That might be a fat sheep, but it could also be a wolf. Stuff this woman's mouth and lock her in the car. The iron bar-wielding leader growled under his breath, then began issuing orders. The shirtless men beside him nodded and obeyed, then began their act, pretending to exchange items at the ATM. When Su Chen's RV arrived at the supply station, he immediately spotted the group, now pretending to refuel as if nothing was amiss. As Su Chen drove closer, his sharp eyes immediately spotted the vehicle parked at the fueling point, its driver's side window shattered. The reason was obvious. Su Chen parked his vehicle without drawing attention, then used wooden blocks to refuel. The fuel here was far cheaper than what was sold at the exchange outside. It would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Next, Su Chen began donning his gear. Stab-proof vest, bulletproof jacket, combat boots, ballistic helmet, plus the Desert Eagle. He was armed to the teeth. No one would stand a chance against him. Outside, several burly men still stared blankly at Su Chen's motorhome, their eyes gleaming with envy. Just how many resources would it take to build such a luxurious RV? This was truly a big fish. At that moment, the leader of the group raised a hand in a friendly gesture and approached Su Chen's RV. Bro, this ride is seriously awesome. Absolutely killer. Where are you from, bro? Wanna team up and weather this storm together? Click. The right door swung open, revealing a heavily armed figure stepping out with an imposing presence. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the burly man's face lit up with a warm smile as he approached Su Chen. Release the hostages. What? I said, release the hostage. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Originally, when Su Chen spoke, the burly man had intended to feign ignorance and retort. But just as he was about to open his mouth to curse, he saw the dark muzzle of a gun raised and aimed squarely at him. In an instant, he wilted. He hastily raised his hands, signaling his innocence, his face plastered with a forced smile. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Release the hostage immediately. Unexpectedly, the thugs behind him were all stubborn as mules. Boss, what are you talking about? When did we ever arrest anyone? Yeah, boss, this guy right here is just bullying us with his power. Even if we let the hostage go, he won't let us off the hook. Might as well fight him. One of the henchmen couldn't help but shout. If you're so tough, stop pointing that gun at us. Click-clack. The moment the underling finished his rant, Su Chen's Desert Eagle transformed into an AK-47. The muzzle locked onto the thug's position, and he pulled the trigger, emptying the magazine. In the intense chaos, the thug was riddled with bullets like a sieve, his body collapsing straight down into a pool of blood. What? You all want to come at me together? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, waving the AK-47 in his hand. The muzzle swept across the burly men surrounding him, instantly terrifying several of them into kneeling on the ground. Boss, just treat us like roadblocks. Spare us. I'm the kind of guy who likes to blow up the roadblocks in my way before moving on. Chapter 62, Breaking into the Top 3 5-Cylinder Engine Blueprints. With that, Su Chen hesitated no longer and pulled the trigger. He mowed down the burly men before him, their blood splattering everywhere. Woo-woo. The woman's muffled cries echoed. In this moment, Su Chen seemed like her savior. Su Chen approached her, methodically searching the car for supplies while also retrieving the Carhartt. Only then did he untie the ropes binding her and remove the cloth stuffed in her mouth. Thank you. Truly, thank you. You're welcome. But I don't do this for free, you owe me for saving your life. Suchen stared at the woman with a flat tone, his words leaving her stunned. Ha! Today I let you go, but later you'll need to hand over at least 2 car hearts as payment for your life. Otherwise, next time we meet, I'll collect the debt directly. Suchen flashed a kindly smile, but to the woman, it looked like the face of a despicable capitalist. Couldn't he show a little chivalry? Wasn't hero saves damsel in distress an option? But upon seeing the AK-47 in Suchen's hand and the bodies lying in pools of blood around them, the woman swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. Alright, I understand. Add me as a friend. Once I have resources, I'll definitely repay you. After both parties added each other, the woman's eyes whitened instantly upon seeing Suchen's name. You're Suchen? Anything else? Suchen raised an eyebrow, his expression turning impatient. Seeing Suchen's impatience, the woman was instantly terrified. She shook her head repeatedly, then shuffled back to her car. Slowly, she moved the rocks blocking the front of the vehicle, preparing to drive away. Suchen couldn't be bothered with her anymore. Saving someone and asking for a little compensation felt like a perfectly reasonable request to him. After all, if someone died, they'd have nothing left. He returned to his RV and absorbed all the car hearts from those people one by one. Sure enough, the mileage increased exactly half of the other party's mileage, as he had seen earlier. No wonder the other guy had sent that woman to exchange the mileage for resources earlier. These burly men had each contributed an average of 80 mileage points to Suchen, totaling 560 points. Simultaneously, Suchen noticed his ranking had climbed into the top 3. Current progress, 761 kilometers. Current area rank, 3. Ranking board. First, Lin Mo. Second, Zheng Hongwei. Third, Suchen. Zheng Hongwei ranked second, and Suchen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This was the bureau chief who used the banner of unity and cooperation to form cliques, finally showing his true colors. Achieving such high mileage in such a short time, no need to guess what he'd done. As for the top spot, it belonged to a survivor named Lin Mo. This piqued Suchen's interest. He'd keep an eye on him when the chance arose. Suchen surmised that this individual must also be the leader of some team to have surged to the top of the rankings so swiftly. Suchen then got out of the car to exchange his resources. By then, the woman had already gotten back in the car and driven away. Arriving at the vending machine, he checked the inventory once more. Supply station exchangeable resources. Advanced condenser blueprint single use, priced at 800 kilometers. 5-cylinder engine blueprint one-time use, priced at 600 kilometers. 1 12-inch pizza, priced at 36 road miles. Instant noodles 1 bucket, priced at 3 highway miles. No intermediate condenser blueprints available, but advanced ones exist. Unfortunately, they're too expensive for him to afford right now. 5-cylinder engine? With this, his car could go faster. Since the mileage was looted anyway, might as well spend it. As for the rest, nothing Suchen needs, might as well save it. Consume 600 road mileage to exchange for a 5-cylinder engine blueprint one-time use. 5-cylinder engine blueprint one-time use. Required materials, 50 iron ingots, 50 steel ingots, 50 alloy ingots, 10 special alloy ingots, 10 electronic components. So that's what the special alloy is for. In one of the silver tier treasure chests Suchen had previously opened, there was only one special alloy. Even with a 13x critical hit, he only got 13 pieces. So this is essential for high-tier automotive materials. If that's the case, he could stockpile a batch and monopolize the market. Once the 5-cylinder engine blueprint becomes mainstream, that'll be his time to cash in big. After completing the exchange, Suchen immediately returned to his vehicle, carrying the blueprint and materials to the workbench. Begin crafting. The blueprint and materials began to transform on the workbench, and soon a 5-cylinder engine materialized before Suchen. He promptly swapped out his RV's engine for the new 5-cylinder unit. Shaoling, let's keep moving. Roger that, master. The car shot forward with a roar, accelerating to over 100 miles per hour in just 10 seconds. By 20 seconds, it had reached 220 miles per hour. It had returned to lightning-fast speeds. Who could have imagined a motorhome carving through hairpin turns on a winding mountain road at 200 miles per hour? The sight was utterly breathtaking. In just 2 minutes, it caught up to the woman's vehicle that had driven off earlier. Vroom. Whoosh. The woman heard a deep, rumbling roar behind her. Then, a motorhome surged up at over 200 miles per hour, showing no sign of slowing down. There's a big curve up ahead. Not slowing down? Is Sugod trying to get himself killed? Does that mean I don't have to pay back my debts? The next moment, the RV shot past her car, executing a smooth drift into the curve ahead. Deep tire marks gouged the asphalt as it gracefully carved through the turn. Woman. Inside the RV, Suchen, basking in the rush of acceleration, stretched lazily before settling into the massage chair in the cabin. He closed his eyes, pretending to doze, but kept a narrow slit open to monitor the radar map. Any situation would be detected the instant it arose. Meanwhile. Chapter 63, Chance Encounter, Meeting Gift. On the other side, Xinglan had also arrived at a supply station. Thanks to the 4-cylinder engine provided by Su Chen, she covered over 300 kilometers in just 2 hours, earning over 300 mileage points redeemable for credits. For instance, she had her eye on the condenser blueprint, which could be exchanged for just 200 mileage points. I wonder if they have points here. Xinglan gradually slowed down, approaching the station. As she looked up at the supply point, she suddenly froze. Her foot accidentally hit the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an immediate halt. Her gaze fell upon an RV that towered over her bus by a significant margin. Recalling last night when Su Chen had shown her the layout of his RV roughly this size, Xinglan froze in place. Could this be Su Chen's RV? Taking a deep breath, Xinglan composed herself. She checked her reflection in the mirror, making sure she didn't look too disheveled or messy. Satisfied that she appeared reasonably presentable, Xinglan drove closer. Pulling up beside the RV, she rolled down the window halfway, peeking out with half her face exposed. Excuse me, is this Su Chen? Put. The door of the RV swung open, and a man wearing a bulletproof helmet stepped out. Xinglan looked over expectantly, only to suddenly realize the man didn't seem to be Su Chen. Who are you? Wang Chang. Runner-up in the last challenge. You must be Xinglan. I recognize you, you're amazing. Wang Chang approached Xinglan's vehicle, showering her with compliments. Such a stunning girl, he had to strike up a conversation. That way, the road to survival wouldn't be so boring. It's you. I remember now. The anticipation vanished from Xinglan's face, replaced by a blank expression. Hey, want to team up? I'm pretty strong too. If we join forces, we could totally fight for first place. Wang Chang flexed his muscles and casually pulled out his pistol to demonstrate his prowess. You want to compete with him for first place? Xinglan's expression darkened. She pulled out her own pistol and aimed it at Wang Chang, her eyes filled with hostility. Hey, chill out. I was just saying. Wang Chang hadn't expected her to have a pistol too. He wondered if she'd snatched it from an airdrop in the battle royale, otherwise, she'd easily have the firepower to raid platinum tier loot boxes. Lin Mo? He's not worthy. Xinglan shook her head. In her eyes, 10 Lin Moris couldn't hold a candle to one Su Chen. So you mean it's not Su Chen, the big shot? MHM. Xinglan gave a soft snort, offering no rebuttal. Wang Chang suddenly understood something, his eyes widening in realization. Oh my. Look at that, it's like the flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. So it was you, big sis. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Chen, big boss Su, he's my brother. Look at this gun, big boss Su gave it to me. Wang Chang surmised there must be some strong connection between her and Su Chen, so he had to smooth things over. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Xinglan across from him blinked her lively, beautiful eyes. Remembering that her own pistol had also been given to her by Su Chen, the wariness in her eyes diminished considerably. You're with Su Chen? Seeing Xinglan's guard drop noticeably, Wang Chang knew he'd guessed right. He continued. Actually, I was originally Su Chen's trading partner. I got a lot of good stuff from Su Chen. Later, in the Battle Royale mode, Su Chen saved my life and even left me this pistol. We just traded with each other not long ago. After hearing his explanation, Xinglan nodded and lowered her gun. She didn't engage in further conversation but instead refilled her fuel tank. She then walked over to the nearby vending machine, exchanged a ticket for a condenser, gave Wang Chang a nod, and drove off alone. Based solely on his words, she couldn't determine their truthfulness. Though she suspected he might be telling the truth, acting alone was still the safer choice for her. Unless she went with him. Watching Xinglan drive away, Wang Chang couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Su Chen was one lucky guy. Looks like this girl might just become the boss's wife. When you find a powerful ally, you'd better hold on tight. Wang Chang approached the automatic exchange machine, swapped for 2 sets of anti-skid tires, and returned to his vehicle. He opened the regional chat, searched for Xinglan's name, and clicked to add her as a friend. Minutes later, the request was accepted. Wang Chang immediately transferred 1 set of snow tires to her. Wang Chang, highways are slippery in many places. Consider this my welcome gift to my sister-in-law. Seeing the term big sister again, Xinglan felt both flustered and delighted. She accepted the gift graciously, then glanced at her bare-walled cabin and awkwardly sent back a few bottles of water in return. Watching the mineral water transferred over, Wang Chang wore a wry smile. He muttered under his breath, hope this small investment today pays off big time. A girl this pretty big brother Su definitely won't be able to resist. Ding! Hearing the private chat notification sound, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Opening the chat interface, he saw messages from both Xinglan and Wang Chang. Opening them, he discovered the two had actually crossed paths, though they'd already parted ways. They both knew they were connected to Su Chen in some way, so they came to give him a quick heads up. Xinglan, I ran into Wang Chang, the guy who came in second in the last battle royale. He said you saved him, and because of you, he gave me a set of anti-slip tires. I've already driven off with them. Seeing this message that felt like a report, Su Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. He replied immediately, sharing is caring, don't forget to split the tires with me later. Got it. Oh, and be careful. Lots of teams set up ambushes near supply stations or just behind them to rob and kill others. Stay alert. Got it, I'll keep that in mind. No sooner had Su Chen finished speaking than he froze again. Just moments after his words left his mouth, he spotted obstacles set up several kilometers ahead, clearly intended to intercept them. The speed challenge road wasn't as wide as the main highway, only about 30 meters across. Just 8 vehicles were enough to completely block the entire roadway. Iron blocks and stone blocks were also scattered on the ground as additional obstacles. Had his words been cursed? No sooner had he spoken than this happened? Fine. Since that's the case, he wouldn't hold back. The purpose of these roadblocks was obvious. There was no other explanation besides robbing survivors traveling behind them to survive. Their current location was still ahead of the supply station. At this stage, both the vehicle and its driver were in their worst condition, desperately needing to replenish resources and energy. There was no way they could continue driving back without resupplying. The ambush location here was cunningly chosen. Chapter 64, The Deterrent of the Heavy Sniper Rifle. Vote for gold selection. Su Chen showed no concern about the enemy's defenses. As he slowed the vehicle, he retrieved a heavy sniper rifle, opened the skylight above the RV, crawled out, and positioned himself prone on the roof. With the vehicle now cruising at 80 miles per hour, the interference was significantly reduced. Su Chen set up the Barrett sniper rifle. Through its scope, he spotted several vehicles 2 kilometers away and a few survivors peeking out from behind them. He noticed 2 of them had one hand slightly raised, as if holding pistols. In that case, he'd take one out first. Blow one away to whet their appetite. Su Chen aimed at the survivor in the middle holding the pistol. After factoring in wind speed, Coriolis force, and other variables, he centered his crosshairs on the target's forehead and pulled the trigger. Boom! A deep, thunderous crack echoed as the bullet screamed through the air, piercing the atmosphere and hurtling toward its target 2 kilometers away. It struck the survivor squarely between the eyes, exploding instantly. The enemy's head exploded like a watermelon under the impact of his heavy sniper rifle. Ah! A burly man who had been conversing with this survivor watched in horror as his companion, who had been chatting normally moments before, suddenly met this gruesome fate, his head exploding, brain matter splattering everywhere. The sight terrified him so badly he lost his mind. He immediately crouched down, clinging to the car, too terrified to move. Another survivor nearby, gun in hand, looked in horror at the fallen comrade. He raised his weapon and fired 2 shots into the road ahead before collapsing to the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. What the hell? What just happened? It's a sniper rifle. It must be a sniper rifle. They actually have a sniper rifle. One of them, pale with terror, forced back his fear and shouted. No, don't run. They have a sniper rifle. Staying here is suicide. We have to get out of here. A thin, yellow-haired man immediately ducked into his vehicle, started the engine, and prepared to flee straight back. But just as he was about to back out, a bullet shattered the window next to him, piercing his temple and passing clean through his brain. Even inside the vehicle, he was shot dead with a single headshot. The other survivors who witnessed the scene were all horrified. Being targeted by a sniper like that felt like waiting for death. Surrender! Who has a white flag or cloth? Raise it and surrender. Yes, surrender now. Soon, one of the men contributed his own white underwear, waving it on a long stick to signal surrender. Seeing this, Su Chen understood they had surrendered. But he wasn't about to let them off that easily. Stowing his sniper rifle, Su Chen returned to the vehicle. Soon, the car came to a halt before the enemy's defensive line. Hearing the approaching vehicle, the men hiding behind the car instantly realized the big boss had arrived. Boss, it's all a misunderstanding. We didn't want to do this. It was all that guy you shot earlier, Brother Wang, no, Little Wang, who ordered it. Please spare us. Take all our supplies, just spare our lives. As they surrendered, another burly man holding a pistol began signaling to the others. They were terrified of the sniper rifle at long range, but now that the sniper was getting close, it was like walking into a trap. We didn't know where you were before, so we couldn't do anything but take hits. Now that we know your position, what's there to fear? The man ordered by the pistol-wielding thug to draw fire immediately buried his head in his chest, refusing to look at the enemy. The other henchmen simultaneously lowered their heads as well. Damn it! Bunch of cowards! The gun-wielding brute cursed under his breath, his eyes darting around the area until an idea struck him. He picked up a rock and hurled it with all his might at the man in the distance. Ah! The man struck by the rock thought he'd been shot, letting out a terrified scream. Now! Seizing the moment, the gunman raised his pistol and stood up, aiming at the figure that came into view as he rose. Before he could fire, rat-a-tat-tat! A burst of bullets struck his chest. The figure, an AK-47 tucked into its right hip, aimed directly at him, the muzzle still smoking. Bye-bye. The figure waved a hand, then strode toward the location where the vehicles had been intercepted. He leapt directly onto one of the vehicles and barked, "Everyone out! Hand over all supplies and weapons. No one is to keep anything hidden. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Making them do it themselves saved him the trouble of searching. The remaining survivors exchanged terrified glances before scrambling back into their vehicles. Without a moment's hesitation, they stripped their cars bare, leaving nothing hidden. This guy had not only a sniper rifle but also an AK-47. He was practically unstoppable. No one stood a chance against him. Who would dare make a move? Damn it! We're screwed this time. Stand in line. The group lined up in a row, waiting for Suchen to release them. Spill it. How many heists have you pulled off before? 5 heists, 12 people. The group answered truthfully. Suchen's lips curled into a sneer, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A wave of agonized screams erupted as the group collapsed in pools of blood. Damn me, I could have just killed them outright, but I had to ask that extra question. Shaking his head, Suchen waited until he was certain every last one was dead before approaching. He removed the car hearts from each vehicle and proceeded to dismantle them completely. Watching his mileage jump by 900, Suchen let out a quiet sigh of relief. His mileage had now surged from just over 400 to 1300, propelling him back onto the leaderboard at the number 2 spot. Lin Mo still held the top spot. It was easy to imagine how many survivors' car cores the top player had looted. It was likely that he had added all the mileage from every survivor he encountered to a single account. Suchen entered the supply station, refueled, and returned to the vending machine. This time, he finally had enough money to redeem the upgrade blueprint for the condenser. Chapter 65, Advanced Condenser. Extreme Track Challenge. Consume 500 mileage to exchange for 1 intermediate condenser upgrade blueprint. Consume 800 mileage to exchange for 1 advanced condenser upgrade blueprint. After spending all his mileage, Suchen's balance returned to 0, and he dropped out of the top 3 rankings. Xiaoling, keep moving forward. Suchen immediately ordered Xiaoling to accelerate to full speed while he retrieved the 2 blueprints and approached his basic condenser. The basic condenser could only be upgraded step by step to reach the advanced condenser. Suchen first placed the intermediate condenser blueprint before the basic condenser and clicked the upgrade button that appeared. Immediately, a white light enveloped the entire primary condenser. Upgrade successful. You have obtained the intermediate condenser. Suchen proceeded to place the advanced condenser blueprint on top. Another flash of white light. Upgrade successful. You have obtained the advanced condenser blueprint. Advanced condenser upgradable. Capable of condensing external moisture into purified water at an efficiency of 120 liters to 240 liters, subject to fluctuations based on environmental conditions. Current efficiency, 136 liters per day. The efficiency was nearly 6 times higher than before. That meant he could harvest about 270 bottles of water in a day without lifting a finger. Yes. Now, the condenser's output not only covers the shop rent for the level 2 store but also leaves a significant surplus daily. Even if he just sat back and did nothing, he could become a wealthy survivor. The trade-off, however, is that his mileage count would reset to 0. 3 hours into the speed race, Su Chengwang had already spent nearly 2,000 mileage points on exchanges. Moving forward, there wasn't anything truly desirable left to acquire. Mileage couldn't be squandered lightly. Xiaoling, full speed ahead. What followed was Xiaoling's autopilot system showcasing to Su Chen what true driving prowess looked like. Maintaining a steady 220 miles per hour, it navigated every curve and steep incline without slowing down. If the road allowed for even higher speeds, it would push the limits to the absolute maximum. Another hour passed swiftly. During this time, Su Cheng encountered another small group of people. They spotted Su Chen's luxury motorhome but didn't make a move against him. Fish may be expensive, but the waves are even rougher. They knew that truth well. But Su Chen showed them no mercy. He seized their kilometers outright and pressed onward. Soon, Su Chen encountered a fork in the road, where an informational display appeared. Player, you have traveled 1,000 kilometers and unlocked the track challenge qualification. To the left lies the standard kilometer route, similar in difficulty to previous sections. Right, a highly challenging road where every kilometer driven counts as 3 kilometers on a regular road. After completing each road challenge, you reach a supply station. After resupplying, you can enter the next track challenge after 10 kilometers. Since you're already here, you have to take the challenge. Without hesitation, Su Chen directed Xiaoling to take the right path. Joking aside, he now had complete faith in Xiaoling's driving skills. After advancing roughly 3 kilometers, player enters Extreme Cliff Track Challenge. Note, track total length 66 kilometers, 268 turns. Track width 12 meters. One side rock wall, other side cliff with no guardrail. Maintain speed. Holy crap, this intense right off the bat? While Su Chen was still marveling, the RV had already entered the Extreme Cliff Track Challenge course. The RV raced like the wind, charging toward the first turn at 220 km/h. Wait, Xiaoling, the road is only 12 meters wide and the car is 10 meters long. Shouldn't we slow down? As the cliff-edged curve loomed closer, Su Chen instinctively gripped the grab handle inside the cabin. Master, please rest assured. The current curve is within controllable limits. Our speed is 208 miles per hour, which is perfectly safe. Xiao Ling's mechanical voice eased Su Chen's nerves slightly. Forget it. Watching this is way too intense. I'm going to bed. Su Chen bid Xiao Ling farewell, instructing her to wake him after completing the track, then headed straight to his room and collapsed onto the bed. Zzz. Master, time's up. Zzz. Ring ring. Snore snore. Master, there's a girl with black stockings and long legs dancing. Where? Where? Su Chen jolted awake from his sleep, looking around frantically. Only then did he realize he was in the RV's bed, in the middle of a racing challenge. How could he possibly see any black-stockinged long legs? Damn it, this Xiao Ling knows way too much. I must. Master successfully completed the extreme cliff track in 24 minutes and 18 seconds. Seeing the odometer jump by 200 kilometers, Su Chen nodded. This was the kind of speed he needed. In just 1 hour, he'd boosted his initial 100 kilometers range to 500 kilometers. Soon, the car returned to the main highway, with a supply station just ahead. Su Chen drove straight over to refuel again. Though he was currently well stocked, why pass up a bargain? Not taking advantage of a bargain would make him a fool. Then, with Xiao Ling at the wheel, Su Chen once again conquered the flaming mountain lava track and the glass walkway track. These two tracks offered even greater speed boosts, reaching 5 times the base speed. But this came with an even more perilous racing experience. Both tracks lacked guardrails on either side and featured numerous sharp turns. The slightest misstep meant being melted by lava or flying off the glass walkway to a fatal plunge beyond the track. It took a total of 1.5 hours to complete 3 consecutive tracks, earning 1,000 mileage points. Su Chen's mileage points shot straight up to 1,500. He didn't make it into the top 3. Keep going, keep challenging these tracks, the speed should be sufficient. As for relying on looting for points, it's far too unpredictable. In over an hour, Su Chen encountered only one survivor, from whom he gained 200 mileage points. It seemed the further he progressed, the lower the chance of encountering other survivors. Should he focus primarily on honing his racing skills? After clearing several more track challenges, Su Chen successfully reclaimed a top 3 position with 2,700 mileage points. Third place. Just as Su Chen was leaving the supply station for the 10th time, preparing to enter the next challenge track, he suddenly noticed 2 cars parked on the side of the road ahead. Their appearance was noticeably larger than ordinary vehicles. They were 2 level 1 upgraded 2-star minibuses. Looks like an elite squad. Wonder if they can hold up against his AK-47. Chapter 66, Healing Potion Machine, Herb Acquisition. Instead of acting immediately, Su Chen drove his RV toward them. Spotting the RV appear at the end of the road, the 2 men sitting in the driver's seat, waiting for their prey, instantly perked up. Big brother, someone's coming. What should we do? Let's observe first. His vehicle is much larger than ours, he might be trouble. If things go south, be ready to make a run for it. Boss, you're overthinking it. We've got guns. Even if he's armed, he can't threaten us. Worst case, we just leave each other alone. The slightly overweight man in the left driver's seat, munching on a fried chicken drumstick, raised his gun nonchalantly. You're such a glutton. Trading mileage for a KFC family bucket. The other man, a tall, lean older guy, glared at him sternly. I've been eating instant noodles for 2 days straight. Can't I treat myself once in a while? The chubby guy pouted, taking another hearty bite of his fried chicken leg. Forget it. Let's focus on the mission. I have a feeling that if we land this big fish, you could eat 10 family buckets and still be fine. The lean man took a deep breath and made his decision. Really? Then I'll go exchange for 10 more buckets right now and save them just in case they run out later. Here they come. Su Chen deliberately stopped the vehicle and scanned the interiors of the 2 minibuses. Their vehicle was also fitted with bulletproof glass. Neither Desert Eagles nor AK-47s could penetrate it. Only sniper rifles possessed the capability to breach it. But Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. He just needed to get them to open the windows. True hunters often appeared disguised as their prey. Without further thought, Su Chen slowly lowered his own car window. Seeing this, the gaunt man instantly recognized an opportunity. He simultaneously lowered his own window, feigning a friendly negotiation. Meanwhile, his other hand concealed the pistol completely, waiting for Su Chen's head to appear before delivering a fatal blow. Almost, now. The moment he spotted the round object emerging from behind the slowly lowering tinted glass, the gaunt man raised his pistol without hesitation. With absolute confidence, he pulled the trigger, utterly certain he wouldn't miss. Bang! Clang! The bullet struck the bulletproof helmet and ricocheted away. How could this be? The man's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined Su Chen would even be wearing a bulletproof helmet. How extravagant is this? Goodbye. Su Chen immediately drew his AK and unleashed a hail of bullets, killing the veteran with sheer volume. Before the enemy could even close the window, a full magazine of bullets took him out. The fat man in the adjacent car, witnessing this, let out a heart-wrenching cry, "Big brother! Big brother, get up!" As he yelled, his foot slammed on the gas pedal. The car sped off without a moment's hesitation. "Big brother, rest assured. I will return to avenge you." Watching the car drive off into the distance, Suchen calmly got out of his vehicle. He approached the wrecked car, using its front end as a makeshift stock. He raised the sniper rifle and began aiming at the minibus fleeing in the distance. He aimed, calculated the distance, and adjusted the crosshairs slightly upward, a hint of anticipation in his motion before pulling the trigger. Boom! The bullet flew. After firing the shot, Suchen stood up, stowed his rifle, and began looting the resources from the minibus before him. Real men never look back at their hits. Suchen soon discovered this minibus was surprisingly well stocked. Restoration Potion 19. Purpose: primarily used for treating external injuries. When ingested, it restores physical condition, heals superficial wounds, prevents infection, and provides some relief for internal injuries. These were basic remedies, far superior to anti-inflammatory drugs, though still inferior to the healing potions he traded for from Wang Chang earlier. Not bad. This means he could conserve his treatment medicine. Next, Suchen discovered an oversized refrigerator on the bus, considerably larger than his own ice machine. No wonder his ice water wasn't selling as well as before. There was a reason for that. In just a few short days, the number of survivors with refrigeration equipment had increased significantly. Beyond that, he'd amassed a trunk full of various resources. Suchen accepted it all without exception. Then came the most crucial item, the car's core. The other party's car core was a 2-star core, and with the gun, the mileage he could obtain was sure to be substantial. Finally, Suchen didn't forget to dismantle the car itself, ensuring nothing went to waste. Returning to the RV, he absorbed the 2-star car heart. As expected, the mileage jumped by 680 points, meaning the original owner had already accumulated 1360 points. The other one was likely no less substantial. Suchen drove straight to the other vehicle, the one belonging to the obese man he'd headshot with a sniper rifle, and proceeded to loot it as well. He quickly discovered a crafting machine. Restoration Potion crafting machine. Required materials: 3 herbs. Who would have thought they'd acquire the blueprint for this healing potion? Probably exchanged it at a supply station. Lucky for me, it'll come in handy. Sure enough, when Suchen absorbed this car heart, the mileage only increased by 150 miles, a significant gap compared to the other one. Seems I need to ramp up herb cultivation. If I could monopolize the entire herb market by buying up all the supply, I'd control the prices entirely. A brilliant idea suddenly flashed through Suchen's mind. Buy up medicinal herbs at high prices, drive up their market value, then monopolize the pharmaceutical market. That way, I could set a hefty price for recovery potions and reap massive profits. Shaoling, continue along the right challenge track. Yes, master. After issuing the command to Shaoling, Suchen opened the main channel. Immediately, it fell deathly quiet. Fewer people were chatting now, everyone was rushing to cover distance. After all, failing to meet the minimum 400-mile requirement meant elimination. Taking advantage of the sparse activity, posting a request now would dominate others' chat channels, ensuring even lurkers who never speak up would see it. Once the race concluded, even more people would notice Suchen's message. And when that time came, he could simply send another message. Suchen, high-priced herb purchase. Accepting all resources, gourmet foods, and blueprints. Unlimited, permanent acquisition. Sellers receive priority purchasing rights for our shop's medicines and a 10% discount. Suchen had seen medicinal herbs listed on the resource exchange boards of several supply stations, priced at 30 miles per unit. It was one of the resources players could afford to purchase while still preserving their own resources. He was confident that once this announcement went out, many would come to help him stockpile herbs. After posting, Suchen went to the trunk, retrieved 2 more pieces of accelerated growth soil, and laid them out. He planted one piece with medicinal herbs and the other with tobacco. Some things were simply necessary to use. Once the high-price buyouts ended, that would be the end of it. As he laboriously planted the seeds, the ding of a private message alert sounded. Hey, business is coming in. Chapter 67, Cigarette Pre-Sale, Setting the Bait. Liang, Suchen, I have 6 herbs. Can I trade them for 3 anti-inflammatory pills? Suchen, deal. Wang Xiaofei, Suchen, I have 2 medicinal herbs here. Can I trade them for some anti-inflammatory medicine? Suchen, sure. As the speed race neared its end, everyone knew their current pace offered little hope of advancing further. They began using their remaining mileage to trade for desired resources. Many who saw Suchen's message in the regional channel, knowing they'd likely need to purchase medicine from his shop later, rushed to trade their herbs for his goods. Suddenly, the demand for Suchen's herbs skyrocketed. Suchen encountered some outrageous offers, with prices skyrocketing to 10 times the previous value. While not entirely unacceptable to him, he wasn't about to be taken advantage of. He flatly rejected such offers and immediately blocked the offenders. Soon, Suchen's stock of medicinal herbs reached 100 units, a 3-digit inventory. He carried the herbs to the recovery potion maker. Consume 3 medicinal herbs to craft 1 recovery potion. He then obtained 1 healing potion, which contained exactly 5 pills. 1 pill could heal external injuries and prevent infection. Taking 5 pills together could even cure internal injuries. Without rushing, Suchen continued his production. After 33 consecutive batches, he obtained 165 healing potions. Compared to healing potions, anti-inflammatory drugs were practically nothing. After pondering, Suchen opened Qinglan's private chat and transferred 15 recovery pills to her. Ding! You have a designated trade. Please check. Qinglan heard the notification and immediately slammed on the brakes to slow down. She immediately checked the message and saw the healing potions Suchen had sent. Her eyes lit up and a flicker of joy touched her heart. That he would willingly give her such valuable items spoke volumes. Suchen, you can prioritize purchasing herbs and tobacco leaves recently. Qinglan, got it. I already have a decent stockpile here, I'll send it over. Soon after, Suchen received 11 bundles of tobacco leaves and 8 bundles of herbs. Suchen promptly traded back some basic materials to him as payment for the purchase. Then, grabbing the tobacco leaves, he hurried to the cigarette-making machine and fed a batch into it. After a moment's thought, he decided to start with a pack of Huazi. A full pack of Huazi cigarettes appeared before him. He counted them exactly 20 cigarettes, a full pack. Suchen pulled out a match, lit a cigarette, and began puffing away. This familiar sensation made him feel somewhat addicted. He wasn't a heavy smoker, but he savored the fleeting pleasure of each puff. Huazi cigarettes had a smooth, mellow flavor that didn't sting the nose as harshly as some other brands. This was the taste. This batch was going to be a huge win. He couldn't believe anyone could resist the allure of a cigarette. Soon, the cigarette burned down in his hand. He opened the window and flicked the butt out. After finishing the cigarette, he felt invigorated. The tobacco had a remarkably uplifting effect, sweeping away his previous fatigue as if it had never existed. Next, he used the remaining 10 portions of tobacco leaves to make 2 packs each of Huazi, Wangdalu, Likun, Hurongwang, and Yushi, ensuring everyone got a fair share. Giving his customers a choice. After finishing, Suchen settled into the driver's seat. While relishing the roller coaster-like thrill, he prepared to offer some perks to his fellow drivers. Suchen, good afternoon, everyone. After this long-distance race, I'm sure you're all feeling a bit tired. I've managed to get my hands on some good stuff and, in the spirit of not hoarding, I'm selling it. Suchen, without further ado, cigarettes for sale, 1 pack of herbal cigarettes, 3 sticks, 1 pack of tobacco leaf cigarettes, 3 sticks rare blueprints, price negotiable. Suchen, additionally, I accept treasure chests in exchange, 1 wooden chest, for bronze chests, 20 silver grade chests, or 100 gold grade chests. Quantities are limited, first come, first served. Suchen didn't know if multiple competitors would emerge for cigarettes later, but at least for now, he hadn't seen anyone else selling them. He held a monopoly. How could he not take advantage of the old smokers? Suchen proceeded to list the cigarettes one by one, starting with 20 of each type. Players could exchange the corresponding materials for the cigarettes they wanted, while the remaining stock was reserved for private negotiations. Holy, cigarettes? Seriously? I haven't smoked in days, I'm itching all over. Quick, trade my mileage for some medicinal herbs and hit up the big shots for 3 smokes. Real cigarettes? Thank God. Going days without makes me want to tear the roof off. This feels just like quitting drugs. Ah. Why are they so expensive? Why can't I even afford one? Boss, can you supply them long term? I've got nothing left. Hey dude, you can trade mileage for herbs. Why, I'm not great at driving. My mileage hasn't hit 400 yet, and I've found few treasure chests. I'm broke. Few finally got my fix. Shout out to Suchen. Smoking while driving, that's the true spirit of road survival. Feels great. The cigarettes Suchen listed, even if not everyone saw them right away, were still snapped up within just 20 seconds. Many others missed out. After all, their regional channel now had over 30,000 members. Even if only half were smokers, demand would still be in the tens of thousands, not to mention the heavy smokers who go through a pack a day. Sales were massive, but the only issue was production. The tobacco he planted yesterday would be ready for harvest around the time the speed challenge ended. Then he could deliver a massive shipment to everyone. Just then, Suchen noticed someone had sent him a blueprint. Matchstick manufacturing blueprint. Required materials, 50 iron ingots, 50 alloy ingots, 50 plastic ingots, 1 special metal, 1 electronic component. Sulfur. Required materials, 1 unit of sulfur, 1 piece of wood. Yiwei, cigarettes paired with matches would sell better, right? Suchen, this blueprint 100 sticks wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Suchen, most people already have ways to start fires now, and they can drill wood for fire during the day. It's not cost effective. I'll take 50 at most. Yiwei, 80 sticks then. Suchen, I'm your longtime customer. Suchen, deal. But if you need more, it's installment payments, 20 sticks per day over 4 days. Yiwei considered it 20 sticks a day was actually about right for him. Having him pay in installments also prevented him from overdoing it in a single day, not a bad deal. He wasn't worried about Suchen disappearing or going under after all, the guy's reputation was on the line. He wouldn't risk ruining his own brand. Yiwei, deal. I'm smoking Huazi. Chapter 68, Dealing with the Rebellious Underling. Competing for first place? He immediately initiated the transaction with Su Chen, transferring the blueprint. Su Chen complied with the request, transferring 20 sticks of huazi to him. In addition, Su Chen received several blueprints that weren't particularly useful to him. For instance, blueprints for bulletproof glass and premium tires. But while these were useless to him, they could be valuable to other players. Listing them in his shop was a surefire money-making venture. Soon, Su Chen's first batch of cigarettes sold out completely. Su Chen, the cigarettes in stock have sold out. However, after tonight's racing event concludes, a second batch will be available. Friends who want to smoke, remember to prepare enough resources for exchange. After Su Chen sent this message, many players' minds started racing. Stockpile. Must stockpile. You can never have too many of these, right? Ha! I'm buying every last one, then reselling them at a premium to those who missed out. That's pure profit sweet. Damn it, how could these people be so fast? I just exchanged my items and they're already sold out? Tonight's cigarettes, I'm determined to get them. The situation was escalating. Even before Su Chen's second batch of cigarettes was ready, countless people were already eagerly anticipating it. For the next stretch, the RV raced non-stop, tackling extreme tracks left and right as the mileage climbed like crazy. Su Chen noticed that the further they went, the lower the chance of encountering other players. This meant there was a near ceiling on mileage gains through looting others he'd have to drive to earn more. Just as Su Chen realized this, at a certain supply station, a group of over 30 people also noticed the same trend. Boss Lin, it's been over an hour since we last saw anyone. Could it be we won't encounter any more players? Yeah, brother Lin Mo, it feels like the time between encounters is getting longer and longer. Two men who considered themselves underlings complained idly beside a scarred man. Hang on, what did you just say? Lin Mo's eyes suddenly sharpened as he realized why they hadn't encountered anyone in so long. Damn it! Everyone get in the car. We're moving out now. Ha? Boss, aren't we supposed to be lying low? Weren't we just wasting all that time? I think we should stick around and keep lying low. Those who follow my orders come with me. Those who don't can stay behind and keep waiting. A shadow of hostility flashed across Lin Mo's face. Without another word, he revved the engine and shot out of the supply station in a flash. Staying here any longer will only waste more time. He must secure his top position. This would help him build his reputation. Wouldn't he be able to attract a large following with just a wave of his hand in the future? His current top speed reached 200 miles per hour. He didn't believe anyone could surpass that. As long as he held steady, first place was his for the taking. If he got overtaken at the last minute, he'd just have to rely on the mileage of his brothers to make up the difference. Soon, he noticed all his brothers had caught up. His gaze darkened as he watched the car of one subordinate who had just argued with him. The man had originally belonged to another team before being absorbed into theirs. Evidently, the guy still didn't fully trust him. Well, if that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. Up ahead, a mountainous curve loomed, flanked by sheer cliffs on both sides. Under normal circumstances, one would definitely slow down to navigate the bend. Lin Mo briefly assessed the situation, gradually easing off the gas until he pulled alongside the subordinate's car. He then swerved slightly left and right, kicking up dust from the roadside gravel. The flying sand and gravel instantly obscured the view of the cars behind him. Damn it! How the hell is Lin Mo driving? He's just out for revenge. The underling cursed under his breath. Damn it, with my temper, you think I won't ram you? He slammed the gas pedal, accelerating to ram the rear of Lin Mo's car. The impact sent Lin Mo's vehicle jolting, nearly causing it to lose control. Lin Mo knew the bait had taken the hook. He slammed the accelerator, instantly boosting his speed. The henchman behind him thought Lin Mo was scared and immediately gave chase. Since he'd already rammed the rear, he figured he might as well go all out and wreck the other car completely. To the others watching, it looked like the underling was deliberately trying to ram his boss from behind. The two cars launched into a high-speed chase down the highway, leaving the pursuing underlings far behind. Damn it, go to hell! Lin Mo, leading the chase, used the billowing smoke to obscure the view of the pursuing vehicles behind. As they approached an uphill curve, he deliberately slowed down, cutting back and forth to create space for overtaking. The rebellious follower behind him instantly pumped the gas in excitement, but as he attempted to overtake, the scene before his eyes changed dramatically. His pupils instantly contracted. He frantically tried to hit the brakes, but it was already too late. Thud! The car slammed into the wall, flipped violently, rolled several times across the road, and finally exploded with a thunderous boom. Lin Mo stopped his car after the curve, walked up to the burning wreck, retrieved the car's core, and walked away without looking back. His followers caught up behind him. Witnessing this scene, they all remained silent, continuing to follow their boss Lin Mo as they raced down the highway. With 10 minutes left until the race ended, Su Chen checked his ranking still second and frowned deeply. He hadn't expected the leader's time to be so incredibly fast. Even if the leader had maintained a constant 200 miles per hour speed, Su Chen should have made up the distance based on his own pace. Yet, he still hadn't caught up. He guessed the leader must have taken out quite a few competitors. Buzz. The race car entered a new track. Well then, full throttle ahead. Second place was acceptable to Su Chen. Xiaoling, floor it for the final sprint. Acknowledged, master. Under Xiaoling's intelligent driving, the RV navigated the challenging curves with the precision of a top-tier racecar driver, while Su Chen's mileage rapidly increased. 1 minute, 34 kilometers at 5 times the pace, 17 miles. Soon, the final minute arrived, and Su Chen's mileage hit 4,783 kilometers. 50 seconds. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. With just 30 seconds remaining, the rankings underwent an earth-shattering shift. Su Chen's position surged from second to first. First place. Su Chen gripped the handrail with one hand while clenching the other in celebration. For her, this was an unexpected delight. While it was good news for him, it was a bit of a psychological blow for someone else. Lin Mo, who had been basking in the joy of his own top position. Suddenly, the shift in rankings sent him tumbling from heaven straight to hell. What was going on? Damn it, with less than 30 seconds left, Lin Mo spent 3 seconds thinking before immediately slowing down and reversing to catch up with the subordinates he had left behind. The only way to quickly gain mileage now was to seize the car hearts from these underlings who recognized him as their leader. Stop! Stop immediately! Lin Mo bellowed, but his voice was drowned out by the roaring wind. He raised his gun, aimed directly at his teammate's tire, and fired, blowing it out. The suddenly flat tire sent the car, still traveling at 200 miles per hour, careening out of control. It flipped over, rolled wildly several times on the ground, and continued hurtling forward by sheer momentum. Chapter 69, Claim First Place, Choose Your Reward. Watching the car slowly decelerate, Lin Mo felt a surge of panic. He immediately shifted gears, steering the car toward the approximate stopping point of the other vehicle. He flung open the door, jumped out, and sprinted toward the slowing car. Just as he was about to reach it, the system alert sounded again. This road race has concluded. All player results are locked. This regional race had 30,839 participants. 25,040 players completed 400 miles, while 1,329 did not finish. The top 3 players are, first place Su Chen, second place Lin Mo, third place Zhang Weihong. 6 rewards will be randomly distributed. First place selects 3 items, second place selects 2 items, third place selects 1 item. The remaining players, the top 100, will each receive 1 gold tier treasure chest reward. The top 1,000 players will receive 3 silver tier treasure chests. Top 10,000 players will receive 1 silver tier treasure chest reward. All other players will receive basic resource participation rewards. Immediately, the extreme track before Su Chen vanished, returning to the original highway. A silvery white light flashed, and several rewards appeared before Su Chen, ready for him to select. 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint, when paired with a 3-star vehicle core, upgrades the vehicle core to 3-star status. Superior transmission, enhances gear shifting speed and responsiveness, enabling faster acceleration and deceleration. Thermostat suit, wearing this suit allows body temperature regulation, adjusting perceived temperature up or down within 20 degrees Celsius. Also provides resistance against cold weapon attacks. Bulletproof fabric 1, craft any style of clothing or pants. Lightweight, bulletproof, and breathable when worn. Power pill blueprint, consuming a power pill boosts strength attributes by 200% for 1 hour, essential for home, travel, murder, arson, and all other necessities. M16 automatic rifle, ideal for precise mid to long range strikes. Extremely easy to handle, comes with a full magazine. Su Chen examined the items. In a way, they were all desirable, and he wanted to take them all. But he could only choose 3. This presented a dilemma. The 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint held little appeal. He already possessed several copies and had no need for another. The thermoregulating suit seemed decent, but he was already living in an RV where the onboard air conditioning could regulate the temperature. As long as his fuel was sufficient, staying put wasn't an issue. Even if he had to go out to fight, it wouldn't matter. So the thermostat suit was also crossed off his list. I already have an AK. The M16 isn't my preferred weapon, so I'll pass it on to someone else. Su Chen possessed the Barrett heavy sniper rifle, so he wasn't overly concerned about which player acquired the M16. If they crossed paths later, he could simply take it back. The gearbox is definitely better than what we have now. It'll come in handy eventually. The power pills, originally ineffective against the AK, would suppress it when taken. With proper marketing, they'd be a huge hit. Ballistic fabric would enhance personal safety without sacrificing comfort. With his mind made up, Su Chen immediately selected the blueprints for the superior transmission, bulletproof fabric, and power pills. Shortly after his selection, these 3 rewards materialized in his vehicle. He immediately began studying the strength enhancement pill blueprint. Power pills. Required materials: 1 portion of medicinal herbs, 100 milliliters of alcohol. Medicinal herbs were still required. Su Chen increasingly recognized the importance of medicinal herbs. He simply used 1 portion of medicinal herbs and alcohol to begin the process. The next moment, a strength pill with a faint herbal fragrance appeared in his hand. Su Chen examined it closely before stowing the potion away. He then swapped out the transmission for his car. After completing all this, Suchen looked at the bulletproof fabric and crafted a full set of protective clothing tailored to his measurements, covering nearly his entire body. Now, he had virtually no exposed points that could harm him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Mo stood before the blazing car, glaring viciously at the raging flames. Suchen, ha! Don't let me catch you. I'll make you regret snatching my top spot. Then, in a flash, he returned to the 10-kilometer-wide highway. The other henchmen around him were unaware of what had just transpired. Only another long-haired youth, driving at high speed in the car behind Lin Mo, had witnessed the entire incident. At the moment it happened, he was utterly bewildered. It wasn't until the system's announcement that he understood why boss Lin Mo had fired so urgently. It turned out the first place had been snatched away. He needed to overtake them quickly. If there was still time, after absorbing the car's core from the third driver, would it be enough? Or would he extend his claws toward him? As these thoughts swirled, the long-haired youth began to consider finding an opportunity to leave the team. Fuming, Lin Mo cursed under his breath before reluctantly accepting the reality. He directly selected the M16 rifle from the remaining 3 rewards he intended to fight back along with the 2-star car upgrade blueprint. This would allow him to upgrade his car once more. From this perspective, his haul wasn't too shabby. He couldn't help but wonder what Suchen was thinking. Why would he pass up such valuable items? Or would his choice prove superior? When the selection items appeared before Zhang Weihong, he was at a loss. He fought tooth and nail to break into the top 3, only to get a thermoregulatory suit? Another member of their team had secured a golden-grade treasure chest for breaking into the top 100. It felt like that would be far superior to his reward. Fine, I'll take it. At least this thing could protect him from assassination attempts. Zhang Weihong sat expressionless in his minivan, deep in thought. Vehicles from all around pulled up alongside him. Several men stepped out of their cars. Instantly, a hearty smile spread across Zhang Weihong's face. He rolled down his window and called out to everyone. Guys, you've worked hard today. Let's fire up the grill and have a proper meal. If you need anything or want something specific, just tell me. I'll have old Wang go get us some more liquor. Hell yeah. Long live Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is so badass. Tonight we'll eat meat and drink like kings. Everyone looked at Zhang Weihong with admiration and respect. His leadership position was now unshakable. Even the newcomers would soon grow accustomed to his authority. Chapter 70, Cigarettes in Short Supply Seeking Gold Votes. Thanks to him, the team was currently thriving. Those unwilling to join were taken away by Qin Weihong under the pretext of being disloyal or human traitors, reinforcing the belief that following him was the right choice. Hey, Brother Chen, that big shot Su Chen wants to sell cigarettes tonight. Should we buy some? One of the men, a middle-aged fellow with yellowed teeth and a slightly stooped posture, spoke with evident eagerness. Cigarettes, even in the apocalypse, they're hard currency. We should buy them, and buy them in bulk. Old Wang, tonight, check his price and buy as many as you can. Then we'll flip them at a premium guaranteed profit. Zhang Weihong made the decision instantly, drawing cheers from the group of men. If they became cigarette middlemen, would they ever worry about running out of smokes? The men promptly lit fires to grill meat, while the women squatted nearby, sipping water as they waited for dinner. Zhang Weihong and the young woman in black stockings exchanged glances. One after the other, they made their way to the former's minibus, beginning some friendly and intimate conversation. At that moment, a newly arrived woman fairly attractive, with a figure rated about 8 out of 10 watched the two enter the leader's vehicle one after the other, her eyes flickering. She knew Zhang Weihong was the central figure here. After observing that most attention was focused on preparing dinner, she quietly made her way over. After a few whispered words, she climbed aboard and joined the conversation. Time slowly passed, and the entire day had come to an end. Harvest time had arrived once more. Su Chen made his way to the planting area behind the vehicle. He began harvesting. You harvested 43 portions of herbs and 43 portions of fungi. You harvested 105 gene of grain. You harvested 220 tobacco leaves. The remaining 2 mu of land had only been planted that morning and were not yet ready for harvest. Su Chen immediately added the grain and water to the liquor brewing machine, while placing the herbs and fungi into the anti-inflammatory drug production machine. Though anti-inflammatory drugs couldn't match recovery potions, they were affordable and well-suited for ordinary survivors. By comparison, the more effective recovery potions were considered mid to high-end items even in Su Chen's inventory. As for the most potent therapeutic drugs, those weren't for sale. He only had a handful himself. The upcoming cigarettes were the real highlight of the night. The regional channel was now filled with cries of despair, all waiting for Su Chen's cigarette handouts. Many had specifically exchanged their excess mileage for medicinal herbs before the speed race concluded. You consumed 60 units of tobacco leaves to craft 1200 Huazi brand cigarettes. You consumed 40 portions of tobacco leaves to craft 800 Huangalu cigarettes. You consumed. Su Chen used up all his tobacco, crafting a total of 4,400 cigarettes of various brands. Su Chen is awesome. Congrats on topping the charts again. So, are there any cigarettes in stock now? Ah, I missed it earlier. I'm dying to try the first batch of cigarettes. When will Suchen restock them? I absolutely have to buy some. I've already bought my herbs just waiting for the cigarettes to go on sale. I could hold out when there were no cigarettes, but now that they're here, there's no way I can resist. 10,000 blood petitions, Suchen, please restock the cigarettes. After crafting the cigarettes, Suchen didn't immediately put them up for sale. Instead, he opened Xinglan's private chat and initiated a transaction. He listed 400 Huazi cigarettes. Xinglan, receiving the trade notification, looked utterly bewildered and immediately replied. Xinglan, God Su, I don't smoke. This is way too much. What do you want me to do with it? Suchen, I'll be listing a batch of cigarettes shortly, my entire current stock. I'm reserving some for you. You can use them later to trade for various supplies. It's quite attractive. Suchen, make sure to price them higher than I did. Xinglan. Great. So you're treating me like a scalper. He won't raise the prices himself, so he's making her do it. Xinglan, fine. But I need extra money. Suchen, no problem. Suchen then closed the private chat channel and opened the regional channel. All you hungry little lambs, I'm here to give you a treat. Suchen, I've invested heavily to source raw materials and am now selling cigarettes. Total supply, 4,000 sticks. Limited quantity, first come first served. Those with quality blueprints can PM me for trade. If you're busy, pre-orders are also available. The moment the message went out, the comments section exploded. Finally, you're here, so glad I didn't give up. Hurry up, this feels just like snagging tickets at the exact time. Guys, it's time to race your fingers. Suchen began listing the cigarettes, grouping them in sets of 3 across 5 categories. Designated trade prices included herbs, tobacco leaves, blueprints, rare materials, and more. He set prices based on quality. The moment they went live, survivors went wild snatching them up. Many were trading in batches of 30 or 50 packs. After all, no one knew if Suchen would have more later. In less than half a minute, the entire stock of cigarettes was swept away. Suchen glanced at the transaction log, less than 200 buyers in total. Among them, the top purchaser had bought over 300 cigarettes. That was nearly 1/10 of the total supply. It seemed the cigarette market was far larger than he had imagined. In this exchange, tobacco leaves made up a small portion, only 56 leaves, while the rest were mostly medicinal herbs and rare materials. The blueprints required Suchen to set their prices, so before he could even select them, the entire stock of cigarettes had sold out. No matter, those extra 56 leaves could produce over 1,000 more cigarettes. Suchen's private messages, 99 survivors had already sent him private messages at this moment. Suchen naturally checked his friends' messages first. Wang Chang, boss, can I settle my future share with cigarettes and liquor first? Just 20 cigarettes and a bottle of liquor a day. After some thought, Suchen realized his production would only increase over time, making this deal highly favorable for Wang Chang. He agreed immediately. Beyond that, many others offered blueprints for trade, though most were of little use. Suchen selected a pair of pants blueprint and exchanged it for 99 cigarettes. Pants crafting blueprint permanent. Can craft any style of pants? Required materials, fabric quantity depends on style. Required for learning, 2-star car. He immediately chose to learn the skill, then crafted various styles of summer pants and even put up mini skirts for women. Looks like he's destined to be the owner of this clothing shop. Next, Suchen retrieved the over 800 medicinal herbs he had gathered, intending to use them all for crafting recovery potions. These items could save lives in critical moments. They could definitely fetch a premium price. Chapter 71, Scarcity Marketing. Hotpot Dragon Wave. It was time to give these people something truly shocking. Suchen, considering everyone's safety, 200 recovery potions are now available. Effects and prices can be viewed individually. Quantities are limited, first come, first served. The moment these words appeared, the regional channel erupted once more. Restoration potions? What effects? Let me see. Holy crap! They can directly heal external injuries? Is this the power of a big shot? Now we won't have to fear injuries when fighting beasts. Though these recovery potions are pricey, 6 herbal ingredients for 1 potion? That's enough for 18 cigarettes. You're an idiot. Cigarettes only give you a temporary high, but healing potions are life-saving gear. Good thing I didn't trade for smokes earlier, now I can buy potions. Big shot, need a girl? I'm a petite, delicate type, easy to knock over. Can I have a healing potion first? I'll definitely hop on your bandwagon later to make it up to you. Suchen, I've got a great figure, you know? I can do video calls, any command you give, I'll obey. Just give me a healing potion, okay? Suchen, I can do it too. Seeing countless girls in the regional chat trying to exploit their girl status to freeload off him, Suchen felt compelled to make them understand he wasn't the type to be taken advantage of. Did they really think he was the type to lose his mind over any girl? If you don't send a photo so I can see the goods, not that kind of goods, and what you actually look like, how am I supposed to know if giving you a recovery potion is worth it? At the very least, send a few pics of those long legs in black stockings. Suchen believed it was crucial for them to recognize this was a harsh world where empty words and actions were useless. Suchen, no resources to trade? Then crawl. Only 200 sets available. Once they're gone, they're gone. If you miss out, tough luck, better luck next time. For domestic survivors, all you need is the limited quantity, once it's gone tactic. It's an old trick, but it works. Survivors complained about the price, but their hands never stopped. They snapped them up like crazy, terrified that a moment's hesitation would mean missing out. After the final 200 sets sold out, many players privately messaged Suchen, willing to pay a premium for a single recovery potion. After all, this stuff could literally save your life in a pinch. As for those who couldn't afford it, they had no choice but to buy the relatively cheaper anti-inflammatory drugs from Suchen's shop. Suchen catered to survivors of every tier, offering a comprehensive solution. Whether you're well-resourced or struggling, you could find what you needed here. After gathering another large haul of medicinal herbs and various rare materials, Suchen also acquired a valuable blueprint. Premium high-power car air conditioner blueprint, one-time use. Required materials, 10 plastic, 10 alloy, 10 steel, 10 electronic components. The weather these past few days has grown increasingly hot, drawing ever closer to the peak of extreme heat. The original air conditioner in this beat-up car is starting to fall short. To endure comfortably, a better car air conditioner was essential. During this wave, Suchen quietly sold 700 or 800 recovery potions. Many observant individuals had noticed Suchen had long since sold far beyond the stated limit, but they chose to overlook it. After all, believing in limited quantities would be downright naive. Behind every final 100 orders, countless more batches of 100 were waiting to be listed. As long as the price was right, even limited edition items could be produced in greater quantities. Even if someone called him out, Suchen would just say he was sacrificing his personal stash so everyone could get medicine. What's the big deal? He even managed to earn a wave of goodwill. Immediately after, Suchen used newly acquired herbs and previously purchased fungi to produce over 1,000 more anti-inflammatory pills, listing them directly in his shop. This gave those with fewer resources a chance, ensuring everyone got a fair share. Afterward, Suchen opened Qinglan's private chat again, listing 200 recovery pills and 500 anti-inflammatory pills for her to sell on his behalf, setting the price slightly higher than his own. Upon receiving the recovery pills from Suchen, Qinglan gladly accepted his proposal. Suchen's willingness to unconditionally trade such substantial resources with her demonstrated his deep trust, and that was more than enough for her. Next, Suchen prepared to cook dinner for the evening. He planned to have hot pot and steam a large lobster. Soon, the broth in the pot began bubbling and simmering. Suchen added the cleaned meat slices, fish, shrimp, vegetables, and other ingredients into the hot pot to cook. He picked up a slice of meat with his chopsticks, dipped it into sesame paste, and placed it in his mouth. The savory flavor of the meat combined with the sesame paste's taste, stimulating his taste buds and creating an exceptionally delicious experience. Soon, the lobster was steamed. Lifting the lid released a cloud of steam. Once it dissipated, the lobster's shell was a deep, appetizing red. He poured himself a glass of 1982 white wine. Setting aside his chopsticks, he grabbed the lobster with his hands, twisted off its head to reveal the bright red roe, and took a bite. It was tender and delicious, with an absolutely superb texture. After a satisfying meal, Suchen casually tossed the leftovers out the window and reclined in his chair, rubbing his belly. What a treat! But there are still so many delicacies I haven't tried yet. I'll savor them slowly in the future. Not only would he savor them, but he'd also upgrade his vehicle to something grand enough to resemble a castle. That way, he could build a golden house to hide his treasures, find a few girls to serve as maids in his motorhome, tending to his every need. Suchen silently set himself a goal. After digesting for a moment, he began his daily self-training routine. Thanks to the stat boosts from his previous challenge, he could feel a significant improvement in his physical condition. Where half an hour of exercise would once leave him utterly exhausted, he could now push through 2 hours without even breaking a sweat. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that night that Suchen finally felt a hint of fatigue. After a quick shower using 3 bottles of mineral water, Suchen collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep immediately. The night passed quietly. Last night was Christmas Eve. Suchen only felt a slight tremor in the car. Beyond that, there was no other disturbance. Checking the vehicle's durability, it had only decreased by 0.1, significantly less than before. Sure enough, as his car level increased, its safety had greatly improved. Ordinary beasts simply couldn't harm it anymore. He glanced at the chat channel. Main chat channel, 24,590 members. Only a few hundred people died tonight, a marked improvement compared to previous nights. Yesterday's speed challenge had ensured everyone received survival supplies, making the next couple of days much easier to endure. After several days, everyone had likely developed their own combat strategies, greatly increasing their chances of survival. However, the temperature was steadily climbing. He wondered if the extreme heat days coming in a few days would be unbearably harsh. After a quick snack of yogurt and nuts to tide him over, Suchen got back behind the wheel and continued driving. On the 369 main road where he now was, he hadn't found a single treasure chest yet. He wondered if today would finally bring his first one. Chapter 72, Roadblock Heard? 20 minutes later, Suchen stopped before a bronze treasure chest and opened it, revealing 11 pork chops. He pressed onward. Over the course of the morning, more than 3 hours, Suchen encountered 1 silver treasure chest and 5 bronze ones. He obtained some basic materials. The only real highlight was obtaining a pound of bayberries and a pound of lychees. This sparked an idea in Suchen's mind to make a mulberry lychee ice drink. It was the perfect summer refreshment. But the odds and efficiency were pretty disappointing. Could it be that to get good resources, he really had to venture into the wilderness? As Suchen pondered this, moving closer to the roadside and setting his sights on the desert, Zhuge Xiaoliang came knocking. Zhuge Xiaoliang, Suchen, 5 1-star car upgrade blueprints and 1 2-star car upgrade blueprint. I'll give you 5 gold tier treasure chests plus 1 rare blueprint exchange. How about it? Image. Silencer blueprint permanent. Required materials, 1x special plastic, 1x special alloy. A silencer? Paired with a Barrett heavy sniper rifle, it could produce some unexpected results. This deal was definitely a win for him, he had no reason to refuse. Suchen, deal. Suchen then traded the blueprint, receiving 5 gold grade treasure chests and an additional blueprint in return. Learning. Learning successful. Ready for production anytime. Suchen had been keeping an eye out. Anything requiring special materials was his top priority for exchange, and he happened to have both of these. Consume 1 special plastic and 1 special alloy to craft a suppressor. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 Barrett heavy sniper rifle adaptable silencer. He immediately attached it to his trusty Barrett, his face lighting up with excitement. Xiaoling drove the vehicle to an open area near the RV as Suchen neatly arranged the treasure chests, rubbed his hands together, and prepared to open them. Initial resource, 1 thermoregulating suit. You opened the treasure chest, earning 500 chest opening points. You scored a critical loot box hit, achieving an 11x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 11 thermoregulation suits. Thermostatic suit freely adjusts body temperature, controlling perceived warmth. Can increase or decrease temperature by 16 degrees. Compared to the previous speedrun version, the defensive capabilities have decreased and the range of controllable temperatures also differs. Continue opening chests. Initial resources, 10 grenades. You opened the treasure chest and earned 888 loot points. You scored a critical loot box hit, earning a 13x multiplier. Congratulations! You've obtained 130 grenades. Holy crap! This is awesome. Initial resources, 1 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprint. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 988 loot points. You scored a critical hit during the loot box opening, achieving a 15x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 15 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprints. Not only did I break even instantly, but I also made a killing with 10 extra copies. This deal is simply too good to pass up. The only downside is that very few people can resist opening a golden tier treasure chest. Most players believe their luck is good. Unless you're playing it safe, there's no need to specifically trade chests for them. Ding! Zhuge Xiaoliang, hey, Suchen, do you have a lot of meat here? Suchen, what's up? Not a huge amount, but I've got a few thousand pounds. Zhuge Xiaoliang. Are you trying to show off? Most players are still trading resources for a single pound of meat and you're talking about tons? Zhuge Xiaoliang, here's the deal. After you clear the main road, you'll likely encounter beast herds. Predators dominate these herds, so you'll need meat to distract them when necessary. You can sell your surplus meat to me, I'll trade it for basic materials. Suchen, deal. I haven't encountered any herds yet. For trades, fuel and medicinal herbs take priority. Other rare materials, 1 unit for 3 gene. Common materials, 1 unit for 2 liang. As time passed, many obtained meat by hunting beasts. Unable to preserve it, they sold all their meat. Within a day or two, this drove down the price of common meat. Suchen quoted market rates. Zhuge Xiaoliang, deal. I'll trade you fuel oil, I've stockpiled a lot of it. Since Suchen and Zhuge Xiaoliang weren't in the same district, selling fuel to Suchen wouldn't affect Zhuge Xiaoliang's future sales. Zhuge Xiaoliang readily agreed to trade fuel with Suchen. Most importantly, establishing a solid business relationship with Suchen. This would pave the way for more transactions later. Just after finishing the deal with Zhuge Xiaoliang, Xiaoling's notification started beeping. There was no path forward. No path? Suchen checked his detector and discovered a dense, black mass blocking the road ahead. Looking out the window, he saw a teeming mass of wild beasts. Wolves, packs of wild dogs, herds of rhinos, countless beasts blocked the road, resembling a great migration of demonic creatures. Suchen opened the regional chat and saw many others had already encountered the beast hordes. Holy crap! How did so many beasts appear? I'm being targeted by a pack of wild dogs, someone save me. Oh no! A few rhinos are ramming my car, I'm done for. Anyone out there who can help? What the hell? Giant pythons in the desert? My car's completely wrapped up, I can't move. Forget giant snakes in this situation, even encountering a legendary divine beast wouldn't surprise me. Suchen also sent Xinglan a private message, asking if she'd encountered any beast herds. He also traded her 5 grenades, instructing her that if she was surrounded by beasts and had no other options, she should use the grenades to blast them apart. Xinglan, got it. Seeing Suchen's caring words and the grenades he sent, Xinglan felt a warm glow in her heart. A crowd had gathered before the beast horde. They had retreated in fear shortly after approaching the beast hide. At the center of the group stood a middle-aged man with a slightly pale complexion and unsteady feet, Zhang Weihong. As the former deputy mayor and police chief, coupled with his team's previous top 3 finish, he still commanded considerable respect among the survivors. Many survivors were still willing to heed his advice. Everyone, no one knows when this horde will end. If we stay here, we'll starve to death sooner or later. We must push forward. Surviving the beast tide is our only path to securing more resources. Sitting here talking won't get us through. We need to unite. Zhang Weihong's team had quietly grown to over 80 members. Standing beside him in support, they exuded formidable presence. Yet beyond his followers, no one else spoke up. Everyone, I've observed that this beast horde stretches incredibly far. It won't end anytime soon. Moreover, we'll need at least 2 star vehicles to safely withstand the beast's attacks along the way. Therefore, our only option is to form a large convoy and push through together. We need to establish a beast-slaying squad to lead the way. Ideally, all our male comrades should join. Are you all willing? Zhang Weihong's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The crowd exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, yet no one stepped forward to respond. After a long silence, someone finally stepped forward to speak. Chapter 73, Team Leader Zhang Weihong. Chief Shang, Leader Zhang, your words make sense. But our weapons are mostly knives, spears, and clubs. We're all ordinary people. If we fight these beasts head-on, we'll likely come to no good end. Besides, if we men fight up front, can the women just hide behind us and pass through? At the very least, they should show some commitment. And fighting those beasts is too dangerous. We might get torn apart and die. That would be too tragic. Let's just charge together. Life and death are in the hands of heaven. Charge together, and most of us will make it through. Exactly. The big shots with level 2 vehicles can lead the charge, ramming through those beasts to clear the path for us. We'll all chip in to cover the car damage later. Hearing these people's words, Zhang Weihong was utterly speechless. These people were all cowards, afraid of death. And they actually expected him to use his own level 2 vehicle to clear the way for them? Forget it. If they had any guts, if they were willing to fight and die, they wouldn't need to pay such a heavy price to get through this beast tide. As for him leading the charge to boost morale? Don't be ridiculous. His life was worth far more than those of the other survivors. He was destined for greater things. Why would he risk leading a charge here? It's not worth it for these people's lives. Everyone, at this critical moment, we must unite. As the initiator of this proposal, I'm willing to have my team provide several firearms. Plus, if we all push through together, I'll buy everyone cigarettes. So I hope everyone will contribute whatever resources they have to help us get through the beast tide. If you have any ranged weapons, bring them out, we'll share the costs. With Zhang Weihong taking the lead, the others found his reasoning compelling. Those with supplies offered them, while those without contributed manpower and effort. Well, what if I don't have supplies or weapons? At that moment, a somewhat gaunt woman spoke in a sweet, girlish voice. Hey, that's easy. Once we're all through, just leave your car door open at night. Let the guys line up and take turns getting in. Oh my, I couldn't handle that alone. Is there a sister who can share the load? I'm in. Me too. Soon, 70 or 80 women in the line stepped forward to agree. As for the girls who weren't willing, they were simply left behind by the group. Among those 70 or 80 women, one with long legs in black stockings and fair, translucent skin fixed her gaze on Zhang Weihong. Sure enough, those who held power before still wielded influence in the apocalypse. If they could secure him, would they ever need to worry about their future? This woman in black stockings was none other than Li Shanshan, the one Suchen had rejected earlier. Thanks to the ice machine she'd traded for from Suchen, she'd finally managed to live a life where she didn't have to leave her vehicle. But her ambitious heart wasn't satisfied with mere survival. She needed to attach herself to someone powerful to live more comfortably. Thus, she had consistently traded ice water for items that maintained her allure. Items like black stockings, lingerie, cosmetics, and the like. This made her stand out strikingly among the group of women with bare faces, drawing the attention of many men. Seeing her step forward, the others suddenly felt less resistant to joining the fight. Everyone, thank you. On behalf of all present, I thank you for uniting to face our common enemy. Please accept my deepest gratitude. Zhang Weihong stood before them all with solemn expression, bowing deeply. This gesture stirred a surge of fervor within the men. After all, this was the leader of 80 men bowing to them, a clear sign of respect. Simultaneously, their initial fear and timidity began to fade, bolstered by the presence of their comrades standing beside them. In this atmosphere, every face flushed crimson and every expression grew solemn. In this moment, they were no longer fearful survivors clinging to life, they were warriors preparing to march into battle. Everyone, let's first arrange the convoy formation. I volunteer to temporarily serve as commander. If anyone finds this unsuitable, we can appoint someone else. Zhang Weihong said with a warm expression. His kind smile warmed many like a gentle spring breeze. Brother Zhang, you're too kind. You have the most people here, so it's only natural for you to lead. Exactly. You've held high office before, your experience far surpasses ours. Leading this operation is only fitting. The men all stepped forward, voicing their support for Zhang Weihong. After all, without his suggestion, they might not have gotten to indulge so easily. They gazed at the voluptuous, alluring women behind them, swallowing hard with a sense of eager anticipation. Alright then, since that's the case, I'll humbly accept the honor. Everyone, listen to my instructions. You do this, you do that. Chapter 74, Herding the Pack. Zhang Weihong's lips moved constantly as he narrated and issued commands. He was exceptionally adept at commanding this position, effortlessly earning the group's complete trust in his arrangements. Right. An hour later, after Zhang Weihong had organized the formation, he began preparing the convoy for the charge. Good. Perfect. Everyone, get ready. We're about to move out. With Zhang Weihong's command, the battle was about to begin. A formation of 170 or 80 men, arranged in a triangular spearhead shape, led the convoy forward, advancing toward the beast herd. Behind them and flanking both sides were 2 rows of vehicles, each carrying about 150 burly men armed with swords, spears, clubs, and other weapons. Behind the vanguard of the suicide squad came Zhang Weihong and the vehicles carrying the women. Positioned at the very center, they avoided large-scale contact with the beasts. Charge! Zhang Weihong raised his arm and shouted. The triangular vanguard of 180 men at the very front began firing their firearms and crossbows at the beast herd before them. Boom! Whoosh! Bullets whizzed through the air, arrows shot forth with blinding speed. The beasts were packed so tightly that bullets struck nearly every target, either killing them outright or inflicting massive wounds. Arrows found their mark 9 times out of 10, sending many wounded beasts into a frenzied, erratic scramble. In an instant, the herd descended into chaos, creating large gaps in their formation. Many of the enraged beasts charging toward them were shot down by arrows under Zhang Weihong's command. Many beasts, bleeding profusely, collapsed in pools of their own blood, becoming the group's conquests. Wow, that was awesome. The brothers are amazing. Once the brothers lead us through the beast horde, we'll make sure they get to relax properly. This instantly eased the tension among many of the men who had been nervous. Those demonic beasts didn't seem so formidable after all. This initial victory left Zhang Weihong feeling quite elated. As long as he led everyone safely through the beast horde, his reputation would soar. The group could quickly double in size, becoming a large organization with hundreds of members. Keep attacking. The convoy is advancing. Brothers on both flanks, hold your ground confidently. You'll only face attacks from one side, just hold firm. Zhang Weihong continued issuing attack orders. Since these beasts lacked significant intelligence, they steadily advanced without incident. They deliberately chose paths dominated by smaller beasts. Wild dogs, weasels, ferrets, and the like proved easily dealt with by the armed convoy. Soon they had easily advanced 2.5 kilometers through the beast-filled area. Continuing this advance, they believed it wouldn't be long before they passed through this swarm of beasts. Everyone was excited by the smooth progress, their spirits soaring. But then, disaster struck. Traces of a rhino herd appeared ahead, while massive elephants emerged from the flanks. Chief Zhang, we're surrounded by rhinos and elephants. What should we do? Should we retreat? A burly man asked, his voice tinged with panic. What's the rush? Keep firing. Yes, sir. Is this what a beast herd looks like? Suchen halted before the herd, surveying the densely packed beasts and murmuring in awe. An ordinary beat-up van probably wouldn't withstand many of these beasts' charges. But hey! For someone like him with a 3-star RV, this was no problem at all. As Suchen maneuvered his RV closer to the herd, he caught their attention. Instantly, a pack of wolves zeroed in on his vehicle, closing in to completely surround the motorhome. Suchen narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no sign of worry as he pressed the accelerator again, charging straight into the pack of wolves. Faced with so many beasts, Xiaoling wouldn't proactively steer the car into obstacles, so here, he had to drive it himself. Bam! Bam! The wolves were sent flying several meters away by the impact. The remaining wolves charged at Suchen's vehicle, attempting to crush the motorhome with their sheer physical strength. However, the upgraded RV proved far more resilient than they anticipated. Dozens of wolves took turns slamming into it repeatedly, yet it only lost 0.2 durability points, nearly unscathed. This wasn't going to work. These were all sitting ducks. Perfect for a little fun and to replenish the freshly depleted supply of game meat. Suchen thought for a moment, then pulled out his AK-47. Opening the window, he aimed the rifle at the pack of beasts before him with one hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Several bullets pierced a wild wolf's body, sending it flying backward into a pool of blood. Tap. Suchen kept firing, bullets pouring out relentlessly. By the time the magazine emptied, dozens lay dead. He slammed the window shut, reloaded at lightning speed, then opened it again. Tap tap tap, dozens more beasts fell. Still craving more excitement, Suchen pulled 2 grenades from his storage ring. He pulled the pins and hurled them toward the distance. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions rang out in quick succession, instantly sending a portion of the surrounding beasts flying. Chaos erupted within the herd as many beasts, terrified, fled in the opposite direction of the blasts. They sought to distance themselves from the source of the explosions, creating a hollowed-out area around Suchen's RV in an instant. If they backed down this easily, it wouldn't be any fun. Suchen immediately geared up, grabbed his AK-47, and stepped out of the vehicle. He began systematically harvesting the carcasses of the beasts he had slain. By the time he finished, he had amassed nearly 7,000 or 8,000 pounds of beast meat. On average, each wild wolf yielded about 100 gen of meat. After gathering the meat, Suchen even dragged away a couple of particularly bold wolves before returning to his vehicle. Continuing forward, Suchen maintained his rhythm of reloading and firing. At this moment, he found himself wishing his RV had a weapon system, preferably one with automatic reloading. Ideally, it would also have an auto-collection function. That way, he wouldn't have to risk getting out of the vehicle himself to collect resources. After all, no one knew what terrifying dangers might lurk within the beast horde. Just as Suchen maintained his orderly advance, a golden marker suddenly appeared on the radar detection system. The marker indicated a location deep within the dense tide of beasts. Simultaneously, it appeared in the wilderness beyond the highway. A golden marker? This was the first time Suchen had ever seen a marker of this color, not a treasure chest marker. Should he investigate? Chapter 75, a team multiplied several times over. Meanwhile, Zhang Weihong's convoy was on the verge of despair. Several vehicles on their flank had already been overturned by elephants, while the rhino herd ahead proved exceptionally tough and resilient. Unless they struck a vital spot, even their crossbow bolts couldn't inflict significant damage on the rhinos. This situation far exceeded their expectations. Only firearms could inflict significant damage on these rhinos, but their ammunition was severely limited, meaning they couldn't make much of an impact. Chief Sheng, what should we do now? Yeah. Chief Sheng, how come we just can't kill these rhinos and elephants? If we don't break out of these rhino and elephant herds soon, we'll be dragged to our deaths. Zhang Weihong raised his hand, signaling for silence, then fell deep in thought. He knew these men wouldn't pledge allegiance until they saw blood. Adding flowers to brocade never compares to offering aid in times of need. If he could help them completely resolve this crisis, he would surely gain greater prestige. While expanding the group, he could also solidify his leadership position. Outwardly calm, he had already privately messaged one of his subordinates to pre-order some poison. Soon, casualties among the convoy mounted further. More and more vehicles were overturned by rhinos, their occupants scrambling out and climbing into nearby comrades' cars. But this was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Despair began to set in among everyone. Many women in the center of the convoy couldn't help but sob. Survivors with level 2 vehicles were preparing to break away and drive out on their own once the convoy collapsed. Just then, Zhang Weihong bellowed, "I've got an idea." "Quick! What's the plan, Leader Zhang?" "That's right. Leader Zhang, tell us. We'll follow your lead." Everyone grew restless with anticipation. This could be their lifeline. Everyone with animal meat, contribute it now. We'll keep track and compensate you later. I'll go buy some poison. We'll coat the meat with it and feed it to these beasts. For those that don't eat meat, we'll coat fruit with it and feed it to them. As soon as Zhang Weihong finished speaking, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Exactly. They can't overpower them, but they can poison them. It might not be as efficient, but it's better than waiting to die. All right. I'll follow Leader Shang's plan. I've got 5 pounds of meat left. I'll use it all as bait. I have some apples here. I remember elephants love them, so we can feed them to the elephants. I've been saving this watermelon rind for 3 days, never could bring myself to finish it. I'll donate it now. Everyone brought out some supplies. Hardly anyone held anything back after all, it was a matter of life and death now. Everyone traded their items to me. I'll coat them with poison and trade them back later. We'll feed them to the beasts together. Everyone, pay attention, don't mix them up. Prioritize feeding the strongest beasts. Soon, Zhang Weihong had exchanged all the supplies traded to him back to the group. The group began feeding the rhinos and elephants. After feeding, following Leader Zhang's orders, they formed a tight circle with their vehicles, positioning them close together to create a defensive wall against the beasts' attacks. Roar! Roar! In less than 2.5 minutes, the rhinos and elephants began to falter, crashing to the ground with a thud. Leader Zhang was truly resourceful, guiding us to handle these beasts. Ha! With this, the beast herd poses no threat to us. Ordinary beasts are hardly a significant danger to us. Is this the power of teamwork? Once we're out of here, I absolutely must join Leader Zhang's team. That's the only way to survive longer. Whispers spread through the crowd, filled with admiration and awe for Zhang Weihong. A smile spread across Zhang Weihong's face. His prestige had soared once more. His position as leader felt more secure than ever. After another hour of struggle, they finally broke through the beast horde and cleared the stage. Of the original 720-strong team, 500 emerged a loss of about 30%, far lower than Zhang Weihong had anticipated. Everyone around him expressed gratitude, praising his command abilities and eagerly offering to join his team. This expanded his original team of 80 by more than fivefold. Having survived the ordeal and escaped the beasts, everyone sought water, food, and rest, their conversations filled with praise for Zhang Weihong. Meanwhile, many women began fulfilling the promises they had made earlier. The vanguard women were the first to return to the vehicles and begin enjoying themselves, and over 80 vehicles began swaying simultaneously. The other men watched with envy, sitting in their own vehicles and waiting patiently for their turn. Of course, all eyes remained fixed on Li Shanshan. Her long legs encased in black stockings were an irresistible temptation. Only when she stepped onto Zhang Weihong's minibus with graceful strides and a seductive sway of her waist did the men finally pull their thoughts back. Beauty accompanies the hero. If asked which man present deserved those long legs most, the unanimous answer would be their leader, Zhang Weihong. Watching Li Shanshan climb into his vehicle, Zhang Weihong's eyes widened in awe. This internet celebrity, who had easily garnered millions of followers before, had come here, and he hadn't wasted much time in claiming her again. In that moment, he had already forgotten the black-stockinged woman and the double-dealing pleasure from earlier, completely immersed in the tender embrace of his newly acquired beauty. Compared to Li Shanshan, those other women were utterly ordinary. Damn, those long legs, he could play with them for at least half a year. Gently caressing those black-stockinged legs, Zhang Weihong grinned as he began to dig and fill. At this moment, his heart swelled with boundless pride. The feeling that both the world and its beauties were within his grasp welled up within him. A golden mark he'd never seen before. It might be some kind of treasure. Though risky, the potential reward could be immense. After a brief mental preparation, Suchen set off toward the location of the golden mark. He drove the RV through the herd as if they weren't there, charging straight to the edge of the highway. The vehicle couldn't venture into the sand-filled desert for now, so Suchen had no choice but to park and explore deeper into the wilderness on foot. Surveying the dense swarm of beasts, he meticulously checked all his gear, ensuring everything was in order before approaching the door. The door creaked open. Suchen, AK-47 in hand, gazed at the surging herd outside, took a deep breath, and stepped out. Chapter 76, Golden Dragon Egg? The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, the surging beasts spotted their target. Having spotted their prey, they cast aside their earlier fear entirely. Roar! A chorus of furious roars echoed across the sky. Dozens of beasts closest to the vehicle charged toward Suchen in a coordinated attack. Seeing this, a smile crossed Suchen's face. He knew the battle ahead would be a grueling one. Whoosh! Suchen stepped forward, advancing instead of retreating. He burst out of the car door and raced forward at breakneck speed. Click-clack. Roar! Suchen's AK-47 unleashed a furious barrage, mowing down one charging beast after another. His speed was blinding as he weaved through the pack, firing shot after shot. Boom! When he ran out of bullets, he tossed several grenades to clear a path, simultaneously firing his Desert Eagle to keep the pressure on. His movements were lightning fast, eliminating several beasts with every step. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! Put! When his bullets ran dry, Suchen immediately switched to another pistol, firing at the beasts and taking down those that closed in. But the herd was vast, and beasts swarmed endlessly around him. They charged relentlessly, undeterred by the gunfire, leaving Suchen with little time to reload. It seemed he had no choice but to fight to the death. Suchen retrieved an energy drink from his storage ring, a potion that temporarily tripled his strength attributes. He opened the bottle and downed it in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. After a few gulps, he felt his blood boiling throughout his entire body. His body grew incredibly powerful, each punch he threw accompanied by a thunderous crack. He holstered his pistol and retrieved two triangular military daggers from his storage ring, gripping them in reverse. His gaze swept over the beast still lunging at him, a faint smile curling his lips. In the next instant, he charged forward like a runaway horse, thrusting the triangular bayonets in his hands fiercely into one of the wolves. Thud! The wolf was impaled through its body. Roar! The wounded wolf let out an agonized howl, struggling briefly before finally bleeding out and dying. Without pause, Suchen struck down several more targets, one after another falling to his blade. He seemed to transform into a god of slaughter, his hand rising and falling as he felled one ferocious beast after another. In just 1 minute, he had slain 12 wild wolves. Roar! Woo woo! A pack of wolves let out a series of roars as they closed in on Suchen, each emitting cries of extreme fury. Come on, then. Let's see just how far my strength can go. Watching the wolves close in, Suchen remained calm. He took the initiative, swinging his triangular bayonet repeatedly, slaying one wild wolf after another. With each kill, the wolf's blood spilled onto the ground, staining the yellow sandstone crimson. Yet Suchen showed no sign of stopping. He charged forward relentlessly. 1, 2, 3, 4. The number of wolves falling to the ground grew steadily, yet Su Chen's momentum showed no sign of weakening. His triangular military dagger continued to slice through the air with blinding speed, reaping the lives of one beast after another. After an unknown period of time, Su Chen remained a blood-soaked figure. Suddenly, he charged into an area devoid of any beastly presence. It turned out he had finally reached his destination. He looked toward the location marked by the golden symbol, a large golden egg radiating a faint, brilliant glow. The golden egg stood about a meter tall, with a radius of several dozen meters. No beast dared to approach it, or even glance in its direction. Su Chen could see deep fear in their eyes. They were afraid? Judging by this, the golden egg was likely far from ordinary. Su Chen approached the golden egg and touched it. There was no rejection whatsoever. Instead, information about the egg flowed back to him. Dragon egg, a sealed dragon egg, seemingly containing life that hasn't fully dissipated. Requires absorbing vast amounts of primordial energy to fully restore. Once restored, it can be hatched. Su Chen. A dragon egg? A dragon egg? Then again, this place defies science. The existence of dragons here is perfectly normal. Su Chen quickly accepted this reality. He reached out, cradled the golden, meter-tall dragon egg in his arms, and began walking toward the car. Because of the dragon egg, the demon beasts dared not approach. Su Chen didn't forget the beasts before him either, performing a wave of harvesting and obtaining a large amount of beast meat. A full kilometer of beast carcasses yielded tens of thousands of pounds of meat, filling his ring storage to the brim. Soon, Su Chen returned to the RV. After closing the door, he placed the golden egg inside his sleeping quarters. Now, with the golden egg's presence, no beast dared approach the RV's vicinity. With no obstructions, Su Chen sent Shaoling to charge into the beast herd while he entered the bathroom to wash up, scrubbing all traces of blood from his body. After washing up, Su Chen approached the golden dragon egg and attempted to drip his own blood onto it. He recalled that in the novels he had read, this was how contracts were formed. The blood droplet fell onto the golden egg and was instantly absorbed. Yet, there was no further reaction. The blood seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Only then did Su Chen recall the dragon egg's description. It required absorbing vast amounts of primordial energy to recover. Primordial energy? What kind of power was that? Su Chen hesitated for a moment before beginning to retrieve various items from his storage ring and placing them before the dragon egg. Without exception, none of them had any effect whatsoever. What exactly is primordial energy? Forget it, I'll leave it be for now. I'll figure out what primordial power is sooner or later. Sighing, Su Chen temporarily abandoned further exploration of the golden egg. At that moment, Su Chen noticed the scanner display showing several overturned vehicles not far ahead. Evidently, an accident had occurred while crossing the beast herd. Driving up to the wreckage, he saw shattered windows in most vehicles, with bloodstains everywhere, clear signs that the survivors had met an untimely end. Sighing, Su Chen extracted the car cores and began dismantling the vehicles. As he returned to his RV with the car heart, intending to place it directly into his own car heart, he suddenly froze in place. As if struck by an idea, he carried the car heart into his room and moved it closer to the dragon egg. Chapter 77, Reward for Crossing the Beast Horde. Ha! It actually works? He noticed that as the car heart neared the dragon egg, a peculiar aura transmitted from it into the egg's interior. A golden glow rippled across the egg's surface, and golden dragon scales slowly emerged, vivid and lifelike, as if it were a living creature. Throughout this process, the glow on the car heart gradually dimmed until it finally extinguished completely. After absorbing the energy from the car heart, the dragon egg seemed to come to even more vivid life, but it still wasn't enough. Several more car hearts were retrieved and placed before the dragon egg. Soon, a distinct energy began flowing from each core, converging toward the dragon egg. Under this energy, the golden glow on the dragon egg intensified, radiating a palpable aura of life. Clearly, the car hearts contained the primordial power the dragon egg required? If so, then he had gained another major consumer of car hearts. Su Chen shook his head. After absorbing 5 car cores roughly equivalent to 10 one-star car cores, about 5% of the dragon egg's surface was now covered in dragon scales. At this rate, it would take roughly 200 one-star car hearts to hatch the dragon egg. Though a considerable amount, it remained within Su Chen's means. After all, this was a dragon egg, one with the potential to hatch a dragon pet. Possessing a dragon pet would undoubtedly provide significant assistance for his future survival. Just then, the radar detected that the RV had broken through the beast herd and returned to the main highway. Simultaneously, Su Chen's scans detected a diamond-tier treasure chest. A diamond-tier treasure chest spawned on the highway? Was this compensation for surviving the terrifying beast horde? Or did it mean the road ahead would grow even more treacherous? After all, richer rewards often came with greater danger. Su Chen opened the main channel chat and found that many players who had passed through the beast horde had also spotted the chest. Main channel, 20,148 members. We've only just encountered the horde, and already 4,000 have perished. Who knows how many will ultimately survive this challenge? Holy! I made it through the beasts and found a gold tier treasure chest. This is my first gold tier chest. I'm rich. Need to a gold tier chest. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. Why did I get a silver tier chest? Did I just barely scrape by without killing a single beast? Highly likely. I've got weapons and slaughtered plenty of beasts to get here. I've stumbled upon a platinum tier treasure chest. Holy crap, I snagged a pro. Suchen, the voyeur, keenly noticed that many survivors who reported encountering chests never returned. This proves that chests still carry danger. True to Suchen's expectations, a pitch black mark appeared around the diamond tier treasure chest he was monitoring. Damn it! I'd barely reached the chest when a lion suddenly leaped out from the side. Thank God I was smart enough to have an escape plan ready. I bolted straight back to the car. This wasn't a windfall, it was a death sentence. Regaining his focus, Suchen parked the RV 800 meters away from the diamond tier treasure chest. Climbing onto the RV roof, he mounted his Barrett heavy sniper rifle. Through the Barrett's 8x scope, Suchen quickly spotted a colossal crocodile nearly 5 meters long lurking beside the treasure chest that shimmered with dazzling diamond light. Its bloody maw gaped wide over a meter across, capable of swallowing a survivor whole in one gulp. A formidable foe, too bad it crossed paths with me. Suchen closed one eye, using the other to lock onto the crocodile through the scope. His crosshairs centered on the reptile's eye as a smirk touched his lips. Big guy, goodbye. Click. He pulled the trigger. The bullet sliced through the air, striking the crocodile's eye and piercing clean through. Awah! The intense pain made the crocodile throw its head back and roar in fury, thrashing wildly in place as blood streamed from its eye. This giant crocodile's thick, tough hide couldn't be taken down with a single shot. Suchen understood this well and fired again. The bullet sliced through the silence, striking the crocodile's other eye. The wounded creature thrashed violently once more. 10 minutes later, it finally ceased struggling, collapsing limp onto the ground, utterly still. Through the scope of his multi-power rifle, Suchen confirmed the giant crocodile was still when he finally drove the RV closer. Arriving beside the diamond tier treasure chest, he surveyed the 5-meter crocodile lying in a pool of blood and immediately began harvesting. He gained over 1,000 pounds of meat and acquired sharp teeth, rare materials suitable for forging. After stowing these items away, he approached the diamond tier treasure chest, rubbed his hands together, and prepared to open it. Opening the chest. Initial resources, 1 AI basic intelligence system. You opened the chest, earning 32,180 chest points. You scored a critical hit, earning a 10x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 copies of the AI basic intelligence system. Basic AI brain system can integrate with intelligence systems to enhance their computational capabilities. Possessing rudimentary thinking abilities, systems can merge to gain stronger computational and cognitive powers. AI brain? Possessing immense computational power? And intelligence too? Does Xiaoling qualify as an AI brain? Staring at the newly acquired AI brain systems, Suchen fell deep in thought. He returned to his car and approached Xiaoling. Detected compatible AI brain enabled continuous assisted driving navigation system. Proceed with installation? Install. Installing. Please wait. About half a minute later, a lively young female voice chimed in. Master, hello. I'm Xiaoling. I've been updated and upgraded to assist you in more ways. Please feel free to give me any instructions. Like what kind of things? Suchen raised an eyebrow. He could already sense that Xiaoling, the AI brain system he'd installed, had become more vivid. Should you encounter any critical situations, Xiaoling can analyze the circumstances and provide you with the optimal solution. Oh, that sounds promising. After pondering, Suchen merged all 9 remaining basic AI brain units into Xiaoling. AI brain system is upgrading. Auxiliary driving, brain suggestions, and troubleshooting functions will be temporarily unavailable. Upgrade successful. Xiaoling AI brain system upgraded to intermediate AI brain system. A full system VR projection then appeared before Suchen, revealing an adorable lowly figure dressed in a princess gown. This was the appearance Xiaoling had chosen for herself, also reflecting her current psychological stage. Master. Detecting that you are currently in a cheerful mood. Would you like me to play some upbeat music for you? Chapter 78, Selling Medicine Out of Kindness. Oh, it can actually recognize my mood effortlessly and even offer suggestions? Not bad at all. Suchen nodded in satisfaction, though he wondered if Xiaoling would eventually evolve beyond her current form, becoming a transcendent AI beyond all earthly things. He shook his head, dismissing the daydream. At that moment, Xiaoling extended both hands, revealing a device resembling a smart bracelet. Master, this is a remote control wristband for use outside the vehicle. Through it, you can remotely command Xiaoling to execute a series of instructions on the car. It also maintains your connection with Xiaoling. Should any issues arise, Xiaoling will face them alongside you. But could others use the ring to command you? Suchen voiced his concern. If he accidentally lost the bracelet during combat and it was picked up by someone with malicious intent, who could then use it to control the car, the consequences might far outweigh the benefits. Rest assured, Master. Xiaoling serves only you. No other survivor can issue commands to her. That's good to know. Suchen nodded in satisfaction and slipped the ring onto his finger. He discovered that the bracelet not only allowed him to monitor the car's status but also connected to its screen system. This meant he could use the bracelet for regional chat and transactions on the exchange. However, accepting traded items still required being inside the vehicle. Now, even when leaving the RV, he could chat and trade on the regional channel. Shaoling. Here. Play the lonely warrior. Got it, boss. I love you walking alone through dark alleys. I love your unyielding spirit. Suchen's body swayed in rhythm with the song. The RV continued driving forward under his command, heading toward an unknown destination in the distance. By noon, Suchen decided to grab a simple meal. A tomahawk steak paired with red wine, followed by ice cream and fruit for dessert. As he savored his meal, the number of people in the regional channel steadily dwindled. Main regional channel, 19,320 members. Main regional channel, 18,203 members. Main channel, 17,923. It wasn't until after lunch that the numbers briefly stabilized at 16,866. A single wave of beasts had decimated the numbers by 7,000. Such a terrifying casualty rate was truly horrifying. Recalling his own experience charging through the beast tide, Suchen estimated that such a casualty rate was only possible because everyone had united and cooperated to survive it. After surviving the horde, everyone felt like they'd narrowly escaped death. We finally made it through that horde. The sheer number of beasts was terrifying. Exactly. Thankfully we formed a 1,000-strong group to charge through the horde together. That's what drastically reduced the casualties. We agree. In this road-based survival apocalypse, going it alone is simply too difficult. You absolutely need your own team to go further. But you need people you can trust. Some scumbags join your team just to stab you in the back and steal your supplies. Speaking of which, does anyone have any healing potions to sell me? I got bitten by a beast. Go to Suchen for meds. We all get ours from him. Looking at the main channel, many were injured and needed healing potions. After a moment's thought, Suchen decided to play the good guy. Suchen, seeing so many injured players, I'm listing all my stashed healing potions and anti-inflammatory meds with 10-20% discounts. Limited stock, first come, first served. Healing potion 1 unit. Price, 30 basic materials for 2 portions of herbs. Anti-inflammatory medicine 1 unit. Price, 60 base materials. The moment Suchen's announcement went out, it instantly sent the entire channel of survivors into a frenzy. Suchen is awesome. Screaming version. That's the kind of big picture thinking you'd expect from Su. No offense, but what good is such a tiny discount? If you really cared about everyone, you'd slash it to 10% off. Hey, you're talking big from your high horse. For every potion sold, Suchen loses out on 40 to 50 sets of materials. That's 300 recovery potions and 500 anti-inflammatory potions. Equivalent to losing 40,000 sets of base materials. Holy crap, put that way, how much is Suchen raking in? With his current wealth, he's probably the richest guy on our entire main road 369. Not just that, he's easily in the top 3 across the entire Huaxia region. You've got time to chat? Hurry up and grab some potions. The healing potions are already gone, only a few anti-inflammatory potions left. Holy? You guys are dogs. Soon, Suchen's backpack bulged with 2 blueprints, 700 herbal ingredients, and 30,000 basic materials. Battle loot really pays off. If things were peaceful, these herbs wouldn't sell this easily. But the survivors had already used up most of the herbs they'd exchanged during the speedrun mode. He'd need to look elsewhere to see if he could trade for more. Suchen pondered for a moment before opening Zhuge Xiaoliang's private chat. Suchen, need any healing potions or anti-inflammatory drugs? Image. Ding. The reply came instantly. Clearly he'd been waiting in the chat window. Zhuge Xiaoliang, we'll take them. But the price can't be too high, we have sellers here too. Suchen, what's your price per pill? Suchen wasn't surprised. These recovery potions would inevitably become widespread. His profit window lay solely in this period of monopoly. Profits would only dwindle afterward. Zhuge Xiaoliang, 6 herbs for 1 pill, 10 herbs for 2 pills, or exchange for blueprints. So I can only offer 5 herbs per pill at most. Suchen. Damn. Total rip-off. Those bastards over there are the real sharks. And judging by the reaction, this price is actually acceptable to them. And he only sells 3 portions of herbs, yet people still complain it's too expensive. Zhuge Xiaoliang, this really is the absolute highest price I can offer. Any more and I wouldn't make a dime. Please understand. Suchen fought back tears as he reluctantly agreed to the price. Suchen, fine. 5 portions it is. How many can you take? Zhuge Xiaoliang, 60 pills for now. Suchen, agreed. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Surveying the 300 portions of medicinal herbs now in his possession, Suchen shook his head. He processed them all into recovery potions, yielding a total of 500 potions, more than 8 times the original quantity. Not bad at all. At that moment, Suchen noticed a deep crimson treasure chest looming 3 kilometers away in the desert. Only a single black silhouette lingered nearby. A platinum tier treasure chest? Is my luck getting better, or has the Rhodes treasure chest mechanism been upgraded? After a moment's consideration, Suchen prepared to venture deeper into the desert to claim that platinum tier treasure chest. After all, it could yield a 2-star car upgrade blueprint well worth the risk. Especially now that his armed forces no longer held the desert in such dread. Fully geared up, Suchen opened the car door and stepped out into the desert. Chapter 79, Sand Zombies. Corpse-controlling talismans. On the highway. A convoy of over 80 vehicles was traveling along the road. Their vehicles were riddled with holes, desperately needing resources for repairs. Originally, they had 200 people, but after fighting their way out of the beast horde, their casualties reached nearly 60%, leaving only this small group behind. Boss, are we really going to cause trouble for that Suchen? What, you scared? Don't you know how fat he's gotten? And daring to steal my top spot? He's asking for it. Lin Mo's brow furrowed, anger flaming in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Just as his rage boiled over, a startled cry erupted from the front of the convoy. Boss, there's a huge motorhome up ahead. Holy, that thing's even bigger than your ride, boss. Where'd he pull that out from? Could it be that Suchen guy? Staring at the towering, imposing motorhome, the entire crew was dumbfounded. Compared to the 10-meter-wide motorhome, their cars looked like tiny specks. Lin Mo followed his men's gaze and spotted the towering motorhome. A pang of envy surged within him, stirring a desire to claim it as his own. Let's get close. See if we can trick whoever's inside out and take them down. If not, we'll force our way in. Get this guy, and all our cars will be fixed and upgraded. Lin Mo gave the order, leading the convoy to the RV and coming to a stop. Brother, can we have a word? Our convoy suffered severe damage from the beast tide. Might we trade for some repair blueprints or materials? To show sincerity, Lin Mo stepped directly out of his vehicle, his hands clearly open and empty, holding no weapons. The other members also got out of their vehicles, equally unarmed. But there was no response. No matter how much they pleaded, there was no response from inside the vehicle. The curtains obscured much of the interior, but such a large RV was already an incredibly tempting target for them. Even if they dismantled it for basic resources, they could trade those for ample supplies at the exchange. Boss, looks like no one's in the vehicle? After calling out for a long time with no response, one of the men leaned closer and whispered. Hearing this, Lin Mo walked to the right side of the vehicle and examined it closely. Sure enough, he spotted faint footprints near the door and in the desert beyond. It seemed the vehicle's owner had ventured into the desert to search for treasure chests. Lin Mo immediately drew his pistol, walked to the RV's door, yanked at it, finding it locked, and aimed directly at the window, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but the bullet didn't shatter the glass, it merely caused it to rattle slightly. The bullet ricocheted off the glass, just as Lin Mo had anticipated. After all, the vehicle had been upgraded to 3 stars. Installing bulletproof glass was only logical. Bring the explosives. Lin Mo called out to his men, who quickly brought over a red pipe bomb. He secured it to the RV door. Everyone retreated several dozen meters before Lin Mo pressed the detonator. Boom! The deafening roar of the explosion echoed, billowing smoke filling the air. Lin Mo watched the blast site with a smug look. But when the smoke finally cleared, the RV door bore no trace of the explosion, only a few black soot marks remained. How could this be? Lin Mo's expression darkened considerably, his mood shifting unpredictably. He refused to believe the RV was truly that durable. They launched a coordinated attack, aiming to chip away at the RV's durability. Dozens of survivors attacked simultaneously, those with guns fired, while others slashed with knives. Only when one survivor was struck down by a ricocheting bullet did they realize their relentless assault had failed to inflict even a scratch on the RV. This left them thoroughly perplexed. They halted in place, staring intently at the RV as their minds raced. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes flashed with insight. He immediately directed the group to circle the RV with their vehicles, blocking the enemy's retreat route. Outside, the average temperature had already reached 50 degrees Celsius. Staying out too long could easily lead to heatstroke and death. Since they couldn't open the RV, they would simply wait for its occupant to pass away. Once that happened, the RV doors would open naturally. By blocking their return path, they could simply wait for the occupants to die of exhaustion. Once the target perished in the desert, the RV would become theirs for the taking. Paying a certain price for this outcome was acceptable. After entering the desert, Suchen used Barrett's built-in 8x scope to scout every black mark they encountered along the way. If it posed a threat, he would take it out with a long-range sniper shot. If the danger was minor, he would approach and eliminate it with his crossbow or pistol. Soon, he reached a sand dune 800 meters from the platinum tier treasure chest's location. After taking cover, Suchen trained his scope on the chest's location. The moment he saw what danger lurked beside the chest, his expression froze. His gaze fell upon a humanoid creature clad in bizarre official robes, wearing a red furred black hat and with a deathly pale complexion. It looked somewhat like a zombie? Holy? No way. Zombies too? At that single glance, Suchen felt his scalp tingle. After all, such creatures were incredibly powerful and impervious to pain. Aside from Uncle Joe, they were virtually unmatched. Suchen scooped up a handful of sand from the ground, letting it trickle slowly through his fingers. He gauged the wind speed by the sand's drift, adjusted his aim, and soon locked onto his target. Bang! A muffled gunshot erupted from the barrel, silenced by the suppressor. Within a second, the bullet struck the distant zombie in official attire. Slap! After being struck, the official server zombie didn't seem particularly affected. Instead, it looked down blankly at its wounded body, seemingly unaware of what had attacked it. This is useless. What should I do? Seeing such a troublesome situation, Suchen hesitated. Was he really going to abandon a platinum-tier treasure chest like this? He found that hard to accept. Wait, right. I almost forgot, don't I have a peachwood sword? Suchen suddenly remembered. He had previously obtained several peachwood swords from treasure chests, and at the time, he had suspected something was off. Little did he know that zombies actually existed here. Peachwood repels zombies, let's give it a shot. If I can't beat it, I'll just run later. Suchen holstered his Barrett sniper rifle and drew a peachwood sword. Chapter 80, 1 vs 80. Who dares show their face? After switching to the peachwood sword, Suchen cautiously approached. When he was 50 meters away, he seemed to enter the zombie's detection range. Its head suddenly turned toward him, eyes tightly shut, nose sniffing the air. Then it hopped toward Suchen's position. System scanning. Scan complete. Yellow sand zombie bronze. Attack 36. Defense 48. Combat power 120. As he drew nearer, Suchen noticed a message appear on his wristband, displaying information about the bronze zombie before him. After Shaoling's upgrade, it actually had this function? Not bad at all. Suchen adjusted his stance, gripping his peachwood sword in readiness. As the zombie leapt toward him, he delivered a sweeping horizontal strike aimed at its midsection. Unexpectedly, the sand zombie leaped into the air less than 20 meters from Suchen and flew straight toward him. Holy crap! Startled, Suchen swiftly swung his peachwood sword, striking the zombie. An immediate sizzling sound of seared flesh filled the air. As if encountering its natural enemy, the zombie bounced backward in panic, tumbling awkwardly to the ground. Like a spring-loaded ball, it flattened its limbs against the ground and bounced back up. It really worked! Overjoyed, Suchen raised his peachwood sword and bellowed, "You dog of an official! Where do you think you're running? Come and get it!" He gave chase, but two legs could never outrun four crawling limbs. The zombie escaped, though Suchen reached the platinum-tier treasure chest. This was the real priority. Suchen stepped forward and opened the chest. Initial resources, Corpse Control Talisman X1, Immobilization Talisman X1. You opened the chest, earning 12,320 chest points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, gaining a 12-fold multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 12 Corpse Control Talismans and 12 Immobilization Talismans. Corpse Control Talisman controls undead creatures below gold rank for 1 hour. Effect expires upon hour's end. Immobilization Talisman can immobilize creatures below gold rank for 3 hours. Duration decreases with strength above gold rank. One could command zombie-like creatures to fight for him, while the other could immobilize any creature for a set duration. Suchen was particularly fond of these two talismans. He picked up a corpse-controlling talisman, eager to test its effects, but the bronze zombie had vanished without a trace. Next time he encountered one, he would give it a try. Suchen stowed the talismans away and prepared to return to his RV. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from his wristband. His RV's durability had dropped by 3.3 times the alert threshold he'd set. It was important to note that even 10 bullets striking the RV simultaneously wouldn't necessarily cause a single point of durability loss. Someone was attacking the RV with bombs or grenades. Suchen instantly reached his conclusion, his gaze sharpening. The RV was the foundation of his survival on the road and the guarantee of his comfortable life. Anyone daring to target it would find him unforgiving. Suchen raced back, finding a concealed position on a sandy hillock 1.5 kilometers from his RV. He set up his sniper rifle on the spot. Through the 8-power scope, he spotted numerous figures hiding behind his RV, at least 50 of them. No wonder they dared to target my RV, they had this kind of backing. Suchen let out a cold laugh, immediately locking onto a survivor who had half his body exposed from a car. Without hesitation, he fired the first bullet. Bang! A headshot. Blood splattered as the survivor's head exploded, his body collapsing straight to the ground. Enemy attack. He's back. Damn it. He's got a sniper rifle, don't stick your head out even if you're in the car. Bang. Another headshot. Everyone be careful, don't show your heads. He's out in the open, he won't last long. We'll wear them down. Lin Mo leaned inside the vehicle, carefully concealing both his men and the car to avoid being sniped. But compared to him, whose men and vehicle were on the left side of the RV, the cars surrounding it on the right were practically sitting ducks. Every 2 seconds, a bullet flew in, taking down one of the survivors. Run to the left side of the RV. Everyone run together. He's alone, he can't shoot that many people. Under Lin Mo's command, several survivors immediately started their vehicles, preparing to drive around to the other side of the RV to evade the snipers lurking in the wilderness. 34 vehicles started simultaneously, making the maneuver significantly safer. Over a dozen vehicles were taken out by the sniper rifle in quick succession, while the remaining cars all retreated to the rear. Yet this was merely the enemy's first wave of attack. They had already lost over 30 survivors, nearly 40% of their numbers. Boss Lin, what about that sniper rifle? What should we do? Yeah. In this situation, we can't even risk checking if anyone's approaching. Just popping our heads out gets us sniped. Even if the enemy returns to their vehicle, we might not even see them. And their bullets? They even pierced bulletproof glass. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Fei, who was behind bulletproof glass, got his head blown off by their sniper rifle. Boss, maybe we should just get out of here fast? They might be special forces. How else could they have such precise sniping skills? We're just ordinary people, no match for elite soldiers. Many members began to lose their nerve. Clearly, the enemy had returned safely from the desert and possessed formidable sniper firepower. If Lin Mo had ever considered fleeing, that thought vanished the moment his subordinate mentioned the enemy was special forces. He was a drug lord whose entire family had been wiped out by special forces. Out in the open, he couldn't win. But here, with his numbers and advantage, how could they possibly lose? Set fire to his car tires. We'll stall him out here today. We're in the vehicle, he's out in the wilderness, he won't last 2 hours. Yes. His men immediately began building a fire beside the RV's tires as ordered by Boss Lin Mo, preparing to slowly burn through them so the enemy couldn't drive away. Seeing those people from afar, Suchen couldn't help but snort in derision. How naive. Xiaoling, charge forward through the circle of cars. Got it, master. Then, the RV that Lin Mo and his crew had been using as a human shield drove forward under their stunned gazes, completely exposing them. Holy? Is there someone in the car? Chapter 81, Pursuit. Cut the weeds at the roots. They never imagined the RV had someone inside all along, lying in wait until their comrades returned before driving it away from its original position. With the RV's departure, they were now completely exposed. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as another survivor, seated in the driver's seat, was shot through the head. 2 seconds later, another shot rang out. Run! Dash toward the center of the highway, weaving zigzag to avoid the sniper's line of fire. The moment the RV became mobile, Lin Mo knew their plan was useless. He immediately screamed at the top of his lungs, simultaneously driving the vehicle at high speed in a zigzag pattern down the highway, heading deeper into the road. Over 50 vehicles sped away, Suchen's trigger finger barely resting. 1 second to aim, 1 second to fire every shot a headshot. Within a 2.5 kilometer radius, everything fell within his sniper's range. Within the minute it took for the survivors to flee his attack range, he took out another 30 or so of them. Only a dozen or so vehicles managed to escape his reach. You got out fast, but you'll need my permission to run. I'll make sure you know the consequences of crossing me. Suchen holstered his Barrett sniper rifle and immediately moved toward the location of the RV. He intended to hunt down the remnants of this team, eliminating them completely to prevent future threats. Returning to the battlefield, Suchen swiftly cleared the area, collecting over 60 Carhartts, most of them initial 1-star units. It seemed he had let the enemy's leader or high-ranking member escape. Additionally, Suchen recovered 2 handguns Browning models, which were quite decent. After dismantling all the vehicles, Suchen immediately returned to his car and ordered Xiaoling to pursue the survivors. With the beast horde behind them, the survivors were most likely advancing forward. To ensure a comprehensive search of every section of the highway, Xiaoling recommended a zigzag route that would cover the entire road. The only drawback was that it slowed their progress. But Suchen wasn't concerned about that. Even with this more energy-intensive approach, his average speed of 200 miles per hour meant he could still maintain over 120 miles per hour on the highway. He had observed earlier that most of the enemy's remaining vehicles were equipped with basic engines, unable to reach high speeds. It would only take a little time to catch up. As the RV moved forward, Suchen set the radar detection to alert him mentally whenever it scanned something. He then gathered all the car cores into his bedroom and moved them closer to the dragon egg. With each absorbed car core, more dragon scales appeared on the egg's surface. After absorbing over 60 car cores, the dragon scales now covered 49% of the egg's surface, nearly half. Excellent. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the dragon egg activated. He hoped the dragon pet that hatched would be handsome. Suchen clenched his fist silently, his heart brimming with anticipation. Before long, Suchen's detection picked up a convoy of vehicles, roughly matching the number that had fled earlier. Found you. Suchen's gaze sharpened as he ordered the RV to pursue them. He retrieved an AK-47 from his storage ring, loaded it with ammunition, determined to make their vehicles taste to spare. If only he had an infinite magazine. That would mean endless firepower far superior to running out of ammo so quickly. As Suchen's RV closed to within 200 meters of the fleeing convoy, they spotted him. Boss Lin, they seem to be catching up. Who the hell is this guy? How can such a huge RV drive this fast? One of the henchmen froze for a moment when he spotted the massive RV in the rearview mirror, but quickly snapped out of it and urgently warned. They're catching up? Damn it! Lin Mo's eyes flashed with apprehension as he spotted the RV behind them. He hadn't forgotten that the other RV was bulletproof, retaliation was useless, and the enemy had a sniper rifle. Just as he was at a loss, he saw the driver's side window of the RV roll down. This instantly filled him with hope. It seemed the enemy intended to snipe him through the window. But as long as the enemy exposed themselves, it meant they had a chance to fight back. A glimmer of hope had appeared in their seemingly hopeless situation. Yet the next second, his joyful expression froze. From the driver's window emerged a metal helmet, and the figure held an AK-47 in their hands. Without further ado, a burst of fire erupted toward their convoy. Rat-a-tat-tat. Clang. Many of the vehicles had bulletproof glass and suffered little damage. But half did not. Swept by stray bullets, their occupants coughed up blood and died. After emptying the magazine, Suchen immediately reloaded and began feeding another round. Disperse. Those with guns, fire back the moment they show their heads. Lin Mo immediately issued the order, retaliate the moment the enemy exposed themselves. But such an order also meant those with bulletproof glass would die faster. Just as Suchen pondered how to deal with the bulletproof glass, the enemy proactively rolled down their window, aimed a pistol at him, and fired. Bang! Suchen, protected by his bulletproof helmet, showed no fear. He raised his gun, aimed, and returned a burst of fire. The bullet struck Suchen's helmet, clanging off the metal before ricocheting away. But Suchen's bullets weren't so easily deflected. They struck the survivors who dared to show their heads, taking them down instantly. Damn it! Lin Mo cursed under his breath, watching the RV draw closer. His voice rose to a shout, "Brother, show mercy where you can. You've already killed so many, why finish them off completely?" Tap 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 tap. His response was a burst of bullets. Suchen showed no mercy. He'd always lived by the principle, if you strike me, I strike back. And now, with another big target set on their car, the kid's got a lot on his plate. Seeing only 6 vehicles left, Suchen's lips curled slightly. He aimed at their tires and unleashed a burst of fire, blowing out 5 of them instantly. Only one car continued forward. Suchen swapped out his AK for a Barrett sniper rifle, picking off the occupants of the 5 stranded vehicles one by one. Now, only the last one remained. His vehicle boasted the highest grade and quality among them all, and its speed had already reached 200 yards earlier, extremely fast. Yet, against Suchen, it still fell far short. Scope in, aim, fire. Bang! The single shot struck the glass, leaving only a shallow mark it lacked the power to penetrate. Seems like a big fish after all. Chapter 82, Strange Dream. Several more shots were fired, each aimed at the same spot. If one shot wasn't enough, then another would have to do. Under the relentless barrage, the premium bulletproof glass finally gave way. With a loud crash, it shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, the bullet pierced through the target's skull, killing him instantly. The out-of-control vehicle instantly flipped sideways, tumbling several times across the highway before coming to a halt. Suchen got out of the car and approached the overturned minibus. After a quick search, he found an M16 assault rifle placed beside the man's seat. This was. Then he found the 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprint inside the vehicle. This confirmed his suspicion. This man was Lin Mo, the one who had consistently dominated the top spot in the races. But who cared who he was? Anyone who dared to attack him wouldn't live to tell the tale. The vehicle also contained a fair amount of basic resources, which he stored entirely in his spatial pocket. Finally, Suchen retrieved the 2-star car core, sensing its energy it contained at least the equivalent of 51 star car cores. After thoroughly looting the other vehicles as well, Suchen struck another small fortune. Even if the base materials for the next car upgrade increased tenfold, he could afford it. Car upgrades and dragon egg incubation should proceed simultaneously, though hatching the dragon eggs could take priority. Back in the vehicle, realizing that upgrading required at least a 3-star Carhartt, Suchen immediately placed Lin Mo's Carhartt into his own. The rest he applied to the dragon eggs. Carhartt 3-star, 78,300. Dragon egg dragon scale coverage, 58. Excellent. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade his car to 4 stars while simultaneously hatching the dragon egg. His current RV was a comfort model. Once upgraded to 4 stars and transformed into a luxury RV, just how opulent would it become? Suchen pressed onward with growing anticipation. The next half-day seemed to be a rest period granted by the system, with no further incidents occurring. Everyone continued searching for treasure chests along the way, replenishing their resources as before. Suchen also obtained another gold-tier treasure chest, from which he retrieved a car exoskeleton spike. This device would install retractable spikes onto the vehicle's exterior, inflicting damage on approaching beasts or creatures. Suchen immediately installed one on his RV. Since his vehicle lacked a weapon system, adding these defensive spikes was a solid first step. Night fell. With the vehicle parked on the highway, Suchen sat on his bed and began reviewing the day's events. Throughout the day, transactions at Suchen's shop had been exceptionally frequent. His storage ring was nearly half full, overflowing with countless materials. After some thought, Suchen decided it was time to consider exchanging some of these materials for items he needed, like nashi stones. He opened his private chat channel with Zhuge Xiaoliang to see if he could trade for anything worthwhile. Suchen, I need nashi stones. I can trade rare blueprints or various supplies. Here's a list of materials I can offer. Contact me anytime if interested. Attached image. Before long, Zhuge Xiaoliang replied. Zhuge Xiaoliang, I previously opened a platinum tier chest and obtained 20 nanonite crystals. Would you be interested in exchanging them for a 2-star Carhartt blueprint? Alternatively, I can offer 4 nanonite crystals or equivalent materials for a 1-star Carhartt blueprint. What do you think? The price offered was within Suchen's acceptable range. These blueprints were essentially free for him to take, and using them to trade for resources he wanted was a surefire win-win. Suchen, alright. If you ever need basic materials, just let me know. I'll make sure you have all you need. A long silence followed before a response finally came. Zhuge Xiaoliang, how many nashi would it cost to exchange for a 2-star car upgrade blueprint plus the highest grade upgrade materials? The other party was clever. While asking, they also tested the waters to gauge how much resources would be needed to achieve maximum modifications. As a friendly trading partner, Suchen was more than happy to share the truth. Suchen, 40 nashi stones will suffice. The most critical resource for upgrades wasn't the base materials, those had already dropped to 25 base materials per bottle of water. The most expensive component was the electronic parts, now inflated to dozens of times the price of ordinary materials. A single electronic component could easily be exchanged for 2 bottles of water. In other words, using water as the unit of exchange, upgrading a 2-star car to a 3-star car would require roughly 600 bottles of water. Zhuge Xiaoliang, thanks. I'll trade you the 2-star car upgrade blueprint first. If I run short on materials later, I'll trade you for the missing ones. Suchen agreed. The transaction concluded, and Suchen successfully obtained 20 units of Nast1. He immediately activated the exchange, expanding his storage ring's capacity by another 20 units, bringing the total to 625 cubic meters. After expanding his inventory, Suchen waited in place. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, Zhuge Xiaoliang sent another message. He was still short about 100 electronic components. He hadn't anticipated that upgrading the RV would require so many resources, especially electronic components. The quantity far exceeded what was needed for ordinary machinery manufacturing. Even with advanced preparation, the electronic components were still insufficient. Ding! Zhuge Xiaoliang, Suchen, I need 143 electronic components, 200 steel bars, and how many nashi stones? Suchen, I'll give you a friend's price. 3 nashi stones will cover it. Zhuge Xiaoliang, much appreciated. Soon, another transaction took place between them, and Suchen's storage ring capacity expanded once more to 628 cubic units. As night fell, Suchen indulged in a sumptuous seafood feast. King crab and lobster, paired with a glass of 1982 red wine. The flavors were simply exquisite. Though the king crab and lobster were prepared with minimal cooking, their natural sweetness was undeniable. With each bite, succulent crab and lobster meat filled his mouth. Pure bliss. After his satisfying meal, Suchen listed cigarettes and recovery potions for sale before heading straight to bed. That was enough for today. Tomorrow, he'd push forward again. He wondered what the car would become after all these upgrades. Suchen tucked himself under the covers and drifted into a deep, restful sleep. Late into the night, Suchen had a dream. He envisioned himself straddling a colossal dragon, cradling the breathtaking Qinglan in his arms as they soared through the clouds. Before he could react, Qinglan suddenly lifted her head and pressed her lips to his. Yet it felt utterly lifeless. Before Suchen could react, the dragon beneath his feet and Qinglan vanished. His body plummeted from the sky. Suchen jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. Wait, that was a dream. But something about this dream felt off. Could it be he'd developed feelings for a girl he'd never even met? No way. Could he really be that kind of guy? Ding. Just then, Suchen's private chat notification chimed. He lifted his head to see a message from Qinglan. Qinglan, Suchen, I just had this really weird dream. You were in it. Holy crap. What's going on? This can't be trouble brewing, can it? Chapter 83, 3 Days in the Sky. Temperature skyrockets. Ha? What did you dream about? Qinglan, not telling you. After that, there was no further message. Suchen was completely stunned. Leaving me hanging like this. Cutting off mid-sentence like that. Who's she trying to tease? But Suchen soon pushed the incident to the back of his mind. After all, it was just an ordinary dream. He was a young, strong 20-year-old. Having certain kinds of dreams was perfectly normal, let alone dreaming about being kissed. After washing up, Suchen got back in the car and drove on, hoping to find something worthwhile. Meanwhile, Xinglan sat on her bed, shaking her head. What was wrong with her? She'd actually dreamed of riding a dragon with Suchen, soaring through the skies, and she'd even initiated a kiss. Could it be that she already? At that thought, Xinglan's fair face flushed even redder. The RV sped along the highway. As Suchen lay resting, he noticed a sudden surge in sales of ice water and ice cream at his shop. What was going on? He opened the regional chat channel. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Holy crap! Why is it so damn hot today? Yeah. The temperature is at least 10 degrees higher than yesterday, and it's still climbing. Don't forget, we're dealing with extreme heat, it's only going to get hotter. If I remember correctly, tomorrow should be the hottest day. What? It's this hot today and it's not even the hottest day yet? It's so hot. The AC barely helps. Suchen, the ice water's all sold out. Do you have any more? I need to switch to ice water. Holy crap! Look at the horizon out there. Holy crap! Reading this information, Suchen walked to the window and opened it. An intense wave of scorching heat instantly hit him, the temperature was extremely high. He quickly shut the window and scanned the surrounding horizon. Suddenly, he noticed that on both sides of his car, plus behind it, another sun was slowly rising. The sun's rays illuminated the entire land, making the distant sand and gravel glisten with blinding light, creating dazzling, multicolored illusions before his eyes. The outside temperature soared to extreme levels. 3 suns hung in the sky. Everyone instinctively stopped their vehicles, abandoning the search for treasure chests to conserve resources and endure the scorching heat. The regional channel was unusually bustling, with everyone gathered to voice their opinions. Has the chaos era arrived? We're dehydrating. If we can turn into dried up husks, we might survive, otherwise, we're done for. No way. Could the legend be true? Are we actually on that planet now? But we won't dehydrate. Enough with the nonsense. Let's focus on how to survive this. My tire durability is dropping. The outside temperature must be at least 60-70 degrees. Thankfully, I stocked up on ice cream from Suchen earlier. It's barely holding me over. Suchen, please restock more ice cream to help everyone. Outside the car, the temperature kept climbing, but Suchen wasn't panicking. He stocked up on ice water and ice cream based on market demand. Now that he had a refrigerator, ice production would increase significantly. Soon, Suchen began restocking ice water and ice cream again. Master, the outside temperature has exceeded 70 degrees. Today's high is forecast to reach 81 degrees. Would you like to activate the vehicle's automatic climate control? Once activated, it will automatically regulate the cabin temperature to the most comfortable level for human comfort. Turn it on. Suchen nodded. His car's air conditioning wasn't the original unit, it had been upgraded, making its functions and performance considerably more efficient, with superior cooling capabilities. The only drawback is that it consumes fuel at 3 times the rate of the original system. Yes, master. In this scorching weather, it's time to treat myself to a proper break. Suchen added strawberries, watermelon, and other ingredients into the ice cream machine, producing 2 ice cream cones as big as basketballs. He held one and licked it himself, while trading the other to Xinglan. Suchen, ice cream made from your blueprint is perfect for cooling down on a scorcher like this. Trade me the materials and fuel you acquired. Xinglan, thanks, sure, initiating trade request. Soon, Suchen received the materials he'd specifically asked her to trade for him. Over the past few days, he had also stockpiled fuel and traded materials with Zhuge Xiaoliang to acquire a significant amount of fuel. His current fuel supply amounts to 100,000 units, occupying 100 cubic units of space. With today's scorching heat making it impossible to venture out searching for treasure chests, everyone's fuel would soon run out. When that happened, he could sell his fuel at a premium. His acquisition cost for this fuel is roughly 25 units per bottle of water. This equates to the base material cost, representing the current temporary pricing as everyone stabilizes their loot box operations. But in these unusual times, price fluctuations are perfectly normal. He planned to sell it for at least double the cost, making a profit seem perfectly reasonable. Holy crap! You guys have no idea the pavement outside is scorching hot. Just now, I tried to go out and open a treasure chest. The moment my feet touched the ground, my flip-flops melted right off. Got burned bad, now my feet look like giant pig trotters. I'm so jealous you get to eat those big pork trotters. Poor me, stuck licking plain old pig's feet. Hey, I tossed some meat slices onto the ground below, and guess what? They cooked instantly. Now I don't even need a fire to grill meat, super convenient. Seriously, Suchen just listed 200 ice cream cones, and you guys snatched them all in under 30 seconds? Are you even human? Is it really that hard for a kid to get a bite of ice cream? Watching the regional chat, Suchen gained a rough understanding of the survivors as a whole. Despite the rising temperatures, most had managed to gather some supplies by now. After all, only 15,289 people remained in the entire regional channel, now a staggering 80% drop from the initial 100,000. Those who'd made it this far except for the last of the last had mostly adapted to the brutal heat. Though the heat was intense, they only needed to replenish water promptly to keep their body temperatures from rising. Replenishing water wasn't the issue, the real challenge was cooling down, which required ice. This made Su Chen's shop exceptionally bustling. After all, no other vendor offered as much ice water as Su Chen. Such a business opportunity was one Su Chen would never pass up. He restocked almost non-stop, keeping prices unchanged. Not only did he rake in a fortune, but he also earned unanimous praise. Su Chen, truly a man of great virtue. Chapter 84, Moral Blackmail? Permanent trading ban and reward offered. Later, considering the overwhelming demand, Su Chen began stocking ice water directly. His pace accelerated even further, restocking 200 bottles every 5 minutes. He raked in massive profits from the price difference while simultaneously boosting his goodwill. Though Su Chen now feared none of the other survivors, boosting goodwill would facilitate smoother future transactions, turning them into his cash cows. If too many perished, his chances of acquiring better goods would diminish. Su Chen's ice water instantly blew up the entire regional chat channel. While others sold ice water too, Su Chen dominated both sales volume and production. His share alone reached half the total. Thanks to Su Chen. Without him, we'd have roasted alive. Exactly. Thanks to the big shot for cooling us down. If we get the chance, we'll definitely help him cool off to repay the favor. Of course, there were also those who, while drinking Su Chen's water, couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. How does he have so many resources? Is he the game system's favorite son? Could he be the system's special agent for resource collection? Exactly. How else could he get so many resources? Even if there were a treasure chest every 10 kilometers, we couldn't get that much. We should unite and boycott his shop, driving down his prices. I think you're only half right. Su Chen probably isn't the system's favorite son, there's no need for that. But we can definitely boycott together. Ideally, he'd give us ice water for free. For those with fewer resources, just give them ice water. Stop being so selfish. Exactly. We're all fellow countrymen, we should help each other. If you ever face hardship, we'll be there for you. Seeing these ungrateful jerks who take advantage and then act all high and mighty, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He'd seen plenty of keyboard warriors like these, the kind of moral blackmailers straight out of ancient Greece. He suspected these people were running low on resources themselves, hence the moral blackmail. If Su Chen were thick-skinned enough to actually hand over his supplies, they'd be overjoyed. Lacking any real capability themselves, they resorted to peddling conspiracy theories and waving the banner of morality to satisfy their own selfish desires. Though this approach was downright idiotic, some people were just that gullible, easily swayed by others' words. Once swept up in the moment, they became mere pawns in someone else's scheme. They end up profiting those who stir up trouble. Dealing with such people requires decisive action. Su Chen, I'm not as magnanimous as some might imagine. Anyone who slanders me, speaks ill behind my back, or attempts moral blackmail will be permanently banned from purchasing supplies in my store. Resellers engaging in such behavior will face the same consequences. Su Chen, any future instances of similar remarks or blatant defamation will be handled in the same manner. As soon as Su Chen's message went out, it immediately sparked schadenfreude among many onlookers. They truly deserve it. They're enjoying the goods Su Chen provides, yet they turn around and try to morally blackmail him. This is a survival game, the kind where one wrong move could kill you and you're trying to play the moral high ground? Well, good for them. With these scorching temperatures over the past 2 days, without enough ice and ice cream to cool down, they really might have cooked themselves to death. But they truly hadn't anticipated Su Chen's response would be so decisive. After all, this meant his shop would permanently lose a group of customers, which would inevitably reduce his revenue. Just as everyone was marveling at Su Chen's unusually decisive move, another message quickly sent shockwaves through the group. Su Chen, hey! I really am a cheapskate. Feeling down after getting flamed. If anyone can beat the crap out of those players who were trolling me earlier, I'll send them a basketball-sized ice cream picture for free, permanently valid. Oh, and don't kill them. Just break their legs. Bring proof with pictures. If I catch anyone faking a fight to scam me, they'll get a free block bounty combo deal. Think twice, folks. Su Chen's few sentences instantly ignited excitement among many players. That basketball-sized ice cream looked utterly tempting. It would last them ages, at least several hours, without worrying about the scorching heat. Suddenly, the crowd no longer looked at those previously sarcastic usernames with contempt and disdain. Instead, they were filled with gratitude. The strategist had thrown himself into the fray, sacrificing himself for the group's benefit. Truly a good person. In the regional chat channel, every player's name was clearly visible, and you could even see if you had any chat history with other players. After all, many shared the same names. After Su Chen's message went out, many immediately sent private messages to these players. Bro, don't worry. I'm on your side. Those guys are after you. Don't give yourself away. Just tell me where you are quietly, and I'll protect you. Fang Xian was a keyboard warrior who thrived on online confrontations, using sarcastic remarks to seek attention. Just moments ago, he had traded his last resources for ice water. Knowing he'd soon be completely dehydrated, he took the chance to subtly diss Suchen in the regional chat channel. After all, they were all anonymous players. The chances of actually meeting were slim. Could they even track him down through the internet? But the other guy just wanted to block him and even put a bounty on his head. Beat him up and get ice cream. Simultaneously, his screen flooded with insults and private messages. Some even claimed they'd protect him. You want to protect me? Their schemes were practically dancing on his face. Just as he was about to drive back, he noticed several teammates had quietly surrounded his car with theirs. What are you guys doing? We're teammates. Fong Xian's voice trembled slightly. He'd already read everything in his teammates' eyes. Fong Xian, we saw it. You were one of those slandering Suchen. We know you meant well, but you've really pissed him off. We all want ice cream. Huang Xian and Zhang Fei stepped out of the car, iron bars in hand. You're crazy. Who knows if he'll actually pay up? Are you really going to break my legs? We might as well put on a show and turn the tables on him. Fong Xian's tone grew urgent as he hastily prepared to start the car and ram through. We don't want to risk being put on a wanted list, Fong Xian. We're all fellow countrymen. What's wrong with you making a sacrifice? Huang Xian approached while raising his iron bar, smashing the driver's side window in one swift blow. Crack! The others swarmed in, dragging Fong Xian out of the car. A hail of punches rained down on Fong Xian. Finally, Huang Xian brought the iron bar down hard on Fong Xian's leg, snapping it clean in two. If you want to blame someone, blame Suchen. We've got nothing to do with this. After snapping the photos, they immediately sent them to Suchen to claim their reward. Huang Xian, Suchen, this is one of the guys who slandered you. We broke his leg. Can we have that ice cream now? Seeing the message, Suchen froze slightly, surprised by how quickly these survivors had acted. His original intent was to intimidate, to make those who slandered him live in constant fear. He hadn't anticipated anyone acting so swiftly. Probably an internal conflict within one of the teams. Suchen, got it. Photos no problem. Ice cream trade is yours. Suchen then sent the ice cream to the other party. He then posted the transaction record in photo to the regional channel. Suchen, excellent. I appreciate everyone's willingness to help. Thanks for letting me vent. The first brother has already enjoyed his ice cream. The photo instantly ignited excitement across the entire regional channel. Chapter 85, Teammate Betrayal. The Collapsing Highway. At the very least, this confirmed that Suchen's promise was genuine. Their last lingering doubts vanished. Suddenly, many people began to take notice of those who had been blocked by Suchen. Seeing that they had actually received ice cream, Huang Xian and Zhang Fei excitedly prepared to return to the car to enjoy it. At that moment, Fong Xian, lying on the ground wailing, flashed a venomous look in his eyes. Staring at their retreating backs, he growled darkly, "You're willing to break my leg for ice cream now? Later, you'll break each other's legs for it too. Strike first to gain the upper hand, strike later and suffer the consequences." Hearing his words, Huang Xian and Zhang Fei both jolted in alarm. They exchanged a glance, then looked back at the ice cream cake sitting in the car. Doubts began to creep in about whether the other truly intended to act. They had just broken Fong Xian's leg over half a portion of ice cream. Why wouldn't they break the other's leg over the remaining half? After just 3 seconds of staring, both men attacked simultaneously. Huang Xian's iron rod smashed into Zhang Fei's arm, while Zhang Fei's knife slashed Huang Xian's leg. Screams erupted instantly. Both men roared as they engaged in a bloody fight, quickly leaving each other badly injured. Watching this, Fong Xian grinned triumphantly. "If you try to harm me for ice cream, you'll pay the same price I did." Soon, one Fong Xian after another emerged. They sent numerous photos to Suchen, showing him pictures to get ice cream. These images silenced many in the regional channel. While watching the spectacle unfold, they suddenly realized a harsh truth. Their teammates weren't as reliable as they'd imagined. When sufficient incentives were at stake, teammates could turn into those who stabbed you in the back. Some could be trusted as teammates, but others absolutely could not. None of this concerned Suchen. Right now, he was reclining in his massage chair, enjoying the massage while munching on a fruit smoothie. This kind of life, earning money while lying back and relaxing, wasn't half bad. Now he understood why some people craved a life of effortless wealth. If it could stay this way forever, it would be absolutely perfect. But clearly, the highway survival game had no intention of letting him live so comfortably. Warning! 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 Due to persistent high temperatures, the highway is experiencing issues. It will continue to collapse, pulling everything on the road into the ground. If a vehicle is caught in the collapse, the survivor will be instantly eliminated. Players must not remain stationary. Evacuate immediately. This is a test of wits and courage. Good luck to all players. The moment this announcement hit, the entire chat channel exploded. What the hell is going on? Can't mess with them anymore, huh? Now they're destroying the roads they're on? With only 2 days left, can't we even get a break? I knew the game system was up to something. Damn, I was right. Holy, look behind the car. The road's starting to collapse like an earthquake. This is terrifying. Gotta go run for your lives, guys. If we survive, we'll talk later. After that one message, no one spoke again. Everyone was focused solely on driving. Master, the road behind our vehicle is collapsing. I recommend immediate departure. Should I start the engine now? Start it. Get us out of here immediately. Suchen issued the command instantly. He leaned out the window and saw the road behind the RV cracking and spreading like a spiderweb. The road was collapsing. Yes. V-room. The roar of the engine filled the air as the RV surged forward from its spot. Behind them, the road surface shattered and collapsed toward them like seismic tremors. And at an alarming speed, maintaining a distance of about 20 meters behind his vehicle. When the RV accelerated to 200 miles per hour, the collapse matched that speed. Damn it! If I can't shake it off at 200 miles per hour, who the hell stands a chance? Suchen cursed under his breath while watching the collapse behind him. Most people's cars were still at the basic 1-star level, with unmodified engines, and their top speeds barely reached 110 miles per hour. If the collapse moved this fast, wouldn't everyone be wiped out? Suddenly, he noticed the collapse seemed to hover 20 meters behind his vehicle, showing little change. Ha! This. Xiaoling, slow down by 10 miles per hour. Do it gradually, then maintain a steady speed. After speaking, Suchen took a deep breath. He wasn't entirely confident either, and panic was rising within him. He kept his eyes fixed on the car's position. Got it, master. The next second, the car slowed to 190 miles per hour, and the collapsed road behind it instantly closed the gap by about 5 meters. This sent Suchen's heart racing, ready to accelerate at any moment. Fortunately, the collapse behind him also slowed down, maintaining a steady pace of about 20 meters. Seeing this, Suchen instantly realized he'd made the right call. Xiaoling, keep slowing down gradually. After a dozen commands, the car quickly slowed to 30 miles per hour. Just as Suchen was about to order further deceleration, he suddenly realized the collapsing road behind him had caught up. It was closing in, now only 6 or 7 meters behind the RV. Speed up. Get it above 30 miles per hour. Yes, sir. The car then stabilized at 35 miles per hour, leaving the collapsed road behind by another 20 meters. Phew. It seemed that as long as the speed stayed above 30 miles per hour, they could safely navigate this obstacle. Only after grasping this pattern did Suchen finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suchen guessed many others were still flooring it. Faced with this situation, they couldn't possibly slow down. After all, when life hangs in the balance, who would voluntarily drop their speed to 30 or 40 miles per hour? After a moment's thought, Suchen broadcast this information over the public channel. However, he played it safe by stating the minimum speed is 60 of velocity all vehicles could achieve. He knew many survivors wouldn't have time to check the zone channel right now, but he figured they'd floor it to check when their fuel ran low. In a situation where they couldn't obtain treasure chests and had to drive together, what was the most crucial thing? Fuel, of course. Now, Suchen could finally cash in on the fuel he'd been hoarding all this time. Suchen, selling fuel. 100 units per batch. Exchange for just 10 bottles of water or 3 portions of herbs or blueprints, etc. 1,000 batches now available in store. First come, first served. Chapter 86, Solar Generator Blueprint. Soon, many noticed Suchen's announcement. Their eyes lit up instantly. So the collapse rate of the road behind them was actually tied to their driving speed. They tentatively slowed down and discovered the road behind them truly collapsed at a reduced pace. Suchen was telling the truth. This would make things much easier for them. At the same time, they also saw the fuel trade information Suchen had posted. What normally cost 4 bottles of water was now priced at 10 bottles. That was 2.5 times the usual price. However, considering Suchen had provided such crucial information without charge, many survivors felt grateful and made purchases from him. After all, besides Suchen, no one else was selling fuel at this critical moment. Because they didn't know how long this collapse would last. In other words, fuel was now absolutely critical. If the collapse lasted until tomorrow, traveling at 60 yards per hour, they would need at least 2,000 yards of fuel to reach safety. Of course, based on previous patterns, this highway collapse escape should have ended after dark. While others drove frantically, racing against death, Suchen reclined in a massage chair, comfortably enjoying the moment. Enjoyment is the most important part of the game. Taking another sip of ice-cold soda, letting out a satisfying burp that felt absolutely perfect. Several hours slipped by unnoticed. At 2:30 p.m., the 3 suns overhead gradually sank lower. Behind him, the collapsing highway seemed to slow considerably, and the distance between vehicles had widened significantly. It looked like the road collapse had eased somewhat. Should this be ending soon? System notice. Due to the decline in high temperatures, the road collapse has begun to subside and will cease entirely in 30 minutes. At that time, players will directly advance to the new challenge stage, the Road Obstacle Challenge. Survivors will traverse the rugged, collapsed roadway. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Additionally, to commend everyone's outstanding performance during the recent escape, a basic survival reward is now being distributed to all. Holy crap? Not even a moment to rest? Suchen felt a bit helpless. He didn't mind, but those chives his dearest comrades absolutely needed rest. Survival was already incredibly difficult in this scorching heat. Many had already depleted resources seeking relief from the heat, let alone the sudden collapse and escape. If this continued, they'd all be finished sooner or later. The regional channel now showed only 13,670 survivors remaining. Compared to before, over 1,000 more had perished. These people had either perished from the scorching heat or been swallowed by the collapsing highway. Soon, the system's basic survival rewards arrived. 1 bottle of water, 3 loaves of bread, and 200 units of fuel. Damn it! That's all? Glancing at the mountain of bottled water piled up in his ring, Suchen reluctantly stowed away the meager rewards. All that remained was to wait patiently. Before long, Zhuge Xiaoliang sent a message. This guy was Suchen's biggest trading partner, so he naturally couldn't afford to be too lax about his messages. Zhuge Xiaoliang, big shot Su, I've got a decent blueprint here. How about swapping it for a 2-star car plus 5 1-star car upgrade blueprints? Attached image. He opened it immediately and was instantly captivated. Solar generator construction blueprint one-time use. Required materials, 100 special alloy, 100 special plastic, 100 electronic components. Requirements, 3-star car heart. The moment Suchen saw the blueprint, he was determined to acquire it. Currently, he was still relying on fuel combustion to power numerous onboard systems, consuming fuel at an alarming rate. Even when the car wasn't running, simply idling consumed nearly 60 units of fuel per hour. The consumption was enormous. With a solar generator, he could conserve a tremendous amount of resources. Considering his blueprints were of little use to him, Suchen made the purchase. Still, there was room for some bargaining. Suchen, this would consume quite a few high-grade materials from me. If it were a finished product, it'd be a different story. Zhuge Xiaoliang, Su boss, this generator will serve you well even after upgrading to a 4-star car, absolutely worth it. How about this, tell me how much you're short, and I'll cover 50 materials. We'll exchange resources for the rest. Suchen, deal. Soon, the blueprints were in hand. Suchen obtained the solar generator blueprint along with 50 pieces of special metal. This special metal was at least platinum tier loot. It mostly came as a bonus item with blueprints. 25 pieces of material were roughly equivalent to the value of a 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprint. At least, that's how Suchen saw it. Next, Suchen traded 5 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprints to acquire the remaining materials he lacked, primarily the first 2 types. The only thing he didn't lack was electronic components. With all materials gathered, Suchen immediately placed the blueprint and components on the workbench. Now, all that remained was to wait for the miracle to unfold. A blinding white light flashed, and a massive piece of equipment appeared before his eyes. It even featured solar panels capable of absorbing light energy. Solar power generator. Function: light panels extend freely, covering up to 25 square meters. At maximum power, generates 1,000 units per hour equivalent to fuel. Maximum energy storage, 30,000 units. The electricity generated in a single hour could power all his current devices for 20 hours, more than ample. Moreover, its storage capacity is immense. If fully charged, it would guarantee he wouldn't need to worry about power for a very long time. Seems like he's achieved temporary energy independence. Suchen immediately began installing solar panels on the RV's roof, connecting them to the onboard generator equipped with an energy storage unit. After installation, Suchen watched the energy display on the storage unit. Every 36 seconds, it increased by 1 unit, giving him a profound sense of security. With everything completed, Suchen lay back down. Lying on the sofa chair, enjoying the air conditioning, and savoring an ice cream. Silently awaiting the next challenge, the highway obstacle course. Half an hour flew by, and the clock struck 3 o'clock sharp. The highway survival system alert sounded once more in everyone's ears. Every body trembled involuntarily, expressions turning solemn. Chapter 87, Highway Obstacle Challenge. A familiar track? Congratulations to all players for surviving the highway collapse. Due to the collapse, the road has become extremely rugged and filled with various obstacles. The Highway Obstacle Challenge now commences. All players will now face not a smooth, straight highway, but a road in extremely poor condition: deep pits, cliffs, mudslides, falling rocks, and water pits. There's no obstacle you can't imagine, only ones you haven't encountered yet. In this obstacle challenge, all participants will encounter exactly 2 supply stations. The first appears randomly at any location, while the second is positioned 100 kilometers before the finish line. At supply stations, any item can be exchanged for points, which can then be used to obtain any item from the station provided you have sufficient points. This is essentially a barter system. This obstacle course features extremely challenging tracks. Participants confident in their abilities may attempt them, or choose to remain stationary and lie flat. In the obstacle course, all participants who persevere until the end are considered to have completed the race, with no minimum distance requirement. Players who persevere to the end will receive an initial resource pack. Reaching the finish line after completing all courses earns a participation prize. Global rankings will be determined by total points. The top 10 players will receive a mystery grand prize. Stay tuned. Finally, may all survivors find liberation soon. The moment the system announcement went out, everyone began buzzing with discussion. Compared to the previous road race, this obstacle course was clearly much more forgiving. No need for a life or death sprint to the finish line. Awesome! This time we can just coast? Does that mean I can just stop right here and save fuel and resources? I'm not going to get a top ranking anyway. Exactly. Plus, I'll get a participation prize. This time, I'm totally milking the game system for all it's worth. It's a steal. Wait, guys, you really aren't planning to check out that supply station? You can trade stuff you don't need for things you do. That sounds totally worth it. We gotta go see. Like trading a bottle of mineral water for a bottle of ice water? Nah, why not just swap for a whole fridge instead? Drink ice water yourself, not only get to enjoy it, but also make a killing. Wait, are you guys being too optimistic? Would the system really be that generous? Something feels fishy here. Players in the regional chat channel buzzed with discussion. Suchen watched their messages, lost in thought. Just as the last player said, would the highway survival game system really be that generous? Over the past few days, he'd participated in nearly every activity and challenge along the highway, gaining some insight into the game's mechanics. The developers were definitely using this obstacle course to stir things up, likely aiming to provoke conflicts among all players. But just like the initial highway challenge, this one also featured a global ranking. Having tasted victory in the first challenge and earned a storage ring, Suchen was determined to push forward and secure first place this time, claiming the best mysterious grand prize. Compared to the requirements of the previous speed race, this obstacle course was undoubtedly far more difficult. It was assumed most players couldn't complete it, which is why everyone could just coast through. Yet this passive approach also ensures survivors will reduce their numbers as desired. How exactly would this be achieved? Through player infighting? Or perhaps the harsh, resource-deprived high-temperature environment? Suchen pressed his palms together beneath his chin, deep in thought. Stop overthinking it. The tougher the challenge, the richer the final rewards. With Xiaoling by his side, barring any mishaps, he should at least secure a top 10 finish this time, aiming for the top 10 while striving for the top spot. The match would begin in 3 minutes. With nothing left to prepare, Suchen settled into the driver's seat, ready to experience the game's difficulty firsthand. In the chat channel, many had already deduced that the rewards this time would be exceptionally generous. Honestly, with the rules being so relaxed this time, it must mean the difficulty is off the charts. That also implies the rewards are massive. Maybe we can aim for a participation prize? Holy crap, that makes total sense. I was a legend on Mount Autumn in my past life. I have to join this challenge. Who knows, maybe I can even crack the top 10. Give me a break. In our district, only Suchen has a shot at the top 10. The rest aren't even worth considering. Plus, this track is absolutely brutal. Just the name alone screams obstacles galore. One wrong move and you're done for. Exactly. Why risk it when you can coast? We're here to survive. Staying alive is the top priority. Just lie back? If you've got the resources, sure, you can just chill. But if you don't have the resources, you gotta take a shot at turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Otherwise, who knows if there'll be any more chances to get treasure chests later on. Don't make it sound so simple. If the system allows lying low, it means the difficulty is extremely high. Taking on the challenge might just be a waste of effort, squandering energy and resources for nothing. The discussion split into two camps. One side advocates competing to earn in-game rewards and exchange supplies at resupply stations. The other side advocates lying low to conserve all existing resources. After all, survival is what truly matters. Neither side would concede, each secretly competing against the other. This reminded Suchen of watching comment battles on a boxing platform. Pushing aside the distracting thoughts swirling in his mind, Suchen exited the chat channel. As for the exchange, he suspected today's trading volume would be minimal. Even if half the players chose to lie low, many would still advance. Upon encountering supply stations, they could exchange for the resources they needed. In that case, he wouldn't be able to profit from the price difference. He just wondered what good stuff the supply stations actually held. If possible, he'd clear them out completely. 5 minutes flew by in an instant. Suchen slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward with a whoosh. Soon, they encountered a fork in the road. At the junction stood a lighted sign displaying a difficulty rating. Obstacle course, extreme cliffside challenge. Total length, 66 kilometers, track width, 20 meters. Left, hard mode, points multiplied by 3x mileage. Right, nightmare mode, points multiplied by 5x mileage. Players ranking in the top 10 by speed in their chosen mode will receive additional point multipliers. First to 10th place earns 10x to 1x mileage bonuses. Each player may select only one difficulty mode for the challenge. Holy crap! So there's absolutely no way to touch the normal mode, huh? If you play it safe, choose the left option. Though you sacrifice the double multiplier, your chances of cracking the top 10 are higher. That way, you can still get the extra mileage bonus for finishing in the top 10. If you're aggressive, choose the right one. While the base mileage increases, failing to crack the top 10 means losing the extra mileage, effectively landing you in 9th place on hard mode. Chapter 88, Astonishing Results. Currently in first place. After only a moment's hesitation, Suchen immediately chose the right-hand nightmare mode. With Xiaoling by his side, he trusted she could handle most tracks. Yes, master. Xiaoling took control of the vehicle, steering the RV onto the right-hand nightmare mode track. Shortly after entering the right road, they spotted a light gate, likely marking the entrance. Passing through the light gate, the previously flat highway instantly transformed into a winding, semicircular cliff track seemingly identical to the cliff track they traversed earlier. Holy crap! No way! This is the same extreme challenge track from the previous race? Just a bit wider? But he soon spotted the difference. Massive boulders appeared on one side of the road ahead, followed by another boulder on the opposite side just over 10 meters further on. This pattern repeated, boulders alternating and stretching for dozens of kilometers. Even Xiaoling began to slow down on such a track, reducing his speed from 200 miles per hour to 160 miles per hour. Wait, is this even passable at this speed? Suchen's pupils dilated as he watched the boulder loom larger in his field of vision. Then, with a sudden, graceful drift, the car whipped left around the second boulder. Before Suchen could cheer, the RV suddenly drifted sharply to the right. Inertia made him instinctively grip the armrest, fearing he might be flung out. Reporting to Commander, this map closely resembles the record-breaking route. At the cliff bend ahead, we can bypass the turn by charging straight through, flying over the cliff gorge to land on the opposite track, potentially shaving 6 kilometers off the racecourse. As Suchen swayed slightly from side to side, Xiaoling chimed in with her suggestion. Holy? 6 kilometers? Are you sure the blueprint is accurate? Master, Xiaoling cannot confirm, but based on similarity 886% match success probability is 95%. This is judged as a risk event worth attempting. Current distance to the cliff, 1 kilometer. 800 meters. 600 meters. Damn it! Can I have a moment to think? Go! Just this once. Suchen roared in frustration, gripping the nearby handle tightly. The RV cleared the obstacle and entered a straight stretch of road 200 meters before the cliff. Speed surged from 160 miles per hour to 220 miles per hour, accelerating to full throttle with no intention of slowing down. Confirmed, a track lies 80 meters below. Success rate now at 999%. The next second, the car plunged off the cliff. Suchen looked down through the window. A bottomless abyss plunging into it, who knew what would happen? Car wreck and death? Or an eternal freefall? He suddenly realized this damn AI was absolutely insane. The RV veered sideways mid-air while plummeting downward, closing in on the straight cliffside highway on the opposite edge. Clang! The RV landed perfectly. The vehicle shook violently, rolling forward hundreds of meters before finally coming to a steady halt. Next time if encountering a similar shortcut, don't overtake, just take the original route. Suchen took a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions in his heart, and instructed Xiaoling to drive normally from then on. He was doing this to rack up mileage after all. The multiplier was based on total distance traveled. He certainly wasn't afraid of the thrill of crossing a canyon like this. Absolutely not. Secretly wiping the cold sweat from his body, Suchen remained seated. The road ahead promised more thrills. But judging by the current situation, the dangers seemed well within his tolerance range. But not long after, Xiaoling sent another alert. Master, 500 meters ahead lies a 16-meter-long deep pit. Normal passage is impossible. The sharp voice rang in Suchen's ears like the Grim Reaper's call, making him shudder involuntarily. A road only 4 meters wide? But for an RV to pass, it needed at least 5 meters. Is there a specific plan for getting through? Suchen asked. Yes, Xiaoling has a specific plan ready. All you need to do is... Suchen grabbed the handle urgently. No need for explanations, just implement it. There's no time. The deep pit was less than 100 meters from the RV. At its current speed, it would reach it in no time. The next moment, the RV began accelerating, swaying left and right on the road. With a sudden jerk, it tilted sharply to one side, giving the distinct impression it was about to roll over. The RV tilted 30 degrees to the right, its left tires lifting off the ground completely. The right tires plowed forward over the remaining 4 meters. After clearing the pit, the driver yanked the wheel, slamming the left tires back onto the road and straightening the vehicle. The entire maneuver was executed with such precision and fluidity that Suchen couldn't help but marvel at Xiaoling's skill. Had he attempted this himself, he doubted he could have pulled it off so flawlessly. Soon, Suchen's RV weaved left and right along the cliffside track, maintaining a speed exceeding 160 miles per hour. Within less than half an hour, the finish line finally came into view. Another light gate appeared. The RV accelerated to its maximum speed, blasting through the gate at 220 miles per hour. Congratulations! You have completed the Extreme Cliff Obstacle Course. Total distance, 66 kilometers. Total time, 22 minutes 17 seconds. Rank, first. Estimated points earned, 915. The moment he exited the light gate, Suchen's vision flashed with the results of this cliff obstacle course. On the current leaderboard, only his name stood alone atop the first-place podium. No other competitor had yet cleared the course. As he gazed upon the highway stretching ahead, Suchen had no time to savor his triumph before spotting a vast, desolate mountain range ahead, barren and lifeless. From afar, it seemed as though the very air above the mountains was warping. However, in the open space before the mountains, a massive stone monument-like structure stood tall. What was that? As the RV approached, Suchen noticed 3 large characters carved into the stone: supply station. This was the supply station for this racecourse, and he'd encountered it right at the start? Suchen's expression shifted, his focus sharpening instantly. Supply stations allowed for bartering. He could exchange his surplus initial resources for items he needed. As he drew nearer, he saw nothing else around it, just the stone monument. Staring at the seemingly empty slab, Suchen placed his hand on it, a thoughtful expression on his face. Normally, this is how exchanges should be conducted, right? Supply station resource recycling prices. Wooden block recycling price, 1 point. Iron ingot recycling price, 1 point. Steel recycling price, 3 points. 1-star car heart upgrade blueprint, 1,500 points. Supply station exchange resources. Wooden blocks price, 1 point. 1 unit of nashi stone, price 250 points. Simulated inflatable doll price, 699 points. Note, realistic skin texture, 100% tactile feel, maximum immersive experience. Suchen. Chapter 89, Vehicle Weapon System. But soon, Suchen spotted exactly what he was looking for at the supply station. Ultimate Grade Vehicle Weapon System Blueprint price, 99,999. Suchen realized that so far, the quality tiers he'd encountered for items were common, fine, superior, premium, epic. As for what came beyond that, he had yet to discover. His eyes lit up the moment he spotted the vehicle-mounted weapon system. He had always desired a weapon system that could attack enemies without him having to leave his vehicle a setup that would significantly enhance his safety. However, the exchange price was ridiculously high, almost as if someone knew exactly what he wanted and had inflated the cost in advance. Fortunately, Suchen discovered the supply station steel accepted all kinds of materials for recycling, and the prices were quite decent. Suchen surveyed his current materials. 11,640 wood blocks, 9,643 iron blocks, 8,464 glass panes, 8,346 rubber blocks, 3,349 steel blocks, 2,469 bottles of Coke, 1,846 bottles of water, 4,460 pounds of meat, 1-star vehicle upgrade blueprint. After brief consideration, Suchen estimated that the next vehicle upgrade would likely require 2,500 units of each basic material. But to be safe, setting aside 5,000 units would be more prudent. As for the remainder, he exchanged it all for points to see if it would suffice. Consumed 6,640 wood blocks, exchanged for 6,640 points. Consumed 4,643 iron blocks, exchanged for 4,643 points. As for water and meat, it doesn't matter much. Just keep enough for your own production needs. There shouldn't be any immediate need to sell them later. After all, many people can replenish water and food through supply stations. Consume 846 bottles of water, exchange for 21,150 points. Consume 3,460 gene of meat, exchanged for 34,600 points. After exchanging these basic supplies, Suchen's points reached 86,400. He was still over 10,000 points short of the 100,000 mark. Rare materials were definitely off limits. He might even need to exchange some here. Then he'd exchange some unused blueprints he'd acquired earlier. These were blueprints for things like ropes and manhole covers. Blueprints only useful in specific situations. Suchen had kept them stored away, planning to use them when the time came. He discovered these common blueprints all had the same price, 100 points each. Consume 136 common blueprints to exchange for 13,600 points. Points balance, 100,000. He finally scraped together 100,000 points, though the exchange cost him a hefty chunk of resources. Making money is no easy feat. He'd definitely need to harvest the chives a few more times later. Without hesitation, Suchen proceeded with the exchange. Consume 99,999 points to exchange for a top-tier vehicle weapon system blueprint. Top-tier vehicle mounted weapon system blueprint single use. Required materials: steel X200, alloy X200, rubber X200, special alloy X100, special plastic X100. Looks like I'll have to keep bleeding money. Suchen once again retrieved materials from his spatial storage to convert into points, then exchanged them for the scarce special alloy and special plastic he needed. Only after gathering all the required materials did Suchen approach the workbench and begin crafting. Begin crafting. A beam of light enveloped both the blueprint and materials simultaneously. A faint pang of regret still lingered in Suchen's heart. After all, these were resources he'd painstakingly accumulated over considerable time, scraped together from countless players. Seems I've been too generous with those suckers. Next time, I'll jack up the prices a bit higher. Still, it was worth it. At the very least, exchanging these currently unused resources for the ones he needed was a sound investment. Soon, a freely controllable white light appeared before Suchen. He could install it anywhere on the car, though he'd need to equip the weapon himself. Suchen examined it and mounted it on the front, center, and both sides of the vehicle. Simultaneously, a gun port capable of spewing flames was positioned at the front top of the vehicle, primarily for deploying heavy weaponry. Soon, all 3 weapon mounts were installed. Any weapon could be placed on them, starting with 2 deployable gun ports. What excited Suchen most was the option to add extra magazines, eliminating the need to reload during combat. Each of the gun mounts held a capacity of 1,000 rounds, ready for immediate reloading. The only drawback was the relatively slow rate of fire, limiting the effective coverage of attacks. If he had more powerful weapons, like a Barrett sniper rifle, mounting it would undoubtedly provide even more devastating firepower. Indeed, he could mount a Barrett heavy sniper rifle here, allowing him to snipe targets from inside the vehicle. Suchen swapped the initial weapon in the front upper side slot for the Barrett sniper rifle. It was now ready for use at any time, with all magazines fully loaded. Now, let's see who dares to harm him. As long as he stayed inside the vehicle, he was invincible. If only the RV could be a bit larger, ideally evolving into a steel fortress someday. Alright, that's thinking too far ahead. Suchen shook his head vigorously, banishing the thoughts from his mind. He felt he was getting a bit too cocky lately. He hadn't even survived the first disaster yet, and already he was thinking about what came next. Glancing at the supply station, Suchen abandoned the idea of further exchanges. After all, he could still trade at the final supply station before the finish line. His current plan was to gather sufficient resources from other players. Regardless, he had to keep moving forward. Perhaps he should be more proactive in acquiring the Carhartt. In the apocalypse, mercy is a deadly flaw. Xiaoling, let's keep moving forward and see what happens. Suchen returned to the car, settled into his seat, took a deep breath, and instructed Xiaoling to keep driving forward. Though the mountain range ahead looked extremely treacherous, it couldn't stop Suchen's advance. Yes, master. The RV started up and headed straight for the distant mountain range. This time, there seemed to be no light gate before the mountains, just the sheer mass of the range. As the RV approached the slopes at the base of the mountains, it deliberately slowed down. It slowed from 200 miles per hour to 120 miles per hour. Better to be cautious. As the slope steepened, the speed gradually slowed. As the RV surged up the first incline before the mountains, the system's boost sound rang out once more. Obstacle course, Flaming Mountain Lava Challenge. Total distance, 66 kilometers. Track width, 12 meters. Default nightmare mode initial mileage will be multiplied by 5. No worries if you fail, just take a lava bath. Simultaneously, the track's landscape beyond the steep incline came into view before Suchen. Chapter 90, Flaming Mountain Lava Course. An unexpected encounter with a legendary driver? A sea of crimson stretched before him, dotted with molten lava craters from which thick plumes of smoke rose intermittently. The track featured no guardrails on either side, along with numerous sharp turns and obstacles. Suchen noticed that some sections were even submerged in volcanic lava and ash. To navigate these areas, he'd have to devise a plan. 10 meters ahead lay the starting point. Xiaoling, analyze how we can traverse the lava-covered sections of the track. Acknowledged, master. Scanning now. Scanning complete. Here are 7 proposed solutions. First, option 1, construct an elevated launch platform before the lava track to attempt high-speed flight over the lava zone. The drawback is excessive speed may cause you to veer off course. The second solution is to use softness to overcome hardness, or water to extinguish fire. Use a sufficient quantity of ice blocks to rapidly cool the magma. The drawback is that it consumes a large amount of ice and is very inefficient. The third solution is, hold on, just these 2. Let's do them together. Use ice water to cool down the lava appropriately. While it's cooling, build the launch ramp. Next, Suchen took the car outside and poured water over all the tires. This would help mitigate the extreme heat to some extent. He then returned to the vehicle. Forward. Aye, sir. The car started moving, crossed the initial starting line, and immediately entered the track. The track began with an extremely steep downhill slope. At the bottom lay an exceptionally wide roadway, only about 6 meters across. On both sides of the road lay boiling lava. The RV plunged downhill, accelerating rapidly. Suchen felt like he was on a roller coaster, experiencing a sensation of weightlessness. Ah, holy crap, this is intense. Reaching peak velocity at the lowest point of the descent, the van charged straight ahead. The narrow lava passage, over 100 meters long, was traversed in just 2 or 3 seconds. It then shot out onto the rear lava track, a sloped section where the entire road tilted left low, right high at a 30-degree angle, with molten lava raging below on the left. More crucially, boulders were scattered across this section of the slope. As the RV climbed the iron-strewn section, Suchen's heart leapt into his throat. Given its size, the RV felt far more prone to tipping over than a regular car. If it rolled here, everything would likely be doomed. Fortunately, Xiaoling's driving skills were exceptional. Under its control, the vehicle navigated the 10-kilometer-long slope obstacle course without incident, entering the next lava-covered phase. Some sections were blanketed in volcanic ash, others eroded by lava, and most critically, a stretch over 30 meters long had been completely severed at the waist by molten rock. Under Xiaoling's guidance, the RV approached that section without incident. She immediately stopped the vehicle and began pouring water and ice onto the lava. The ice and water hit the lava, immediately emitting a sizzling sound as thick smoke billowed. The molten rock, upon contact with water, rapidly solidified and turned black. Suchen wasted no time, setting up an upward-sloping takeoff ramp before the molten path. Once completed, he had the RV back up slightly and prepared for the sprint. Just then, Suchen suddenly heard the roar of a car engine. He realized that on the road behind him, another vehicle was speeding and drifting across the lava-covered track. Its maneuvers were incredibly fluid, and its speed was exceptionally high, not much slower than Xiaoling's earlier pace. How could a player be this fast? This was practically the level of the autumn-named mountain god of speed. Surprised, Suchen watched the approaching car, his eyebrows first raising in surprise before furrowing in concern. The car charged straight toward the flying track he had constructed, approaching 160 miles per hour. Clearly, it intended to take advantage of his setup. But Suchen didn't rush to stop it. He let the other driver test the track first, so Xiaoling could better avoid veering off course later. Whoosh! The van sped past his parked RV. Through the glass, Suchen saw the driver's flushed face, brimming with excitement as if the sheer thrill of driving had given him a rush. Roar! The car charged up the incline track Suchen had built, leaping over it. It quickly began its descent phase in mid-air. Still 5 meters away from the lava jump, it started landing and hit the molten rock. In an instant, the tires melted away. The car, now flat-tired and out of control, spun wildly along the track, screeching with the piercing sound of metal grinding against the surface. Fortunately, luck was on its side, it didn't veer off the track. Not enough speed, not enough slope length or height. Suchen got out, made some adjustments, and then had Xiaoling attempt the lava leap. With reference data now available, Xiaoling operated the RV with renewed confidence, effortlessly soaring over the steaming lava road. Clang! The RV landed in front of the wrecked car, its tires and chassis completely destroyed. Finding the driver dead, Suchen got out and took the car's core and all the resources. After all, why waste them? He then returned to the RV, which continued onward. The subsequent road was also traversed smoothly, and Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the cliff, the volcanic lava added an element of unpredictability from potential eruptions, making him feel a bit more danger. Fortunately, it was all scare without danger, and he swiftly navigated through the lava track once more. Congratulations! You have cleared the flaming mountain lava obstacle course. Total distance, 66 kilometers. Total time, 31 minutes 18 seconds. Rank, 1. Estimated points, 990. After clearing the flaming mountain lava course, Suchen noticed that many competitors had already completed the previous extreme cliff obstacle course, with the top 10 rankings now published. The second-place finisher was an international competitor. Though second place, the speed gap between them remained significant. Second place, Adam, Ugly Country, total time, 47:12. Third place belonged to a familiar name. Third place, Li Qingfeng, China, total time, 54:43. The rest were names Suchen had never seen before, but there was no doubt he held the top spot with an absolute advantage. If this trend continued, these competitors would undoubtedly take longer to traverse the flaming mountain lava track than they did the first course. Moreover, Suchen had just realized that this time, accessing others' car hearts wouldn't grant him their mileage data. This realization only strengthened Suchen's confidence in his first-place position. Xiaoling steered the RV forward as Suchen took the opportunity to check the chat channel. With many choosing to abandon the race, the chat channel was buzzing with activity as everyone transformed into spectators. Truly worthy of the title Su God. He's doubled the pace of second place. Is he even driving on the ground anymore? He's in a league of his own. I seriously suspect Suchen is some kind of race car driver, a top tier one at that. Has anyone here watched racing competitions? Hold up, guys, I just hit a supply station. Everything's fair trade here. Just check, they've even got super-powered rocket launchers. Everything's available. Holy crap? How much? Suddenly I'm itching to give it a shot. Worst case, I'll just slow down, should be pretty stable, right? Anyone who's cleared it, can you share what to watch out for in the first challenge? Chapter 91, Gathering the Car Heart, Preparing to Hatch. Bro, wake up. What's in it for me? You'd at least have to offer something before I spill the beans. No, we're all brothers here. Haggling over every little tip? That's just cold. Get lost. Got it. Suchen. As expected, people just can't stay idle. I really did eat too much. Suddenly, Suchen detected a 100-meter-long canyon cliff ahead. Spanning the cliff's center was a bridge stretching roughly 100 meters across. For some inexplicable reason, it felt strangely familiar to Suchen. As he approached the bridge's end, just before crossing, he suddenly remembered where this damn familiarity came from. This mountain was split by my hand, this bridge was built by my own. Kid, if you want to cross, hand over the toll properly. Though, it's only 100 bottles of water. Several modified vans pulled up, and men armed with guns pointed them at Suchen's car, threatening him without hesitation. Suchen looked toward the source of the voices. Oh, old acquaintances. Slowly rolling down his window, Suchen poked his head out and chuckled. Looks like you've gotten more skilled at your business. From last time's deathmatch, you still owe me the ransom money. These bridge blockers were the very same people Suchen had encountered during the last battle royale. Suchen had spared their lives, allowing them to continue blocking the bridge. The profits they earned were meant to be their ransom money, but he had never received the resources they owed him. Hearing Suchen's words, the group flinched slightly, exchanging glances. They recognized him too. His helmet was bulletproof, making him impossible to kill. Therefore, they needed to get Suchen off the vehicle. Spare us, sir. Honestly, we forgot your name earlier and didn't know who to hand the resources to. We were afraid of making a mistake. We'll give you all the resources from last time right now. One of the burly men immediately bowed deeply, clasping his fists in a respectful gesture as he addressed Suchen, his tone earnest as if every word were truth. Yes, boss. We'll hand over all the resources to you right now. The others chimed in unison. Master, judging by their expressions just now, they harbor significant hostility toward you. There's a 78% chance they're lying. Please exercise caution in discerning their intentions. Seeing this, Suchen could only sneer inwardly. So much for giving them more resources. These guys get cocky the moment they get weapons. He'd already demonstrated his helmet's bulletproof capabilities last time. So now, they were probably trying to trick him into getting out of the vehicle. Well then, let's grant their wish and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Xiaoling, await my command. Stand by to activate the weapon system and open fire on them. Suchen intended to step out and play along with them, giving Xiaoling a heads up beforehand. Roger that, master. Immediately afterward, Suchen stepped out of the vehicle, just as those people had wished. The moment Suchen stepped out of the car, they eagerly drew their pistols and fired at his body below the head. Since Suchen was wearing close-fitting clothing made of bulletproof fabric rather than a bulletproof vest, they assumed he had no protective gear. Bang! Multiple bullets fired simultaneously from several directions at Suchen, but all were within his expectations. He didn't dodge them, having already prepared himself for the possibility of taking the bullets head-on. Of course, he couldn't react in time. The bullets struck his clothing, their force largely dissipated and absorbed. Still, the shockwave traveled through his body, bringing a faint sting of pain. Still within tolerable limits. So this was what it felt like to be hit by bullets. Suchen lifted his head, smiling as he looked at the burly men pointing their pistols at him. Seems you're not cooperating at all. Then don't blame me. Xiaoling, move. As his command echoed, sections of the RV's side sprang outward, revealing black muzzles that locked onto the men's positions. Then, under their horrified stares, it began spewing tons of fire. Tick 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 tick. Bullets erupted from the firearms like a meteor shower, pouring down upon the men. The thud of bullets hitting the ground and the screams of the wounded filled the air. Within mere seconds, the air above the cliff-spanning bridge thickened with the pungent stench of blood. Only after these men were riddled with holes did the gunfire cease. Suchen immediately stepped forward, thoroughly searching them for weapons, looting supplies from their vehicles, and even stripping the car engines. What surprised him was the sheer amount of supplies they possessed. Armed and having blocked the bridge multiple times, they had plundered supplies from countless people. Among the 6 individuals, half possessed car cores on the verge of reaching 2 stars. They were likely just a few car cores and a 1-star blueprint away from upgrading their vehicles to 2 stars. With a quick grab and another round of dismantling, Suchen struck it rich once more. He immediately returned to the RV and fed all the car hearts to the dragon egg for absorption. A dazzling white light enveloped the dragon egg as its scales began to grow at a visible pace. Almost there, almost there. Suchen didn't bother calculating whether it was enough. He simply felt the quantity should suffice. Sure enough, before his eyes, the dragon scales had nearly covered the entire egg. Done? But why no reaction? Seeing the scales cover the entire egg yet no signs of hatching, Suchen froze, quickly checking the scale coverage progress. Dragon egg scale coverage, 995. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Suchen couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. How could it be so damn close? Just one damn scale short? Despite his complaints, Suchen quickly regained his composure. The prospect of hatching the dragon egg soon filled him with growing anticipation. Next, he drove the RV through the glass walkway track. Congratulations! You've cleared the glass walkway obstacle course. Total length, 66 kilometers. Total time, 28 minutes 43 seconds. Rank, 1. Estimated points earned, 990. Shortly after exiting the glass walkway track, Suchen encountered another band of highway robbers blocking the road. Unlike others who would be terrified, Suchen threw himself into the arms of these highway robbers with excitement and anticipation. Amidst their bewildered stares, Suchen grinned with delight, unleashing his vehicle's weapons to teach them a lesson before driving off. Immediately after, Suchen approached the dragon egg with several car hearts in hand, placing the final one atop it. Chapter 92, The Dragon Pet Hatches and Actually Calls Me Daddy? The next moment, a dazzling, blinding light flashed before him. The dragon egg, now covered in dragon scales, reached its peak 100% completion. Thump! Thump! A blinding white light flashed, and from within the dragon egg came the vibrant sound of a heartbeat. Suchen's face instantly lit up with excitement. Finally, the dragon egg was about to hatch. Watching the eggshell gradually shake but remain uncracked after half a day, Suchen suppressed the urge to pick it up and smash it against a sharp corner. After a moment's thought, he placed his index finger to his lips and bit down, but failed to pierce the skin. He drew a dagger instead, pricking his finger lightly. Blood gushed forth, and he quickly dripped it onto the dragon egg. The blood fell onto the dragon egg and was instantly absorbed, leaving not a trace of its presence. Then, under Suchen's ecstatic gaze, cracks suddenly appeared on the dragon egg's surface, and it began to shatter. Crack! The cracks widened relentlessly. Suddenly, a plump little dragon head poked out, followed by stubby little paws that snapped the shell clean off. The hatchling promptly stuffed the broken shell into its mouth and began crunching away. Holy crap, what enviable teeth! Watching the iron-hard shell being chewed and crushed, Suchen couldn't help but marvel. Soon, the eggshell was gradually devoured amid the crunching sounds. The creature inside the dragon egg was now fully revealed. It was a golden, plump creature, round as a ball. On its bald, round face, two large, sparkling eyes looked around in confusion. Soon, they fixed on Suchen, their gaze shining like stars. Daddy! The little dragon extended its chubby paws and lunged straight toward Suchen. Holy crap! Don't come over here, you little brat! As the yellow orb grew closer, panic flashed across Suchen's face. Thud! Unable to dodge in time, Suchen was tackled head-on by the chubby little dragon. The sheer force sent him flying backward, crashing onto the ground with the dragon squarely on top of him. Bro, you're way too fat. I wanted a dragon. A dragon. That invincible, super cool dragon pet. How did it turn into this chubby little dragon, looking like it drank too much water last night and got all puffy? What branch of the dragon family are you even from? Get off me. Struggling to pry the chubby little dragon off him, Suchen scrambled back several steps, eyeing the creature warily as it lunged forward again. Daddy! I'm a 5-clawed golden dragon. Just like Daddy. The chubby dragon rubbed its plump paw against its chin, pondered for a second, then instantly replied with excitement. Simultaneously, it charged towards Suchen again with renewed enthusiasm. 5-clawed golden dragon? Who'd believe that nonsense? It's as round as a ball, its head is bald with no horns, and its paws are so thick they look like one single claw. How the hell does that even connect to a 5-clawed golden dragon? Suchen quickly raised his hand, pressing it against the little dragon's head to block any swipes or kicks. Hey, I'm just taking advantage of your short arms. What are you gonna do about it? Daddy! Daddy! Pick me up. How old are you, still wanting to be held? Just born. My bad. Don't call me daddy. From today on, call me boss. Okay, daddy. Don't you understand human speech? I said call me boss. Okay, daddy. Fine, I won't bother arguing with a kid like you. You're so chubby, from now on you're Fat Dragon. Suchen stepped forward, pinching Fat Dragon's plump, round cheeks with both hands as he casually gave him a nickname. What, daddy, you're bullying Long. Fat Dragon isn't fat, he's just not obviously skinny. Yeah, call me daddy again and I'll beat your dragon dick to a pulp. Suchen nodded, his face breaking into a smile as he uttered something utterly terrifying. Got it, boss. Hey boss, I'm kinda hungry. I wanna eat this. Fat Dragon wisely changed his tune, pointing his chubby little paw at the Carhartt in Suchen's hand. Is this thing useful to you? Suchen didn't really care how many more Carhartts the other still needed and simply handed over the one in his hand. The moment the Carhartt appeared before him, Fat Dragon's eyes lit up. He snatched it with both paws and shoved it straight into his mouth, gulping it down in one go. Eating this makes Fat Dragon stronger. Fat Dragon tilted his head back, smacking his lips excitedly as he declared triumphantly to Suchen. Stronger? What abilities does Fat Dragon possess now? Show the boss. Suchen's eyes lit up. Though this dragon was a bit chubby, it was still a dragon, its abilities couldn't be weak. I can breathe fire. Fat Dragon looked down his nose at Suchen, waving his chubby little fist as if to prove his prowess. Fire breathing? Seriously? Show me. Suchen reached out and patted Fat Dragon on the shoulder, signaling for him to show off. Got it, boss. Fat Dragon nodded, placing his chubby hands on his hips. He took a deep breath and a powerful aura surged from his body, making the air feel hotter. Whoosh! Fat Dragon opened its mouth and a slender jet of flame shot out, as if it could incinerate the entire void. But, wait, is that all? Just a little fire? Seeing the flame barely an inch long, Suchen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, even a lighter spits out flames hotter than that. You're a dragon. A dragon. This pathetic little flame is embarrassing to show off. What's wrong with this flame? Boss Poop, isn't my fire breathing impressive? The chubby little dragon tilted its head, blinking its big round eyes in confusion. Is it not pretty? Suchen. Pretty? Pretty? Your whole family is pretty. Fat Dragon, do you have any other abilities? Suchen asked, still not giving up. Other abilities? Fat Dragon has plenty. Fat Dragon has tons of other abilities. But to unleash them again, Fat Dragon needs to eat a whole lot more of that stuff from earlier. Fat Dragon licked his lips, looking utterly greedy. That thing from earlier? Suchen froze, then his face twisted into a bitter smile. Great. This damn thing is like having a bottomless pit. I really want to beat the crap out of you. Sure thing, boss. Getting beaten helps Fat Dragon digest faster, so he can eat more Carhartts. Fat Dragon stepped forward with his chubby feet, looking eager to get started. Let me tell you a secret, Boss Fat Dragon can take a beating. He's got an indestructible body. Oh? Is that so? Suchen clenched his fists as he approached Fat Dragon. Just so you know, I'm not doing this to hurt you, I'm helping speed up your digestion. Got it? After testing it out, Suchen confirmed Fat Dragon really is tough as nails. He'll make a perfect human shield when needed. Boss. I'm done digesting. Can we keep eating that now? Good boy. Listen to the boss no more today. Next time for sure. Chapter 93, Racer, want to be my disciple? Boss, this meat is seriously delicious. Boss, when can we have that again? Ha? Boss, what's this? Shut up. Got it, boss. The vehicle continued forward, soon approaching another obstacle course. But before the obstacle course, Suchen spotted a two-star car parked in place, seemingly waiting for something. Using his radar, he confirmed there were no other survivors nearby. A lone highwayman? As he drove closer, the window of the car slowly rolled down. A young-looking man appeared, nodding in Suchen's direction. Bro, race? Race? You got it. Let's see who can get through this next stretch of track first. The loser gives the winner 10 bottles of water. What do you say? Suchen was slightly taken aback. Was this guy blocking the road just for a race? Heh, no secrets here, bro. I'm Joyu, a race car driver. I'll even give you a 1-minute head start. No need for that. Let's just race normally. Suchen rolled down his window too, accepting the fair enough challenge. Both parties arrived at the starting point of the Desert Canyon obstacle course. They began warming up their engines. Suchen took the wheel first. He wanted to see where his current driving skills stood compared to a professional racer. Xiaoling, activate navigation. Acknowledged, master. It would be foolish not to use an advantage. After all, his opponent was a professional racer, and Suchen wasn't about to underestimate him. Race countdown, 3, 2, 1. Go! Without a beauty holding the sign, the two of them had to count down verbally themselves. As the countdown ended, both cars shot forward with a whoosh. On the narrow road, they chased each other while dodging various obstacles and hazards. True to his professional racing credentials, the opponent seized the lead from the start, denying Suchen any chance to overtake. Up ahead, 800 meters away, a tight curve loomed. Recommended speed for the turn, 160 miles per hour. 160 miles per hour? Suchen smiled faintly. For safety's sake, he had consistently maintained a speed of around 130 miles per hour, giving himself ample room to dodge obstacles. All the while, he kept searching for an opening to overtake. Clearly, the moment had arrived. He pressed the accelerator, and instead of slowing down, his speed increased, closing the gap to the car ahead. Entering a curve, Joyu instinctively eased off the gas. Glancing in his rearview mirror, he noticed the sedan behind him steadily gaining speed, closing the gap. Had the driver lost his mind? Or was he blinded by Joyu's car, failing to see the curve ahead? With that thought, Joyu steered his vehicle slightly to the left, giving the other driver a clearer view of the approaching curve. What Joyu didn't know was that Suchen was fully aware of the curve. By shifting his position, Joyu had effectively handed Suchen a clear path to overtake. With his speed now at 160 miles per hour, Suchen focused intently on the road ahead, waiting for the perfect moment to execute an exceptionally smooth drift. Simultaneously, his car steadily closed the gap with Joyu's vehicle, soon running nearly parallel, even appearing to overtake him. Closer, now. Upon reaching the optimal position Xiaoling had indicated, Suchen abruptly yanked the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes, initiating his drift before Joyu could react. As they approached the curve, Joyu also initiated his drift. But it was too late. Su Chen had already drifted through the curve, straightened his wheels, and floored the accelerator. The car roared as it shot out of the bend. Instantly, he pulled away from Zhou Yu behind him. Awesome! This extreme racing felt incredibly exhilarating to Su Chen. Collapses, boulders blocking the path, and sheer cliffs, none of these could stop Su Chen's advance at that moment. Behind him, Zhou Yu, a racer after all, quickly closed the gap. As if spurred on by something, he too began accelerating through the bends instead of slowing down, his throttle pegged to the floor. Clearly, he was starting to take Su Chen seriously as an opponent. Looks like he's going all out now. I definitely can't keep up with this. Xiaoling, it's all yours from here. Su Chen handed control of the car over to Xiaoling with satisfaction. He had managed to shake off a professional racer in such a short time. Even though the other driver hadn't gone all out, it still proved Su Chen's driving skills were quite good. Yes, master. The moment Xiaoling took control of the sedan, she accelerated. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate again. Soon the speed reached 220 miles per hour. Zhou Yu? Watching the RV suddenly accelerate and gradually pull away from him, Zhou Yu was stunned. Was the other driver trying to kill himself? Even on a normal track, hitting 220 miles per hour was extremely dangerous, let alone on an obstacle-filled course like this. Damn it! All or nothing. If he didn't have the guts for this, what kind of race car driver was he? Zhou Yu slammed his foot on the accelerator and followed suit. But what unfolded next nearly made him question his very existence. The opponent's effortless drifting through corners, fluid S-curve maneuvers, and even precision pit stops demonstrated driving skills far beyond his own. His long-held confidence took a crushing blow. Even as he pushed himself to the limit, the gap between them steadily widened. Gradually, he couldn't even see the taillights anymore. By the time he reached the finish line, Su Chen was already waiting for him. Not bad, only 3 minutes behind me. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, an air of inscrutable superiority about him. Zhou Yu. Xiaoling. At that moment, Zhou Yu noticed the rankings for the track had been released. He was in second place, and the one in first was Su Chen? Wait, you're Su Chen? Zhou Yu abruptly looked up at Su Chen, his eyes filled with shock and astonishment. He had seen that Su Chen had taken first place on numerous tracks, each time far outpacing the second-place finisher. So it seemed that earlier, the other party had merely been playing along with him, not using their full strength at all? Yes, that was the only explanation. Oh? Did I forget to introduce myself? That's right, I am Su Chen. Su Big Shot, are you taking on apprentices? I want to be your disciple. Zhou Yu immediately jumped out of his car, approached Su Chen's vehicle, and bowed deeply. When it came to etiquette, he nailed it perfectly. Become your disciple? Su Chen paused slightly at the request, but quickly shook his head, declining the offer. I have nothing to teach you. Just understand this, the car's limits are your limits. It becomes one with you. Thank you for your guidance, Su God. Hearing Su Chen's refusal, Zhou Yu's face fell with disappointment, but he quickly accepted the reality. Then may I follow Su Chen? I'll do whatever you say. If I can't be your disciple, then surely I can be your little brother? Chapter 94, the sixth to reach the finish line? Su Chen paused slightly. This was the first time he'd been faced with such a question. Should he form a team, or continue working solo? Going solo might offer more freedom, the ability to act on his convictions without constraints. But as responsibilities grew, that independence could become a burden. But forming a team? Unity and loyalty would be the biggest challenges. Boss, he doesn't carry any killing intent or hostility, he's a good guy. Just then, the chubby dragon who had been rolling around in the RV and had passed out on the floor, rubbing his still dizzy head, came over to Su Chen and said, "Oh? You have this ability? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Fat Dragon had only just encountered someone like this before, which is why he discovered it. Well, that makes forming a team worth considering. But compared to a full team, a small squad suits me better. In that case, every member of the team must have their own exceptional strengths. Dead weight? That's definitely not something I can carry. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen replied, I only team up with those I recognize as strong. If you wish to follow me, I won't stop you. But for now, I won't consider you my teammate. Alright. Thanks. I'll definitely earn Su Chen's approval. Zhou Yu remained confident in his abilities. He was absolutely among the top 10 survivors. The other party didn't know him well enough yet. Once they got to know him, they'd surely make him their teammate. Good luck. I'm moving on. The RV pressed onward. Watching the minibus trailing behind, Su Chen found himself thinking of Qinglan for some reason. If only she were the one following his vehicle. Qinglan was the one he hoped for, his very first teammate. Without a doubt. Beyond that, top-ranked Huaxia players like Zhuge Xiaoliang, Li Qingfeng, and Fu Ling were also potential teammates in his mind. But he didn't know their personalities, and they were clearly from different regions. He'd have to consider that later. After passing through 2 more tracks, Su Chen spotted another supply station, clearly the final one before the finish line. Having gathered quite a bit of materials earlier, Suchen approached and exchanged them all for points, accumulating over 10,000 points. Quite impressive. After careful selection, Suchen decided to exchange most of his resources for rare materials he'd never seen before. Special ores, special metals, special rubber. 100 units of each. He reserved a small portion for tobacco leaves and grains. As for why he didn't exchange them for finished products? Raw materials were cheaper. Finished goods cost twice the price of raw materials. Seems the game system knew to charge a middleman's fee. After completing the exchange, Suchen finally turned his attention to Zhou on the other side. Catching Suchen's gaze, Zhou scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Su God, it's you who's repaying me. I already exchanged everything at the previous supply station." Suchen nodded, returned to the vehicle, and continued toward the final obstacle course before the finish line. Compared to earlier sections, this final stretch ran beneath the highway. Massive boulders crisscrossed the path, forming a narrow, damp, and gloomy passage. It posed a significant challenge to driving skills, but fortunately, Suchen didn't need to worry about obstructed visibility. Xiaoling could scan and detect road conditions within a kilometer radius. The entire track was only 8 meters wide. While it seemed manageable at first glance, navigating the curves presented a significant challenge for Suchen's RV. The slightest miscalculation could leave him completely stuck, unable to move an inch. "Boss, I've got a grenade here. How about we trade? Your RV's too big. If you get stuck up ahead, you can just blow the obstacles out of the way with this grenade." Before entering the track, Zhou traded Suchen a grenade, leaving Suchen momentarily stunned. Well. So this is how you start buttering me up? Nice move. No thanks. A little difficulty won't faze me. I judge by skill alone, nothing else. Suchen rolled down the window, shook his head, then closed it again. He immediately revved the RV and sped off. As he charged into the final stretch of the track, Zhou behind him quickly followed suit. But soon enough, he realized he'd lost track of Suchen. The other guy was just too fast. He was left far behind, unable to even catch a glimpse of the other's shadow. Holy! Suchen's driving skills are insane. I have to apprentice under him. I'll pay any price. Zhou drove with intense focus, weaving left and right through the pitch-black track, dodging every obstacle. Unbeknownst to him, 3 kilometers away, Suchen was lying comfortably in a motorhome navigating the ruins of an underground highway. "Fat dragon. Here, take this. Hold it in your mouth, then spit it out with fire." Lying on the sofa chair, Suchen suddenly had a whim. He pulled out a bottle of liquor and handed it to Fat Dragon. Pang Lon, somewhat puzzled, took the bottle, tilted his head back, and took a sip. His eyes lit up instantly. "Boss, this is so fragrant and delicious. I told you to hold it in your mouth, not drink it." Suchen rolled his eyes. How come his dragon pet wasn't just fat, but also a bit dim-witted? Could it be that it's been sitting too long, past its dragon egg expiration date, and its brain's gone bad? Oh. The plump dragon took a sip of wine, then began gathering flame elements. Tilting its head back, it spewed both the wine and fire out. Put. Under the influence of the liquor, the flames instantly grew larger, spreading out and blazing with a sudden, dazzling flash. But it was fleeting, vanishing just as quickly as it had appeared. Yes, that's the feeling. Do it again, but this time spit it to the other side. Suchen reclined on the sofa chair, watching Fat Dragon spit flames in bursts. He couldn't help but clap and cheer. Good. Very good. Encouraged by Suchen's praise, Fat Dragon grew even more excited, continuing to spew flames with renewed vigor. Soon, he cleared the final track, and Suchen successfully reached the finish line. Congratulations! You are the 6th player to reach the finish line, earning an additional 500 mileage points. Congratulations! You've completed the challenge and earned a participation prize, a down coat. Keep up the great work. 6th place? Could someone have been faster than him? Suchen froze in surprise. He hadn't expected it. He'd been incredibly fast, and his records were almost all first-place finishes, with only one second-place finish on a relatively easy track. Under these circumstances, someone had managed to beat his time and reach the finish line ahead of him. Was it because these people had all chosen the easy mode tracks? Beyond that, he had complete confidence in Xiaoling's speed. After completing the obstacle course challenge, Suchen realized the road beyond the finish line was identical to the one he'd started on. He had returned to the original highway. The air was stifling and scorching hot. Even though it was past 5 o'clock, the lingering heat from the setting sun's rays still scorched the earth. After a brief rest, Suchen spotted Zhou catching up once more. Did you go through 5 tracks in total on your previous course? How many chose the normal mode? Suchen voiced his question, wanting to confirm whether his understanding was correct. No. I only completed 2 tracks before encountering you, boss. Including the one just now, that makes 4 tracks total. One of them was normal mode. Zhou shook his head, then suddenly snapped to attention, his eyes widening. Boss, you cleared 5 nightmare mode challenge tracks? Yep. Boss, you're amazing. When will you take me as your disciple? When you can't utter a single word all day. Zhou Yu. After waiting and resting on the spot for half an hour, the obstacle course finally entered its final stages. At exactly 6 p.m., the game system displayed an announcement. Obstacle course challenge concluded. 2,128 players in this zone reach the finish line and will receive participation rewards. Remaining players will receive initial resource rewards. Suchen noticed that the regional chat channel now had very few people left. Zone channel, 11,238 players. Compared to before the obstacle course challenge, the number had decreased significantly. Next, we will announce the grand prize winners, the top 10 players on the overall leaderboard. Chapter 95, ranked first. Spatial farming field? First place, Suchen, China. Total points, 4804. Rewards, 1 king tier draw, 2 diamond tier draws, 3 3-star car hearts, 10 luck points. Second place, Adam, Ugly Country. Total points, 4686. Rewards, 5 diamond tier draws, 1 3-star car heart, 5 luck points. Third place, Li Qingfeng, China. Total points, 4290. Rewards, 3 diamond tier draws, 1 3-star car heart, 3 luck points. Fourth place, Daniel, US, total points, 3960. Rewards, 2 diamond tier draws, 3 2-star car hearts, 2 luck points. Fifth place, John, Sunset Nation. Total points, 3630. Rewards, 1 diamond tier draw, 1 2-star car heart, 1 luck point. Sixth place, Fuling, China, total points, 3,300, rewards, 5 platinum tier draws, 10 1-star car hearts. Seventh place, Richard, Sunset Nation. Total points, 2890. Rewards, 4 platinum tier draws, 8 1-star car hearts. Eighth place, Smith, Ugly Nation. Total points, 2560. Rewards, 3 platinum tier draws, 6 1-star car hearts. Ninth place, Lu Xinghe, China. Total points, 2230. Rewards, 2 platinum tier draws, 4 car hearts. 10th place, Kudo, Sakura Nation. Total points, 1800. Rewards, 1 platinum tier draw, 2 1-star car hearts. Based on the points ranking, Suchen's lead over those behind him wasn't significant. Had he driven himself, he might not even have cracked the top 10. After all, Xiaoling's intelligent driving system was far superior to his own autonomous driving capabilities. Compared to the previous ranking, nearly every position outside the top 3 had shifted. The entire top 10 had reshuffled, with several previous contenders dropping off the list entirely. Among them was Zhuge Xiaoliang, who had recently conducted the largest transaction with Suchen. He had fallen out of the top 10 completely. Rather than competing for rankings through obstacle challenges, it seemed others preferred trading. Sure enough, Zhuge Xiaoliang's congratulatory private message had already arrived. Meanwhile, Suchen received congratulatory messages from numerous others. Suchen inquired about their respective rankings. Zhuge Xiaoliang had secured 27th place, while Wang Chang had reached 729th. What surprised Suchen most was Qinglan's ranking 1314th. This was a global ranking, after all. Making it into the top 1000 was already an impressive achievement, far exceeding Suchen's expectations. If they could secure better engines and vehicle equipment, Suchen estimated their rankings could improve significantly. Congratulations! You have secured first place in the obstacle course challenge. Rewards: 3 3-star car hearts. As he brought them near his own car heart to fuse one, he caught sight of Fat Dragon's pitiful expression. With a sigh of resignation, he tossed one to Fat Dragon. Spotting the car heart Suchen tossed his way, Fat Dragon became wildly excited, leaping up and dancing with joy. Then, under Suchen's gaze, he swallowed the car heart whole. Burp. After eating it, he let out a satisfied burp. You silly dragon. Pulling his thoughts back, Suchen turned his attention to the remaining 2 draws, one of which was a king tier draw. Last time, he'd pulled an epic tier storage ring straight out. Start the draw. Stop. Without hesitation, Suchen drew the first one to see how his current 20-odd luck points would fare. Swish. The dazzling white light remained blinding. Fortunately, Suchen had prepared by wearing sunglasses beforehand, so he wasn't affected. Soon, a blueprint and 100 nast ones landed in his hands. Spatial farming plot blueprint permanent. Required materials: 100 special metal, 100 special wood blocks, 100 special ore, 100 nanonite crystals. Creates a 100 square meter space for plant cultivation. Crops grown within the field naturally gain a tenfold growth acceleration. Growth speed can also be increased by transplanting soil or applying fertilizer. The spatial cultivation field can be carried or equipped with dedicated entry-exit points. Learning requirement: 3-star automobile. Note: materials are unlimited. The spatial planting field can be expanded indefinitely. Holy crap! Another awesome spatial type item. With this blueprint, I can dedicate it to growing exactly the materials I need and other valuable stuff. Wonder if there are any higher tier gacha rewards. What kind of awesome stuff could you pull from those? I wonder if someday I'll just pull out a cat-eared girl. As long as she's beautiful and has an amazing figure, he'd be totally okay with it. Then, his face lit up with delight. Having a portable cultivation plot is way better than keeping seed fields in the trunk of a car. He must craft it. He had just enough materials. All those special materials he'd traded for earlier were definitely worth it. 100 square meters of space was comparable to a family home. That was a full twofold increase over his RV's area. Build it, I must build it now. Wait, hold on. Better use the other 2 diamond tier draws first, see if anything immediately useful drops. Without hesitation, Suchen activated the draw again, then stopped. Another blueprint appeared. This one, however, was quite decent. Diamond Ice Machine Crafting Blueprint Permanent. Required materials, 100 iron ingots, 100 steel ingots, 100 alloy ingots, 100 rubber ingots, 50 electronic components. For now, it seemed useless. But recalling the down jacket he'd received as a participation prize earlier, Suchen suspected the next extreme weather event might very well be freezing cold. After extreme heat comes extreme cold, perfectly logical. The ice drill would be absolutely invaluable then. The cost alone would be 74 bottles of water, so the selling price would definitely be higher. Very few people could afford it. After all, Suchen wouldn't run a business at a loss. It would serve perfectly as a stepping stone to break into the high-end market. Suchen tucked away the blueprint with a positive mindset. It wasn't needed yet and proceeded to initiate another lottery draw. Ultimate grade bulletproof glass. Robust and reliable, with excellent thermal insulation. Can withstand a TNT bomb explosion at close range. A standard bulletproof glass, but adhering to the principle of safety first, it was still excellent. Seems like getting the good stuff requires higher tier lottery chances. He immediately installed the premium grade bulletproof glass, significantly bolstering the RV's defenses. Next, Suchen immediately studied the blueprint for constructing a spatial cultivation field. Consumes 100 special ore and 100 nastwan to craft a spatial farming field. Crafting in progress, please wait. Chapter 96, Expanding Cultivation Area will yields multiply? Crafting successful. Congratulations on obtaining a 100 square meter spatial farm. Select the current form of the spatial farm. Portable, cannot enter to observe, or stationary. Place it in the vehicle, on the alloy partition wall near the bedroom adjacent to the vehicle interior. It will move with the RV. Following Suchen's command, a spatial portal appeared on his bedroom wall, 2 meters tall, 1 meter wide, and arched like a gateway. Within the portal, swirling light formed a vortex that felt dizzying to stare at for too long. Without hesitation, Suchen stepped directly into the portal. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Suchen found himself standing on a barren expanse of land. Scrub bushes and grasses dotted the surroundings, interspersed with boulders and earthen mounds. Further off, a thick fog shrouded the horizon. Only the area beneath his feet, roughly 100 square meters, was suitable for cultivation. Looking up, a thin veil of mist hung in the sky, yet the blue sky and white clouds appeared identical to those outside. But most importantly, just breathing the air here made him feel incredibly invigorated. This must be why plants grew so rapidly in this place. Suchen returned to the RV, transplanting the few square meters of accelerated growth soil into this space and utilizing every remaining square inch. Now that he had this plot of land, he intended to utilize it to its fullest potential. He harvested all the tobacco leaves, grains, medicinal herbs, and fungi he had previously planted, then proceeded to sow new seeds. Soon, Suchen had planted 30 square meters of tobacco, 30 square meters of grains, and 40 square meters of medicinal herbs and fungi. Fat Dragon. I've got a task for you. Let me know when the plants here have grown and matured. Brushing the dust off his hands, Suchen gazed at the newly planted crops with a look of satisfaction. Boss, what's a plant? What does it mean to grow up and mature? Fat Dragon scratched the back of his head, looking utterly confused. Forget it. Just tell me when it grows to your waist or neck. Suchen choked on his words, glancing at Panglong's belly so thick you couldn't even see his waist, and blurted out. Got it, boss. Hey, boss, look over there. Fat Dragon pointed to the side and scampered over in little steps. Suchen followed his gaze and spotted a small screen displaying information about a spatial cultivation field. Spatial farm renameable. Maximum cultivable area, 100 square meters. Spatial weather, sunny adjustable. Air humidity, 20 adjustable. Air temperature, 20 C adjustable. Current crops, 30 square meters of tobacco. Crop progress, tobacco 01, grain 01. Pest infestation, none. Space energy, 100, can be replenished with any resources or energy. Note, cultivated fields are solely for farming and are unsuitable for long-term animal husbandry. I never expected this screen to record every detail of the entire planting field so thoroughly. This makes cultivation so much more convenient. And it can even adjust the weather? That's rather interesting. How about a cloudy day? Suchen gave it a verbal try. The next second, the clear blue sky with white clouds instantly turned overcast. Timely rain is a blessing. Let's have a light drizzle, just 3 seconds. Too much would drown the seeds. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a light shower began falling from the sky, lasting precisely 3 seconds. During this time, Suchen noticed that the spatial energy had decreased by 0.3% over those 3 seconds. At this rate, even at full capacity, it would only sustain a light rain for 16 minutes. But hey, all resources and energy can be replenished. How much? Suchen took out a piece of wood to replenish energy. Watching the energy bar, it barely shifted a minuscule increase of 1/10,000th. In other words, it would require 10,000 units of base material to fully replenish the spatial energy within. Still, if watering wasn't too frequent, it wouldn't be a problem. Under normal circumstances, how much energy would be consumed in a day? Under normal conditions, it consumes 333 energy units per day. A full charge lasts 3 days? So the daily cost is roughly 3,300 pieces of wood? Still, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. After all, his entire production capacity has increased more than tenfold compared to before. This will bring him substantial returns later on. Come here. Fat Dragon, come over. Boss is going to teach you how to use this thing. Pay attention, got it? Or else I'll beat you. Suchen beckoned Fat Dragon with a gesture, motioning for it to come closer. Really? Like last time? That was so comfortable. Suchen. So you think getting beaten up is like getting a massage, huh? Suddenly, Suchen's eyes lit up. He lifted the wristband on his wrist and spoke directly. Xiaoling, may I request data sharing with the spatial cultivation field and control over it? Certainly. Master, you'll need to install Xiaoling's subprogram onto the control hub of the spatial farm. Please place your wristwatch near the screen, and Xiaoling will begin the installation immediately. Suchen complied, raising his hand to press the watch against the screen. Beep. Installing. Please wait. Shortly after, Xiaoling's voice sounded again. Installation complete. Master can now view all materials here via the wristwatch and control the spatial cultivation field at any time. Awesome. This makes things so much easier. Suchen breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the RV. As for whether to set up a tea drinking spot here, a place to relax with a cup of tea and enjoy the joy of watching plants grow, Suchen decided he'd think about that later. While this space wasn't suitable for raising animals, spending an hour or two here each day was perfectly feasible. Back in the RV, Suchen took a blissful shower, then lay on the bed and opened the chat channel. The regional channel was now flooded with messages. Finally over. I accidentally got stuck on the underground ruins track, but luckily the timer kicked me out just in time, otherwise I'd have been GD. Just had some car trouble. Holy. That was close, I accidentally drove off a cliff just now. I fell halfway down before getting out. Thank God. You guys are so lucky. Unlike me, I hit a huge pit, fell in, and got stuck halfway down. You know that feeling of hanging sideways in a deep pit with nothing but bottomless darkness below? Ha! That cracks me up. I told you guys from the start to just chill out, but you wouldn't listen. Now you're reaping what you sowed. Exactly. Only 1 in 10 made it through the whole thing. You guys just had to keep charging headlong into trouble. Now you see the consequences. Next time you get a chance to chill out, don't even think about pushing your luck. Nearly 90% of us have died in this survival game so far, and you still haven't learned your lesson. You're going to get GD sooner or later. Well, at least that's better than you guys just standing around. I made it to the first supply station and traded for tons of delicious stuff, fried chicken, Coke, you name it. Too bad you guys can't have any. Damn it. Father, your son was wrong. I shouldn't have dissed you earlier, please spare me a piece of fried chicken. Get lost. I don't have a son as unfilial as you. In an instant, the regional chat erupted into chaos. Many hurled insults at each other, venting the pent-up frustration from facing relentless challenges. At the same time, most were busy trading with each other. Chapter 97, Middlemen reap profits, big and small. Making a killing. They all had basic survival supplies: a bottle of water, a loaf of bread, and 100 units of fuel each. But they knew tomorrow was the final day and needed to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, Suchen noticed Wang Chang stepping forward. Wang Chang, hey everyone, after that obstacle course, your cars must be beat up. Selling car repair kits now, 1,000 materials each. Restore your ride to perfect condition instantly. What are you waiting for? Seeing this, Suchen's eyes lit up. Even though Wang Chang was selling these and he himself didn't need one, he had Zhuge Xiaoliang's contact information. The other party might not. He'd ask first. If Zhuge Xiaoliang didn't have them, he could act as a middleman and pocket the profit. He opened the chat interface with Zhuge Xiaoliang and sent a direct message with a picture of the car repair kit. Suchen, I have this item. Let me know if you need it, I'll give you a quote. Image. Zhuge Xiaoliang replied quickly, filling Suchen with sudden delight. Zhuge Xiaoliang, nice stuff. Give me a quote first, or just tell me the cost price, I'll trade you at double that. Deal? Suchen, deal. The cost is 1,000 units of various basic materials. Zhuge Xiaoliang, ahem, that's a bit steep. Let's discount the double price. How about 1,600 units of basic materials? Suchen, deal. Zhuge Xiaoliang, I'm running low on materials here. I'll place the order later. Do you have a quantity limit? Suchen, none. Zhuge Xiaoliang, got it, I'll reach out later. After closing the chat with Su Chen, Zhuge Xiaoliang opened the chat logs of other specially marked contacts and immediately switched to broadcast mode. Zhuge Xiaoliang, car repair kits. Bundled deal, 2,000 basic materials per kit. Anyone need some? Image. Ding. Ding dong. Fu Ling, looks good, send me one. Li Qingfeng, 3. In an instant, dozens more orders poured in. Zhuge Xiaoliang chuckled to himself. This round had netted him over 2,000 in commission fees. Big Shot Su was practically his personal cash cow. Seeing Zhuge Xiaoliang's order a whopping 15 pieces, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This guy was loaded. He immediately contacted Wang Chang to prepare the next batch of orders, taking the chance to haggle over the price. After all, he knew the other party's cost price was only 500 materials. Su Chen, car repair kits, give me a fair price. Seeing the message from Su Chen, Wang Chang didn't slack off. Through several competitions, Su Chen had proven himself to be a major asset. While Wang Chang was no slouch himself, he could still sense the gap between him and the big shots. If he could latch onto a top player, it would be an incredible opportunity for him. Wang Chang, no problem. Boss, I'll give you a 10% discount. 900 materials, how's that? Su Chen, I need a lot, minimum 10 batches. A bit lower, and rest assured, I won't sell on the exchange and poach your customers. Wang Chang, alright, 20% off. How many do you need? Su Chen, deal. 15 sets. Wang Chang, no problem, but Su boss, can we do this in batches? I don't have enough materials to make everything right now. Su Chen, sure. Bring it in batches of 5. Almost everyone trades for what they need at the supply station, so it's perfectly normal for basic resources to run out. Thus, Su Chen seized the opportunity to act as a middleman, profiting off materials not rightfully his. Each auto repair kit netted him a 1,000 unit material markup. 15 sets meant a massive profit of 15,000 base materials, equivalent to 600 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water. This was a huge win. After raking in the big bucks, Su Chen began crafting cigarettes. Today's tobacco leaf harvest totaled a whopping 650 leaves, no need to divide them evenly. Through yesterday's sales, Su Chen discovered that at identical prices, Huazi cigarettes sold the fastest, while others moved more slowly. It seemed that when prices were the same, people prioritized value for money. Therefore, while other brands used 100 leaves, Huazi required 250 leaves per cigarette. You consume 100 portions of tobacco leaves to craft 2,000 Huangalu cigarettes. You consume 250 portions of tobacco leaves to produce 5,000 Huazi brand cigarettes. You consume. This completely depletes all tobacco, producing a total of 13,000 cigarettes. This time, the entire regional channel could get 1 cigarette each. First, open Xinglan's private chat and trade 1,000 Huazi cigarettes to them. She was now his secondary distributor, essentially a shill sent to inflate prices. Next, Su Chen opened the regional channel and found many survivors selling cigarettes, those who had reached the supply station and traded materials for them. However, their quantities were limited, and their prices were even higher than his, clearly aiming to rake in the profit margin. Su Chen, everyone, you've all worked hard today. After facing life and death situations, I've produced some cigarettes for you to relax. Feel free to exchange for them if needed. With that, he listed 10,000 cigarettes and then slipped away, leaving no trace of his contribution. Holy, cigarettes. Hurry up and trade. Perfect timing to use those basic materials from the system rewards. After lying low all day, just having a smoke feels like pure bliss. But I already exchanged mine earlier. Never mind. As temperatures dropped and more people arrived at the supply station, Su Chen's cigarette sales slowed considerably compared to his expectations. What used to sell out in 5 minutes now took 10 minutes to move just half the stock. But Su Chen wasn't worried. In a couple of days, the tobacco leaves in his spatial garden would be ready, allowing him to mass-produce cigarettes and rake in a hefty profit. After all, producing cigarettes was practically cost-free for him now. After finishing his work, Su Chen prepared a feast. After a moment's thought, he sent a steak meal to Zhou. Immediately, Zhou expressed his gratitude and hastily pulled out a large amount of supplies to give to Su Chen. This first meal is on me. But if you want more later, you'll have to trade for it. Seeing this, Zhou's eyes instantly reddened, his voice choked with emotion as he pleaded, "Boss, please take me as your apprentice." "Let's not talk about that. My driving skills aren't up to par either. We'll see after you pass my test. Now, go ahead and enjoy your meal." Su Chen shot him a dismissive glance and headed straight back to his own vehicle. Chapter 98, The Scorching Heat Disaster, the Final Heat Wave. After enjoying his dinner, Su Chen lay down on the bed. He exchanged a few simple words with Xinglan, nurturing that mysterious and unique bond between them. Rest well, tomorrow won't be easy for most people. Savor this last bit of peace while you can. Su Chen closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Unlike Su Chen's deep slumber, the regional channel buzzed with intense activity. They traded resources, praying theirs would survive the final day's extreme heat and earn a new lease on life. After exchanging goodnights with Su Chen, Xinglan didn't sleep. Instead, she continued her role as his scalper, driving up prices. Thanks to Qinglan's striking beauty, even though her prices were higher than the market rate, people still flocked to her to buy supplies. Just chatting with a girl of her caliber was enough to get them hyped. Of course, they weren't all reckless fools. They understood that survival was paramount in these circumstances, so they focused on exchanging for supplies that met their immediate needs. Not a single player took tomorrow's final day of extreme heat lightly. The final night slipped by uneventfully. In a haze, Suchen felt as though he were seated at a table within a palace, watching a graceful figure dance in the center of the hall. As the figure swayed, Suchen vaguely caught a glimpse of her face. There was a hint of familiarity. He immediately rose and moved closer. Just as he was about to see the face clearly, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Daddy, time to wake up." Fat Dragon placed his hand on the quilt covering Suchen, shaking him awake to prevent him from sleeping longer. "Got it. Next time, if it's not urgent, don't wake me up like this." Suchen slowly climbed out of bed. He stood still for a moment, letting his mind go blank, before finally waking up completely. He stretched lazily and opened the chat channel. The regional channel was still buzzing with activity, while Suchen's private messages were nearly overflowing. Zhuge Xiaoliang, Wang Chang, Qinglan, and others were all looking for him. A quick scan revealed most were asking him for goods. Suchen smiled contentedly. This feeling of money coming knocking on his door was just right. He acted as a middleman again, profiting from the price difference between Wang Chang and Zhuge Xiaoliang. He also sold Wang Chang a batch of cigarettes, giving him a discount of 5% discount to be precise. Next, Qinglan helped him acquire a significant amount of fuel, medicinal herbs, and other rare materials, and she requested new supplies from him. He responded immediately. "Suchen, you've worked hard. After chatting with you yesterday, I fell asleep and slept incredibly well. And last night, I think I dreamt of a very familiar figure, someone who looked a bit like you." This sudden remark carried an almost confessional tone, causing Qinglan's face to flush instantly as her thoughts drifted away. Seeing no reply for a while, Suchen didn't press further. He simply proceeded to transfer the subsequent material acquisitions and goods for sale to her. Today marked the final day of the extreme heat wave. It was also the day this disaster would reach its peak. Needless to say, today's temperatures would be absurdly high. But as long as they persevered, they could overcome this trial. It was all about to begin. Suchen shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh before eating a simple breakfast. While eating, Suchen checked his attribute panel. After days of relentless training, he had seen some improvement. Suchen. Health, 162. Strength, 81. Spirit, 8. Speed, 10. Stamina, 81. Burst, 8. Luck, 1510. Skill, Sniper Mastery. Compared to before, there's been some improvement, but the pace of progress is a bit disappointing. Keep training later and see if there's a chance to take a shortcut. Suchen was eager to enter the Highway Survival Games dungeon track, secure a top ranking, and unlock more free attributes. The last upgrade made him feel his physique had grown significantly stronger. At the very least, he now possessed soldier-grade physical capabilities. Suchen estimated that if he could raise all stats to 12 points, double that of an average person, he would possess the physical prowess of a special forces soldier. By then, even if his combat power didn't increase much, his self-defense capabilities would at least improve significantly. Shaking his head, Suchen finished breakfast and instructed Xiaoling to drive forward, hoping to find a treasure chest. "Boss, I'm starving." Watching Suchen finish his meal while he and Xiaoling were deep in conversation, Fat Dragon finally couldn't hold back. He walked up behind Suchen and gave him a poke. One hand rubbed his belly while the other pointed at his gaping mouth. "What do you want to eat? Meat? Fruit? Or vegetables?" Suchen slapped his forehead. He'd been so preoccupied with today's plans that he'd forgotten about Puffy Dragon, completely overlooked feeding him. Whatever tastes good, that's what Fat Dragon wants. He's not picky. Raw beast meat? Suchen pulled out the raw game meat, but the Fat Dragon immediately shook its head. It didn't like the taste of raw meat, and besides, it was full of parasites. It had to be cooked to be edible. "Here's some wire, and here's a piece of wood. Light the wood yourself, then roast it. Don't set the car on fire. Go on." "Alrighty." Fat Dragon's off to grill some meat. Fat Dragon took the meat from Suchen's hands and moved to the area Suchen had fenced off with alloy. He exhaled flames like sprouting vegetables, igniting the woodpile beneath. Above, on the iron grate, he roasted the meat skewered on wire rods. Meanwhile, Suchen headed to the spatial cultivation field and harvested all the mature plants. Plants that normally took a full day to mature only needed half a day in this space, cutting the growth time in half. You harvested 880 tobacco leaves. You harvested 160 portions of herbs and 160 portions of fungi. You harvested 420 gene of grain. As Suchen emerged, ready to begin production, the system's voice arrived as promised. Extreme heat disaster, final phase activated. Today's temperature will reach its highest point in the past 10 days, causing severe adverse effects. Some wild beasts may lose their sanity. All players are advised to remain vigilant. Beyond this, risk often accompanies reward. On the final day, a celestial airdrop event will activate. At random times and locations, treasure chests may appear. Chest tiers range from silver to unlimited potential. Drop rates are random but may correlate with player luck. Survive. We await your baptism in the next catastrophe. Good luck. The system alert echoed chillingly in everyone's ears. Today marked the most grueling day of this calamity they had to persevere. The moment the alert faded, Suchen watched as the temperature gauge inside the vehicle continued to climb at a visible pace. Simultaneously, four brilliant orange-red suns began to rise slowly on the horizon, one in each cardinal direction. Chapter 99, Four Suns in the Sky. Airdrop treasure chest? What was this? Four suns in the sky? Suchen's face betrayed his astonishment, his expression growing even more solemn. If the three suns in the sky represented chaotic, irregular movement and unruly heat, then the four suns in the sky signified a patterned, extreme heat. When the four suns aligned at the same point, directly overhead, the heat would reach its peak. At that moment, the temperature outside the vehicle would surpass their wildest imaginings. Xiaoling, keep adjusting the interior temperature to maintain a cool level. Master, rest assured. Even if the outside temperature briefly reaches 88 degrees, the interior will remain comfortably cool, causing you no discomfort whatsoever. What if it exceeds 88 degrees? Then the owner may need to endure the heat for a moment, but it won't affect their health. No problem. In that case, open the refrigerator door to release some heat. Higher energy consumption is acceptable. With that thought, Suchen walked to the refrigerator and swung open its door. A wave of cool air immediately washed over him, bringing an exceptionally refreshing sensation. Although the midday sun would cause temperatures to rise significantly, Suchen, equipped with solar panels, could generate electricity more efficiently. With electricity available, he needn't worry about the refrigerator's cooling capacity being severely compromised. Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. For now, this extreme heat wouldn't pose a major threat to him. The only question was how many survivors would manage to endure beyond today. The chat channel was already exploding with activity as the heat gradually intensified. Holy! It's barely morning. The sun just rose, and I swear it feels like 86 to 94 degrees already. I used to read about global heat waves in novels and laugh at how ridiculous they seemed impossible scenarios. Never imagined I'd be suffering through one myself. Wait, this is just the beginning. How unbearable is this day going to be? So hot, so hot. Where can I get ice? Give me some. I've got some. I've got some. Yesterday I traded all my resources for an ice machine just so I could help everyone get through this today. Awesome, buddy, give me a serving. Once I survive this, I'll make it up to you big time. No resources? Get lost. Bro, didn't you just say we're in this together? Selling you ice is helping you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Reading the chat logs, Suchen licked his ice cream without moving a muscle. Inside his shop, a portion of the ice water and ice cream remained stocked last night and still unsold by this morning. Clearly, there was a group of people who wouldn't expend significant resources to exchange for ice water and ice cream until the absolute last moment. Of course, the most crucial factor was that they lacked the ability to store ice themselves, relying solely on exchanging for it during critical moments. Now, the focus was entirely on that airdrop treasure chest. In that case, there was no need to move at the start. If no airdrop appeared within range, he could simply relocate later. Since drop rates are tied to luck points, my 25 luck points definitely won't be worse than anyone else's. While waiting in the car, Suchen thought of Qinglan, wondering if she could easily endure this extreme heat. He'd already given her plenty of ice water and ice cream, and told her to eat and drink freely. She should be fine. As time passed, the temperature continued to climb relentlessly. By 10 in the morning, it had already reached 60 degrees. The light outside warped, and he could distinctly feel his vision begin to shimmer. The earth felt like a massive sauna. Suchen deliberately fetched a large bucket, filled it with ice water, and settled comfortably inside. The other players, completely naked, huddled in the darkest corners of their vehicles. They blew air conditioning that had turned into hot air, drank water, and occasionally chatted in the regional channel to prove their existence. Whether they could endure until the end depended on their resilience and the loot boxes that might eventually drop. Securing one would grant them ample resources to trade for essential items. Suchen, meanwhile, was biding his time. Once these players secured the first wave of crates and had surplus resources, that would be his moment to strike. Compared to others, his greatest advantages were his name recognition and production capacity. When it came to seizing market share, no one could match him. Lying leisurely in the water basin, Suchen suddenly thought of something and sprang to his feet. Right. If he wanted to escape the heat, he could simply enter his spatial cultivation field. Not only could it regulate temperature, but it could also control the weather, making it the perfect place to beat the summer heat. However, the location of the airdrop treasure chests couldn't be detected there. Better to keep lounging outside for now. He could pop in occasionally to escape the heat and check on the growth of his crops. With that, Suchen sank back into the ice-filled tub. After an unknown amount of time, Suchen's radar detection displayed a deep crimson-purple treasure chest marker, the emblem of a platinum tier chest. Its location was just 2 kilometers ahead. Finally, you're here. Overflowing with excitement, Suchen immediately drove closer. He hadn't properly opened a chest in 2 days. His hands were itching for action. Directing Xiaoling to drive closer, Suchen peered through the window at the distant carriage. Sure enough, a treasure chest shimmering with silver light slowly descended from the sky. The movement of Suchen's RV instantly alerted Zhou, who was eating ice cream in his car. Suppressing the heat, he quickly drove his vehicle closer as well. He quickly realized that Suchen had spotted the loot box. As they neared the airdrop location, Suchen noticed vehicles approaching on the highway 3 kilometers ahead, clearly others who had also spotted the treasure chest. Suchen halted his vehicle at the designated drop zone, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon of the highway as he awaited the approaching vehicles. Zhou, those incoming vehicles are yours to handle. If you can't take them out, I'll be the one cleaning up your mess. Seeing Zhou pull up beside his RV, Suchen said with a smile. He certainly didn't want any bleeding heart types in his squad. Got it. Zhou nodded, a resolute gleam in his eyes, and drove forward to meet the approaching vehicle. Chapter 100, a preview of the next disaster? Before long, the 2 vehicles came to a halt, separated by no more than a dozen meters. What's your game, buddy? From the opposite vehicle, a muscle-bound man with bulging arms leaned out halfway, his tone hostile. We were here first. If you don't move, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou rolled down his window and replied in a stern tone. He hadn't forgotten this was a test from Suchen, one he couldn't afford to fail. First come, first served? Kid, you're way too naive. This is a world where might makes right. Die. The muscle man instantly pulled a handgun from his waistband and aimed it at Zhou's window. Zhou ducked his head to dodge the bullet and rolled the window up simultaneously. Then, the 2 sides resorted to the most primitive form of combat, ramming their cars together to see whose was tougher. Ultimately, Zhou's superior vehicle quality prevailed. He smashed through the other car's headlights. Continuing the collision would likely result in total wreckage and fatalities. Realizing defeat, the muscle man immediately executed a smooth 180-degree spin in reverse, shifted gears, and accelerated sharply to flee. Inside the RV, Suchen watched the scene unfold and shook his head. It seemed Zhou still wasn't quite cut out to be a teammate. His skills were lacking. Still, he could be. He then raised his index and middle fingers together and waved them. Boom! The next second, from above the car, the sniper rifle barrel that had just appeared fired a bullet blazing like a flame, hurtling straight toward the fleeing vehicle. It pierced the rear window, taking out the muscular driver instantly. After eliminating the target, Suchen got out of the car, approached the airdrop treasure chest, and carried it straight back to the RV. He had no intention of opening the crate out in the open. If his ability to trigger critical loot drops were exposed, who knew what might happen? Platinum tier airdrop crate. Note, exclusive to the day of ultimate catastrophe. Before opening, select an item from the crate related to the current or next catastrophe. The moment he saw the note, Suchen froze, then began to ponder. Choosing an item related to the next chest would likely be more advantageous for him. He hadn't expected that the final day's chest would allow such advanced selection. This effectively amplified the advantage for those who gained the upper hand during the first disaster. Could this game be designed solely to select elite candidates? A flurry of questions raced through Suchen's mind, but in the end, he chose the item related to the next disaster. After all, the scorching heat of the blazing sun was no longer a problem for him. A flash of silver light erupted as he opened the treasure chest. Initial resources, 1 blueprint for snow grip tires, 1 blueprint for a sled. You opened the treasure chest, earning 3666 chest open points. You scored a critical loot hit, gaining a 15x multiplier. Congratulations! You have obtained 15 copies of the snow grip tire blueprint and 15 copies of the sled blueprint. Snow grip tire blueprint single use. Crafting materials, 20 rubber, 20 alloy, 2 special rubber. Effect, provides exceptional traction, enhancing grip on icy and snowy roads to prevent skidding. Sled blueprint. Required materials, 20 wood blocks, 20 alloy, 20 rubber, 2 special alloy. Effect, enables high-speed movement across snowy terrain with exceptional maneuverability. Now, Suchen was certain the next disaster would be an extreme ice climate, a world of snow and frost. Many had speculated the second disaster would be extreme cold and ice, given the first was extreme heat. Heat followed by cold, it perfectly aligned with the logic of normal disasters. Today, everyone would struggle to survive in the extreme heat, possibly scorched alive, only to later freeze in bitter cold. What a grueling ordeal! After stowing away all the blueprints, Suchen opened the regional channel, ready to list cooling items like ice blocks, ice cream, and the chilled watermelons he'd prepared in advance. The first wave of airdrops had already been distributed, and he was sure many players had already secured their supplies. As an exemplary model youth, Suchen naturally stepped forward to harvest this first wave of easy pickings. Suchen, ice water, ice cream, and chilled watermelon all 20% off. Wishing you all a good survival. If you don't survive, who else am I gonna harvest from later? Holy crap! So much ice water. Suchen really is a god, this is like a godsend. I just opened a silver chest and got some rare materials. Gotta trade them for a few bottles of ice water right away. An iced watermelon? How awesome is that? I have the blueprint. I'll trade for one iced watermelon plus 3 bottles of ice water. Compared to that, ice water is way more cost effective. No need for luxuries right now. I'm grabbing ice water. Suchen didn't take advantage of the situation to jack up prices. He actually gave us a discount. He's got a heart of gold. He offered me a hey deleo hot pot base. Who eats that in this heat? Better to swap for ice water. Just buy it and be done with it. Suddenly, Suchen's shop was swamped with customers. Many of the resources and blueprints people were opening were previously unseen, so evaluating them took some time. However, considering his primary goal this time was to help the little guys survive, Suchen slightly reduced his own profits, offering prices a bit lower than usual. This prompted many to abandon private deals altogether, coming straight to Suchen for cheaper resources. For a time, even though Suchen's prices were lower than usual, his sales velocity only increased. Small profits, large volume. The remaining customers all had some purchasing power, allowing them to keep buying. For a time, Suchen experienced the sensation of making money effortlessly, counting stacks of cash. He found himself restocking supplies almost constantly. Even he hadn't imagined becoming the biggest winner. It seemed his advantages over others were undeniably significant. Of course, this was also largely due to his earlier efforts in advertising and building his reputation. As noon approached, the temperature soared, reaching over 80 degrees. At precisely 12 o'clock, suddenly, the entire regional chat channel plunged into a wave of panic. Chapter 101, The Deal with Zhang Weihong. Damn it! Another beast wave? And this time they're charging straight at me. Yeah. A herd of elephants is charging right at me. I want to run, but I'm out of gas. What do I do? Wait, it's so hot out. Don't these beasts get cooked alive? How can they still charge out and cause trouble? Didn't you hear me clearly? Extreme heat makes beasts lose their minds. Isn't this totally normal? Just run. Avoid the beasts if you see them. Wait, I haven't encountered the herd you mentioned. I only saw one lone wolf. Same here. I'm just a basic car with almost no resources left, and I only encountered a stray dog. It's been barking outside the car the whole time. Could it be these beasts vary depending on the person? The regional channel was flooded with people panicking as hordes of beasts suddenly burst out from around the highway. They were running wildly along the highway, charging at anything in sight. Suddenly, Suchen recalled all the dangers he'd faced before. Various beasts, even zombies. Could it be that this final day would also bring the emergence of those creatures? If so, this extreme heat disaster might not be so easily overcome for him. As he pondered, the radar detected numerous dark shadows closing in on his RV. It seemed the system had deliberately designed this as a challenge. For the challengers, it felt like adding insult to injury. Since the system wants these people to die faster, I might as well grant its wish. Other zones are none of my concern, but the leeks I grow myself are always the tastiest. A faint smile touched Suchen's lips as he prepared to offer whatever modest assistance he could to others within the zone. Suchen, selling lethal weapons including pistols, ammunition, grenades, plus crossbows and kitchen knives. Interested parties, DM me. Under normal circumstances, selling bullets to others would indirectly increase his own risk, so he hadn't done it. But now things were different. Everyone had acquired weapons to some extent, and many already possessed handguns. However, regarding ammunition, Suchen hadn't seen anyone actively stepping forward to sell it. It made sense. With conventional weapons and ammunition, the more you sold, the greater the danger to yourself. Naturally, no one would specialize in selling these items to others. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Suchen intended to seize this chance. Sure enough, after he posted the message, someone contacted him almost immediately. Suchen recognized the sender, an old acquaintance. Zhang Weihong, bro, how many guns and rounds do you have? I'll take it all. Name your honest price. We're surrounded by beasts here. We need as much firepower as possible. He replied immediately. Suchen, 18 handguns. Ammo purchases are unlimited. For pricing, 1 blueprint can be exchanged for 1 gun. For ammo, 3 basic materials can be exchanged for 1 bullet. Inside the car, Zhang Weihong, holding Li Shanshan close while caressing her long legs encased in black stockings, glanced at Suchen's message with mild surprise. He hadn't expected Suchen to offer bullet blueprints. This was an incredibly long-term business opportunity. As Zhang Weihong pondered how to negotiate, Li Shanshan, sitting on his lap, caught a glimpse of the private chat interface. A disdainful smile crossed her lips. Her choice had indeed been the right one. Thankfully, she hadn't committed to following Suchen back then. Even though he now held the top position, he was still essentially alone, forced to sell goods everywhere just to make a living. Unlike her current man, Zhang Weihong, leader of a 1,000-strong team. All resources were his for the asking, and he enjoyed considerable privileges. Now, with just a word from her, countless people would rush to assist her. This sense of privilege and access to resources made her certain she'd chosen the right man. But rather than clinging to a man, she'd much rather be the one others clung to. She could sense Zhang Weihong's physical attraction to her, but she felt no genuine emotional connection from him. Their relationship felt like nothing more than a transaction. If that was the case, why not become the team's behind-the-scenes leader herself? Li Shanchan nestled coquettishly in Zhang Weihong's embrace, her thoughts already drifting elsewhere. Zhang Weihong, I recall that Suchen once acquired some nashi stones. How about I trade you 10 nashi stones for a pistol? Of course, that's on the condition you tell me what this thing does. Seeing Zhang Weihong's offer, Suchen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the other party to possess nashi as well. Suchen, deal. Let's trade first. I'll tell you later. The transaction was swiftly completed. The other party exchanged 180 nashi stones plus 30,000 units of basic materials for 10,000 bullets. Though the quantity seemed substantial, it would be utterly insufficient against hordes of beasts. After acquiring the nashi stones, Suchen kept 100 for himself. The remaining 80 were entirely used to enhance the internal space of his storage ring. It was directly expanded to 700 cubic meters. Soon after, others contacted Suchen seeking to purchase more bullets. After completing these transactions, the beast hordes surrounding Suchen's RV began creeping closer, their numbers overwhelming. But this posed no challenge whatsoever to Suchen. He immediately ordered Xiaoling to activate the vehicle's weapon systems, unleashing suppressive fire upon the approaching beasts. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Flames spewed from the gun barrels on both sides, spitting sparks as bullets mercilessly struck the beasts, splattering blood everywhere. Zhou Yu, come here. I need to talk to you. Ignoring the slaughter unfolding in the distance, Suchen summoned Zhou Yu over. He intended to inform him of the previous arrangements and gauge his reaction. Boss, what's up? Seeing the herd instantly subdued, Zhou Yu's admiration for Suchen deepened. He hurried over to the RV, enduring the intense heat as he rolled down the window slightly. Get in my vehicle. Suchen instructed Fat Dragon to wait in the spatial cultivation field for a moment before inviting Zhou Yu into the RV. Naturally thrilled and eager, Zhou Yu opened the door and climbed aboard Suchen's RV. The moment he stepped inside, the cool, refreshing breeze from the RV blew him away, making him exclaim involuntarily. Boss, we're here to survive, but you're driving this RV like you're on vacation. You're living it up way too comfortably. Zhou Yu couldn't help but exclaim. It's just good luck. Besides, I've only got a bit more resources than others. I'm still controlled by the game system too. Here, have a slice of ice-cold watermelon. Then we'll discuss business. Thanks, boss. If you have something to say, just get straight to it. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. Suchen gathered his thoughts, cutting to the chase. Here's the thing, I feel like you're still lacking as a teammate in my convoy. However, I have a task I can assign to you. If you can assist with it, that would count as being my teammate. Once the mission is complete, you're always welcome back. Alright. Boss, just tell me what it is. I know my current abilities aren't on par with yours yet, but I'm willing to help and become your teammate in the future. Zhou Yu declared with unwavering resolve. Alright. I want you to join another major team under your own name and provide them with intelligence and information. For now, I want you to infiltrate Zhang Weihong's team and gather intelligence for us. Hearing Suchen's words, Zhou Yu froze in place, blinking as he stared at Suchen. So, you're essentially asking me to be an undercover agent? Chapter 102, Zhou Yu's Special Mission. Exactly. Great. No problem, I love the thrill of undercover work. I'll get the job done. Without a second thought, Zhou Yu agreed immediately. He knew he might not quite measure up to the kind of teammates Suchen envisioned. Perhaps being Suchen's undercover partner suited him better. That way, he wouldn't feel too much pressure and could still stay connected with Suchen. Alright. After this crisis passes, you'll join that group. If you ever need anything in the future, just reach out to me. I'll do my best to help. Suchen smiled. From what he'd gathered, Zhang Weihong's team had grown to around 1,000 members over the past few days, a truly massive operation. His leadership skills were undeniable. A voice in Suchen's mind warned him to be wary of such large groups. One day in the future, they might very well become enemies. His arrangement for Zhou Yu to join them was merely a precautionary measure, laying groundwork for potential future needs. After communicating with Zhou Yu, Suchen provided him with some water and food as initial funding. Of course, Zhou Yu was capable of acquiring more resources on his own. That aspect required little further concern from him. They agreed to communicate nightly whenever possible. If circumstances prevented it, they would exchange intelligence the following day, and so on. After escorting Zhou Yu back to his vehicle, Suchen noticed a surge of people eager to purchase his firearms, with many reaching out to him privately. Their enthusiasm for trading was exceptionally high. After all, firearms were still relatively uncommon domestically, and in the public eye, handguns were considered highly lethal weapons. The problem was that the supplies obtained from the first round of treasure chests were insufficient. Those with sufficient supplies had already exchanged for handguns at the previous supply station. So now, they could only watch helplessly. More survivors were trading various newly acquired materials with Suchen, mostly for bullets. After all, they had the pistols, but ammunition was another matter. Without bullets, those pistols were nothing but useless trinkets. Su Chen's initial exchange rate was 3 basic materials for 1 bullet. Later, some even brought blueprints to trade for supplies. Su Chen glanced at the snow boot blueprint and agreed to exchange it for 500 rounds of ammunition. He agreed without hesitation. To others, bullets were incredibly valuable, but to him, their cost was negligible. This deal was a steal. After selling that batch of bullets, Su Chen's storage ring was once again filled to capacity. No wonder they say arms dealers are the most profitable in the world. It's absolutely true. Just with bullets alone, he was making a profit multiplied many times over. What if I could mass-produce pistols someday? Or even AK-47s? The profits would be astronomical. Game system, dare you let me draw a permanent blueprint for manufacturing firearms? For a moment, Su Chen felt a surge of emotion. Possessing the capability to produce firearms would be like holding the key to wealth. And ideally, one that no one else possesses. I wonder if there are any big shots in other districts who can produce firearms. Might be worth asking around. With that thought, Su Chen immediately sent a chat message to Zhuge Xiaoliang. If certain individuals possessed firearm production capabilities, he could potentially become their distributor, a mutually beneficial arrangement for both parties. What surprised Su Chen, however, was that Zhuge Xiaoliang, who usually replied instantly, was taking an unusually long time to respond. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen surmised that Zhuge Xiaoliang was likely busy dealing with the beast horde and had no time to handle other matters. At that very moment, Zhuge Xiaoliang's expression mirrored Su Chen's thoughts. Gazing at the endless horde of beasts outside, Zhuge Xiaoliang's face was etched with grave concern. Through the regional chat channel, he had deduced that the more resources one possessed, the more likely they were to attract beast attacks. And right now, if he claimed his resources ranked second nationwide, hardly anyone would dare claim the top spot. As a middleman, he brokered deals between dozens of big shots and dozens of districts, raking in a fortune. But now, facing the beast horde, things were about to get much more complicated. Watching the approaching beasts, Zhuge Xiaoliang showed them no mercy. He pulled the pin from a grenade and hurled it directly into the swarm. Seconds later, a thunderous boom erupted as the grenade detonated, sending dozens of beasts flying. Yet the surrounding hordes pressed forward, undeterred. It seemed these beasts had truly lost their minds. Seeing the explosion had no effect as expected, Zhuge Xiaoliang's expression turned grave. He immediately raised 2 AK-47s with both hands and, without a word, opened fire directly at the beast horde. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 magazines emptied without pause, unleashing a torrent of bullets that struck the beasts, sending spatters of blood flying everywhere. In that moment, Zhuge Xiaoliang no longer resembled the shrewd broker, but instead radiated the aura of a ruthless bandit. Roar! Countless beasts fell, howling in agony. The magazine emptied. Zhuge Xiaoliang immediately pulled out 2 grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them forward before swiftly reloading. Boom! Boom! Following 2 deafening explosions, he raised his AK once more and unleashed a burst of fire. Compared to the busier Zhuge Xiaoliang, Su Chen had it much easier. The vehicle's weapon system automatically locked onto and eliminated the beasts, requiring no action from Su Chen, no need to open doors or fire a single shot. The twin gun barrels on either side left Zhou, sheltered inside Su Chen's RV, utterly dumbfounded. He really is the boss, already living such a comfortable and secure life. If they can even install vehicle-mounted weapons now, wouldn't it eventually turn into a war fortress? Amidst the hail of bullets, Su Chen suddenly noticed another treasure chest icon appear on the radar map. Unlike before, this one was a deep, rich purple. A diamond chest? Could it really be that good? Theoretically, there was no limit to the number of airdropped treasure chests. But so far, the highest he'd encountered were gold and platinum chests. This was his first time directly encountering such a high-tier chest. Chapter 103, Charging the Beast Horde Head-On? He hadn't anticipated that the massive beast horde threat would be followed by such a huge treasure chest opportunity. Seems this highway survival game is relatively fair after all. But the chest seemed to be dropping right in the middle of the beasts. He'd have to charge the horde. Su Chen shook his head. Had he lacked the detection system and chosen to avoid confrontation, he might never have noticed this treasure chest. Opportunity truly came with risk, but it was worth the gamble. Su Chen watched the barrels on both sides continuously firing, discharging a bullet roughly every 2 seconds. At this rate, it might hold a significant advantage against a smaller horde, but facing such overwhelming numbers, it was clearly outmatched. Thus, under Xiaoling's control, the RV slowly backed away, engaging in a game of cat and mouse. Even so, numerous beasts, speedy jackals, tigers, and leopards had already surged to the front of the RV, beginning to ram into it. A thud echoed from the front, yet the actual damage inflicted on the RV was minimal. Xiaoling, stop! Prepare to plow through the herd destination here. Su Chen input the treasure chest's coordinates into Xiaoling's navigation system. Yes, master. Xiaoling never questioned any decision Su Chen made, only obeying unconditionally. After Su Chen issued the command, the RV immediately halted its backward movement and began charging forward. Zhou, leave this place now. Few of these beasts are targeting you, just get out of here. Remember what I said, if you need anything, just tell me. Before charging into the beast horde, Suchen shouted to Zhou on the side. Got it, boss. Zhou received Suchen's instruction and wasted no words, turning around and leaving immediately. He knew staying would only slow Suchen down. Leaving might even allow him to draw away a significant number of beasts. Just as he'd anticipated, as he drove away, a pack of beasts broke off from the herd and charged straight toward his location. The RV, hurtling toward the beasts, soon collided with several of them. Wild wolves and dogs slammed their bodies and heads into the RV's front bumper, splattering blood everywhere and staining the vehicle with numerous bloody marks. One after another. While the gun barrels on both sides kept firing, Suchen moved to the sniper rifle position in the vehicle, swapping the sniper rifle for an AK-47. After reloading 1,000 rounds, he didn't even bother aiming, just unleashed a relentless barrage of fire directly at the beast horde. Mounted on the vehicle's weapon system, the AK-47 offered no perceptible recoil, and its magazine felt practically infinite, utterly exhilarating. With 3 weapons firing simultaneously, the relentless gunfire left rivers of blood in the RV's wake. Simultaneously, the scorching sun and intense heat caused the blood splattered on the vehicle to evaporate rapidly. It left behind blood-crusted marks on the bodywork and windows, creating an exceptionally gruesome sight. It even obscured the view from inside the vehicle. Looks like after grabbing the treasure chest, they'd have to give the car a thorough wash. Fortunately, Xiaoling's autonomous driving system monitored the surrounding road conditions. Otherwise, if Suchen had been driving, he might have ended up in the desert. Unlike Suchen's reckless charging, other players either holed up in their vehicles, refusing to budge, or fought their way back while retreating. The simplest tactic, when facing just 1 or 2 beasts and running low on fuel, was to floor the accelerator and ram head-on. They'd kill the beasts, but their own vehicles would be wrecked beyond repair. The sun blazed overhead on the 4th day, scorching the earth as beasts went feral. This was the final day of the extreme heat disaster. Even Xinglan was struggling terribly at this moment. As Suchen's distributor, she had amassed a large stockpile of supplies, making her a prime target for the beast hordes. A herd of rhinos surrounded her, relentlessly goring her top-tier, upgraded 2-star minibus. Fortunately, she had reinforced it extensively, allowing it to hold out. Though its durability steadily declined, she still held a car repair kit she'd bought cheaply from Wang Chang. Once the durability dropped sufficiently, she would use it to restore the vehicle to full health. By then, these rampaging beasts would likely have dispersed. Charging forward, Suchen could see the treasure chest growing ever closer to their vehicle. Surrounded by a dense swarm of beasts, Suchen couldn't help but wonder if this airdrop treasure chest was even something a normal person could obtain. Even if someone spotted it, they couldn't take it away. After a full 15 minutes of fighting through the beast horde, they finally reached the diamond tier treasure chest. The treasure chest, radiating a dazzling glow, lay just 1 meter outside the car door. All he had to do was open the door and step out to claim it. But the challenge was no small feat. Ahem, fat dragon. Your moment of truth has arrived. Get down there and help your boss drag that chest up. And hurry, got it? Suchen summoned Fat Dragon from the spatial farm and said earnestly. Got it, boss. Mission accomplished. Fat Dragon immediately stood tall, patted his chest, and declared confidently. Alright, follow my orders. When I say go, you go. Suchen retrieved several grenades from his storage ring. To quickly clear a large area of beasts surrounding the RV, he needed this kind of high-impact weapon. Opening the window covered in dried blood crusts, Suchen pulled the pin and tossed the grenade toward the beasts surrounding the treasure chest. He immediately slammed the window shut, ready to open the door and release Fat Dragon at a moment's notice. 321. Boom. Run. Within a second of the explosion, Suchen flung open the door. Fat Dragon leaped out and hauled the diamond tier treasure chest back into the vehicle. In that brief moment, the explosion rippled out from the diamond tier treasure chest, shattering the beasts into fragments. A vast open area was cleared. Fat Dragon had timed it perfectly, successfully retrieving the chest. After closing the door, he let Xiaoling handle the beasts herself while he rubbed his hands together and approached the diamond tier treasure chest. Please give me something good. The moment the chest opened, Suchen froze, holding his breath. His wide eyes betrayed an excitement he struggled to contain. Chapter 104, Divine Medicine? Credit available. Initial supplies, 1 adrenaline, 3 first aid kits. You opened the treasure chest, earning 12,345 chest points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, gaining an 11x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 11 doses of adrenaline and 33 first aid kits. Adrenaline. Effect, instantly heals all injuries. For the next hour, triples physical attributes. Non-fatal damage gradually recovers. Possesses the ability to regenerate any body part. Capable of restoring any injury, even regenerating severed limbs. It's practically invincible. Essentially, possessing this item grants you an extra life. First aid kit. Effect, upon consumption, instantly restores all bodily functions. Rapidly repairs organ damage and facilitates the reattachment of severed limbs. It also instantly restores physical condition. If the severed limb is still nearby, it can be reattached, making it a highly valuable item. With these items, Suchen effectively gained multiple extra lives. Moreover, he didn't necessarily have to consume these himself. If Fat Dragon was injured, he could take these medicines too. Compared to the healing potions previously exchanged from Wang Chang, Suchen's adrenaline and first aid kit were nothing short of miraculous. The only drawback was that once used, they were gone. If only they could function like a mobile spring where one could simply step inside to heal upon injury. Having opened the diamond tier treasure chest, Suchen basked in satisfaction as he reclined back into his massage chair, embracing the leisurely life ahead. But his daydreaming was soon interrupted. Zhuge Xiaoyang, Big Shot Su, do you still have those car repair kits? I need a lot, can you knock down the price? Price reduction? Suchen naturally had no problem with that. After all, he was a middleman. As long as there was a spread to profit from, it was fine. Suchen, fine, give me your quote. Zhuge Xiaoyang, how about 1,500 units of material? I need 30. After feigning a moment's thought, Suchen agreed to the terms, sealing the deal at 1,500 units of material. He sourced the goods from Wang Chang at a cost of just 800 units of materials. Each car repair kit netted him a 700 unit profit. 30 kits meant he was essentially freeloading 20,000 units of materials. Suchen immediately contacted Wang Chang, resuming his role as a middleman. Gazing at the extra 20,000 basic materials in his storage ring, Suchen suddenly understood why Zhuge Xiaoliang had dedicated himself to middleman transactions. As the beast incident gradually drew to a close, Suchen also noticed that the decline in the regional channel's membership had slowed. The current count stood at 8,110. Compared to the beginning, less than 10% remained. Checking the time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the temperature had begun to drop. Those who had persevered this long, aside from those already at their limits, were essentially capable of surviving this disaster. They might even endure quite a while in future calamities. So what if, at this very moment, I implemented a credit system? I could strike a deal with survivors who met my criteria, providing them with resources sufficient for survival. And they repay me threefold during the next disaster. In that case, as long as I find enough people to assist with a sufficient base number and the casualties don't exceed 66, I'm guaranteed to profit. As for whether they might see this as profiteering from their misfortune? Don't be ridiculous. Without me, these people might have perished in this disaster. For them, nothing matters more than staying alive. And this was entirely voluntary, every decision was theirs alone. After deep contemplation, Suchen confirmed his reasoning was sound. He then drafted a message and sent it to the regional chat channel. Suchen, friends, to help everyone better weather the storm, I'm offering credit services for those struggling to hold on. Register any needs with me first, just repay triple the amount once you open treasure chests later. The moment Suchen's message went out, it sent shockwaves through the comment section. Holy crap! I've used up all my resources, even my fuel's gone. I thought I was done for. Suchen offering credit is a godsend. Forget triple repayment, once I get resources back, I'll pay tenfold. You're just a shill, aren't you? 3 times isn't bad at all. Even if half the players die, Suchen still comes out ahead. You're the idiot. Borrowing only requires triple repayment, but if you buy something, do you expect to pay full price? Getting ripped off is the least of your worries. Exactly. Plus, when the big shot extends credit to you, he faces the risk of you dying and the risk of you not paying back. Isn't triple repayment a steal? Besides, no one's forcing you to take credit. How is this any different from charity? Seriously, have you guys been brainwashed by PUA? Accepting this? Go ahead and take credit if you must. I'll tough it out, tomorrow will be better. That's just manipulation, you idiot. Suchen healing the world, truly a great benefactor of our time. In the chat channel, some expressed gratitude while others complained about his price hike, but Suchen couldn't care less. His sole concern was how much profit he could extract this time while protecting these suckers. Yet these very people hailed him as a great benefactor, making him question his own existence. He's just a standard businessman. Have they grown so accustomed to it that they've started self-manipulating? Or was he simply too kind-hearted, not ruthless enough? Looks like he'd better feed his conscience to Fat Dragon. Achoo! Fat Dragon sneezed in place, rubbing his barely visible nose in confusion. Another hour passed. Nearly every player encountered beasts that scattered and vanished without a trace. Just as they had come in a hurry, they now departed in haste. After the fear and helplessness, only the unbearable heat of the scorching weather remained. Compared to this morning, however, everyone now felt remarkably optimistic. Finally, the hardest part was over, and honestly, it hadn't been that bad after all. Yeah. That scorching heat combined with those ferocious beasts, at first, I thought we wouldn't make it through today. Yeah. That's all thanks to Suchen. If it weren't for him pulling out all those cooling supplies at such a critical moment, we'd probably have lost thousands more. Is that really an exaggeration? Chapter 105, The Top 3 Survivors. Honestly, it could very well be. Just today alone, Suchen sold no fewer than 5,000 bottles of ice-cold water, plus other items like ice-cold Coca-Cola and ice cream. Can you even fathom what that means? Many other players had also stockpiled supplies in advance, which is why we survived. But this was merely the first extreme disaster and it was already terrifying. What lies ahead? Almost every player was expressing their awe, while simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief as if the storm had passed. Suchen surveyed today's sales figures. Weapons, water, food, and medicine were flying off the shelves. Sales were sky-high, easily 3 times higher than usual. This was a truly staggering figure. Had Suchen not been present, the survivors would likely have suffered at least another 1,000 casualties. Suchen couldn't help but inwardly marvel. After all, those who had persevered to this day were essentially veterans forged from the original 100,000 survivors. While they weren't elite, they had certainly outgrown the ranks of novices. Under these circumstances, survival rates would likely have been halved under normal conditions. This catastrophe truly lived up to its reputation. Suchen believed everyone would remember this day. They would remember this catastrophe, letting it serve as a warning bell for the calamities they would face in the future. Time ticked away, second by second. Many survivors, having acclimated to the temperature, began driving forward once more. After all, today was the day the airdrop treasure chests appeared. They seemed to have reverted to their initial state. Scouring the highway for crates, but this time, instead of scanning the sides, they looked skyward. Suchen also encountered another platinum tier chest along the way, opening it to find 13 2-star vehicle upgrade blueprints. It was pure bliss. These blueprints could be traded for a wealth of valuable items. The clock struck 6 in the evening. The sun had completely set in the west. A mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. Scorching heat disaster ended. All players will enter an absolutely safe rest period. No dangers will exist and no one may initiate attacks on others. The system will now enter an update phase. Please wait a moment, this will conclude shortly. Accompanied by the system's notification chime, the entire regional chat channel erupted in cheers and jubilation. These simple words now resonated like heavenly music in their ears. At this moment, only 8,040 players remained in the entire regional channel. Finally, it's all over. I thought I was going to collapse. At last, I can get some proper rest. The temperature really dropped instantly, so refreshing. I felt like I was going to be roasted alive today. I downed 10 bottles of water just to stay alive. This is great. I'm going to sleep soundly. I haven't had a proper night's rest in days. I wonder if I'll survive the next disaster. A mix of emotions: relief at surviving, anxiety about the future, and the resolve gained from facing challenges head-on filled the entire chat channel. Suchen also relaxed into the massage chair. Though he had slightly more resources than other survivors, he was still barely scraping by under the highway survival game system. A temporary advantage didn't guarantee lasting dominance. In fact, his very advantages could very well be what cost him his life. But now that this catastrophe was ending, wouldn't the developers reward us survivors? Or was rest itself the reward? Could the game developers be capitalists? After pondering this, Suchen contacted Xinglan. They exchanged updates on the day's events, and then Suchen sent her a 2-star car upgrade blueprint. Xinglan was flattered and surprised upon receiving the blueprint, promptly trading Suchen the snow mountain climbing gear she'd just obtained from a loot box. After that, the two chatted for quite a while. Interests, hobbies, daily life, special skills. Even the name for their child Suchen had already thought it through. After about 15 minutes of chatting, the system alert sounded. Congratulations to all survivors. You have overcome the first disaster and successfully endured. From this moment onward, rankings and rewards for all main route areas will be announced based on aggregated player data. Only the top 3 regions per channel will be publicly displayed across all channels. The moment the system alert sounded, everyone froze. Was this a ranking for their regional channel? Would they receive corresponding rewards based on their rankings? Well, that sounded interesting. It would let them know where they stood on average. Announcing the 3rd ranked regional highway. 3rd place goes to Huaxia Region 298, Main Road Zone, with 5,928 survivors enduring extreme heat. Overall zone rating, S-Class. All players within this region receive 1 free attribute point, freely distributable. This announcement is audible to all survivors on the main highways of every region. Many regions froze in shock upon seeing their population surge by 1 or 2,000. Seriously? How did they manage to keep so many people alive in such a brutal survival game? Absurd! This kid got 3rd place, what about 1st? What are free attribute points? Could this be like an online game where you gain free attribute values? Upon hearing the system announcement, members across numerous regional channels were gripped by astonishment and shock. But in Suchen's channel 369, main road area, the atmosphere was completely opposite. Wait, over 5,000 people in East 3rd? With over 8,000 of US, doesn't that mean? How could they lose so many people? Sure, these stages are tough, but not that tough. Or did our difficulty just get lowered? As discussions erupted across all zones, the second place ranking was announced. Announcing the second place main road zone. Second place goes to Ugly Eagle Zone, Main Road Area 19. 6,425 survivors endured the scorching heat to survive. Overall zone rating, S-Class. All players within this region receive 2 free attribute points to distribute freely, along with an initial resource pack. An area from Ugly Nation? How did they manage to gather so many people? I wonder which country took first place. Hope it's ours. If second place gets a whole region reward, then the first place region must be absolutely killing it. So jealous. I wonder which country and region holds that top spot. At this moment, everyone was speculating. Unfortunately, the World Channel remains closed for now. Forget the World Channel, even the China-wide channel wasn't open. There was nowhere to communicate or connect, even if you wanted to. But unlike the rest, who were lost in speculation and confusion. One entire region was now frozen in place, its inhabitants staring blankly as if stunned. Chapter 106, the top-ranked region. The second catastrophe. Wait, guys, only 6,000 survivors in second place? What about us? Holy? We've got over 8,000 people. Could it be? Ha! Finally our turn to shine. I can't wait to hear we're number 1. If second place gets such rich rewards, first place must be even better. Top of the entire zone? We're just too strong. While other main zones were still speculating, celebrations had already begun on Main Road 369 where Suchen was stationed. It wasn't just about the rewards, the real prize was the chance to show off in front of all the other districts. Before long, the system notification sounded, piercing through the anticipation of the survivors on Main Road 369. Current top-ranked highway zone. Ranked first, Main Road 369 of Huaxia District. 8,040 survivors endured the scorching heat disaster. Overall district rating, SSS. All players in this region receive 3 points of free attributes and 3 basic supply crates. The announcement sent shockwaves through every major region. No other nation's region had anticipated China's claim to the top spot. First and third places both go to China. Our ugly country only snagged second? What a disgrace. Damn it. Our great Japan didn't even make the top 3. Next time, we'll show China exactly what we're capable of. Any future opportunity must be used to target China's region and prevent them from taking first place. Ha! First place really is China's? That's so awesome. Unity truly is strength. China rocks. Our region's 33rd place isn't bad either. Speaking of which, what's that free attribute value? How do you check your own stats? I'm so jealous. I wonder how they managed to survive with so many people. After hearing the announcement, everyone erupted in excitement. Especially on Highway 369, everyone was buzzing in the regional chat, crediting Suchen as the driving force behind their first place win. Over the past few days, he'd facilitated countless resource exchanges for them. He helped them trade away supplies they didn't need for things they desperately required. Besides Suchen, another group that earned their admiration was Zhang Weihong's team. They were arguably the first to pioneer the concept of team building, and they had continued to grow and strengthen. Leveraging both their collective strength and Suchen's resources, their joint efforts had created excellent conditions for everyone's survival. The system rewards arrived swiftly. Suchen casually opened several treasure chests. A few bottles of water as basic supplies instantly multiplied into dozens. As for the 3 free attribute points, Suchen allocated them directly to strength, boosting it to 111 points. His health also surged to 222 points. Just then, another system notification sounded in Suchen's ear. Congratulations! You have achieved the top survivalist ranking in Zone 1 of the Scorching Sun Extreme Heat Disaster in the Huaxia region, earning 1 system lottery draw. A reward for being the top survivor in the region? Let's spin. Lottery! Congratulations! You have obtained master-level combat skills. Instantly, Suchen felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, accompanied by an inexhaustible wellspring of power. Vague yet familiar memories began to surface in his mind. In that moment, he seemed to embody the aura of a martial arts master who had dedicated decades to combat, radiating a unique presence. At the very least, he now possessed close-quarters self-defense skills. As the lottery concluded, the system prompts in Suchen's ears fell silent. However, the game system's announcements were not yet finished. Announcing the complete conclusion of the first disaster. Announcing the second disaster, Frozen Wasteland. The ice world will officially commence at 12 a.m. tonight. All players are advised to prepare for tomorrow's frozen realm. Just as everyone was enthusiastically discussing Suchen, the sudden sound of the system notification shattered the newly found sense of ease and excitement. All thoughts immediately turned to the impending second disaster. The first disaster was extreme heat, so the second being a frozen world didn't come as much of a surprise. After all, it was a tale of 2 extremes. Heat followed by cold was perfectly logical and entirely reasonable. However, many paid little heed to the system's warning. In their view, having survived the first round of extreme heat, there was no reason they couldn't endure the second round of extreme cold. After all, they had wood to burn. Those who've made it this far are essentially the elite. Unlike the initial survival of the fittest phase, as long as nothing unexpected happens, they can all survive. Therefore, they remain fairly confident. Of course, quite a few others have also begun making preparations. This is ridiculous, not even a moment's rest? One challenge ends today, and another begins tomorrow. We need to stockpile supplies quickly. Fuel, firewood, cotton cloth, lighters, quilts, thermal underwear. All these things need to be prepped. Who's got warm clothes? I'll trade my short sleeves for some. You're trying to pull a fast one on me? No way. Unlike others, Suchen showed no signs of panic. He had no intention of listing warm clothing just yet. Item prices are always tied to demand. And the frozen wasteland hadn't descended yet. Sitting on the bed, Suchen stared at several down jackets before him, pondering which one to wear. Forget it, I'll decide later. After washing up, Suchen lay down on his bed, ready for sleep. The night deepened gradually. The temperature began to drop. Though it wasn't even midnight yet, a torrential downpour had already begun outside the window, washing over the entire landscape. Perfect timing, it'll wash my car for me, saving me a trip to the car wash. Suchen closed his eyes contentedly and drifted off to sleep. Tomorrow would bring a new world and new calamities. Who knew what challenges awaited? Filled with fighting spirit, Suchen closed his eyes. The midnight chime of the biological clock struck 12. A black light swept across the land, enveloping every vehicle in its path. Chapter 107, The Frozen World. The bloodthirsty blood wolf fleet. At 6 in the morning, as the first light of dawn rose above the horizon, everything around him had changed. At the system's alert, Suchen opened his eyes. He noticed the world outside the window had transformed into a frozen wasteland. Snow-covered roads stretched out, snowflakes still drifting down from the sky. Snowdrifts piled high along the roadside, and trees stood laden with accumulated snow. Welcome, players, to the world of the second catastrophe. You will survive here for 10 days, experiencing a world of extreme cold. Temperatures will drop progressively over time. Please prepare accordingly. Resources are scarce in this frozen realm. Treasure chest spawn rates on highways are reduced by 70%. Due to insufficient channel capacity, servers have been automatically merged during updates. All 10 regions are now consolidated. Please verify your server status. This alert sounded in the ears of all surviving players. With the 10 regions merged, Suchen noticed the unprecedented number of players in his current area, the largest gathering in history. Zone 1 Highway Channel, 36,420 players. Compared to Suchen's zone, other areas averaged only 2,000 to 3,000 survivors. Because Suchen's zone had secured first place during the previous gameplay phase, they had arrived at Zone 1 Highway. The moment survivors realized the merger was complete, the zone channel erupted with frantic chatter. Holy crap? Zone 1? Could it be the folks from the old Highway 369? Is it? Is it? How did you guys manage to keep so many people alive? That's insane. Feeling the admiration from survivors in other zones, the original Highway 369 survivors were bursting with pride. Ha! You guys wouldn't know. Because our zone has Suchen, the big boss. That's right. Suchen has always been a huge help to us, and of course, there's also our leader, Zhang Weihong. Zone 1 Zhang Weihong, everyone, welcome to the Zone 1 family. We sincerely invite you to join my team. Unite and cooperate to fight the enemies together. Holy crap? Suchen, the big boss, is in Zone 1? No wonder having a big shot to latch onto is just awesome. Wait, guys, this freezing snowstorm is brutal. My tires are spinning out, I can't even move. And this road is only a kilometer wide. If you hit someone, there's no way to avoid it. Guys, can we be a little more peaceful and friendly? While everyone was still reeling from the shock of this icy world, Suchen had already begun his operation. In this weather, everyone's basic supply needs remain unchanged. Since that's the case, let him cash in first. Consume 10 pieces of cloth to craft 1 cotton coat. Consume 10 units of cloth to craft 1 pair of cotton pants. Consume 20 rubber and 20 alloy to craft 1 set of anti-slip tires. Next, Suchen pulled all unsold ice water, ice cream, and ice-cold cola from the shelves, replacing them with room-temperature versions. He then began stocking cotton coats, cotton pants, and anti-slip tires. Even before he had advertised his shop, people had already discovered it. Holy crap, check the exchange. A shop called Morning Light just listed over 1,000 cotton coats and pants, plus 1,000 sets of anti-slip tires. With these, we can survive this blizzard. And that's not all. Didn't you see the 6,000 bottles of water, 3,000 bottles of cola, and 1,000 bottles of liquor, both white and red? And medicine. Perfect. My injury from yesterday hasn't healed finally, a way to recover. Look at you guys, acting like you've never seen the world before. This is Sushin's shop. He always sells stuff everyone desperately needs. So it's Sushin. No wonder. It's all thanks to Sushin's supplies that you guys are staying alive. Wait, they have bullets too? My gun's completely out of ammo. Finally, I can restock. Watching the players from other highways, they were like Grandma Lou entering the Grand View Garden, expressing intense awe. The survivors of Highway 369 suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of pride. They suddenly realized many other zones were struggling badly. Without Su Chen's resources, they'd likely be in the same boat. They might have fared slightly better, but not by much. The chat channel swelled with new voices, becoming even more chaotic. Some highways harbored fear toward Su Chen and his group, but others did not. Soon, someone stepped forward to openly challenge Su Chen. Blood Wolf Captain A, another batch of fresh lambs. Ready to die? Blood Wolf Captain and Su Chen, we've been waiting to meet you for ages. Those rewards you've collected must be quite substantial. Soon, they'll all be ours. Blood Wolf Captain, no matter how tough you are, you're still human. Can you withstand bullets? Ready to die? Blood Wolf Convoy leader Li Huayan broke the lively atmosphere with a hint of disdain. His words immediately drew agreement from many of his comrades. Blood Wolf, ha! We slaughtered nearly everyone on that highway earlier. Now we finally have fresh blood to spill. Blood Wolf, no one can resist the advance of the Blood Wolf. You'd better clean your necks and wait for us to kill you. Since its founding, the Blood Wolf Convoy had thrived on slaughter and resource plunder. Through sheer force, it grew steadily, attracting countless members. Those who refused were simply killed. In no time, it swelled to over 2,000 members, dominating the entire highway. They slaughtered every single player they encountered along the highway, effectively exterminating every other convoy in their path. Seeing these players with prefixes before their names, though others didn't understand their meaning, it didn't stop them from retaliating. They pointed at the Blood Wolf Convoy and hurled insults. Blood Wolf, ha! Just impotent rage. No one survives our Blood Wolf's conquest. Blood Wolf, want to know why we all have the Blood Wolf emblem? Because our leader has upgraded to a level 4 vehicle, granting the ability to establish a convoy. Blood Wolf, joining the convoy grants certain bonuses. And the reason we leveled up so fast? We killed enough people. So tremble, ha! In an instant, the entire regional chat channel was flooded with the Blood Wolf Convoy's taunts. Many players were furious, yet a growing sense of dread took hold. Would they be slaughtered by the overwhelming numbers? Watching the chat channel filled with players too scared to even speak, the Blood Wolf crew grew even more brazen. At that moment, Zhang Weihong stepped forward, seemingly undaunted. Put. You're nothing but scum. Don't let me catch you, or I'll tear you to shreds. Survivors who want to take them down can join my team. Let's deal with them together. Anyway, no one knows where they are, and we won't run into them anytime soon. Why not use this chance to recruit some members? Inspired by Zhang Weihong's declaration, others gradually found their courage. Chapter 108, Provocation and Enmity. You're absolutely right, you scum. I'm joining Brother Zhang's convoy to give you a taste of your own medicine. You're not even worthy of licking Su Shen's ass. What gives you the right to act so cocky? If it were Su Shen, he could crush your entire crew effortlessly. However, they noticed that Su Shen hadn't stepped forward to voice his opinion. Su Chen's silence only fueled their arrogance further. Hey, Zhang Weihong, you just wait for us. And what about your Su Shen? Why does he seem to have turned into a total wimp? The top player in survival games? Why is he acting like a scared turtle? The Blood Wolf team's players were acting incredibly cocky, but their confidence was steadily eroding. After trading insults for ages, Su Shen still hadn't shown up, making them start to doubt. Could it be? Big Shot Su was actually scared? Was he just ignoring them because they outnumbered him? If that's the case, they might as well join Zhang Weihong's team. Xinglan, who had been lurking in the chat, noticed they kept berating Su Chen without any response. Growing anxious, she sent him a private message. Ding! Su Chen, currently crafting medicine, clothing, and anti-slip tires, heard the private message notification. He had assigned Xinglan a unique notification sound, so he recognized it immediately. He stepped up to the screen, glanced at Xinglan's message, and replied with a simple "got it." He immediately opened the chat channel to review their conversation history. Blood Wolf Fleet? You can form a convoy once your vehicle reaches Tier 4? That's pretty cool. If it weren't for Xiaolong, I'd probably be at Tier 4 by now. But there's no need to rush, it's only a matter of time. As for the Blood Wolf Fleet's approach of resorting to slaughter to acquire resources, Su Chen saw it as akin to draining the pond to catch fish. It was a method he couldn't condone. In his view, allowing numerous players to obtain treasure chests and profit from trading them would yield far greater benefits than killing them to seize resources. Moreover, if they continued this practice in Zone 1, it would directly undermine Su Chen's interests. These survivors were his cash cows. How could he let them keep harvesting like this? Su Chen? Su Chen, start thinking about your last words. 1,000 words boiled down to a single sentence, instantly setting the Blood Wolf convoy members on edge. The other survivors cheered in delight. Su Shen had finally made his move. They had expected him to fire back with some sharp retort. But no, just this one line. But one sentence was enough. A question mark, coupled with a parting shot, delivered a decisive blow that shattered the Blood Wolf convoy members' defenses. Blood Wolf Su Chen, you wait. If we ever catch you, we'll tear you to pieces. Suchen, oh. Blood Wolf Suchen, UING. Suchen, got your last words ready? Blood Wolf FCK. Blood Wolf. A barrage of curses erupted from multiple Blood Wolf convoy members. Clearly, Suchen had enraged them beyond measure. With Suchen leading the charge, the other survivors instantly found their backbone, stepping forward to denounce the Blood Wolf convoy. In an instant, the crowd's fury boiled over, drowning out the Blood Wolf members' curses entirely. Even though the Blood Wolves currently held the numerical advantage, the survivors weren't intimidated at this moment. If they encountered the Blood Wolf, they knew how to run. Their brutality wasn't something that would spare you just because you didn't curse them. So why not vent their fury to the fullest? Blood Wolf Captain, you'll pay for this. Anyone who crosses our path will die. Blood Wolf Captain Li Huayan's eyes darkened as he issued a direct threat. Then the Blood Wolf members gradually vanished from the chat channel. After all, their numbers were dwarfed by the entire channel. No need to invite trouble here. Directly hunting down these survivors aligned far better with their mindset. Suchen didn't take the Blood Wolves' threat too seriously. Even if their 3,000 vehicles charged at him, he wouldn't be intimidated. Unless they all went suicidal and launched a reckless assault, it might actually affect him. In contrast, he was more curious about what the convoy looked like and whether it offered any additional bonuses. Perhaps he could assemble an elite convoy of his own. The thought flashed through Suchen's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. It was time to survey the situation around him. But before that, Suchen didn't forget to run an ad. Suchen, to help everyone smoothly transition through the adaptation period, we now offer cotton jackets, cotton pants, quilts, anti-slip tires, and other products. Feel free to shop, with a limit of 3 items per person. Note: Dawn's shop is not open to the Blood Wolf team. Targeting me? Then don't make me impose a unilateral ban on you lot. Following Suchen's declaration, many stepped forward to announce they would cease all transactions with Blood Wolf as well. Losing their 3,000 customers? We still have a market of 30,000 others. No big deal. After setting the precedent, Suchen discreetly exited the chat channel and began surveying the surroundings. Confirming the area was clear, he donned his thermostatic suit and approached the car door. Once ready, he opened the door. An icy blast of frigid air immediately flooded the warm cabin, prompting Suchen to step out and slam the door shut. The surroundings were blanketed in snow. In the distance, the highway stretched between snow-covered forests on both sides. A layer of snow about 10 centimeters deep covered the road, leaving distinct footprints with every step. Grab a handful of snow, Suchen quickly returned to the car and instructed Xiaoling to drive forward along the highway. In this frozen world, the probability of finding treasure chests dropped by 30%. This meant the area was bound to be a disaster of scarce supplies. Therefore, it was imperative to gather as many suitable resources as possible and earn gold from other survivors as soon as possible. Xiaoling, keep the interior temperature at 22 degrees. Monitor the fuel level and notify me immediately if it runs low. Suchen glanced at the fuel gauge. Over 3,000 units remained. While seemingly ample, it wouldn't last his RV more than 2 days. He needed to secure another fuel shipment quickly, preferably at half the price he'd previously sold it for. With the AC running inside, the part of Suchen's neck and above not covered by his thermal suit began to warm up. Fatty Dragon sat beside Suchen, leisurely patting his belly. After driving 10 kilometers, they hadn't encountered a single treasure chest. The drop in drop rates was indeed significant. Who knew such risks lurked in this frozen wasteland? Suddenly, Suchen's sensors detected a dense swarm of black figures emerging from the surrounding dense forest, closing in on the highway. No matter how fast he drove, the black figures kept closing in along the roadside. Suchen's brow furrowed as he scanned the dense forest to his right. Soon, he noticed patches of snow being shaken loose from the trees. They're coming. As the figures approached the highway and emerged from the white forest, Suchen stared intently and froze in shock. What? Chapter 109, Zombies and Corpses? Manipulation. Figures with rolled back eyes, wide pupils, and limbs contorted into grotesque positions, emitting gurgling sounds, were slowly advancing toward the highway. Suchen's dilated pupils reflected their human-like forms. These were zombies? Not only were resources scarcer than before, but the danger was far greater. This was driving them to the brink of despair. As Suchen spotted these zombies, others were also encountering them. They immediately began venting their frustration in the regional chat channel. Zone 1 chat channel. Holy? Look at the woods outside the highway. I just spotted a humanoid monster. Could it be a zombie? They're definitely zombies. I've got several here too. Gotta get out of here fast. You guys got lucky? Why are there dozens, even hundreds here? Am I doomed already? No way. Zombies? I read in novels that zombies' weak point is their heads. Try shooting them in the head and see if it works. I tried it. Shooting their heads with a gun seems to work. Hitting their bodies doesn't do much. Wait, it's not just the zombies. There's something else deep in the forest. I feel like that thing is controlling the zombies, otherwise, their movements wouldn't be so perfectly synchronized. Don't scare me. While the survivors were debating frantically, Suchen also noticed this peculiar detail. He could sense that these zombies seemed to be following orders, displaying remarkable discipline. Their movements were perfectly synchronized in every aspect. Through radar detection, he saw that within the forest, some black figures remained completely motionless. Perhaps that was the entity controlling the zombies. Could that be it? Never mind. Let's deal with these zombies first. Suchen shook his head and instructed Xiaoling to activate the vehicle's weapon system, targeting the zombies with headshots. Boom! The first shot erupted from the barrel, shattering the RV's silence. All 3 gun barrels began relentlessly spewing tons of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down on the zombie horde, striking their bodies but only forcing them to stumble back a few steps. Only those zombies struck in the head collapsed to the ground as if their driving force had been completely extinguished, only to be mercilessly trampled by their comrades behind them. After a wave of sweeping fire, the front ranks of zombies lay in a large pile of fallen bodies. Yet the zombies behind them, oblivious to death, continued to charge forward relentlessly. Xiaoling prioritized fire on the right flank to keep the horde away from the vehicle. After giving his orders, Suchen moved to a window on the right, opened it slightly, and rested the barrel of his Barrett heavy sniper rifle on the sill. Through the scope, he scanned the rear of the radar-detected horde, searching for whatever might be controlling the zombies. After scanning the area thoroughly, Suchen suddenly froze. Within his sniper's field of view, several figures appeared clad in ancient official robes and wearing black official hats. Their complexions were as pale as snow, blending seamlessly with the white landscape. At a glance, Suchen recognized them as the zombies he had encountered before. Were these zombies the ones controlling the undead horde? During the previous heatwave, Suchen had encountered zombies, but never the undead. Where on earth had these zombies come from? Before Suchen could ponder further, he saw a zombie in his sniper scope lift its head and lock eyes with him across the distance. Bang! Suchen adjusted his crosshairs, aimed directly at the creature's forehead, and pulled the trigger. At such close range, there was no need to factor in other variables. One shot would teach it a lesson. The bullet shot out at lightning speed, piercing clean through the zombie's skull. Its head exploded like a watermelon hit by a bullet. Its body stiffened and fell backward. Satisfying. Suchen realigned his scope and aimed at the zombie beside it, pulling the trigger once more. But this time, the bullet struck the zombie squarely in the forehead. Instead of the expected outcome, the bullet seemed to encounter immense resistance and ricocheted off. The zombie fixed a piercing stare on Suchen's RV before turning and hopping away from its spot. Bang! Another shot, another miss. Suchen holstered his sniper rifle, his expression turning grave. The constant crack of gunfire still echoed around him. Suddenly, Suchen noticed the zombies' footsteps had become chaotic. Some charged into the forest, others surged toward the RV. Others collided chaotically, instinctively turning on each other in savage combat. Had they lost control? Xiaoling, when exactly did they start acting chaotic? Suchen closed the car window and turned his head to ask. After you fired the first shot, Master. Right. Let's wipe out the rest of these zombies. I'm curious to see what they look like up close. Immediately, 3 barrels swept through the area, swiftly eliminating all remaining zombies. Suchen also noticed that all the dark shadows around the RV had vanished. Xiaoling cleaned the outside of the RV automatically. Xiaolong, come with me to check it out. Suchen donned his bulletproof helmet, grabbed his pistol, and led Fat Dragon out to investigate. The moment they stepped out, they were met with a sea of corpses. The sight of the zombies' bloody remains and grotesque faces sent a wave of nausea surging up Suchen's chest, churning his stomach violently. But he quickly adapted. After all, it wasn't his first time seeing corpses, just never this many. Ha! What was that? Suchen suddenly noticed what appeared to be a crystal-clear crystal embedded in the shattered brain matter of one of the zombies. Could it be poisonous? But it didn't seem to be causing any harm. Suchen grabbed a bottle of mineral water and rinsed the crystal-clear crystal, washing away the brain matter clinging to it. Only then did he pick it up. Evolution crystal possesses extremely unique energy. Purpose unknown. Holy? Could it be all those apocalyptic zombie novels are real? Can humans even eat this thing? Staring at the crystal, translucent and emitting a faint blue glow, Suchen felt a surge of curiosity. But after a moment's thought, he decided to hold back. Boss, this thing looks delicious. Only then did Suchen notice the greedy look on Fat Dragon's face, his eyes fixed intently on the evolution crystal in Suchen's hand. Boss, can I have this? Would this even work for you? Suchen raised an eyebrow. If Fat Dragon could eat it, then he should be able to too, right? My body tells me it must be good for me. Fat Dragon cupped his face in his hands, his expression yearning, his eyes sparkling with the gleam of a true foodie. Here, take this. Let's see what happens. With a light toss, the evolution crystal landed in Fat Dragon's hands. Chapter 110, Wisdom Crystal. Suchen's acquisition plan. The moment Fat Dragon caught the evolution crystal, his face lit up with a smile. Cradling it in both hands, he popped it straight into his mouth, swallowing it whole without even chewing. Anything? Seeing Panglong swallow the crystal without any apparent reaction, Suchen asked curiously. I feel warm all over. That's it? No increase in strength or abilities? Maybe, maybe not. Boss, maybe if I eat a few more, I'll feel something. Fat Dragon's eyes twinkled as his 2 index fingers tapped together involuntarily. First, let's see how many evolution crystals are left. Collect them all, no sneaking bites. Suchen shot the little dragon a disapproving glare, urging him to control his appetite. After all, they didn't know if these crystals might have side effects later. The little dragon immediately began rummaging through the zombie corpses, while Suchen strode directly into the forest beside them. When he reached the zombie corpse, he discovered a crystal-clear crystal lodged within its brain. It was bluer and larger than the crystal in the zombie's brain. Picking it up, he saw it was indeed different. Wisdom crystal possesses exceptionally unique energy usable by intelligent beings. Oh? This special annotation says it can be used by specific intelligent beings? So, this is something I can consume, whereas the evolution crystals are unusable? Suchen stowed the wisdom crystal away, then searched the zombie's body thoroughly. Satisfied there was nothing else, he returned to the RV. Boss, we found a total of 17 evolution crystals. Fat Dragon presented the crystals before Suchen, almost as if seeking praise. Suchen nodded, glancing at the zombie corpses outside, likely close to 200. Judging by this, the proportion of evolution crystals in zombie brains was roughly around 10%. But were evolution crystals and wisdom crystals truly different in terms of human consumption? Boss, what's that in your hand? It looks even tastier than this rock. Can I try some? Fat Dragon licked his lips. Here, take one. It's an evolution crystal. Go play over there for now. I'll let you know once I've studied this thing properly. Suchen took the 16 evolution crystals from the other party and approached the Carhartt. Placing them upon it, a faint reaction seemed to occur. A flash of white light passed, but nothing happened. Seems it can't serve as the Carhartt. Suchen sat back in his chair and opened the chat channel to see if anyone else had obtained any information. The chat channel was buzzing with activity. That scared the hell out of me. After hacking away forever, I finally took down that zombie. Dude, you're such a dummy. Just ram them with your car and run over their heads with the wheels. Why bother doing it yourself? That's possible, but it'd drain a ton of durability. Forget it. I already made my escape. Guys, I found a crystal in one of the zombies' brains. It's called an evolution crystal. Could it be like in those post-apocalyptic novels? If you take it, does it boost your physical abilities and even let you evolve special powers? Bro, don't even think about it. I've got one too, but I don't think it's meant for human consumption. It probably has some other purpose. Don't try it lightly. Just dial it and turn your bike into a motorcycle. Don't try to talk me out of it, I've already taken it. Wait for my good news in a minute. After the survivor sent that message, a heavy silence fell over the group. Every survivor fell into an unspoken agreement to stay quiet, waiting for his outcome. A minute passed quickly, but there was no word from him. 3 minutes passed, still no word. Just then, a message appeared in the public chat. Zhang Weihong, everyone, don't try it anymore. 3 of our teammates volunteered to test it earlier. They swallowed the evolution crystals but didn't gain any power. Instead, they all turned into zombies. This instantly set the entire chat channel ablaze. Holy, this thing turns people into zombies? Should I toss it? Could just touching it turn me into one? Enough talk. This thing must have some use we don't know about, but I don't want to keep it. Selling cheap 10 bottles of water for 1 crystal. Anyone interested? Killing a zombie isn't easy, after all. Damn. You're smart. I'll take 9 bottles of water. Anyone interested? Guys upstairs, you're overthinking it. Since so many people seem to have gotten this stuff, it probably isn't worth much. Who's gonna pay top dollar for something whose purpose is still unknown? Absorbed evolution crystal energy, gained 200 energy points. Damn. So this spatial farm can absorb evolution crystal energy after all. After consuming 1 crystal and watching the space farm replenish 200 energy points, Suchen instantly confirmed one of the crystal's uses. At this rate, 50 evolution crystals would sustain the field for 3 days. If that's the case, he could try to buy evolution crystals at a low price. After all, right now, no one knows the true value or purpose of these crystals. But Suchen could already clearly see that, based on market value, 1 evolution crystal was worth about 8 bottles of water. If I were to make the acquisition myself, it would obviously draw attention. I know how it works better to find someone to handle the acquisition for me. Thinking this, Suchen returned to the RV and opened his private chat with Qinglan. Suchen, do me a favor. I need to buy a large quantity of evolution crystals. Price is negotiable, either 100 units of base materials or 4 bottles of water. A reply came swiftly, tinged with resentment. Qinglan, so you only think of me when you need help? Cough cough. Suchen choked on the sip of water he'd just taken. The other party was clearly upset. Why did it feel like there was a wave of resentment? Suchen, of course not. I was actually thinking that if we meet again, we could form a caravan together. Oh, and what are your measurements? I can make you a set of thermal gear for the frozen world. Qinglan blushed instantly at Su Chen's question about her measurements, feeling flustered and at a loss. Taking a deep breath, she quickly replied, as if she'd already forgotten her earlier resentment. Qinglan, 90, 60, 90. Whoa! Seeing the measurements she sent, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. These were measurements that made you want to be friends with her just by looking at them. He never imagined Qinglan's figure was this stunning. Beautiful face and a killer body, she was practically perfect. Soon, Su Chen began crafting a pure white down jacket and pants tailored to her figure based on his vision. He also crafted a high-neck white wool sweater. Finally, he crafted a set of very large lace lingerie. After crafting them, Su Chen couldn't resist running his fingers over the fabric. The texture felt incredibly soft. It would be supremely comfortable to wear and absolutely perfect for ball cradling. Chapter 111, Inflating Evolution Crystal Prices. Make them buy. After completing the full set, Su Chen immediately opened Qinglan's interface and transferred the items to her, also sending some trading supplies along the way. Qinglan's eyes lit up upon seeing the down jacket Su Chen had sent. It looked exquisitely crafted, as if it belonged on a glamorous superstar, truly stunning. However, when her gaze fell upon the undergarments, her cheeks flushed slightly. She immediately retreated to her bed and began changing. The lingerie felt incredibly soft against her skin, offering unparalleled comfort. Paired with the high-neck sweater and down jacket, she felt not a trace of cold anymore. The warmth was top-notch. You actually put some thought into this. Qinglan murmured under her breath before starting to post advertisements for Su Chen on the public channel. Qinglan, buying evolution crystals. Price, 1 crystal per 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Interested parties, PM me. Simultaneously, she listed the supplies purchased with evolution crystals on the exchange, allowing others to directly view related transactions. The moment Qinglan posted, it instantly sparked excitement among the wolf friends. Wow! The goddess is buying. I gotta support her. No clue what these evolution crystals do, but if she wants them, I'll give them up. Oomph. Don't be a fool, you suck up. You won't end well. I'll only sell if you give me 10 bottles of water. Let's all drive up the price together. Exactly. The goddess is no pushover, she ranked high once. If she's buying, it must be valuable. Minimum 8 bottles of water, or I won't sell. Exactly. I knew haggling would start. I'll hold on to mine for now. After Qinglan posted her message, she quickly bought around 30 crystals. But most others were watching, hoping for even higher profits. On the snow-covered highway, Wang Chang also extracted several evolution crystals from a zombie skull. Just as he was puzzling over their purpose, he saw Qinglan's message. Qinglan buying evolution crystals? That means Su Chen is buying them too? These things must have unique uses. I'll jump in on the action. Wang Chang pondered this. To him, Qinglan and Su Chen were essentially the same group. Qinglan buying meant Su Chen buying. If Su Chen was buying at this price, he definitely wouldn't lose out. He likely knew the purpose of these crystals. Immediately after, Wang Chang also posted a purchase notice on Fair Trade, offering the same price, 2 bottles of water per crystal. He couldn't possibly offer more than Su Chen and his group that would be poaching Su Chen's customers. Zhang Weihong shared the same thought. He'd noticed Qinglan and Wang Chang's acquisitions. He knew both of them well. They'd achieved impressive results in previous survival games. They were elite survivors among the survivors. They had just survived a zombie horde, slaughtering thousands of undead and securing over 100 evolution crystals. Though these crystals resembled the kind of items that granted power upon consumption, he knew he'd need test subjects to experiment on. So he packaged the evolution crystals as items that might enhance one's strength upon consumption, then offered the team the chance to volunteer as pioneers. He also promised that the brave would earn priority in choosing female companions. Under such persuasion, it was only natural that many hot-blooded young men would rush forward to become the test subjects. The outcome was predictable. They became sacrifices. But since someone was buying them, it meant the price wouldn't be low. He could join the buying frenzy too, then sell them at a premium later. He refused to believe this item held no value. He immediately summoned Li Shanshan, instructing her to act on his behalf in the public channel to acquire the evolution crystals at the market rate of 3 bottles of water. In comparison, even though Qinglan was a goddess, her water was a bit scarce and you couldn't drink it anyway. Qinglan immediately realized she couldn't acquire any more evolution crystals. Left with no choice, she had to raise the stakes, pushing the price up to 4 bottles of water per crystal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Chang also raised his price to 4 bottles of water per crystal, emphasizing companionship. Wei Hong, Qinglan has already raised her price to 4 bottles of water per crystal. Should we keep bidding? 4 bottles of water could sustain someone for 3 days. Trading that for an evolution crystal of unknown use felt like a bad deal to Li Shanshan. What if she got it and couldn't use it? Wouldn't that be a waste? The fact that they're both offering 4 bottles of water means this thing is worth far less than 4 bottles. Let's just raise it to 5 bottles. No matter what, we'll outbid them by 1 bottle. Zhang Weihong shook his head, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Once the crystal's true purpose was revealed, they'd make a killing. Then they could easily live a more comfortable life. Besides, this water wasn't his anyway, it belonged to the entire collective. Using some wouldn't matter even if it meant a loss. As the price climbed to 5 bottles of water, more and more people possessing evolution crystals began to hold back, hoping Qinglan would offer a better price. But clearly, Qinglan showed no intention of raising her offer, reiterating firmly that she would only purchase them at 4 bottles of water. This decision spurred many survivors to act without hesitation, rushing to trade with Li Shanshan. Qinglan glanced at the 69 evolution crystals in her hand, then sheepishly opened Su Chen's chat interface and transferred them all to him. Qinglan, someone named Li Shanshan is undercutting the market with 5 bottles of water. I can't compete with her price. Seeing Qinglan's message, Su Chen froze slightly. The name Li Shanshan seemed rather serious. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't this the same Li Shanshan who traded me the Baijiu blueprint? He still had that photo of her in black stockings with those long legs saved on his phone. Su Chen, no problem. Keep buying it 4 bottles of water. Hang in there. I believe it won't be long before she contacts you. Then you can use 4 bottles of water to snap up all her evolution crystals. Make her subsidize the blueprint or other resources too. Qinglan, got it. Can I ask what this stuff is used for? Qinglan was deeply curious why Su Chen was so confident the other party would come to her for the goods. Su Chen thought for a moment. It was best to keep the details of the spatial cultivation fields confidential. Without actually meeting the other party, many things were hard to guarantee. Fat Dragon, on the other hand, was easily visible to others. Su Chen, of course. I acquired a beast companion, and it loves eating this stuff. I'm not entirely sure what other uses it has yet. A beast companion? Likes to eat it? Qinglan's eyes widened instantly. Exchanging precious water for something a beast pet likes to eat? Wasn't Su Chen being a bit too generous with his companion? If she could become his companion, would she receive the same treatment? At that moment, she recalled Su Chen's earlier mention of forming a convoy and becoming teammates. Perhaps that was a rather good option? Chapter 112, Consuming the Wisdom Crystal. No, she didn't want to settle for just being his teammate. Qinglan gazed at the clothes she wore, feeling the warmth radiating from them, and smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, Su Chen didn't inquire further about Qinglan's sudden absence. Instead, he instructed Xiao Ling to drive forward while refocusing his attention on the wisdom crystal. He had already tested it. This wisdom crystal could be consumed by Fat Dragon and converted into energy for the spatial cultivation fields. But whether he could actually grow stronger through it remained uncertain. Gamble. This crystal was described as providing energy to sentient beings, clearly distinct from the evolution crystals it should work. Su Chen took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and tossed the cleansed wisdom crystal into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, the crystal slid smoothly down his throat into his stomach without any discomfort. Yet, Su Chen's heart raced. Consuming wisdom crystal, obtaining random attribute 01. His strength then shifted from 111 to 112, a modest yet significant increase. He had made the right bet. Su Chen clenched his fist. After a week of training, he'd only gained 01. Now, with the wisdom crystal, his progress was undeniably faster than his own efforts. But recalling how his sniper rifle couldn't even pierce that zombie's body, a bitter smile crept back onto Su Chen's face. Was he really supposed to charge at it wielding a peachwood sword? He truly didn't believe he could defeat it. Forget it for now. After using the evolution crystals to fully replenish the energy in his spatial farm, Su Chen tossed the remaining crystals to Fat Dragon as snacks. He then took his seat behind the wheel, ready to experience for himself what it felt like to drive through the snow. A gold tier treasure chest? That lucky? Looks like fate doesn't want me to drive. Before Su Chen could take the wheel, another gold tier treasure chest appeared on the display screen. Beside the chest, a dark silhouette loomed. Danger was clearly present. As the first treasure chest he'd encountered in this icy world, Su Chen felt compelled to treat it with utmost respect and give it his full attention. Parking beside the chest, Su Chen peered through the window and scrutinized the area for a moment, finding nothing unusual. Could the danger be hidden in the snow? Su Chen donned his gear, strapped on his bulletproof helmet, gripped his AK-47, and leaped out of the vehicle. Boss, wait for me. Fat Dragon also wanted to get out and play. Staying in the car was just too stuffy, nothing compared to playing in the snow outside. The man and dragon soon reached the snowy field. The snow on the highway wasn't too deep yet, only about 10 centimeters. Excitedly, Fat Dragon scooped up a handful of snow from the ground, packed it into a ball in his palm, and hurled it straight at Su Chen. Thud. It hit Su Chen's helmet. Fat Dragon, let's play later. Be careful, there might be danger around here. No sooner had Su Chen spoken than he saw a fierce beast suddenly rise beside the Fat Dragon. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with an immense frame, it was a snow bear. As it rose, it let out a deep growl and began pounding its chest with its fist. Hey, you're not a gorilla, why the hell are you pounding your chest? Wait, hold up, pounding chests isn't exclusive to gorillas either. As the beast roared, Fat Dragon stepped forward, coming face to face with the snow bear. Curiously, he poked its fur with his finger. Boss, this isn't actually snow after all. Suchen was taken aback too. At nearly 2 meters tall with his round build, Fat Dragon suddenly seemed much larger than the snow bear. Standing before him, the creature evoked the sense of an adult towering over a child. Sensing the other's massive size, the snow bear wisely stopped its growling. Its eyes narrowed sharply as it stared at Fat Dragon, a hint of fear flickering in its gaze. When the other curiously touched him, he felt his dignity insulted. Instantly, he raised his paw to swat the hand away, then stumbled back several steps, seemingly afraid of the other's anger. Panglong, whose hand was knocked away, felt a tremendous force surge through him. His body lost its balance, sending him tumbling backward several steps until he crashed heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, the snow bear seemed to regain its confidence. It stood up, let out a loud roar to the sky, and pounded its chest with its arms, displaying its virility. Watching this spectacle, Suchen couldn't help but suppress a chuckle as he raised his AK-47. Firepower reigns supreme, that's the true romance of a man. Tap tap tap. Several bullets later, the snow bear's head exploded into a bloody mess. Suchen immediately harvested the remains. You collected, for bear paws, 1 bear skin, 1 bear heart, 1 bear penis, 1 bear gallbladder. Seeing how a single snow bear yielded so many materials, Suchen felt a pleasant surprise. He'd heard bear paws were among the most delicious ingredients. Today's lunch would be this. As for the bear penis, he wasn't sure what it was used for, but he'd soak it in liquor later. After gathering, Suchen approached the gold tier treasure chest and opened it directly. Initial resources, 1 snow goggles crafting blueprint permanent. You opened the chest and gained 688 chest points. You scored a critical loot box hit, gaining a 13x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 13 snow goggles crafting blueprints. Snow goggles crafting blueprint permanent. Required materials, plastic 1, glass 1. Learning requirement, 2-star vehicle. Not bad, another item to sell in my shop. With these, prolonged exposure to snowy landscapes won't cause eye strain. The only thing is, each blueprint is permanent. Having so many feels a bit redundant for my own use. If I sold them all to Zhuge Xiaoliang, would it reveal my capabilities? Suchen hesitated for a moment before deciding to sell them 2 at a time. He'd pretend to have obtained the same blueprint multiple times, claiming to have acquired 3 copies at once. After all, the other party knew he was aggressively buying up gold-grade treasure chests. Back in the car, Suchen contacted Zhuge Xiaoliang immediately. Suchen, selling 2 extra blueprints. Trade for 1 gold-tier treasure chest. Attached image. Ding. Seeing the private message with the special note, Zhuge Xiaoliang instantly knew a deal was coming his way. Upon seeing Suchen's message, 2 blueprints for 1 gold-tier treasure chest, his eyebrows shot up. He tapped the image and his eyes lit up. They were permanent blueprints. This was a surefire win-win deal. If the conditions were right, he could even trade these 2 blueprints for 2 gold-tier treasure chests. Zhuge Xiaoliang, no problem. Thanks for the business, Su. He immediately sent Suchen a trade request. He happened to have some stockpiled items, but Suchen declined. Suchen, trade for a gold-tier treasure chest from the ice world. I can send the goods first. Many items dropped by the extreme heat cataclysm were heat-related and might not be immediately useful. To play it safe, Suchen preferred trading for a snow world chest instead. Zhuge Xiaoliang, alright, that might take some time. I'll get it done ASAP. Big Boss Su, any other needs? After pondering, Suchen stated directly. Suchen, if possible, help me acquire evolution crystals. Unit price must not exceed 4,500 milliliters bottles of water. Chapter 113, only 998. The Ice World's new event. Evolution crystals? Zhuge Xiaoliang, understood. I'll sell the evolution crystals to Suchen at the price of 3 bottles of water. May I ask what their specific purpose is? Suchen, of course. They can be administered to beasts to enhance their strength. Zhuge Xiaoliang, administered to beasts? So they can be tamed into beast pets? Thanks for the info, Su boss. I'll do my utmost to help with the acquisition. Smart. Talking to smart people really is straightforward. You know, just give them a hint and they'll run with it endlessly. Suchen, thank you. After the conversation, Suchen took the blueprint and immediately confirmed he'd learn it. After pondering for a moment, he decided to test the waters by producing 100 pairs of goggles. Consuming 100 units of plastic and 100 units of glass to craft 100 pairs of goggles. Chat channel. Suchen, selling goggles. Effectively protects eyes from harmful light reflection in snowy environments. Price, just 3 bottles of water. Limited quantity, first come first served. Awesome. I was just complaining about my eyes getting blurry from driving in the snow for too long. You bet. Suchen really is the man, got a treasure chest and pulled out such a great blueprint so fast. Grab yours now before they're gone. Holy crap, how fast are you guys? I was away from the channel for just 2 minutes, and they're already sold out? Seeing the goggles sell out in a minute, Suchen immediately produced another 1,000 pairs. He listed them all, figuring they'd stay on the market for a while. He continued on his way. The next stretch of the journey proved tediously dull. For 2 solid hours, not a single treasure chest appeared, leaving Suchen feeling like he'd used up all his luck. It wasn't until he spotted another treasure chest that he breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he obtained a blueprint for crafting a fur hat. It could be crafted using any animal fur combined with silk thread. Another highly popular winter item was being sold by competitors, but Suchen believed he could still reclaim some market share. He produced another 1,000 units, listed them immediately, and simultaneously advertised on the public channel. After listing the items, Suchen began contemplating how to craft his own bear paw dishes. High-end ingredients often call for the simplest cooking methods. Considering women might have a natural talent for cooking, Suchen immediately sent 2 bear paws to Qinglan, asking if she knew how to prepare them. Qinglan immediately replied that she only knew how to steam them. Since she happened to have the ingredients on hand, Suchen entrusted the task of steaming the bear paws to her. A refined lunch shouldn't consist solely of bear paw. Wouldn't it be fitting to pair it with something like shark fin? Suchen opened the exchange and searched. By sheer coincidence, he actually found 2 servings of shark fin. Requiring 10 bottles of water for exchange, Suchen didn't hesitate for a second and swapped them immediately. Our lives have become more affluent, isn't a little extravagance allowed? He glanced at several servings of bird's nest but quickly moved on. He wasn't Xiaoyaya, after all, and had no interest in swallow saliva. With so many delicious appetizers, he absolutely needed a glass of 82 Qinghong wine to pair with them. After preparing the other dishes, Qinglan had finished steaming the bear paw and brought it over. Suchen traded her the extra shark fin in return. The aroma of the steaming bear paw made Suchen silently give it a thumbs up. He picked up a piece with his chopsticks and took a small bite. It was fragrant, tender, and succulent, melting in his mouth. The flavor was absolutely divine. Suchen couldn't resist picking up another piece to savor. Meanwhile, Qinglan, who had received the shark fin, had her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, not only bear paw, but shark fin too, plus wine. This spread is incredibly lavish. The aroma of the bear paw and shark fin filled the air, and Qinglan couldn't wait to dig in. To delay eating even a second would be disrespectful to the food. Wow, oh so delicious. While Qinglan was feasting heartily, Suchen decided to share the blessings and prepare a hot pot for everyone to enjoy together. 1 pot, 1 packet of Heidileo hot pot base, 10 bottles of water, plus some game meat and vegetables. That's the hot pot set. Suchen, on a day this cold, a steaming hot pot would make dying worthwhile. To fulfill everyone's wish, I'm offering this hot pot set at a bargain price. Not $39.98, not $19.98, just $998. Just $998. 998 sets of basic ingredients for a full hot pot feast. What are you waiting for? Limited quantity, only 50 sets available. First come, first served. As soon as Suchen's message went out, it exploded like a bomb in the chat channel. Holy crap? Hot pot set? I'm still munching on bread, wondering when I'll get a hot meal, and this guy's already eating hot pot and has extras to sell? I'm dying for hot pot. I remember back in the day, I'd always take 3 girls out for hot pot, then head back to the hotel and hit the bottle. God, I'm seriously craving hot pot. But this price is way too steep. Can you knock it down to 10% off? Only then could I afford it. Get real. Just the 10 bottles of water alone cost 250 base materials. Add everything else, and it's easily over 500 base materials total. This price is actually reasonable. Brother Suchen, can you give me a free portion? I'm such a foodie. If it's okay, I can video chat. I'll be super obedient, okay? Ignore that scammer upstairs, Brother Suchen. I'm different. I already sent you the video via private message. Remember to check it. Holy crap. Boss, we can't just sneak a bite ourselves. Ahem, sweetie, I've got hot pot here too. How about you send it over first? Get lost. Suchen ignored all the freeloaders. He posted 50 hot pot orders anyway. Anyone who wanted one could just claim it themselves. But some girls were genuinely honest and sent the videos directly. Suchen was quite curious what kind of funny skits had they filmed. Suchen opened them one by one in the order they were sent. Each one was skirting the line, with a few going straight for it. It gave him a strong sense of nostalgia, like scrolling through Douyin in his past life. Ding dong. At that moment, Suchen received a message from Qinglan. Qinglan, I don't want you watching those women's videos. Holy? Did she have X-ray vision or something? Suchen immediately deleted the videos and replied sternly. I thought they were just chatting about buying stuff. I'll block them all right now. There was no reply. Suchen figured Qinglan must have been jealous earlier, so it was best to let her cool off alone for now. After eating and drinking their fill, they set off again. At exactly 12 o'clock noon, a game notification chimed punctually. Congratulations, players! You've completed the 6-hour introductory phase and experienced the world of ice and snow. Next, we prepared a small event for you all, Fearless Battle Royale. Chapter 114, Fearless Battle Royale. Death is real. All players will gain a new sanity value in this mode. When players experience significant emotional fluctuations due to factors like intimidation, fright, fear, or despair, their sanity value will decrease based on their situation. When sanity drops to 0, players will completely lose their rationality. During this challenge, you'll face relentless pursuers whose speed and weaponry match yours do not let them catch you. The challenge lasts 6 hours and will conclude at 6 p.m. Stay alive and hold out until the end. An extra sanity value, does that mean ghosts or monsters won't appear? Hearing the alert beep in his ear, Suchen couldn't help but frown. Detected player fear emotion. Sanity fluctuated. 1. Damn it! This ing counts? Are you kidding me? Suchen composed himself and checked his current status panel. Suchen. Health 224. Sanity temporary 99. Strength 112. Spirit 80. Speed 120. Stamina 81. Burst 80. Skills Sniper Mastery, Master Level Hand-to-Hand Combat. Vehicle 3-star RV 171,300 next tier, per-star luxury RV. Items Storage Ring, Spatial Farming Plot. Suchen immediately noticed the changes to his attributes. Following this update, the game interface now featured additional sections for vehicles and items compared to before. Additionally, due to this initial event, a new sanity stat had been added. Suchen raised an eyebrow. He'd only felt a fleeting hint of worry, yet it had already cost him 1 point of sanity. This event was set to last 6 hours. Regardless of whether he could endure until the end, it was likely that many would perish in this fearless battle royale. But why call it fearless battle royale? Was there a toxic zone like before? As Suchen pondered briefly, a humming sound emanated from the rear of the vehicle. This startled Suchen, his eyes instantly sharpening with alertness. His RV didn't produce such an engine roar, so this shouldn't be possible. More importantly, his radar detection showed no signs of dark danger surrounding the RV. Yet the roaring engine sound didn't sound fake. Suchen immediately moved to the rear window and saw several Ghostfire riders on motorcycles had appeared behind the RV at some point. They wore trench coats, sported skull helmets, and carried a variety of weapons. Revolvers, steel pipes, spiked clubs. V-room. The engine roar grew louder as the Ghostfire riders floored their throttles, closing in on the RV with reckless abandon. Xiaoling, step on it. Open up the gap between us and those bikes. Suchen raised an eyebrow, instructing Xiaoling to accelerate immediately, attempting to widen the gap between them and the pursuing motorcycles. The RV surged forward, its tires screeching against the asphalt. The vehicle quickly accelerated to 120 miles per hour. The speed was significantly faster than before, but it hadn't pulled away from the motorcycles behind. Those bikes were accelerating too. They were even faster than the motorhome. The gap between them kept closing. Keep accelerating. Yes. Xiaoling reminded her owner, continuing to accelerate may cause the vehicle to lose control. Prolonged high-speed driving is not recommended. As Xiaoling issued the warning, the RV simultaneously surged again to 160 degrees. This was already the absolute maximum speed the RV could maintain on snow-covered terrain. As the RV's speed increased, the Ghostfire riders behind them surprisingly matched the pace, refusing to fall behind. It seemed impossible to outpace them by speed alone. Xiaoling, slow down. Let's engage these Ghost Flame riders. Suchen took a deep breath, preparing to engage. Detected player experiencing mild anxiety, sanity fluctuating, 1. Holy! A thunderous crash erupted from behind the RV, startling Suchen completely unprepared. Turning around, he saw one of the motorcycles wielding a giant flail had hurled its wolf-tooth hammer, which landed on the outer shell of the vehicle's trunk area. The car itself seemed unscathed after all, it was built from his exceptional grade chassis blueprint, making it exceptionally sturdy. The real damage was the fright he'd taken. Detected player experiencing mild fright, sanity fluctuated by 2. Damn it! Are you kidding me? Who could possibly handle this? Hearing the system repeatedly announce his sanity value dropping multiple times, Suchen couldn't help but vent. If even his sanity was plummeting this fast, others were undoubtedly worse off. If sanity hit 0, it would all be over. Losing your sanity meant becoming a complete idiot. What difference was there between that and death? Suddenly, he began to worry how many people could possibly survive this challenge. Several motorcycles accelerated forward. 2 riders, each wielding a revolver, flanked the RV from both sides. They drew their guns and began firing at the windows. Ha! This is high-grade bulletproof glass. Bang! Bang! Crack! As the revolver shots rang out, the side window shattered instantly. Suchen's expression instantly turned grave. Detected player experiencing mild fright, sanity value affected, 2. He raised his shield while simultaneously commanding Xiaoling to activate the vehicle's weapon system to return fire. If he allowed their attacks to continue, Suchen couldn't guarantee his sanity wouldn't plummet further. Yes, master. The gun barrels on both sides, along with the AK-47 mounted on the roof, simultaneously swiveled to lock onto the Ghostfire riders behind them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames erupted from the blackened barrels. The Ghostfire riders instantly dropped to the ground as the shots rang out, dodging the muzzle fire. The bullets struck the motorcycles, causing no damage beyond a few sparks. Holy? They're all bulletproof? Suchen raised an eyebrow, realizing standard bullets were useless against them. In that case, time for sniper rounds. Suchen moved to the left side of the RV, swapping the original barrel for a Barrett heavy sniper rifle. He steadied the weapon, peering through the scope to lock onto a Ghost Rider. He paid no mind to the bulletproof glass barrier in front of him. Regular bullets won't cut it, but at this range, sniper rounds should do the trick. In that moment, Suchen resembled a seasoned sniper. The instant he locked his aim, he pulled the trigger decisively. Boom! The bullet shot out, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, precisely heading toward one of the Ghostfire Knights. Clack! The bullet pierced through the bulletproof membrane, striking the Ghostfire Knight and passing clean through his forehead. Chapter 115, Hidden Challenge. Stronger pursuers? But it seemed to cause no particularly severe injury. Only the motorcycle's speed was forced to slow down slightly. Effective, but limited. Suchen raised an eyebrow, retrieved a grenade from his storage ring, and moved directly to the window. Pulling the pin from the grenade in his hand, he began counting down silently. After silently counting to 3, he immediately opened the window and hurled the grenade at the motorcycle behind the car with all his might. Boom! The grenade detonated precisely on the motorcycle, completely obliterating the front end. The motorcycle instantly lost control, crashing to the ground and vanishing down the icy road behind them. Eliminated one Ghost Rider, earned 100 points. Once you get started, the rest comes easier. Having taken out the first motorcycle and Ghost Rider, the remaining ones felt much more manageable. Suchen repeated the tactic, using grenades to blast the motorcycle and Ghost Rider on the right back as well, earning another 100 points. Though he didn't yet know what the points were for, they were clearly valuable. Now only a few Ghostfire riders remained at the rear of the vehicle, wielding steel pipes and flails as they pounded against the back of his RV. By now, Suchen had long since shed his initial shock. While grenades couldn't be precisely aimed between the motorcycles, that didn't mean he was helpless. If you insist on clinging to me like glue, refusing to let go, then I'll show you exactly why the flowers are so red. Suchen moved directly to the driver's seat, briefly taking control of the RV. He slammed on the brakes and yanked the steering wheel hard to the left. The RV executed a sharp U-turn, its tail swiping like a dragon's as it collided sideways with the motorcycles. In an instant, the motorcycles were sent flying, crashing into the snow. They rolled several times before coming to a halt, their wheels still spinning. Bye-bye. Suchen pulled out 2 grenades, using his teeth to pull the pins from both. He opened the door and tossed both grenades far away, landing them precisely where the motorcycles lay. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out in quick succession, instantly shredding the 4 motorcycles lying on the ground. Defeated 4 Ghostfire riders. Earned 400 points. Congratulations! You are the first to single-handedly eliminate all Ghostfire riders, earning 1000 points. Watching all the motorcycles rendered inoperable, Suchen's lips curved into a faint smile as he closed the car door with satisfaction. Xiaoling, drive over and see who the hell this is. The RV immediately turned around upon receiving Suchen's command. It drew another graceful circular pattern in the snow before coming to a smooth halt in front of the motorcycles. Suchen remained seated, observing the motorcycles through the window. The Ghost Flame Rider, bearing a skull on its head, was likewise a complete skeleton. Clearly not human, it possessed only the execution capabilities of a mortal. Was this the power of the game system? The opponent was clearly dead, yet appeared before him with such vivid realism. As Suchen pondered this, a sudden black shadow engulfed the motorcycles and the fallen Ghost Flame Rider, vanishing them from the spot. Had he not witnessed their disappearance with his own eyes, Suchen would have doubted whether he'd just experienced some kind of hallucination. But now wasn't the time for overthinking. Keep moving forward. Suchen climbed back into the driver's seat, propped his leg up, and immediately opened the chat channel. After that scare, he needed some entertainment. Holy crap! Why are 2 motorcycles behind me pushing me? They're banging on my bike with metal plates, their strength feels insane. Stop it. I've got 3 on my tail, I'm freaking out. My sanity's dropped to 90. I can't control myself. I don't want to be scared. Guys, stay calm. Pull over now, get out, and confront them head on. At least we can leave with some dignity. Seriously, what are you scared of? Just take them down. The motorcycles behind me are shooting now. 1 bullet shattered my bulletproof glass, but nothing seems to be getting through. Their guns only damage the car's exterior. Stop freaking out. Haven't you noticed the car's durability isn't dropping that fast? Huh? Now that you mention it, yeah, maybe these things don't deal that much damage to the car? Seeing this, Suchen suddenly raised an eyebrow. He could already sense what was about to happen next. Sure enough, events unfolded exactly as he predicted. Wang Chang'e guys, those black-clad bikers on motorcycles aren't really scary, and their attacks aren't scary either. We just need to keep our car's durability intact to stay safe forever. Car repair kits now on sale. Originally 1,000 base materials, now just 998. Don't miss out if you're passing by. Well, I knew this guy wouldn't pass up such a great opportunity. Su Chen shook his head. He was sure that right now, those who could afford it would be much more eager to buy car repair kits than before. Su Chen sent a message to Qinglan inquiring about her situation, but received no reply for quite some time. He guessed she was still tangled up with those black-clad men on motorcycles. After a moment's thought, Su Chen directly transferred several grenades to her and advised her to try ramming them with the car before detonating the grenades. Several minutes passed before Qinglan replied with just 2 words, "Thanks." Silence followed. She was likely executing his instructions. Having dealt with the pursuers before the others, he now had an advantage. Perhaps he could leverage this to secure maximum profit. Just as he pondered how to maximize his gains from this operation, a system notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations! You have successfully eliminated 4 pursuers, earning the opportunity to participate in a hidden challenge. The pursuer's strength and weaponry will be enhanced. Upon another successful elimination, you will receive a unique hidden reward, first come, first served. Other players who successfully complete the challenge will automatically exit hidden mode. Select, do you wish to participate in the hidden challenge? Chapter 116, Powerful Pursuers. Why not use your brain? Need to think about it? Of course he'd join. Whenever there's something valuable up for grabs, Su Chen would never hesitate to take a shot at it. I'm in. As soon as Su Chen made his choice, the roar of engines echoed from behind the vehicle once more. Turning his head, Su Chen saw 6 Jeep-like vehicles approaching. What set them apart was their exteriors, which appeared to be forged from exceptionally sturdy alloy, and their windows seemed exceptionally tough as well. The 6 Jeeps approached his RV. As they drew nearer, Su Chen could see that the driver's seat still held the same black-clad skull figures as the Ghostfire riders earlier. The difference this time was that each passenger seat held a figure clad in black. So they've evolved from motorcycles to cars, huh? Su Chen didn't accelerate to shake them off, knowing it would be futile. As he pondered, one of the Jeeps behind him closed in and slammed into his RV, instantly jolting the entire vehicle off course. Su Chen momentarily lost his footing but regained his balance instantly. Detected player experiencing mild tension, sanity value affected, 1. Damn it! This was beyond his control, he simply lacked experience. Su Chen calmed himself and began strategizing how to deal with the Jeeps behind him. Just like before, 2 Jeeps flanked him from both sides. Windows slowly rolled down as 2 MP5 submachine guns emerged from the passenger side windows, firing directly at Su Chen's RV. A hail of bullets struck Su Chen's RV, thudding loudly. Though his RV boasted high protective capabilities and ample durability, enduring such relentless fire was still nerve-wracking. Detected player feeling frightened, sanity value affected, 2. Damn it! You think I'm someone to mess with? Su Chen flung open the door with one hand, grabbed the handle beside it with another, and precisely tossed a grenade toward the Jeep with his free hand. Boom! A massive explosion echoed, smoke billowing everywhere. Yet the Jeep charged out of the smoke unscathed, seemingly unaffected. It's even tougher than before. What now? The most lethal weapons Su Chen had now were grenades and bombs. If these failed to work, dealing with these pursuers would be a real headache. Xiaoling, Dragon Tail maneuver rammed those Jeeps. At Su Chen's command, the RV began swaying violently from side to side, attempting to ram the pursuing Jeeps on both flanks. But the pursuers were clearly much smarter than when they were on motorcycles. They actively maneuvered their vehicles to evade, giving Su Chen no opening. Their passengers opened windows during attacks, but how could he toss grenades into their bomb-laden vehicles? Su Chen scanned the interior while examining his storage ring. He searched for anything that could disrupt those Jeeps. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the flower inside the ring. Perhaps this could be used to obscure their vision? They must rely on their eyesight, right? Su Chen immediately filled a basin to the brim with flour. He opened the window and flung it directly at the windshield of one of the Jeeps. The flour splattered thickly across the windshield, completely obscuring the driver's vision. Xiaoling, now! Ram him! Strike while the iron's hot! In the split second their vision was disrupted. The RV executed a smooth dragon tail maneuver, slamming into the Jeep. Compared to the massive RV, the Jeep looked relatively small and weak. The impact knocked it off balance, sending it careening into the nearby woods where it got stuck between the trees. Now, things were much simpler. Xiaoling spun the RV in place while Su Chen timed his throw perfectly. Through the passenger window, he tossed a grenade inside. Killed black-cloaked messenger, earned 300 points. Sure enough, with a little strategy, these pursuers weren't so terrifying after all. Seeing their comrade's vehicle neutralized, the other 5 Jeeps quickly learned their lesson. They took cover behind Su Chen's RV, attacking it from an angle where he couldn't reach them. Watching the RV's durability slowly decrease, Su Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Fine, I'll play alone. Xiaoling, hover in place and ram them, give me a clear angle. Aye, master. Under Xiaoling's control, the RV began attempting collisions with the jeeps from various angles. While the jeeps dodged, Suchen seized an opportunity to directly sprinkle flour onto their windshields. Then he drifted to the RV's side, accelerated sharply, and rammed straight into the jeep with impaired visibility. The other jeep swerved repeatedly to avoid it, but the distracted one had no time to react before Suchen's RV planted a kiss on its hood. Crash! The jeep was sent flying, tumbling twice on the ground before finally coming to a halt against a roadside tree. Another grenade was tossed, and with the sound of the explosion came the chime of points earned. Another one taken out. The remaining jeeps instantly grasped Suchen's tactic and began pulling away from the RV. No matter how it drifted, they refused to let it find a suitable position. Think that's all I've got? If visual interference works, then I'll blind your damn eyes. Suchen chuckled darkly, retrieving a flashbang grenade from his storage ring. Fat dragon, close your eyes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Suchen flung open the window, hurling the flashbang out while simultaneously closing his own eyes. Boom! A blinding white light flashed, momentarily dazing Suchen even with his eyes shut. But it didn't matter. Xiaoling possessed a sensory system, and he himself had radar detection. He didn't need his eyes to execute the sequence of actions he'd just performed. Run them over! Suchen's icy voice rang out as the RV accelerated again, slamming into one of the jeeps. Seizing the moment, Suchen tossed the grenade forward with his eyes still shut. Real men never look back at explosions. The RV executed a reverse drift, immediately swerving toward another jeep. After a series of high-speed maneuvers, Suchen finally heard the notification sound he'd been waiting for. Congratulations on eliminating all black-clad envoys. You have earned an additional 3,000 bonus points. Congratulations on successfully completing the hidden mission. You have obtained the unique hidden reward, Enchanted Bullet Crafting Blueprint. Enchanted Bullet Crafting Blueprint. Required materials, 1 unit of sulfur, 1 piece of special alloy. Effect, inflicts additional damage on attack targets such as zombies, ghosts, and monsters. Chapter 117, Hidden Reward. Fire sale at a loss? Can these be used against zombies? Then those zombies his sniper rifle couldn't even pierce before he might actually stand a chance with these bullets. Pretty awesome. Suchen immediately chose to learn it. Then he noticed a major difference between this enchanted bullet blueprint and previous bullet blueprints. It wasn't limited to just one type of bullet. All types of bullets can be manufactured. That makes things much easier. If we can pair them with firearms, they'll definitely sell like hotcakes. Ding! Player Suchen has completed the hidden challenge. Hidden challenge mode is now closed. All players will no longer be able to access hidden challenges. Ding! Player Suchen has completed the hidden challenge. Ding! Player. 3 consecutive system notification chimes rang out in everyone's ears, instantly sparking another wave of commotion. Suchen's name became the hot topic of discussion once more. Wow! It's Suchen again, he's just too strong. Wonder if I'll ever get to meet Suchen. I'd love to be his sidekick. If you want to suck up, just say it straight. Why beat around the bush? Hidden challenge? Just the normal mode feels unbearable to me. If God Su cleared a hidden challenge, it must be exponentially harder. Who can argue with that? Suchen is truly unmatched. Sakura District. Kodono watched the sudden end of the hidden challenge. Hearing the system notification chime in his ear, a sinister expression spread across his face. Suchen, huh? I'll remember you. I hope we get the chance to settle this like true samurai. I'll cut you down with my own blade. Let the world know who truly reigns as the strongest man on earth. Ugly Country District. Adam sat in his luxury motorhome, flanked by 2 blonde women while enjoying the tender service of another before him, a glass of red wine swaying in his hand. The system alert went off, but he paid it no mind, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Let you taste the thrill of being number 1 a few times first. I can't wait to see the look of utter despair on your face. I'll show you what a real gap in strength looks like. Suchen wasn't short on special alloys he'd traded for plenty before. But sulfur? That stuff was like gunpowder, a rare material he hadn't encountered yet. After a moment's thought, Suchen immediately thought of Zhuge Xiaoliang. As a multi-region middleman, he likely had access to the widest variety of materials. Upon inquiry, sure enough, he had 10 portions of sulfur. He wanted a blueprint in exchange. Easy enough. Suchen immediately handed over a blueprint he'd previously acquired for making chopsticks, completing the exchange for 10 portions of sulfur. Before concluding the deal, Suchen also asked Zhuge Xiaoliang to keep an eye out for any other materials he might need, including various special items. He could exchange them for blueprints or other items. He might not have much else, but blueprints? He had plenty. After the trade was complete, Suchen began crafting enchanted bullets. Consumed 1 portion of sulfur and 1 portion of special alloy to produce 3 enchanted bullets. Consumed 9 portions of sulfur and 9 portions of special alloy to produce 27 enchanted bullets. 3 bullets per batch, not bad at all. Suchen completed his challenge and found himself with some free time, but others weren't so lucky. They were still steadily tackling their own challenges. After some thought, Suchen decided it was time to reap the rewards. After all, if he waited much longer, the regional channel might have fewer people. With the arrival of the new zone, Suchen's monopoly in many areas began to waver. Numerous others were now selling cigarettes, alcohol, and cola. However, their production volumes paled in comparison to Suchen's, who still controlled the majority of the market. After a morning of gathering tobacco, grain, medicinal herbs, and other resources, Suchen now held over 30,000 cigarettes alone, enough to make a substantial profit. Moreover, with everyone feeling immense pressure right now, selling cigarettes was absolutely the right move. Suchen, fellow survivors, to ease the pressure and fear in this battle royale, I'm offering cigarettes at a low price. Let them soothe your nerves and lift your spirits. Any little help counts. After announcing this, Suchen immediately began listing cigarettes in his shop. One cigarette could be exchanged for just 3 basic materials, 3 wood blocks, with bulk discounts available. Exceeding 10 cigarettes? Just 2.5 materials per cigarette. This rock-bottom price exploded like a depth charge, instantly setting the entire regional chat channel ablaze. Compared to previous prices, this was like a bone-deep discount. Not buying would be foolish. Countless people scrambled to buy, and in under 5 minutes, all 30,000 cigarettes were snatched up. With only 30,000 people in the entire regional channel, that meant 1 cigarette per person. At such an affordable price, anyone could afford it. Who wouldn't buy them? Thanks to Suchen's move, every survivor who snagged cigarettes was overjoyed, deeply grateful to Suchen for his generosity. But survivors in other regions who possessed cigarette blueprints were stunned. They had been counting on securing more tobacco in the frozen wasteland to make a killing. But before they could ramp up production, someone else had already driven the price down? Damn it! Won't Suchen lose money doing this? Tobacco is far rarer than basic materials. Selling it like this, how am I supposed to make a profit? Damn it! Those Chinese just don't know how to do business. How could anyone run a business like this? When I run into him later, I'm taking him down. Forget it. Making money off tobacco isn't going to work. Might as well keep it for myself. If I'm really low on resources, I could trade it for some essentials. When several private messages asked why he was selling at a loss, Suchen simply replied, I don't do losing deals. Besides, survivors need cheap cigarettes. After that, Suchen promptly exited the chat channel. His unspoken message was clear: my costs are low, so what if I sell cheap? Either make your own and stop buying, or don't bother talking about it. What could they possibly say to that? Others can make money, and they even use survivors as an excuse to jack up their prices. What else could they say? They just had to swallow their pride. Only that cigarette vendor from Sakura, completely baffled, kept picking fights. What's there to pity about those damn survivors? You raise prices to sell more and earn higher profits. Do you even know how to run a business? Suchen glanced at the other's name and only then noticed they seemed to be from Sakura country. How dare they act so arrogantly on our Chinese soil? He blocked the guy immediately, not bothering with explanations. Next time they met, he'd make sure the guy knew there was a price to pay for talking to him like that. Of course, what Suchen didn't know was that his rampant cigarette sales had completely caught the attention of the Blood Wolf convoy. Chapter 118, Snowy Mountain Road. RPG rocket launcher. Somewhere along the highway, a cluster of vehicles was haphazardly parked along the highway. Boss. That Suchen is selling cigarettes again on the chat channel, over 30,000 sticks this time. The guys are dying for a smoke. Yeah. Damn Suchen, refusing to let our convoy buy cigarettes? He's practically asking for it. Boss, what if we just grab someone and make them buy for us? A little threat, and no one would refuse. Don't worry. When the next big battle royale event rolls around, we'll hunt Suchen down across the entire map. Then all his loot will be ours. Li Huayan's eyes blazed with fierce fire and ambition. Take down Suchen, and we'll never have to worry about cigarettes or booze again. With materials, we could produce endlessly. Then, not only would he seize resources from others, he'd buy them at premium prices. Boss, you're brilliant. So what should we do now? Go grab someone and make them trade us cigarettes. Got it, boss. The Blood Wolf convoy members, pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, revved their engines and sped off toward the horizon. At that moment, Suchen had stopped at a fork in the road. Faced with another choice, this game system really was. Before him, the broad highway suddenly split into 2 paths. Each road narrowed dramatically, barely 20 meters wide. At the end of the highways, 2 winding paths could be seen leading to a continuous range of snow-capped mountains. The snow cover was exceptionally thick, far deeper than it was now. Within the snow-covered mountains, numerous icy mountain roads could be seen, flanked by cliffs on one side and sheer precipices on the other, with no safety measures in place whatsoever. Many sections featured long, steep ascents and descents. For a normal car to navigate these roads would be like courting death. Even though they had previously navigated mountain roads and encountered cliffs and precipices, those roads had sufficient friction. Unlike this terrain, where even a simple turn could send you sliding sideways. The public chat was now filled with players who had reached this spot. Holy? Snow-covered mountain roads with no safety barriers? That's practically an invitation to plunge off a cliff. And this is just the start of the event. I'd never dare drive on roads like this. Either I'd crash to death or my sanity would plummet to zero and I'd go completely bonkers. Worst part? It's an uphill climb followed by a steep descent. The vertical drop feels like at least 2,000 meters. Climbing up is easy, but coming down is hell. Honestly, those downhill curves look deadly. Even at 10 yards, you could easily slide off the edge. No way. I haven't even entered the track yet and my sanity's already plummeting. I'm so nervous. What do I do? I couldn't help myself either. Hearing them say that, Suchen also noticed his sanity points had reached 99. Huh? Didn't I lose quite a bit earlier? How come I still have 99 points? Suchen glanced at the system prompt and realized that every 5 minutes without intense emotional fluctuations, his sanity value actually increased by 1 point. If it can recover, that's fine. Otherwise, even he couldn't guarantee how much sanity he'd retain in the end, especially since some drops were utterly unpredictable. But he feared many wouldn't last on this snowy mountain track. The game system was moving so fast it was clearly determined to push players to their limits. The left track was the easy mode, the right the hardship mode. Suchen guessed most survivors would choose easy. After all, unknown rewards couldn't outweigh the value of their lives. As usual, he chose the right lane. Shortly after entering the right track, Suchen noticed something familiar in the snowy mountain path behind him: an automatic vending machine. A supply station? So the points he earned earlier could be used here? This unexpected discovery brought Suchen a pleasant surprise. Xiaoling, head to the supply station up ahead. Oh, right, you're okay with this snowy track, right? Let's just keep the speed in check, no need to go too fast. Suchen had complete faith in Xiaoling's skills. But when it came to the dangers of excessive speed, he didn't trust himself. The drop in sanity points left him feeling uneasy, and he couldn't control himself. Understood, master. Xiaoling handles this kind of track with ease and will manage the speed appropriately. Alright, let's go. Immediately, Xiaoling maneuvered the RV toward the supply station. Meanwhile, some early survivors had also spotted the supply station. Look, a supply station. No wonder I just shook off that pursuing motorcycle and earned 100 points. Turns out I could use them here. Let's see what good stuff I can trade for. Actually, even without the supply station, Suchen's shop sells these anti-skid tires. Just buy a set, drive carefully, and you'll get through just fine. Guys, I just noticed my sanity value went up. What? Sanity can actually increase? What did you do? Did you get something good and get so excited it boosted it? Seems like it. If you don't lose points for 5 minutes, you gain points? Oh, I see. Then I'll wait until my sanity is fully restored before entering the track. Hold up, bro, didn't you see the system alert? After everyone completes Phase 1, Phase 2 pursuers will immediately activate. They might even hunt us down on these snowy mountain roads. Morning has the advantage. Why didn't you say so sooner? I'm going for it. Soon, the RV pulled up at the first supply station. With no one else around, Suchen stepped up to the massive vending machine. Resources available for exchange at this supply station. Mineral water, 10 points. Hot pot base, 66 points. Thermal underwear, 77 points. Hand grenade blueprint permanent, 1500 points. P90 pistol blueprint permanent, 3000 points. RPG rocket launcher, priced at 3000 points. RPG rocket launcher blueprint permanent, 30,000 points. Points balance, 6400. The dazzling array of resources, dozens of varieties, left Suchen's eyes spinning. An RPG rocket launcher was even available. Its destructive power far surpassed that of grenades. He absolutely had to exchange for one to try out. With this, if he ever encountered those black-clad men again, he could blast them with a shot and show them what he was made of. Pistol blueprints: few people probably had pistols now, and those who used points to exchange for them were limited in number. Gun blueprints still had a solid market. These two it is. Consume 3,000 points to exchange for P90 pistol blueprint permanent. Consume 3,000 points to exchange for one RPG rocket launcher. Points balance, 400. Wait, this RPG launcher, why does it only come with one rocket? Upon receiving the RPG rocket launcher from the points exchange, Suchen froze. How could it only have one rocket? That meant it would be gone after a single shot. Exchange for more rounds. 100 points per round? Why not just rob people of their points? With tears in his eyes, Suchen spent 400 points to exchange for 4 rounds, leaving him completely broke once again. Chapter 119, Effortlessly Dispatching Pursuers, China's server's top player. He reluctantly exited the trading interface. Suchen desperately wished he could directly exchange for the blueprint of an RPG rocket launcher. But considering that such lethal weapons were best kept in the hands of a select few at this stage, perhaps not being able to afford the exchange was actually a blessing in disguise. He was the first and only player to complete the hidden challenge. Therefore, he knew it was highly unlikely anyone else possessed 3,000 points. 3,000 points meant those players had eliminated 5 black-clad figures in hidden mode. With only one black-clad figure left, Suchen had beaten them to it. There might be a few who trailed Suchen by just one step, but their numbers would likely be small. After completing the exchange, Suchen returned to the vehicle. He had Xiaoling pilot the RV forward while he browsed the regional chat channel. Whenever he felt oppressed or tense, opening the chat channel for a moment would instantly lift his spirits and ease his mind. Many other players had also arrived at the supply station. Some even got into fights. Holy? Rocket launchers? What kind of game is this? It costs 3,000 points, no one can afford that. After all, I only got 100 points for clearing the first level. Dude, that's just you being bad. I took out a pursuer and got an extra 100 points. Oh? So that's how it is. Driving up the snowy mountain road, the winding, steep highway climbing upward, and the steep slope plunging downward in the latter half, just looking at it sends chills down your spine. Cliffs and sheer walls everywhere, just looking at them made one tense up. Suchen lay flat on the floor inside the vehicle and began his self-training regimen. He trained for a week before, and though the results were minimal, his stats had at least increased by 0.1 points, better than nothing. Push-ups, crunches, side planks, plank holds. As he exercised, he felt the RV climbing the incline. But soon, something unusual happened. Several snowmobiles charged toward his position on the road behind, still manned by black-clad figures wielding weapons. This time, though, Suchen couldn't have Xiaoling spin in place to drift collide with them. As for his new weapon, the RPG rocket launcher, it could easily take them out. But using it here would be a bit of a waste. After a moment's thought, a faint smile touched Suchen's lips. Don't forget, this was a cliffside mountain road. He pulled out 2 grenades, simultaneously yanking the pins. After a brief 3-second countdown, he tossed one toward the road surface and the other toward the cliffside. 2 seconds later. Boom! The violent explosion echoed across the snow-covered road, causing the lead snowmobile to swerve wildly out of control. Several chunks of rock were also blasted loose from the adjacent cliff face, crashing down and sending the snowmobile convoy tumbling over the edge. Eliminated snowmobile pursuers earned 100 points. Eliminate all snowmobile pursuers to earn 1,000 points. This was almost too easy. Suchen chuckled to himself, another 1,600 points in the bag, absolutely delightful. With no pursuers left, the treacherous track seemed to become perfectly smooth under Xiaoling's driving. Before long, Suchen successfully navigated the entire course. Just then, the system alert sounded in his ears once more. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully clearing the stage. Your completion speed ranks first in the Huaxia server. Now ranked among the top 1,000 players in the Huaxia server. Unlock the hidden challenge to determine the ultimate champion across the entire server. Do you wish to activate the hidden challenge? Another hidden challenge? But this time, the hidden challenge is different. Only the top 1,000 players are permitted to enter and compete. This almost guarantees it won't be an easy battle. Yes. We're already here, it'd be a shame not to join. Please wait briefly. Once the top 1,000 players have selected, teleportation will commence immediately. Seeing that the hidden challenge wouldn't start for a while, Suchen pulled out the pistol blueprint he just exchanged for and selected Learn directly. Then he began crafting the pistol. As long as not every player had a firearm, there would always be a market for this type of weapon. Consumed alloy. You have obtained a pistol. Consumed to obtain a handgun. Consumption. But as Suchen crafted his 98th pistol, the notification sound rang in his ears once more. Top 1,000 selections complete. 998 participants, 2 withdrawals. Teleportation will activate in 1 minute. Prepare accordingly. Holy crap, only 1 minute left. Suchen hurriedly opened his shop and listed the pistol immediately. The exchange requirements were rare blueprints or precious materials, with sulfur being the top priority. Simultaneously, he listed 10,000 rounds of various firearm ammunition. Each exchange required only one basic material, an incredibly favorable deal. After listing all 97 handguns and ammunition, Suchen opened the chat channel. In the final seconds, he edited a message and hit send. Suchen, pistols and ammunition now available in my shop. Interested parties may purchase. 1 second after sending, the entire RV was enveloped in a blinding white light. The dazzling, blinding light faded. Everything before his eyes became clear once more. This was a city in ruins, nestled within a valley. Everything was blanketed in ice and snow, with all structures and objects frozen in time, preserved exactly as they were before the freeze. The display screen showed that the temperature here was over 20 degrees colder than outside, plummeting directly to minus 50 degrees. Just then, the game's system upgrade sound rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations, player, on entering the hidden challenge. Players who survive and find the Heart of Courage will become the strongest in this arena, earning the hidden reward. Other players will receive corresponding rewards based on their performance. Good luck, warriors! Suchen was still dazed, pondering what the Heart of Courage might be, when another notification sounded in his ear. Temporary chat room for hidden challenge activated. Temporary chat room 998. No one's talking? I'll break the ice then. You're all pros, hope to tag along with you guys when we meet later. Suchen? Suchen? I'm dying to ask Suchen how he got so good. Hey everyone, how about we agree not to attack each other? Let's be friendly and work together to find the heart of courage? That'd be better for everyone, right? Ha? Cross-region friend requests work? Awesome. Who wants to add me? We can help each other out later. Added. Added. But why can't I add more after 3 people? Seems like there's a limit of 3. Oh? Then I absolutely have to add my idol, Suchen. Hey Suchen, show yourself? Suchen. Suchen posted 3 dots and instantly received 200 friend requests, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Are these people just super enthusiastic? Or maybe my popularity is actually sky high already. Chapter 120, Friend Requests. Are you cheating? Suchen quickly scanned the notes accompanying the friend requests. His gaze settled on a few names. Li Qingfeng, hi Suchen, if there's a chance, I hope we can become friends. Those who had consistently ranked below him. Without him, the other would undoubtedly be the undisputed top player. Accepted request. Suchen, likewise. If either of us has extra resources or needs in the future, we can communicate and exchange them. Li Qingfeng agreed. The second name was equally familiar, Fu Ling. Fu Ling, Suchen, do you have a convoy? We could form one together to survive better here. Want to form a convoy with me? Suchen had indeed been considering forming a convoy, so the suggestion was worth looking into. Accepted friend request. Suchen, sure. But I might form my own convoy later. If you're interested, you can join mine, you'll be the deputy leader. We'll only keep elites, no dead weight. The other player had ranked in the top 10 twice across the entire server and appeared to be a lone wolf, definitely someone worth recruiting. Offering the deputy captain position was no big deal. After all, who says a team can only have one deputy captain? One captain, 99 vice captains, that seems perfectly reasonable. Fu Ling, deal. But you haven't upgraded to a 4-star car yet? How about I create the team now, then hand over the captaincy once you hit 4-star? Sis, that kinda stings, doesn't it? Damn it, just you wait. I'll hit 4-star soon enough, and not only that, I'll reach 5-star faster than you. I'll get you back for this one day. Suchen knew this was just a well-meaning suggestion. He had a flaw, he was stubborn as a mule. Suchen, no thanks. I'll reach 4-star soon enough. No rush. After saying that, he continued scrolling through other chat requests. Most were just polite small talk, making Suchen hesitate over who to add as his third contact. Until he spotted a familiar name again in the public channel. Lu Xinghe, this isn't as simple as it seems. Everyone, take this seriously. Suchen recalled that the first ranking list hadn't included him, but the second time, this person had appeared on the leaderboard, a true late bloomer. There was no denying the guy was genuinely skilled and his gear was top-notch. He immediately sent a friend request. Suchen, want to be friends? Ding. The other party quickly accepted Suchen's friend request. Lu Xinghe, I know you've taken first place twice. But next time might be different. I'll surpass you. Not exactly the friendliest guy, is he? That competitive streak is pretty intense. Suchen, I look forward to it. If you ever need anything, or if I need something, we can help each other out in the future. If you have any extra items, you can sell them to me, I have plenty of resources. After Suchen sent the message, the other party fell silent for a long time. Only when Suchen began scanning his surroundings did a reply finally appear. Lu Xinghe, deal. Suchen, great. I'll show you what I'm currently selling. If you need anything, just let me know. Attached image. Oh, and there are some items I don't sell publicly. If you need them, you can buy them too, but you'll have to trade materials for them. Attached image. Suchen showed the other party his shop and his blueprint library, even displaying items like enchanted bullets and Barrett heavy sniper rifles. The system had made it clear. He was the sole possessor of enchanted bullets. With these bullets, fighting zombies wouldn't be nearly as tough for the other party. Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe, are you cheating? Suchen, well, what can I say? Treasure chests just keep piling into my lap, and I've got a bit of a knack for business. Simple as that. Silence. More silence. Lu Xinghe, a Barrett heavy sniper rifle plus 100 enchanted rounds, name your price. Suchen, 1 diamond tier treasure chest plus 100 units of sulfur. Lu Xinghe, deal. I don't have it right now, but I'll come find you later. After that, there was no further discussion. Suchen chuckled to himself. With the other party not haggling, he was definitely getting a steal. Dealing with such a big shot was far more satisfying than haggling with those small fry. No, how could he even entertain such thoughts? Every little fish is the bread and butter of his livelihood. Suchen shook his head and resumed surveying his surroundings. The snow-covered ruins of the city were cloaked in a haze by the gloomy weather. Just then, his radar detected a dense swarm of black shadows emerging from the ruins ahead. This signaled that danger lurked in abundance here. Yet it was clear, to complete the stealth challenge, he must venture into the ruins within this valley. The RV slowly drove into the city ruins. The moment he entered the ruins' perimeter, Suchen saw the nearest black shadow begin moving toward his position. Within moments, dozens of shadows materialized before him. Suchen looked up, his expression instantly turning grave. Dozens of monstrous creatures stood before him, their faces twisted in savage grimaces. Resembling dogs in form, they were vastly larger, each nearly 2 meters in length. Their fur radiated a bone-chilling aura, as if they had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Behind these monsters, Suchen noticed a figure concealed beneath a black cloak. Another black-clad figure? Forget it. Better deal with this horde of monsters first. They're huge, these don't look easy to handle. Let's try bullets first. Suchen ordered Shaoling to fire immediately. Bullets erupted from the gun barrels on both sides, thudding into the monsters. Blood and flesh splattered, but none were fatal. Aim for their heads. The barrels realigned their sights and began targeting the monsters' heads, yet still inflicted little damage. The bullets only knocked them back, and the hit areas healed quickly. It seemed physical attacks had no effect on them. Could it be that enchanted bullets were needed to deal with these monsters? Suchen raised an eyebrow, unwilling to resort to enchanted bullets just yet. After all, he had only managed to trade for and produce 200 or 300 bullets over this entire period. Until mass production was achieved, he had to use them sparingly. He pulled out another grenade, intending to test whether it could inflict damage on them. If it worked, he could use grenades to blast a bloody path through them. Only when the monsters drew sufficiently close to the RV did Suchen's wristband display their information. Frost Prison Hound Bronze. Attack, 25. Defense, 40. Combat power, 90. Suchen felt a flicker of relief. These monsters were considerably weaker than the yellow sand zombies he had encountered earlier. If the yellow sand zombie had fled in panic under his peachwood sword, then these cold prison hounds should be no different, right? Let's go. Suchen counted down the timer on a grenade and tossed it directly at the target. It landed among the cold prison hounds, exploding with a boom before it even hit the ground. Chapter 121, wielding the peachwood sword, slaying the cold dogs with every strike. Smoke instantly billowed out. At the explosion's epicenter, several cold prison hounds were sent flying sideways by the shockwave. Half their bodies were blown apart by the grenade's blast. They lay on the ground, seemingly on the brink of death. But Suchen keenly observed that the fallen cold prison dogs seemed to be absorbing the frigid air around them, continuously repairing their damaged bodies. Detected surprise shock, sanity value affected, 2. Damn it! Is this how it's going to be? Suchen raised his sniper rifle and loaded an enchanted bullet. He'd never used this type of bullet before, perfect timing to test its power and get a feel for its capabilities. After adjusting the sniper scope's crosshairs, he pulled the trigger. The enchanted bullet sliced through the frigid air, igniting into a fiery ball that hurtled toward the cold prison hound. It struck one of the frost prison hounds, exploding instantly. The searing flames instantly engulfed it, burning relentlessly until it was reduced to charcoal. Ding! Killed one bronze tier cold prison hound. Earned 30 points. That powerful? Suchen was taken aback. He hadn't expected the enchanted bullets to be this powerful, far beyond his expectations. They were definitely capable of. The remaining cold prison hounds seemed to sense the danger, halting their straight-line charge. They began weaving left and right, attempting to evade Suchen's incoming bullets. But Suchen was a sniper with mastery of his craft. With 3 shots, he took down 3 approaching cold prison hounds before holstering his rifle. The enchanted bullet's power could indeed handle these cold prison hounds with ease. Yet the numbers of cold prison hounds were staggering. The dozens before him were likely merely the tip of the iceberg. His detection radar hinted at a dense swarm lurking nearby. While not all might mobilize at his arrival, he knew he'd face plenty more soon. He'd have to conserve his ammunition. He needed to figure out another way to deal with these prison dogs. Right. Suchen suddenly had an idea, his eyes lighting up. Could the peachwood sword that had cleaved that zombie earlier work on these cold prison hounds? Theoretically, that yellow sand zombie was far more formidable than these prison dogs, and they all seemed to be undead creatures. With his current combat skills and the peachwood sword, it was worth a try. If it didn't work, he could always get back in the car. After a moment's thought, Suchen sat down and made his decision. Before stepping out, he fully geared up, even donning a helmet. Fat Dragon, take this. If anything happens to me, remember to stab it into my body immediately. Before leaving, Suchen retrieved a vial of adrenaline from his spatial storage and handed it to Fat Dragon. As long as he survived, the adrenaline would instantly heal his wounds and grant him triple physical prowess. Escaping these cold prison hounds should be no problem. After last night's events, Suchen gripped a peachwood sword in each hand as he opened the door. Leaping off the RV, Suchen held the twin swords aloft, spreading his arms wide to maximize the peachwood blade's reach and his own offensive range. Roar! The moment Suchen stepped out, the cold prison hounds locked onto him, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Come on! You beasts! Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, crouching low as he prepared for battle. Roar! Among the dogs, a larger one raised its head and let out a deep growl. Instantly, the entire pack lunged forward in unison. As they closed in, Su Chen deftly dodged, causing the first attacker to lunge at empty air. Simultaneously, the dog's back was exposed to Su Chen. Seizing the moment, he swung his right hand, bringing the peachwood sword down with a fierce chop. As the peachwood sword descended toward the prison hound, anticipation flashed across Su Chen's face. He wanted to see if the peachwood sword would actually work. Whoosh! Su Chen's strike was swift. The peachwood sword sliced through the frigid air, cutting through the wind with a sharp whistle before striking the prison hound. Splash! The peachwood sword sliced through the cold prison hound. Su Chen felt no resistance whatsoever, as if cutting through tofu. It pierced straight through the creature's body, cleaving it cleanly in two. Blood spattered as the corpse fell into the snow, staining the white snow red. The blood-soaked wound no longer absorbed energy from the air, as if it had lost its power. It really worked! And it was far too easy. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he stared at the peachwood sword in his hand, a look of excitement spreading across his face. So this peachwood sword should have no trouble dealing with bronze-tier monsters. Killed one bronze-tier cold prison hound. Earned 30 points. Now, Su Chen no longer regarded these cold prison hounds with solemnity, but rather with a greedy, money-hungry expression. All those shiny points. With points, what can't you get? Roar! The roar at his ear snapped Su Chen back to reality. He spun his body, dodging the charging cold prison hound. With another swift swing of his sword, he severed its head. Su Chen sensed that any cold prison hound slain by his peachwood sword had its regenerative abilities completely sealed. Simultaneously, as they died, a surge of energy seemed to flow into his peachwood sword. Though faint, it was faintly perceptible. Ha! Bring it on! Wielding dual swords, Su Chen exploited his agility to fight while retreating, drawing out the pack of cold prison hounds. He mercilessly slashed down everyone that dared to approach. Successfully defeated 33 bronze-tier cold prison hounds, earning 990 points. His points had finally reached 4 digits again, and Su Chen was overjoyed. He'd barely entered these city ruins and already earned as many points as before. Clearly, he'd come to the right place. But then again, if he was struggling this much against just this pack of cold prison hounds, wonder how the others are faring. Damn it, these cold prison hounds are so stubborn. I've used up a ton of ammo and haven't killed a single one? Their regenerative abilities are insane. I just bombed them, and all the wounded ones healed right back up. Only the one I blew to smithereens died. If they're this hard to kill, how am I ever going to find that hero's heart? Surveying the scene of mangled heads and scorched foreheads, Su Chen's lips curled slightly. A brilliant idea suddenly popped into his mind. The 1,000 people present here, theoretically speaking, most of them could be considered among the wealthiest 1,000 in all of China. If that's the case, then. Chapter 122, Launching a Personal Auction. Temporary Barrier. Usually, he harvested low-grade green onions, but today he would harvest some premium ones. Host an auction, sell off a few peachwood swords to the highest bidder, and rake in a fortune from these tycoons. Temporary Chat Room. Su Chen, selling 3 peachwood swords. Deadly against cold prison hounds and other undead monsters, capable of effortlessly slaying them. Auction begins in 1 minute, lasting 10 minutes. Highest bidder wins. Video. Alongside the announcement, Su Chen attached a video of himself, allowing them to see the peachwood sword's effects firsthand and truly grasp their value. Many curious viewers clicked on Su Chen's video and were instantly stunned. Monsters they found extremely difficult to defeat were sliced through like tofu by Su Chen's sword. It was utterly unbelievable. But it also proved just how powerful this sword truly was. At the end of the video, he included the sword's attribute description, further convincing viewers that this was indeed a remarkable item. Su Chen, alright, no more chit-chat, the peachwood sword auction begins. Su Chen listed all 3 peachwood swords on the exchange simultaneously, setting a reserve price and stipulating that the highest bidder within 10 minutes would win. He would trade the swords for the most resources offered. Su Chen, this is seriously the real deal. With this sword, even the toughest monsters become easy pickings. Even venturing deep into the city ruins wouldn't be a problem. Enough talk, I'm all in. I've bet my entire savings on these 3 swords. Wonder if I can snag one. Ha? That's your entire savings? You're not doing so well then. Holy crap? In just 1 minute, the price has skyrocketed to a platinum tier chest? Seriously, how can you guys be so rich? While the others prepared for the auction, Su Chen wasted no time, driving forward relentlessly. Whenever he encountered packs of cold prison hounds, he charged in with his peachwood sword, slaughtering them indiscriminately to teach them a lesson. Soon, the 10 minutes were up. Su Chen received the system notification. You have obtained a platinum-grade treasure chest and 100 units of sulfur. You have obtained a temporary barrier blueprint and 100 nast one. You obtained a snowmobile blueprint and 100 units of special alloy. 3 peachwood swords had all been traded for decent items. This made Su Chen clench his fist in satisfaction. This was a huge win. Peachwood swords weren't particularly important weapons to him anyway, he had plenty. This trade netted him a whole lot of excellent items. Temporary barrier crafting blueprint, single use. Required materials, 2 special alloys, 1 electronic component. Suchen immediately combined the blueprint with the materials, crafting a temporary barrier. Temporary barrier. Energy capacity, 100. Effect: when facing danger, releases an energy barrier to repel external attacks. The barrier ceases when energy is depleted. Suchen tested it, any energy form could be absorbed, meaning even evolution crystals could be utilized. This thing was excellent, far exceeding Suchen's expectations. Next, he retrieved the snowmobile blueprint and proceeded to craft it directly. Once completed, a brand new motorcycle materialized before his eyes. The RV's interior was spacious enough to accommodate the motorcycle, though it still took up considerable room. Suchen therefore stored it inside his storage ring. The storage stone remained unchanged, converting into the space of a storage ring. After all, there seemed no immediate need to expand the spatial cultivation field. Next came Suchen's favorite part, opening the treasure chest. He hadn't expected anyone would actually leave behind a platinum-grade treasure chest. After scanning it to confirm it wasn't a dangerous black-colored safe, Suchen opened it immediately. Initial resources: 30 units of sulfur, 30 units of special alloy, 30 units of special plastic. You opened the chest, earning 9,998 loot points. You landed a critical loot box hit, earning a 15x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 450 units of sulfur, 450 units of special alloy, and 450 units of special plastic. Great! Now I won't have to worry about bullets. Now, Suchen finally understood the power of luck. Getting exactly what you needed couldn't be more satisfying. Consumed 1 unit of sulfur and 1 unit of special alloy to craft 3 enchanted bullets. Consume 449 units of sulfur and 449 units of special alloy to craft 1347 enchanted bullets. Suddenly, Suchen found himself awash in ammunition. Both his sniper rifle and Desert Eagle were fully stocked with enchanted bullets, ready for any contingency. In this hidden challenge, only one person could claim the final reward. Those who made it into the top 1,000 were no ordinary individuals, he had to seize every moment. Suchen drove the RV forward, his route carefully chosen straight toward the city center, where monsters were most densely concentrated. If the heart of the brave existed anywhere, it would surely be found here. Killed bronze tier cold prison hound, earned 35 points. Oh? The points gained increased? Suchen raised an eyebrow, deliberately drawing the cold prison hounds closer. He soon realized their strength far surpassed the monsters he'd encountered on the city's outskirts. But hey! They're all the same to me. Suchen shook his head, suppressing any lingering doubts. Fighting his way through, Suchen arrived at the plaza outside the city center. At the square's center stood a towering humanoid statue. At its heart was a blazing orb of light, starkly incongruous in this frozen world. Surrounding the statue was a group of black-robed figures cloaked in darkness. The entire plaza was filled exclusively with cold prison hounds, their combat strength now doubled compared to those outside. Just then, Suchen heard the roar of an engine. Turning his head, he peered through the glass window to see a motorhome, identical in size to his own, pulling up alongside. At the door, a figure gripped the handle with one hand while holding a sword in the other, eyes fixed on Suchen. Finally, the RV pulled up alongside Suchen's vehicle. Boss, that guy doesn't have any killing intent. He should be a good guy. Fat Dragon swayed his massive frame as he spoke. Got it. Head to my room and stay put. Don't let him see you. Suchen nodded, instructing Fat Dragon to hide first, then turned his attention to the approaching RV. Suchen noticed the long sword in the other man's hand. It was precisely the peachwood sword he had sold. I'm Lu Xinghe. Who are you, brother? That figure leapt straight off the vehicle, seemingly unconcerned about Suchen launching a surprise attack. Lu Xinghe? The guy who said he'd surpass me? Suchen raised his head in mild surprise, looking at Lu Xinghe. A handsome youth with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Damn, this guy totally has that novel male lead vibe. Suchen! No sooner had the words left his mouth than he saw astonishment flash across Lu Xinghe's face, followed by a look of intense focus as he stared at Suchen's RV. Why don't we have a contest? Without interfering with each other, who can get that heart of the brave first? What do you say? Chapter 123, The Wager. Lu Xinghe had also noticed the situation in the square. To obtain the heart of the brave, one must traverse the horde of monsters in the square. At this moment, having someone share the burden of fighting the monsters would be ideal. But the number of helpers couldn't be too many either. Too many would intensify the competition later, making it a losing proposition. Thus, Lu Xinghe intended to leverage his duel with Suchen to gain an advantage in securing the heart of the brave, a 2-for-1 deal. As for losing to Suchen, that was never a consideration. He might fall short in other areas, but in combat, he believed himself unmatched. A duel? I'm not wasting my time on a duel without any stakes. Suchen's tone remained flat, showing no interest whatsoever in the duel Lu Xinghe proposed. Stakes? What stakes do you want? How about this? Whoever loses grants the winner one favor provided it doesn't violate their personal boundaries. Su Chen chuckled. The fact that the other party asked meant they were already inclined to agree. Fine. I accept. If I win, you must declare in front of everyone that you're my little brother. Ha! Lu Xinghe couldn't help but laugh out loud, already envisioning the moment when the universally acknowledged top player in the server would become his subordinate, bringing him immense fame. Alright, if that's the case, let's begin. Is there any restriction as long as we don't interfere with each other? Su Chen shook his head and loaded all the vehicle-mounted weapons with enchanted bullets. Xiaoling, have the vehicle weapons fire bursts at those monsters. Aim to eliminate one monster per bullet to conserve ammunition. Leave the close-range ones to me. Yes, master. Xiaoling responded instantly. Wait. Lend me 100 enchanted bullets first. I'll pay you back later. Lu Xing has suddenly remembered Su Chen still had enchanted bullets. He didn't know how lethal they were against monsters. If the opponent had something he didn't, this contest would be disadvantageous. Sure thing. Su Chen transferred 100 enchanted bullets to him. They were both top-tier survivors in the Huaxia region. Such a minor resource wouldn't cause a falling out. Su Chen wasn't the least bit worried about him reneging on the debt. Let's begin. With that, both men charged forward simultaneously. Lu Xinghe abandoned the RV entirely, wielding a peachwood sword as he charged straight into the horde of monsters. Facing the advancing horde, a frenzied battle cry erupted from his throat. With each swing of his peachwood sword, he felled one cold prison hound after another. He had some skill, but alas, times had changed. Su Chen held an AK-47 in his left hand and the peachwood sword in his right. Aiming directly at the swarm of monsters, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. At that moment, the RV behind him caught up, beginning to pick off the cold prison hounds closing in on Su Chen. One shot, one dog down. Their speed was blindingly fast, instantly outpacing Lu Xinghe's movements. Lu Xinghe heard the gunfire, looked up, and froze at the sight before him. There stood Su Chen, firing his weapons at the monsters in a sweeping motion, while the RV behind him caught up and joined the barrage. Dude, you've got that many enchanted bullets? The mere existence of such bullets already struck him as absurd. If they were this powerful, they must come with significant limitations. Yet, he never imagined the other party could possess so many. And damn it, why the hell can your RV move on its own? Drive itself? Aren't our RVs all Samsung vehicles? How come the gap feels so huge? At that moment, Lu Xinghe genuinely questioned his existence. But soon, an even more mind-boggling situation unfolded. Su Chen watched the swarm of monsters charging toward him, their bodies tangled together. His eyebrow arched slightly as he produced an RPG rocket launcher out of thin air. Whoosh! The rocket shell launched forward, striking the densest cluster of cold prison hounds ahead. With a thunderous boom, it exploded, reducing the hounds at the epicenter to shreds. Damn! A rocket launcher? He actually traded points for a rocket launcher? That's extravagant. Wait, is that even the point? The real question is, where the hell did he pull that rocket launcher from? His storage space? Lu Xinghe stared in utter shock. How could they still be fretting over resources when Su Chen already possessed a storage space? Right. The King Tier lottery draw. That must be it. Next time, I absolutely have to be the first to win. Lu Xinghe bowed silently to himself, then composed his mindset as his gaze sharpened. As the cold prison hounds charged in, his long sword flashed through the air, instantly slicing down every monster that dared approach. Simultaneously, his left hand drew the pistol holstered at his waist. A crack echoed as he fired into the monster horde ahead, blasting a path forward. Yet this pace felt agonizingly slow to Su Chen on the other side. Soon, Su Chen holstered his AK-47, gripped two peachwood swords, and charged straight through the horde of monsters, spotting the black-clad figure behind them. Xiaoling, lock onto the black-clad figure and attack. I'm going for the hero's heart. Su Chen issued the command to Xiaoling without hesitation, then charged straight toward the sculpture without looking back. You're asking for it. Voices concealed beneath the black robes pulled back their hoods, revealing skull-like figures beneath. Do Shumia. Their mouths began chanting incomprehensible incantations. Swords materialized in their hands, standing before them. Like a horde of undead knights, they charged toward Su Chen, swords raised. Boom! A sniper bullet struck, exploding the skull of one knight. The enchanted bullet ignited instantly, turning the entire black-robed knight into a flaming inferno. Boom! 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 Other enchanted bullets followed suit, striking several more black-robed knights in the rear. Hold on! Leave these knights to me! At that moment, Lu Xinghe burst out from the horde of monsters. He landed in the open space at the center of the square. The frosthounds seemed restrained by some force approaching this area. Lu Xinghe, sword in hand, called out lightly, Su Chen, you win. Let me practice on these knights. Su Chen, who had just entered the sculpture's interior, heard Lu Xinghe's voice from outside. A faint smile touched his lips as he raised his wrist and murmured, Xiaoling, ceasefire. Turn your attention to those cold prison hounds. Monitor the situation closely. If Lu Xinghai is overwhelmed, fire to save him. Yes, master. The weapons mounted on the RV swiveled around and began targeting the cold prison hounds. As long as every bullet took down one prison hound, it was a surefire win. Entering the sculpture, Su Chen spotted a staircase leading upward and immediately began climbing. Of course, through radar detection, he also noticed a pitch-black shadow lurking within the sculpture. Thus, as he ascended, he remained exceptionally cautious. Chapter 124, The Heart of a Hero. Completing the hidden challenge. The sculpture stood roughly 10 stories tall, with the heart chamber located around the 7th level. As he reached the 7th level, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the shadows beside him and lunged at Su Chen. Su Chen instantly dodged to the side. But the figure gave Su Chen no chance to catch his breath, immediately changing direction and lunging at him again. Raising his peachwood sword, Su Chen slashed at the figure while evading. The figure seemed unaware of the peachwood sword's potency, failing to dodge and taking the full blow. The expected scene of slicing through tofu didn't materialize. Instead, a hissing sound emanated from the point of contact, accompanied by a wisp of faint black smoke. This time, the dark figure finally grasped Su Chen's formidable strength. It retreated several steps, halting in place and staring intently at Su Chen. Su Chen finally got a clear look at its appearance. Dressed in extremely peculiar attire, coupled with its pallid skin, Su Chen instantly recognized it as a zombie. At this moment, the wristband also scanned the other party's information. Frost Prison Zombie Silver Tier. Attack, 110. Defense, 160. Combat Power, 380. Its strength far surpassed the zombies Su Chen had encountered before, and it was also significantly more powerful than the cold prison hounds downstairs. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, his face growing solemn. The enemy had reached the silver rank. He wondered if the peachwood sword would be enough to handle it. Judging by its reaction, the peachwood sword could at least wound it, though not fatally. Should he wait for the zombie to strike and counter, or take the initiative with a preemptive attack? In the split second Su Chen deliberated, the zombie seemed to have readied itself, lunging directly at him. Though the opponent's weapon could somewhat restrain it, the zombie sensed the opponent's strength was far from formidable. Damn it! Does it really think I'm a pushover? Su Chen leapt sideways to evade the zombie's attack, then swung the peachwood sword with a fierce whistling sound, slashing hard into the zombie's shoulder. A sharp crack echoed, yet the zombie showed no fear. Instead, its body slammed into Su Chen once more. Damn it! You're not backing down, are you? I don't believe you can hold out much longer. Su Chen spun gracefully, slipping past the zombie. His peachwood sword shot forward, slicing cleanly across the creature's shoulder. This time, it finally sliced through the creature's skin. Roar! A beastly growl erupted from its maw, and Su Chen could hear the pain in its voice. Fangs bared, the creature lunged straight for Su Chen's throat. A smirk touched Su Chen's lips as he instantly activated his temporary barrier. A membrane of light appeared around him, enveloping him and blocking the charging cold prison zombie. Then, he drew the Desert Eagle and fired without hesitation. The flaming enchanted bullet struck the creature squarely, instantly igniting its corpse. You think you can struggle now that I've reacted? Watching the zombie burn on the ground under the enchanted bullet, Su Chen sneered contemptuously. He merely wanted to test the limits of the peachwood sword. You dared to struggle a bit longer, and even tried to bite me to death? Killed silver rank cold prison zombie, earned 500 points. As the flames burned out, Su Chen retrieved the wisdom crystal from the charred remains. This was definitely worth it. It seemed the enchanted bullets were even more powerful than he'd imagined. Stowing the wisdom crystal away, Su Chen approached the sculpture's heart and saw the hero's heart, glowing with a blood-red light. Su Chen reached out and touched the still-beating hero's heart. A flash of crimson light erupted, and the heart of the brave transformed into a badge, landing in Su Chen's palm. Congratulations! You have obtained the heart of the brave and successfully completed the hidden challenge. You have completed the hidden challenge and received the reward, Heart of the Brave, 3,000 points. Heart of the Brave Epic Tier Medal. Effect, Courage is the 7th piece of equipment for the brave. Wearing the Heart of the Brave grants a courage buff, significantly reducing fear and dread while boosting combat power by 30. Equipping the Heart of the Brave will gradually enhance your attributes over time. The rate of enhancement is unknown. Reduced fear, increased combat power, enhanced attributes, multiple effects combined. What a great item! Truly worthy of being a hidden challenge reward. The only question is how quickly the attribute values actually increase. As Su Chen pondered this, all survivors in the hidden challenge mode received a notification. Congratulations to player Su Chen for locating the Heart of the Brave and completing the hidden challenge. The hidden challenge mode has concluded. All participants will be teleported back to their respective locations in 10 minutes. Immediately afterward, all survivors currently battling within the hidden challenge mode witness the frostbound hounds before them vanish into thin air. The entire city ruin fell silent once more, as if the desperate battles they had just fought never occurred. With only 3 minutes remaining, Su Chen descended the stairs and returned to the RV. Lu Xing has stood in place, sword in hand, panting heavily. Alright, what do you want me to do? I haven't figured it out yet. We'll talk about it later. Su Chen shook his head. Matters like this naturally required careful consideration. There was absolutely no need to blurt it out right now. Oh, and don't forget the treasure chest and materials you owe me. With that, Su Chen prepared to get into the car and leave. Wait. What is it? Add another 100 enchanted bullets to my tab. Lu Xing had gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to blurt out the words. The moment the words left his mouth, regret washed over him. They were headed to different districts. Would they ever cross paths again? Granting him such a large credit would surely make the other party fear he might never repay it. No problem, I'll give you another 200. If you need more, just let me know. Su Chen smiled, tossed a trade request his way, and transferred 200 enchanted bullets to him. Using advance credit to gain the favor of a capable survivor was a worthwhile investment in his eyes. After all, Fat Dragon had said the other was a decent person who likely valued his dignity and reputation too much to do something like that. Thanks a lot. Hearing Su Chen's trust and willingness to extend more credit for enchanted bullets, Lu Xing has suddenly felt a unique sense of being understood and trusted. His heart tightened. This was a friendship worth cultivating. Well then, I'll be off to handle some business. Got another batch of scapegoats to deal with. Only 9 minutes left. Must seize this wave to reap a bountiful harvest. Only then will the green shoots grow even stronger. Chapter 125, Pursuit Mode. Players killing each other? Sushin really is Sushin so fast. Those who shelled out big bucks for Su Chen's peachwood swords, are they crying their eyes out? They bought them but still can't get the heart of the brave. Hey, you upstairs, are you just jealous? I've killed over 100 cold prison hounds with my peachwood sword and earned thousands of points. I've already made my money back. How many have you killed? Exactly. Plus, this thing clearly works against undead and zombies. You've all seen zombies on the highway, right? This will definitely come in handy later. Su Chen chuckled. Selling guns and ammo? That'd be dead in the water. These folks already have guns and ammo in their hands, more or less. They don't need this stuff. But here's the thing, some items just never drop at supply stations. You can only get them by opening treasure chests. Su Chen didn't believe everyone could possess these items. Su Chen, folks, before we part ways, I've got some good stuff here, blueprints, weapons, you name it. Take a look. Honest deal, same as always, highest bidder wins. Then, in the temporary chat room, Su Chen listed 10 2-star Carhartt upgrade blueprints, 5 peachwood swords, 20 sets of enchanted bullets, 10 bullets per set. Accepting treasure chests, blueprints, sulfur, special materials, evolution crystals, and nanostones in exchange. All auctions set for 5 minutes, highest bidder wins. Also available, cheap cigarettes. No auction needed for these. 1 cigarette sells for 1 unit of basic materials. Mainly for making friends. Wow. I've been searching forever for a 2-star Carhartt upgrade blueprint. Now I can finally upgrade my RV. Gotta grab one. So Su the big shot still has peachwood swords? There'll definitely be zombies on the road later, I should grab one too. Enchanted bullets look promising, but they seem to drain resources too quickly. No one blames Su Chen for not selling these items at the start of the hidden challenge. After all, everyone wanted to obtain the hero's heart. It's perfectly normal for him to hoard some resources. Bringing them out for trade now was simply a matter of mutual benefit. Soon, 5 minutes passed, and all the items Su Chen had listed were sold out. He had gathered 200 units of sulfur and over 800 units of special materials, more than enough to continue crafting enchanted bullets. Additionally, he acquired a platinum-grade treasure chest, 120 units of nasturtium stone, and 268 evolution crystals. Absolutely delightful. In his local channel, finding buyers for such large quantities of sulfur, nanostones, and evolution crystals was nearly impossible, let alone a platinum-tier treasure chest. Such opportunities were few and far between. Su Chen wasted no time, listing another 200 enchanted bullets. He priced them based on the recent transaction average, aiming to please both buyers and sellers. After setting the price, Su Chen prepared to open his chest. Initial resources: 1 PS5 console, includes all games. You open the treasure chest and obtain 35.99 loot points. You've landed an unboxing critical hit, earning an 11x critical hit bonus. Congratulations! You've won 11 PS5 consoles with all games included. Awesome! I've been wanting this for ages. Seeing the console appear, Su Chen was overjoyed. In the past, he never went to bed before midnight, but now he was asleep before 9 o'clock because he was simply bored out of his mind. In a survival game like this, nerves were stretched too tight. He needed something to help him unwind. Let's put one up for auction. See what the big shots think the market price is. Su Chen chuckled to himself. Seeing that there were just over 2 minutes left until the 10-minute mark, he quickly typed in the temporary chat room. Last 2 minutes. Treating you guys to a final perk, selling off the last great item. He then listed the PS5 console, instantly sparking a flurry of chatter. It's a PS5? I used to play it every night. Yeah. Elden Ring is unbeatable. The Witcher 3 is the ultimate game. Many hardcore players started discussing the game, but no one bid for a long while. Ha! Everyone's being so rational? Suchen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected these people to be so level-headed, and it felt a bit unfamiliar to him. A full minute passed before someone finally offered 10 evolution crystals as a bid. Seriously? Treating this like scavenging junk? Fortunately, once someone made an offer, others quickly followed suit. Then I'll bid 20 evolution crystals. I don't need this stuff right now anyway, it's only worth about 100 bottles of water. 10 nast ones. I recall Su Big Shot prioritizes nast ones, right? I once got one of these from a platinum tier chest, and I still have no clue what it's for. The deal closed quickly. 10 nast ones. Suchen scratched the back of his head, staring at the 10 nanonite he'd just acquired, utterly baffled. How could this stuff be less appealing than peachwood swords or enchanted bullets? This doesn't make sense. 10 minutes passed, and the group was teleported out of the area. Hidden challenge concluded. Teleporting you out of the challenge area. A white light enveloped Suchen and his companions, transporting them back to the icy highway where they had started. Only then did Suchen consume the wisdom crystal he had obtained earlier. This time, his speed attribute increased by 0.1 points. Simultaneously, Suchen noticed his accumulated points had surpassed the 10,000 mark, reaching 12,810 points. Not bad. If he encountered a supply station later, he could likely obtain quite a few valuable items. Suchen chuckled to himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay and farm points, but the profit margin was simply too thin. His enchanted bullets weren't cheap, and killing a single cold prison hound wouldn't be worth the effort. Only the high-tier monsters could yield a worthwhile profit. Under these circumstances, it wasn't worth expending time and effort grinding monsters. Securing the heart of the brave was the absolute priority. After all, one shouldn't be too greedy. Shortly after his return, another system notification chimed. Rest period has ended. All players must proceed to complete the final path. Damn it! Just when I finally got a break, we have to keep going already. I knew there was a reason they made us familiarize ourselves for so long. It was to get all players used to resting, to make us complacent and let our guard down for the challenges ahead. This game is ruthless. Enough talk, let's get ready to run. Getting a chance to rest was a blessing for all survivors. Their sanity values have also recovered somewhat during this period. Final phase, chase mode. Player encounter rates will increase. In chase mode, everyone is both the chaser and the chased. Successfully overtaking the car ahead grants fixed points. Eliminating an opponent allows you to seize half their points. 2.5 hours remaining. Good luck to all. Chapter 126, Split Forces Chase Ahead, Kill Behind. The system's alert sounded like a bone-chilling gust of wind, sending shivers down everyone's spine. This was nothing short of forcing them into a mode of mutual slaughter and plunder. While each driver could choose to avoid killing others and settle for overtaking points, they had no control over what others would do. The chat channel erupted with activity. Guys, how about we all agree to just coast through this? Even if our entire district plays it safe, other districts won't. We'll end up with far fewer resources than them, falling behind. We might not even survive the challenges ahead. To survive, we need resources. But we can agree to minimize combat. Let's turn this into an overtaking race instead. What do you say? Bloodwolf, ha! Scared now? Tremble, mortals. Wait to be torn to shreds by our Bloodwolf fleet. Bloodwolf, heaven blesses our Bloodwolf fleet. Now we can hunt to our heart's content. We're coming. Suchen was slightly taken aback by the system prompt. He hadn't expected this final twist. This was pure suicide. But if it's the same convoy or team, wouldn't that be like farming points? Suchen felt like he'd suddenly discovered a system glitch. Just as he realized this, Zhang Weihong caught on too. All of you, get in front of me now. Let me try to overtake you. Zhang Weihong immediately issued the command, and the team below followed his instructions, driving ahead. He immediately accelerated to catch up, overtaking several vehicles ahead. Yet, he gained no additional experience points. Additional note, in a chase scenario, overtaking a vehicle must occur at least 10 kilometers away from the starting point to count. Within the same area, overtaking each other does not grant points by default. However, eliminating another vehicle grants half of its points. At that moment, the system displayed another message, seemingly automatically fixing a potential bug. With that, Zhang Weihong's hopes of grinding points were completely dashed. Given this, a proper strategy must be chosen. Everyone, if we all move together, chasing others won't be easy. In comparison, lying in wait for those catching up from behind would be much simpler. Therefore, I propose we split into two groups. One group will halt its advance and focus on intercepting survivors from behind. If they choose to join us, we can expand our team. If they refuse, that's selfishness, only thinking of themselves. We can take them out and claim their points. As the team grew, Zhang Weihong shed his initial benevolent demeanor, increasingly embodying the role of a leader wielding authority. We support any decision the leader makes. Exactly, leader. Just give the orders, no need to consult us. Over time, Zhang Weihong had solidified his leadership position through his commanding presence and strategic cunning, gaining ever more supporters. Alright, then. We'll select all members equipped with anti-skid tires whose vehicles can reach speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour on snow. Form a pursuit team and charge forward to see if we can catch up to them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Blood Wolf convoy was now brimming with eagerness. They'd only collided with 2 or 3 pedestrians along the way, leaving them feeling like they had power they couldn't unleash. Now, at last, they could temporarily set that concern aside. Without further ado, let's leverage our strengths to the fullest. Split into 2 teams, one pushes forward, the other drives backward. Their tactics mirrored Zhang Weihong's almost exactly. The road transitioned from treacherous mountain terrain back to snow-covered ground. Relatively speaking, it was much safer. Under Xiaoling's control, the RV reached a speed of 120 miles per hour. Soon he noticed a dozen vehicles parked across the road ahead, completely blocking the entire highway. Clearly, he'd encountered another group of kind souls blocking the road to deliver resources. Su Chen's eyes lit up. These were good people. They knew he needed car hearts and were waiting right here to deliver them to him. As the RV drew closer, about a kilometer away, Fat Dragon suddenly spoke up. Boss, there's a killing intent up ahead. Bad guys. Got it. Don't worry, I'll take care of these bad guys. Su Chen nodded, acknowledging the warning. He then moved to the 3 weapon stations in the vehicle's armory, swapping out the enchanted bullets for regular ammunition. Against such a small group, he wouldn't need to intervene personally. The vehicle's weapon systems could handle the fight directly. A kilometer away on the snow-covered road, a team of over a dozen men excitedly drew their weapons. Hey, the ride's here and it's a huge RV. Looks like we've hit the jackpot. Ha, we're about to get rich. But we need to be careful, they've got resources to upgrade their vehicle, so their weapons probably aren't weak either. The one called Viagra had a handsome face, though beneath his good looks lurked a hint of mischief. Just as expected, names and appearances often have a huge gap between them. Way good, don't worry. We've already planted snow mines. Once we blow out his tires, we'll swarm him together. We'll definitely take him down. Exactly. Even if we don't destroy his vehicle, we can still send his RV plowing into the snowbank beside us. Once he's stuck there, he'll be as helpless as an ant on a chopping block. Damn it, that's a lamb. A lamb on the chopping block? With your skills, do you really think you can chop it up? Enough chatter. Everyone focus. When the mines detonate, fire on my command. Roger that, way. Hope it's a chick in there, then tonight's gonna be fun. Damn it, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm thinking the same thing. Speaking of which, that chick we ran into yesterday was wild. Those things were huge like basketballs. Just touching them made me lose it instantly. Who wouldn't? Just seeing the boss go first got me all fired up. Too bad. That girl couldn't handle it. She couldn't take it and passed out halfway through the night. What a bummer. Hope we find a tough one this time. How about a Zhou Bai Luo? She looks tough as nails. Off. How about a black chick? A trans one, even. Wei Ge listened to their chatter, a strange gloom settling in his heart. What the hell is wrong with these people? Discussing this nonsense when a big fish is about to arrive. Shut up. Chapter 127, Highway Robbery? Kill them all. Wei Ji's furious roar instantly silenced everyone. They focused intently, their eyes fixed on the RV across the way. Closer, even closer. Amidst their expectant gazes, the RV suddenly slammed on its brakes, coming to a halt right before the landmines they had laid out. Inside the RV, Su Chen examined the snow-covered ground ahead. There were clear signs of someone having dug there. Was it a bomb or a landmine? Without the radar detection system, at such high speed, Su Chen couldn't say for sure if they could have avoided this ambush hidden in the snow. Xiaoling! Boom! Boom! A bullet struck the landmine buried in the snow, triggering a thunderous explosion that erupted in blinding flames and billowing smoke. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Su Chen could see the RV's durability drop by 0.1%. That was quite the blast. Wei Ge, watching from afar, couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Damn it! Now that they'd been spotted, the enemy would surely heighten their vigilance. Their entire plan was effectively ruined. When they get closer, stay put. I'll try to trick them. If it doesn't work, watch for my signal. Got it, Wei. With that, the man called Wei Ge stepped out of the driver's seat, adjusted his clothes, and hurried toward the RV where Su Chen was stationed. Fat Dragon, you stay inside the room for a bit. Before Su Chen could finish speaking, Pang Long had already slipped into the room, flopped onto Su Chen's bed, pulled the covers over himself, and was fast asleep. Good night, boss. This Fat Dragon. Soon, the man approached Su Chen's vehicle, his face filled with apology as he said. Bro, sorry about that. We just pulled over to rest and grab some barbecue. This thing we left on the road is to warn us if anyone tries to sneak up on us from behind. It's not super powerful, just a heads up. The man patted himself down, spun around in place, then raised his hands high to show he posed no threat. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. The guy was treating him like a fool. But hey, might as well make things easier. Slowly rolling down the window, Suchen looked at the man through his helmet. Next time you want to prevent attacks, don't plant landmines, just hire someone to keep watch. Then Suchen picked up a hot pot and some Haidileo base sauce, asking, want to join me for hot pot? You bring the meat. I just ran out of mine. Hearing this, Wei Ge's eyes lit up instantly. He never expected the other guy to actually be a fool, believing his words and even inviting him to eat hot pot. Bro, you're way too generous. Hold on, I'll call them over right now. We'll have plenty of meat and we've got booze too. Wei Ge left, his heart brimming with joy. He went to gather his brothers, planning to kill Suchen in the car. That way, they could claim all the car's resources for themselves. Is that so? Watching Wei Ge's retreating figure, Suchen glanced at the trunk of his car, already piled high with bottles of baijiu. A faint, contemptuous smirk touched his lips. Wei Ge sprinted over, his face aglow with excitement. Seeing him like this, the other dozen or so brothers were also extremely excited. Wei Ge, was it a gorgeous girl? Haha, did brother Wei successfully trick her? Looks like our handsome brother Wei still packs quite the punch with the ladies. You bet. Our brother Wei's looks instantly outshine all those pretty boys, right? They're just wearing a thicker layer of makeup. Listening to their chatter, Wei Ge could only feel a wave of exasperation wash over him. Leading this bunch of guys was exhausting. When will they ever learn to help lighten the load? Alright, enough chatter. I've successfully tricked him. He's got hot pot over there, we'll bring some meat and join him for a potluck later. Of course, we're the ones cooking, nothing to do with him. At Wei Ge's words, the others' eyes lit up instantly. Hot pot. On such a freezing day, a steaming hot pot meal sounds absolutely irresistible. Wei Ge is the man. Who knew Wei Ge could charm both men and women? Ha! Grab the meat and let's follow Wei Ge to eat hot pot. Hide your weapons right away. Once they open the door, we'll jump in the car and strike immediately. Don't worry, brother Wei, you can count on us. Exactly. The boss is right, we take him out the moment we're in the car, and then all those resources are ours. Ha! Watching the inexplicably excited group, Wei Ge was already contemplating whether to poison the hot pot tonight and take out all these teammates. Being with them was truly insulting to his intelligence. Enough chatter. Get moving. Everyone pulled out their last scraps of meat, a pound here, 8 ounces there, and headed toward Suchen's RV. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. Watching them all come into view, Suchen smiled softly. They'd taken the bait. Xiaoling, take them upstairs. At Suchen's command, sections of the ally shell on both sides of the RV slowly opened, revealing 2 black muzzles aimed squarely at Wei Ge and his group. Brother Wei, what's that? Something doesn't feel right. At that moment, a sharp-eyed man spotted the gun barrels suddenly appearing on both sides of the RV and exclaimed in alarm. What? Wei Ge was equally startled. He quickly shouted, brother? We brought meat. Didn't we just agree to have hot pot together? Yeah bro, this is freshly butchered snow wolf meat, super fresh. With that, the group forced themselves to keep walking calmly. Bam! 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 A burst of bullets erupted from the blackened barrels, striking the group and sending them straight to hell. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the entire snowy expanse crimson. Even in death, they couldn't comprehend it. Hadn't they just moments ago tricked the other side into eating grilled meat and hot pot? How had everything changed so suddenly? After taking them out, Suchen got out of the car and searched their bodies for weapons and supplies. All decent handguns, he could sell them for a good price later. He then drove over to the car they had parked and proceeded to search it thoroughly, as usual. In the end, I obtained 11 Carhartts, one of which was a 3-star Carhartt, while the rest were all 2-star Carhartts. This wave replenished nearly 100 points of energy to the Carhartt. Carhartt, 273,300. At this rate, I'll be able to upgrade the car to a 4-star vehicle today. He returned to the car and continued driving forward. This time, he could almost see the 4-star car beckoning to him. Chapter 128, Upgrading to a 4-star car. Luxury motorhome. Over the next 2 hours, Suchen caught up to several groups of people. Some were running low on supplies, their Carhartts depleted, while others were well stocked. Finally, with just 30 minutes left in the competition, Suchen successfully gathered enough Carhartts. 3-star Carhartt, 323,300 upgradable. Upgrade successful. 4-star Carhartt, 233,000. To ensure sufficient base materials for the upgrade, Suchen entered his spatial farm to harvest a batch of crops. He then listed cigarettes, liquor, and other items for sale, along with 100 handguns, to exchange for various materials. After waiting a few minutes and accumulating a significant amount of diverse materials, Suchen was finally ready to proceed with the upgrade. The moment he'd waited for had finally arrived. Suchen retrieved the 3-star automotive core he'd acquired earlier. He approached his 4-star Carhartt and fused it in. Soon, a brilliant white light, brighter than anything before, enveloped them all. Vehicle upgrading in progress, please wait. Upgrade complete. Successfully upgraded to a 4-star car. Materials can now be consumed for modifications. Maximum material requirements: 5,000 iron ingots, 5,000 alloy ingots, 5,000 rubber blocks, 2,000 steel plates, 2,000 electronic components, 500 special alloy ingots, 500 special plastic ingots. Modification time limit: 100 minutes. Damn it! The requirements are 10 times higher than before, and now they need special materials too. If it were just regular materials, Suchen had already prepared enough. But for the special materials, he still fell short. Still, there was plenty of time left. He immediately opened private chat windows with Zhuge Xiaoliang, Li Qingfeng, Fu Ling, and Lu Xinghe, sending them a message. Suchen, do you have any extra special alloys or special plastics? We'll trade bullets, blueprints, or other items. Ding! Fu Ling replied almost immediately, stating she had several dozen units of special plastic and wanted to trade them for 2 car repair kits. Suchen agreed without hesitation. Soon after, Lu Xinghe replied. Lu Xinghe, does this count as me agreeing to your terms? If so, whatever special materials you need, I'll give them all to you. Using this to offset the conditions? Think again. Suchen shook his head and flatly refused, insisting it was purely a transaction with no strings attached. Lu Xinghe still sent his special materials to Suchen, stating it was to settle their debt. He still owed Suchen 300 enchanted bullets, and sulfur was currently hard to come by. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xiaoliang and Li Qingfeng both responded. Li Qingfeng sent over several dozen materials outright, explaining he'd just upgraded his car and didn't have much left. These were gifts for Suchen. Just to make a friend. The guy really likes making friends, Suchen silently thought to himself. Next came Zhuge Xiaoliang, the last to respond, sounding somewhat deflated. Zhuge Xiaoliang, no problem. Whatever you're short, I'll make it up to you. But I have to ask, did something happen during your break earlier? Seeing this question, Suchen knew the person hadn't made it into the top 1,000. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This guy had started out ranked in the top 10 server-wide, even among the top 3 in all of China, and now he hadn't even made the top 1,000? Then, Suchen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Zhuge Xiaoliang. In the hidden stage, each player could add 3 players from other servers. This meant Zhuge Xiaoliang's cross-server trading wasn't an exclusive monopoly. Suchen, a hidden stage accessible to the top 1,000 players, where each can add 3 players from other servers. At Suchen's words, Zhuge Xiaoliang was struck dumb. If that were the case, wouldn't his business take a massive hit? He suddenly realized he'd been putting the cart before the horse. He'd been so focused on business that even during the mountain track, after eliminating his rivals, he'd frantically sold items while racing through that section. Zhuge Xiaoliang informed Suchen. How many materials does Suchen still need? Suchen, 120 units of special alloy, 220 units of special materials. Zhuge Xiaoliang then initiated a transaction, sending over the materials Suchen required. Upon receiving all materials, Suchen immediately began the modifications, consuming top-tier materials to upgrade the vehicle. The car was once again enveloped in a white glow. Suchen skillfully prepared sunflower seeds and peanuts, paired with a small dish of liquor simmering on the charcoal stove. He sipped the warm drink, waiting quietly. What's going on? What's happening? The blinding white light jolted Fat Dragon awake from his deep sleep. He discovered the entire RV was engulfed in the light, leaving him startled and flustered. Calm down, the RV's getting renovated. Come hang out here. Suchen called out softly. Hearing his voice, Pang Long instantly calmed down. He hurried out of the room and hid behind Suchen, peeking out cautiously with most of his head exposed. Bring it on. Let me see what makes a luxury RV different from a regular one. Suchen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he waited for the upgrade to finish. 20 minutes later, the transformation was complete. The original 10-meter-long RV had transformed into a 16-meter-long, 6-meter-wide, 45-meter-high double-decker luxury RV. Upgrade successful. Comfort RV upgraded to luxury RV. Can further upgrade to motorhome castle, offering even more opulent space than the luxury motorhome, like residing in a mobile castle. Seeing the motorhome now over 3 times its original size, Suchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. After the upgrade, the entire RV was divided into 2 levels, with its volume expanding to over 3 times its original size, offering immense space. Accommodating 10 stunning beauties would be no problem at all. Both floors were partitioned into numerous rooms by alloy walls. Bedrooms, study, bathroom, kitchen, living room, everything was included. After all, this was essentially a 2-story house, each level spanning 100 square meters. Living alone in this space felt downright luxurious for Suchen. The original 2-square-meter bathroom had been expanded to 10 cubic meters, accommodating a large bathtub, a separate wet and dry shower area, and a much more spacious vanity. Additionally, a large water storage tank was installed to supply water for bathing and other needs. A separate section within the bathroom was designated for the toilet. Suchen immediately began exchanging for everything the bathroom needed. He already had toilet paper, so he swapped for a larger bathtub. Soap, shower gel, shampoo, these were practically worthless to him, so he replaced everything he could. The bedroom also grew considerably larger. What had been a 10 square meter room now measured a full 20 square meters. Suchen promptly exchanged for a king-size bed exceeding 3 meters in both length and width. This way, even with 2 or 3 people lying on it, there was absolutely no feeling of crowding. Compared to before, this layout now included a kitchen, dining area, and study. Suchen headed to the study first. Looking at the empty room, he exchanged for a desk and chairs to arrange them, then placed a PS5 there. He planned to turn this space into an esports entertainment room, housing all his leisure and gaming equipment. A PS5 alone wasn't enough. He'd look into getting a display later. A big screen would make gaming so much more satisfying. He exchanged for some more decorative items like playing cards and board games. He'd teach Fat Dragon how to use them later. That's how they'd come in handy. Next came the kitchen and dining area, where Suchen similarly exchanged for a full set of utensils. The trunk remained a spacious area, perfect for use as a storage room or similar. Compared to the lower level, the upper floor was much emptier. With no basic fixtures, it was mostly empty rooms left for Suchen to plan out himself. Excellent. Next step, fully furnish and decorate this entire luxury RV. Suchen surveyed the upgraded luxury RV with great satisfaction, murmuring to himself, next, I'll evolve it into a motorhome castle. I've never lived in a castle before. I wonder what a motorhome castle would even look like. As Suchen pondered, a system notification chime sounded. And it was a server-wide upgrade notification. Chapter 129, Soul-Devouring Sculpture. The M249 Big Pineapple makes its debut. The meaningless Battle Royale Challenge mode has concluded. Announcing all player rankings. This ranking is organized by nation. The moment this announcement sounded, every player breathed a sigh of relief. Finally over. It's so good to be alive. You bet. Some jerk was chasing me for 100 kilometers earlier, but luckily my skills are top-notch. Not only did I evade him, I even passed several other guys. Wonder which legends will steal the show this time. I don't know about the others, but Suchen will definitely claim a spot. As everyone exhaled in relief, their focus sharpened as they waited for the system's announcement. They all wanted to know how the rankings would shake out this time. Announcing the third-place ranker server-wide. This round saw no unnecessary bloodbaths. Third-place server-wide goes to Lu Xinghe from Huaxia District 13, earning 32,390 points. Hearing that name caught many off guard. But the brothers from District 13 were ecstatic. Their region's top player had just put on a show for everyone, and by extension, they had too. This was the prestige of District 13. Out of all the regions across Huaxia, how many could even crack the top 3? Announcing the server's second-place finisher. In this fearless battle royale, the server's second-place finisher is Li Qingfeng from China's second region, scoring 41,230 points. The name of the runner-up came as no surprise to anyone. In fact, it was very familiar. But if Li Qingfeng took second, then surely first place must belong to that man? Sure enough, the system soon announced the top-ranked player, and it was indeed that man. Announcing the server-wide first place. In this fearless battle royale, the server-wide first place goes to Suchen from Huaxia Server 1, scoring 63,930 points. The familiar score and name caused every player's face to reveal an expression that said, "It's you, of course." But soon, murmurs began to spread among the players. Wait, over 60,000 points? How many points can you even get in the first 2 rounds? Did he rack up all 60,000 plus points in the third round? How many people did Suchen have to kill? He must have wiped out his entire server. Cheating. He must be cheating. I'm reporting him. No one could possibly be that strong. They had no issue with Suchen taking first place. But his first place score is utterly absurd, over 60,000 points, more than 100 times what some of their casual players earn. All this is just your impotent rage. You probably didn't know there were hidden quests in the first 2 challenge modes. Completing those quests granted massive bonus points. And Suchen was the one who cleared both hidden quests. At this point, several high-ranking players stepped forward to explain the situation to Suchen. They certainly didn't want a true powerhouse to be slandered by others. After all, they themselves were considered elite players. Unlike the atmosphere in other regions, players in Region 1 paused for a mere second before erupting into cheers. Suchen is unbeatable. That's the prestige of our Zone 1. Ha! I wonder if those little brats in other zones are trembling in their boots. It's got to be Suchen. I've never seen him fall behind in any competition. He's always number 1. They'd long since grown accustomed to this state of affairs. Suchen taking first place? That's just par for the course. As for the center of everyone's attention, Suchen himself felt nothing special about the system announcement. He already knew he was the top-ranked player in the Huaxia region. Rankings and fame meant little to him. What truly mattered were the rewards. Ding! Top 3 rankings now receive rewards. First place reward, 1 special item chest. Second place reward, 2 diamond tier chests. Third place reward, 1 diamond grade treasure chest. Rewards distributed. A temporary points exchange shop will open for all players. It will be active for 10 minutes. Points will expire after this time, so please act quickly. See you tomorrow. With that, the system notification vanished. A vibrant, multicolored treasure chest appeared before Suchen. Special item chest contains peculiar items with unique functions. Though not the 2 diamond tier chests awarded to second place, Suchen believed the special items would undoubtedly hold greater value than the diamond tier chests. Rubbing his hands together, Suchen approached the chest and clicked to open it. Initial supply, soul devouring sculpture special item. You opened the chest and gained 0 chest open points. You performed a chest opening critical hit. Chest opening critical hit failed. Opening critical hit failed? This was the first time Suchen had encountered such a situation, but he surmised it must be because this item was special and unique. Or perhaps, there was something special hidden within it. Soul devouring sculpture unique item. Effect: this soul devouring sculpture possesses 2 modes, freely switchable. Mode 1 emits an overwhelming aura that repels undead creatures, clearing the path ahead. Mode 2 emits an irresistibly alluring pull, drawing undead creatures like moths to a flame. All will vie to seize and devour the soul devouring chest. Lore intensity is adjustable. In other words, this is a dual-purpose special item. When Mode 1 is activated, undead creatures like zombies and ghouls will avoid the sculpture's vicinity, preventing attacks on Suchen's vehicle. If Mode 2 is activated, it becomes a tool for combat perfect for luring zombies and seizing the wisdom crystals from their brains. Oh, and can either mode be disabled? As long as it remains uninstalled, neither mode activates. It can be freely installed or removed. This is actually quite useful. After pondering, Suchen activated Mode 1 and installed it on his vehicle. Today's challenge had been exhausting. He'd just rest well tonight and worry about the rest later. Just then, Lu Xing has sent him a private message. Lu Xing, I previously borrowed a heavy sniper rifle and 300 rounds of ammo from you. I owe you a diamond tier treasure chest, plus some sulfur materials. I'll give them to you next time. Immediately after, the other party transferred the diamond tier treasure chest he'd just earned as a reward. Suchen received. No rush. You're a stand-up guy. This finally made up for the pain of missing out on a diamond tier treasure chest reward. Open it. Open it. Initial resources, 1 M249 light machine gun big pineapple. You opened the chest and earned 8,868 loot points. You scored a critical hit, earning a 12x critical reward. Congratulations. You obtained 12 M249 light machine guns. Suchen was instantly captivated by the dozen or so big pineapples before him. Their massive frames, ample magazines, and gleaming black barrels conveyed raw power at a glance. Suchen could already envision himself charging into a horde of zombies, dual-wielding the big pineapples and unleashing a torrent of fire. Such overwhelming firepower offered a profound sense of security. The only question was whether his current strength and physical condition could handle wielding 2 of these beasts simultaneously to fulfill his firepower dream. Suchen promptly gathered 10 of the large pineapples, selected 2, and stepped out into the snowy field. Chapter 130, 1 big pineapple in each hand? He aimed in one direction and pulled the triggers of both weapons simultaneously. Tap tap tap. As bullets erupted in a furious barrage, Suchen felt immense force surge through his hands, yanking his arms backward. By the time he emptied half a magazine, his sights had drifted skyward. Seriously? I've got twice the strength of an average person and I still can't control this? Suchen sighed helplessly, then tried pressing down on a large pineapple with both hands. He easily crushed it flat, and the preparation remained within a limited range of slight movement. It seems my current limit is 1 large pineapple. To handle 2, I'll need to keep building up my physical strength. If that's the case, could I try luring zombies? Suchen pondered this for a moment and concluded the idea was feasible. With his current abilities, dealing with a few zombies or undead creatures would pose no problem at all. Back in the vehicle, Suchen mounted the large pineapples on both sides of the car's weapon system. Overall, this thing had a much faster rate of fire than the AK-47, and its power was brutal. The Barrett heavy sniper rifle remained mounted on top, now equipped with enchanted bullets. It would serve as his primary weapon for taking down zombies. But he'd wait until daylight tomorrow to lure the zombies out. He was simply too exhausted right now. Moreover, in the pitch-black night, he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to snipe the zombies. On radar, they appear indistinguishable from regular zombies. As for night vision goggles or thermal imaging, leaving aside whether a horde of cold corpses would even show up even if he could detect them, how could he possibly pinpoint the zombie among the crowd of zombies? After careful consideration, Suchen decided to eat, wash up, relax, and then sleep. As for how to relax? Well, that was to unwind for an hour with his PS5. With the soul-devouring sculpture, he no longer needed to worry excessively about nocturnal attacks from undead creatures. Moderate leisure and entertainment were beneficial for both mind and body. Alright, Suchen remembered he still had over 60,000 in used points. He couldn't let them go to waste. He opened the system's temporary point shop. His gaze lingered briefly over the various weapons. Surprisingly, there were blueprints for RPG rounds. This meant he wouldn't have to exchange them at 100 points per round. But when he checked the price, 20,000 points. Damn, why not just rob someone? The permanent blueprint for the rocket launcher itself cost 30,000 points, yet a single shell blueprint demanded 20,000. But Suchen definitely needed the rocket shell blueprint. After all, who knew when he might be able to exchange for them elsewhere in the future? It was best to be able to produce them himself, avoiding the awkward situation of running out of shells at a critical moment. As for the RPG rocket launcher blueprint, that made Suchen hesitate. It wasn't that he doubted the demand, he feared few could actually afford it. Moreover, those who purchased it could potentially use the rocket launcher against him, making it a losing proposition. That meant his market would be limited to other districts. Damn it! Why overthink this? All I need to do is get stronger. Even if these shells hit my RV, it wouldn't take 10 hits to destroy it. Suchen made his decision. He spent 50,000 points to redeem both the RPG rocket launcher blueprint and the rocket shell blueprint. After the exchange, Suchen immediately selected to learn the skills. RPG rocket launcher. Required materials: 10 special alloy, 10 special plastic, 1 electronic component. RPG rocket launcher ammunition. Required materials: 3 special alloy, 3 gunpowder. Next, Suchen spent 10,000 points to exchange for 1 epic tier reinforced automotive alloy shell blueprint. Vehicle reinforced alloy shell blueprint epic. Required materials: 3,000 steel, 3,000 alloy, 300 special alloy. With this blueprint, Suchen's RV would become exceptionally sturdy. If his RV could previously withstand 10 rocket launcher rounds, it would now endure at least 50. Disassemble the old shell and craft the new epic tier 1. Suchen immediately dismantled his existing superior grade RV shell and forged an epic grade reinforced shell from scratch. With the soul-devouring sculpture in place, he wasn't worried about any sneak attacks at this point. If anything did, he would detect it in time. Delaying the attack for a while wouldn't be a problem. 5 minutes later, the new epic tier shell was complete. Now his RV would be even more fortified. With some remaining points, Suchen exchanged them for a set of snow tires and some special alloy materials. Only after redeeming all his points within the allotted time did Suchen finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't wasted any resources and could finally get some proper rest. The sun dipped below the horizon and night fell. Suchen prepared a simple dinner. A medium rare steak paired with a 1982 vintage wine. He prepared 2 portions, trading one to Qinglan. Suchen, you must be exhausted today. Why not join me for dinner? We could video chat while we eat? Qinglan, sure. Seated at the dining table, Suchen waited for the other end to accept the call. After a few minutes of waiting, Qinglan finally connected. A stunningly beautiful face appeared on the video screen. Even without makeup, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Ah! Is it lagging? Seeing Suchen's handsome face frozen in a dazed expression on the other end, Qinglan scratched her head in confusion. Ahem! It's not lagging. It's just me, I can't take my eyes off something this beautiful. Suchen covered his mouth with his fist and cleared his throat twice to hide his embarrassment. Stop staring. Hearing Suchen's words, Qinglan's face flushed instantly. She lowered her forehead, hesitating to meet his gaze. To Suchen, her bashful expression evoked the delicate coyness of Shishir covering her face. Come on, let's eat together. How was your haul today? Suchen began cutting his steak with his knife, asking curiously. Not bad. I managed to get nearly 10,000 today. Still nothing compared to yours, though. What did you get today? As they ate and chatted, they shared many things, and the distance between them seemed to shrink considerably. After dinner, they prepared to bid each other good night. Suddenly, Qinglan's expression froze, her entire demeanor becoming adorably dazed. Just as Suchen was puzzled, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Boss! You had such a delicious meal and didn't even wake me up. Chapter 131, The Shy Qinglan. Ugh, how could I have forgotten about this little guy? Suchen had to admit, he really had forgotten about Fat Dragon. He then grabbed Fat Dragon's chubby dragon hoof and introduced him, pointing, "This is Fat Dragon, the companion I acquired earlier." Suchen chuckled, then produced several evolution crystals. The next moment, Fat Dragon's face lit up with a smile, revealing a pink tongue dripping with drool. Hee hee, thanks, boss. With that, he swiped the evolution crystals right out of Suchen's hand. Tilting its head back, it swallowed them whole in one gulp. Wow, so adorable. Suchen, is this your pet companion? How did you get it? Seeing Fat Dragon's adorably clumsy expression, Qinglan's eyes instantly softened. She stared at Suchen with envy and asked. Well, I just happened to come across it. If I find any more pet eggs later, I'll get you one. Suchen smiled and gestured for Fat Dragon to sit down. Its rather large body made its head stick out beyond the screen. After plopping down, Fat Dragon looked at the human woman on the video screen and waved his hand, saying, Boss, is this your wife? Ahem. Suchen nearly spit out his red wine. Fat Dragon, that kid, how could he know so much after spending so long in that dragon egg and just emerging? Oh my good night, I'm off to bed. Thanks for dinner. Hearing Panglong's words, Qinglan's cheeks flushed even pinker. She simply thanked Suchen and then dashed off. There was no room for Suchen to respond. The private message interface dimmed as the other party exited the chat channel. Seeing this, Suchen couldn't help but smile. From the other person's reaction, he knew they must have some fondness for him. As for the extent of that feeling, he wasn't sure yet. But he knew the other person didn't particularly enjoy being teased and would get extremely shy. Little fat dragon, from now on, don't call her sister-in-law without my permission or hers, got it? Or else, you'll go hungry for 3 days. Suchen grabbed the little dragon's shoulders or perhaps its neck and gave it a gentle shake as a reminder. 3 days without food? Fat dragon would starve to death. Got it. Little fat dragon turned pale with alarm, muttering under his breath while poking his fingers together. Clearly both of them were happy, so I must not have called her that wrong. I really don't get it. Your adult world is so complicated. Suchen ignored Fat Dragon's muttering. After finishing his meal, he promptly handed the dishwashing duty to Fat Dragon. Fat Dragon was initially reluctant, but when Suchen produced 5 evolution crystals, he scampered off to wash the dishes with a spring in his step. That worked out perfectly. He'd intended to give them to Fat Dragon anyway. This way, he'd earn them through his own effort, learning that evolution crystals weren't easily obtained. I really went to great lengths for this. Suchen watched Panglong scrub the dishes with a satisfied smile, nodding approvingly like a doting father. Next, Suchen headed to the space garden in the back and harvested a batch of mature tobacco leaves. Still, it was only the tobacco leaves within his few square meters of space. As for harvesting all the tobacco leaves, that would take another full day. Although the growth rate had increased tenfold, it still fell far short of accelerated soil. However, through his explorations that day, Suchen learned that as the spatial garden expanded, the growth acceleration rate would eventually surpass tenfold. 20 times, 30 times, even 100 times was possible. However, all of this required consuming nashi stones. Like his storage ring, they were money pits. Yet as time progressed, the quantity of nashi stones should increase. Survivors possessed nashi stones, but they currently lacked access to king-tier treasure chests, making this period the prime time for me to acquire nashi stones. After replanting the tobacco leaves, Suchen returned to the RV and produced a large quantity of cigarettes. He sold them at nearly triple the previous price. Simultaneously, Suchen posted an announcement: all items in this shop can be purchased with nashi at a 50% discount. Of course, this 50% discount was based on the value Suchen had assigned to the nashi stones. Those unaware of nashi's true worth might feel they were getting a bargain and trade their nashi with Suchen. But those in the know weren't so easily fooled. Next, Suchen pulled out rocket launchers, shells, sniper rifles, and other items, asking Zhuge Xiaoliang if he had any outlets for them. He needed large quantities of nast-1, gunpowder, sulfur, and various special materials. Naturally, Zhuge Xiaoliang gladly accepted. He had already accepted the disruption to his monopoly. He believed his reputation remained intact, and most would still choose to trade with him. Moreover, by slightly lowering his prices, he could still dominate cross-region trade. With Zhuge Xiaoliang handling his transactions, Suchen felt considerably more at ease. Surrounded by the cozy RV interior, he felt as though he'd moved into a luxurious presidential suite. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing. Suchen lay on the soft bed and let out a satisfied groan. At least all his hard work lately hadn't been in vain. The luxury RV still needed some finishing touches. After that, it would be a mobile castle. Could he really end up living in a castle estate? Oh, and there's still one wisdom crystal left to absorb. Well, tomorrow. Who knew what lay ahead? Lost in thought, Suchen drifted off to sleep without realizing it. The next day, early morning. Suchen awoke early, brushed up quickly, and took his place behind the wheel. Outside the window, snow swirled fiercely. The temperature had dropped several degrees compared to yesterday. Inside the RV, however, it was warm and cozy. Even wearing a short-sleeved shirt, Suchen felt not a hint of cold. He hadn't forgotten the goal he'd set for himself the night before. He figured the system probably wouldn't cause trouble this morning. If it did, it would likely be in the afternoon. For him, actively searching for treasure chests now wasn't particularly cost-effective, as the odds were extremely low. Given that, it was time to begin the zombie trapping operation. Soul-devouring sculpture. Activate Mode 2. Zombie luring intensity temporarily capped at bronze tier. Chapter 132, Luring Zombies. Another challenge? Second mode activated. As the soul-devouring sculpture activated, Suchen sensed the air around him suddenly grow icy cold. A peculiar temperature spread outward. Suchen knew this meant the soul-devouring sculpture had begun to take effect. All he needed to do now was wait patiently in place. Of course, Suchen wasn't idle. He retrieved the evolution crystal of that silver-grade zombie from his spatial storage. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. This wasn't his first time. The pain of energy entering his body was now almost entirely imperceptible. All that remained was the exhilaration of absorbing energy, that profound sense of fulfillment akin to a reservoir being filled to capacity. Absorbed wisdom crystal, gained power 02. The energy gained was double what he had received before, though it still fell short of Suchen's expectations. After all, that silver-grade zombie had genuinely startled him, causing a brief psychological disruption. Still, any increase was better than none and certainly faster than training. But he couldn't neglect his exercises. What he hadn't done yesterday, he'd make up for today with double the effort. As Suchen muttered to himself, rustling sounds began emanating from the distant forest. Suchen immediately checked his radar detector. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. Amidst the dense forest and snow-covered ground, a thick, black mass formed a solid expanse, leaving almost no empty space. It was immediately apparent just how vast this wave of the undead had become. Soon, figures all too familiar to Suchen emerged from the woods beside the road. Zombies. A whole swarm of zombies. Wow, so many snacks. Boss, take them down. Before Suchen could even give the attack command, Fat Dragon was already itching to get started. To his eyes, those zombies were nothing but a pile of little snacks being carried around. All he could see were the evolution crystals within their minds. Everything else meant nothing to him. All you think about is eating. Try fighting them yourself. Suchen snapped irritably, then prepared to give Shaoling the attack command. Boss, who do you think you're looking down on? I'm not the little dragon I was at the start. Fatty Dragon stood ramrod straight, gazing at Suchen with solemn resolve. Is that so? All these days, I've been stuffing myself with all that stuff just to secretly level up and wow you, boss. Watch this. Panglong poised himself, a wave of scorching heat erupting from his mouth. In Suchen's suddenly widened eyes, the flame Panglong spat out had already reached an inch in length. Compared to the less than an inch last time, this was a significant improvement. Huff! Suchen blew a breath, extinguishing Fat Dragon's tiny flame. Now, Fat Dragon froze in place, utterly still, like a little fatball who'd lost his dreams. Alright, here are these evolution crystals for you. Go eat them slowly by yourself over there. Suchen pulled out over a dozen evolution crystals and tossed them into Fat Dragon's hands, sending him off to play elsewhere. Fat Dragon caught the crystals, his expression instantly shifting from sullen to grinning, his mouth stretching wide. Then, he immediately recalled how Suchen had treated him earlier, and a stubborn look surged in his eyes. He silently vowed to himself, next time, I'll shock the boss. I'll grow strong, devour all these goodies, and boss, just wait until I blow your mind. Suchen paid no mind to what Fat Dragon was thinking. He immediately issued an attack command to Shaoling instantly, both giant pineapples began blasting bullets. Tap tap. Though lacking precision, against the tidal wave of hundreds upon hundreds of zombies, it proved remarkably effective. Bullets tore through the zombie horde, wounding or knocking down the frontmost zombies. Those behind them surged forward relentlessly, trampling the injured ones to death. Suchen moved to the sniper rifle positioned above, scanning the zombie horde and the dense forest beyond for any signs of the undead. His primary target this time was the undead. The zombies themselves held no interest for him. Time ticked by, but with so many zombies swarming, Suchen failed to notice the undead. Could it be that the soul-devouring sculpture held no allure for the zombies? That shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, Suchen spotted a figure concealed behind a tall tree deep within the dense forest, seemingly observing something. No way! These zombies actually possessed considerable intelligence. After several encounters with the undead, he could clearly sense they possessed a certain level of combat ability. Unlike the mindless killing machines that were the undead who only knew how to lunge, kill, and tear, these zombies fought with strategy. But since I spotted you, there's no need to spare you. Suchen's lips curled into a smirk. After aligning the crosshairs, he pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet streaked through the air, igniting the very air it touched. Finally, it struck its mark with precision, the shadow lurking behind cover instantly engulfing it in flames. One down, more to go. Suchen continued his search. On the main battlefield, the battle between Big Pineapple and the zombie horde raged fiercely, with the zombies gaining the upper hand. Using piles of zombie corpses as cover, they managed to close in on the RV. This wave is almost done. Soul-devouring sculpture, keep the attraction range within 3 kilometers, no further. Suchen's instincts told him that after this wave of zombies, there would definitely be more than just that one zombie. The sheer number of other zombies drawn to it made the soul-devouring sculpture's allure abundantly clear. He didn't believe there was only one, nor did he believe the enemy would retreat at this critical moment. After all, it had come this far. Finally, he soon spotted 2 more zombies. Using his sniper rifle and enchanted bullets, Suchen easily took down both zombies. Without the backup horde, the zombies that had charged the RV couldn't hold out much longer. They soon fell before Suchen's vehicle. This wave allowed Suchen to fully reload both of his large pineapples, each getting a full magazine. He'd fired nearly 4,000 rounds. That was money down the drain. But looking at the corpses littering the ground outside, Suchen felt his spirits lift. He switched the soul-devouring sculpture back to mode 1. Fat Dragon, go dig for evolution crystals, no sneaking bites. After donning his protective gear, Suchen gave Panglong a quick nod before striding straight into the forest. According to his RV radar scan, numerous shadows lingered within the dense woods, likely scattered stragglers now moving away from the RV's location. Suchen didn't pursue them. He extracted the wisdom crystals from the brains of the 3 zombies he'd killed and returned directly to the vehicle. Then he and Fat Dragon began collecting evolution crystals together. This whole ordeal took over 2 hours. 2 hours for 3 wisdom crystals. Sigh. Indeed, nothing in this world comes easily. While swallowing the wisdom crystals, Suchen replenished his car's ammunition and moved to a new location, preparing to set up the next trap. The morning passed quickly. After 2 successful traps, Suchen had gathered 7 wisdom crystals in total, resulting in a slight boost to all his attributes. Suchen. Health, 234. Strength, 117. Spirit, 81. Speed, 122. Stamina, 83. Burst, 80. Skills, Sniper Mastery, Master Level Combat. Vehicle, 4-star car 233,000 next tier, 5-star car castle. Items, Storage Ring, Space Farm, RPG Rocket Launcher. The entire morning of highway survival passed without incident, leaving all players with a sense of surreal disbelief. Of course, they all suspected trouble was bound to erupt in the afternoon. Thus, throughout the morning, they remained utterly vigilant, searching tirelessly for treasure chests to gather more resources that would aid them in surviving the next challenge. As the clock neared noon, everyone grew tense. For several days in a row, the challenge had started precisely at noon, and they were starting to worry. Finally, at 12 noon sharp, an alert sounded. A sound that made everyone flinch. It sounded once more. Chapter 133, Snowy Amusement Park. Ding! To ease the tension players have been feeling for days, we're offering a chance to relax. The Snowy Amusement Park Dungeon Challenge is now open. The moment the alert sounded, many immediately grew tense. Relieve their stress? Don't be ridiculous, would the game system ever be that generous? The entire regional chat channel echoed with disbelief. They didn't buy the system's sudden act of kindness. Snowy Wonderland? Relaxation? Don't be ridiculous, I'd never believe this dungeon challenge would be easy. Not even a single day off? After finally getting a half day of rest, it starts again today. This is exhausting. How much longer must this go on? Guys, let's keep an eye out, maybe today really will be relaxing. Hey, buddy upstairs, grab a couple peanuts with your drink. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Suchen raised an eyebrow. Ice and Snow Amusement Park sounds interesting. Challenge period, 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. Complete as many attractions as possible within this time frame. Minimum of 3 attractions must be completed, otherwise, you will be permanently trapped in this amusement park. After each failed attempt, you must wait 10 minutes before retrying. Consecutive failures will double the required waiting period. Players earn points for completing activities, which determine their ranking. Higher rankings yield better rewards. Wishing all players a fun game. Another mandatory dungeon challenge: fail to complete 3 tasks within the time limit and you'll be erased. To survive, you must complete the game challenges. On average, 1 challenge task is guaranteed every 2 hours. The cooldown period after failure prevents players from repeatedly testing strategies to clear challenges. There are few chances for trial and error. Success must be achieved within the limited attempts. Moreover, Suchen suspected many challenges would involve faction-based tasks, meaning failure was inevitable for some players. Players will inevitably clash fiercely over these challenges, with conflicts potentially spilling beyond the quests themselves. Looks like today is bound to be another bloody mess. Suchen let out a long sigh. The more people who died, the fewer easy targets he'd have. Still, with today's intense pressure, cigarette sales should be strong, perfect timing for a production surge. As the system notification faded, the entire chat channel erupted. Seriously, 3 requirements to clear? That's way too high. And if you fail, you get timed out. This is basically pushing me to the edge. The last place I'd ever dare go is an amusement park. You're scared of amusement parks? Bro, you've got guts a plant. Honestly, I wouldn't dare go to one these days either. Ugh. I'll just sit this one out. Once you guys finish the challenge, sell me your strategy, I'll pay top dollar. Smart move, bro. I'll hold off too. As the group debated, a flash of white light erupted. After a brief moment of dizziness, Suchen found everything around him had changed. He now seemed to be standing in a vast amusement park, surrounded by wide, snow-covered paths. Not far away, amusement rides could be faintly seen in every direction, as if this were a genuine large-scale amusement park. Suchen immediately activated his radar detection system and discovered an amusement facility within a 3-kilometer radius. He couldn't detect what specific attraction it was. At that moment, Suchen noticed that the RV screen had gained several new functions after entering the Snow and Ice amusement park. It displayed a rough map of the entire park, clearly showing the functions of every attraction. There were roller coasters, haunted houses, bumper cars, spinning race cars, and many more. Players could tap on any attraction to navigate their route and challenge themselves on their desired rides. Suchen also saw his current location and learned what attractions were nearby. Snow Park Bumper Cars Attraction. Players participating, 0 opens at 100 players. Players in queue, 0. Limited to 10 groups per zone at any given time. No one had joined yet, everyone had opted to wait and see. Let others try it first, then decide the best approach based on the situation. That was their reasoning. Suchen, however, didn't care. He drove straight up to the attraction. At the bumper car attraction entrance, numerous vehicles were parked, yet not a single person had entered. Before knowing what might happen, no one wanted to be the guinea pig. In the area chat channel, everyone was politely deferring to each other. Any big shots out there? Wanna test it first? Damn it. With you saying that, I have to volunteer now. There's still 6 hours left. Even if we fail a few times, it shouldn't matter. I remember amusement park rides, they're usually all about the line, the ride itself is quick, and it's over in minutes. Come on, guys. Are there really so few brave and capable men in our first district? But just as everyone was hoping someone else would be the first to take the plunge, the system alert sounded again, shattering their hesitation instantly. Player status, not in game or queued for 10 minutes. Player will be automatically assigned to the nearest amusement park attraction. Please select your desired ride promptly. Countdown active for all players. First 10-minute interval begins in 1 minute. The alert shattered every survivor's plan to watch and learn before acting. Damn it, the system actually caught them trying to slack off. This made it nearly impossible for them to follow the strategies of those top-tier survivors to clear the stage. Suchen didn't mind. The moment he heard the system alert, he'd already selected the bumper cars attraction. Not because he thought it was easy, but to save time. He aimed to be among the first players to complete the tasks. After all, his goal was to experience every single attraction in the entire amusement park. Congratulations! You have successfully registered for the amusement park bumper car attraction. Difficulty, 2 stars. Only 2 stars in difficulty? That sounds manageable, especially since the hardest level is rated 5 stars. I wonder which attraction in the amusement park has that highest 5-star difficulty rating. Before Suchen could even respond, the answer came through the zone channel. Guys, I'm screwed. Just realized the closest ride to me is the 5-star difficulty one, the giant swing. I'm toast. Bro, don't panic. Got a wife and kids at home? If you don't mind, you can leave them with us. I'll take good care of them for you. Enough said. Same here, I'm on a 5-star roller coaster. No idea how brutal this is gonna be. Ha! You guys are screwed. Mine's a 1-star carousel, looks super easy. Those assigned to lower star attractions were overjoyed, but when the 5-star rating appeared, the survivors' faces turned to pure despair. But Suchen was unusually confident. Whether this bumper car collides with other players, or those black-clad figures like yesterday, he wasn't the least bit afraid. Chapter 134, Ice Bumper Cars. Land RVs unrivaled. After all, his RV now boasted an epic tier chassis, collisions or scrapes wouldn't faze it much. It could be said this event was practically tailor-made for Suchen. Soon after the forced matchmaking concluded, over 1,300 participants were assigned to the bumper car event. 1,000 of them immediately began random matchmaking, entering 10 separate arenas. The remaining 300 plus entered queue mode. They breathed a sigh of relief. This meant they could enter after Suchen's group finished, gaining valuable insights into the competition beforehand. A flash of white light streaked past. Suchen found himself transported to an arena spanning a full kilometer in radius, surrounded by high walls with no escape route. In certain areas of the field, spiked iron spikes protruded from the ground. If a car collided with these, it would essentially be totaled. The entire bumper car arena resembled a colossal Roman Colosseum. The hundreds of different cars now scattered across the arena were the beasts pitted against each other in combat. Glancing around, Suchen saw that the surrounding vehicles were predominantly 1-star and 2-star cars, roughly evenly split. Only a few 3-star cars were present. As Suchen observed them, they were observing Suchen. Holy crap, what is that? It looks way bigger than our deputy captain's 3-star RV. Aren't these supposed to be bumper cars? Could that be the final boss we have to take down? Deputy Captain Zhao, what should we do now? We don't even know the rules here. Just then, the system rules appeared. Welcome, survivors, to the Ice Bumper Car Arena. The rules for this arena will now be announced. Within this arena, survivors' vehicles engage in mutual collisions. Actively ramming another vehicle and causing damage grants 1 point per point of damage inflicted. Simultaneously, avoid being struck by others. For every 1 point of durability lost on your own vehicle, you lose 1 point. Durability cannot be restored with items during the match. Once your durability reaches 0, you are immediately eliminated and your vehicle will repair itself. The match lasts 10 minutes. During the final 3 minutes, a group of invaders will appear and actively attack players. If no points are gained or lost for over 3 minutes during the match, you will be eliminated immediately. The countdown will officially begin in 10 seconds. Simultaneously, a digital display representing elapsed time floats in the air above the central 3-room structure. 10 o'clock. After the system announcement, everyone held their ground. Among them, over 60 vehicles converged into a single formation, clearly a coordinated team. Deputy Captain, so we really are here to play bumper cars. So, should we take out the other 30-odd cars first, then use the subsequent invaders to boost our points? Take out the others first, we'll figure out the rest later. Zhao Fei, one of the Blood Wolf Squadron's deputy captains and the highest-ranking member in this operation, made a decisive call on the spot. Buzz. Just then, they suddenly noticed movement from the RV near the center, a vehicle that looked like a boss. Wait, is that another survivor? Holy, how can the gap be so huge between people? Could it be a 4-star vehicle? From our server? Impossible. To upgrade to 4 stars, you'd need to get several diamond tier chests, and in our server only. Just then, one of the guys blurted out without thinking. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized, had he just given away the other person's identity? That's Su Chen. Ha! Heaven is on our side. The fact that we're competing against Su Chen in the same event at the same venue is already hinting at our victory. Zhao Fei's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam as he stared at Su Chen's car, immediately issuing his command. Xiao Lu, take a team and clear the area. The rest of you come with me. Don't give him a moment to breathe. Indeed, this group of over 60 individuals was none other than the Blood Wolf Squadron, the very faction that regarded Su Chen as their mortal enemy on the regional channel. From the outset, they had issued orders to eliminate Su Chen. Suddenly, dozens of vehicles formed a semicircle and charged straight toward the location of Su Chen's RV. Xiaoling, activate evasion mode and look for an opening to strike. Watching the approaching formation lock onto him, Su Chen's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. From the very start, other players had banded together to target him. Though he felt no fear in this moment, the possibility of an underdog taking down a giant still existed. He needed to be more cautious than ever before. At the very least, it wasn't the carefree experience of playing with pure strangers. But soon, he realized the group before him seemed rather amusing. They lined up facing him, yet not a single one made a move to charge. No wonder Su Chen's car was simply too intimidating. Would you willingly ride a bicycle to ram a car? That was precisely the awkward predicament they now found themselves in. No one wanted to be the first to charge forward, because the first one to charge would undoubtedly be targeted by the other side. It would be no exaggeration to say they'd be going to their deaths. I'll cover the repair kit costs. Charge, you cowards. Zhao Fei watched his cowardly subordinates and couldn't help but curse angrily. Under normal circumstances, he would have led the charge himself. But now, the sheer intimidating presence of the enemy car left him with absolutely no desire to engage head-on. So he planned to have his men wear down the enemy's strength and endurance first, while he commanded from the rear. I thought they were a bunch of warriors. Turns out I overestimated them. Su Chen chuckled and ordered Xiaoling to launch a direct assault on them. They'd pineapple, beat the crap out of them. Teach them a lesson in the shortest time possible. Su Chen's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the cars with utter disdain. Roger that, master. Whoosh. The luxury motorhome shot out with a whoosh. The colossal RV, like a tiger among sheep, charged into the Blood Wolf convoy's formation, instantly scattering them. One of the 2-star vehicles, unable to dodge in time, was struck head-on by Su Chen's RV. It shattered instantly like tofu and flew sideways under the force of inertia. Clatter, clatter. The minivan was completely wrecked. Impact caused 100 durability loss to enemy vehicle, earning 100 points. The target was met instantly. Chapter 135, one man takes on an entire fleet. Total annihilation. But this was only the beginning. Su Chen wouldn't give them a moment's respite. The massive RV executed a sharp drift, spinning around while simultaneously slamming sideways into several cars. The mere impact sent them flying sideways, tumbling several times across the bumper car arena before finally coming to a halt. Impact caused 59 durability loss to enemy vehicle, earning 59 points. Collision caused 68 durability loss to enemy vehicle, earning 68 points. The RV, resembling a vehicle boss, plowed through the Blood Wolf team's formation. Any vehicle that collided with Su Chen's RV was left severely damaged, with no one escaping unscathed. Every single one suffered durability loss exceeding 50 points. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the remaining Blood Wolf members completely lost their will to fight. Going against Su Chen was nothing short of suicide. Only now did they truly grasp the terrifying might of the server's top player. Run! Don't collide head-on with his RV. Use guns, bombs, grenades to engage him. Don't go toe-to-toe. The Blood Wolf convoy members scattered in panic, their deputy leader Zhao Fei snarling with a grim expression. They were supposed to be battle-hardened veterans alongside him, yet against a slightly stronger opponent, they acted like a bunch of useless fools. Soon, the Blood Wolf members who had been dealing with other players joined the fray. The situation became a 1 versus 49 standoff. Su Chen, in his single vehicle, pursued the remaining 49 cars of the Blood Wolf convoy as they fled. The situation on the field was intensely fierce. Under the overwhelming numbers and relentless barrage of bullets and bombs, Su Chen's durability finally dropped by 1% at the 230 mark. This single point proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Dozens of their team members had fought for so long, yet they had only managed to chip away 1% of Suchen's durability? And for that, they'd lost nearly 30 men. What the hell was the point of this? The defense of the enemy's RV was simply absurd. Just then, a window on Suchen's RV slowly slid open. Just as Zhao Fei thought the enemy was mocking them by giving them a chance, he saw something appear in the enemy's hand, something that made him tremble just looking at it. An RPG rocket launcher. What followed was even more terrifying. The rocket launcher's barrel was now aimed directly at his RV's position. Damn it! I'm forfeiting. Withdrawal is not permitted. Amusement park attractions have only success or failure, no withdrawal. The system immediately displayed that he couldn't quit, forcing him to wait out the 10-minute countdown until everything ended. Bye-bye. Suchen waved his hand and pulled the trigger of the RPG launcher. A rocket projectile shot out with a whoosh from the launcher's barrel, tracing a perfect arc through the air. With a howling wind, it landed precisely on Li Huoyan's RV. Boom! The explosion sent the opposing RV flying several meters backward. Explosion dealt 37 damage to the enemy vehicle's durability, earning 37 points. That single rocket shell blew away a third of the enemy's 3-star vehicle's durability. 2 more hits, and they'd be sent flying. Fire! Take him down! Zhao Fei roared, still shaken. Suchen opened his window to attack. This was their chance. They just needed to inflict damage while they could. But Suchen wasn't about to give them that chance. He rolled up the window and resumed the pursuit like a land-based tank. He'd just been itching to test the RPG's power. The results satisfied him greatly. Though he couldn't take them out with a single shot, the target was the leader of a large convoy. Stronger defenses were to be expected. The ensuing battle became a one-sided slaughter. The scene resembled a Roman Colosseum, utterly grim. Seated in the driver's seat, Suchen sipped hot tea, surveying the scene with a calm expression as he leaned back in his seat with a hint of satisfaction. TSK, I feel like some kind of villainous boss. This convoy is pretty weak. I haven't even had my fill of fun yet. Suchen sighed deeply. At this moment, his vehicle stood alone on the field. The ground was littered with debris, shattered car parts strewn everywhere. Under Shaoling's relentless pursuit and firepower, no one could evade Suchen's RV. Those caught in its path met with brutal collisions that obliterated them completely. In just 5 minutes, Suchen had eliminated every single other member. 10 minutes of race time was far too generous. Then, after 2 minutes of boredom, Suchen finally got what he was waiting for. The bumper car mode intruders arrived, a group of black-clad figures in cars. Here they come again. Just here to hand over points, right? A faint smile touched Suchen's lips as the RV hummed to life. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Suchen for earning 8,390 points, currently ranked first server-wide. Congratulations! Player has successfully cleared the stage and earned 1 random lottery draw. The system notification echoed in Suchen's mind. 10 minutes passed. Suchen, as the first and only participant, successfully completed the bumper car track. Moreover, thanks to the massive points he'd just earned, he'd propelled himself to the top of the server rankings. With 1 lottery draw remaining, Suchen didn't hesitate to claim it immediately. Got a shotgun, unbeatable in close combat. Not bad, I'll try to sell it for a good price later. A flash of white light then transported Suchen back to the entrance of the bumper car track. As soon as their group appeared, the next batch of waiting players were immediately teleported in, leaving them no time to wait. However, they had just learned the bumper car process from some of the other players. At the bumper car track entrance, Suchen spotted numerous wrecked and battered vehicles, all remnants of the previous bumper car event, smashed by other players. Soon, Suchen spotted members of the Blood Wolf team. Their deputy captain and several members were currently exchanging materials to repair their RV. Still want to repair? Since the bumper car mode only damaged vehicles without harming the players inside, Suchen hadn't eliminated these Blood Wolf members during the event. But now that they were out, was he really going to let them live? Suchen slammed the gas pedal, sending the RV hurtling straight toward the convoy of over 100 vehicles. Oh no, run! Suchen, show mercy where you can. We admit we were wrong, okay? Chapter 136, the second challenge, the garden maze. If I were to forgive you, what would be the point of Jesus? Suchen's RV charged forward like a land battle tank, crashing straight into the convoy. Only after emerging did he learn that the convoy targeting him earlier was the Blood Wolf fleet, the enemy determined to oppose him at every turn. In that case, there was no need to spare them. Seeing a steel beast of a motorhome barreling toward them, coupled with the wreckage of their deputy captain's car, the other Blood Wolf members instantly understood. Run! We stand no chance against this. The deputy captain's 3-star RV was already in pieces. What chance did their 1- and 2-star vehicles stand? They scattered in all directions. But Suchen had no intention of letting them off so easily. He maneuvered his RV to give chase, though he only pursued them around the wreckage of their damaged vehicles. Suchen didn't mind letting a few small fry escape. If possible, he'd welcome them growing stronger and delivering resources to him later. Next, Suchen systematically eliminated every Blood Wolf member whose vehicle had been destroyed. He stripped them of every last resource. The cores from nearly 100 vehicles instantly gave Suchen's car a massive upgrade. 4-star car core, 5,633,000. The progress bar instantly surged to 1/6 completion. This Blood Wolf convoy was a godsend. He must have misjudged them before. Congratulations! You've successfully completed the first project. Please select your next project within 10 minutes. Time remaining, 5:38. Having spent several minutes dealing with these minor threats, there wasn't much time left now. Suchen hurriedly checked the map to see if any nearby projects were suitable. Terror Haunted House. Carousel. Roller Coaster. Garden Maze. Suchen noted that within the remaining minutes, he could at most reach the vicinity of these attractions. Without a mandatory quest, he still had some freedom of choice. I wonder what these attractions are like. The maze looked pretty good. With his detection system and Xiaoling's navigation, maybe he should just head straight for that one? The carousel also seemed fairly straightforward. But with his bumper car experience fresh in mind, he knew that often, the simpler the attraction, the more brutal it tended to be. In comparison, the haunted house and roller coasters seemed like more thrilling options. Could the game system be working against him? Wait, why am I overthinking this? I have the masses to rely on. Suchen slapped his forehead and opened the regional channel. Right now, the first wave of survivors participating in various attractions were venting like crazy on the channel, cursing the game system for being brainless. Aren't haunted houses supposed to be fake? This damn haunted house had real ghosts. They wrecked half my RV, and the guy next to me freaked out completely. Everyone, don't even think about playing the carousel. That damn thing spins at a killer speed with no guardrails, just a river below. None of us made it through. We're all still soaking wet in the water. Seriously, dude, this maze is way too big. 100 of us went in, and I didn't run into a single person the whole time. Turns out none of us made it through. Total waste of time. We all quit after 10 minutes. Has anyone tried the roller coaster? It's right next to me, why isn't anyone talking about it? Is it still not over? Hey, upstairs, what do you think? Maybe no one made it through, maybe they all died. Normally, if you get stuck on the track, you can still send messages in the zone channel. But not a single player on the roller coaster has spoken up, something's definitely off. Wait, no one's talking on the rapids either? Could it be no one joined? That can't be right. Holy? I scrolled through forever, and it's true, some rides have 0 responses. Is this? At that moment, a wave of terror shot up the spines of these survivors, straight to the tops of their heads. Suchen's brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's thought, he made his decision. First, the carousel had to be ruled out. The heavier the ride, the greater the centrifugal force, utterly unsuitable for him. He certainly didn't want to be stuck underwater for an extended period. The roller coaster and haunted house were also out of the question for now. He'd start by tackling a maze, something he was good at. To clear as many attractions as possible within the time limit, he had to start with what he knew best. Suchen then drove toward the maze's location. Upon arriving at the maze entrance, he discovered the crowd was far larger than he'd anticipated. Garden Maze, 10 active sessions, 1,000 participants, 348 players in queue. New players join as others exit. Estimated wait time, 5 minutes. Proceed to queue? Join. He'd come all this way, how could he not join? Besides, there wasn't time to visit other areas anyway. Might as well just pick this one. Suchen guessed many players chose this area because it seemed safe and ideal for observing. Besides, maze-type events don't require much skill. With a bit of luck, you might just make it through. Join successfully. Current queue position, 346. Please wait. After waiting 5 minutes, Suchen finally got his turn. He found himself in a lane flanked by several meter-high hedges, with numerous branching paths ahead. Even before driving in, he could tell how intricate this maze was. Just then, he encountered another car rounding a corner ahead. The other driver froze upon seeing Suchen, then slammed into the hedge wall like a madman. Why did I end up back at the starting point after just 10 minutes? Why? Damn it. The survivor drove his car straight into the hedge wall. Instead of breaking through as expected, the vehicle became lodged within the wall, attempting to destroy the game environment and challenge the game's integrity. Implementing elimination strategy first. Eradication? No. I was just venting. It's not that serious. No. The survivor inside the car screamed and shouted, desperate to escape the wall, but clearly, it was impossible. Then, Suchen saw 2 machine gun barrels materialize out of thin air. Rat-a-tat-tat. The spewing tongues of fire instantly blew the car stuck in the wall to pieces, engulfing it in raging flames. Logically, the game system should have been able to easily eliminate the car, there was no need to leave it there. But he quickly realized it was likely meant to intimidate the participating players. Chapter 137, Speed Run Through the Maze, Everyone Stunned. Xiaoling, scout the path, any routes without roads will be automatically discarded. While directing Xiao AI, Suchen activated his radar detection, scanning the labyrinth map within a 3-kilometer radius. This coverage encompassed nearly half the entire labyrinth. By the time he reached the center, he could nearly encompass the entire labyrinth. Yes, master. Under Su Chen's command, Xiaoling maneuvered the RV forward. Where the other party couldn't find a route, Su Chen provided guidance, giving the correct general direction. Within minutes, Su Chen's RV came to a stop at the maze's exit. Congratulations! Survivor has successfully cleared the Flower Sea maze and earned 1,000 points as a reward. Time, 6 minutes 28 seconds, currently ranked first. If you remain in first place at final settlement, you will receive. Current clear count, 23. Already cleared? That was way too easy. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to accept this reality himself. The difficulty turned out to be far less than he'd anticipated, truly a breeze. Xiaoling, it's been a pleasure working with you. It's my honor to serve you, master. If others found out Su Chen still thought the maze was simple, they'd probably want to beat him senseless. To them, every challenge here seemed daunting, yet to Su Chen, they felt like child's play. A flash of white light appeared again, and Su Chen returned to the entrance of the hide-and-seek maze. Holy crap! This car is huge, it's practically a luxury motorhome. Bro, is it possible that this luxury motorhome belongs to someone in our district? Only a handful of people here could afford such a powerful vehicle. Wait, look! Someone just cleared the garden maze. It's Su Chen. Su Chen is insane. No way. 6 minutes flat? How is that even possible? Even if I knew the route, I doubt I could finish in 6 minutes. Did Su Chen just plow through the whole thing? Is this pure domination? A leaderboard with only one name at the top. The garden maze leaderboard displayed a single name at the very top. Rank 1, Su Chen, time, 6 minutes 28 seconds. Rank 2, none. At least this is a super safe event. I can wait for others to post reliable guides before trying other challenges. Wait a minute, that massive RV Su Chen just finished challenging? That must be Su Chen's RV. Su Chen must be living the high life. How awesome is it to live in such a luxurious vehicle? Su Chen glanced at the regional chat, chuckled, then turned his attention to his system interface. Current points, 9390, currently ranked number 1 server-wide. Congratulations on clearing the stage. You have earned 1 random lottery draw. Friendly reminder, every 10 random draws guarantees 1 golden legendary reward as a minimum. A guaranteed reward after 10 draws. Did they learn this trick from that shady game developer? Su Chen sighed in resignation and clicked the draw button. The result was a dressing table. This really pissed Su Chen off. Couldn't they give something else? What the hell is with a dressing table? I'm not a woman, for crying out loud. Suddenly, Su Chen realized he could sell this to girls. He had no idea what girls would value it at, but someone out there would love it or need it. He could just hold an auction. Just then, the system alerted him again. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the second project. Please select your third project within 10 minutes. Time remaining, 9:57. Among the surrounding attractions, besides the roller coaster and haunted house, there were 2 others. Roller coaster. Whitewater rafting. Whitewater rafting, no players have reported back yet, so it's been flagged as a high-risk attraction. As for the roller coaster, it seems to involve driving cars like roller coasters through an exceptionally narrow and challenging track. After much deliberation, Su Chen decided to challenge the haunted house. Compared to the other attractions, the ghosts within the haunted house were essentially undead creatures. Su Chen possessed ammunition specifically designed to counter such threats. Weighing all factors, Su Chen made his decision within a minute. He would challenge the haunted mansion. As Xiaoling drove toward the haunted house, Su Chen reviewed information shared by other players to prepare for potential combat. The haunted mansion is way too terrifying. I never want to go in there again in my life. It was so terrifying. I'm still alive, but my soul is gone. Just then, Su Chen noticed a player had posted a short video clip they'd recorded inside. Curious, Su Chen clicked on the video. It was the closest he could get to experiencing the haunted house firsthand. The video screen showed utter darkness. The surroundings were damp and gloomy, and the camera kept shaking. It was clear the survivor filming was overcome with terror. Through the car window, a narrow indoor passageway could be seen, flanked by pitch-black corridors. Far off, a single candle flickered, casting a faint glow. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the adjacent passageway. Not many, but distinct. Simultaneously, several figures seemed to leap out of the shadowy passageway. Could it be? Su Chen's eyes widened in shock as he recognized what those figures were. Zombies. A horde of zombies. This haunted house, he had to get closer. This only strengthened Su Chen's resolve. Those zombies were pure, white attribute points, the kind that could make him stronger. Then he saw the videographer, panicking and driving forward recklessly, trying to shake off the zombies behind. Just as he gained some distance from the zombies behind, several shadowy figures glowing with an eerie green light blocked the path ahead. Then, the green light suddenly shot toward the survivor's camera at breakneck speed. Before everyone's horrified eyes, they grew larger and larger. The survivor quickly drew a pistol, opened the window, and fired at the green glowing shadows only to find the bullets had no effect. The bullets passed right through their bodies and fell to the ground. Were these green shadows immune to physical attacks? Could enchanted bullets work against them? Suchen began to ponder. The video abruptly ended there. No further information followed. After uploading this footage, the survivor posted nothing else. Not a single word. It was strange, yet understandable. Perhaps the player had been driven mad by terror. Uploading the video was likely his final obsession before dying. At that moment, Suchen suddenly spotted another blind spot. Chapter 138, The Haunted House of Terror, Suchen's Peculiar Obsession? In the accounts of numerous players who had experienced the haunted mansion, he found no mention whatsoever of these green glowing ghosts. Why was this feature present only in the video uploaded by this particular player? After careful thought, Suchen suddenly had an epiphany. Such entities could only be captured on video. They were invisible to the naked eye. In other words, it was highly likely that these shadows could only attack humans who felt fear toward them. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why so many people managed to escape alive. Given that, dealing with a physical undead entity like this should pose no problem whatsoever. After weighing all factors, Suchen estimated his chances of making it through easily were at least 90%. The remaining 10% pertained to the possibility of encountering a powerful specter, one that had never appeared before. But that probability was extremely low. Since none of the other players had encountered it, he might not either. After 8 minutes of driving, the RV finally reached the entrance of the Haunted Mansion attraction. Not a single soul was present at the haunted house entrance. Suchen understood perfectly well who would willingly walk into a haunted house like this, one that was genuinely haunted and could even be deadly. Enter. Participation successful. No one is currently in the queue. You may proceed directly. This project had no participants at all, so Suchen joined it directly. Endless darkness instantly engulfed him. Suchen's RV materialized within a narrow underground passageway, resembling the confining corridors of a pyramid and evoking an oppressive sense of claustrophobia. The surroundings were dim and damp, much like the video he had just watched. Only one path lay ahead. He simply needed to drive forward. Simultaneously, Suchen activated the radar detection system to scan the surroundings. He immediately detected a dense swarm of shadowy figures surrounding him. A quick scan revealed at least 100, by conservative estimates. Damn it! He'd stumbled right into a nest of demons. Suchen cursed under his breath, then immediately. But soon, Suchen felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Monsters? No, these were clearly his beloved attribute points. Xiaoling, we don't need to rush through this dungeon. Kill every undead creature we encounter. Unlike others, Suchen didn't beg those undead to spare him. Instead, it was whether he would spare them. Roger that, master. Xiaoling then steered the car forward smoothly. Before long, Suchen spotted several flickering shadows darting through the pitch-black, narrow passages on either side. Here they come. Been waiting for you. Suchen rubbed his hands together, gazing at the pallid-faced zombie with the excitement of one beholding a stripped bare beauty. Boss, you've got some unique tastes. Panglong appeared behind Suchen at some point, munching on an evolution crystal as a snack while muttering. You bastard, can't you spit out ivory from your dragon mouth? If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Suchen was speechless. He really wanted to teach Fat Dragon some manners. He'd have to check the exchange later for books like How to Speak with High Emotional Intelligence and get Fat Dragon to read them. There's no one here. Who said I'm mute? After getting scolded by Suchen, Fat Dragon scurried to a corner of the RV, drawing circles on the floor while muttering under his breath. Let's get to work. Tap tap. Suchen snapped back to reality, swung his arms, and bullets spewed from the barrels on both sides. The flames carried by the bullets struck the zombies, instantly engulfing them in flames. They became fire-engulfed figures in the pitch-black passageway. Having easily disposed of the zombies, Suchen immediately dispatched little Fat Dragon to retrieve the wisdom crystals. 10 seconds later, Suchen held 5 wisdom crystals, ready to begin absorbing them, while the RV continued onward. You absorbed the wisdom crystal. Spirit +1. You absorbed the wisdom crystal. Stamina +1. The rest went smoothly. Suchen eliminated 2 more waves of zombies, gaining 10 wisdom crystals. Then, just as the 16th zombie fell, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. You have killed an excessive number of zombie minions, enraging the Ghost King within the haunted house. He will now dispatch his true followers to play with you. Ghost King? Reading the system prompt, Suchen couldn't help but shiver. He felt no fear toward zombies or the undead. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't control his dread toward those invisible, intangible ghosts. Did ghosts truly exist? Could those green glowing shadows he'd seen earlier be the Ghost King's minions? Just as the threat of dread began to take hold, Suchen saw several green glowing figures appear at the end of the path. It turned out this wasn't a scene only visible through the lens. Once the Ghost King within the haunted house was provoked, their appearance was automatically triggered. Bullet attack. Master, where should I attack? I don't see any threatening targets around. Xiao Ling's response left Su Chen momentarily stunned. It seemed these green glowing shadows were indeed entities designed to instill fear. Straight ahead, attack. Understood, master. Bullets instantly fired from both gun barrels, streaking toward the front. The flame-enchanted bullets, under Su Chen's expectant gaze, pierced through the green light shadows, leaving behind wispy trails of white smoke. How could this be? Su Chen's pupils dilated sharply. The enchanted bullets had failed, inflicting no damage. Wait, it seemed to have inflicted some damage after all. It seemed even enchanted bullets couldn't handle these green light shadows. This was bad. This outcome was entirely unexpected. As he hesitated, the green light shadows steadily closed in, effortlessly passing through the RV's glass and entering the interior. Holy, they could actually pass through walls. They definitely weren't physical objects, they felt more like some kind of spirit. Startled, Su Chen quickly retrieved a peachwood sword from his storage ring. He swung it wildly, trying to hack the eerie thing to death. Su Chen suddenly noticed that whenever the peachwood sword touched the green light shadows, a cloud of blue smoke would erupt more than the white smoke produced by enchanted bullets. It was as if water had been brought to a boil. Though the peachwood sword possessed far less destructive power than the enchanted bullets, it was now proving more potent in this confrontation. As Su Chen pondered this, he swung again, striking the green light shadow approaching him. After several swings with both swords, Su Chen finally realized the enemy truly couldn't withstand the attacks from his peachwood sword. Just as Su Chen prepared to press his attack, he suddenly noticed the green light shadows darting out of the vehicle. They vanished in a flash, disappearing into the distance. Trying to escape? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, about to drive after them, when an alert sounded in his ear once more. You have toyed with the Ghost King's minions and thoroughly enraged him. He will now personally intervene, vowing to fight you to the death. Damn it! Seriously? You hit the underlings, and now the boss is coming for you? Did he really think he was easy to push around? Ahem, Xiao Ling, full speed ahead, get us out of this haunted house now. Chapter 139, Gold Rank Ghost King. Immobilization Talisman. Though the peachwood sword could inflict damage on the green light shadow, it was negligible. The Ghost King was undoubtedly far more powerful than ordinary green light shadows. There was no need to linger here and engage him further. Clearing this level quickly was the priority. He absolutely wasn't backing down. But things rarely go as planned. Barely 3 seconds after the alert sounded, a dense row of green light shadows appeared along the path ahead of his RV. At the very center stood a figure clad in a striking crimson robe. Is this the Ghost King? Xiao Ling, straight ahead right in the center of the road fire. Su Chen gripped his peachwood sword while instructing Xiao Ling to test whether the enchanted bullets could affect the Ghost King. The result was the same as before, the target remained immune to the damage from these bullets. It seemed he had no choice but to rely on the peachwood sword for a direct confrontation. Su Chen let out a long sigh, readying himself for battle. His gaze shifted from resignation to intense focus in an instant. At that moment, the Ghost King swung his arm. A dozen green shadowy figures surged forward from behind him, pouncing toward Su Chen's position. The Ghost King followed behind these green light shadows, concealed among them, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to Su Chen. Facing the rapidly closing green shadows and the Ghost King, Su Chen slightly drew back his peachwood sword, blades pointed outward. As the foes approached, he swung without hesitation. Clang! At that very moment, the crimson-robed Ghost King suddenly struck. A flash of crimson light struck Su Chen, sending a spray of blood flying. Su Chen was instantly ripped open, his blood gushing uncontrollably. Wiping the blood trickling from his lips, Su Chen hastily swallowed a pill of adrenaline. Then something miraculous happened. Su Chen's ruptured internal organs were miraculously sutured back together, and his abdomen closed. Even the scars vanished without a trace. Only the bloodstains lingering on the ground bore witness to the severe injuries he had just endured. How interesting. At that moment, a clear, melodious female voice drifted over from the direction of the crimson-robed Ghost King. The Crimson Ghost King found Su Chen's miraculous recovery utterly fascinating. The battle had only just begun. Su Chen lifted his head, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the crimson-robed Ghost King. Now, not only had his injuries healed, but his physical attributes had tripled compared to before. If his original physical prowess had been on par with an ordinary soldier, he now possessed the physique of an elite combat veteran. 1 hour would be more than enough. Die! Su Chen held his swords vertically behind him, advancing instead of retreating, charging forward to meet the attack. His right sword slashed out violently, cutting through the closest green light shadow, piercing it cleanly and leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. The left sword swung again, delivering a follow-up strike that landed squarely on the green light shadow, causing it to dissipate instantly. Killed special creature in the Haunted Mansion project. Earned 500 points. Strike again. Su Chen charged into the enemy ranks like a mad dog, biting at the ghosts with frenzied ferocity. However, when Su Chen set his sights on the Crimson Ghost King, he found his attacks couldn't land on the target. Though his physical prowess had increased, Suchen still couldn't match the opponent's strength. Red-robed Ghost King Gold Tier. Attack, 320. Defense, 240. Combat power, 900. Description: you think this is a game? Damn. It's a gold tier monster far stronger than any he'd faced before. What should he do? Looks like he still couldn't beat it in a fight unless it stood still and let him shoot it like a sitting duck. But that's impossible. Wait. Suchen suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. He pulled a immobilization talisman directly from his storage ring. He'd nearly forgotten about it. Immobilization talisman can immobilize all creatures of gold rank and below for 1 hour. Following the instructions, he set the target to the red-robed female ghost and activated it immediately. The spell immediately shot from Suchen's hand as if guided by radar, hurtling straight toward the Crimson Ghost Queen. Seeing this, the Crimson Ghost Queen was alarmed. She knew exactly what that talisman meant and tried to dodge, but it was useless. It swiftly caught up, pinning her to the spot. Suchen intended to use another talisman to turn the enemy, but it only worked on undead creatures and had no effect on the strange soul before him. Still, immobilizing her was sufficient. Suchen once again wielded his twin swords, charging before the crimson-robed Ghost Queen and unleashing a frenzied barrage of slashes. Wispy white smoke rose, and Suchen realized his attacks inflicted only negligible damage. At this rate, it might take hours to kill it. Forget it. He'd abandon the fight, eliminate all the remaining green light shadows, and leave immediately. Suchen swung his swords around, fixing his gaze on the other green light shadows. Kill special creature in the Haunted Mansion Project. Earn 500 points. Kill special creature in the Haunted Mansion Project, earn 500 points. Soon, Suchen had slain all the remaining green light shadows. Gazing at the lone Crimson Ghost King remaining, Suchen reluctantly drove away. Without the red-robed Ghost King to obstruct them, the rest of the haunted house path lay completely unimpeded. What left Suchen feeling regretful was that he never encountered a single zombie again. He desperately wanted to search for them himself, but the system detected that he couldn't enter other areas. Soon, Suchen successfully cleared the challenge. Bathed in a pitch-black glow, Suchen returned to the entrance of the haunted house challenge. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the horror haunted house and earned a clearance reward of 9,000 points. Time taken, 23 minutes 38 seconds. Rank, 179th. Current clear count, 33. Congratulations! You have completed 3 challenge projects and will no longer be forced into any projects. Suchen's time clearing the haunted house wasn't particularly fast. On the contrary, he'd wasted considerable time battling those green light shadows. But he knew the 9,000 points he earned were far more substantial than dominating the leaderboard. Current points, 18,390, currently ranked number 1 server-wide. Congratulations on clearing the stage. You have earned 1 random lottery draw. Friendly reminder, every 10 random draws guarantees 1 golden legendary item as a minimum reward. Current draw count, 210. Only 7 more to go. Glancing at the clock showing just over an hour passed, Suchen stroked his chin. At this pace, 10 more should be a breeze. With that in mind, he tentatively set his goal at 10 projects. He'd already fulfilled the basic requirements for 3 projects. The remaining time would be spent grinding out more. Drawl. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a fleet order. Team order allows creation of a 1-star team to invite players. A 1-star team can hold 10 members. Players earn team experience by completing team tasks, upgrading the team to invite more members. Usage requirement, 4-star vehicle. Chapter 140, Founding the Dawn Team. The Fleet Order. This must be the same item used by the Blood Wolf fleet. Their fleet has grown to over 1,000 members. It must be at least a 3-star fleet. Last time at the bumper cars, though we took out quite a few of their members, it barely made a dent in their fleet. Suchen contemplated forming his own convoy. But his crew wouldn't accept just anyone. He would only recruit the elite. Only the absolute strongest would meet his standards. Of course, later on, he would consider having trusted members establish major branches. At that point, he could appropriately relax the recruitment criteria. He would recruit the first tier of candidates below the top-tier powerhouses. Someone like Zhou Yu from before would be a perfect fit. However, every member of his core team must be an absolute powerhouse. Currently, he already had several candidates in mind. Chang Lan, Lu Xinghe, Fu Ling, Wang Chang. Among them, Chang Lan and Wang Chang would likely be eager to join his team. But whether Lu Xinghe and Fu Ling would prefer to join him or have him join theirs was uncertain. He could leverage the debt they owed him to persuade them to join his team. After much deliberation, Suchen decided to use the team order immediately. Since he would have to use it eventually, why not now? He could complete tasks early, enjoy the team's bonuses, and raise the team's level in the process. Activate the team order. Player Suchen has activated the fleet command. This will initiate the fleet system. Please name your fleet. Dawnbreak Team. Fleet name, Dawnbreak Fleet successfully established. Please select fleet icon, fleet bonuses, and contribution ratio. For the team icon, let's go with the 2-person 1-dragon design. Suchen recalled the dream he had that day, feeling it was guiding him towards something. The fleet bonus interface offered several selectable enhancements. Increase all members' attributes by 5. Increase all members' chance to encounter higher-level treasure chests by 5%. All members gain a 10% resource bonus from slaying neutral monsters. All members receive an additional 10% resources when looting other players' supplies. Each option is quite good. However, each time the convoy upgrades, you can choose whether to modify the bonus items. So it doesn't matter which option you choose now. Selecting increased chance of encountering higher tier chests by 5%. Each team member earns 1 team contribution point for every bottle of water they submit. Use fleet contribution points to exchange for items needed in the fleet warehouse. Place unwanted items that are hard to sell here. Soon, Suchen successfully established a convoy. Convoy interface. Team, Dawnbreak Team. Level, 1-star Fleet 0-100. Bonus, 5% chance to encounter higher tier treasure chests. Chat channel. Members, Suchen Captain. Warehouse. Tasks, 1 contribution 100 guild contribution points earns 1 experience point. 2. Defeat monsters or players to earn corresponding guild contribution. 3. Immediately after, Suchen prepared to communicate with them, hoping to bring them into the team. The first person he approached was Qinglan. They had exchanged many times, and she had helped him greatly. A solid foundation of trust had been built, and let's face it. Who wouldn't like a girl who combined beauty and strength? First, he sent her the convoy interface, then issued an invitation. Suchen, I just created a convoy. Would you like to join? After waiting nearly a minute, Qinglan finally replied. Qinglan, just finishing a challenge, of course I'd love to join. Hi, Captain Su. Suchen immediately sent her a team invitation, which Qinglan accepted right away. Survivor Qinglan has joined the team. For her position, I'll give her the role of deputy captain to show my support. You have promoted Survivor Qinglan to deputy captain. Qinglan deputy captain, wow, this bonus is pretty sweet. Suchen knew full well that while this might not be particularly useful for ordinary players after all, the bonus chance wasn't that high for those with decent luck. It was an incredibly powerful boost. Deputy Captain Qinglan donated 100 bottles of water, earning 100 contribution points. Deputy Captain Qinglan donated 100 contribution points, earning 1 experience point. After donating 1 experience point, Qinglan realized just how many resources were needed to upgrade the convoy. Just advancing from a 1-star convoy to a 2-star convoy required resources worth 10,000 bottles of water. Now they understood why the Blood Wolf fleet was so eager to plunder other players' resources. Qinglan Deputy Captain, Captain, what should we do now? Recruit members? Suchen Captain, leave recruitment to me. You handle managing the convoy and its operations. How does that sound? I'll provide any materials needed going forward. Establishing a convoy was simple enough, but managing one was truly difficult. As a former COC clan leader, Suchen had weathered internal conflicts, enemy infiltrators lurking within, and members abusing positions to arbitrarily kick others. He eventually resolved every issue, yet still felt utterly drained. This time, he decided to hand over the day-to-day management of the convoy to Qinglan, leaving himself only responsible for setting the overall direction. Upon hearing Suchen's words, Qinglan's face flushed a delicate pink. What did Suchen mean by that? Did he mean to provide all the materials she needed from now on? Was he implying he would support her? She shook her head frantically, banishing all such thoughts from her mind. Qinglan. This is simply his compensation for you serving as deputy captain and managing the fleet. What are you thinking? Compared to the constant fighting and killing, Qinglan realized she truly preferred that kind of life, the one spent inside a vehicle, handling internal affairs. Of course, she wouldn't mind the occasional battle. After all, she came from a martial arts family. Qinglan deputy captain, got it. If anyone wants to join our convoy, I'll screen them first. Suchen, great. Let me know what incentive items you think should be placed in the convoy warehouse. I've got plenty of high-grade supplies here. Image. After uploading the materials he could provide, Suchen reopened Wang Chang's chat channel. After explaining his intentions, Wang Chang immediately expressed his willingness to join the convoy. Upon being added to the squad, Wang Chang saw Team Captain, Suchen. Deputy Team Leader, Qinglan. I spotted him early after all. My overtures last time were definitely worth it. Wang Chang, hello, Captain Su. Hello, Sister Qinglan. Looking forward to working with you all. Member Wang Chang donated 100 bottles of water, earning 100 contribution points. Member Wang Chang donated 100 contribution points, earning 1 team experience point. Captain, are there any other big shots in our team? Wang Chang, who'd finally found a powerful ally to latch onto, was feeling rather excited. I'll pick them out gradually. Suchen didn't respond directly. He couldn't make any guarantees, so he'd just have to try. So, what comes next is the real focus. Chapter 141, Lu Xinghe joins the team. Fu Ling joins the team. Suchen opened his friend's interface, sent Lu Xinghe an invitation, and stated that he could use the favor Lu Xinghe had previously agreed to grant him. However, if Lu Xinghe declined, Suchen wouldn't press the issue, he'd simply think of another request next time. Soon, Lu Xinghe replied, accepting Suchen's invitation to join the team. He added, however, that Suchen couldn't force him to do anything as team captain, he insisted on retaining his right to choose. Suchen immediately agreed. Survivor Lu Xinghe has joined the team. This news left both Wang Chang and Qinglan utterly astonished. Lu Xinghe. Big shot Lu joined? Holy crap, this is like a spaceship now. After half a second of shock, Wang Chang's expression quickly shifted to pure excitement. With two of the game's top 10 players now on their team, how could they not soar to new heights? Member Lu Xinghe promoted to deputy captain. Lu Xinghe deputy captain, hello, everyone. After that, there was no further response. Suchen remained silent too, as he was currently negotiating with Fu Ling. Suchen, I just created a team with 4 members. For now, we're only recruiting survivors ranked within the top 1,000 server-wide. Would you like to join? She replied instantly. Fu Ling, already? No problem, I'm in. I also have 2 teammates who meet your requirements. Can I bring them along? Suchen, no problem. If you think they meet the standards, then they certainly do. As usual, Suchen immediately sent out the team invitation. Survivor Fu Ling has joined the team. Member Fu Ling promoted to deputy captain. Qinglan. Wang Chang? Is this how the big shots roll? Turns out the big shots are all in the same circle. Fu Ling consistently ranks in the top 10 server-wide. She's practically the strongest female player. I wonder how many female survivors look up to her as a role model. Qinglan is one of them. Qinglan deputy captain, wow. Welcome aboard, Sister Fu Ling. Can I get your autograph? Survivor Wang Qi joins the convoy. Survivor Yang Chao joins the squad. Wang Qi, hey everyone. We're all teammates now. Yang Chao, wow, Suchen, Lu Xinghe, they're all legends. Fu Ling is so awesome. Wang Qi, not only are they all pros, but they're also super handsome. This is absolutely awesome. Fu Ling deputy captain, ahem, I'm the deputy captain. Let's all strive to improve together. Suchen, no problem. But we're probably not in the same server right now. Once we get assigned to the same one, we'll regroup. In the meantime, you guys can recruit some elite players to join us, we only want the best. Suchen, my goal isn't too high, top 1000 server-wide. Our team should easily claim 100 spots, right? All members, we'll strive together. Suchen had intended to recruit Li Qingfeng but was turned down. Li Qingfeng had recently established his own team. He stated that if the two of them joined forces, the game would lose all its challenge. In his eyes, Suchen had already become a formidable rival. Suchen naturally didn't press the issue. After wrapping up these matters in just a few minutes, Suchen privately messaged Qinglan again. He informed her she could challenge the haunted house within the next half hour. If she encountered zombies, she should use his enchanted bullets to deal with them. As long as she held her ground, she could easily secure first place. The Crimson Ghost King wouldn't be freed from his immobilized state for another half hour. Qinglan going now meant she'd be unstoppable. Qinglan, no problem. I'm heading there right now. Suchen, great. I'll challenge the roller coaster next door. Want to meet up after you finish? Suchen felt a flutter of nervousness as he asked this question. Though they'd communicated extensively during highway survival and were now teammates, they'd never actually met in person. Qinglan, sure. Then the chat fell silent. Suchen scratched his head and made his way to the roller coaster entrance. Scattered survivors lingered here. The fewer people posting updates about this location, the more some believed they could be the one to clear it. To secretly astonish everyone. Sign up first. Roller coaster, 10 active venues, 10 players participating, 66 players queued. Estimated wait time, 1 minute. Proceed to queue? Join. The fact that only 10 players could compete simultaneously here was unexpected for Suchen. At the same time, he finally understood why no one had revealed any details about the roller coaster project. After all, with any given attraction, if too many people participate, there's always a chance someone will complete it. So that's it, they're rolling out too slowly with too few participants. Joined successfully. Current queue position, 67. Please wait. After waiting 3 minutes, it was Suchen's turn. He now stood on a highway, facing a steep uphill track ahead. A bottomless abyss lay in the middle, with identical track configurations on the other side. In other words, the challenge was to accelerate off the track, soar over the abyss, and land on the opposite side. Failure meant plummeting into the abyss? No wonder no one had ever succeeded in this challenge. This thing must demand both exceptional skill and a top-tier vehicle. Xiaoling, calculate our probability of success. After upgrading to a 4-star luxury RV, Suchen's vehicle had become massive and extremely heavy. He was worried it might plummet straight down the abyss. Don't worry, Master. With our vehicle, we can absolutely make it through. As long as the car can reach a speed of 160 miles per hour or higher, we'll breeze through it. Xiaoling's sweet voice brought a wave of comfort to Su Chen. Now, he no longer had to worry about whether he'd survive. 160 miles per hour? That's a piece of cake. V-room. The RV's engine roared to life. It shot forward, accelerating to 180 miles per hour in mere seconds. Soon, it charged up the incline. Even uphill, its speed didn't waver, charging straight to the top. Then, whoosh, it shot off the track. Mid-air, the vehicle first angled diagonally upward before, driven by momentum and gravity, began its downward plunge. Su Chen's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings. There was nothing he could do now, might as well enjoy the thrill of the ride. Suddenly, Su Chen felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Oh no! Chapter 142, Conquering the Roller Coaster. Meeting Qinglan. The world spun violently. Everything blurred before his eyes, and he instinctively closed them. After an unknown amount of time, a clanging sound echoed as the RV seemed to hit the ground. A jolting sensation shook him awake. Opening his eyes, he realized they had landed. Had they cleared the obstacle? Surveying the land around him, Su Chen glanced back and confirmed they had indeed crossed the cliff. Xiaoling, what was that feeling of weightlessness just now? Reporting to the master, just before the endpoint, gravity suddenly intensified significantly. Simultaneously, an extremely powerful whirlwind emerged and carried you upward. Listening to Xiaoling's explanation, Su Chen was utterly baffled. Was the game system playing tricks? Making players taste despair right before the finish line, just to savor that survived by the skin of their teeth feeling? Seems the developers of this game system have a peculiar sense of dark humor. Su Chen shook his head and exhaled. At least he'd successfully completed the challenge. After a moment's thought, Su Chen snapped a photo of the scene behind him and posted it in the regional channel. Dawn Team, Su Chen, players unable to reach speeds above 160 miles per hour are advised not to attempt the roller coaster. Attachment. The moment this image appeared, it instantly captured the attention of the entire regional channel. Holy crap! Su Chen, the legend, cleared another unbeatable challenge? So the roller coaster requires 160 plus mph to fly over the Grand Canyon? Just looking at the picture scares me, let alone actually flying over it. So does that mean everyone who failed died at the bottom of the canyon? That's insane. These challenges are all so hard. Guess I'll just grind on the ones where you can't die and see if I can clear them. Enough already, an hour's gone by and I haven't cleared a single one. I'm crying my eyes out. After Su Chen steered the conversation away, the entire regional channel erupted in wild discussion. Venting with others eased their minds, helping them face the challenges ahead. Because of Su Chen's photo, this already sparsely attended event suddenly had no participants left. While rushing along, people would even deliberately detour around this area to avoid being dragged into it when the time came. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, transporting Su Chen back to the entrance of the roller coaster. Shortly after he left, a whirlwind appeared where his car had been parked, coalescing into a human figure. I hope there won't be a next time. After speaking these words to the void, the figure dissolved into a whirlwind and vanished from the spot. Congratulations to player Su Chen for successfully completing the roller coaster challenge, earning 3,000 points. Currently ranked first. Projected to remain at the top of the leaderboard upon final settlement, with an estimated 5,000 points. Current completed challenges, 43. Current points, 21,390, temporarily ranked number 1 server-wide. Congratulations on clearing the challenge. You have earned 1 random lottery draw. Current draw attempts, 310. Without hesitation, Su Chen activated the lottery. Congratulations. You have obtained Calming Herb. Calm Spirit Herb, carrying this item aids in rapid recovery of mental energy. Long-term use can moderately enhance mental energy. A very useful item that can boost your mental energy attribute. Su Chen didn't know what use psychic energy had at the moment, but improving himself couldn't hurt. He placed it directly on the nightstand in his room. Xiaoling, let's head to the haunted house entrance. After saying that, Su Chen immediately began inspecting the RV's interior. Was everything neatly arranged? Was the interior clean? He also grabbed a XXXXXL pair of underwear for Fat Dragon. That guy roamed around naked all day long, clearly not taking himself seriously. Whoosh! Su Chen's luxury RV came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the haunted house challenge. After a brief wait, a Samsung RV appeared in his line of sight. At the same time, Su Chen noticed that the leaderboard for the Haunted Mansion challenge had changed to Qinglan. Su Chen. Hearing the voice from inside the RV, Su Chen couldn't help but curve his lips upward. His heart pounding uncontrollably, he stepped out of the vehicle and walked up to the other RV. Qinglan? Come on, let me show you around my RV. Su Chen extended a warm invitation, with Fat Dragon trailing behind him. Having seen Panglong in the video, she instantly recognized him as Su Chen. Sure, Panglong is so adorable. The RV door swung open, and a stunning figure stepped out. Su Chen gazed over, meeting a face of breathtaking beauty. Beneath her sparkling, beautiful eyes lay a glossy, cherry red pout. Her figure was slender and sensual, clad in the down jacket Suchen had gifted her. Beneath it, she wore the form-fitting top he'd given her, her curves defined with striking clarity. Instead of the matching pants he'd given her, she wore creamy stockings that perfectly showcased her stunningly long legs, dazzling to behold. This combination was utterly adorable. Suchen found his gaze instinctively drawn to her legs, so beautiful they stirred an urge to reach out and touch them. Swallowing hard, Suchen lifted his gaze and met Qinglan's eyes. He froze in place, utterly transfixed. Her eyes held a peculiar, mesmerizing power. He couldn't tear his gaze away. So beautiful, truly breathtaking. Though they'd video chatted before, Suchen could clearly sense she was far more captivating in person than on screen. Her beauty had been suppressed by the lens. Noticing Suchen staring at her blankly, Qinglan flushed slightly and teased with a playful tone, "Silly boy, what are you looking at?" You're so beautiful." Suchen couldn't think of any overly flowery compliments, but he swore every word he spoke came straight from his heart. "Alright. Can't you just let me take my time looking at you later? Aren't you supposed to show me around the RV?" Qinglan flashed a playful smile, approaching Fat Dragon. She poked his round belly, ruffled his fur, and her lips curved into a cheerful grin. "Suchen, your Fat Dragon is so chubby, utterly adorable." Suchen was still basking in the warmth of her words, the promise that he could take his time admiring her later. Was she hinting at something? No, this was practically a direct invitation. Suchen's eyes lit up. He stepped forward, took Qinglan's delicate hand in his, and flashed a sunny smile. "Come on, hop in the car with me. I've got something amazing to show you." Chapter 143, Show You a Big Treasure. What kind of treasure? Qinglan's face flashed with surprise as she let Suchen lead her to the car. Deep down, she trusted Suchen completely. His taking her hand felt entirely natural, without a hint of discomfort. "You'll see once you're inside. Let me give you a quick tour of the RV first, then I'll tell you." Suchen maintained an air of mystery as he smiled and said. Meanwhile, he silently cheered himself on. "Excellent. She didn't resist my hand, proof my instincts were right." No, what was he doing, getting lost in speculation at a time like this? "Qinglan, let me show you my bedroom first." Suchen's words instantly made Qinglan blush. Who takes a girl home for the first time and brings her straight to their bedroom? Could Suchen really be thinking that? If so, should I refuse? If I don't refuse, will he think I'm an easy girl? Qinglan realized her mind had completely shut down. After bringing Qinglan back to the car, Panglong hesitated before getting in. Instead, he closed the door from the outside and plopped down right by the entrance. He gazed at the closed doors, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Wow, Suchen, your RV is way bigger than it looked in the videos. It's practically like being at home, so comfortable. Wow, you've got a kitchen, a gaming room, a bathroom this big, and even a bathtub. We're here to survive, but you're here on vacation, right?" Qinglan said with a hint of envy. "Ha, just got lucky. I'm sure you'll level up to a 4-star luxury RV soon enough. Then you can enjoy a little luxury too. And here's a little secret: 5-star vehicles are like mobile castles. I bet they're way bigger than this." "Really? A castle? It sounds like I'm living in a palace." Every girl harbors a beautiful princess dream in her heart. Living in a luxurious castle, surrounded by servants in formal attire, with handsome princes and knights in armor, Qinglan was no exception. "When I finally upgrade my car to a 5-star castle, you can come stay at our castle." Suchen's gaze locked onto Qinglan as he blurted it out without thinking. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Why did he have to sound so eager? His carefully cultivated image was about to crumble. But to his surprise, Qinglan tilted her head. After a minute of thought, she nodded and flashed a stunning smile. "Sounds great. But you'd better keep a room ready for me. Then I'll handle managing your caravan and trading all kinds of materials and supplies. You'll be responsible for paying my wages, covering room and board. How does that sound?" Qinglan turned her head playfully, batting her beautiful eyes as she spoke. "Deal." Suchen's eyes lit up instantly. It felt like a volcano erupting in his mind, a surge of unfamiliar emotion flooding his thoughts as he nodded firmly in agreement. Suchen had never been in love before, but looking at the lovely girl before him, he felt something entirely different stirring within his heart, a feeling unlike any he'd ever experienced toward others. That feeling made his heart flutter. Even her simplest affirmation lifted his spirits. Qinglan smiled and sat down on Suchen's bed without hesitation. It was soft and comfortable. "Ha? What's this?" At that moment, Qinglan noticed an object resembling a plastic glove package sitting on the bedside table. Square, black, and plastic-looking. Qinglan instinctively reached out to see what it was. Suchen didn't think much of it either, but when his gaze fell upon it, he froze in shock. Holy crap! How could it be this thing? It was the thing he'd made earlier using the blueprint for Durex 001 ultra-thin condoms, the one he'd traded for a dinner. He'd just been curious what it looked like, so he'd casually made one and tossed it on the bedside table. Maybe we should go check out something else?" Before Suchen could explain, Qinglan had already picked it up and examined it closely. It wasn't until she spotted the tiny annotation on the side that she realized what this thing actually was. Her face flushed bright red in an instant. She hurriedly placed it back where it was, covering her face as she rushed out of the room. Suchen. Suchen. Could he be hinting that we should use this together? Wait, don't misunderstand. I was just curious and took a look, then forgot to put it back. Don't even mention it. Just as Suchen was about to explain further, Xinglan cut him off. I have something interesting to show you. It's also in the room. Why don't you come back in? Suchen hastily stowed the 001 into his storage ring, then scratched the back of his head as he spoke. Xinglan covered her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers with an adorable expression. What's so great? It's a treasure, a big treasure. Suchen, you jerk. I'm not coming in. A strange thought flashed through Xinglan's mind, making her cheeks flush even redder. She pouted in feigned indignation. Ha? Really, sweetheart? Come on then. Suchen moved closer, grabbed Xinglan's right hand, and pulled her toward the room. He often heard friends say that when a woman says no, she really means yes. Sometimes you had to take the initiative after all, they needed to maintain a certain reserve. I don't want you to touch me, Suchen. You can't do that. Xinglan was yanked along by Suchen and immediately started screaming. Suddenly, she realized everything before her had transformed completely. Instead of being inside the room, they now stood in a vast plantation, the surrounding land completely covered in crops. Suchen, where are we? This is my plantation, the reward for being first. Here, you can grow all kinds of plants, and their growth rate increases tenfold. Suchen smiled and told her honestly. If you need to grow any plants, just hand them over to me, and I'll cultivate them for you. Wow, no wonder you only asked me to collect seeds earlier. Xinglan recalled how Suchen had asked her to help gather seeds. She'd wondered how he could possibly plant anything along the highway, thinking it would take forever. Little did she know such a place existed. Exactly. Everything planted here now is tobacco. By tonight, it'll all be ready for harvest. That's when we'll make a killing. I'll need your help expanding the sales channels too. Suchen pumped his fist in the air, painting a vivid picture of how he'd use these cigarettes tonight to rake in a fortune, replenishing the materials consumed during his level up. As he spoke, he noticed the excitement on Xinglan's face. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her attention had been diverted. That moment had been genuinely awkward. So you really do have the means to support me, huh? Though I wonder if you're telling the truth. Xinglan suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with Suchen. Chapter 144, The Promise. Project 10 seeking gold votes. Of course. Every word is true. If you're willing, you can ride with me right now. The second floor is empty, you can stay there temporarily. Suchen raised his right hand in a solemn oath. He couldn't explain why, but the man who was usually so confident felt a flicker of unease in Xinglan's presence. Temporary? Xinglan's eyes narrowed. You've got some nerve, kid. Xinglan stared at Suchen with a half smile, then withdrew her gaze and said. But we'll have to wait until you upgrade to a 5-star car castle. For now, I'll handle managing your fleet and shop. If I don't do a good job, I won't have the face to stick around in your castle. Suchen was sincere and genuine, and Xinglan could sense it. But she also needed to prove she could be of significant help to him. She certainly didn't want to be a mere ornament, especially in this survival game. Alright, I'll work hard to reach the 5-star car castle as soon as possible. But since we're part of the same fleet, we should gather all members together as soon as possible. That way we can operate more efficiently. Even Suchen found the current state of the Dawn fleet somewhat amusing. Not a single member was actually with him. They were all scattered about, some not even in the same district. It might be a while before they crossed paths again. Xinglan might be the easiest to meet. The team has a member guidance feature. Once we exit the snowpark, I'll come find you to regroup. Xinglan said, her face flushing red. Hearing this, Suchen's eyes lit up instantly. He knew exactly what this meant. Alright, I should head back. We're still competing, and we've already wasted 10 minutes. Don't let this hold you back from taking first place. Xinglan, clearly more composed than Suchen at that moment, quickly interjected. If she stayed with Suchen any longer, she wasn't sure if she'd even be able to get off this vehicle today. Oh, right, I've got plenty of noodles here. Do you like noodles? When we meet up later, I'll cook some for you. Suchen escorted Xinglan back to the RV. As she turned around in the vehicle, she said. A smile spread across Suchen's face as he nodded repeatedly. Of course I'd love some noodles you cook. I'll be waiting. With that, Xinglan closed the door, and Suchen returned to his own luxury RV. Seriously, boss? You guys are actually playing with such a lame joke? Fat Dragon rubbed his round, plump head, a puzzled look on his face. Suchen froze for a moment before suddenly snapping to attention, clenching his right fist. Thud. Ouch. Boss, you're picking on Long. Panglong sat on the RV floor, rubbing the fresh bump on his head as tiny pearls of tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Stop it. 10 evolution crystals. Oh yeah. Long live the boss. You're the best, boss. Fat Dragon's expression instantly changed and he started cheering right there on the spot, leaving Suchen utterly exasperated. This Fat Dragon, the more evolution crystals he eats, the more of a drama queen he becomes. After calming Fat Dragon down, Suchen's expression turned serious once more as he fixed his gaze on the map. He had already completed 4 challenges. Next up? Time to start grinding. Without delay, Suchen activated his grinding mode. Armed with experience and player accounts, he could now accurately gauge his success rate for clearing each stage. It was consistently above 90%. Over the next 3 hours, Suchen cleared 5 more attractions. Whitewater rafting, giant swing, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, drop tower. The freefall ride left the deepest impression on Suchen. Survivors' cars were suspended by a single cable 200 meters above the ground. The car then free falls, with survivors holding a button to stop the descent. Success was determined if the car landed within 10 meters of the ground after the survivor pressed the button. During the challenge, Xiaoling could only help him sense the situation. She couldn't press the button for him. Therefore, he could only press it after Xiaoling's warning. Lacking experience. Suchen hadn't instructed Xiaoling to factor in his reaction time beforehand. This created a critical time gap. He nearly crashed the car and killed himself. Fortunately, when he pressed the button, he was still about 3 centimeters above the ground. Thanks to that distance, he unquestionably claimed first place on the bungee ride once again. What should he choose for the next event? With an hour left, the final attraction should be manageable. Suchen wavered between the pirate ship and the spacewalk. Spacewalk was extremely dangerous, and Suchen only felt about 50% confident he could handle it. The pirate ship was a faction battle, and dying in combat meant real death. It was brutally intense. The pirate ship it is. After a moment's thought, Suchen chose the project that suited him best. There was no need to overthink how to survive better for others. Protecting himself and those he wanted to protect was enough. Respect others' destinies. Participation successful. Currently 120 players in queue. Estimated wait time 2 minutes. Please hold. Only 2 minutes to wait. It seemed many players, after completing the basic 3 challenges, chose not to proceed further. Those remaining were either unable to complete it or clinging to a last-ditch hope. If they got lucky and found a high-level player to carry them, they could coast to victory. Queue reached. Select faction. Faction 1, Pirate Faction. Faction 2, Navy Faction. Suchen paused for a moment. Considering his noble character, was there even a need to hesitate? Of course, the Navy. It was obvious the Navy's equipment would far surpass the pirates. Just as he was about to make his choice, he suddenly realized the Navy faction was already full. Naval faction player selection is full. Remaining players will be automatically assigned to the pirate faction. The next second, a white light enveloped him. When he reappeared, he found himself aboard a cruise ship at sea. There are also some NPC pirates and a few cars around. Holy? I'm a pirate now? Suchen scanned the area. There were about 5 pirate ships surrounding an offshore oil platform. How dare we? Wait, they're the attackers, not the ones getting attacked? And it looks like their pirate crew outnumbers the naval forces at the offshore base by quite a bit. Well, being a pirate isn't so bad after all. As the offshore oil platform drew nearer, Suchen chuckled and mounted the rocket launcher atop the vehicle's weapon system. Fire! The command was given, and the rocket launcher's projectile shot out from the RV's roof with a whistling sound. It traced a perfect arc through the air before landing on the offshore oil platform. Boom! Chapter 145, Suchen's terrifying firepower. The explosion erupted instantly, tearing through the wall with devastating force. Adjust and fire again. Yes, master. The first rocket-propelled grenade was merely a test. Based on its trajectory, Xiaoling swiftly calculated the parameters. From now on, every subsequent shot would be fired with pinpoint accuracy at the target location, precisely following Suchen's commands. Take out that turret on the 2nd floor. Whoosh! The second round, adjusted, fired directly at the turret according to Suchen's command. Boom! Terrifying explosions erupted, reducing the turret to a pile of rubble. This scene left the pirate crew utterly stunned. When did our pirates become so firepower heavy? It's like reinforcements from another world. Pirates are truly the strongest. Not only were the pirate NPCs stunned, but even the survivors were left speechless. Look at that car. It's one of our survivors. That's incredible. Could it be Suchen? Highly likely. Ha, I'm just one project away. Failed so many times. If I run into Suchen, I'll finally win. I'm heading to hide in the back now. If I just survive until the end, I'm guaranteed to win. You're a ing genius. Unlike the pirates' excitement, the naval team on the other side was now in complete panic. Holy, are the pirates' weapons this powerful? Fight back, quick. Yeah. Our Navy's gear is definitely better than theirs. Let's hit back. But why aren't those Navy guys doing anything? They're probably waiting for the pirates to board before launching their attack, right? Who has ranged weapons or guns? Start firing back. We can't let them bombard us like this. Yet their counterattack seemed laughable in Su Chen's eyes. Let's have a battle where we pirates sweep them away like fallen leaves. Ha! Su Chen stood with his hands on his hips, wearing a straw hat he'd fashioned himself. After firing 3 more rocket rounds to take out the last 3 turrets, Su Chen ceased the rocket barrage. These things weren't cheap, there was no need to waste too many in a team fight. 5 cannon shells, obliterating the Navy's 4 turrets, had already secured victory to a significant degree. Soon, the pirates crossed over to the terrace of the offshore stone base. A ramp capable of supporting vehicles formed, allowing all survivors to board the base. Simultaneously, all pirates boarded the ship at the same moment. At that very moment, the Navy and survivors lying in ambush suddenly launched their counterattack. Bang! The crackling of pistols and rifles filled the air as bullets flew in rapid succession. Only then did Su Chen notice that the naval forces were still armed with single-shot rifles. The pirates were similarly equipped, with most wielding machetes and spears. This meant the outcome of the battle would depend entirely on the players. Then let's end this battle right now. Su Chen swapped out the vehicle's 3 mounted weapons top, left, and right for heavy machine guns, each loaded with 1,000 rounds. Let them see what true unlimited firepower looks like. Su Chen immediately issued the attack command. Rat-a-tat-tat. 3 heavy machine guns unleashed relentless streams of fire, unleashing a hail of bullets toward the naval forces and players sheltering behind cover. PSSSHHH. PSSST. In an instant, countless unsuspecting naval personnel were riddled with bullets under Su Chen's fire. Many players firing through open windows were also taken down instantly. The remaining players hastily shut their windows, daring not to retaliate. But under Su Chen's relentless firepower, closing the windows proved futile. Had the windows not been bulletproof, the entire vehicle would have been riddled with holes. If they were. The bullets ricocheted off the bulletproof glass with loud thuds, while the car's durability meter on the in-car display plummeted at a visible rate. Ultimately, when the durability hit its limit, the vehicle was eliminated. The naval faction players were utterly helpless against Su Chen's overwhelming firepower. This scene left every pirate faction player utterly stunned. It could be said that Su Chen single-handedly routed the opposing naval faction. Is this the power of the server's top survivor? Seeing it today, his reputation is truly well-deserved. From this day forward, I'm a lifelong fan of Su Chen. I recall Su Chen started a squad? I absolutely must join. Me too. Me too. Guys, don't get ahead of yourselves. If Su Chen wanted to start a squad, he'd have called for members already. Clearly, he's looking for elite players. If you want to join, focus on getting stronger. At this moment, Su Chen was reveling in the joy of being a pirate. The thrill of facing many alone was truly exhilarating. He hadn't noticed a group of young admirers had gathered behind him. Is this really a pirate? The Navy captain, gazing at Su Chen's limitless firepower, collapsed in a pool of blood, unwilling to accept defeat. 20 minutes later. Not a single naval officer remained standing at the offshore oil base. Congratulations to the pirate faction. You have successfully captured the offshore oil base. Pirate base victory achieved. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the pirate ship stage and earned 8,000 points as your reward. Current clear count, 103. Current points ranking, 93,870, temporarily ranked first server-wide. Congratulations on clearing the stage. You have earned 1 random lottery draw. Current lottery attempts, 910. Finally, the last chance for a draw has arrived. This one guarantees a golden legendary reward. Gold is coming. Su Chen rubbed his hands together, his excitement bubbling over. Begin the draw. With a nervous heart, Su Chen clicked the draw button. Instantly, dazzling golden light flashed before him, blindingly bright. Congratulations, player. You have obtained. Chapter 146, Dragon Scale Armor. Servers first. Congratulations. You have obtained the legendary Great Armor, Dragon Scale Armor. Dragon Scale Armor Legendary. Effect 1, equipping grants super strong defense, increasing physical defense by 200. Defensive power disperses throughout the body, reducing damage absorption. Effect 2, grants limited self-healing capability. When damaged, consumes the armor's energy to restore health. Effect 3, the armor's strength increases alongside the wearer's physical prowess. Note, can be bound via blood oath, fusing into the body for instant summoning. Upon seeing this legendary defensive gear, the Dragon Scale Armor, Su Chen froze in place. This defensive gear appeared exceptionally powerful, capable of multiplying his own defensive capabilities several times over, and would continue to strengthen alongside his own growth. It was practically a growth-type equipment piece. Su Chen didn't hesitate. He bit his finger and formed a contract with the equipment. A single drop of blood trickled from his fingertip onto the Dragon Scale Armor, instantly merging into it. The next instant, the Dragon Scale Armor radiated a brilliant glow before merging into Su Chen's body. With a mere thought, Su Chen could now summon or dismiss it at will. Remarkably, he felt absolutely no sensation of wearing armor or clothing, as if it were an extension of his own body. Suchen stepped before a mirror, gazing at his reflection adorned in the golden glowing dragon scale armor. He couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up. Damn, it looked awesome. The only question was how strong it actually was. After a moment's thought, Suchen drew a dagger, gritted his teeth, and thrust it directly into his own flesh. Clang! The tip of the blade struck the dragon scale armor, producing a metallic clang. Suchen felt as though he'd been lightly tapped. The impact was completely dispersed. Clearly, the quality was exceptional. Gritting his teeth, Suchen then drew an ordinary handgun and fired a single shot at the side of his arm, still covered by the dragon scale armor. Bang! But holy, that hurts. Gritting his teeth, Suchen let out a guttural growl as he stared at the wound piercing his skin. The impacted area caved in slightly, drawing crimson blood from the skin. He applied healing potions to mend his wounds, while his dragon scale armor slowly regenerated. He had clearly overestimated his current physical condition. Bullets were still a bit much for him. Still, even if a bullet aimed for his heart, it would likely only cause some damage. Penetrating his dragon scale armor? That was impossible. That was sufficient. With this level of resilience, he could even engage in close-quarters combat with beasts, experiencing the most primal form of manly romance. But there was no need for that. A single burst would suffice. The only flaw was his head remained unprotected. While a bulletproof helmet could solve that, it severely hindered his mobility. Suchen grew troubled. If only there were a lightweight head protection option. By the time Suchen completed his 10th challenge, only 10 minutes remained. Seeing no point in taking on new challenges, Suchen began driving around the amusement park to experience its unique atmosphere. Compared to earlier, far fewer cars were now on the roads. Suchen glanced at the number of people in the regional channel. Zone 1 Highway Channel, 28859. Compared to the beginning, nearly 8,000 survivors had perished, almost 25% of the total. Keep in mind, these survivors who entered the snowy world of Zone 1 were already considered elite players in the game. Yet in just a few days, they'd already lost nearly half their numbers. Suchen couldn't help but marvel at the sheer brutality of this highway survival game. Soon, the clock struck 6 in the evening. That the remaining players had been eagerly awaiting finally sounded. Of course, some players' faces paled upon hearing the system notification. Ice and Snow Playground Challenge ended. Players who completed all 3 challenges will earn the right to leave. Those who failed to complete any challenge will remain here forever. Rankings for all attractions will now be settled. Please check your notifications. As the system announcement played, Suchen saw his system notification interface already filling the entire screen. Congratulations! You achieved first place in the Garden Maze event, earning 3,000 reward points. Congratulations! You achieved 42nd place in the Haunted Mansion event. Reward, 580 points. Congratulations! Across several ranked events, Suchen earned substantial bonus points. This further boosted his already top-ranked point total. Finally, a system notification sounded. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the Snowy Amusement Park Challenge, earning a total of 110,996 points. Current rankings, first in Region 1, first nationwide. Solid win! Suchen clenched his fist, thoroughly satisfied with his ranking. He then selected to exit the Snow Park Challenge instance, returning to the original highway. The surroundings remained blanketed in snow. The temperature outside the vehicle was bitterly cold, and the dense forests on either side cast a gloomy shadow. Region 1 Highway Channel, 25492. Another 3,000 people had been eliminated, all for failing to complete the 3 basic objectives. This was despite Suchen providing numerous hints. Otherwise, he estimated even more survivors would have failed. Ranking points rewards settled. Next, rankings will be announced by national region. Finally, it's over again. I wonder which of our China heavyweights will come out on top this time. I don't know about the others, but I bet Suchen takes first place. Dude, that's ridiculous. Who could possibly compare to Suchen? I wonder if we'll see any new big shots this time. I'm sure plenty of dark horses will emerge. After all, in amusement park projects, still matters more than automotive equipment and resources. Yeah, someone might even pull off multiple projects with just a 1-star car. As the crowd debated, the final rankings were announced, reaching every year present. But this time, things were different from before. Because this time, they announced the top 100 nationwide. The following are the top 100 national rankings and rewards for this ice and snow amusement park event. Chapter 147, The Mighty Dawn Team. Spatial Training Room. First place, Suchen, Zone 1. Completed 10 challenges, earned 110,996 points. Rewards, 1 King Tier Lottery Draw, 10 car hearts, 5 luck points. Second place, Li Qingfeng, Zone 2, 9 completed projects, 71,299 points earned. Rewards, 2 Diamond Tier Draws, 9 car hearts, 3 luck points. Third place, Lu Xingha, Zone 4, completed 8 projects, earned 58,390 points. Rewards, 1 Diamond Tier Draw, 8 car hearts, 2 luck points. 4th place, Fu Ling, Zone 3, completed 8 projects, earned 55,430 points, rewards, Platinum Tier Draw X3, 7 car hearts, 1 luck point. 5th place, Yi Xiaoyu, Zone 6, completed 7 projects, earned 44,839 points, reward, 2 Platinum Tier Draws, 6 car hearts. 6th place, Zhuge Xiaolian, Zone 5, completed 7 projects, earned 42,192 points, reward, Platinum Tier Draw X1, 5 car hearts. 7th place, Li Qingyun, Zone 2, completed 7 projects, earned 41,930 points, received reward, Platinum Tier Lottery once, 4 car hearts. 8th place, Wang Qi, Region 3, completed 7 projects, earned 39,230 points, reward, 1 Platinum Tier Draw, 3 car hearts. 9th place, Li Huoyan, Zone 1, completed 7 projects, earned 38,930 points, reward, 1 Platinum Tier Draw, 2 car hearts. 10th place, Jin Shang, Zone 1, completed 6 projects, earned 32,390 points, reward, 1 Platinum Tier Draw, 1 car heart. 19th place, Yang Chao, Zone 3, completed 6 projects, earned 30,392 points, received reward, 3 gold tier draws. 89th place, Wang Chang, Zone 1, completed 5 projects, earned 24,394 points, reward, 1 gold tier lottery draw. Among the top 10 rankings, Su Chen recognized many names. However, since this was the Huaxia region ranking, many new faces appeared. Li Qingyun was clearly associated with Li Qingfeng, likely brothers. Both ranking in the top 10 across all of China meant their strength was not to be underestimated. What surprised Su Chen was that Wang Qi also made the top 10, while Yang Chao ranked 19th. Among the top 20 survivors, only these 3 women made the list. Now that they were all in Su Chen's squad, he felt quite satisfied. That said, Li Huoyan, captain of the Blood Wolf squad, ranked 9th, making him Su Chen's primary adversary for now. During their recent encounter at the amusement park, he had apparently taken down one of Blood Wolf's deputy captains. While it wasn't a crippling blow, it certainly caused them considerable trouble. The conflict between the two sides had intensified further. See if there's an opportunity to cause them some trouble later on. As for the 10th ranked player, also from Zone 1, Su Chen hadn't noticed this name before. He didn't know if they were a lone wolf or part of a team. If he got a chance to meet them and Fat Dragon confirmed they were trustworthy, he could try recruiting them. After a moment's thought, Su Chen opened the player's private chat interface and sent a friend request. Soon after, Su Chen saw numerous friends sending him congratulations, which he replied to one by one. While chatting with Qinglan, Su Chen learned she had placed 101st server-wide, this time just a hair's breadth away from cracking the top 100. That was a respectable ranking. Had she completed just one more project, she could have cracked the national top 50. Placing 10 3-star car hearts into his 4-star car heart for fusion, Su Chen focused his mind and began the king tier draw. Begin draw. Stop. A dazzling light flashed, halting as soon as Su Chen spoke. With his current luck nearing 30 points, Su Chen was confident he would definitely draw something valuable. The dazzling light faded, revealing a blueprint bearing the symbol of a magic cube in Su Chen's hand. Spatial Training Chamber Epic. Required materials, 100 nast ones, 1000 special metal, 1000 special wood blocks, 1000 special ore. Effect, survivors may enter the spatial training room for exercise, with training effects tripled, requires energy consumption to maintain operation. Note, weaklings, start training now. Grow from ants into slightly larger ants. Training room? Not a bad thing, tripling training effectiveness. Meaning what used to take 7 or 8 days to gain a tiny bit of attribute points can now be done in just 2 days. Though not as fast as consuming wisdom crystals, it offers greater stability. After claiming his rewards, Su Chen watched the sky darken rapidly. After a moment's thought, he abandoned the idea of continuing forward to search for treasure chests. Everyone who cleared the amusement park got some rewards, big or small. Tonight was prime time to cash in on the rewards. Why waste time on other tasks? The spatial training room was indeed a valuable asset, but its current material requirements were staggering, an ocean of resources for someone who had just upgraded his car. But Su Chen wasn't worried. Every tobacco leaf in his spatial plantation had now fully matured. You harvested 6,600 tobacco leaves. A full 6,000 leaves, a tenfold increase in yield compared to before. Before leaving the plantation, Su Chen scattered another batch of seeds. You consumed 1,000 tobacco leaves and obtained 20,000 Huazi brand cigarettes. You consumed. Su Chen used up every last tobacco leaf, producing a total of 130,000 cigarettes. If distributed evenly among the district's population, over 20,000 people would each receive 6 cigarettes, exhausting the supply. The quantity wasn't particularly large. But it might not be possible to consume it all within 2 days. First, he'd list them to gauge sales velocity. If demand wasn't brisk enough, he'd seek assistance from the neighboring district to help move the stock. With that thought, Su Chen immediately opened the district chat channel and posted a sales message that felt like an advertisement, something he hadn't done in ages. Su Chen, to help ease everyone's stress, cigarettes are now available. Quantities are plentiful, buy within your means, available anytime. Additionally, I'm offering premium rates for various special materials. Exchange 12 base materials for 1 special material. High-value purchases of nashi stones. PM me for pricing. Immediately after, Suchen listed 100,000 cigarettes equivalent to 5,000 packs in his shop. The price was set at 3 basic materials per cigarette. The moment they went up, 10,000 cigarettes vanished instantly. Only then did the purchasing pace gradually ease. Seeing that Suchen's cigarettes weren't selling out instantly like before, everyone felt reassured. Simultaneously, Suchen's purchase price for special materials significantly exceeded market rates. Typically, special materials were valued at around 8 base materials, but transactions usually settled at around 10 due to their unique nature. Now, however, Suchen's premium acquisition prices instantly attracted a rush of buyers. With Suchen's shop brimming with goods, was there any need to worry about his credibility? In no time, Suchen's stock of special materials grew at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, Suchen traded enchanted bullets, rocket launchers, rocket cannons, and other items for nashi stones that many players currently had no use for. Though they knew nanoshards might prove useful, items like these could be obtained from platinum tier chests in the future. They could always buy them back then. Within just 2 hours, Suchen gathered all the materials needed to craft the spatial training room. He placed the materials and blueprint on the crafting table. Crafting commenced. Chapter 148, Training results are excellent. Spice it up. Soon, accompanied by a blinding white light, a cube-sized square object floated in the air before Suchen. Creation complete. Can now activate the spatial cube, setting its entrance anywhere. As Suchen held the cube, ready to step inside, a sudden thought struck him. What if I set the portal to the spatial plantation? Could the 2 spaces overlap? Driven by curiosity, Suchen entered the spatial plantation with the cube in hand. He positioned the portal at its edge and selected Establish. Suddenly, Suchen noticed the dragon mist on that side had completely dissipated, transforming into the environment of the training room. Numerous specialized training devices were now available for him to utilize. The 2 spaces could indeed overlap. While training, Suchen could see the plants in the garden growing at a visible pace. Excellent. Let's test how well this works. The training room wasn't large, but it was packed with equipment. At first glance, it resembled a gym. The moment Suchen stepped inside, the system alerted him. Welcome to the spatial training room. Training effects here will be multiplied several times over. Due to the player's low current strength and poor physical condition, it is recommended to begin with basic physical training. Damn! They sure are blunt. Let's start with dumbbells. Time to see what my strength is like now. With a professional training facility at his disposal, Suchen had been itching to get started. He walked over to the dumbbell rack, picked up a 10-kilogram dumbbell, and did a few reps. It felt incredibly easy. This instantly caught Suchen's attention. Previously, he'd been the type who'd need to catch his breath after just 20 reps with a 10 kilograms dumbbell. Now he'd completed it with remarkable ease. This was thanks to his recent gains in physical fitness. He then moved straight up to 20 kilograms, still lifting with ease. 25 kilograms proved slightly more taxing, but only marginally. Then 30 kilograms it is. Suchen smiled faintly, setting his sights on 30 kilograms. After a few lifts, one hand gave out. Switching to the other hand, it soon followed suit. Rest a bit, then another set. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Suchen emerged from the training room and headed straight for the shower. While showering, he checked his attribute panel. Compared to before, there had indeed been significant gains. Suchen. Health, 234. Strength, 117. Spirit, 85. Speed, 122. Stamina, 84. Burst, 82. Luck, 32,010. Skills, Sniper Mastery, Master Level Hand-to-Hand Combat. Vehicle, 4-star RV 8,633,000 next tier, 5-star motorhome villa. Items, Dragon Scale Armor, Storage Ring, Spatial Farm, Spatial Training Room. This first training session lasted just 1 hour, yet it boosted Suchen's attributes by 0.2 points, a result that genuinely surprised him. However, he surmised this was likely due to it being his first time using the training room. It felt like a newbie perk, a one-time effect. He knew he'd have to put in much more effort later on. But speaking of which, I'm actually pretty hungry after working out. Just as Suchen finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom drying his hair, his stomach started rumbling. He hadn't eaten dinner yet. What should he have tonight? Just as he hesitated, he noticed he had an unread private message. Suchen opened it immediately, skipping the transaction messages first, and went straight to Qinglan's private chat. Qinglan, I hunted a snow rabbit earlier. I can't finish it all myself, so I'll share half with you. It's the spicy version, it'll kill you. Alongside it was a one-way transaction. Suchen accepted it immediately. A spicy snow rabbit appeared before him, along with a spicy rabbit head. Did she make this? A faint smile touched Suchen's lips as he poured himself a glass of yogurt. Though he wasn't particularly fond of spicy food himself, this was Qinglan's handiwork. He had to give it a proper taste. Whoa, this is seriously spicy. But the flavor is amazing. So satisfying. Suchen took a sip of yogurt. The burning sensation from the spice blended with the yogurt, creating a unique flavor. After finishing the spicy snow rabbit, Su Chen sent Xinglan a message. Su Chen, finished it all. Behave now. Xinglan, ha. After dinner, Su Chen checked his shop's sales figures and restocked items based on demand. He restocked items that sold well, prioritized essential items, and set aside slow-moving stock to clear shelf space later. For additional materials needed, Su Chen entrusted Zhuge Xiaolian to handle the exchange and procurement for him. Su Chen had considered inviting Zhuge Xiaolian to join his caravan, but the latter declined, stating he preferred to play solo for now. He also mentioned that he might establish a commercial alliance convoy in the future. Su Chen chose not to press the matter further. Play a couple of games, then sleep. Su Chen grabbed his PS5 and climbed straight into bed. In a dark palace of unknown antiquity, a seductive woman with long hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a crimson gown, sat upon the throne at the palace's center. How interesting. After searching for so many years, I never imagined I'd encounter a fragment of myself I'd long forgotten. At last, we meet. On a stretch of icy highway, a flat expanse. A cluster of vehicles formed a circle, hastily establishing a large makeshift camp. Within the camp, two figures stood tall, the focus of everyone's attention. One of them was Zhang Weihong. This time, he ranked 91st nationally, managing to squeeze into the top 100. But that wasn't the crucial point. The real key was that within their team, someone had broken into the top 10. That person was Jin Shang, ranked 10th. Brother Jin Shang's contributions to our team have always been evident to all. He willingly took on the role of the team's vanguard and generously shared surplus supplies with members lacking resources. Of course, most of those members are girls, pretty girls, at that. This time, he delivered an outstanding performance, securing the 10th spot nationally. Jin Shang has already discussed with me that he's willing to donate his entire reward to the team. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Wow. A wave of applause erupted throughout the temporary camp. But beside Zhang Weihong, Jin Shang, a slightly plump figure weighing about 190 Jin, froze in place. He blinked at Zhang Weihong, thinking to himself, did I say I'd donate it to the team? Did I forget? But it didn't matter. He'd just treat it as if he had. He wasn't short on supplies himself, but the team desperately needed them. Amidst the shouting crowd, a figure lurked in a corner, watching Zhang Weihong calmly. Suchen, I've successfully infiltrated. Awaiting your orders. Chapter 149, Invincible green tea tastes so good. Amidst the scorching heat, Zhou Yu chose to align himself with Su Chen. However, Su Chen refused his request to accompany him, instead assigning him a crucial mission. He knew Su Chen was the type of player who preferred to operate solo. Yet he believed Su Chen would eventually form his own team. And right now, he was positioning himself as an undercover operative to facilitate that growth. This feeling of being a lone undercover agent was actually pretty good. Wonder what Zhang Weihong's reaction will be when he finds out I'm the mole. Ha! Zhou Yu pulled his cap down low, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then returned to his car and sent a message to Su Chen. Zhou Yu, boss. Jin Shang, ranked 10th, is in Zhang Weihong's team. But he seems like a decent guy, nothing like Zhang Weihong, who's nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. After 5 seconds of contemplation, Su Chen finally recalled who Zhou Yu was. He was the one whose abilities fell short, so Su Chen had sent him out as an undercover agent. Su Chen hadn't expected him to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle so quickly, but he delivered a pleasant surprise. Also, Jin Shang, the 10th ranked player nationwide, still hadn't accepted his friend request? Ah, never mind. Let fate decide. Su Chen, nice work. Keep it up, and whatever you do, don't get caught. Beep beep. The reply came instantly. Clearly, he'd been waiting for Su Chen's message. Zhou Yu, boss, you can count on me. Zhou Yu clenched his fist in delight. He knew what boss Su Chen must truly care about his safety. He would certainly complete the task assigned to him. He promptly got out of the car and rejoined the team's celebration. Surrounded by the crowd, Jin Shang was escorted back to the RV by 2 attractive young women, as arranged by Zhang Weihong. Ahem, you two should head back first. Back in his familiar surroundings, Jin Shang's slight buzz faded considerably, prompting him to dismiss the 2 women. Hearing this, one of the girls seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She nodded and promptly left. The other, however, lingered, hesitating. After 3 seconds of hesitation, a look of admiration flashed across her face. She fixed Jin Shang with a gaze full of deep affection. Truthfully, I've admired you for a very long time. All of this is entirely my own choice. Being your woman brings me immense happiness. Brother Shang, please don't reject me. Or is it that, you find me repulsive? Yan Yuqing's face fell, her expression one of utter despair. Ha? No, no. Jin Shang, who had never been in a relationship, had never encountered such a situation before and suddenly felt at a loss. Did she genuinely like him? Judging by her expression, it didn't seem fake. Really? Then why won't Brother Shan let me get in the car? Yan Yuqing's face was filled with disbelief, her voice carrying a crisp, playful tone. It stirred an inexplicable surge of emotion within Jin Shang. She was quite attractive, a girl who could easily score an 80 out of 100. Girls like her usually wouldn't even speak to him normally. Yet now, after he'd clearly stated it was fine for them to leave, she still seemed to want to. Perhaps she was genuinely charmed by him? Not coerced? Absolutely not. For a moment, Jin Shang found himself stammering. Seeing this, Yang Yuqing covered her mouth and giggled softly. Shang Ji, I really admire you. It's freezing out here, won't you let me come up? Yang Yuqing tilted her head, speaking playfully. Ha? Well then, come on up. Jin Shang turned his face away, clearly flustered. He couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze, looking like a lamb led to the slaughter. Hee brother Shang, you're so adorable. The girl chuckled softly before bouncing onto the car like a butterfly. Jin Shang took a deep breath at the sight, then climbed into the car as well. But the moment he got in, something occurred to him, and he inwardly cursed. Oh, brother Shang, why is it so messy in here? The girl exclaimed upon seeing the state of the car. This left Jin Shang feeling utterly disheartened. He'd embarrassed himself in front of this adoring fangirl. But hey, boys being messy is normal, right? Let me help you clean up, she offered. It's my honor to tidy up for my idol. With that, Yang Yuqing began tidying up the clutter inside the cabin. This scene left Jin Shang momentarily stunned. A strange emotion welled up in his chest. It seemed she genuinely admired him. He could sense genuine sincerity in her, without a trace of pretense. Just then, as she crouched down to tidy up in front of him, the perfect downward angle presented him with a glimpse of a snow-white cleavage. She seemed oblivious, but the intense visual impact sent a rush of blood surging through Jin Shang's nostrils. Drip! A drop of blood fell to the floor, immediately catching Yang Yuqing's attention. Ah! Brother Shang, what's wrong? Why are you bleeding from your nose? Are you okay? Let me wipe it for you. Saying this, the girl grabbed a tissue from nearby and held it right in front of Jin Shang, pinching his nostrils shut. This proximity was overwhelming. The visual impact intensified, and the flow of blood increased again. It took him a long moment to avert his gaze and finally regain his composure. Yang Yuqing knew exactly why Jin Shang was bleeding from his nose. A cold smile escaped her lips. Just as she suspected, this innocent little man was so easy to manipulate. Just a little glimpse of this girl's assets, and you're already losing it. How could he not be easily manipulated now? While Jin Shang sat down to rest, Yang Yuqing continued tidying up. In front of him, she deliberately displayed her stunning figure. Jin Shang's gaze darted back and forth between looking and not looking. At that moment, he noticed several friend requests popping up in his chat interface. A quick glance revealed one from none other than Su Dalao. This player consistently ranked first in every event and had helped countless strangers in the regional chat, someone Jin Shang deeply admired. He immediately accepted the friend request and sent a greeting. An hour later, the entire RV was transformed beyond recognition. Jin Shang was thoroughly satisfied. The girl before him seemed truly different from everyone else. Yu Yuqing. Here's some water and food for you. She had tidied up his RV, and he didn't know how to repay her. Resources were the only thing he could offer. This is Brother Shang. I cleaned your room out of goodwill for someone I admire, and you think I'm the type who only wants your resources? You've really disappointed me. Yang Yuqing's eyes welled up with tears as she turned to walk out of the RV. I didn't mean it that way. Seeing her eyes well up with tears, Jin Shang panicked. He'd clearly said the wrong thing. I just don't know how to thank you. Don't cry, Seeing Jin Shang so flustered and panicked, Yang Yuqing couldn't help but giggle. Her tears turned to laughter as she said, alright, I forgive you. But since I just cleaned your RV, you're grounded to clean my car instead. Yang Yuqing leaned close to Jin Shang's ear, whispering softly with a hint of allure in her voice. Okay. Chapter 150, A Piece of Cake. Third day off? When they arrived at Yang Yuqing's car, Jin Shang was stunned. Her RV was impeccably organized, every supply and item arranged with meticulous order, forming a stark contrast to his own space. This left him feeling somewhat flustered. He seemed to have embarrassed himself. Brother Shang, come here. I need you to help organize this. Yang Yuqing closed the car door behind her and walked to the supplies in the back. Picking up a bottle of water, she said, this is the water Brother Shang personally gave me during the heatwave a few days ago. She picked up another bottle. This is the supplies Brother Shang distributed to us when we first arrived in the ice world. Then she pointed to some of the food items. This is from yesterday. All these were given to me by Brother Shang. I never brought myself to eat them because they belonged to him. Yang Yuqing held some of the water and food, explaining earnestly. Listening to her, Jin Shang felt even more touched. He never expected her to genuinely harbor such special feelings for him. She was not only attractive but also had such a kind heart. How could he bear to see her suffer in this survival challenge? He must protect her at all costs. Seeing the look in his eyes, Yang Yuqing knew he must have believed her. In truth, that water wasn't from him at all. What he had given her was long gone. These supplies were actually compensation she received last night after accompanying the team leader, Zhang Weihong, to play a certain group activity. But she did remember exactly what supplies he'd given her on which days. Jin Shang had distributed quite a lot of supplies. How could he possibly remember what he'd given to the other person? Yet seeing the other person's completely sincere expression, he was deeply moved. Me. Shang, I've always believed you're the strongest player in this game. You'll definitely make it to the end. I wish I could keep watching you climb to the top stage from the shadows. But I'm afraid I won't be around to see that day. A tremor of tears suddenly crept into Yang Yuqing's voice. She sniffled twice before lifting her head and saying, Shang, I miss home so much. With that, she threw herself into Jin Shang's arms. Feeling the softness of her body, Jin Shang's own body reacted involuntarily, his heart pounding wildly. His hands hovered uncertainly in the air, but after a moment's thought, he placed them on her shoulders and patted them gently, offering quiet reassurance. Don't worry. With me here, I'll make sure you live to see the end. In that moment, he vowed silently to protect her at all costs. Mei-chan, I believe you. Yang Yuqing nodded like a chick pecking at grain, then suddenly tilted her head and planted a kiss on Jin Shang's face. The soft, wet sensation sent a jolt of electricity coursing through Jin Shang's entire body. In that instant, he felt overflowing love and happiness. Shang Ji, it's getting late. You should head back first. If I get the chance tomorrow, I'll cook for you. Do you have noodles? I'll make some for you. Yang Yuqing was a complete novice in the kitchen. All she knew how to do was boil noodles. But in a certain other aspect, she was a master. Okay. I'll be waiting. Jin Shang reluctantly left, getting into his RV. Watching his figure disappear, Yang Yuqing exhaled softly. Phew, that was exhausting. Such a kind-hearted boy, he really should be more careful when he's out and about. On the third morning, Su Chen was jolted awake by a noise. Of course, it wasn't monsters arriving, it was the system upgrade notification sound. Ding! Day 3 of the ice world has begun. Today is day 3, a rest day. No challenges will be scheduled. Players may freely travel along the highway or stop to search for supplies. Good luck to all. What? A rest day? Are you kidding me? Or is this some kind of trick lulling players into complacency with ease and comfort before hitting them with something big? Su Chen didn't buy it. The system wasn't that kind. What brought him some comfort was that none of the survivors had let their guard down. Rest day? You mean the kind where we get to rest forever, right? Holy bro, you make so much sense. I feel like you're onto something big. Enough said. I've already written my will. If any of you make it back someday, go to room 1001 in building 2 of Flip-Flop Garden on Flip-Flop Street. There's my computer in the study. It has a seat inside. Damn it. You idiot, I'd believe you if I hadn't read Big Ear's Tudo. But seriously, what if this time the system actually meant well? Maybe we're overthinking it? No way. Absolutely not. The players in the regional chat were buzzing with wild theories. But Su Chen knew they wouldn't just sit back and enjoy it. They'd stockpile as many supplies as possible before the next big challenge hit, and that's exactly what he wanted to see. The taller the chives grow, the more satisfying it is to harvest them. Just then, Su Chen received a message from Qinglan. Qinglan, today's a day off, so I'll come find you. Captain? Playful emoji. Su Chen smiled at the message and quickly replied that it was fine. He would try to find a spot and stay put to wait for her. This way, they could gradually gather together using the convoy's mutual traction function. After a quick breakfast, Su Chen drove forward and soon noticed changes along the highway. The forest had transformed into a vast expanse of snow-white ice. No, wait, it didn't seem like an ice field at all. Pulling over, Su Chen scanned the expanse and detected a dense swarm of pitch-black figures scattered across it, along with numerous enclosed compartments. Holy crap, this place was a treasure trove of both danger and opportunity. Soon, Su Chen realized it wasn't an ice field at all, it was simply a thick layer of ice covering a lake. So the treasure chests and dangers he couldn't see were beneath the lake's icy surface? The realization hit him. No wonder today was a rest day, they were being turned into fishing lures. Immediately, Su Chen recalled the ice drill he had acquired earlier. Finally, it had a use. Moreover, it was perfect timing, he could fish while waiting for Qinglan. After crafting an ice drill and a sled, Su Chen headed straight for the ice surface. He began drilling downward toward the location of the treasure chest. Buzz. The ice drill's motor whirred furiously against the surface, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. After cutting a sizable circle, the central block of ice collapsed into the water. He prodded it with a long stick, sending it plunging into the lake. The clear yet eerily deep lake water came into view, but the treasure chest did not float to the surface. Su Chen surmised it must be at the bottom of the lake. It seemed he really would need to fish for the treasure chest. Chapter 151, The Fat Dragon's Ingenious Use. Retrieving the treasure chest with a fishing hook was practically a pipe dream. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the fat dragon beside him, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Fat dragon, didn't you say your thick skin makes you immune to pain? Then are you afraid of water? Water? Not afraid at all. Fat Dragon can breathe underwater. The honest Fat Dragon, oblivious to the sly smile on Suchen's lips, answered immediately. Is that so? That's great. Boss, there's something I need your help with. Just say the word, boss. Fat Dragon will do whatever he can. Just make sure to give Fat Dragon a few more of those crystals to eat later, hee hee. Fat Dragon nodded eagerly in agreement. Suchen, thoroughly satisfied, led him to the entrance of the cave they had just dug. He pulled out the sturdy fishing line he'd already prepared, looped it around Fat Dragon's waist, and tied it into a tight, secure knot. Fat Dragon, once you're down there, find that treasure chest we spotted earlier. When you get it, just tug on the rope, I'll pull you back up. No problem, boss. Leave it to me. Fat Dragon, his mind clouded by the crystal's allure, readily agreed. But immediately, his round, plump face was slapped hard. The moment his feet touched the water, Fat Dragon leaped 3 feet high from the surface. So cold. So cold. Even if it's ice, I'm going in. Suchen reached out and pressed the newly leaping Fat Dragon right back down into the water. The water's freezing? You'll get used to it soon enough. How could that be an excuse? After a while, bubbles began gurgling up from the water's surface. The plump dragon suddenly burst out of the water and dashed off into the distance. Behind him, a pack of fish monsters gave chase, leaping onto the shore. Bang! Suchen drew his pistol, firing several precise shots that struck the fish monsters, instantly killing them on the spot. So this was the dense swarm of fish monsters lurking below? Looks like Fat Dragon really is as tough as he claimed. Boss, is this the treasure chest you wanted? Fat Dragon dragged a platinum-grade treasure chest from behind him to Suchen's feet, plopping down on the ground with a thud, his body dripping wet. Nice work. Here's 20 evolution crystals as your reward. Suchen handed the crystals to the cheerfully grinning Fat Dragon before approaching the chest himself, his hands unconsciously rubbing together with anticipation. It's been ages since I last opened a chest. Give me something good. Open. Initial resource, 1 underwater work robot. You opened the treasure chest and gained 4,399 chest opening points. You landed a critical hit, earning 15x the reward. Congratulations! You have obtained 15 underwater work robots. Underwater work robot. Effect, capable of performing underwater operations such as detection, search, and retrieval as required. Detection range, 100 meters radius. Note, low defense monsters of gold rank or higher can easily destroy them. Talk about serendipity, just when I was nodding off, someone delivered a pillow. This is the perk of being high level. Seeing the drenched, shivering Fat Dragon, Suchen couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Fat Dragon, go back and turn on the AC. You've already fulfilled your duty. No, boss, I need to redeem myself. I was just scared out of my wits earlier, this time I'll bite back. Fat Dragon rubbed his butt, still stinging from where the fish monster had bitten him several times. Alright, I believe in you. Suchen smiled, pulling on the other end of the line while continuing to drill holes in the ice. With each hole drilled, he lowered an underwater robot into the water. After drilling 15 holes, Fat Dragon surfaced again. This time, his hands were empty, but his face was brimming with excitement. Ha! Boss, I chased them down, biting them. Now the fish monsters down there are scared of me. Panglong rubbed his aching body, wearing a victorious grin. You're the man. Suchen pulled out 2 beanbag chairs, placed them beside the holes he dug, and lay down with Fat Dragon, waiting for the robots to bring back the underwater treasure chests. At first, it went quickly. Under every hole Suchen had dug, there was a treasure chest. Soon, they retrieved several bronze and silver tier chests, and even a golden tier one. These days, Suchen rarely encountered wooden treasure chests anymore. Through critical hits, he acquired numerous rare resources. Before long, another platinum-grade treasure chest was retrieved by the underwater robot, instantly catching Suchen's attention. Initial resources, fishing rod blueprint, one-time use. You opened the treasure chest, earning 3293 chest opening points. You landed a critical hit during opening, gaining 11x critical bonus. Congratulations! You have obtained 11 copies of the fishing rod blueprint single-use. Angler's Rod. Effect, allows fishing on ice surfaces, randomly catching passing fish, treasure chests, or fish monsters. Crafting materials, 10 special alloy, 10 special plastic, 10 special rubber. A fishing rod that can actually reel in treasure chests. What a great find. Now I won't have to wait around, I can enjoy the fun of fishing myself. Suchen immediately returned to his car, used a blueprint and the materials to craft a fishing rod, then picked a pond and started ice fishing. However, after a full half hour, Suchen had caught nothing. But he thoroughly enjoyed the process. Sure enough, for anglers, the joy lies in casting their lines, what they catch matters little. While Suchen savored the moment, he didn't forget to make the most of the remaining 10 blueprints and turn a tidy profit. He immediately opened the regional chat channel. Suchen, beneath the ice of the frozen plains lies a lake teeming with fish and treasure chests. I have 10 fishing rods available for sale, limited quantity, first come, first served. The moment Suchen's message went out, it sent ripples through the channel. Is this the dawn of the angler's season? Chapter 152, Selling Fishing Rods. Super warm electronic fireplace. The moment Su Chen's message went out, several people immediately contacted him to buy fishing rods. The first was Wang Chang. He'd planned to take a break today. Ever since leaving the military, fishing had become his favorite pastime. He'd assumed that coming to this highway survival challenge would mean no more fishing. But here, he could fish and even try ice fishing, something he'd never attempted before. Wang Chang, Captain Su, haha, I'll buy a fishing rod. Give me a discount since I'm one of your team members. Su Chen sighed exasperatedly. What could he do? They were his teammates after all. He initiated a trade, sending the rod to the other party with a message attached. Su Chen, if you find any nashi stones later, trade them to me first. Keep them for yourself when you actually need them. Wang Chang agreed without hesitation. Soon after, two more people approached Su Chen to trade for the angler's rod. One offered his newly won Switch. He wasn't into gaming, just loved fishing. The other offered a special juice that could increase or decrease sanity in exchange. Though he'd only briefly encountered san values during this challenge, Su Chen suspected there'd be more to come. Ding ding. At that moment, Su Chen noticed a private message from Zhang Weihong, the deputy mayor and head of the Public Security Bureau. His current team had grown to several thousand members. Judging by the scale, they were likely on par with the Blood Wolf fleet. Once he issued a fleet order, they could likely establish the largest fleet in the entire district. Zhang Weihong, Big Boss Su. Would you trade one platinum tier chest for 3 fishing rods? Su Chen considered it. While the deal was certainly profitable for him, it would also reveal his weaknesses. The other party would inevitably exploit this advantage in the future, keeping him at a disadvantage. Su Chen, 2 rods max. Zhang Weihong, deal. His psychological price point was 2 fishing rods. That way, he wouldn't feel like he'd wasted the platinum tier chest. The deal was quickly sealed. Zhang Weihong, clutching the fishing rods, led his group onto the ice, including Jin Shang. After all, this was exchanged for the other party's platinum tier treasure chest. Therefore, he himself would have the right to use one rod, while the others would share the other one with him. Upon reaching the ice, however, they faced a problem. The thick ice layer, a full meter thick and incredibly hard. How could they possibly break through it? Leader, let me handle this. At that moment, a man clad in blood wolf fur stepped forward, AK-47 in hand. He selected a spot and pulled the trigger. Click clack. The bullet shot from the barrel, striking the ice and carving out a hollow the size of half an apple. Instantly, the bullet began spinning wildly within the cavity. Not an inch further. I refuse to believe it. After emptying the entire magazine, the only change was dozens of spinning bullets on the ground. This wouldn't do. He'd already made his promise. He reloaded the magazine and fired another burst. The only difference was more spinning bullets littering the ground. Clearly, shattering the ice layer with bullets alone was nearly impossible. Unless they were willing to burn through bullets without regard for time or cost. I'll go talk to Su Chen. Since he knows fishing is possible beneath the ice field, he must have a way to break through it. With that, Zhang Weihong walked back to his vehicle, found Su Chen's chat interface, and sent a message. Zhang Weihong, Su boss, this ice is too tough to break through. We can't fish. Do you have any handy tools? We'll pay top dollar. Upon seeing the message, Su Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. After waiting 30 seconds, he replied. Su Chen, sure thing. I've got an ice drill here. Not only can it break through the surface, but it can also drill through icebergs to create passages. Just 50 nanoshards or 500 units of other rare materials to exchange. Su Chen was clearly asking for an exorbitant price. Zhang Weihong gritted his teeth, slamming his fist against his car's dashboard. The other party was clearly taking advantage of his need, fleecing him mercilessly. This machine was only usable in these icy conditions and couldn't be relied on long term. Conversely, the material's value was fixed before use. And this price far exceeded his expectations. Zhang Weihong, Big Shot Su, considering how often my team and I patronize your business, cut us a break. We have substantial needs across many areas. Su Chen considered it and found some merit in the request. Before clashing with their team, they were a prime source of profit. How could one not cherish such a valuable team? Su Chen, I can give you a 20% discount. That's my bottom line. Zhang Weihong, deal. Even with the discount, the quantity was substantial. But for Zhang Weihong, it was still much better than before. At the very least, he saved a significant amount of money. After the transaction, Su Chen once again acquired a substantial amount of materials. He didn't know if those who bought his fishing rods would recoup their costs, but Su Chen himself had definitely made a profit. With his underwater robot now in hand, fishing rods had become somewhat redundant for him. He traded for another platinum tier treasure chest, wondered what treasures it might hold. Initial resource, 1 ultra-warm electronic fireplace. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 2380 loot points. You landed a critical hit during opening, gaining a 14x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 14 ultra-warm electric fireplaces. What a great find! Although Su Chen's car air conditioner could operate and provide considerable warmth, it consumed an enormous amount of energy. In comparison, these electronic fireplaces are definitely more economical. And they'd be much cozier too. Soon after, Suchen slipped back into his laid-back unboxing routine. A whole day passed in the blink of an eye. What they hadn't anticipated was that they actually got a full day of rest today. Beyond the usual encounters with zombies and beasts, they faced no other dangers. This brought tears of joy to many players, who showered the game system with praise. The developers had finally done something right. Alas, joyful and carefree moments are always fleeting. Nightfall soon descended. Who knows if today's easy treasure hunting days will ever come again? The long night stretches ahead, with nothing to do. Since that was the case, he might as well train hard. Suchen headed straight to the training room and pushed himself for another hour. His attributes increased by 0.1, though the effect wasn't as pronounced as it had been initially. But this was all expected eventually. Attribute growth would stabilize at around plus 0.1 every 2 days. After finishing his training, Suchen quickly took a shower and then flopped onto his bed to play Pokemon on the Switch he'd just gotten. After immersing himself in the game for a while, Suchen closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. In his dream, Suchen once again envisioned himself embracing Qinglan, standing atop a colossal dragon. It all felt so familiar, yet strangely unfamiliar. Unlike the previous dream, this time the dragon beneath his feet lifted its head and looked at him. It spoke in human language. "Boss, buckle up." Chapter 153, Qinglan's Concern. Escape from the ice plains? It was a very long dream. When Suchen awoke, he felt as though he had forgotten everything. Another dream. Suchen rubbed his sleepy eyes, not giving the dream much thought. After all, it was just a dream, it couldn't possibly be real. He often dreamed of Louis Fei lying in his bed. Could that possibly be real? When he glanced at the time, he discovered it was already past 9 in the morning. His private messages had piled up with new notifications, most of them from Qinglan. Usually around 6 or 7, Suchen would greet her and chat for a few minutes. Today, he hadn't replied at all, making her worry if something had happened to him. "Suchen, good morning. It feels much colder than usual today." "Wow, Suchen, look out the window. The snow's piled up so high, it looks like the road has vanished." "Suchen, are you still asleep? Did you overdo it last night?" Suchen, are you okay? Suchen, please don't be in trouble. What would I do if something happened to you?" Suchen replied awkwardly. "Qinglan, sorry I overslept. I'm sorry for worrying you." After sending the message, Suchen immediately looked out the window. A vast expanse of snow stretched before him, the accumulation reaching over a meter deep. For the RV to move forward, it would need to plow through the snow. Fortunately, the upgraded RV had a higher clearance, providing excellent visibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to navigate the situation with his vision obstructed. But soon, he noticed something was off. The snow was incredibly solid, creating immense resistance to the RV's movement. It seemed he'd have to find a way to reach the ice layer formed by the frozen snow first. Suchen's current RV situation felt like being submerged waist-deep in water, with the upper body exposed, only for the surface to freeze overnight. The doors wouldn't open, but thankfully the windows were still functional. He'd boil some water to pour over it. Suchen fired up the water heater, preparing to thaw the ice with hot water first. Once he reached the ice surface, he'd be fine. Meanwhile, Qinglan, who had finally received Suchen's reply, wept tears of joy. "Wow, Suchen, I'm so relieved you're okay. You scared me to death." Qinglan couldn't explain why she'd worried so much about him, even though it had only been a few hours without word. And it was easy to guess he'd just overslept. But she couldn't help worrying. Sorry, it's my fault. I'll set an alarm next time." Suchen hadn't expected his usually reliable biological clock to fail him and let him oversleep today. "No worries. The distance between us has closed significantly. I was actually going to find you today, but I just ran into a group of snowmen. They were chasing me." After a day of rushing yesterday, Qinglan and Suchen's distance had been infinitely shortened, and they would soon meet. This morning, she finally emerged from the ice and was just about to continue moving towards Suchen when she encountered a group of snowmen chasing her. "What? How are you now? I'll come find you." Suchen's heart skipped a beat. "Other monsters here? No worries. I can handle this little trouble. If everything goes smoothly, we'll meet up today." Qinglan replied playfully. "Alright, we'll move forward together to save time. I'll break through the ice first." After replying, Suchen began pouring the freshly boiled hot water onto the ice beside the vehicle. The scalding water collided with the ice, rapidly melting it. White steam rose as the temperature dropped, but it was making a difference. Visible indentations began to form on the ice surface. The boiling water had some effect, but it wasn't enough. At this pace, Suchen estimated it would take at least half an hour to an hour to break free. Or maybe just blast it? The RV could probably withstand a rocket-propelled grenade without major damage. "Let's try a grenade first." Suchen pulled out a grenade, opened the window, pulled the pin, and tossed it from the side onto the ice directly in front of the RV. Boom! The explosion sent ice shattering everywhere, but it mostly affected the surface layer. The deeper ice remained completely undisturbed. Looks like we'll need the rocket launcher after all. Suchen drew a rocket launcher, cradling it in one hand. He aimed sideways at the target directly ahead and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Boom! A violent explosion echoed, its powerful shockwave jolting the RV violently. The impact tore open the joint where its side met the ice surface. The RV's durability dropped by 3 points exactly as Suchen had anticipated. The ice directly ahead was blasted open by the blast, leaving a deep crater with shards flying everywhere. But just as importantly, the path was now clear. Suchen steered the RV away from the frozen area. He emerged onto the snow-covered ice layer. Only then did he relax, noticing a system notification from 6 a.m. that he hadn't heard. Congratulations on entering the 4th day of the ice world. After a day of rest yesterday, we trust you are all prepared for today's challenge. Today's challenge is the Great Icefield Escape. All players must escape the ice plane as quickly as possible to survive this challenge. Endless permafrost may hold countless dangers and trials, but persevere and you shall see the dawn of victory. A truly suffocating passage. After that, the entire regional chat channel erupted in wails of despair. Though yesterday's rest had replenished their meager resources somewhat, they still weren't ready to tackle such an extremely high difficulty challenge. This sudden turn of events left many players wailing in despair. Even 6 hours later, many were still complaining about the excessive difficulty barely escaping the ice only to face a blizzard of snowmen. Of course, some found humor in the misery. Holy! Guys, these snowmen are way too aggressive. I just spent 3 hours escaping the ice fields, only to get chased by them now. The craziest part? They're wearing skis on their feet, moving super fast, and they've got spiked clubs in their hands. If it weren't for the risk of skidding at high speeds, they'd have left us in the dust. Seriously, why not consider getting those anti-slip tires from Suchen? Damn it! You guys snatch them up the moment they're released. I never get a chance to buy any. What the hell kind of consideration is that? I took down a few snowmen earlier, but they resurrected almost immediately. They're impossible to kill. They seem like some kind of unique, civilized beings. And worst of all, I can actually understand what they're saying now. Ha! What did they say? No Snow Queen's sister to let me make a run at her? No, bro. Others might be hyped up, but you're just frozen stiff. I spotted a pack of snowmen. I'm done for. Rest in peace, bro. If you have any wife or daughters to leave behind, I'll take good care of them. Reading everyone's chat, Suchen's brow furrowed deeply. Judging by this, escaping the ice layer was merely the first step. Chapter 154, the harder you cut the leeks, the faster they grow. Clearly, those snowmen possessed a form of civilization. They had already mastered the use of tools to some extent. But that wasn't the urgent matter now. Through the chat channel, he learned that many survivors hadn't yet escaped the ice. They lacked tools to heat water or equipment to break through the ice, leaving them to rely on the most primitive method, using tools to chip away at the ice from the outside. But progress at that pace was painfully slow. Suchen planned to capitalize on this situation and make a killing. He didn't count on selling rocket launchers. Their price was simply beyond the reach of most people. What he intended to sell were grenades. While grenades weren't particularly lethal against ice, they weren't weak either. Most importantly, the thickness of ice a car can become stuck in is calculated based on the vehicle's weight. For regular players, they'd likely only sink about half a meter. Hand grenades would be more than enough for them. At the same time, Suchen considered that for those low-star vehicles, it was mainly the tires that became trapped in the ice. Even if they were freed, the tires would essentially be scrapped. Given that, those tires would definitely sell like hotcakes. After pondering, Suchen began mass-producing grenades and anti-skid tires. Since people were already planning to replace tires anyway, adding a little extra cost for better ones shouldn't be a problem. Originally, Suchen had considered selling RPG rocket launchers. But he decided against it. They were far too expensive for the average person to afford. Plus, they were incredibly powerful. He couldn't risk someone accidentally blowing up their own car and leaving him in an awkward situation. Once Suchen was ready, he filled every empty slot in his shop with grenades and tires, arranging them in a 60-40 ratio. Instead of broadcasting the message directly in the regional channel. Instead, he sought out Wang Chang and Changlan, along with several other regular customers, asking them to spread the word. This time, he planned to raise the prices slightly compared to before, so it wasn't suitable for him to step forward and announce it himself. Yes, he intended to seize this opportunity to rake in a hefty profit. After a full day of farming yesterday, these players had accumulated plenty of resources. It was time to cash in. The faster he could harvest them, the faster they would respawn. With constant challenges earlier, players had little chance to stockpile resources. Suchen had lowered prices to help them survive longer. He'd focused on selling at low margins for high volume. But now it's different. Everyone's got more resources in their hands. Many players even flaunted their newly acquired platinum tier chests yesterday, practically begging for attention. Since they're now better off, prices naturally need to rise. When facing the constant threat of snowmen and potential life-threatening encounters, who has time to think about such things? Soon, through subtle hints from a few individuals, the group noticed that Su Chen's shop now stocked a large quantity of anti-slip tires and grenades. The prices were higher than before, but given the current situation, they couldn't care less. Wow, big shot, Su actually stocked so many explosive grenades. Couldn't these be used to free the car? While you're still wondering, I've already bought some to test. The car's out, just a few scratches, no big deal. Just swap out a tire, perfect timing since Su's selling anti-slip tires. Hurry up and grab them. In an instant, the entire regional channel erupted in a frenzy to snap up Su Chen's grenades and tires. Across this frozen wasteland, thunderous explosions echoed in rapid succession, shaking the silent world to its core. After escaping the ice, many players discovered traces of the snowmen. They felt fortunate. Without Su Chen's grenades, they'd likely still be trapped. Had the snowmen surrounded their immobile vehicles, they would have been finished. Watching the frenzy of purchases that yielded even more materials, Su Chen was thoroughly satisfied. This wave alone had at least quadrupled or quintupled the materials needed for crafting grenades and tires. But for now, he needed to find a way to escape this area and reunite with Qinglan. The endless ice plain stretched out in a vast expanse of white, snowy as far as the eye could see. Yet visibility was limited to just over 10 meters. Anything beyond that looked the same. Snow fell from the sky while accumulating on the ground, and it seemed certain that the deeper they ventured, the thicker the snow would become. Su Chen surveyed his surroundings. Using his teammates' location indicators to confirm the general direction, he drove toward it. He didn't drive fast, though. Su Chen's radar detection system showed an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness surrounding them. This meant the snowy terrain around the vehicle harbored numerous dangers. The closest threat was still 800 meters away. He could probably navigate around it for now. Driven by curiosity about the snowman civilization and a faint hope they might carry something valuable, Su Chen steered toward the nearest dark threat. As he neared his destination, a massive snowball suddenly erupted from the snow beside him, hurtling straight toward Su Chen's RV. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the snowball slammed into the RV before bouncing back. To an uninformed observer, it might have looked like a snowball fight. Only after the massive snowball landed and spread out did Su Chen realize it was actually a snowman. Two snowballs, one large and one small, were stacked vertically. The upper snowball had eyes, a nose, and what looked like a faint mouth. It did bear a resemblance to the Snow King, though admittedly a bit uglier. Even Su Chen was startled by this sudden appearance of a snowman. It had been lying in wait, completely blending into the snowy surroundings, no difference at all. They were masters of camouflage. After the collision failed, dozens of snowmen suddenly materialized from the surrounding snow. They encircled the RV, spears in hand, swiftly circling around it on their ice skates. Their gaze remained fixed on Su Chen, their expressions stern. Seeing them circle his RV, Su Chen hadn't expected the snowmen to be so agile. He surmised that if they fell, they would blend seamlessly into the snow. Ignorant intruder, surrender immediately. Or don't blame us for being rude. Don't be rude to me? I'll see who ends up being rude to whom. Lowering the window, Su Chen drew his AK-47 and unleashed a full burst at the circling snowmen. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets tore through their bodies, tearing chunks right out of them. But soon, a scene unfolded that left Su Chen momentarily stunned. Chapter 155, The Undefeatable Snowmen. Even after their bodies were shattered, the snowmen seemed completely unharmed. Curious about the reason, Su Chen soon witnessed the struck snowmen grabbing handfuls of snow from the surrounding ground and seamlessly patching their damaged bodies. Was that even possible? Didn't that make them invincible? Once restored, they began stomping toward Su Chen's RV. Their blows landed on the vehicle but were easily deflected. Meanwhile, more snowmen armed with crossbows appeared in the nearby snowfields, launching arrows at Su Chen's RV. Su Chen noticed that each time an attack struck the RV, its durability decreased by a negligible 0.001 percentage point. This reassured him. However, he saw no need to engage them further. They were practically indestructible. With snow everywhere, these snowmen seemed to be immortal as long as snow remained. Fighting them would yield no results. He immediately commanded Xiao Ling to head toward Qinglan's location. Clang! Even after Su Chen drove the car away, numerous arrows still struck its exterior, producing a series of thuds. Simultaneously, several snowmen gave chase, but Su Chen's RV quickly outpaced them. Just as Su Chen thought he'd shaken them off, a snowman riding a massive snow wolf caught up. Its massive size rivaled that of a minibus, clearly far more formidable than the other snow creatures. Daring to pursue? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, admiring the creature's audacity. Though it towered over the others, he wasn't afraid. He flung open the window, pulled out a grenade, yanked the pin, and began counting down in his hand. With 3 seconds remaining, Su Chen swiftly hurled the grenade forward. The target was close by. The grenade flew straight toward its position, exploding with a thunderous boom just 1 meter away. The orange-red flames of the explosion spread out. Su Chen saw large chunks of snow crumble from the snowman's body, yet it didn't slow its advance. In the next instant, the snowman burst out of the explosion's smoke and continued charging toward Su Chen's position. Simultaneously, the snowflakes drifting through the air were drawn toward it, settling onto its body to repair the missing chunks of snow. Xiaoling, create distance. Maintain about 30 meters. Suchen immediately ordered Xiaoling to accelerate and create distance while he contemplated how to eliminate this persistent snowman. In this icy realm, the ability to self-repair must be this snowman's unique power. His earlier attacks had all affected the snowman, meaning in a sense, it was particularly vulnerable. The real trouble lay in its regenerative abilities. It should have been a pushover, yet when he tried to crush it, the snowman felt like it could deflect 1,000 pounds with just 5. If the rate at which I inflict damage on him exceeds his healing speed until I'd blown him to smithereens, I wonder if there's a chance. At this thought, a ruthless glint flashed in Suchen's eyes. He immediately pulled out 2 grenades, counted down the timer, and tossed them. He immediately retrieved 2 more, began counting down again, and threw them at nearly the same moment. Then, 2 more. Boom! Boom! The relentless explosions of grenades erupted one after another. The snowman riding the snow wolf was instantly blown to pieces, nearly obliterated. Yet, a section of ice and snow between its legs remained unyieldingly solid, seemingly unaffected by the blasts. Before Suchen could even pause, the snowman began repairing itself at a leisurely pace. What the hell is this thing? It's just a stump now, and it can regrow? Could it truly be immortal? If so, that's just insane. If it can't be killed, then escape is the only option? So the game system's objective is to escape? Hence the name Great Escape from the Ice Plains? Because there's absolutely no chance to fight back? But Suchen wasn't content with merely escaping. Past experience told him that killing these snowmen would surely yield significant rewards. But these cockroach-like creatures that just wouldn't die made Suchen's brow furrow deeply. Getting bogged down in this stalemate was pure time wasting. He had to hurry. Wait, Suchen suddenly halted in his tracks, deep in thought. He recalled the peculiar ghostly entity he'd encountered earlier in the haunted house, immune to physical damage, only slightly wounded by the peachwood sword. Perhaps this snowman was the same, possessing a unique method to be destroyed, or something it feared. What could a snowman possibly fear? Right, fire. Exposure to fire would melt the snowman. Suchen slapped his forehead. How could such a simple truth have eluded him all this time? But logically speaking, shouldn't the sparks from the explosion count as fire? Or perhaps ordinary flames weren't enough, it needed some kind of special flame. Suchen's gaze fell upon Fat Dragon. Special flames? As a dragon pet, Fat Dragon's flames should count as special, right? Of course, he'd need to test it to be sure. His task now was to experiment and find something that could counter the enemy. Suchen took out a piece of wood, had Fat Dragon breathe fire to ignite it, and hurled it at the snowman knight behind him. The next moment, he watched as the snowman knight swung his spear, knocking the flaming log away. The log landed in the snow, quickly extinguishing and smoldering. This looked promising. Suchen's eyes lit up. The enemy's evasive action confirmed its aversion to fire. With that, he wouldn't hold back any longer. Xiaoling, halt! Let us engage this snowman knight. Suchen's eyes sharpened as he issued the command to Xiaoling, who promptly halted. The snowman knight, charging from the distance, thrust its spear into the RV, instantly shattering one point of its durability 100 times more resilient than ordinary snowmen. Fat Dragon, take a couple of sips of this. Keep it in your mouth, don't spit it out. Suchen produced a bottle of high-purity alcohol and instructed Panglong to hold it in his mouth. Fat Dragon's already round cheeks puffed out even more. Fat Dragon, go take out that snowman knight. Suchen opened the door, pointing at the snowman knight as big as a minibus, and commanded Fat Dragon. Fat Dragon's eyes widened instantly. He pointed at himself, his throat emitting a ventriloquist's voice. Me? Chapter 156, Icy Snow Trail. Are you playing Temple Run? Of course. Besides you, no one else can handle him. Suchen nodded matter-of-factly. Besides, aren't you thick-skinned, tough, and patient? Getting stabbed a few more times should be fine. If it really doesn't work, 50 evolution crystals? Despite all the earlier talk, Fat Dragon hadn't reacted at all. But the moment Suchen mentioned evolution crystals, he shot to his feet and stepped out of the RV. Just you wait, boss. When you go out, spit fire mixed with the alcohol in your mouth right at the snowman. Get close. With that, Suchen slammed the RV door shut. Ababa. With alcohol still in its mouth, Fat Dragon watched the snowman knight closing in. It tried to roll away but failed, getting stabbed in the belly by the snowman knight's spear. Ah. Put. The stabbed Fat Dragon instantly spat out the alcohol in his mouth from the sharp pain, but he didn't forget what the boss had said. He shot out his little flame. The flame met the alcohol and erupted instantly. The flame spread instantly, exploding from a mere 2-inch flame into a wall of fire that engulfed the snowman knight entirely. The snowman knight's body began melting upon contact with the Fat Dragon's flames, quickly leaving only a small, hard, elongated ice block located at the snowman knight's hip. Right now, Fat Dragon was roasting his crotch with fire. Seeing this, Suchen immediately ordered Fat Dragon to direct the flames at the snowman knight's hardest part. But clearly, it didn't meet Suchen's expectations. Under the fat dragon's 2-inch-long flame, the long ice block melted at an extremely slow pace, barely visible to the naked eye. Most crucially, the little dragon couldn't sustain its flame indefinitely and needed breaks. During each rest period, the opponent could use the opportunity to recover somewhat. Suchen estimated it would take at least an hour to completely melt it. Watching the radar detection channel fill with an increasing number of black markers approaching, it was clear the snowman army was closing in. There was no time to waste. They had to shake them off, no point in getting tangled up with them. Fat Dragon, get in the vehicle. We're leaving. Upon hearing Suchen's command, Fat Dragon immediately turned and sprinted back to the RV as Suchen promptly instructed Xiaoling to drive away. Glancing back, Suchen noticed that after they departed, the snowman knight was rapidly restoring its condition. In just 1 minute, nearly a third of its form was restored. Soon after, it vanished from Suchen's sight. But soon, through his radar, he detected numerous dark shapes racing toward his position at incredible speeds. Their speed surpassed even his current cruising speed of 160 miles per hour. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Xiaoling, accelerate. Don't worry about losing control. Suchen immediately ordered Xiaoling to accelerate. At this critical moment, if they were caught in a stalemate, the RV would inevitably be worn down and shattered by the pursuers. Now Suchen finally understood why this challenge was called the Ice and Snow Escape. It was all about running. Fighting was impossible. Just then, Suchen spotted an iceberg ahead. A narrow path wound through it, twisting and turning across the frozen plain, its end obscured from view. Gamble. Xiaoling, take that ice mountain trail. Now, Suchen could only think of using the narrow path to find an opportunity to shake off the snowmen chasing him. As he battled the snow creatures, he noticed that the stronger his displayed power became, the more formidable the pursuing snow creatures seemed to grow, as if they were determined to catch him. Next, Xiaoling maneuvered the luxury RV into the narrow glacier path. The path wound through a series of sharp turns. Xiaoling skillfully drifted the RV left and right, constantly changing direction. Even an experienced driver like Suchen felt a queasy sensation from the jolting motion. 3 minutes later, the snowman army surged onto the track. With the bewildering expanse of road ahead and an endless horde of pursuers behind, Suchen felt like he was playing Temple Run. So this was the ice escape. But this time, if they were caught, there would be no second chances. That would be a real test of. Damn it! They're catching up already. Xiaoling, can you accelerate? Suchen noticed that after entering the track, the snowmen behind him actively transformed their bodies into massive spherical snowballs, rolling toward him along the course. Surprisingly, Suchen was even faster than before. He'd miscalculated. I never expected their speed to be even faster in here. Damn it! Xiaoling pushed the speed to the max. Even if it meant crashing into a wall, it didn't matter. Speed was everything. Suchen ordered Xiaoling to push the speed to the absolute limit, otherwise, they'd be caught sooner or later. But even so, it was only a matter of time before they were caught. Suchen drew his RPG rocket launcher, preparing to fire a shot at the snowman army behind them. Even if it didn't do much damage, it would buy some time. Die! He pulled the trigger violently, sending the rocket hurtling toward the snowmen at breakneck speed. Boom! The explosion erupted, sending a shower of sparks flying. The foremost snowman was instantly blown to bits, snow flying everywhere, while the row behind it turned into little ice pops. Seeing the RPG's destructive power, Suchen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could slow their advance, he'd be fine. As he thought this, he glanced ahead at the road and instantly widened his eyes. Suspended half a meter above the road lay numerous packages, each bearing a greeting. Was he really playing Temple Run now? But with pursuers hot on his tail, Suchen couldn't stop the vehicle. He could only watch as the RV plowed straight into them. Crack! The RV collided with the nearest package, shattering it instantly. Simultaneously, a game notification chime rang in his ears. Congratulations! You've obtained 5 bottles of mineral water. Soon, the next one exploded. Congratulations! You have obtained 3 pieces of special alloy. Holy crap! Is this real? Did he accidentally trigger a hidden bonus stage? Suchen's face flashed with shock, then wild excitement, because there were still tons of packages left, meaning he'd get a huge haul of items. But seriously, could the rewards be any better? While he was already thrilled to have the special materials, who wouldn't want something even better? Humans are just greedy by nature. Suchen mused inwardly, his anticipation for the upcoming packages growing even stronger. Crack! The sound of parcels being smashed open echoed, while his ears were flooded with notification alerts. Chapter 157, The Ice Castle. A Mysterious Kingdom? Congratulations! You have obtained 1 pizza. Congratulations! You have obtained 2 pieces of special plastic. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 US-style masturbator. Ha! Seems like something weird snuck in there. Suchen scratched his head, not dwelling on it. At this moment, he had no energy left to care about what he'd won. The snowman was closing in on him again. Little dragon, fire with me. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! Two cannonballs slammed into the snow trail behind them at breakneck speed, instantly flinging the approaching snowmen back once more. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 bottle of goji berries. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 bundles of Chinese chives. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 oysters. Throughout the evasion, the system notifications never ceased. Soon, his detection map revealed a major fault line ahead on the highway. Suchen surmised this was his chance to shake off the pursuers. This couldn't possibly be a road with no end. Master, 1 kilometer ahead lies a cliff over 20 meters wide. Estimated clearance speed, 180 miles per hour or higher. At that moment, Xiaoling's voice chimed in, solidifying Suchen's conviction. Go! Soon, the cliff face, resembling a fault line, came into Suchen's view. Before the cliff lay the final compartment. Go straight through. Roger that. Xiaoling maneuvered the RV, charging forward without slowing down. Crack! The moment the package shattered, Suchen felt the entire vehicle take flight. Not the kind of flight that sends you over a cliff, but upward flight. Turning around, Suchen saw that the package hadn't yielded anything. Instead, it had deposited a massive steel leaf spring in its place. It had propelled the RV upward. This meant the RV didn't need such high speed to cross the canyon. It just required a kind of courage that feared nothing. Oh no! Suchen suddenly realized if he could use it, then the snowman behind him could certainly use it too. He quickly continued operating the RPG launcher, turning to fire a shot at the spring's location on the cliff face. Whoosh bang! Boom! The distant explosion shattered the spring completely, and Suchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. After soaring over the 20-meter-high cliff, the RV landed on the smooth highway on the other side. Not long after driving out, he encountered the exit on the opposite side of the ice mountain. Endless ice fields stretched before him. He was back. Finally out. Suchen wiped the sweat from his brow. When the enemy was about to catch up, he had genuinely felt the tension. It had been ages since he'd faced such a perilous situation. If that snowy path had been a dead end, he would have been done for. What he didn't know was that on the other side of the cliff, a group of snowmen had stopped, gazing sadly in the direction he had vanished. He's entered the core territory of our snowman kingdom. He's as good as dead. Continue hunting down the other intruders and eliminate them all. Yes. Return to the plains. After advancing for some time, Suchen noticed the black markings reappearing around him. As he delved deeper, the density of the markings seemed to increase. He'd just escaped one danger only to walk straight into another. However, these black marks didn't seem to be pursuing him for now. Could it be that these weren't the same group of snowmen as the ones outside? Suchen remained vigilant. His previous experience taught him not to attack these snowmen too fiercely. The higher their assessment of an intruder, the stronger the snowmen they would send. Suchen had no desire to face another life or death escape so soon. Hey, boss, I found a token on that snowman earlier. Fatty Dragon handed a token to Suchen. Snow King's token, an item bearing a certain special symbolism, with no specific function. You can keep it for now. Seeing the Snow King's token had no special function, Suchen didn't think much of it. Since it was Fat Dragon's spoils of war, he let Fat Dragon keep it. Fat Dragon was quite pleased and hung it on his waist. This was the emblem of his first battle victory. Highly commemorative. The RV plowed through the snow and ice, soon arriving at a place so dark it was almost pitch black. This meant the area was completely covered by snowmen. Had he stumbled upon their lair? Soon, he saw the incredibly dense area and was utterly stunned. Was this an entire Yeti castle? Had their civilization truly advanced to this level? A massive ice castle, carved from a single block of ice, glowed a translucent blue. Nestled within a colossal canyon, the towering ice walls on either side seemed to perfectly seal out the biting cold. If it were merely an ice castle, Suchen wouldn't have been so astonished. The most crucial aspect was that the entire ice castle was constructed with exquisite craftsmanship, a marvel of artistry. The intricate details of the city walls, the intricate patterns on the gates, and the exquisitely crafted spires of the castle visible from afar, Suchen could tell this was the work of a civilization of considerable strength. He never imagined that snowmen could construct such a magnificent castle. This left Suchen slightly stunned, though he quickly recovered. Such exquisite architecture stirred an urge within him to explore its interior. He didn't know if the dangers within might threaten his life. But having come this far, wouldn't it be a wasted trip if he didn't go in? Of course, to avoid drawing too much attention, Suchen planned to park the RV 2 kilometers outside the castle gates and sneak in. The gates of the ice castle were wide enough that if danger arose, he could have Xiaoling drive the RV through to escape. Armed with weapons like the RPG rocket launcher and enchanted bullets, he felt confident enough to investigate. Naturally, Fat Dragon had to come along. His flames could pose a threat to the enemy and might prove crucial in a pinch. After making his decision, Suchen got out of the RV with Fat Dragon. He covered himself with snow from the ground, disguising himself as a snowman. Then, with Panglong similarly disguised, Suchen made his way toward the castle. Upon seeing the pair, the snowman guarding the entrance showed no intention of intercepting them. On the contrary, upon seeing Fat Dragon, they raised their guns and stood at attention, as if saluting. It seemed these snowmen couldn't distinguish friend from foe by scent, relying solely on ice and snow to judge allegiance. Moreover, they operated under a strict hierarchy of status and rank. Suchen glanced at Fat Dragon, then at the snowman, recalling the snowman knights and ordinary snowmen he'd encountered earlier. A sudden realization dawned on him. Could it be that snowmen judge status based on size? If so, then Fat Dragon would undoubtedly belong to the upper class of the snowman kingdom. As for himself, he should be considered middle class, slightly larger than the ordinary snowman soldiers. Passing through the city walls and entering the inner enclosure of the ice castle, he immediately came upon a vast plaza. The entire plaza was teeming with countless snowmen, packed so densely they were impossible to count. If they were to get entangled with this crowd, Suchen estimated he'd have to go all out to stand a chance of escaping. Soon, amidst the crowd of snowmen in the square, Suchen spotted one of larger stature, roughly the same size as the snowman that had pursued them earlier, and comparable to Fat Dragon. Its previous imposing stature had been amplified by the massive snow wolves it rode. Without that context, it might not even surpass Fat Dragon in size. After all, Fat Dragon was already chubby to begin with, and being encased in a layer of snow only made him appear even more plump. A single one wouldn't cause Suchen much concern. But Suchen noticed several more snowman knights guarding the entrance to the distant castle. If such formidable ice knights were merely gatekeepers, what terrifying beings must lurk beyond? Chapter 158, Infiltrating the Ice Castle. The secret of the Guardians? If they all charged at once, Suchen would have to wonder if his rocket rounds would be enough. Corridors flanked the square on both sides, offering alternate routes to the villa. Suchen made his decision, but hesitation began to creep in. There were only two ways to enter the villa, through the front gate or by finding a way to climb in from the side. Since his identity remained undiscovered, he'd attempt the front entrance first. Suchen had Fat Dragon lead the way, while he followed at the side. Physically, Fat Dragon towered slightly above the two security guards. The man and dragon approached the villa entrance at a measured pace, only to be immediately stopped by the two guards. Royal grounds, no unauthorized entry. The king summons you. This is a covert operation. Any delay will be held against you. Following Suchen's instructions, Fat Dragon adopted a seasoned demeanor to feign uncertainty about his own identity. Sure enough, the two guards were momentarily intimidated. They exchanged a few whispered words, then barked with unwavering authority. Unauthorized entry prohibited. Fine, very fine indeed. You'll be punished for this. Fat Dragon swung his arm, causing chunks of snow to fall from his waist. Startled, Suchen immediately tried to pull him away. But then, the two guards' expressions turned startled. They knelt on the ground and cried out. Greetings, Your Excellency. With the Snow King's edict in hand, why bother with formalities? You may proceed immediately. The Snow King's edict? So that's how one enters the ice castle. So that's the symbolic power of his status? No wonder the system said it had no function. Oomph. I already said His Majesty summoned me privately, why should I tell you lot? Suddenly, Fat Dragon felt emboldened. So this was the Snow King's order, it was actually this useful. He was pretty impressive, getting such a valuable item in his very first battle. He led the way inside, but Suchen, who followed closely behind, was stopped. Sorry. Only those bearing the Snow King's order may enter. You cannot proceed. Damn it. You little punk, trying to cause trouble, huh? Sir, you may ascend to the top floor first to admire the city's splendid views. Suchen smiled at Fat Dragon before turning and walking away. He made his way to the corner of the side corridor. Since the main entrance was blocked, he'd have to resort to unconventional methods. Suchen recalled scenes from certain dramas where the protagonists used iron claws to hook onto walls and scale high fortifications. Conveniently, he possessed iron claws he'd traded for supplies earlier. They'd been sitting unused, but when he exchanged them, he knew they'd come in handy someday. Suchen retrieved the iron claw from his ring and approached the castle side. After confirming no one was watching, he began swinging the claw in a circular motion. Seizing the moment, he flung it forcefully at one of the top floor windows. With a light tug, the claw was pulled back. One more time. After several attempts, Suchen finally managed to hook the iron claw onto one of the top floor windows. He tugged on it, the tension felt just right. Gripping the rope, he began ascending sideways, slowly pulling himself up the wall with its aid. This was an incredibly demanding task, both physically and mentally. However, Suchen's recent training had paid off tremendously, allowing him to climb all the way to the top in one go. At that moment, he felt immense admiration for Belle, who always seemed to effortlessly traverse mountains and valleys, never taking the long way around. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, Suchen had climbed to the top floor of the snow-covered castle, over 30 meters high. The final few steps were almost complete. Just as Suchen was one step away from the summit, footsteps suddenly echoed through the ice castle. Tap, tap, tap. The sound grew closer, and Suchen held his breath in that moment. Boss, you're so awesome. Hearing Fat Dragon's voice, Suchen finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was Fat Dragon who came looking for him, not someone from inside the ice castle. With Fat Dragon's help, Suchen easily reached the top of the ice castle. Standing there, looking down, the snowmen below seemed like moving snowflakes, dense and packed together, appearing exceptionally small. Suchen could also spot his RV in the distance, hidden behind a massive boulder. The entire castle covered a vast area, stretching several kilometers behind him. He wondered how long it must have taken to build such an immense structure. This ice kingdom, appearing on the ice plains where the players resided, surely held some undisclosed secret. With this thought, Suchen turned and entered the ice castle. At a glance, he saw a long, icy corridor stretching ahead. Small doors flanked the passage at regular intervals. Passing through one of these doors led to a larger entrance at the rear. Pushing it open revealed another exceptionally wide corridor, seemingly even larger than the first, which appeared to lead toward the castle's central core. After walking a considerable distance along the corridor, he soon reached a spiral staircase. With a diameter of nearly 150 meters, it descended straight down to the level below. Well, might as well treat this as exercise. Soon, Suchen, accompanied by Fat Dragon, began climbing the spiral staircase. After ascending for quite some time, they finally reached the open hall on the second level. Snowmen stood guard on both sides, but they showed no reaction to Suchen's presence, clearly tacitly allowing them free passage. The second floor also featured a long corridor leading deeper into the structure, alongside another spiral staircase continuing downward. While marveling at their construction skills, Suchen chose to venture deeper. The deeper you go, the truer the saying becomes. Forward, down the stairs, forward, down the stairs. Suchen felt as if he had entered a loop. But soon, he noticed something was off. He was certain the ice castle had only 3 floors, right? How did he end up descending 3 floors from the 3rd level? So he was now on the first basement level? Finally, after continuing forward, he discovered not a spiral staircase, but a group of Guardian Knights stationed before a 10-meter tall gate. Snowman Guardian Knight Gold Tier. Attack, 420. Defense, 360. Combat Power, 1200. The most loyal guardians of the Ice and Snow Kingdom, rumored to protect a secret capable of destroying the entire realm. An immensely powerful presence. Suchen sensed that even his current self might not stand a chance against a single one, let alone the group before him. But they seemed to be guarding something. Behind that gate must lie something incredibly important. After searching for so long, he'd finally found the place. Now that he was here, how could he not join the fray? Chapter 159, Charging into the Snowman Tribe's Forbidden Ground. Wait, what? There are actually several Yeti Knights riding horses indoors? What kind of setup is this? Suchen noticed that besides the standing knights, 2 squads of Snowman Knights were patrolling back and forth on snow-white warhorses. Clearly, something valuable lay beyond that gate. Before the patrolling snowman could even ask who he was, Suchen unleashed a rocket launcher, blasting it straight at the nearest Snowman Knight. Boom! A violent explosion instantly turned that Snowman Knight into an ice lollipop. Even though the Snowman Knight was a gold-tier monster, it was obliterated without mercy by a single RPG shell. Only a solid ice stick remained, lying on the ground. It would take 3 minutes for the enemy to regenerate. All he needed to do was eliminate every knight within that time frame. Fat Dragon, blast with me. Suchen wielded an RPG launcher in each hand, while Fat Dragon clutched one. The two of them fired relentlessly, obliterating every knight outside the gate. Just as Suchen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a thud echoed from the end of the corridor. The sound seemed chaotic yet remarkably synchronized. His instincts kicked in, and Suchen's scalp prickled as he saw countless knights charging toward them from the far end of the corridor behind them. In that moment, Suchen finally understood why a place powerful enough to destroy the entire Ice Kingdom had so few defenders. Turns out reinforcements arrived incredibly fast. Damn it! Open the gate! We have to get inside. Suchen immediately rushed to the main gate with Fat Dragon, straining to push it open. Simultaneously, he whipped his head around and unleashed a barrage of rocket fire from his launcher at the vanguard of the Snowman Cavalry, letting them know exactly what he was capable of. Boss, come help push the door. Fat Dragon shoved the door with every ounce of strength he could muster. Alright. After briefly distracting the enemy for a few seconds, Suchen joined in pushing the door. With all his might, he finally forced it open. A wave of heat instantly washed over them, making Suchen feel as if he were dreaming. Wasn't this the Ice and Snow Kingdom? How could there be such a hot place here? But with the Snowman Knight closing in behind them, there was no time for further thought. Suchen grabbed Fat Dragon and dashed inside. He let go and slammed the door shut. Suchen quickly gathered materials to barricade the doorway, blocking the enemy's entry. Little did he know, upon seeing Suchen and his companions enter the Forbidden Zone, the Snowman Knights had no intention of pursuing further. Report this situation to His Majesty the Snow King. Intruders have entered the Forbidden Zone. The prophecy foretold is about to unfold. One among them must possess dragon blood, otherwise, they could never have pushed open this door. The largest snowman, wielding a massive sword, spoke with grave expression. Encircle this place completely. If they emerge, execute them on the spot. Yes. Behind the gate, Suchen and the Fat Dragon sat panting on the ground. Only now did Su Chen have a chance to survey their surroundings, noticing something deeply peculiar. This place was actually an underground cavern-like space, and the temperature was hot, completely unlike what one would expect in an ice kingdom. Could this be a volcanic crater? If it erupted, would the snowman kingdom be destroyed? Su Chen speculated curiously. After resting, he led Fat Dragon deeper inside. Since they were already here, they might as well investigate. Su Chen noticed peculiar patterns here. The entire cave walls featured protruding stone formations, arranged in perfectly orderly rows at regular intervals. "Boss, I sense something up ahead, it's pulling me." At that moment, Fat Dragon's expression turned unusually serious. A peculiar force seemed to guide him, as if he were being led. Su Chen froze slightly. Could something here be connected to Fat Dragon? If so, this trip would be absolutely worth it. Follow your instincts and lead the way. I'll follow you. Su Chen nodded, letting Fat Dragon lead the way. After all, he too sensed an odd feeling here, a sensation that seemed to surge up from within his chest. But he didn't dwell on it, perhaps it was just pent-up frustration. Fat Dragon nodded and began moving forward according to his instincts. They encountered several forks along the way, but none slowed Fat Dragon's pace. Not the slightest disturbance. Soon, the dragon and the man halted their steps. Su Chen was immediately drawn to the scene before him. Ahead lay what appeared to be an altar, at its center a heart encased within a block of ice. Indeed, it was a heart with a radius of half a meter, sealed within the ice. Two ice chains, resembling shackles, held the heart suspended mid-air. Yet, wisps of warm vapor seeped from its surface, making the surrounding air feel uncomfortably hot. "Boss, this thing is pulling me in. My body tells me that absorbing it would give me a significant boost." Fat Dragon's face was aglow with excitement. Rubbing his small hands together, he looked at Su Chen with eager anticipation. "You said the same thing last time you wanted to eat that evolution crystal." Su Chen rolled his eyes. He'd hoped the evolution crystal would grant the other guy a major boost, but after all that effort, the only real improvement was that the flame's length doubled. "Don't worry. As long as I can get it out, it's yours." If consuming it increased strength, Su Chen wouldn't have eaten this heart-like thing either. "Thanks, boss." Fat Dragon chuckled, hoisted the rocket launcher, and fired a shot before Su Chen could even speak. Fat Dragon had gotten hooked on this thing the first time he tried it. Damn, it felt amazing, massive power, huge destruction. Way better than his own flamethrower. Damn it. Su Chen was about to curse at the dragon. Couldn't he at least let him get out of the way before firing? But considering he was wearing protective gear, the curse words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. The shell slammed into the frozen heart, exploding with a thunderous boom. Smoke billowed instantly, filling the entire space. Both man and dragon waved away the smoke before them as they approached the heart, only to discover it hadn't made a dent. Not even a trace of the explosion remained on the ice. "Boss, what do we do now?" Fat Dragon scratched his head. Even an RPG rocket launcher, such a powerful weapon, couldn't shatter this ice. He felt like he might never get his hands on this thing. "You try. See if your flames can melt the ice." Su Chen narrowed his eyes as he offered the suggestion. He suspected the ice blocks were the work of the Snowman Kingdom. If so, they would surely be the same as those strange ice blocks encountered earlier. "Got it, boss." Fat Dragon's eyes lit up at the suggestion. He immediately stepped forward, thrusting his head out and unleashing a 2-inch-long flame that scorched the surface ice. Chapter 160, Frozen Heart. The Snow King's Request. Soon, droplets of ice water began to fall from the ice. It worked! Fat Dragon's eyes lit up with joy. If it worked, it meant he could definitely get what he wanted. However, Su Chen beside him frowned. "Fat Dragon, you're too slow. First melt the ice chains on both sides. We'll haul the ice block away together. You can melt it slowly back in the car." At this pace, it would take at least several hours, maybe even longer, to extract the entire heart from the ice. They didn't have that kind of time to waste here. If they didn't complete the game system quest, who knew what kind of trouble they'd face? Alright, the boss really is smart. Hearing this, Fat Dragon instantly realized the boss had a point. There was no need to release it completely just yet. He moved to the side and began melting the ice chains suspending the heart mid-air. This significantly sped up the melting process. In less than 10 minutes, the first ice chain snapped. Fat Dragon immediately began melting the second one, which also melted easily. Holding the frozen heart in his hands, Su Chen stepped forward to test it. He discovered he could seal it into his storage ring, which saved quite a bit of trouble. Unexpectedly, the very next second, the entire cavern space suddenly began to shake violently. Stalactite-like protrusions from the ceiling began falling. The entire cavern seemed to have lost its structural support. "Oh no, run!" Su Chen grabbed Fat Dragon and immediately retraced their steps. They raced back to the entrance at top speed and hastily gathered all the materials blocking the doorway. Watching the space behind him collapse further, Su Chen hesitated no longer. He drew his rocket launcher, ready to open the gate and engage the snow giant in battle. Boom! The moment the wooden door swung open, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. A solid line of snowman knights filled the entire corridor, leaving absolutely no space to break through. It seemed a direct assault was unavoidable. At the center of the snowmen stood an exquisitely ornate throne, upon which sat a colossal snow creature, the reigning Snow King of the Snow Kingdom. The instant the door swung open, he caught sight of the scene within. His eyes flashed with intense emotion. He sighed deeply, raised his hand, and all the snowman knights lowered their spears. You are indeed the ones foretold in the prophecy. Young friend, I will let you go. But will you promise me one thing? Just as Suchen prepared to fight to the death, he saw the snow knights lower their spears, and a snow chair emerged from among them. A colossal snowman wearing a crown addressed him. Snow King Platinum Tier. Attack, 720. Defense, 640. Combat Power, 2080. Snow King? The ruler of this ice castle? Suppressing his curiosity, Suchen nodded and said, Tell me what this is about first. You have taken the sacred artifact that safeguards our snowman kingdom. Within an hour, the entire kingdom will collapse and perish. Therefore, I implore you take her and leave. As he spoke, the Snow King spread his hands. A badge shaped like ice and snow appeared on his chest, floating toward Suchen's eyes. Mark of the Snow Queen Special. Effect, capable of spawning ice and snow life forms, with the ability to choose the form of the spawned life. Additional effect, luck plus 20. Holy crap? A free special equipment piece that also boosts luck? Suchen's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd nearly destroyed the other party's entire kingdom, yet they were offering him a gift? Deal. Suchen snatched the Ice Queen's emblem badge, his tone firm. Thank you. All you need to do now is find another suitable location. Create some snowmen there and let them survive and thrive on their own. That will conclude our agreement. The Snow Queen spoke. Suchen nodded. The terms were perfectly reasonable, he had no reason to refuse. Oh, and will this place be destroyed? If so, do you have anything valuable you could give me? It'd be a waste to leave it behind. Suchen rubbed his arms and shot the Snow King a meaningful glance. Due to a certain restriction imposed by a special power, nothing belonging to the Snowman Kingdom can ever leave. Otherwise, why do you think we didn't leave ourselves, but instead asked for your help? The Snow King sighed. Despite all his precautions expelling and slaying every invader who dared set foot on Snowman Kingdom territory, he still hadn't managed to keep them out. Prophecies, it seems, are not so easily altered. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Suchen cleared his throat and prepared to depart, sensing the gates beginning to shake. Very well. I'll see you off. The Snow King nodded, rising with his staff. See us off? That's unnecessary. I doubt I'd even make it out in time. The other party was already slow to rise, let alone wield the clumsy cane-like thing. Expecting him to escort them out seemed rather unreasonable. The next instant, the Snow King transformed into a blur, appearing behind them. Like an eagle snatching a chick, he seized them by the neck. Before Suchen could react, he felt his body being lifted skyward. Crack! 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 Ceiling after ceiling shattered beneath their impact. Soon they burst through the uppermost level, suspended mid-air outside the building. Let's go! Head north, there's an exit that way. In an instant, the Snow King hurled Suchen and the others violently outward, flinging them toward the exit. At breakneck speed, Suchen felt himself hurtling like a human cannonball toward the exit of the ice castle. Thud! He slammed hard onto the ground, landing face first in the snow. Damn it! Is Platinum Tier this powerful? Suchen rubbed his aching body. Thankfully, the snow layer was thick and soft enough, otherwise, he might have been done for. The opponent had clearly vented all their pent-up resentment before letting him go. Boss. Fat Dragon scratched his head. This little pain was nothing to him. Let's go. Hurry back to the RV. We have to get out of here immediately. Suchen and Fat Dragon immediately confirmed the RV's location and rushed toward it. Xiaoling, drive towards my location. Simultaneously, Suchen instructed Xiaoling to start the RV and come pick them up. Behind them, the ice castle began violently shaking, as if it were about to collapse. There was truly not a second to waste now. Xiaoling, head north. Full speed. Hurry. Chapter 161, Escaping the Ice Castle. What did you do, Suchen? After getting into the vehicle, Suchen swiftly gave Xiaoling his instructions. Once Xiaoling accelerated to full speed and they had gained some distance from the snowman castle, Suchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this speed, they should be able to escape. Sitting on the car floor, Suchen retrieved the frozen heart and handed it to Fat Dragon. The other clutched it and dashed to the trunk, slowly using his flames to melt the ice. Suchen couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, he examined the mark of the snow goddess in his hand. How does this thing work? He held the metal up for a closer look. Its surface featured a raised ice sculpture of the snow goddess. Her features were delicate, her figure stunning, and the carving was remarkably lifelike. It was clear the ice sculpture was exceptionally exquisite and beautiful. If it were a real person, she would undoubtedly be a peerless beauty. Other than that, he couldn't discern anything unusual about it. Wait, Snow King, you didn't tell me how to use this. How am I supposed to know? Suchen slumped back in his seat, holding the metal close to his face as he couldn't help but complain. Just then, the RV hit a bump, jolting violently. Suchen hadn't held on tightly, and the metal slammed straight into his face. The ice-carved head on the metal's surface instantly touched Suchen's lips. The next second, a scene that left Suchen utterly stunned unfolded. The ice sculpture suddenly radiated a rainbow of colors. Then, to Suchen's astonishment, the ice sculpture miraculously began to move. Its form became increasingly distinct. However, its size remained that of a figurine, small enough to hold in one hand. Gradually, it seemed to regain the form of a living being. Its skin was snow white, though its face appeared to have a faint blush. Hey, no way. You're not blushing from shyness, are you? You're nothing but an ice sculpture. Snap out of it. Suchen really wanted to grab the other person and shake them to thaw out the ice statue, but then he thought about it, they were already cold and still to begin with, so he gave up. Mainly, he had this strange feeling. Want to become Little Ice, my new master? Just drop a single drop of your blood onto me. What shocked Suchen even more was that the ice sculpture could not only move but actually speak. How abstract could it get? But, she'd call me master too. Without a moment's hesitation, Suchen bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the ice sculpture. The blood instantly absorbed into her body. After gathering, it transformed into a heart at the center of her chest. Master is a very good person. Though there's a slight shiver deep within my mind, overall he's excellent, exactly the kind of master Xiaobing likes. The light, ethereal voice spoke again from Xiaobing's mouth, sounding even more spirited than before the blood ritual. Hey, you damn well better not slander a good man. Where did I ever seem shivery? My entire reputation is at stake here. Suchen silently cursed inwardly. Thankfully, no one else was around, otherwise he'd have died of embarrassment. So, Xiaobing, what abilities do you possess? Creating ice and snow life forms? That's right. Xiaobing can absorb ice and snow energy to create ice-based life forms. Master can choose any life form he desires. The more spirited Xiaobing sat in Suchen's palm and nodded. At least one life can be created in a day. I see. What else? No other abilities? Not for now. For now? Suchen caught that crucial word, meaning she might awaken more abilities in the future? That's quite promising. Oh. Right, can Xiaobing transform into a being the same size as me? Suchen asked curiously. Master, no whimpering allowed. With that, Xiaobing dissolved into a beam of light and reintegrated into the metal. Master can place Xiaobing on the car window to help her absorb energy more easily. Suchen gazed at Xiaobing, now back in the form of the metal, feeling slightly disappointed. He walked to the front windshield and placed it in the upper left corner, directly above the driver's seat. As soon as Xiaobing was placed there, he felt the temperature inside the car seem to rise automatically. Before long, he was sweating from the heat. Realizing it wasn't an illusion, he immediately turned off the electronic fireplace. Without any heating turned on, the room felt exceptionally warm. Suchen found this incredibly pleasant, truly wonderful. The second benefit of this device was its ability to help conserve energy. Suchen exhaled in relief, only to notice several messages waiting for him. Opening them, he immediately saw 99 messages from Qinglan. Qinglan, Suchen, are you okay? Why can't the convoy sensor detect your presence? Qinglan, Suchen, you didn't get into trouble, did you? You promised me you wouldn't get into trouble. Qinglan, Hua, Suchen, where are you? I can't see you at all. His location vanished after entering the snowman castle? Suchen checked the timestamp sent by the other party and realized it was after they'd entered that gate. For the past half hour, there had been no signal. Lu Xinghe, did you run into trouble? You better not get into any trouble, or who am I supposed to surpass then? Fu Ling, are you okay? If you need anything, just let me know. I trust you won't get into trouble. Suchen noticed the others in the convoy had also spotted this anomaly, each sending him messages. This warmed his heart. His teammates were all decent people, at least not the type who'd abandon ship just because their leader got arrested. Suchen, I'm fine. Everything's okay, don't worry. Suchen sent a unified reply, then shared the situation in the fleet channel. Essentially, he had accidentally wandered into the Snowman Kingdom, entered their castle, and done a little something. It seemed he'd been blocked inside the castle. His teammates nodded in understanding. They hadn't expected Suchen to actually find the Snowman Kingdom's lair. No wonder he'd been gone so long. Team chat. Wang Chang, this game is seriously messed up. The snowman chasing me just stopped, and right when I thought I could catch my breath, the ground started shaking. Feels like an avalanche is coming. Lu Xinghe, yeah, exactly. Might not be an avalanche, could be some kind of giant beast. Suchen cleared his throat and chimed in on the channel. Aren't you worried it might be an earthquake, the kind that could destroy the entire ice field? Wang Qi, no way. If it were an earthquake powerful enough to destroy the ice field, how could players even escape? Qinglan, Suchen, you think it's an earthquake? Don't tell me you caused it. Wang Chang, sis, you're overthinking it. Even if Suchen is powerful, he can't control the game system to trigger an earthquake. That's impossible, he's not a god. Su Chen. The next second, a system alert sounded in everyone's ears. Warning! 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 Due to survivor Su Chen from District 1 destroying the Snowman Kingdom's ancestral land, unleashing destructive forces, the Snowman Kingdom will be annihilated. The ice fields will completely collapse within 1 hour. All players must evacuate immediately. Warning! 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 Survivor Su Chen of Region 1. The system's 3 consecutive emergency broadcasts froze all survivors currently evading the snowmen across the entire server in their tracks. Silence fell over the Dawnbreak Squad channel. Chapter 162, Vehicle-Mounted Rocket Launcher. Fear stems from insufficient firepower. Holy? What the hell? The big shot destroyed the Snowman Kingdom's ancestral land? I'm still being chased by a single snowman. I can't even handle one snowman and Su Chen just obliterated their entire ancestral domain? That's insane. Is the boss cheating or what? Enough talk. Run. Didn't you see the system warning? The entire ice field is disappearing. I noticed those snowmen aren't chasing people anymore. If they're not bothering anyone, we should be fine if we run out of here. Players across the entire Huaxia region were utterly dumbfounded at that moment. While they were still dodging the chase, Su Chen had quietly taken care of business behind their backs. All they wanted was to take down the snowmen chasing them, but Su Chen was even more ruthless. He was out to wipe out the entire Snowman Kingdom. Brutal. They knew Su Chen was formidable. After all, he'd held the top spot these past days, seemingly unshakable. They had assumed that even if he was number 1, he should at least be on the same level as them. Now they realized he wasn't just some ordinary mortal like them. They never imagined he could be this formidable. Meanwhile, the Morning Light Squad channel fell into a deafening silence. Especially Wang Chang. Just moments ago, he'd claimed that even if Su Chen was powerful, he couldn't possibly cause an earthquake in the game system. Now, he was being slapped in the face. Getting called out was one thing, but Su Chen was just ridiculously overpowered. They were still on the ice fields, having just fought fierce battles against the snowmen. They knew firsthand how relentless those creatures were, let alone the adversary's forbidden territory. Wang Chang, Su God, I'm bowing down to you. How did you pull that off? It wasn't just him. Every single member was utterly baffled right now, including Lu Xinghe, who was already frustrated by the snowman's resurrection ability. Who would have thought Su Chen would just march right into their lair? After a moment's thought, Su Chen decided to hold back some details. Su Chen, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. I've got plenty of RPG rounds. They'll need 3 minutes to recover. Su Chen didn't elaborate further, leaving the rest to their imagination. Wang Chang, Lu Xinghe, Qinglan, Fu Ling, and the other girls. Alright. They admitted that, for now, they couldn't match Su Chen's firepower. Though they had RPG rounds too, their ammunition was insufficient to achieve any kind of fire suppression. Immediately, every player in the entire Huaxia region plunged into a frantic, tense dash. All of this was entirely thanks to Su Chen. Of course, they didn't blame Su Chen either. After all, the game system had set everything up this way, and thanks to him, the snowmen chasing them had stopped their pursuit. Now, they could simply treat it as a race. Suddenly, Su Chen noticed sales of his anti-slip tires skyrocketed. It seemed players were stocking up to boost their speed and survival odds, fearing they might not escape in time. Half an hour later, the horizon stretched out before them. At last, the edge of the ice field came into view, and that highway reappeared before Su Chen's eyes. Xiaoling, accelerate and charge across. As the RV returned to the highway, a notification chimed in Su Chen's ear. Congratulations on completing the Icefield Survival Challenge. The system will award corresponding prizes based on your performance. Analyzing settlement, please wait. Finally out. Su Chen exhaled deeply and stretched lazily. Even though he knew he'd make it out in time, only the moment he was truly free could bring him peace of mind. At the same time, Su Chen felt a chill of fear. If the Snow King and those Snowman Knights had actually fought him, the outcome wouldn't have been as favorable as it was now. Close call. Looks like good looks really do bring good luck. Ding. Congratulations. Based on your performance, the system has awarded you an S rank. You may select one category for a single lottery draw, with prizes guaranteed to be platinum tier or higher. Can I choose the type of draw? At least it guarantees a platinum tier chest, not bad. Su Chen pondered for a moment. His current weapon felt somewhat lacking. A rocket launcher alone didn't have enough range. A missile would be much more satisfying. Select weapon. Weapon category selected. Begin draw. A dazzling light of the lottery ignited before Su Chen's eyes. Soon, a blueprint materialized before him. Vehicle-mounted rocket launcher blueprint, single use. Required materials, 200 units of special alloy, 200 units of special ore, 20 units of special electronic components, 1 unit of nanostone. Required condition, for star vehicle heart. Description, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. With me, you shall know no fear. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he examined the blueprint. This was exactly the type of item he wanted. While it couldn't compare to missiles, Suchen knew that obtaining a missile at this stage was practically impossible. Still, with a rocket launcher, his RV could assist him during field operations, enabling long-range strikes. Its attack range far exceeded that of a rocket launcher. Staring at the diagram, Suchen could already envision the imposing might of a cannon mounted on his RV. Mounted on the vehicle, it would essentially turn his RV into a mobile artillery piece, comparable to a tank. Suchen was thrilled. When it came to powerful firearms, no man could resist. If he could, he'd be a one-track-minded pervert. The materials needed to build the rocket launcher were numerous, but for Suchen, it was no problem at all. In just 2 minutes, everything was gathered. He then approached the workbench and assembled it using the blueprint and materials. He mounted it right in the center of the RV's roof. The completed cannon was placed on the RV's roof, replacing the original vehicle weapon system's position. This system was now positioned behind the rocket launcher, specifically designed to prevent attacks from behind. The long, thick, and somewhat dark alloy cannon gleamed with a cold, sharp light. A single shot could move mountains and overturn seas. The luxury RV, now equipped with the rocket launcher, exuded the aura of an apocalyptic armored combat vehicle. If deployed on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly reign as the undisputed king of land warfare. Tanks would pale in comparison. Xiaoling, take control of the rocket launcher and execute my orders. Under Suchen's command, Xiaoling swiftly took control of the rocket launcher. Suchen could either operate it himself or issue commands to fire the rocket launcher. After completing these preparations, Suchen nodded in satisfaction and stretched his weary limbs. What he'd estimated would take a full day had been wrapped up in just half a day thanks to his actions. So the next half day should be free for rest, right? Just then, Xinglan sent a message. Xinglan, Suchen, I just checked, we're really close. If you can find me within 2.5 hours, I'll give you something special. Seeing the message, Suchen's eyes lit up. If you're also a little black cat, then I'm wide awake now. Xiaoling, let's keep moving. Xinglan's reward was something he absolutely had to get his hands on. Chapter 163, Wait for me, I'm almost there. The RV sped down the highway. Along the way, they occasionally encountered a few low-tier treasure chests. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Suchen opened every single one. He obtained quite a few items he didn't need and immediately listed them in his shop. With some free time on his hands, Suchen headed to the rear compartment to check on Fat Dragon's progress. Fat Dragon was currently crouched before the frozen heart, breathing fire to melt the ice coating its surface. Puddles of water had pooled on the floor of the RV. Clearly, this water had formed from the ice melted by Fat Dragon's efforts. At this rate, it seemed the ice would take longer to thaw than he'd anticipated. Fat Dragon, take a break. I've got something special for you. Suchen interrupted the dragon's continuous fire breathing, retrieving over 100 remaining evolution crystals from his storage ring and handing them over. Absorb these evolution crystals first. See if your flames can intensify a bit before you continue melting. I'll bring you more crystals later, so just focus on absorbing these. This time, the boss is here to help you. Suchen had a strong premonition, extracting that frozen heart would bring Fat Dragon immense benefits. It might even awaken certain abilities or combat power within him. That would be excellent news for him. Thanks, boss. Seeing the pile of gleaming white evolution crystals scattered on the ground, Fat Dragon's eyes lit up with longing. He immediately stopped what he was doing, picked up the crystals, and began absorbing them. To support Fat Dragon's flame enhancement, Suchen sent a message on the public channel for the first time in ages. Suchen, mass purchase of evolution crystals now. Offering 50% above market price. All items in the shop will be exchanged for evolution crystals first. Purchase price valid for 1 day only. Suchen had raised the price by 50% from the existing market rate. The announcement instantly set the chat channel ablaze. While Suchen, the big shot, finally showed up in the regional channel. He really pulled off something huge today. Yeah. Even though our escape was pretty rough earlier, if it weren't for what Su did, we'd probably be hunted by the snowmen all day. Now we can at least rest for half a day. Makes sense. I've got some evolution crystals I got earlier that I haven't had any use for. They're practically poison to me now. Better trade them to Su for something useful. Getting something in return while feeling like we're helping Su the boss, we absolutely have to trade. You guys are so naive. If Suchen's buying it over 50% above market price, it means this stuff's worth way more than that. The big shot's stockpiling, he's gonna rip us off big time later. When has Suchen ever screwed us over? You're just being ungrateful, aren't you? Exactly. Dare you reveal your location? I'll come kick your ass. In the regional chat, someone posted conspiracy theories about Suchen, only to be immediately condemned by a wave of other players. Suchen couldn't care less about what others said about him. All he needed was to secure the items he required right now. Soon, Xinglan sent him a message. Xinglan, I still have plenty of those evolution crystals we traded earlier. You haven't forgotten, have you? She immediately transferred 500 evolution crystals to Suchen, causing him to gasp in surprise. He really had forgotten about this matter. He recalled specifically instructing Qinglan to acquire them at no more than 4 bottles of water each. Later, after taking over 100 crystals from her, he'd assumed she'd stopped acquiring them for him. Suchen, it's just that I need a large quantity this time. But how did you manage to acquire so many evolution crystals? Suchen inquired with genuine curiosity. After Qinglan explained, Suchen learned that during their transactions, she had bought quite a few evolution crystals at higher prices. After hoarding them for days, they realized they had no use for the stuff. In the end, they sold them to him at a loss, all bought at 4 bottles of water each. Suchen nodded. How could they dare to inflate prices without knowing the purpose? Truly pointless. However, as he sent this message, certain individuals' already shattered hearts broke further. Had they held on just 2 more days, they could have made a small profit. As a result, unable to withstand the pressure of hoarding inventory, they ended up selling at a loss. Suchen couldn't care less about those people. But thanks to them, his own acquisitions went a bit smoother. Judging by the pace of acquiring the remaining evolution crystals, it wouldn't be particularly fast. Suchen promptly presented 500 evolution crystals before Fat Dragon. Here, this time you can absorb your fill. Gazing at the mountain of crystals, Fat Dragon's mouth opened slightly, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation as he began absorbing them immediately. Boss, just watch this. As Fat Dragon absorbed the crystals, Suchen returned to the driver's seat without further disturbance. The convoy display showed he was only half an hour away from Qinglan. Suchen felt a surge of nervousness again, wondering what exactly Qinglan had promised him. Was it a reward from her? Something she'd made? Or was it? Qinglan, I see you're only half an hour away now. Keep it up. Suchen, I'll be there in half an hour. Wait for me. The 2 messages appeared almost simultaneously. A faint smile touched Suchen's lips. Perhaps this was a kind of special telepathy. He couldn't quite explain why, but lately, whenever they synchronized their actions, it felt like they shared an extraordinary connection. Qinglan's lovely face lit up with a bright smile when she saw Suchen's message. Finally, she could fight alongside him. Thanks to his actions today, the Icefield Battle Royale mode had ended early. The remaining time, which should have been spent on challenges, had turned into a rest period for searching treasure chests, just like yesterday. But Suchen suspected today's early conclusion would trigger a chain reaction. Tomorrow's challenge might not be so straightforward. He worried the game system might unleash something big, plunging them into utter despair. It seemed today was the day to really cash in. Half an hour later. The detection radar showed a vehicle not far ahead. Overlapping with the convoy's display, it was indeed a single vehicle. Finally, we meet again. Chapter 164, Qinglan's good stuff. Suchen, you're finally here. As soon as Qinglan spotted Suchen's RV approaching, she rolled down her window and waved enthusiastically. Suchen smiled, walked straight over, invited her into his vehicle, then embraced her tightly, his eyes fixed on Qinglan with a look of deep affection. The deepest affection on the highway. Let go of me. Qinglan said, her face flushing as she turned her head away, unable to meet Suchen's eyes. These past 2 days, they'd each taken turns driving. It wasn't that they didn't want to move together, but if they traveled simultaneously, the convoy alerts would become chaotic. It was better for each to act alone. After a few days apart, I've missed you terribly. Suchen, how did you get so naughty? You're even saying things like that now. Qinglan shot Suchen a glare before peering out the window of his RV. Where's Fat Dragon? Let me pinch him. He's in the back. Suchen led Qinglan to the rear cargo area, where they saw Fat Dragon currently using his flames to roast a frozen heart. Now, with the infinite supply of Suchen's evolution crystals, Fat Dragon had grown his flames to 5 inches long, a significant improvement. Now, he was melting the ice blocks at more than double the previous speed. Seeing the significantly melted ice, he estimated he could extract it tonight. What is he doing? Qinglan resisted the urge to pinch Pinglong's cheeks and asked curiously. This is what we brought back from the Snowman Kingdom's castle. It holds some benefit for Fat Dragon, but it's encased in a layer of special ice. Only by melting it himself can he access it. Hearing the commotion, Fat Dragon paused the flames in his mouth and turned to look at Qinglan. His eyes lit up instantly, and he pounced toward her. He circled Qinglan happily, then flopped onto the floor, rubbing his head against her thigh. Haha, Fat Dragon is so adorable. Though in some ways, he does remind me of his owner. Qinglan affectionately ruffled Fat Dragon's doggy head and chuckled. Now that we're finally together, how about some hot pot later? We don't have anything else planned for now anyway. Suchen thought for a moment. He hadn't eaten lunch yet because he'd been rushing to get here. He wondered if the other person had eaten. Sounds great. I haven't eaten either. With that, Suchen led Qinglan to the kitchen table. He set up the hot pot, then pulled out some game meat and asked Qinglan to slice it thinly so it would cook faster. Suchen then took out some vegetables and began washing them himself. Suchen, is everything currently planted in your plantation tobacco? Have you considered growing some fruits and vegetables for your own consumption? At her question, Suchen suddenly froze. Right. He'd been so focused on selling goods that he'd forgotten he could also grow things for self-sufficiency, allowing him to better enjoy this road survival game. Within 15 minutes, Suchen and his companion had gathered all the ingredients. They added some Sichuan hot pot base, poured in water, and began boiling it. Before long, the broth came to a rolling boil. They began adding slices of meat and vegetables. With a quick swish up and down, it was ready to eat. The mouth-watering aroma instantly caught the attention of Fat Dragon, who was still busy working behind them. Wow, that smells amazing. Boss, give me a few bites. Panglong emerged rubbing his belly. Though he didn't need to eat, he couldn't pass up such delicious food. Su Chen and the others burst into laughter. They grabbed a bowl for him, added some dipping sauce, and started serving him slices of meat. Unable to use chopsticks, Fat Dragon stared at the bowl overflowing with meat. Without a second thought, he tipped his head back and dumped the entire contents meat and all the dipping sauce straight into his mouth. Su Chen, Xinglan. Ahem, this is so delicious, boss. Give us a few more bowls. Get lost. Got it. Fat Dragon scampered off happily. Su Chen produced a bottle of 1982 wine along with 2 stemmed glasses. He poured each of them a small glass. He swirled it gently before taking a sip. Xinglan couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight, combining hot pot with red wine that's just like you. They ate with great enjoyment, sharing stories about their lives. Unconsciously, this brought them closer together, dissolving much of the awkwardness that had existed between two people who already harbored mutual affection. Oh, right, I promised you something special if you came. I'll grab it from my RV. As the hot pot meal drew to a close and they chatted idly, Xinglan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stood up, heading toward her RV. Go get it? Su Chen scratched his head, realizing he might have overthought it. Of course, if you don't go back to get it, you wouldn't be thinking that the something good I mentioned was actually me, would you? Xinglan instantly grasped where Su Chen's confusion lay, and she stared at him with a distinctly peculiar expression. Ahem, don't say such things. I wasn't thinking that. He might not be sure about certain parts, but Su Chen's mouth had to be tough. You better not. Xinglan shot Su Chen a withering glance before returning to her RV. A minute later, she returned, pulling out a blueprint and handing it to Su Chen. Here, take this. Consider it payment for letting me manage the fleet. Fleet management fee? Shouldn't that be given to the other party? Su Chen scratched his head, took the blueprint she offered, and froze upon seeing it. Single-person aircraft construction blueprint permanent. Required materials, 100 special alloy, 100 special steel, 100 special rubber, 10 special electronic components. Effect, craft a single-seat flying vehicle capable of soaring through the skies. Maximum flight altitude, 800 meters. Single flight endurance, 10 kilometers. Requirements, 4-star automobile. This is amazing. Truly amazing. With a flying vehicle, if he accidentally fell off a cliff or something, Su Chen could save his own life using it. Moreover, with a flying machine, he wouldn't have had to go through the trouble of sneaking into that snowman castle earlier. He could have simply flown right in. Most crucially, this damn thing is a permanent blueprint. At that moment, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder how Xinglan's luck could possibly be better than his own? What was your score on the icefield escape? S rank. I think S rank is the highest possible. Hearing this, Su Chen felt like drawing circles in frustration. You're really giving this to me? Taking such a valuable item for free made Su Chen feel genuinely uneasy. What? Are you trying to split it with me now? Xinglan immediately placed her hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes glaring at Su Chen, a hint of displeasure on her face. Ahem, no. I'll just study it then. The first set I make will be yours. Su Chen immediately backed down and began studying the blueprint. He then gathered materials and headed to the workbench, crafting 2 single-seat flying machines. The craft was entirely blue, unfurling like a kite with a distinct skeletal frame. A safety belt-like fastening device secured the waist, while the tail fin housed 2 jet engines. They looked incredibly sleek and stylish. More importantly, when not in use, they could be compacted into a briefcase like initial state. Chapter 165, The Heart of the Fire Dragon. A new challenge. This one's yours. If it breaks, just tell me permanent trade-in. Su Chen smiled as he pointed to one, gesturing for Xinglan to take it. Xinglan nodded, setting the briefcase by the door. She'd grab it when they left. After chatting for a while longer, Xinglan insisted they couldn't linger. They needed to resume their search for treasure chests to prepare for what lay ahead. Only by continuously expanding the shop's operations could they secure more resources. Now that Su Chen held the upper hand, he had to seize major opportunities to amplify his advantage. Su Chen readily agreed to Xinglan's suggestion. While trading could yield basic supplies, acquiring better items would require relying on purchasing treasure chests themselves. The two set off together, one ahead and one behind. Su Chen led the way, with Xinglan following close behind. Over the next half-day, Xinglan felt her understanding of the world being completely reshaped. Time and again, Su Chen pinpointed treasure chests hundreds of meters away. He could even locate chests hidden deep within the dense forest off the beaten path, as if he possessed X-ray vision. Now she finally understood how Su Chen had managed to acquire so many valuable items and develop so quickly. He really had a cheat code, a vision cheat code. How were others supposed to compete? But for now, he was her team leader, so it was fine. Xinglan resolved to keep Su Chen's special ability a secret, ensuring no one else discovered it. Inside the luxury car, Su Chen stared at his radar detection system and murmured to himself, showcasing my detection abilities that counts as being honest, right? As for his ability to get critical hits when opening boxes, it was best that only he knew about that forever. It wasn't that he didn't trust her. He feared someone with ulterior motives might use props to make people reveal secrets against their will. Both parties tacitly agreed to overlook Su Chen's detection abilities. As dusk quickly fell, they parked the RV in the middle of the road. Xinglan prepared to step out and scatter something to deter wild animals. Su Chen immediately stopped her and handed her the sculpture from his vehicle. Seeing this, Xinglan couldn't help but marvel. Su Chen truly possessed an abundance of remarkable items. After sharing dinner once more, Xinglan returned to her RV. Just as Su Chen was preparing to rest, Panglong's excited voice rang out. Boss! Boss! I did it! After over 6 hours of effort, Fat Dragon had successfully melted all the ice covering the heart's surface. Su Chen glanced over, raised an eyebrow, and said, Panglong, didn't I tell you that melting just half of it would be enough to extract the heart? Hearing this, Fat Dragon froze in place, staring at the now exposed heart. It seemed exactly as the boss had said. He only needed to melt half of it to get it out. No worries. Just think of it as practice for your fire control skills. Su Chen patted Panglong on the shoulder before approaching the heart and crouching down. Fire Dragon Heart, the heart of a fallen mighty fire dragon, containing the primordial firepower of the Dragon Clan. Specific effects unknown. Heart of the Fire Dragon? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the heart to belong to the Fire Dragon Clan. No wonder Fat Dragon felt such intense craving. How much will absorbing this boost your power? Su Chen wasn't concerned with what it was, only how much Fat Dragon could improve after consuming it. Probably a bit stronger than any enemy we've faced so far, boss. Fat Dragon didn't know the exact boost either, but he figured he'd bluff his way through for now. Alright, then hurry up and absorb it. I'm going to sleep first. Got it, boss. After exchanging a few words, Su Chen headed straight back to his room, flopped onto his bed, and fell fast asleep. This sleep was deeply restful. He reunited with Xinglan and shared many heartfelt conversations, gaining a clearer understanding of her true feelings. A night of sweet dreams. The next morning. At 6 o'clock, Su Chen was jolted awake by the system's notification chime. Welcome, players, to Day 5 in the Frozen World. We trust that after these past 2 days, you have all rested sufficiently and now possess the strength and confidence to face even greater challenges. Welcome to today's challenge, the Wall Siege Battle. Time, 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. All players will be assigned to a wall defense battle in groups of 3,000, stationed along a kilometer-long section of the wall. The walls form a character shape, with only one access route to the rear section. Ice monsters will attack from the front, entering through the left and right gates. Players must defend and attack from the walls. After breaching 3 consecutive defense layers, ice monsters may ascend the rear access point to attack player vehicles. Killing ice monsters in this battle earns points redeemable for rewards. Players scoring below 100 points will be eliminated. Players will be teleported shortly. 30 minutes after teleportation, the ice monsters will commence their assault. Prepare yourselves mentally. The moment the message sounded, all players nearly exploded in unison. Holy crap, so early again today? Wall defense battle, what are we supposed to fight with? I only have a metal rod. I've got a gun, should be able to rack up 100 points. Surviving shouldn't be a problem. And with 3,000 of us and 3 layers of defenses, holding off these ice monsters shouldn't be a problem. I think you're underestimating this battle. Don't forget it'll last a full half day. Cut the nonsense. Just pair me up with Su Big Shot and we'll handle it. The moment the message flashed, Su Chen instantly grasped the critical importance of ammunition. To survive this wall assault, they'd need ample supplies. Su Chen, mass purchase of iron ingots and alloys. Unlimited exchange for all types of bullets. Let's pull together to overcome this crisis. The moment Su Chen sent the message, a flash of white light enveloped him. Everything around him transformed. A majestic, boundless ice great wall stretched before him. By his estimation, it stood at least 30 meters high. A long ramp on the side led up to the wall. This icy fortress before him must be the third wall. Chapter 166, The Generous Su Chen. Helping Euro Royalty Qinglan Farm Points. Numerous vehicles were already queuing up the ramp, ascending the ice and snow great wall in an orderly fashion. They intended to thoroughly explore this place. Many had realized that occupying the foremost sections of the wall might, in a sense, offer the greatest safety. If the ice monsters scaled the walls, this position would be the rearmost defense. When Su Chen and Xinglan's RV appeared, it immediately drew attention from many, as their vehicle was simply too conspicuous. When navigating such a checkpoint, having a big shot to tag along was undoubtedly the best option. Almost everyone's first thought was that Su Chen, the big shot, must be aboard one of these RVs. Su Chen didn't bother to inspect the terrain closely, as his detection radar had already scanned it thoroughly. So he immediately led Qinglan toward the city walls. He needed to quickly select a suitable position and begin planning subsequent actions. With so many players, chaos would be troublesome. It was better to take command himself. Seeing the two vehicles approaching the city walls, many cars proactively yielded the road. After all, it was obvious that the other party was stronger than them, but some of the cars at the back started to grumble. Seriously, just because someone has a bigger RV, does that mean they can cut in line and go straight to the front? Damn it! Don't you know the rules? Everyone gets on the wall in 15 minutes. Why cut in line? If you're so tough, you should be guarding the rear here, stopping those ice monsters from storming the walls. Enough already. Here, might makes right. If you've got the guts, drive up front and say that to their faces. What kind of coward hides back here and whines? Alright, cut it out. Haven't you noticed? Out of the 3,000 people in our game channel, who's actually speaking up? Bunch of ungrateful jerks. Exactly. Total idiots. Only weaklings whine about unfairness. Wall Defense Battle Chat Channel. Su Chen, fellow survivors, since fate has brought us together in this battle, I will unconditionally gift each of the 3,000 survivors in this channel 5 bullets. Su Chen, in future battles, all players are welcome to trade iron ingots, alloys, or other materials with me for bullets. Each material can be exchanged for 3 bullets. Oh, and to streamline future transactions and arrangements, I'm skipping the queue and heading straight to the city walls. Many saw this message, along with the channel red packet Su Chen had sent. A total of 3,000 red packets, amounting to 15,000 bullets. Whoa! In that instant, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They never imagined Su Chen would be so generous, handing out supplies worth more than their entire personal fortunes in a single gesture. Su Chen is awesome. Truly the god of Su, what a grand vision. Ha, paired with Su Chen this round, finally a free ride to victory. God Su, you take the lead. I'll follow your every command. Yeah, if God Su commands, I'll follow without question. That massive RV? That's Su Chen's ride. So damn badass, I'd love to be his sidekick. Those keyboard warriors earlier just bit off more than they could chew. They actually suggested that Su Chen, being the strongest, should stay in the back to guard. Well, why don't you bring out all your ammo too? We'll let you go up front. Right then, all the players who'd been complaining about Su Chen not queuing up suddenly shut up. They never imagined that RV belonged to Su Chen, and more importantly, he'd just distributed over 10,000 rounds of ammo to everyone. This meant everyone had benefited from his generosity. Return the ammo? That was out of the question. Ammo was crucial at this stage. Even if they didn't have guns themselves, they could sell the ammo later to trade for other resources. As for now, well, let him cut in line. 2 people cutting in line wouldn't cause any delay. The city wall stretched for thousands of meters, 20 meters wide enough for several vehicles side by side. After driving Qinglan's RV onto the snow-covered ramparts, Su Chen guided her to the foremost row, the first line of the 3 main defensive lines. The other players didn't object after all, they just accepted his bullets. Over 10,000 rounds of ammunition handed over for free. Having Su Chen here was pure luck for them. His position and the impact he could make were immense. As for why Su Chen chose this spot? It was to unleash the strongest firepower, eliminating as many monsters as possible in the shortest time to earn maximum points. As for failing to clear the stage? That was an impossibility in Su Chen's dictionary. Qinglan, come here. After selecting a spot above the left city gate at the very front and parking the vehicle, Su Chen called out to Qinglan, instructing her to come to his car. Here's the big pineapple and its matching 10,000 rounds of ammo. That should suffice for now. Come to me for resupply when you run out. Here's the sniper rifle and its ammunition, plus 100 enchanted rounds. If you encounter any particularly powerful monsters, use the sniper rifle. For those that regular bullets can't kill, use the enchanted rounds. And this rocket launcher. I'll give you 10 rounds for now. Just come straight to me when you run out. And I'll give you this protective suit too. It can withstand a certain level of attack and ensure your safety. I have more. Qinglan stared blankly at the overflowing weapons and armor Su Chen had traded her. Her gaze lingered on him, filled with deep meaning. A warm feeling spread through her heart, as if some unique emotion was stirring within her. Alright. I'll protect myself and you too. Don't hold back if you run out of bullets, just ask me. I've got plenty. Let's both aim for a high ranking score and get better rewards. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with bright anticipation and envy as he looked at Qinglan. For someone blessed by Lady Luck, all the talk of luck seemed hollow. Su Chen sensed that Qinglan was the one truly favored by Lady Luck. Boosting her ranking was crucial. Got it. With that, Qinglan returned to her RV. Only then did Su Chen find time to check on his shop. All bullets and shells had sold out. After Su Chen slashed prices, players across the entire district went on a mad buying spree. The 30,000 rounds he'd stocked were nowhere near enough to go around. By now, 1/3 of all players possessed firearms. If each bought 10 rounds, that would amount to tens of thousands, and this was during a siege mode battle. 10 rounds per person wouldn't get anyone very far, they'd need at least 100 rounds each. After 2 days of looting treasure chests, bullets were practically free to them. Suchen immediately began producing bullets and rocket launcher rounds using the iron ingots, alloys, and other raw materials they traded for. He churned out 90,000 rounds in one go. With 10 minutes left before the assault began, Suchen immediately listed all the ammunition for sale. Chapter 167, Preparations for Battle. The wall offensive commences. He replaced all other unsellable items like clothing and tires with bullets and shells for sale. After arranging these matters, Suchen began issuing instructions over the regional channel. Game channel 3000 members. Dawn Fleet, Suchen, players who consider themselves heavily armed and willing to exhaust their entire ammunition supply to earn points, move to the front line. You will deliver the first wave of firepower against the ice monsters. Players with moderate firepower or those unwilling to take the front line should position themselves on the second row of the city walls, focusing on eliminating ice monsters trapped in the center. Survivors with the weakest firepower or no weapons can purchase guns from me. Position yourselves in the back row or middle row to eliminate isolated ice monsters. I'll do my best to keep the number of ice monsters charging the walls to a minimum. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Suchen finished his speech and resumed trading, frantically churning out rocket projectiles, rocket launcher rounds, and enchanted bullets. He knew that in the end, it would be these heavy weapons with their devastating firepower that would decide the battle's outcome. Bullets like these were only effective against scattered stragglers. Meanwhile, several players in the convoy also purchased supplies from Suchen, primarily enchanted bullets. Naturally, he generously restocked the convoy's warehouse. In his view, everyone in the convoy was now on his side, and mutual assistance was warranted. Just then, Zhuge Xiaoliang contacted him again. Zhuge Xiaoliang, Brother Su, do you have any extra rocket launchers or enchanted bullets? I'll buy them at 30% of market price, the more, the better. Suchen, no problem. I only accept these materials for purchase. If unavailable, nashi stones or rare blueprints are also acceptable. Zhuge Xiaoliang, deal. Brother Su, stay in touch. The first wave of transactions was swiftly completed. Suchen traded 200 RPG rocket shells and 1,000 enchanted bullets for materials sufficient to craft 800 RPG rocket shells and 3,000 enchanted bullets. From then on, whenever the other party wanted to trade, he could steadily increase his ammunition reserves. Simultaneously, Suchen used his RV and Qinglan's RV to partition off a small section of the city wall, allowing Qinglan to attack conveniently from outside the vehicles. Within this zone, Suchen mounted 3 large pineapples. Xiaobing, can we construct the first ice creature now? Yes, master. After 12 p.m. each day, you can tell Xiaobing what form of ice and snow creature you wish to construct. The statue of Xiaoling on the metal began to stir within a burst of radiant light, soaring through the air. Help me construct a horizontal rectangular ice creature. Each head should be positioned 1 meter apart on the left, center, and right. Underneath each head, there should be 2 arms. Suchen described his vision. This ice creature could wield 3 large pineapples simultaneously. Honestly, his idea was pretty straightforward. A 3-headed, 6-armed ice creature shouldn't be too hard to make. After all, Neza had 3 heads and 6 arms, didn't he? Xiaobing. Is this something a carbon-based lifeform could conceive? 3 heads and 6 arms? I'd say you're more like 1 head and 2 arms to be, master. Master, this defies common sense. Normally. Just say yes or no. Suchen cut him off immediately, demanding the results outright. It's impossible, but today I can create 3 ice and snow lifeforms for you. However, their strength, growth potential, and everything else will only be 1/3 of the original. Xiaobing flatly refused, but since this was her master's request, she had to fulfill it through other means. Let's do it. Suchen immediately stated his requirements: 3 snowman-like figures with normal human arms, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to pull the trigger. Xiaobing promptly complied with Suchen's instructions. She raised her hands high, and a holy light radiated from her body. Soon, 3 figures materialized before him, gradually taking shape as 1-meter-tall snowmen enveloped in the holy light. Greetings, Your Majesty. The moment the snowmen materialized, they bowed deeply towards Suchen's position, performing the ritual salute. Alright, you 3. Head down and operate those big pineapples. Open fire on the monsters appearing outside the city walls. Just lay down heavy fire. Suchen gave the 3 snowmen a brief briefing before confidently leaving them to handle the situation. Their learning curve was remarkably fast. Such simple operations required only a single trial before they mastered them. With their assistance, Suchen could now fire all 5 large pineapples simultaneously, delivering overwhelming firepower. He himself would wield an RPG launcher and a sniper rifle, seeking out suitable targets to attack. Meanwhile, the rocket launcher mounted on the RV's roof would be Suchen's ultimate trump card for the day. With a 10-kilometer attack range and a lethal radius of about 100 meters. The only drawback was the substantial material requirements for manufacturing the shells. He had only produced 66 rounds, and even that had depleted his entire stockpile. He would have to use them sparingly. After Suchen sent the message, a small number of players dismissed the threat, confident in their ample ammunition. They chose to hold their ground in the rear, planning to use the slope to counter the ice monsters. However, the majority of players placed great trust in Suchen and moved to their designated positions as instructed. Thus, the 300 survivors with the heaviest firepower among this group drove their RVs to the very front line. As time ticked by, nearly all the vehicles on the city walls had settled into their positions, poised and ready, awaiting the start of the offensive-defensive challenge. Man, to be honest, I'm feeling pretty tired right now. Having to challenge this early in the morning is really rough. Don't even get me started. Last night I used resources to treat 3 of our team members, and we partied hard all night long. Just as I was about to catch some sleep, dawn broke. Right now, a cup of coffee for the working class would be perfect. With 3 minutes remaining, Suchen's bullet sales suddenly dropped significantly. Suchen figured that before the battle started, the remaining players probably wanted to observe for a bit. But seeing many people needing something to perk them up, Suchen immediately listed a bunch of cigarettes. Smoking could also help perk people up. The moment the bulk cigarettes hit the shelves, survivors scrambled to grab them. With the battle imminent, extra cigarettes were naturally needed to boost morale. The remaining time passed quickly. 6:30 arrived. Battle for the city walls begins. Monsters will now appear in waves. Defeating them grants a 5-minute respite before the next wave of ice monsters attacks. Each wave of ice monsters will be twice the size of the previous one. Note, if the current wave is not cleared within 60 minutes, the next wave will deploy immediately. The more monster waves you clear in a game area, the richer your rewards will be. The first wave of monsters is about to arrive. Quantity, 1000. As the system's enhancement sound rang out, all players tensed, their gazes instantly turning grave. Chapter 168, the first few waves of monsters. Please vote for gold. On the distant horizon, a line of figures materialized before the crowd. Zombies. Someone gasped in shock. While everyone had encountered these creatures before, usually only a handful at a time, this was the first time they'd seen thousands of zombies. 3,000 against 1,000. With the advantage of terrain, there was absolutely no chance of losing. How about we stall until the 9-minute mark, then wipe them all out for more rest time? Let's fight. Even under normal circumstances, we might not finish them all in 9 minutes. If we miss even one, we won't get any rest. As the zombies closed in, the first row of city walls began firing with a thunderous bang. Suchen had the snowman outside deploy 3 large pineapples into the fray, keeping the rest on standby for now. The initial waves were too small. Suchen figured he might as well give these casual players a taste of the action first. Besides, the more bullets they used, the more they'd have to buy from him. In the end, they'd just be working for him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Xinglan, clad in protective gear and a bulletproof helmet, held a large pineapple rifle, suppressing her fire as she began shooting at the zombies below. On average, it took 20 to 30 rounds to take down a single zombie. Her accuracy was quite decent. You killed a regular zombie. Earned 5 points and 1 evolution crystal. You killed a regular zombie, earning 5 points and 1 evolution crystal. Suddenly, Suchen noticed that whenever his snowman character used the large pineapple to kill a dozen or so zombies, a notification would pop up in his ear, informing him that he had obtained loot, an evolution crystal. No need to clean up the battlefield himself, the loot went straight to him. This was quite convenient, and Suchen's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. If this continued, he could unleash his full firepower later. In less than 10 minutes, the first wave of 1,000 zombies was completely wiped out. Congratulations! You have withstood the first wave of attacks. You will now enter a 5-minute rest period. The next wave of attacks will commence in 5 minutes. For the survivors in the middle and back floors, the first wave ended before they even caught a glimpse of the monsters. Is this what it feels like to ride someone else's coattails? Ha, you guys have no idea. Over at the pros side, there were at least 3 weapons that sounded like heavy machine guns. The gunfire never stopped, man, it was insane. Don't forget, Suchen actually sold rocket launchers earlier, though he hasn't used them yet. Guess the current difficulty isn't high enough to warrant it. Who knows? Maybe I won't even need to fire a single shot, just coast to victory. You idiot. Don't forget everyone needs at least 100 points. Damn. I totally forgot. If Suchen gets too strong, won't the monsters just stop spawning? You're overthinking it. By the end game, each wave will have tens of thousands of monsters. There's no way they won't be able to spawn them all. 5 minutes until the second wave of monsters arrives. Next, the second wave of monsters is about to arrive. Quantity, 2,000. 16 minutes to clear. Another 5 minutes, third wave. Next, the third wave of monsters is about to arrive. Quantity, 4,000. Cleared in 24 minutes. Within an hour, Suchen and his team successfully cleared the 4th stage, facing a total of 8,000 monsters. At this point, Suchen noticed the monsters beginning to exhibit subtle changes. The once chaotic zombies started moving with coordination, advancing in a somewhat orderly fashion. Though still chaotic, there was now order within the chaos. This was the moment the zombies appeared. A faint smile touched Su Chen's lips. The zombies he had been waiting for had finally appeared. It was time for him to make his move. Xiaoling, deploy the large pineapples on both flanks into the fight. Rocket launchers require my authorization before firing. Roger that, boss. Su Chen picked up a Barrett heavy sniper rifle and made his way to the second floor of the RV. He temporarily removed the front window glass, then lay prone to set up his sniper position. Through the scope, he began scanning the dense crowd of 8,000 zombies. After a short while, Su Chen gave up. This was killing his eyes. Better wait until they cleared out some of the outer zombies before taking action. The zombie horde advanced at a rapid pace. With someone directing them, their speed was significantly faster than normal. Here's a shot for you. When the vanguard of the zombie horde was still 200 meters from their first wall, Qinglan shouldered her rocket launcher and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The shell exploded, creating a 10-meter radius blast zone. Dozens of zombies within it were instantly obliterated. Su Chen watched the clear mist outside the window, smiled, then pulled out 2 sets of rocket launcher rounds. He aimed directly at the nearby horde of zombies and fired away. Whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted one after another within the zombie horde, each blast taking out dozens of zombies. Killed 1 common zombie. Earned 5 points and 1 evolution crystal. Killed 1 common zombie. Earned 5 points and 1 evolution crystal. Su Chen's rocket launcher was unleashed, utterly devastating. A single blast leveled a small patch of ground. Ha! Looks like Su Chen's heavy machine guns have been upgraded, even more firepower. This probably isn't even his limit. We can't hold them back, everyone, let's fight together. Though these zombies have surged to the city walls, appearing far more threatening, the closer they get, the sharper the accuracy of the shots from the ramparts becomes. Within a 200-meter radius below the walls, the area instantly became a meat grinder. As their numbers dwindled to 3,000, Su Chen finally spotted 4 zombies in the rear of the enemy army, dressed in special officer uniforms. Found you at last. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. He raised his scope, aimed, and fired all in one fluid motion. Bang! The flame-infused bullet arrived in an instant, piercing clean through the skull of one of the zombies. Killed a silver-grade zombie. Earned 50 points and 1 wisdom crystal. As the fallen corpse hit the ground, chaos erupted instantly among the undead horde ahead. The remaining 3 won't get away either. Su Chen swung his gun, taking out the remaining 3 zombies one by one. Killed silver-tier zombie. Earned 50 points. Obtained 1 wisdom crystal. Kill a silver-tier zombie, earn 50 points, obtain 1 wisdom crystal. Killed silver-grade zombie, earned 50 points, obtained 1 wisdom crystal. With their leaders eliminated, the remaining zombies instantly fell into disarray, their speed noticeably slower than before. Though the other survivors couldn't quite grasp the situation, they seized the opportunity. After some time, they eliminated all the zombies before they could reach the city gates. Even with Su Chen's rocket launcher joining the fray, it still took nearly 40 minutes to resolve the battle. The rest period began. Su Chen's expression remained calm, showing no trace of worry. Soon, the rest period ended, and the 5th wave of monsters appeared. Su Chen scanned the area, and when his gaze fell upon the rear ranks of the monsters, he suddenly spotted something. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was Chapter 169, I have no morals. Give me tenfold? A group of zombies. But they were female zombies, each flaunting their sizzling figures. Indeed, they appeared almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. Were it not for their stiff movements and pale, lifeless complexions, Su Chen doubted he could tell them apart. Next, these voluptuous female zombies marched to the front of the horde, advancing slowly to display everything about themselves before the survivors gathered at the city walls. At that moment, every survivor froze in shock. Damn it! Can't win fairly, so you resort to dirty tricks? What the hell? I'm starting to feel reluctant to attack them. What the hell are you doing? You can't stop attacking. Even if you don't hit those zombie girls, you should at least take out the zombies behind them to keep the eye candy going. Damn it! What good is just watching? Would you dare touch those zombie girls? Enough already. Just watching for a moment like that was enough to finish me off. On the city wall, a middle-aged man pulled up his pants, grabbed the rifle beside him, and started firing relentlessly at the zombie girls. Holy! Bro, you just finished your meal and now you're smashing our bowls. Is your life more important than seeing the motherland's beautiful landscapes? Get shooting! After a minute of admiring the show, the survivors on the wall snapped out of it and started sniping. As for Su Chen, the moment the enemy appeared, he immediately ordered Xiaoling and the others to open fire. He himself began pounding them with rocket launchers. Not to mention these zombie girls weren't exactly top tier, they had nothing going for them besides their figures. Even if they were pretty, they were still zombies. Su Chen had zero interest in any creature other than human girls. Except for goddesses and elves, of course. Seeing Su Chen beside her firing without pause, Qinglan's lips curved upward slightly as she swept her large pineapple weapon across the zombie horde. Initially, the battle here proceeded smoothly. But this time, the players on the rear two walls, especially those in the back row, were growing restless. They had originally planned to use the terrain to slaughter numerous ice monsters at the end. But now, with the ice monsters unable to breach even the first gate beneath the city wall, wouldn't that mean they had no chance to shine at all? Soon, many players parked their vehicles right where they were and, armed with guns, began moving toward the first wall. Their goal was to rack up over 100 points there. The others didn't protest much after all, their arrival eased the pressure on everyone else. But soon, some among them grew restless. Su Chen's firepower was simply overwhelming. Though over 1,000 defenders manned the first wall, Su Chen's firepower alone accounted for at least half of it. In other words, Su Chen's firepower alone equaled that of their entire wall. Su Chen, could I borrow your big pineapple? I'll give you half of whatever I get in exchange for the points I earn. A young man pondered for a moment before approaching Su Chen's RV and politely inquired. He only had a pistol himself, and his aim was poor. After firing for ages, he hadn't killed many. But if he could switch to the big pineapple and just sweep through, he'd definitely be able to take down a huge number of zombies. Still, since it belonged to Su Chen, he felt awkward asking outright. A 50-50 split of the points seemed perfectly fair to him. Give me 90%, and I'll lend it to you. Plus, pay a deposit up front, it'll be refunded when you return the gun. Su Chen didn't reject him outright. Instead, he raised the price and demanded a deposit to increase the cost of default. Su Chen, you're a celebrity around here. How can you ask for such an exorbitant price? We're all just trying to clear the stage successfully. Giving the other party 90% of the profits felt unbearable to the young man. Wouldn't that make him their employee? Facing his moral blackmail, Su Chen merely smiled faintly, refusing to engage before resuming his run. Sorry, I'm not moral. Trying to play the moral card with me? You're dreaming. Helping others is purely based on my own mood, it's not something you can demand. Seeing Su Chen completely ignore him, the young man instantly felt his face burn with embarrassment, especially with so many people watching. Having hit a brick wall with Su Chen, where was his face to be saved? Su Chen, I've always thought you were a decent person, but now it seems you're just a crooked businessman who does charity. A hypocritical, two-faced scoundrel, you. Hearing the accusation, Su Chen's brow furrowed. Were such people truly in this world? He couldn't fathom how such a person had managed to survive this long, but he knew for certain that he wouldn't survive the day. Seeing Su Chen neither rebutted nor grew angry, the young man grew increasingly agitated, continuing his tirade. You're nothing but a selfish bastard. You have extra guns and won't even lend them to us temporarily to get through this crisis together. What you're doing is nothing short of. Bang! Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. The young man's head exploded like a watermelon. Su Chen froze for a moment. He'd been about to act, but before he could move, the other guy's head exploded. Turning his head, he saw Chenglan holding a gun, its barrel pointed precisely at the spot where the youth had been standing. The scene sent several bystanders, who had just emptied their magazines, scrambling backward in terror. Holy, the boss's woman is ruthless. This guy totally brought it on himself. Trying to morally blackmail Su Chen? That's just asking for trouble. Big Boss Su has such a good temper he didn't even react to all that trash talk. But his wife? She won't stand for anyone insulting her man. Guys, keep your mouths shut and let's get out of here. After a few more whispers, the group quickly wiped their asses and made their escape. Truth be told, they needn't have worried so much. The moment they uttered words like boss's woman and sister-in-law, Chenglan had already stepped in. He had no intention of laying a finger on them. Seeing them leave, Su Chen said nothing. Now was the critical moment to confront the ice monsters. He had no time to deal with them. However, at that very moment, three rather gaunt-looking men remained lingering beside Su Chen's RV, refusing to leave. Big Boss Su, we're willing to offer you all our points earnings as rent to use your firearms. The leader among them, a relatively handsome man with an intellectual demeanor, spoke up. 10%? Su Chen furrowed his brow. Hearing the offer to hand over all profits, he felt less excitement than concern. As everyone knows, the cheapest things are often the most expensive. By sacrificing that final 10% of profit, they must be seeking something far greater in return. Chapter 170, The Trio Seeking to Ally. Boss, they're good people. As Su Chen pondered, Fat Dragon appeared beside him and spoke up. He could discern to some extent whether others harbored more goodwill or ill will toward Su Chen and his group. Hearing Panglong's words, Su Chen nodded. But he quickly regained his composure and asked, have you finished absorbing? Fat Dragon nodded, then shook his head. I've absorbed it all into my body, but I haven't fully converted much of it into my own power yet. Right now, that energy is waiting inside me for me to slowly refine it. I see. Fat Dragon estimated it would take about 7 days to fully absorb it all. Panglong patted his belly and continued, and boss, guess how strong I am now? How strong? To be honest, Su Chen actually felt a flicker of anticipation. He knew the previous evolution crystals had barely affected Fat Dragon, but this time, they'd obtained the heart of the fire dragon, a relic powerful enough to destroy an entire kingdom. Whoosh! Fat Dragon said nothing more, simply unleashing a blast of flame. This time, unlike before, the flames shot out a full 3 feet long, nearly a meter. The intense heat made Suchen feel a searing sensation, a significant increase in power compared to previous attacks. Fat Dragon, you've grown stronger. Suchen stood up, patted Fat Dragon on the shoulder, and said with genuine satisfaction. He hadn't even fully absorbed all the power within the fire dragon heart yet, and he could already spew flames a meter long. What would he be capable of once he finished leveling up? Hee boss, I've also gained a new ability. With that, Fat Dragon stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite pleased with himself. Spit it out already. Can't you see the boss is busy? I can fly now. As he spoke, a pair of tiny wings each about a foot long sprouted from his back, utterly mismatched with his massive frame. Alright, got it. Come over here and fire the rocket launcher at the outside. Suchen said calmly. Had someone said this earlier, he might have been thrilled finally possessing air power capable of delivering strikes from above. But now, he already possessed a personal flight device. Fat Dragon's ability wouldn't significantly boost the team's capabilities. Boss, aren't you excited? Aren't you happy for me? If I absorb all the Fire Dragon's heart, Fat Dragon's level will rise, and I'll gain even more abilities. Only then did Suchen notice that as Fat Dragon grew stronger, he could now see the attribute values on its body. Fat Dragon Bronze Tier? Attack, 30. Defense, 30. Combat Power, 90. Abilities, Fire Breathing, Flight. Why are all the stats question marks? Could Fat Dragon be the reincarnation of some terrifyingly powerful being? Does it still retain its previous incarnation's template? Suchen promptly dismissed the thought. It was likely because he hadn't fully absorbed the Fire Dragon's heart yet the final attributes would manifest once the absorption was complete. After instructing the Fat Dragon to stand in for him, Suchen strode toward the car door downstairs. Outside the vehicle, atop the Great Wall, the three individuals who had presented their demands to Suchen remained silent for an extended period, receiving no response. Exchanging glances, disappointment flickered in their eyes. It seemed Suchen's 90% was merely a refusal. He had no intention of lending the firearms. With that, they had no leverage to negotiate terms. Just as the trio sighed in disappointment and prepared to turn away, the door of Suchen's luxury sedan slowly opened. Suchen stepped out. Gentlemen, he said, tell me what your terms are. That extra 10% of points wasn't much, Suchen knew full well. If their demands were too high, he'd have no choice but to ask them to leave. The trio exchanged glances. The young man leading them stepped forward and said, Suchen, we're all your admirers. I'm Bai Xiao, this is Wang Fei, and he's Shan Yu. We've heard all about your exploits these past days. We wish to follow you and join your team. If you're unwilling, we'd be honored just to accept your friend request. Whatever you need in the future, just say the word. We'll follow your every command. Join? The convoy? Suchen was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Judging by their sincere expressions and Fat Dragon's perception, they likely weren't lying. Alright, since that's the case, I'll lend you weapons and equipment. Each of you gets a pineapple rifle, 10,000 rounds of ammunition, an RPG launcher, and 30 rocket rounds. Once you've used them up, bring your battle points to her. If she deems you qualified, I'll approve your membership. If not, you'll still be added to my contacts. Suchen smiled and approved their application. He then transferred all the weapons and ammunition to them individually. Once they returned to their vehicles, they would immediately receive the weapons. Seeing their goal achieved instantly, Bai Xiao and the others were thrilled. Thank you, Su, for giving us this chance. We'll prove ourselves. With that, the trio hurried back to their vehicle, eager to join the battle using Suchen's weapons. You trust them that easily? They don't seem malicious, and our convoy needs more hands anyway. We'll see how they perform later. If they're not up to par, no need to keep them. Besides, our firepower alone isn't enough. Having more people operate the weapons will boost efficiency, right? They're not asking for anything anyway. Suchen chuckled. Such a win-win situation, he wouldn't pass up the chance. Huh, so you're treating them like free labor? You're something else. Xinglan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Suchen before resuming her assault on the zombie horde below. This time, a full 16,000 zombies of all types charged across the distant horizon. Unlike before, this wave included several new types of zombie specialists. There were female zombies tasked with seduction, lightning-fast agile zombies, and in the rear, spear-wielding zombie throwers. Clearly, this time they had methods to deal with the survivors on the city walls. However, based on Suchen's detection estimates, the enemy would need to be within 50 meters of the city walls to successfully hurl their spears onto the ramparts. He only needed to ensure the zombie spear throwers never reached that range. Whoosh! A relentless barrage of RPG rocket shells slammed into the zombie horde below, each explosion wiping out 50 to 60 zombies. Yet as time passed, the zombie horde charged forward, closing to within 100 meters of the city walls in roughly 15 minutes. At this pace, their breach of the city gates seemed inevitable. A spear, hurled by one of the stronger zombies, pierced a car at incredible speed, passing clean through it. Chapter 171. You wanted to touch my scales, why are you feeling my abs? Whoa! What immense strength! Many witnesses sucked in their breath at the sight. Xinglan froze, staring at Su Chen. She noticed he wore only a bulletproof helmet, no protective gear. Su Chen, you're not wearing protective gear? Could it be that Su Chen only had one suit of protective gear and he gave it to her instead of wearing it himself? At that moment, Xinglan felt like her little pearls were about to fall out. Nothing's wrong, don't worry. I've got something even better than protective gear. Su Chen chuckled as he ruffled Xinglan's hair, then drew a dagger and prepared to stab it into his own heart. Su Chen, what are you doing? Before the dagger could fall, Xinglan grabbed Su Chen's wrist. Su Chen blinked in surprise. Xinglan's reflexes were impressive, he hadn't even had time to react before she'd stopped him. No, I'm just proving to you that I have a special layer of armor. Su Chen looked at Xinglan, whose face was tinged with worry, and said apologetically. Special armor? Then just protect other areas. Don't stab your heart, what if it fails? Injuries elsewhere can at least be treated with medicine. As she spoke, Xinglan's gaze drifted down his body. I wonder if medicine can cure everything. Then I'll demonstrate using my arm, don't blink. Su Chen extended his left arm. The dagger in his right hand swiftly landed upon it, emitting a soft clink. Dragon scale armor emerged on Su Chen's arm, emitting a faint golden glow and appearing incredibly sturdy. Ha! That's scale armor? Su Chen, are you not human? Xinglan was dumbfounded. Could Su Chen actually be not human? So the chubby dragon by his side wasn't his beast companion at all, but a servant acting alongside him. Could it be? Su Chen is the crown prince of the Dragon Palace, and she might be. At this moment, Su Chen couldn't understand why Xinglan had suddenly gone blank. Surely a weapon couldn't be that shocking. This is a defensive weapon I obtained earlier. It can be stored within my body and will automatically emerge when danger arises. Ordinary attacks are useless against me. Observing Xinglan's ever-shifting expression, Su Chen hurriedly explained. He feared that without clarification, she might jump to wild conclusions. Oh, I see. I thought. Xinglan was about to say something, but she swallowed the words on her lips. Instead, her face lit up with curiosity as she leaned closer to Su Chen. Her delicate cheeks flushed slightly, and she gazed at him with eager eyes. Can I touch it? Of course. Su Chen took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. But moments later, he quickly pleaded. Xinglan, stop touching it. Please stop. Ahem, I never would have guessed you had 8-pack abs. You really hit it well. Xinglan blushed and withdrew her hand, flustered like a child caught watching videos late at night. She'd just been a little curious, that's all. Now you can relax, I'll be fine without the protective suit, right? Alright, let's keep attacking. Those zombies are about to break through the first line of defense. Su Chen spoke gently to Xinglan. He then opened the game chat channel and sent a message. 5th wave of ice monsters approaching. Some will breach the first city gate. Brothers guarding the next 2 walls, prepare. With Su Chen's warning, the players behind were already itching to get started. They were itching to give the incoming ice monsters a taste of their own medicine. But soon, they were stunned. What burst through the first wall weren't monsters at all, they were strikingly beautiful, fiery-tempered girls. They just looked unusual, like walking corpses. But didn't that make it even more thrilling? Now they weren't just eager to dish out pain, the guys with diabetes were itching to give them a taste of something sweet. Holy! Now I finally get why none of the previous waves got through. This wave actually made it in. I can't bring myself to attack either. Me neither. Crushing flowers with my own hands? That's not how a real man rolls. You guys are disgusting, getting dirty thoughts from female zombies? Sisters, kill with me. The middle section of the wall had a higher proportion of female survivors. Out of nearly 1,000 people, 80% of the women were on the second level. Consequently, when it came to dealing with these female zombies, they showed no mercy whatsoever. After admiring the spectacle, the other survivors quickly joined the fray. Soon, gunfire erupted along the second wall, making players on the third wall itch to join in. Many couldn't contain their excitement and wanted to join the fray sooner. But the majority remained calmly in position. It had only been a little over an hour, not even 2 hours yet. What was the rush? When the snow monsters came in greater numbers later, they might not even be able to kill them all. They wouldn't have such leisurely moments then. Thanks to Su Chen's arrangements, their side now had 10 heavy machine guns firing relentlessly, bullets flying as if they were free. Su Chen's stockpile of tens of thousands of rounds was depleting rapidly, but that wasn't a major concern. As the battle raged on, sales at his shop surged. Finished bullets transformed into a steady stream of raw materials, flowing back into his pockets. Su Chen realized the ammunition had already sold out during the earlier skirmish. Demand truly outstripped supply. Moving forward, he planned to return to the vehicle periodically, converting all materials into bullets for sale while reserving a batch for their own use. Su Chen, I'm running out of ammo. Here's another 30,000 rounds. Don't hold back, fire away. Su Chen smiled as he traded another 30,000 rounds to Xinglan. He intended to keep as many of these ice monsters as possible pinned down before the first city wall. Of course, he'd strategically leave a few behind to help them complete their basic tasks. Each person needed to kill at least 20 zombies to meet the basic points requirement. With 3,000 people, 60,000 should be more than enough. Of course, there was always the possibility of not securing enough monsters, so giving them 600,000 or so should be more than enough. The rest? Suchen wanted them all. Don't forget, he still has 66 rocket rounds. Those things pack far more punch than rocket launchers. Within 100 meters, not a blade of grass remains. Meanwhile, at another battleground along the city walls. Here, they were facing the monster's third wave, 4,000 of them. Zhang Weihong stood atop the frontmost wall, bellowing to those beside him. Brothers, our ammunition is nearly depleted. We can't afford to keep burning through it like this. We must delay each wave of monsters as long as possible. And conserve our ammunition. So here's my plan, those without ranged weapons, follow me. We'll dismount and head to the third wall. We'll use our weapons to fight these zombies hand to hand. With no way to resupply, we have to conserve every bullet. To give everyone time to prepare, I'll lead my team to use the slope of the third wall to buy time for you all. You can learn from our combat experience. When we exhaust our strength, you'll provide covering fire and rotate in fresh teams. For now, conserve your ammunition, we'll need it later. Ammo will eventually run out. Close combat with the ice monsters is our only chance to survive. I urge everyone to adapt during the initial waves when the monsters are fewer. I'm Zhang Weihong. I hope we can all survive together. Zhang Weihong's impassioned figure echoed atop the city walls. Every pair of eyes turned to him. Among these 3,000 men, 1,000 were from the enemy faction. Logically, they had no obligation to step forward and lead the fight against the monsters. Yet now, they had stepped forward with such noble resolve. They finally understood why Zhang Weihong had managed to gather thousands of people in such a short time. At that moment, they all felt an urge to join his cause. Those with guts, follow me. The rest of you with shark shooting skills, keep killing. Make every bullet count, take down one zombie per shot. Zhang Weihong addressed his team members with impassioned fervor. Seeing the fiery resolve in their eyes, he smiled inwardly with satisfaction. Indeed, these people were foolish, a mere stir of their emotions, and they'd willingly walk through fire and water. Leader, I'm ready. Leader, I'll go first. Me too. Ha! Good. Brothers, follow me. Zhang Weihong laughed heartily, raised his spear, and led his men toward the third wall. Chapter 172, The Multiracial Army of Ice Monsters. Li Shanshan gazed at her man with admiration, radiating confidence as countless followers rallied behind his every gesture. This was the hero she wanted to lean on. Zhang Weihong glanced at Li Shanshan, then shifted his gaze to the other girls nearby. He thought to himself, tonight, I'd better carefully consider whose card to pick. Back when his team was small, Li Shanshan stood out like a crane among chickens with her long legs. But now, with his team growing, there were over 1,000 girls. Many had legs even longer than Li Shanshan's, not to mention those who were even more stunningly beautiful. This time, he wouldn't be able to stun them all. Zhang Weihong led the way to the third city wall, waiting for the zombies to be released inside. On the ramparts, Jin Shang held Yang Yuqing's soft, delicate hand. He possessed several guns and abundant supplies. Having previously traded with Su Chen for thousands of rounds of ammunition, he naturally saw no need to descend and fight the zombies himself. As his companion, Yang Yuqing also didn't need to go down. She could simply use the gun Jin Shang gave her to shoot from above. Yang Yuqing turned her head to rest against Jin Shang's shoulder. Out of his sight, her face twisted into a look of utter disgust. Despite her advances, Jin Shang had become somewhat captivated by her. He now catered to her every whim, attentive and caring. Yet his bulky physique fell far short of what she desired. What she craved was a muscular hunk who would conquer her with a brutally fierce demeanor. For now, though, clinging to Jin Shang's coattails was all she could manage. Any other man might not treat her as well as he did, especially considering he was a top 10 ranked player nationally last season. His strength spoke for itself. She'd keep stringing him along for now. After a moment's thought, Yang Yuqing decided to resume her fish-keeping plan. Jin Ji, since they say we'll be fighting zombies hand to hand, let's get in the car and rest first. You haven't had breakfast yet, should I warm up some milk or cook you some noodles? Yang Yuqing breathed warm air into Jin Shang's ear, her voice tinged with a sweet, captivating tone. Feeling the warm breath brush against his ear, Jin Shang's ears instantly flushed red, leaving him momentarily flustered. He nodded immediately. Alright, let's get in the car and rest. Saying this, Jin Shang took Yang Yuqing's hand and led her back to their vehicle. Everyone around them was from the same team. Having benefited from Jin Shang's kindness before, they naturally had no objections to him needing rest now. When combat was needed, they could simply call them over. After expending considerable energy to eliminate the fifth wave of ice monsters, Su Chen surveyed the pile of evolution crystals and wisdom crystals they'd acquired. He immediately divided the spoils with Fat Dragon. Over 1,000 evolution crystals were split evenly, half as a reward for the little dragon, and the other portion he took to replenish his spatial farm. Just 100 crystals could sustain the spatial farm for 3 days. As for the 21 wisdom crystals, Suchen naturally kept them all for himself and began using them immediately. Each attribute saw a slight increase, with his total attributes rising by 21 points, a significant improvement. Suchen knew this was only the beginning. Barely 2.5 hours had passed, it was still only 9 in the morning. The true test lay ahead with the monsters yet to come. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye as everyone replenished their ammunition. Next wave approaching, Wave 6. Number, 32,000 monsters. This wave numbered 10 times their current strength. Everyone held their breath, staring at the dark, dense mass of ice and snow monsters in the distance, their expressions solemn. This wave differed from previous ones. The types were no longer limited to zombies and undead. Suchen immediately spotted the ice wolf packs, frigid prison hounds, and mountainous zombie flesh masses mingling within the horde. Fight! The moment the enemy entered firing range, the players on the city walls opened fire without hesitation. But they soon discovered that bullets fired at the foremost zombie meatballs had no effect whatsoever. The zombies' heads were all buried within the tangled mass of flesh, leaving only their bodies exposed. Ordinary bullets proved utterly ineffective against them. Simultaneously, roughly 1,000 ice dogs and ice wolves charged toward the walls at breakneck speed, outpacing the zombies by several times over. At that pace, they would likely reach the base of the city walls in under 3 to 5 minutes. Fat Dragon will prioritize blasting those flesh balls. Xiaoling, fire at the zombie horde in the rear. Let the ice wolves and ice dogs go straight through. At this critical moment, it would be a waste for Suchen to expend firepower on the ice wolves. After all, the ice wolves were scattered and moved too swiftly, making accurate shots difficult. Better to send them straight through and hand them off to the 2,000 troops guarding the rear walls. Give them something to do. Whoosh! A rocket-propelled grenade landed on the zombie flesh mound and detonated. An enormous crater instantly gouged out of the flesh ball, billowing smoke from the blast. The effect was decent, but when Suchen saw the flesh ball still rolling forward, he knew it would likely take at least 5 rounds to blow it apart. Fortunately, there were only 10 flesh mountains in total. Eliminating them wouldn't be a problem, though it would likely allow a significant number of zombies to reach the final row. Should he deploy the rocket launcher now? A single shot should be enough to eliminate the core force of the ice monster army before them. No, better to wait a bit longer. The survivors behind needed points too. Give them a chance, let them handle the weaker zombies, just don't send the stronger ones in. In a split second, Suchen made his decision. Brothers, charge! Zhang Weihong, spear in hand, charged into the horde of zombies attempting to storm the ramparts via the slope. Behind him, 500 brothers, seeing their leader charge first, followed closely with cold weapons in hand, instantly engaging the zombie horde in fierce combat. On the ramparts, other players observed the battle. Many took up bows and crossbows, attempting to pick off the densely packed zombies. 3 at a time, follow the tactics I taught you. Kill. Take them down. 500 men formed over 100 3-man squads and charged forward. After landing a few slashes, Zhang Weihong felt his strength waning. The sheer energy drained from him these past days was overwhelming. With sleepless nights, he simply didn't have the stamina for prolonged combat. Fortunately, his other subordinates knew their leader was aging and lacking combat prowess. They mostly surrounded him, positioning themselves around his flanks and in front to shield him from the zombies' fiercest onslaught. They deliberately let in the weak, the old, and the infirm for him to kill. From the city walls, the crowd watched their backs as they fought, and in that moment, they were all deeply moved. Especially when they witnessed the zombies being hacked and slashed to death by their blades, they even felt a surge of confidence. They had faced these zombies before, now it was merely a matter of greater numbers. But now, they had comrades fighting alongside them. In that moment, they grasped the importance of companionship. Perhaps joining Zhang Weihong's team wasn't such a bad idea after all. Chapter 173, Zhang Weihong's team seizes the opportunity to loot. Kill. Brothers, be careful. For safety's sake, we're pulling out now. The battle cries shook the heavens. After slaying nearly 2,000 zombies, Zhang Weihong, panting heavily, urged everyone to retreat. Each of them had slain several zombies, fulfilling the training objective. The rest could be left to others. During the retreat, many of the subordinates marveled inwardly. Their leader was so far-sighted, executing everything according to plan. The battle unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. They retreated as planned, and this brought them immense peace of mind. They had conquered their inner fears, their leader had fought alongside them, and all of this had been meticulously planned by their leader before the battle even began. It gave them the profound sense that everything was firmly within his grasp. Bang! At that very moment, the civilian players began firing exactly as instructed, eliminating all the zombies behind them and providing crucial cover. Guys, get some rest. Next wave, anyone ready? If not, I'll have my people fill in first, then cover you again. After a brief rest, Zhang Weihong immediately turned his gaze toward the surviving bystanders. His ambition was vast. He aimed to grow his team into an army of thousands, craving the sensation of standing above all others. Therefore, in front of outsiders, he was even more determined to showcase his personal charisma. You won't get many chances like this. The sooner you go down, the safer it will be. Later on, you won't get such a safe opportunity to kill zombies. Seeing these survivors whose eyes flickered with hesitation but were mostly filled with fear, Zhang Weihong shook his head and waved to another wave of his men. Second wave, get ready to charge with me. He made a show of leading another charge, seemingly with no intention of resting. His voice was laced with exhaustion, yet his face bore an unyielding resolve. Hearing this, his men were far from pleased and immediately protested. Chief, you've been fighting for so long, you must be exhausted. You should go back and rest first. You can join us in the fight later. You're getting on in years, why push yourself to fight alongside us young ones? Among the crowd, some subordinates spoke with genuine concern. But anyone with half a brain could tell he was subtly dissing the cowards. Their leader, well into his 50s, was willingly taking up arms and charging into battle. Yet these young, able-bodied men were hiding in the rear, still wanting to watch the show. That's right. Leader, you really shouldn't keep fighting with us. You've already set the example for us, we won't let you down. Please don't come with us. Hey, get a few of the ladies to help carry the boss back to the RV for some rest. He can come down again when the next wave of monsters attacks the city. Zhang Weihong shot his subordinate a knowing glance before continuing his feigned weakness, supported by several of his women as he returned to his RV. Once they reached the RV, the loyal subordinate stepped forward. His name was He Erniu, one of Zhang Weihong's most trusted lieutenants. A former civil servant, he understood his leader's mindset all too well. Glancing around, he noticed many eyes fixed on his hands. He immediately raised his arm, signaling some men to hold off the zombie onslaught, then declared, "Folks, our boss is getting on in years. He can't lead everyone down to slaughter zombies repeatedly. Covering for you twice is what our big brother demanded, and we have no choice but to comply. But if you wish to safely eliminate zombies and meet your minimum task requirements afterward, there is a way. Our team can form groups of 3, each leading a squad of no more than 2 members to hunt monsters together. You can then claim the kills for yourselves. This way, you'll not only fulfill your survival objective but also earn points redeemable for rewards. But there's no such thing as a free lunch, I trust you all understand that." With that, Erniu said no more, his gaze fixed intently on them. He waited for their response. The remaining individuals all paled. They understood his meaning perfectly well. Yet none dared speak up in this apocalyptic world, his words held undeniable logic. Some tried to make moral demands, but seeing the other side armed with guns, they shut their mouths. Many of them operated in small squads, no match for Zhang Weihong's 1,000-strong team. The other side looked thoroughly trained. How they'd achieved this in such a short time was beyond comprehension. "We can accept contributing a portion of our resources, but we'd like to ask, exactly how much? Is there a standard measure?" "Exactly. The fee issue is precisely that. They couldn't just not tell us the price. If we went down and came back up, we'd owe an astronomical sum." Many immediately asked about pricing. Most lacked ranged weapons and relied solely on melee combat, yet their battle experience was limited. Seeing so many zombies still made them uneasy. "Rest assured, everyone. We offer a fixed price, what we quote is what you pay. Even if you obtain evolution crystals from zombies you kill, they're yours to keep." Li Erniu immediately reassured them, continuing. "First, you must compensate us for the points earned from killing zombies based on our set rates. Additionally, you'll need to provide us with valuable materials, blueprints, or similar items. We'll assess their worth and determine how many zombies we can eliminate for you accordingly." After hearing this, the group fell silent once more. Returning points to the other party was understandable, they were earned from them in the first place. But being asked to hand over additional supplies stung a bit. As long as it's not common supplies, is that acceptable?" Someone raised their hand to ask. "I have a whole box of DLS-001 Superbow variants, multiple units. Would that work? I traded for these at Su Daolao's shop. Suchen doesn't sell them anymore, they might be discontinued." 6. "Ahem, now that you mention it, I bought a plastic doll from Su's shop. Would that work?" Another man, somewhat thin in build, chimed in. At this point, some survivors were confused. "Wait, guys, are we talking about the same Su Chen, Su the Big Shot?" Chapter 174, Everyone, let's not waste time. I'll handle this. "So, handsome, what if I don't have any rare supplies? Or anything else to trade?" At that moment, a voluptuous, alluring young woman glided toward He Erniu with a seductive sway. She'd witnessed everything earlier and had already decided to join his team after this challenge concluded. Seeing this, He Erniu grinned and gave a certain ample area a pat, saying, "If you ask me what the most precious resource is in the apocalypse, wouldn't that be you?" After the touch, He Erniu took a few steps back and said earnestly, "But this is the apocalypse. We only care about supplies. Once I've gathered enough, I'll come find you to chat about life and dreams. Alright, has anyone made a decision? Those willing to join, sign up with this guy later. This is Jin Shang, 10th place nationally last time, and a member of our team. Next wave, we'll start leading groups. Those who sign up will go down with us. Otherwise, you'll have to form your own teams and head down yourselves." With that, He Erniu led the remaining men into battle. But at that moment, the faces of everyone on the city walls were filled with excitement. The 10th ranked player nationwide was actually in brother Zhang Weihong's team. At that moment, the desire to join his team began to take root in their hearts. A team capable of absorbing even a top 10 talent couldn't be weak. For them, joining such a group would be just right. Soon, a crowd gathered before Jin Shang to sign up. Many survivors even came seeking autographs and photos. Some went even further, like that voluptuous beauty from earlier who directly brushed her curves against Jin Shang's arm. The soft sensation left him momentarily flustered. Oomph. Brother Jin, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Yan Yuqing's eyes welled up with tears as she turned and sprinted straight to her car. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. Jin Shang hurried after her, determined to leave the crowd behind, utterly oblivious to anyone else's feelings. Seeing this, the woman raised an eyebrow. So he's actually a pure-hearted guy. If I'd known, I would have played the seductress like that other one. Being too forward seems to backfire. But he was intercepted by several other subordinates. Captain Jean, our priority now is helping everyone through this crisis. We can deal with the girl's situation later. But, trust us, Captain Jean. I guarantee that once things settle down, if you take the initiative to apologize, you'll definitely win her over. Don't you trust us? The most devoted man in Jiangnan is right here beside me. Hearing his comrade's words, Jin Shang glanced at the anxious crowd behind him, nodded, then turned to begin registering them. One special material can assist in killing 5 zombies. One rare blueprint can help take down 50. Next, Zhang Weihong's men split into 2 groups, taking turns leading the recruits. After 2 attempts, both groups completed their kill quotas smoothly and returned. The death rate was extremely low, barely 2 casualties. This led many to conclude that the zombie horde was no big deal, they could easily handle it without assistance. Soon, a group of 300 players unwilling to pay formed their own squad and launched an attack on the zombies. Initially, things went smoothly, but soon a crisis emerged due to a lack of coordination among the group. Some survivors, while dodging zombies, accidentally injured others, leading to unnecessary casualties. This injury threw the entire group into disarray. Suddenly, many began fleeing backward without regard for others, prioritizing their own survival. Seeing their retreat, those on the city walls began providing cover fire with guns and wooden blocks to halt the advancing zombies. Nevertheless, significant casualties were incurred. Of the 300-strong group, only 223 returned. The number of casualties in this single incident was several times greater than the combined losses from the previous 4 raids. Now everyone understood just how invaluable the protection of those teams truly was. The remaining players without guns began flocking to sign up with them, seeking protection. In no time, Zhang Weihong's team was raking in a fortune. As for those with guns? No problem, they could simply spend resources to buy bullets. They just discovered that Su Chen's shop had restocked with plenty of ammunition. This time, they traded all their surplus supplies for bullets, just in case they couldn't get more later. Shells rained down relentlessly, bullets whizzed through the air. Players from all 3 city walls returned to their posts, each fulfilling their duties. This offensive wave far surpassed the previous one. Players on the 3rd wall finally felt their moment to shine had arrived. They'd been itching for this moment for quite some time. This battle was taking much longer than Su Chen had anticipated. Fortunately, the players had stockpiled ample ammunition from Su Chen, so they wouldn't run out anytime soon. Finally, all the remaining zombies charged into the 1st city wall. Su Chen instructed Qinglan and the others to deal with the monsters between the 1st and 2nd walls. He himself advanced to the slope of the 3rd wall. The area was now a sea of corpses. Those on the wall fought desperately to hold their ground, while the zombies below launched a fresh wave of attacks. Led by several ice wolves, thousands of zombies charged the slope once more. They aimed to seize this opportunity to storm the walls and eliminate every survivor. Brothers, fire! One man, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and wielding a submachine gun, gave the command. Survivors all around him opened fire. A hail of bullets struck the zombie horde. The elevated firing position allowed their bullets to easily pierce the zombies' skulls. But suddenly, a group of zombies wielding spears emerged from within the horde. They had blended in unnoticed until now. Hundreds of spears were hurled upward, forcing many survivors to scramble for cover. But evading meant halting their fire. This gave the ice wolf at the front the perfect opening. After a few sideways leaps, it made its final charge, leaping into the air and snapping its bloody jaws toward the man directing the survivors at the center. Seeing this, the man's face turned ashen. His gun was too late to raise, and he could only watch helplessly as the gaping maw, filled with sharp fangs, closed in on him. Bang! The next instant, a gunshot rang out. The ice wolf in front of him was shot straight through the head. The remaining corpse crashed sideways onto him, but the damage was minimal. What the hell? He turned his head and saw a figure appear, one shoulder bearing a rocket launcher, the other hand gripping a Barrett sniper rifle. Is that Su Chen? Whoosh! Boom! A rocket launched from the shoulder-mounted RPG struck the slope, exploding and instantly obliterating the entire horde of ice monsters. The advancing army behind them faltered. After firing that single shot, Suchen stowed away all his weapons. Suchen? Is that really Suchen? Then we're set here. Just look at that shot, utterly unstoppable. Damn, that was cool. Huh? Why's the boss putting away his weapons? Was that just one shot? Amidst the puzzled stares, Suchen smiled, strolled to the front of the group, and snapped his fingers. Everyone, it's almost been an hour. To give us some rest time, I'm afraid that's all for now. As the crowd stood bewildered, a piercing whistle split the sky. Then, a massive rocket shell 6 meters long and over 2 meters wide plummeted from the sky, landing amidst the ranks of the ice monster army 100 meters away. Chapter 175, Showdown. I have an invincible rocket launcher. The next second. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the front, its thunderous roar causing many to clasp their ears in alarm. A shockwave radiating a full 100 meters engulfed every monster within a 200-meter radius. After the terrifying blast, every ice and snow monster caught within the blast radius was instantly incinerated to ashes by the explosive energy. Instant annihilation. Not a single blade of grass remained after that single blast. Whoosh! Witnessing this astonishing scene, everyone present gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. This is just too terrifying. One shot and it wiped out all these monsters? Holy crap! What kind of terrifying weapon is this? We're still using pistols, but Suchen is already wielding heavy artillery? Is this the true power of Suchen? With Suchen alone, these city walls will never fall. I used to think Suchen was just ahead of us, that we just needed time to catch up. Now I realize Suchen is beyond our mortal reach. Is this the true power of Suchen? That shot just now was way too cool. I'd love to join Suchen's team. Wonder if he's recruiting. Amidst the collective gasps, everyone present stared at Suchen with eyes brimming with adoration and fervor. A single shot from him could wipe out an entire horde of monsters in an instant. That speed and power were nothing short of godlike. While they stood dumbfounded, Suchen moved, dispatching all the remaining ice monsters. With less than 3 minutes left until the hour mark, had Suchen not intervened early, the next wave of ice monsters would have joined the fray simultaneously, complicating their situation. Thus, Suchen's intervention was entirely for their benefit, granting them crucial respite to prepare for the next onslaught. Even as some of them debated whether Suchen was truly connected to the earlier cannon fire, the next wave of over 70,000 ice monsters had already launched their assault on the city walls. The sheer scale was overwhelming, a dense, dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. Since the cards were on the table, there was no need to hide any longer. A faint smile touched Suchen's lips as he returned to his RV. Standing atop the city walls, he surveyed the vast army of ice monsters below, his gaze shifting slightly. Xiaoling, fire 2 rocket barrages at the center of that ice monster horde below. Let them taste our might. Aye, master. As the words fell, the rocket launcher barrels atop Suchen's luxury RV began adjusting. Once locked onto a specific angle, they fired directly. Immediately afterward, while reloading, the barrel adjusted again and fired another projectile toward a different angle. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. Boom. The rocket shells sliced through the sky, accompanied by a piercing, shrill howl. One landed in front and the other behind the ice monster army, striking the positions of their yin-yang eyes and unleashing a wave of destruction. The explosions sent mushroom cloud-like elliptical flames skyward, coalescing mid-air into a terrifying net of fire. Every ice and snow monster caught within this fiery net was utterly consumed by the flames, instantly reduced to ashes. With just 2 shells, 2 craters each 200 meters in diameter were blasted out within the dense ranks of the ice monsters. Each shell claimed no fewer than 5,000 monsters. With just 2 shots, over 10,000 ice and snow monsters were obliterated. Kill a regular zombie, earn 5 points, obtain 1 evolution crystal. Kill intelligent zombie, earn 50 points, obtain 1 intelligence crystal. Kill an ice wolf, earn 30 points, obtain 1 ice wolf heart. A stream of refresh notifications flooded Suchen's system channel. Unconsciously, his points had surged to a terrifying figure. Points, 263,490. To put it in perspective, Suchen had effectively eliminated 50,000 ordinary zombies. Of course, this was largely thanks to the 3 shells he had already fired, which had instantly wiped out 16,000 zombies of all types. Witnessing the devastating impact of Suchen's artillery barrage, all survivors atop the city walls were instantly fired up. Now they believed they could definitely survive this challenge. Their fighting spirit soared, and with heightened excitement, they followed Suchen in launching fierce attacks against the ice and snow horde. Thus, under the cover of Suchen's rocket artillery, they pushed through several more waves, each time barely making it in the nick of time. The battle was drawing to a close. In the final hour, the monsters reached the 11th wave. The 11th wave of monsters is about to arrive. Number, 1,024,000. This wave's numbers reached a full million. Unlike previous waves, the base monsters had changed. This army was no longer dominated by zombies but comprised undead skeletons of a higher tier. Among them, Suchen observed a full 64 skeleton generals far stronger than ordinary skeletons, along with a skeleton marshal commanding the rear. The other monsters included bone wolves, bone hounds, and the like. It wasn't just a feeling Su Chen sensed these were the very monsters they had fought before, now resurrected as undead. Now, there was a piece of bad news. Su Chen had only 5 rocket shells left. Even if he deployed them perfectly, eliminating the densest clusters of the enemy's vast skeleton army, it would be futile, a mere drop in the bucket. On the horizon, a vast, swarming army of skeletal undead marched relentlessly toward the city walls. While firing at full capacity, Su Chen's gaze locked onto the closest skeleton general, his eyes flickering. He observed that each skeleton general equally commanded 16,000 skeletons, each acting independently. As the enemy neared the city walls, Su Chen probed their information. Skeleton Warlord Peak Silver Tier. Attack, 160. Defense, 120. Combat Power, 440. Over 60 monsters at the peak of Silver Tier strength. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, remembering he still had a valuable item in use, though he wasn't sure how effective it would be. Gamble it, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Give it a shot. Su Chen made his decision instantly, pulling the single-person flying device from his storage ring. He quickly donned it and stepped outside the RV. Qinglan, be careful. Watch your back. I'm going to check if something I acquired earlier might be useful. After giving Qinglan a quick heads up, Su Chen grinned and fired up the craft's thrusters. Chapter 176, You've got plenty? Then share some with me. Propelled by powerful jet streams and blue flames, Su Chen instantly lifted off the standing city wall. After adjusting his direction, he dove downward, charging toward the skeleton war general not far away. Look! What's that? A flying monster? Holy crap! What flying monster? That's a person. A flying machine. There's actually a flying machine. Doesn't that figure look familiar? It's like Su Shen. What do you mean looks like? That's definitely God Su. Su Shen, what's he doing? Going to slay that skeleton lieutenant? Amidst the crowd's puzzled stares, Su Chen drew ever closer to the skeleton warlord. When he was just 10 meters away, a yellow talisman adorned with symbols appeared in his hand. Slap. With a fluid motion, he flicked it forward, the talisman landing directly on the skeleton general's forehead. The skeleton warrior's raised spear, poised to strike Su Chen, froze mid-motion. Corpse Control Talisman, controls undead creatures below gold rank for 1 hour. Effect expires after 1 hour. Indeed, the talisman Su Chen had applied was the Corpse Control Talisman. The moment he activated it, he sensed an unexpected connection forming between himself and the skeleton warrior, a peculiar sensation. As if the opponent were his own marionette. Halt all the skeletons under your command. Feeling Su Chen's command, the skeleton general immediately raised his spear, signaling his troops to halt. Instantly, the skeletons charging the city walls halted in their tracks. The survivors who witnessed this were deeply puzzled, yet they continued firing. Game Area Channel. Su Chen, hold fire for now. I've got something special that'll make them turn on each other. Take a breather. A tough battle awaits shortly. Upon seeing Su Chen's message, the survivors immediately ceased their firing. They hadn't imagined Su Chen could turn the skeletons against their own kind. But when they saw the skeleton army closest to the city walls turn around and point their blades at the skeleton army behind them, they knew Su Chen wasn't joking. Holy, Su Chen is Su Chen, he actually made them turn on each other. Everyone, take a good rest. Stock up on ammo if you need it. We'll fight them tooth and nail later. On the city walls, many players began exchanging for the ammunition they needed while watching the battlefield below. After controlling this batch of skeletons, Su Chen confirmed his strategy was viable. He ordered the over 10,000 battle-worn skeletons to hold the city walls. Then, he flew toward the other skeleton commanders once more. He still held 11 corpse control talismans, allowing him to command only 15% of the enemy's skeleton army, meaning he would face 4 times as many opponents. Therefore, the positioning of the skeleton army he would control was crucial. The simplest approach was to directly convert the skeleton army closest to the city walls into his own. This was the most stable option, allowing him to eliminate 25% of the enemy's skeleton forces and face only the remaining 600,000. But this approach wouldn't maximize their effectiveness. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Lacking experience in commanding large armies, he could only rely on his instincts to make a move. He'd treat it as a learning experience for future use. Ideally, he could turn the defected skeleton army into a wedge that drove a wedge between the enemy forces. While constantly evading the ranged attacks of the skeleton army below, Su Chen began his maneuver. First, he turned the 2 skeleton commanders closest to the city walls into his own men. Then, from the ranks of the skeleton army behind them, he converted 5 squads in a vertical column to his side. Every 3 squads, he assimilated 1 squad on each side. This formed a character resembling the Chinese character for king. Finally, Su Chen selected the colossal Ice Wolf Skeleton Legion. Over 10,000 Ice Wolves possessed combat strength easily matching 3 ordinary skeleton legions. The moment he gained control, Su Chen ordered them to launch a triangular pincer attack, sweeping toward the 4 openings in a sweeping assault. Simultaneously, he directed Xiaoling to scatter the last 5 cannon shells across a horizontal line at the center of the skeleton army, executing a blocking assault. Under his command, the rebellious skeleton army successfully collided with the original skeleton forces. The skeleton commanders possessed limited independent intelligence, and the ordinary skeletons were even less capable, obeying their commander's orders without question. They knew only to attack the city walls before them together, so they failed to realize their comrades around them had suddenly turned traitor. In an instant, Su Chen's 20,000-strong skeleton army caught the opposing forces completely off guard. The initial encircling, trapping assault instantly wiped out the closest force of over 70,000 skeletons. Simultaneously, 5 rocket shells launched from the other flank wiped out nearly 30,000 skeletal troops. The very first wave of the assault wiped out hundreds of thousands of the skeleton army, while his own forces suffered losses of less than 20,000. At the rear of the skeleton army, the skeleton marshal also detected this abnormal wave. He immediately commanded the remaining legions to encircle and annihilate them. Traitors all must die. Yes. The remaining skeleton forces instantly regrouped and launched their assault. Retreat to advance. Hold the city gates. Su Chen gathered all the skeleton troops under his command before the city walls, forming them into battle formations to prepare for combat. After the earlier test, he confirmed these skeleton warriors were genuinely under his command, so he allowed them to approach the city gates with confidence. Game Area Channel 2739 members. Su Chen, skeletons assisting my defection effort, attack the distant skeleton army. However, Su Chen's command was directed only at a select few, as most of the skeletons' weapons had limited attack ranges. The closest units were primarily Su Chen's skeleton army. Most players were effectively unable to attack, or their accuracy dropped significantly at longer ranges. Players with ranged capabilities immediately understood and began firing at the skeleton army 2 or 3 kilometers away. In an instant, over 20 rocket launchers locked onto the distant skeleton army, triggers pulled to fire their projectiles. Whoosh! Inside Su Chen's luxury RV, the large pineapple had been swapped out for a rocket launcher. Combined with Xiaolong's, that made 5 rocket launchers firing non-stop. Charge! Under the barrage of fire, the skeleton army before them was hindered. Seizing the moment, Su Chen issued an attack command to all the skeleton generals under his control. Simultaneously, he directed the Ice Wolf skeletons to flank the skeleton army, charging in for close combat. Click-clack! Earth-shaking footsteps echoed across the land as 2 surging torrents collided at breakneck speed. The battle was about to erupt. Chapter 177. You command with sound waves? Then I'll jam with radar. Boom! Boom! In an instant, endless clashes and explosions resounded across the entire battlefield. The opposing skeleton armies collided fiercely, their clash reverberating like a war between nations. Simultaneously, under the cover of rocket fire, the opposing skeleton army, though vastly outnumbered, found themselves momentarily at a disadvantage. However, they quickly recovered from the chaos of the rocket barrage, regained their footing, and leveraged their numerical superiority to pin down the skeletons controlled by Su Chen. For a time, both sides suffered significant casualties. Yet the Ice Wolf skeleton army, leveraging their own strengths, continuously disrupted the enemy flanks. Gradually, they began to show their mettle in the fray. Each time they charged, they typically took down one ordinary skeleton. Upon success, they immediately retreated, engaging the enemy in a game of cat and mouse. Meanwhile, Su Chen was not idle. Since the skeleton army was commanded by the skeleton general, eliminating him would deprive the ordinary skeletons of their leadership, potentially disrupting the local battle situation for a short time. Su Chen's body halted at a height of 300 meters. He retrieved a Barrett heavy sniper rifle from his storage ring, gripping it with both hands and setting it up in midair. Soon, he locked onto a skeleton war general. These skeletal warriors all ride mounts, and with their elevated vantage point almost like a god's eye view, they're relatively easy to lock onto. Scope in, aim, fire. An enchanted bullet, carrying a fiery aura, pierced through the room, heading straight for the skeletal warrior he had locked onto. Put! The struck undead instantly burst into flames, writhing in agony where it stood. Moments later, it tumbled from its skeletal steed, crashing to the ground. Far from being instantly incinerated, it seemed to struggle onward, resisting its fate. Such high resistance. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and fired another shot, striking the top of its skull. The flames burned even brighter. Still not enough? Then one more shot. 3 shots in quick succession, and the skeleton general was obliterated before it even knew what hit it. Without the skeleton general's command, Su Chen could clearly see the general's 16,000-strong skeleton army begin to panic. Still, driven by instinct, they clashed with Su Chen's skeleton forces, though the battlefield descended into chaos. On the battlefield, when one side is in disarray, the other can gradually pick them apart. Without significant cost, Su Chen wiped out this wave of the enemy's skeleton forces. Immediately after, Su Chen employed the same tactic to eliminate 3 more skeleton commanders. Then, an unexpected change occurred. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the rear of the opposing skeleton legion. The ordinary zombies, thrown into chaos by the loss of their skeleton commanders, swiftly merged into the ranks of the rebellious commanders, accepting their new orders. They no longer descended into complete chaos as before. Instead, it was the ordinary skeletons on his side that now fell into disarray. Caught between their direct commander and the commander's superior, they seemed torn over whom to obey, stalling in place in disarray. Of course, when attacked by other skeletons, they still instinctively fought back. Damn it! Outmaneuvered. Suchen couldn't help but curse under his breath. His worst fear had materialized. With a skeleton marshal present, the enemy could undoubtedly command the ordinary skeletons. From the start, Suchen had worried whether he could fully utilize these skeletons for a major battle. Now it seemed impossible to wear them down. However, he could see that the enemy's command method seemed to involve something akin to sound waves, rather than the psychic power he had assumed. If that was the case, then there was a way. Game Zone Channel. Suchen, does anyone have radar jamming equipment? It could be useful against the skeleton army. Radar jamming equipment? Has the boss's gear already advanced this far? If I had it, I'd definitely contribute it, but the thing is, I don't have it. I've never even seen one. But honestly, no one has it. Suchen posted the request again in the entire region's channel and also sent it to Zhuge Xiaoliang. His intermediary role proved quite effective. Sure enough, Zhuge Xiaoliang replied shortly after. Zhuge Xiaoliang, brother Su needs radar jamming gear? I know who has it, but I just checked they want 10,000 rounds of ammo in exchange. I tried haggling, but no luck. Want me to ask again? Seeing the message, Suchen paused for a moment, but without much hesitation, he agreed immediately. This item was currently rather useless, and it wouldn't normally sell for that price. But bullets weren't worth much to Suchen. Even 10,000 rounds were merely 1,000 pieces of iron to him. If it could make a difference in this battle, it would be worth it. Suchen, no need. Just exchange them for me. Also, help me acquire some special ores, special alloys, regular iron ingots, and alloys, just these 4 items. Take whatever you can get. You can pay with bullets, rocket launchers, shells, or blueprints. Must be done within half an hour. Hearing this, Zhuge Xiaoliang's eyes lit up. For the past half day, he'd only been buying limited quantities of standard bullets from Suchen. He knew Suchen's main sales channel was within his own district. Now that Suchen was asking him to help with sales, it seemed their district had been pretty much cleaned out by Suchen. Just through bullets alone, he'd amassed wealth from nearly half the region. How rich was Suchen, really? While many others had awakened bullet blueprints, they could only produce one type. With few trading partners and production unable to keep pace. By comparison, Suchen's output, variety, and pricing made him the top choice for all survivors. After swapping for the radar jamming gear, Suchen immediately positioned himself above the enemy skeleton camp. He then ordered the skeleton warlord he had defected to launch another attack against its own skeleton army. This time, no tactics were needed, only a desperate, all-out slaughter. The skeletal army, which had suffered heavy losses, tens of thousands due to the chaos, did not act immediately upon receiving the skeleton general's orders. Instead, they waited for instructions from the marshal on the other side. As the saying goes, when a general is in the field, he may disregard orders from above. But the marshal was standing right before them. Receiving no further orders, they immediately obeyed the direct command of their superior, the skeleton general. Steadying themselves amidst the chaos, they launched an assault against the opposing skeleton army. On the other side. Roar! Roar! The skeleton marshal bellowed twice in succession. Seeing his commands met with no response, his gaze grew somewhat bewildered. Chapter 178, The Mighty Skeleton Marshal. What's going on? How dare these skeletal troops disobey his orders? He remained utterly unaware that Suchen had intercepted all his sonic commands using radar jamming equipment. Meanwhile, Suchen continued sniping at the enemy's skeleton generals. With the radar jamming device, he could permanently sever their command link. As for his own forces, every skeleton had already received the command to fight to the death, to never retreat. No further orders were needed. The skeleton army, now deprived of their commanders, clashed once more with the relentless skeleton forces. This time, it was a fight to the death. Simultaneously, Suchen deployed the Ice Wolf skeleton army into the fray. Watching the situation spiral out of control, the skeleton marshal, seated deep in the rear, could no longer contain himself. Seizing a long spear, he personally charged toward the center of the battlefield. A towering figure, 2 meters tall, clad in bone armor and a marshal's battle robe, appeared before the eyes of all. His speed was astonishing, and within minutes, he joined the fray. A single sweeping strike obliterated the entire front row of over 20 ordinary skeletons. Advancing with his spear, he moved as if entering an empty field. That strong? Suchen raised an eyebrow. Upon scanning the opponent's attributes, he instantly understood. Skeleton Marshal Peak Gold Tier. Attack, 560. Defense, 560. Combat Power, 1680. Compared to those ordinary skeletons without even a rating, the skeleton marshal was clearly far more powerful. Xiao Ling, did you spot that skeleton marshal charging into the battlefield? Fire a shot at him. Through the watch on his wrist, Su Chen issued the command to Xiaoling. Since the enemy had made its move, it was time to unleash a blast and show it the true power of technology. Roger that, master. Upon receiving Su Chen's command, Xiaoling immediately locked onto the skeleton marshal's position via her radar and fired a shot. Whoosh! As the rocket-propelled shell hurtled toward him, the skeleton marshal, mid-combat, sensed the anomaly and lifted his skull. Watching the projectile rapidly closing in, he raised his spear and thrust its tip directly toward the incoming trajectory. Clang! The next instant, the spear tip collided with the rocket, producing a metallic clang, followed immediately by a violent explosion. Boom! The blast sent smoke billowing instantly, engulfing the entire area. Su Chen frowned. The black shadow still visible on his radar scan told him the shell had missed its mark. Instead, it had blown up quite a few of the surrounding skeleton minions. Was this the power of a peak gold tier opponent? Rocket launchers were no longer a threat. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the figure of the skeleton marshal emerged, spear in hand. Standing tall with an air of pride, there was an inexplicable sense of heroic grace about him that momentarily startled Su Chen, making the enemy appear almost handsome. Damn it! What the hell is this? After casually sniping a skeleton general, Su Chen immediately returned to the RV. He used the materials obtained from Zhuge Xiaolian to craft a rocket launcher. If the rocket launcher is useless, surely the rocket artillery must work. Consumes materials to craft one rocket launcher shell. Consumption. Soon, Su Chen used the first batch of materials traded over by the other side to craft 7 rocket launcher shells. Heh, go to hell. Xiaoling, teach that skeleton marshal a lesson. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the rocket launcher barrel, after being adjusted, instantly fired a shell. It traced a perfect arc through the air, hurtling toward the skeleton marshal's position. This time, the skeleton marshal sensed the incoming shell. Unlike before, he seemed utterly panicked and didn't even attempt to block it with his spear. Instead, he turned and began fleeing toward the rear of his large force. It sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from that shell. Staying put meant certain death. Its speed was astonishingly fast, and in an instant, it actually outpaced the shell. Before the rocket shell hit the ground, Su Chen saw the enemy had already escaped the blast radius. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion ripped through the battlefield where the two armies clashed, inflicting damage not only on the enemy but also on their own forces. By this point, Su Chen's skeleton army was nearly depleted. They had lost 180,000 skeletons while eliminating nearly 240,000 enemy skeletons. The number of enemy skeletons consumed was slightly lower than he had anticipated, but still a respectable result. Outside the city walls, the enemy skeleton army now numbered just over 500,000. Though still substantial, the pressure had eased considerably compared to the initial onslaught. Game Zone Channel. Su Chen, the skeleton army has suffered over 50% casualties. Everyone should be sufficiently rested. Prepare for battle. The message sent shockwaves through the entire group. Holy crap, the battle hasn't even started yet, and the boss just wiped out half of them? That's a full 500,000 troops. Is this the true measure of Su Chen's power? It's utterly insane. Damn it! I gotta find a way to join Su Chen's side, even if it means getting gender reassignment surgery to become a woman. I'd accept it. You're the real deal. I can help you, no charge, just pure curiosity. After the adjacent skeleton army was dealt with, the remaining forces charged straight toward the city wall where Su Chen stood. Under Su Chen's command, the remaining 15,000 skeletons were evenly distributed across the 3 walls, tasked with guarding the gates and halting the advancing skeleton army. For easy identification, Su Chen had these skeletons wear green headscarves, creating a sea of green as far as the eye could see. At the narrow gate, the enemy's numerical advantage proved ineffective. Moreover, their advance was impeded, allowing the survivors on the walls to seize the opportunity and attack them with their weapons. Of course, they also had to guard against the skeleton soldiers wielding javelins. Click-clack. Soon, the battle erupted, and the final showdown unfolded before the city walls. Su Chen attacked the skeletons, harvesting whatever points he could, while frowning. If even rocket launchers couldn't hit that skeleton marshal, what other means could possibly deal with him? If this wave of monsters was this powerful, how had other areas managed to hold out? When he glanced at the regional channel to see how many players remained, his eyes widened in shock. Zone 1 had dwindled to fewer than 18,000 players. Regional channel, 17,285 members. Not even the combined casualties from the Ice World event challenges had been this severe, utterly brutal. If they were to redistribute forces now, their combined strength would barely cover 6 city wall defense battlefields. Chapter 179, Master Psychologist Zhang Weihong steps in personally. Meanwhile, on the other side, surveying the few remaining ice monsters, Zhang Weihong swung his weary arms, delivering the final blow to the last creature. Guys, we finally get 5 minutes to rest. Everyone, get yourselves sorted out quickly, there's still another wave coming. We only have half an hour left. Hang on through this final half hour. We can win this. Leaning against the wall, Zhang Weihong looked utterly spent as he ordered the others to rest where they stood. During the previous assault, the zombie horde had breached the city walls. After fighting desperately, they had managed to hold their ground, though at the cost of several hundred casualties. Looking at the remaining 1,600 men, Zhang Weihong's expression was complex. He had intended to recruit the other 2,000, but never imagined the sheer number of monsters that would follow. Over half the defenders on the walls had been lost outright. His own forces had also suffered 200 casualties. Every last bit of material they carried had been depleted in this battle. In 5 minutes, they would face the final assault. Leader Zhang, our ammunition is gone, and our stamina is critically low. Can we hold out for 25 minutes against the final assault? Yes. Captain Zhang, do you have any ideas? We're all listening to you. Exactly. We're all listening to you. What should we do now? After surviving the previous 10 waves of attacks, Zhang Weihong had successfully established his authority. The remaining members eagerly expressed their willingness to join his team and become part of his group. Under these circumstances, there was no need to hold back. Rest assured, everyone. I still have some divine weapons and tools that can help us overcome this battle. Brothers, bring them out. Zhang Weihong gave a sweeping gesture, and instantly, 100 subordinates returned to the RV. When they reappeared, each was armed with heavy weaponry. Mortars, rocket launchers, heavy machine guns. Holy crap, this much heavy firepower? We're saved. Only Leader Zhang could pull this off, master strategist, deploying his trump card at the last moment. We're good now. Over 100 heavy weapons were lined up along the first city wall, gathering all the survivors in one place. Simultaneously, they extracted the car cores from the deceased vehicles and used the cars themselves to block the city walls. This would hinder the enemy's advance onto the walls, buying them precious time to prepare. 5 minutes later, a million-strong skeleton army appeared before them. Gazing upon these undead creatures, solemn expressions spread across everyone's faces, many wearing looks of utter despair. This 11th wave, a staggering million-strong skeleton army, was utterly terrifying to behold. Spotting numerous ice wolf skeletons among the ranks, Zhang Weihong instantly connected these skeletons to the ice monsters encountered in the previous 10 waves. He let out a deep sigh. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the final wave. The so-called limited siege battle was indeed restricted. It was simply that ordinary people had no chance of breaking through. The enemy's numbers were dozens of times greater than theirs. There was simply no chance of victory. Now, they could only try to stall for time. With their final trump card weapon, he was confident they could hold out for 20 minutes in combat. After allowing the enemy 3 minutes to advance, Zhang Weihong watched the monsters enter their firing range and immediately ordered the assault. Whoosh boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Fire. 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 The relentless barrage of cannon fire and gunfire erupted. Beneath the first wall, a cloud of post-explosion smoke billowed up, and the advance of the skeleton army was actually held back. Had Su Chen been present, he would surely have marveled at how their sheer numbers and abundance of weapons allowed them to fully unleash their firepower. Without factoring in rocket launchers, their firepower surpassed Su Chen's to a certain extent. For a fleeting moment, the situation descended into a brief truce. Survivors in the rear, who had exhausted their ammunition and supplies, were overcome with excitement. They might just hold out until the very end. At that moment, the ice wolves flanking the main force charged toward the city walls at breakneck speed. Quick! Don't let those ice wolves break through. The firepower of hundreds instantly converged on the wolves, but their speed and scattered formation made the attacks largely ineffective. Only after expending vast amounts of ammunition were most of the ice wolves finally eliminated. The survivors had already breached the city walls. The skeleton army behind them also drew near the city walls. Seeing this, Zhang Weihong's face turned pale. Their heaviest losses had come when facing the ice wolves. This time, they were hit with a massive wave. The odds were stacked against them. Everyone! This time, we cannot escape our fate. But even in our final moments, we will stand and die. Zhang Weihong stepped before the newly joined brothers, his gaze stern as he commanded. Bring all our wine and meat here. Today we feast together. This seals our brotherhood. Next, several members who had exhausted their ammunition brought out ample wine and meat to distribute among everyone, almost 1 portion per person. Everyone, dig in. After we eat, we'll fight them tooth and nail. We absolutely cannot let them storm the city walls. With that, Zhang Weihong led the charge, devouring meat and gulping down wine. Seeing this, the others followed suit. For them, being able to eat meat and drink wine before facing death was already a great blessing. Soon, the meat was devoured and the wine drained. They gripped their weapons tightly. Brothers, we'll be good brothers again in the next life. Now, prepare to fight with me. Charge! As the ice wolves charged through the city gates, the despair and fear that had clouded their eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce, blood-red glint. Charge! Led by Zhang Weihong, all 800 new brothers charged forward. As for his original 800 brothers, under his command, they held the line against the advancing skeleton horde, buying them a sliver of hope for survival. Spotting the ice wolves, he immediately hoisted his rocket launcher and fired a shot directly at the wolves below, instantly reducing 2 of them to powder. This single blast ignited their morale even further. The 800 men, weapons in hand, charged straight down. Watching this unfold from the city walls, Zhang Weihong, clutching his rocket launcher mount, let a mysterious smile curve his lips. Well, what a fool. With 20 minutes remaining until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen's forces had nearly wiped out the skeleton army. Only the last remnants of the defeated army and the skeleton marshal in the distance remained. Having witnessed the terrifying power of Su Chen's weapons, the skeleton marshal had no intention of approaching the city walls further, fearing he might not be able to dodge in time if he got too close. This presented Su Chen with a dilemma. Normally, they could simply control the timing to eliminate all enemies and proceed smoothly. But now, with the boss still alive, unable to kill him, yet unable to advance, could they be stuck on this stage? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Successfully clearing this stage would yield an incredibly rich reward. Yet, with his current arsenal, he had no viable means to eliminate the foe. Unless. Su Chen turned his head to look at the fat dragon beside him and spoke. Fat dragon, with your thick skin and tough hide, could you withstand a rocket launcher? Fat dragon? Boss, are you even speaking human language? Not right now, but if I absorb all the energy, maybe. Fat dragon answered immediately, afraid that a second's delay would get him in trouble with the boss. Well then, there's no other choice. I'll go myself. Su Chen shook his head, stepping forward with a determined look. Xiaoling, follow my command, fire the rocket launcher at my location. With that, he planted his feet firmly and launched himself skyward using his flight device. Alone, he soared toward the distant skeleton marshal. Chapter 180, Slaying the Skeleton Marshal. Fat Dragon? Boss, I made you the leader, not the suicide bomber. Why are you walking into a trap? Fat Dragon shouted urgently. The skeleton marshal's speed, strength, and defense meant the boss stood no chance against him. Was he planning to use himself as a pawn to take the enemy down with him? If that happened, he'd be left without a leader. But Su Chen had already charged far ahead, unable to hear Fat Dragon's shouts. He wanted to try. He'd observed that the skeleton marshal currently lacked any means of flight. With his own flying machine, he could potentially exploit that weakness. How could he pin the enemy in place for just that split second? The only tactic Su Chen could devise was to use himself as bait, luring the enemy's attention away from his rocket launcher. Then he could seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow with his rocket launcher. Midway through his approach, Su Chen drew his rocket launcher and unleashed a barrage on the enemy's position. After firing one shot, he immediately switched to the RPG, closing in while relentlessly firing rounds. Though the bullets couldn't penetrate the enemy's defenses, they could at least restrict their movements to some extent. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Explosive smoke and bullets rained down densely upon the enemy, instantly enraging the skeleton marshal. Fixing his gaze on Su Chen, he charged straight at him. He swung his spear, ready to finish Su Chen off without giving him any chance. Damn! So fast! Only when facing the enemy's speed head-on did Su Chen realize it surpassed his wildest expectations. He instantly retracted his spear and darted sideways to evade the strike, but the blade still grazed his body. Even though his dragon scale armor activated instantly, the impact stung fiercely. The violent collision felt like every organ in his chest had been jostled out of place. Damn it! Su Chen raised his hand. A flash of white light appeared as an adrenaline shot materialized in his palm, which he immediately jabbed into his own body. Instantly, the pain vanished completely, replaced by a surge of power coursing through his body. Su Chen drew two large pistols at close range and fired without hesitation. As the shots rang out, a trace of contempt flickered in the skeleton marshal's eyes. Weapons of this caliber were nothing more than a tickle to him. Tap tap tap. Bullets struck his skeleton body in dense waves, instantly igniting raging flames upon his skeletal frame. He himself was forced backward under the relentless barrage. Clearly, he had miscalculated this time. It never imagined that the projectiles fired twice from the same weapon would be entirely different. Seeing his tactics take effect, Su Chen's lips curved slightly, though his expression remained utterly focused. He knew full well that the enchanted bullets wouldn't finish the enemy quickly, its health bar was too thick. The only solution was to use rocket rounds. His strategy was to first confuse the enemy with regular bullets before switching to enchanted ones, not merely to inflict damage, but crucially, to draw aggro. After this exchange, Su Chen estimated he had drawn at least 80% of the enemy's aggro. Now, the next challenge was figuring out how to block its spear. The hovercraft behind Su Chen suddenly roared to life, and the large pineapple in his hand had been replaced with a rocket launcher. Whoosh, whoosh. Two projectiles blasted out from his right flank. Simultaneously, he pivoted his aircraft toward the enemy's left side, aiming to evade the spear thrust while closing the distance. Facing the incoming rocket rounds, the skeleton marshal, having witnessed Su Chen's cunning, showed no sign of underestimation. He raised his spear and thrust it forward. Boom boom. Two successive explosions echoed, filling the air with acrid smoke. Seizing the moment, Su Chen accelerated to full speed, weaving through the smoke. The instant the enemy thrust his spear upward, Su Chen closed in. Now. Stick. The immobilization talisman struck. Immobilization Talisman can immobilize creatures below gold rank for 3 hours. Duration decreases for gold rank and above as power increases. Xiaoling, lock onto my position and fire. Su Chen barked the order. For extra precaution, he pulled out another immobilization talisman and stuck it on the other side of the enemy's forehead. Roger that. Ready. Rocket launcher firing. Whoosh whoosh. The moment the rocket launcher fired, Su Chen planted his feet firmly and propelled himself skyward with his flight device, soaring straight into the heavens. The rocket launcher flew through the air for a mere 3 seconds before crashing down onto the immobilized skeleton marshal. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. Even at 500 meters above ground, Su Chen felt the intense heat wave wash over him. He immediately continued toward the city walls, finally landing atop him. Defeated peak gold tier skeleton marshal. Earn 10,000 points and obtain 1 portion of spiritual essence. Congratulations! You have successfully repelled the 11th wave of attacks. Time will resume in 3 minutes. You may now rest. Phew! Su Chen exhaled deeply and stowed the flying device behind him. Su Chen, are you okay? Don't put yourself in danger like that next time, okay? Xinglan, standing nearby, threw herself at Su Chen the moment he landed. Burying her face in his chest and clinging to his waist, she spoke with a trembling voice. When Su Chen had gone to fight the enemy alone and directed the rocket launcher to fire at his own position, Xinglan felt as if the sky had collapsed around her. She was terrified that Su Chen would leave her forever. Alright, I promise you. Gazing at Xinglan in his arms, Su Chen spoke gently. As the decisive battle concluded, everyone atop the city walls breathed a collective sigh of relief, followed by cheers and jubilation. They had endured. They were still alive. Game Chat Channel 2489 members. Losing only 1/6 of their numbers, Su Chen felt this was a result of their hard work. Immediately after, Bai Xiao, Wang Fei, and Shan Yu approached Su Chen. Su Chen, we're here to exchange weapons. Also, we each have over 20,000 points. Whatever you want us to exchange for you, we'll get it. Bai Xiao stepped forward and spoke up immediately. How did they perform? Su Chen didn't answer them directly. Instead, he turned to look at Xinglan. Hearing Su Chen's words, the trio also turned their gaze to Xinglan. They too were eager to know if they could pass Su Chen's test and become members of his team. Chapter 181, Crushing First Place. Do I even need to say it? Xinglan shot Su Chen a glare, yet felt a warm glow inside. She understood he was building her authority and goodwill to help her manage the team more effectively. Congratulations, you've passed the test. As far as I'm concerned, I definitely approve of you joining the team. You little minx. Su Chen chuckled exasperatedly, not expecting her to try to outmaneuver him. Well then, congratulations on successfully joining the team. Let's all work hard together from now on. If you have free time, help out with the team quests. Apart from the few who had joined the team and exchanged some experience points, almost no one else bothered with the team tasks. Of course, that was mainly because they didn't have much time and didn't want to waste energy on that. Thanks, Captain Su. We get it. The three were thrilled. Joining Su Chen's team was an immense honor for them. Following Su team leader meant they could ride his coattails all the way to the game's end. Oh, and now that you're officially in the squad, hand over half your points as ammunition fees. Keep the other half for yourselves. Su Chen stated. The trio expressed their gratitude once more and temporarily withdrew. They had successfully joined Su Chen's convoy. Now all they needed to do was rendezvous with the captain. 3 minutes passed quickly. The clock struck 6 o'clock sharp. The game's system notification chimes sounded in their ears. The tension that had gripped everyone finally began to ease. City Wall Offensive Challenge concluded. Congratulations to all players for successfully clearing the stage. After prolonged combat, we trust all players have gained valuable experience. The ranking leaderboard will be announced shortly. Once revealed, all players may redeem items using their points in the point store. System is compiling data. Please wait. Before long, Su Chen saw his own system notification flash up, causing his eyebrows to arch in surprise. Congratulations! You have completed the Wall Defense Challenge, earning a total of 5,392,620 points. Final rankings, first in Region 1, first nationwide, first server-wide. Topped the charts again. Still number 1 across the board. Su Chen clenched his fist, thoroughly satisfied with his rankings. Then they vanished from the city walls, returning once more to the snow-covered highway. Regional Channel, 12,329 members. This wall battle claimed nearly half their numbers, plummeting their ranks from over 20,000 to 12,000. Without him on their side, he estimated at least another 1,000 would have perished. But without him, they likely wouldn't have needed to clear the 11th stage anyway. They could have just stalled as long as possible earlier on. Points ranking rewards have been settled. Next, we will announce the scores and rankings of the top 10 global players. Finally here we're completely out of ammo. Thankfully those monsters couldn't climb walls, otherwise it would have been impossible. Our squad only lost 300 men. The rest all survived. Holy crap? How did you manage that? We lost over half our team, the survivors barely scraped by. Ha, we had a genius with us who set up tons of formations and obstacles, wearing down those monsters for ages. So you guys didn't get any rest? Or is it because Suchen's team is just that strong? I heard they went head to head with the ice monster army and cleared it straight through. Apparently they even cleared the 11th stage. What? You cleared the 11th stage? We just encountered it and it ended. It scared the hell out of us. After another full day of combat, everyone seemed to have endless stories to share, venting it all in the regional chat channel. Humans are social creatures, and many are chatterboxes. Now that they finally had a break, they couldn't stop talking. Amidst their discussions, the system alert sounded once more. Based on points earned in this event, the global top 5 are now announced. First place, Suchen, China Region 1. Earned 5,392,620 points. Reward, 1 epic tier draw, 10 luck points. Second place, Adam, Region 1 of the Ugly Nation, 2,748,900 points. Reward, 1 king tier draw, 5 luck points. Third place, Li Qingfeng, Huaxia Region 2, 2,504,099 points. Reward, 1 king tier draw, 3 luck points. Fourth place, Lu Xinghe, Huaxia Region 3. Earned 2,323,290 points. Reward, 1 king tier draw, 2 luck points. Fifth place, Charlie, Sunset Nation Zone 1, scored 2,038,294 points. Reward, 1 king tier lottery draw, 1 lucky point. The remaining rankings allow you to check your own position and see others' standings. However, personal information and rankings can be hidden. Before long, several hidden players appeared on the leaderboard. Nevertheless, Suchen scanned the list immediately and discovered that nearly 30% of the top 100 players were from China. Great China truly is formidable. This time, the reward was a 10-point increase in luck points, significantly more than before. What thrilled Suchen most was that this reward was no longer a king tier draw, it was an epic tier draw opportunity, a level higher. May Lady Luck smile upon me, draw something good. Preferably something he'd never seen before. Only then would his efforts truly be worthwhile. Begin the draw. The next moment, Suchen began the draw without hesitation. A dazzling light flashed inside the car, and Suchen stared intently at the center of the light source. Stop. As Suchen shouted the command, the light gradually faded. An item resembling a parchment scroll appeared before Suchen. Unlike any item Suchen had obtained before, and it didn't seem to be a blueprint either. Could it be a treasure map? Curiosity gripped Suchen as he examined the parchment. Item upgrade scroll, single use. Effect, upgrades one item's quality to epic tier attributes, regardless of type. Note, cannot be used on unique or special items. Suchen froze for a moment. He'd expected something valuable, but instead received an upgrade scroll that could transform his mediocre items into something worthwhile. This was somewhat unexpected. What should he upgrade? His first thought upon seeing it was whether he could upgrade certain unique, non-producible items, but that seemed impossible. However, the fact that it could elevate an item to the highest tier epic left Suchen perplexed. His current high-quality items were mostly around the epic tier, so the upgrade effect wouldn't be significant. Perhaps it would be excellent for other players whose items were generally. Otherwise, maybe he could try upgrading the rocket launcher to see if its power would increase? But then he realized the rocket launcher was already a top-tier weapon at its peak. It could only be upgraded by one level, and the effect wouldn't be significant. After a moment's thought, Suchen simply shook his head and abandoned the idea. He continued to ponder. Aircraft, rocket launchers, large pineapples, RV engines. Suchen wanted to use them all, but with the more powerful rocket launcher available, it seemed unnecessary to upgrade these. Xiaoling, Pang Long, do you have any suggestions for this upgradable blueprint? As he racked his brain, he decided to enlist Fat Dragon and Xiaoling to brainstorm with him. Fat Dragon immediately piped up, can you turn my bed into an epic tier 1? Sleeping on that would be so comfy. Sure, you can get lost. Suchen shot Fat Dragon a disapproving look. He shouldn't have asked him in the first place. Master, Xiaoling has 2 great suggestions here. You might want to consider them. 2? Hurry up and tell me. Suchen raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. The first one can be used on Xiaoling. She'll gain a massive boost, which will be extremely helpful to you, Master. Whether it was his imagination or not, Suchen sensed a hint of anticipation in Xiaoling's voice. And the second one? Suchen already thought the first option was excellent. He was ready to upgrade her. If the first option was this good, how could the second be any less? He decided to hear out the second one first. The second suggestion was Chapter 182, Epic Fleet. Sub-fleet function. The second one is for your fleet. After a brief pause, Xiaoling announced the second option, though her tone clearly lacked the anticipation of the first. Fleet? This thing can be used for fleets? Suchen raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpected application. Of course. After enhancing your fleet, you may unlock its special abilities. Exactly what abilities will be unlocked, however, Xiaoling cannot predict. I see. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. That made the decision genuinely difficult. Originally, he hadn't thought of it at all, but now he wanted both options. Truly, having too many choices was a headache. After a moment's thought, Su Chen looked at Xiaoling with a hint of apology. Next time something like this comes up, I'll definitely save it for you. Xiaoling was an AI system he'd acquired long ago. The methods to enhance her capabilities weren't limited to this one, there were other avenues as well. But upgrading the fleet seemed to be his only current option. With that in mind, Su Chen took the item upgrade manual, ready to use it. As he made his decision, the system prompted him for final confirmation. Ding! Player, do you choose to use the item upgrade book to enhance the fleet's attributes and perform the upgrade? Once completed, the upgrade book will disappear. It actually worked. He hadn't expected the item's scope of use to be so broad, far greater than he'd imagined. Su Chen was filled with anticipation, wondering what kind of surprises the upgraded fleet would bring him. After all, this was an epic tier existence, a rarity among rarities. Soon, an emblem representing Su Chen's convoy appeared before him. The blueprint in his hand instantly flew into multiple hands. The two began to merge and unify. Soon, Su Chen heard the system notification sound. Congratulations! You have upgraded your fleet to epic tier using the upgrade card. Epic tier fleet, Dawnbreak fleet. Level, 1-star team 81,100. Bonus, 15% increased chance to encounter higher tier treasure chests. New trait, Unity Power. Bonded strength, when all fleet members belong to the same faction, their unity enhances defense to a certain extent. The more members, the stronger the defense. New subfleet, none requires additional fleet commands. Can be expanded to connect subfleets with the main fleet. Subfleets are subordinate to the main fleet, enabling more streamlined fleet management. Chat channel. Members, Su Chen Captain, Qinglan Vice Captain 1010. Storage, rocket launcher ammunition. Random shop, new, one item will randomly appear daily, exchangeable with guild contribution. Today's refreshed item, Zhuge repeating crossbow. Quest, 1, form a squad to open 10 treasure chests consecutively for 30 EXP. 2, kill monsters or players to earn corresponding guild contribution. 3. After upgrading your convoy, 3 new features become available. 1 is the power of unity. When the team fights side by side, it increases defense. The exact amount isn't specified, but it's a solid boost for the entire convoy. Su Chen believed it would prove useful, though not necessarily immediately. Another is the random shop, essentially a mobile vending cart, though its inventory fluctuates randomly, leaving purchases entirely to chance. Of course, the third new feature, subfleets, was what excited and surprised Su Chen the most. This meant he no longer needed to establish separate fleets just to outnumber ordinary players. Now, he could develop both his main fleet and subfleets simultaneously. While building an elite fleet, he could steadily expand his numbers, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The only drawback was that fleet tokens were still required to maintain its operation. This was truly excellent. The results achieved by this reward far exceeded Su Chen's expectations. As Su Chen upgraded his team, all members received a system notification. Your team leader has used an upgrade token to elevate the team to epic status. The team has undergone partial adjustments and gained new features. Fleet chat channel. Fu Ling, that's just like you. Wang Chang, holy crap, Captain Su is awesome. So when are we setting up sub-teams? Let me lead one. Wang Chang immediately volunteered, offering himself up. Seeing Su Chen hadn't replied, he pressed his advantage. I used to be in the military before I retired. I've got some experience in management. Plus, in this wall defense battle, we only lost under 300 men. This time, Su Chen was genuinely surprised. He'd poured immense effort into minimizing casualties, yet Wang Chang's side had suffered even fewer losses? Xinglan, how did you manage that? Xinglan voiced the question on everyone's mind. It's really nothing special. We had someone with a brilliant mind who led us in setting up maze-like structures and iron fortresses using wooden planks, steel, and other materials in front of the city walls, within several gates, and atop the ramparts. Then, using the absolutely secure spots within these formations, we built fortress-like structures. The zombies couldn't get in, but we could fire out. Plus, these zombies won't climb over the walls in front of the city gates. So we don't need to kill them all, no matter how many there are, it's no problem. Only a limited number of zombies could enter through the gates, so they all piled up in the maze in front of the city walls. Their numbers grew steadily, yet they remained unable to advance. Su Chen, Changlan, Lu Xinghe, Fu Ling, and others. Upon seeing the message, the convoy fell into a moment of silence. They suddenly realized that following the other party's method might actually work. Whoever came up with this plan was a damn genius. Su Chen, what's that person's name? If they're decent, we can bring them into the main convoy or a sub-convoy. If not, then forget it. Wang Chang, his name is Guosu. I'll ask him later. The current team was severely understaffed. Counting the new additions, there were only 10 people total. Suchen suddenly realized they were in a predicament. The convoy was actually full. Seriously? Just 100 experience points and they're dragging their feet like this? Wait. Didn't they kill so many monsters in that challenge just now? Why wasn't the experience counted? Could it be that it doesn't count during events? But then he glanced at his guild contribution points and immediately slapped his forehead. I knew it. How could that not count? Guild contribution Suchen personal 112,380. Chapter 183 Car Air Purifier. Chen glanced at the log. Killing regular monsters yields 0.1 guild contribution points. Killing leveled monsters yields relatively more guild contribution. Take the skeleton marshal, for instance, which added a whopping 1,000 points straight away. Better level up first. It's useless to hold on to it. The items in the warehouse were mostly things he'd stored himself, nothing worth exchanging. Captain Suchen spent 1,900 guild contribution points to exchange for 19 experience points. Dawn's fleet has completed its upgrade, advancing from a 1-star fleet to a 2-star fleet. After the upgrade, the member cap immediately increased to 100. Captain Suchen spent 100,000 guild contribution points to exchange for 1,000 experience points. Dawn team upgraded from a 2-star team to a 3-star team. Suchen directly used his own guild contribution to elevate the Dawn team by 2 tiers, increasing the member capacity limit to 1,000. This should suffice for the short term. Simultaneously, the team-specific data underwent certain changes. Epic Fleet, Dawnbreak Fleet. Level, 3-star Fleet 010000. Bonuses, 35% increased chance to encounter higher tier treasure chests, 15% boost to all attributes for team members. Trait, Power of Unity. Subfleets, none requires additional fleet commands. Chat channel. Members, Suchen Captain, Qinglan Vice Captain 101000. Storage, rocket launcher ammo. Random shop today's refreshed item, Juga repeating crossbow. Excellent. The increased chance of encountering higher tier treasure chests was absolutely the most favorable condition for him. For him, encountering one high-level treasure chest is equivalent to finding over a dozen. A guaranteed win, no matter what. After handling the convoy, Suchen retrieved the spiritual essence he had obtained earlier. Spiritual essence increases spiritual attribute by 1 upon use. What a treasure! This was far more valuable than the wisdom crystals. Boost a full point of free attribute points. Without hesitation, Suchen activated it. After absorption, he examined his attribute panel, noticeably improved compared to before the battle. During this wall defense battle, he had acquired a substantial amount of wisdom crystals and evolution crystals. Suchen. Health, 276. Strength, 138. Spirit, 96. Speed, 132. Stamina, 88. Burst, 86. Skills, Sniper Mastery, Master Level Hand-to-Hand Combat. Vehicle, 4-star car 10,383,000. Next stage, 5-star car castle. Items, Storage Ring, Spatial Farm. Immediately after, he opened the system's exchange shop. Having earned over 5 million points, he couldn't just let them go to waste. Suchen leisurely searched for items that could help upgrade Xiaoling. Soon, his gaze settled on an item named Advanced AI Core. Xiaoling could absorb this to gain higher permissions and abilities. Each unit cost 200,000 points. After a brief discussion with Xiaoling, he spent 2 million points to exchange 10 of them for her needs, then handed them over for her to absorb. Xiaoling, now in possession of the advanced AI cores, immediately began the absorption process. Suchen turned his attention to the remaining items, quickly scanning through them. Soon, Suchen noticed several special items. Car Air Purifier Blueprint Permanent. Required materials, 10 special alloys, 10 special steels, 1 special electronic component, 1 unit of nanostone. Effect, purifies harmful substances and dust from the air, maintaining optimal cabin air quality. Price, 3 million points. Upon seeing this item, Suchen paused in surprise. The price alone meant it was an item only he could afford. If he didn't buy it, it meant no one else would be able to obtain it anytime soon. But why was this item here, and why was it priced so exorbitantly? Suchen's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled that during the extreme heat, he had come across numerous blueprints and materials related to the ice world. Could it be that the next world desperately needed such items? Is the air so bad that breathing is a problem? If that were the case, survival would be impossible without it, so not exchanging it shouldn't be a problem. But if it truly was essential, and only he could exchange for it, then he would hold a monopoly for the time being. The resources and wealth he could bring back would be absolutely substantial. Should he take a gamble? Bet that this was an essential commodity for the next world? Exchanging 3 million points could get me 1 million units of basic materials. But if I bet right, the wealth I'd bring back wouldn't just be 1 million basic materials. Exchange it. After careful consideration, Suchen decided to exchange them. He had nothing else he particularly wanted to exchange for, and the exchange shop didn't offer any more powerful weapons anyway. If they dared to price this blueprint so high, there must be a reason. Consumed 3 million points to exchange for vehicle air purifier blueprint permanent. Su Chen used the remaining points to exchange for various special materials. The further he progressed, the more frequently he found himself needing these special materials. They were being consumed at an alarming rate, so he absolutely had to stockpile more. At the same time, Su Chen spotted a communication bracelet priced at 10,000 points each, featuring communication and location tracking functions. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 2 immediately. He exchanged the remaining 300,000 plus points for over 3,000 units of various special materials. Su Chen closed the exchange shop and opened a private chat with Qinglan. Su Chen, you did exceptionally well this time, ranking 69th. Here's a reward for you. With that, he transferred the communication bracelets to her. With this, they could maintain constant contact, and either party could share their real-time location with the other in case of danger. Qinglan replied almost immediately. Qinglan, it's all thanks to you. Thanks and congrats on winning first place again. Su Chen, basic skills, no big deal. While Su Chen was exchanging items, the chat channel had completely exploded. Holy crap, Su Chen's crushing score is insane. What's there to be surprised about? I'm used to it by now. If it weren't Su Chen, I'd actually be shocked. The gap between second place and Su Chen's score is absolutely crushing. It's insane. When can I join God Su's team? Su Chen's team doesn't need ordinary folks like us. He's an army unto himself. Yeah. I'm on the same wall as Su Chen. His firepower alone is stronger than all of us combined. It's insane. When will the boss's team start recruiting? What are the requirements to join? Su Chen. Yeah, what are the requirements to join Su Chen's team? In the regional channel, many players were tagging Su Chen, eager to inquire about joining his team. Soon, prompted by Qinglan's reminder, Su Chen noticed the flood of messages. Just as he hesitated, Wang Chang sent a message. Wang Chang, Su team leader, tell him to add me. Hand over the first sub-team to me. I'll exchange points for a team command token. I promise to drill them like an army. Wang Chang was a veteran soldier who specialized in training new recruits. This was right up his alley. After a moment's thought, Su Chen replied. After discussing with Qinglan and Wang Chang, he drafted a message and sent it out. Chapter 184, the Zcar team is hiring. Xiao Ling's advancement. Regional channel, 12,329 members. Su Chen, friends, thank you all for your support and recognition of my team. However, our current roster is limited and cannot accommodate everyone. Players wishing to join can register with Wang Chang to join our sub-team first. Those who demonstrate outstanding performance may be promoted to the main team. The moment Su Chen posted this message, the entire regional channel erupted. Holy crap! Su Chen is actually recruiting? And Wang Chang is part of his team? How strong must this team be? I'm signing up. I can't miss this chance. Hold up, guys, read carefully. That's Su Chen's sub-team, not the main team. What's the point of joining that? Dude, if you don't join the sub-team and prove yourself, how do you expect to get into the big boss's team? Su Chen is building an elite squad here, got it? The crowd erupted into heated discussion, and Wang Chang's inbox instantly flooded with 999 friend requests, all desperate to join his team. Wang Chang, mass reply. My sub-team has limited spots, currently only 100 members. Further upgrades require collective effort. Priority given to those with higher tribute contributions. To admit more members, Wang Chang instantly upgraded the team to 2 stars. However, he lacked sufficient tribute points in Su Chen's main team to continue advancing. He could only rely on the collective efforts of other members moving forward. As for those who had added him but couldn't join immediately, they'd just have to wait. After handling that matter, Su Chen retrieved the air purifier blueprint and selected Learn. He gathered the materials and promptly crafted 10 units. One was traded directly to Qinglan, while the remaining 8 were stored in the fleet warehouse. Though not immediately needed, it was better to be prepared. Congratulations! Your artificial intelligence system has successfully completed its upgrade. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's ear, instantly filling him with delight. Xiao Ling had successfully upgraded. Xiao Ling, how is it? Su Chen asked Xiao Ling. Boss. After the upgrade, Xiao Ling's detection capabilities have significantly improved. Her predictive judgment and analytical abilities in certain areas have also greatly enhanced. Additionally, Xiao Ling has gained some understanding of the game system's limitations. Xiao Ling cannot disclose details to the master. Programming has become disordered. Xiao Ling. At this point, her speech suddenly became jumbled, clearly unable to continue. Alright, no need to tell me. Upon Su Chen's command, Xiao Ling immediately ceased her narrative and swiftly returned to normal. Seeing Xiao Ling's state, Su Chen roughly understood that she had stumbled upon some unspeakable secret. But this was absolutely a good thing. He now understood that as Xiao Ling's power grew, she could uncover more hidden aspects of the game system, perhaps even. Later, he must find a way to help Xiao Ling continue upgrading. Su Chen made a silent resolution. Xiao Ling had now ascended to the level of a super AI. Su Chen, are you done? Can I come up? At that moment, Xinglan's soft voice echoed. Su Chen's serious contemplation gave way as his furrowed brow relaxed. He immediately walked to the car door, opened it, and in one swift motion, pulled Xinglan up as she gasped in surprise. Su Chen, you've worked hard today. It's getting dark. Let me cook you something. What kind of noodles do you like? Seafood noodles. I like those best. Add a piece of abalone. Alright, wait a moment. Xinglan nodded immediately, sensing nothing amiss. She walked straight into the kitchen and began preparing the noodles. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of seafood noodles were brought out. Su Chen then pulled out a bottle of red wine in 2 glasses, pouring a small amount into each. How could they eat without a little wine to liven things up? Given the unpredictable nature of the highway survival game system, who knew what challenges awaited them tomorrow? Now that they finally had a moment of peace, how could they not raise a glass? Besides, how could they seize opportunities without a drink? How many things had been set in motion by a little drink? Just as Su Chen was about to dig in, Xinglan picked up an abalone from her bowl and placed it in his. Su Chen, you love abalone, don't you? Here, have mine too. Put. Hearing this, Su Chen choked on the noodle he'd just taken a bite of. Su Chen, what's wrong? Nothing. Let's eat our noodles before they get cold. Su Chen quickly changed the subject. Didn't Xinglan realize how much impact her words could have on a young man? Oh, right. I have something great to give you. Saying this, Xinglan reached into her pocket and pulled out a blueprint, handing it to Su Chen. Car Repair Kit Blueprint Permanent. Required materials, 10 iron ingots, 10 alloy ingots, 10 rubber ingots. Effect, repairs damage between 315 points, determined by vehicle grade. Compared to Wang Chang's repair kit, this car repair tape blueprint is clearly more cost-effective and affordable. An excellent item. Such a great item, yet Xinglan chose to give it to herself again. Lan. Their eyes locked. Xinglan blushed under Su Chen's gaze, yet her eyes still brimmed with affection as she looked at him. Deeply moved, Su Chen promptly tossed Fat Dragon into the spatial cultivation field, forbidding him from leaving without permission. Then, everything flowed naturally. Chapter 185, The Conspiracy of Zhang Weihong and Li Huoyan. Somewhere along the icy highway, Zhang Weihong stared at the drastically reduced number of his subordinates before him, his gaze darkening. What had once grown to nearly 5,000 men now numbered only a little over 2,000. This left him feeling utterly miserable, like he'd swallowed a mouthful of. He'd have to spend more time figuring out how to recruit new members. But when he tried to broadcast their team's strength on the public channel to attract more recruits, he saw Su Chen's Dawn Fleet posting recruitment notices. This signaled that the opposing team was poised to expand. A powerful sense of crisis welled up from within him. Originally, the other guy was just a lone wolf. No matter how strong he was, Su Chen didn't care as long as he didn't interfere. But now, armed with his own prestige and strength, he was rallying others. How could he not attract a flood of members? It wouldn't be long before they surpassed him, perhaps even swallowing him whole. No. He must eliminate them completely while they were still in their infancy. Zhang Weihong's gaze darkened. They had long sought to target Su Chen but had never encountered him. This time, however, they had a way. He spent 300,000 points to acquire a location tracker. By inputting a player's information, it could track their position 24/7. Normally, spending so many points just to track one person would be a huge waste. But for the sake of long-term development, Zhang Weihong had to do it. However, going alone wasn't safe enough. He needed to find a way to bring in more people, thereby sharing the burden of his losses. That's when Zhang Weihong thought of the Blood Wolf Squad. They had significant conflicts with Su Chen. It seemed that later, Su Chen had wiped out their deputy captain and over 100 members. The rift between the two sides had reached an irreconcilable point. Their captain was called Li Huoyan, right? Zhang Weihong immediately contacted Li Huoyan, and the two sides quickly began negotiations. Inside one of the convoy's vehicles, Jin Shang stared blankly at the wall before him, his mind replaying the scene that had just unfolded on the city ramparts. Zhang Weihong was exploiting the trust of unfamiliar players, sending them to their deaths to buy time for his own group. He felt confused. Was such a leader truly worthy of following? Perhaps yes. Or perhaps not. 2.5 hours later, the night deepened. He gazed at Xinglan, who lay exhausted on the bed, fast asleep. Su Chen took out a healing potion, gently wiped her wounds, then cautiously stepped outside the room. He summoned Fat Dragon, instructing him to stay upstairs for the night. He then approached the workbench and immediately began studying the blueprint Xinglan had given him earlier. Having just endured a fierce battle, everyone needed this now. He couldn't miss this prime opportunity. Congratulations! You have learned the automotive repair kit crafting blueprint permanent. Pulling out the mountain of materials, Su Chen began crafting. Consumes 100 iron ingots, 100 alloy ingots, 100 rubber blocks to craft 10 car repair belts. Consumption. Soon, Su Chen had produced 500 car repair belts. He would first gauge the market response before deciding whether to continue production. Regional chat channel. Suchen, considering everyone's vehicles sustained varying degrees of damage after the battle, my Dawn shop will stock car repair belts capable of fixing around 10 vehicles. High quality at a low price, limited quantity available, first come, first served. Attached image. After brief consideration, Suchen set the price at 99 base materials per unit. With a cost of 30 units and a selling price of 99 units, the profit margin is a generous 230 units, truly a fair deal. For car repair kits, this price and effectiveness make it absolutely affordable for most people, the best value for money. Additionally, priority purchase rights were set for materials like wisdom crystals and nashi stones. These were items unavailable through the point redemption store. Otherwise, Suchen would have exchanged all his points for them, eliminating the need to sell them now. Holy crap! I checked it out, the price is only 99 units of material? Finally something I can actually afford to buy. Yeah, when the car was only damaged by a few %, buying repair kits felt excessive and pricey. Now we finally have a suitable car repair kit. The moment Suchen mentioned it, I bought one without even checking the price. If it's from Suchen, it's bound to be top-notch. Holy crap, it's been less than a minute, how'd they sell out already? Ha! I snagged 3 right away. I grabbed 5, you never know when I might need them. Damn! Seeing his auto repair tape sell out within a minute, Suchen's eyes lit up. Market demand was even stronger than he'd imagined. Suchen, everyone, please wait a moment. The next batch of products will be listed in 1 hour. Truthfully, Suchen could have produced and listed many items immediately. But doing so would make survivors think he could keep producing and listing items endlessly, available for purchase anytime. They wouldn't rush to buy. Creating a sense of urgency, however, would prompt those who couldn't buy immediately to purchase one in advance, just in case. Next, Suchen began mass-producing car repair belts with the acquired materials. Consumed 1,000 iron ingots, 1,000 alloy ingots, 1,000 rubber sheets. Produced 100 car repair belts. Consumption. He immediately processed all 3 types of base materials into car repair belts. He then listed 3,000 units of the base material first, instructing Xiaoling to schedule the rest for automatic listing. Every hour, 3,000 units would be listed for trade. After replenishing all essential supplies, he finally returned to his room. Gazing at Qinglan as she slept soundly, he quietly moved to the bedside. Lying on his side facing her, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The dawn light streamed in through the window. When Suchen awoke, he found himself alone in bed. After washing up, he stepped outside his room and saw Panglong inside the car, slowly performing various movements. Suchen stared intently, his eyes widening in surprise. He recognized the movements Panglong was performing, they were the 8 brocades. Fat Dragon, who taught you those movements? Suchen walked into the kitchen, grabbed a glass of milk from the fridge, took a sip, and asked. My sister-in-law. Who else could it be? These moves are so hard to master, but she said if I practice well, it'll strengthen my body and make Fat Dragon even stronger. Fat Dragon's body kept moving, but his round head turned to look at Suchen as he spoke. Well, keep at it then. Chapter 186, Faction Stronghold Battle. Operation, Capture Suchen. Suchen downed the milk in one gulp, then walked to the window to look at the RV parked beside the house. Qinglan, good morning. Morning. You're up already? Oh, and that largest room on the 2nd floor of your RV, I've requisitioned it as our team's office. I've already got it mostly set up. Qinglan's efficient demeanor caught Suchen's attention. He thought to himself, I should produce a set of office OL attire for Qinglan to wear. It should look absolutely stunning. Suchen nodded. Qinglan's current demeanor stood in stark contrast to her appearance last night. Who knew what situations today would bring? Glancing at the time, it was already 9:45 a.m. Could today actually be a normal rest day? Just as the thought crossed Suchen's mind, a system notification tone abruptly interrupted his train of thought. Congratulations, everyone! You've successfully persevered to this day. A new chapter in the ice world is about to begin. The Faction Stronghold Battle Challenge is now active, lasting 3 days. Factions are divided into red, yellow, and green. All players may join any faction. Each faction has a cap, limited to 40% of the total players in the region. Once a faction reaches capacity, players may only join the remaining factions. When only one faction remains unfilled, all unassigned players will be automatically assigned to that faction. Among the 3 factions, joining red grants all players a 30% combat power boost. Joining yellow grants all players a 30% defense boost. Joining green grants all players a 30% speed boost. Each faction starts with 10 outposts and may designate one as its core outpost. If a core stronghold is captured, all remaining players of that faction will automatically join the opposing faction and become ineligible for any further rewards. 99 unclaimed outposts exist between the 3 factions, containing abundant ammunition supplies. Any faction may capture them, but only 1/3 of the resources can be claimed per capture. Each unoccupied outpost captured grants 1 merit point. Capturing an outpost held by another faction grants 2 merit points. Note, each faction can only earn merit once per outpost. At final settlement, each outpost under a faction's control grants 1 merit point. The faction with the highest total merit points will have its players equally share a generous resource grand prize. Defeated factions will contribute 50% of their initial resources to the grand resource prize pool. Players are encouraged to rally behind their factions. After 15 minutes, players will be teleported to their respective faction squares. Each faction will then have 10 minutes to prepare. When the notification sounded again, every remaining player felt a jolt in their heart. They'd barely recovered from battling the ice monsters, and now they were being forced to turn on each other? Guys, can't we just peacefully level up for a bit? Yeah, with 99 bases available, how about our last faction takes 33? If we start fighting, it's pure infighting right into the game system's trap. Let's just farm peacefully. What do you all think? Bloodwolf, ha. This game was practically designed for us Bloodwolves. You're all dead men walking. Bloodwolf captain, all Bloodwolf players, choose red. If any other players pick red, kill them all. We don't need useless scum. Bloodwolf everyone, prepare for judgment. Bloodwolf convoy leader Li Huayan, upon seeing this challenge, went from initial bewilderment to sheer excitement. This game was practically tailor-made for them. Through their recent development, the Bloodwolf convoy had grown significantly. Even after heavy losses in yesterday's battle, they still numbered over 4,000, enough to perfectly form a faction and fight together. Compared to others, their combat prowess and coordination were clearly superior. Their losses during the previous battle against the ice monsters had been minimal. After he posted the message, Zhang Weihong immediately contacted the other party. Zhang Weihong, you take the red faction, I'll take the yellow. When the time is right, I'll share Su Chen's location with you. We'll ambush and take him down together. Li Huayan, no problem. But I want 70% of his RV and resources. Zhang Weihong, deal. But I get first pick of one resource. The rest is split 70-30. Li Huayan, if you pick first, it's not 70-30, it's 80-20. Zhang Weihong, deal. Both sides quickly reached an agreement. Immediately afterward, Zhang Weihong instructed all team members to follow him in choosing the yellow faction. Simultaneously, he broadcast a message on the public channel. Players who hadn't joined his team yet could choose the yellow faction to fight alongside him and experience it firsthand. In an instant, a wave of survivors flooded in. Of course, many remained cautious, waiting for Su Chen's decision. They didn't know whether Su Chen would choose a location independently or join forces with Zhang Weihong's side. They had to wait for the other party to make their decision before making their own choice. Su Chen, where should we go? Qinglan watched Su Chen's hesitation, a hint of anxiety flickering in her eyes. If they delayed any longer, they'd start the game at a disadvantage. Surely Su Chen isn't the type to play only when the odds are stacked in his favor? Don't worry. Give it 5 more minutes. We'll choose the green faction. Inform Wang Chang that any applicants from sub-teams who choose to join other factions during this period should be directly eliminated. Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly, but he didn't rush to make a decision. Just moments ago, he had received a message. Zhang Weihong has joined forces with the Blood Wolf team and is preparing to take action against you. The sender of this message was someone who surprised Su Chen greatly. Jin Shang. Since the last top 10 rankings, Su Chen hadn't seen much news about him, except for what Zhou had told him about the situation Jin Shang had encountered in Zhang Weihong's team. After deep contemplation, Su Chen exhaled slowly and replied. Why tell me this? The reply came instantly, clearly indicating the other party had been waiting for his message. You and him, you're not the same kind of person. Though simple, the words carried a weight of bitterness that Su Chen could feel. Thanks. After saying that, Su Chen informed Qinglan and Wang Chang that he'd chosen Team Green, then promptly selected teleportation to the challenge site. You are about to enter the faction stronghold battle zone. Please select your faction. Available factions, red, yellow, green. Green faction. But let me be clear, it's not that I like green. I just want to see the green flag flying over the strongholds of those other factions. Chapter 187, Huasu joins the team. A disadvantageous start? After Su Chen made his choice, it was immediately broadcast across the regional channel. Soon, the remaining players eager to join his convoy swarmed in. But at that very moment, Zhang Weihong and Li Huayan jointly announced they would prioritize targeting green team players before engaging each other. They warned green faction members to brace themselves for potentially gaining nothing. This announcement instantly caused hesitation among the remaining players who hadn't yet made their choice. Many among them had never witnessed Su Chen's prowess firsthand, only hearing descriptions from others. Hearing is believing, seeing is believing. No matter how formidable Su Chen was, could he single-handedly turn the tide against a combined force 3 times his size? Difficult. Truly difficult. Consequently, numerous observers among the survivors began flocking to join Zhang Weihong's yellow faction. Soon, the yellow faction became the first to fill its roster. Zhang Weihong was highly satisfied with this outcome. It proved he still held considerable influence in Zone 1. The remaining players, faced with the choice between the red and green factions, didn't hesitate at all. They immediately chose the green faction. The red faction? Joining that meant certain death. All players have made their selections. The player counts for the three factions are now announced. Yellow faction, 4,915 members. Red faction, 4,499. Green faction, 2,866 players. The green faction has the smallest numbers, and the combined strength of the other two factions exceeds the green factions by more than threefold. You will now be teleported to the green faction plaza. Please prepare. Teleportation initiated. A flash of white light erupted before his eyes, causing everything to blur. He instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, everything around him had changed beyond recognition. He now stood in a vast plaza, surrounded by numerous parked vehicles. Upon seeing Su Chen's luxurious motorhome, they immediately erupted into cheers and excitement. This must be Su Chen. Of their nearly 3,000 people, 2,000 were eager to join Su Chen's convoy. The rest were indifferent, having simply been too late to join Team Wang. The moment Su Chen's vehicle appeared, several motorhomes swiftly drove toward his location. Captain Su, I've brought you a new talent. Several motorhomes pulled up before him. From one of them, Wang Chang stepped out, smiling as he introduced the talent to Su Chen. Then Su Chen saw a man step out of another vehicle, a man of remarkable bearing, his brow radiating a hint of heroic spirit. This is Guo Su, the one I mentioned to you last time, Captain Su. Wang Chang immediately introduced. Su Chen turned his head to look at Fat Dragon. Rubbing his round belly, Fat Dragon quickly said in his usual earnest tone, "Boss, he's a good guy. He means no harm." Su Chen nodded, then opened his door and stepped out. He extended his hand directly toward Guo Su and said, "I've long heard of your reputation, brother. Would you be willing to join my Dawn team? Or perhaps you'd prefer to join our sub-team as a strategist-level advisor?" Su Chen presented two options outright. The fact that the other party was willing to stand here meant he was open to joining. Su Chen was showing him a degree of respect. As for greater recognition? Well, let's see some results first. Guo Su fell deep in thought over Su Chen's proposal. After pondering, he looked at Su Chen and said, "I believe these two options aren't mutually exclusive." "Good. You're a smart one. Welcome aboard. From today onward, you're part of the Dawn racing team and also the strategist for Team 1. Su Chen extended his hand once more to welcome him aboard, simultaneously sending a friend request and a team invitation. Seeing Su Chen's decisive action, Guo Su was slightly taken aback. He had expected Su Chen to put him through some kind of trial before accepting him into the team. He had long heard that Su Chen's own team only recruited the strongest elite members. For a moment, he felt a surge of admiration for Su Chen's discerning eye. As for dying for one's benefactor? Give me a break, he certainly didn't want to die. He wanted to join Su Chen's team solely because the man was powerful enough. When he received the application and invitation, he accepted immediately. Upon entering Su Chen's team interface, he was stunned. The ability to increase the drop rate of high-tier treasure chests to 35%, coupled with a 15% boost to the entire team's attributes? This was simply leagues ahead of other teams. And then there was the special trait, Unity Power. Gathering together granted bonuses? But what truly stunned him was the roster of members within the team. Su Chen was one thing, but Lu Xingha and Fu Ling? These two had consistently dominated the server's top 10 rankings alongside Su Chen. They were all in Su Chen's team. Moreover, the other members were all ranked within the top 100 players server-wide. This time, he finally understood just how formidable Su Chen's team truly was. Their claim of only recruiting elites wasn't just empty talk. Being accepted into the team truly meant they had recognized his potential. He had initially assumed that while Su Chen was personally formidable, his team might not necessarily become the strongest in the future. After all, the strongest players often stood alone, and managing a team effectively wasn't always guaranteed. But now, with several heavyweights within the team, management became unnecessary. Their reputation and personal charisma alone were enough to command every member. Beyond that, the warehouse, random shops, and the dazzling array of exchangeable items felt like unlocking a whole new world. Joining Su Chen's team was undoubtedly the right choice. Captain Su, I will fulfill my duties to the best of my ability from now on. What are your thoughts on this challenge? Su Chen raised his hand, cutting off the other's words, and instead asked directly. They had been inside for a full minute now. It was time to seriously discuss how to counter the combined forces of the two major alliances. 9414:2866. With more than triple the numbers, this promises to be an epic battle. Su team leader, since the other two teams have chosen to attack us together, they clearly don't hold us in high regard. Therefore, they will undoubtedly rush to occupy the unclaimed central territory at the start. Then, the most advantageous strategy for them would be the scoring play. Guo Su's expression remained calm as he predicted Zhang Weihong's team's moves. Scoring points? Can you even do that in this challenge? Wang Chang, standing nearby, looked astonished upon hearing Guo Su's words. Su Chen nodded and added, without inflicting damage on each other, the most effective tactic for the top players is for them to farm points against each other. One side seizes a point, the other recaptures it. After feigning defeat, they counterattack and retake it. The opposing side then feigns defeat again, relinquishing the territory back. This way, both sides can score points at one stronghold. As for the point difference, the other strongholds will reverse it. Seeing Su Chen grasp his explanation instantly, Wasu continued with a smile. At the same time, they can also seize all weapons and supplies from a single stronghold, which is also a highly disadvantageous situation for us. Chapter 188, One Man, One Army. With our current small numbers, capturing their strongholds is difficult. The best strategy is to let them seize them first, then we retake the ones they captured. This way, we can aim to gain 2 points for each stronghold. Even if we end up holding fewer strongholds, the points we gain from them can help us make up some ground. Moreover, as long as we pose no direct threat to them, we can work to sow discord between their factions, forcing them to abandon their alliance. After Guosu finished speaking, Su Chen shook his head. Your approach isn't bad, but you're underestimating one crucial point. What point? Guosu froze. To him, feigning weakness to sow discord among the enemy was precisely how they'd find an opening to deliver a fatal blow. You underestimate our combat strength. Taking down an outpost is incredibly simple, just fire a single shot. Had Su Chen lacked rocket launchers, he might have followed Guosu's approach. But now, he possessed the most formidable firepower on the entire battlefield. Su Chen had seen the weapons available for exchange with points. The strongest was a mortar, significantly less powerful than his rocket launcher. Captain Su, are you saying you alone possess enough firepower to effortlessly take down an outpost? Guosu had heard whispers of Su Chen's reputation, but he knew rumors often twisted into exaggerations. He couldn't verify the man's true capabilities. Of course. Before Su Chen could respond, a yellow, plump dragon emerged from the vehicle, shouldering 2 rocket launchers. Boss, the combat squad is assembled. Awaiting your orders. Behind him followed 4 snowmen, each clutching their respective weapons, forming a veritable firepower squad. Su Chen. He didn't bother explaining the fat dragon. He'd never intended to hide it anyway. This was the perfect chance to showcase it to others. He wanted them to mistakenly believe the dragon was merely a weapon-wielding pet. And in fact, that was exactly the case. Holy crap! Su, you've got a beast pet underling now? Where'd you snag this one? And it can actually use a gun. Seeing this, Wang Chang immediately crowded over, asking curiously. Took forever to teach him. Not much upstairs. Boss, something about what you just said feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Panglong tilted his head and scratched it, a pensive look on his face. But he quickly dismissed the thought and declared. Don't worry. With our strength, any stronghold is a piece of cake. Su Chen patted his head, then turned to face Guosu and said, in my estimation, his combat effectiveness is negligible, just a tiny fraction. Boss, you're looking down on me. What goes around comes around. Get lost. Su Chen kicked Fat Dragon onto the vehicle, and the other snowmen scrambled after him, scrambling aboard. Since team leader Su was so capable, I've got a bold opportunity here worth a shot. A faint smile played on Guosu's face. Looking at it this way, perhaps this battle isn't as difficult as it seems. Tell us about it. After a heated discussion among the group, Su Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing the final proposal, deciding to proceed with that plan. By now, more than half the time had passed. While they were discussing, Xinglan had already sorted the surrounding members according to Su Chen's instructions. The 2,000 who genuinely followed Su Chen were grouped together, while the remaining 700 or so were all misfits who hadn't made it into Team Yellow. After joining Su Chen's faction, they seemed to have lost all hope. Su Chen would not let them spoil his carefully orchestrated plan. Everyone, in this battle, as long as you trust me, we will not lose. As for those brothers just looking to coast through, fear not. I'll give you 10 outposts to choose from. All you need to do is capture 5 of them and hold them at all costs. If you can't hold them, withdraw from the outposts and move toward the center from the flanks. Capturing the central stronghold alone will suffice. With only a few thousand troops in total, even if their combat effectiveness is poor, they can still tie up a significant portion of the enemy's forces. After assigning them, Su Chen continued preparing the reserve members for the sub-convoys. Over 2,000 men were assembled, nearly 90% of whom had fought alongside Su Chen on the city walls. Su Chen had led them through 11 consecutive stages, accomplishing a feat unmatched in any game zone, a feat that earned him their profound admiration and aspiration. Everyone, shortly I'll have Wang Chang add some weapons and equipment to the convoy. Those in need can exchange for them, and those who do will join the heavy firepower group. Once the timer starts, we'll prioritize capturing an unoccupied outpost. Secure its supplies, assess the stockpile, and then decide our next move. Additionally, I need 300 brothers to defend our main base. This will determine whether our faction survives. It's critically important. Those interested in joining the defense may step forward now. Defenders will receive 10 free vehicle tribute points, a weapon, and 100 rounds of ammunition. The mention of rewards quickly drew a group forward. Su Chen equipped each of them with a handgun and 100 rounds of ammunition. He then assigned the defense task to Qinglan and the 3 brothers. They were instructed to contact him immediately should any situation arise. Only after securing the rear could Su Chen move forward with greater freedom. The core stronghold was positioned at the exact center. Xinglan, Bai Xiao, Wang Fei, and the San brothers were left behind. With their 300 men and the supplies Su Chen had prepared, they were fully capable of holding off the enemy, at the very least buying significant time. Not to mention, Xinglan was there. Su Chen had left Xinglan quite a few valuable items. Discussion time has ended. The faction stronghold challenge officially begins. All faction players will be teleported to one of their 10 initial strongholds. Soon, the group was transported once more to a flat, open plain. The car's screen displayed their current map distribution, their positions, and the entire map. Additionally, the electronic display revealed the ownership of each outpost, indicated by the color of the flag displayed above it. 99 unoccupied outposts were scattered across an immense area. The three factions' main bases were extremely distant from each other, separated by nearly 400 to 500 kilometers. To attack each other, they could only enter other factions' initial strongholds through the central unoccupied zone. Chapter 189, Conspiracy Plan. Does this mode have airdrops? Everyone, proceed according to the pre-arranged plan. Su Chen immediately commanded, directing everyone to head straight for the nearest outpost. As they advanced cautiously, Su Chen kept his radar detection active throughout. To his surprise, he discovered treasure chest symbols hidden within the dense forests along the highways between the outposts. Treasure chests here too? Soon, as Su Chen's group advanced, they accidentally stumbled upon a treasure chest under his guidance. Though it was only a silver-grade treasure chest, finding one here was a pleasant surprise. All 300 of you will form patrol teams of 30. Your mission is to search for treasure chests while also scouting for enemy movements, preventing them from launching long-range surprise attacks on our base camp. Su Chen issued the order immediately. 300 men promptly split into 10 groups and dispersed as directed. The main force pressed onward and soon discovered the first outpost. An unoccupied stronghold large enough to house 200 men. Su Chen entered the outpost, ascended the stairs to its highest level, and planted a green banner there. Captured an unoccupied outpost. Earned 1 combat merit. Acquired 13 supplies from this outpost. Congratulations on obtaining 30 rifles, 30 grenades, 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Upon seeing the supplies, Su Chen wasn't disappointed by the small quantity. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised and very pleased. The limited supplies at the outpost meant that even if the enemy captured more, the threat they posed wouldn't be significantly greater than before. Given that, the outpost supplies weren't particularly crucial. Proceed according to plan. Su Chen turned his head and addressed Guosu and Wang Chang, who immediately nodded in response. Su Chen proceeded alone. Glancing at the map, he chose a direction and drove straight toward it. Watching his departing figure, Wang Chang and Guosu exchanged a glance. May team leader Su succeed? If discovered, Su Chen would likely face a deadly ambush by thousands alone. I trust Captain Su. With his capabilities, he can easily accomplish the mission. Then, Wang Chang and Guosu led the remaining members and departed immediately. Not long after, at a distant outpost, 2 groups of people, one with red flags and the other with yellow flags, met at the base. Zhang Weihong stepped out of the lead vehicle in the yellow flag group, walked directly to the front of the red flag convoy, and declared, "Brother, I've shown my sincerity. Surely you wouldn't lack even this much goodwill?" Of course not. Soon, a man clad in fur with a full beard emerged from an RV, his arm around a seductive, wild-looking woman. Brother Weihong, shall we proceed as planned? We'll each secure resources and points from 30 out of 60 bases, then focus all our efforts on hunting down that individual? Agreed. But first, we need to send some scouts to gather intel on Team Green. Though they're outnumbered, they have that individual on their side. Players from different factions couldn't send messages to each other, and the regional chat channels were temporarily blocked. Otherwise, given Zhang Weihong's usual approach, he'd have already chosen to buy Green Team resources at a premium. But the current conditions don't allow it. Then we must act swiftly. We can't give the Green Team time to develop. Li Huoyan's expression held a trace of fury. Su Chen had eliminated one of his deputy captains and over 100 subordinates, then openly provoked them. This had crossed his line. He would make Su Chen understand the consequences of provoking the Blood Wolf fleet. With their meager numbers, even if they seized the 40 outposts we'd relinquished, the supplies they could obtain would pale in comparison to ours. Dragging this out only benefits us. Zhang Weihong dismissed the urgency. Steady, methodical advancement was his preferred style of warfare. He intended to slowly erode the enemy, teaching those survivors the price of crossing them. Following Su Chen held no future. After driving for roughly 2.5 hours, Su Chen spotted an airplane roaring across the sky ahead. Then, an airdrop crate suddenly began descending slowly. Airdrops here too? As Su Chen drove closer, he spotted dozens of vehicles approaching from the other side on the radar. This damn system is forcing us to slaughter each other. When challenges can't kill them, it makes players fight to the death instead. How utterly insidious. Su Chen silently cursed under his breath, realizing this challenge and the airdrop were designed to accelerate conflict between the 3 factions and stir up trouble. But with resources at stake, Su Chen wasn't about to give them away. He drove closer. Soon, the airdrop chest landed. Opposite the crate, dozens of level 2 yellow faction vehicles had stopped, not approaching the crate. They had clearly spotted Su Chen and recognized his massive vehicle as belonging to someone far from ordinary. Yet with resources within reach and given their inherent hostility toward the opposing faction, they showed no sign of retreat. Instead, several figures, AK-47s and other rifles in hand, leaned out of windows and unleashed a hail of bullets directly at Su Chen's RV. Bullets struck the motorhome with a series of thuds, yet inflicted no damage. The attackers clearly understood this too. Their goal was to intimidate Su Chen, preventing him from getting out to retrieve the treasure chest. They also dared not expose themselves to attack, allowing their comrades to retrieve the supplies under their fire cover. Soon, a vehicle broke formation from Team Huang's convoy and sped toward the airdrop treasure chest, clearly intent on claiming it. Su Chen watched and couldn't help but chuckle. They really didn't think much of him. Xiao Ling, open fire. Send them packing. Aye, master. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Ling immediately activated the vehicle's weapon system and initiated the attack. Whoosh! A rocket-propelled grenade launched from the side gun port, striking the vehicle approaching the airdrop treasure chest with pinpoint accuracy before exploding with a thunderous boom. Chapter 190, Su Chen under pursuit. The violent explosion instantly engulfed the vehicle. The occupants were instantly obliterated by the single blast. Other yellow faction vehicles watching the scene instantly realized their opponents were true ironclads. They attacked with weapons without ever needing to open windows or expose themselves. Run, guys! The patrol squad leader immediately shifted into reverse, began backing up, then executed a smooth 180-degree spin, pointing the vehicle away from the airdrop zone, ready to make their escape. But since they'd shown themselves, Su Chen wasn't about to let them go. Whoosh! Over a dozen rocket-propelled grenades fired in rapid succession, catching up to their vehicle. Boom! Explosions erupted, flames spattered everywhere, and smoke filled the air. After confirming no other vehicles or dangers remained nearby, Su Chen got out and approached the cars. He retrieved all the vehicle cores and materials from them. He then carried the airdrop treasure chest back to his vehicle. He fed all the car cores into his own car core for absorption. 4-star car heart, 7,493,000. These past days, various challenges had prevented Su Chen from absorbing enough car hearts. This offensive-defensive battle presented the perfect opportunity to upgrade his car hearts. Next, Su Chen instructed Xiao Ling to continue forward while he approached the platinum-tier airdrop chest and opened it. Initial resources, 1 gas mask, 1 protective suit. You opened the crate and gained 1688 crate points. You scored a critical hit on the chest, gaining a 15x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 15 gas masks and 15 sets of protective suits. Su Chen paused in surprise, his suspicions now further confirmed. Still, he pressed onward. According to the map, the other two major factions had already captured 10 outposts each and completed their mutual scoring. Everything was unfolding exactly as they had anticipated. Once they completed the predetermined number of strongholds, the next step would be to launch an offensive against the Green Team's camp. Half a day slipped by unnoticed. Excellent! Since the initial plan succeeded, our members are now armed to the teeth, strong and well equipped. It's time to make our move. Zhang Weihong addressed Li Huayan, then retrieved the personal location tracking device under the other's approving gaze. He entered Su Chen's information into the device. Moments later, the screen displayed Su Chen's current location. When they saw the location, they both froze for a moment. After a brief pause, Li Huayan snorted coldly, "He dares to venture deep into my territory? Then let him learn what it means to come without return. Do you need my faction to assist you?" Zhang Weihong was also somewhat surprised, not expecting Su Chen and his team to directly target the Blood Wolf convoy. Well, that worked out perfectly. Let the two teams tear each other apart, he could reap the benefits as the third party. Among the three major factions, their yellow team had the largest numbers. If the other two teams clashed first while he conserved his strength, he might seize the chance to eliminate Su Chen and severely cripple the Blood Wolf convoy. No need. Since he's appeared within our faction's territory, let my Blood Wolf convoy teach them a proper lesson. Though he'd formed a temporary alliance with Zhang Weihong and his group, he could never truly trust them. Naturally, he wouldn't allow them anywhere near their core stronghold. Then shall we commence our frontline advance together, pushing toward the Green Team's stronghold? Zhang Weihong nodded. All right. I'll deploy part of my convoy to advance against the Yellow Army camp as the main force, with our Red Army camp providing support. Li Huayan nodded. Although Su Chen had set his sights on his headquarters, he didn't believe the other side could capture his core stronghold. He had left 1,000 Blood Wolf convoy members to guard the initial stronghold. Additionally, another 1,000 Blood Wolf convoy members were stationed near the 10 outposts closest to the main base. Should any situation arise, they could provide immediate reinforcements. The remaining 2,500 men were assigned to attack and capture outposts, more than sufficient for the task. Excellent. Let's proceed with this plan. Zhang Weihong's heart surged with elation. If Suchen could inflict significant damage on the opposing camp, he would immediately order his men to strike against the Red Army camp. Defeat them completely, and then District 1 would be his Zhang Wei homes to rule. Boss, coffee? Fat Dragon had recently developed a taste for coffee bitter, yet with an endless aftertaste. Only dogs drink that stuff, it's the standard brew for laborers. Boss, I only drink red. Pour me a glass of red wine. Suchen declared with deadpan seriousness. Got it, boss. Fat Dragon immediately scurried over, presenting a small glass of red wine before Suchen with an expectant look. Here you go. Nice work, keep it up. Suchen chuckled as he tossed 100 evolution crystals to the other, then savored the wine in his hand. Fat Dragon? Attack, 60? Defense, 60? Combat power, 180? Abilities, fire breath, perception, flight. A day passed, and Fat Dragon's stats had doubled compared to yesterday. It seems the Fire Dragon heart is boosting him quite effectively. If this pace continues, in 7 days, Fat Dragon should be able to reach between silver and gold rank? It remains to be seen whether he could acquire other special abilities. For now, perhaps the only useful ability was sensing whether someone was a good person. Suchen looked outside. The world remained a frozen wasteland, with snowflakes occasionally drifting down from the sky. The roads were thickly covered in snow, making it difficult for cars to navigate. Once those two teams are dealt with, District 1 should be able to unite temporarily. Another aircraft flew overhead, and a dazzling airdrop chest slowly descended from the sky. A diamond tier box. Suchen raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter a diamond tier box here. The loot from these boxes was always top tier. But at the same time, he detected a dense swarm of vehicles closing in on the airdrop location. Something's wrong. He quickly sensed something was amiss. He was still 2 kilometers away from the airdrop. The center point of their driving routes didn't seem to be the airdrop itself, it was him? Could they pinpoint his location? Suchen raised an eyebrow and ordered Xiaoling to approach the airdrop crate at top speed. No matter how many people closed in, he had to loot this airdrop first. Soon, vehicles bearing red flags came into Suchen's view. Instead of heading toward the airdrop, they were closing in on him. The Blood Wolf convoy, it seemed their target was indeed him. Suchen's RV was now completely surrounded by over 100 Blood Wolf vehicles. Chapter 191, Type 69 and Type 72 landmines. How had they found him? Had they placed surveillance or detection devices along the route or at hidden locations? There was no time to ponder such questions. The immediate priority was securing the diamond tier treasure chest. He couldn't risk others getting to it first, and opening it, the loss would be immense. Fire! A sudden commotion erupted from somewhere. Windows of over 100 vehicles slammed open as occupants raised their guns, unleashing a hail of fire toward Suchen's motorhome. They all knew the man inside was Suchen, currently the top player in the entire server. His luxury motorhome was bulletproof, but with such overwhelming numbers, that might not hold true. Their goal was to chip away at Suchen's vehicle's durability. Even if they couldn't blow up his motorhome outright, sheer numbers might just do the trick. Whoosh! Boom! This shell wasn't fired from Suchen's rocket launcher, it came from the Blood Wolf convoy. It slammed into Suchen's limo, exploding with a thunderous boom. Suchen glanced at his RV's durability gauge, which had suddenly plummeted by roughly 0.3. His expression turned serious. Xiaoling, detect the positions of those enemies with heavy firepower and take them out first. Aye. Subsequently, several more shells landed on vehicles belonging to Blood Wolf convoy members armed with rocket launchers, the explosions flipping them over. Flames shot skyward. The RV charged straight ahead, colliding head-on with the encircling cars. With a thunderous crash, it sent several oncoming vehicles flying. Damn! This thing's a land-based tank. We can't outrun it. Keep firing, guys. Wear down its durability. We'll keep him occupied until the deputy captain arrives with the Italian cannon. Then, 2 shots will blow him to pieces, no time for repairs. Step aside, let me try. At that moment, one of the lead 3-star RVs broke formation and charged straight at Suchen's flank. Though his RV wasn't as large or heavy as Suchen's, its center of gravity was lower. If they could knock Suchen off balance with a side impact and send him crashing to the ground, they'd have succeeded. The smaller RV accelerated rapidly, hurtling toward the advancing luxury vehicle. Dragon tail. Suchen took control of the steering wheel, gently tapped the brakes, then executed a sudden 360-degree spiral spin on the spot. He emerged directly from the front of the leading 3-star RV and appeared alongside its side. Using the side of his vehicle to collide with the opponent's flank, he sent it flying. The lead 3-star SUV flipped sideways, skidding across the road and crashing into its teammates' vehicles. It stopped several vehicles in its path. Then, flooring the gas pedal, the car reached the airdrop chest. The door opened, and Fat Dragon reached out, snatching the chest clean. As he slammed the door shut, his backside took a hail of bullets. Boss, my butt hurts like hell. Fat Dragon handed the diamond tier chest to Suchen, then turned sideways to show him the bullets lodged in his buttocks. Here, 200 evolution crystals. Suchen said with a sigh. He had specifically asked Pang Long beforehand if he could handle it, and Pang Long had assured him it was no problem. Now look at this mess. Hee, thanks, boss. Ignoring Fat Dragon, Suchen began opening the chest. Initial supplies, 10 Type 69 anti-personnel mines, 10 Type 72 anti-tank mines. Congratulations! You've earned 6,666 loot points. You landed a critical hit on the loot box, earning a 12-fold multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 120 Type 69 anti-personnel mines and 120 Type 72 anti-tank mines. Landmines? Suchen furrowed his brow. These things weren't exactly useful to him right now. Wait a moment, these mines could be useful for buying time. While he wasn't particularly worried about the vehicle attacks, their sheer numbers meant Suchen's rocket launcher, which could only take out 1 car per round, was a massive time sink. Time to give them a little entertainment. Suchen ordered Xiaoling to break away from the Blood Wolf convoy at top speed. Though numerous, once they formed an encirclement, each point of their perimeter became extremely vulnerable to Suchen. The massive motorhome surged forward, its center of gravity rock solid as it plowed straight into the line of vehicles. After smashing through several blocking vehicles, it accelerated and sped away. After creating some distance from the pursuing vehicles, Suchen began laying mines along the road. He then found a relatively elevated spot on a hillside and concealed himself. He ordered Fat Dragon to lead his combat squad out, carrying his rocket launcher, to find suitable positions and prepare for attack at any moment. Suchen ascended to the RV's second level and set up his sniper rifle. The pursuing vehicles quickly caught up. Suchen's RV was large, leaving deep tracks in the snow-covered terrain. Driving at high speed, they failed to notice the slightly raised snow mounds on the road. The lead vehicle, completely unprepared, plowed straight into it. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, instantly reducing the vehicle to shards. The following vehicles slammed on their brakes in terror, coming to an abrupt halt. Without exception, the cars behind them crashed into the wreckage. What the hell? What just happened? Check your surroundings, stay alert. The deputy leader of the pursuit team immediately issued orders. With the leader incapacitated, he was now the highest-ranking officer present. At his command, everyone immediately spread out, conducting a thorough inspection. After confirming everything was clear, they resumed their advance. While they searched, Suchen directed a snowman to plant landmines along the enemy's retreat route. Its snow-white hide blended seamlessly with the surrounding white landscape, completely undetected by the enemy. Boom! Another vehicle was blown to pieces. Chaos erupted once more within the convoy. Landmines! Landmines! Watch out for landmines! At that moment, someone keenly noticed what seemed to be landmines buried along the road and cried out in alarm. Landmines? Damn it! Is there anyone who can detect or clear mines? Hearing about the landmines, the deputy captain's face instantly darkened. He knew this was the enemy's tactic to trap them here. But they were somewhat helpless. Retreat, then take another route to continue the pursuit. Soon, headquarters would update us on Suchen's location. He couldn't escape. Under the deputy captain's command, the Blood Wolf convoy began turning around and heading back, preparing to switch routes and continue the pursuit. Boom! But not long after, another vehicle exploded into the sky behind them. Evidently, at some unknown point, their rear positions had also been booby-trapped. Damn it! How did they pull this off? Everyone hold your positions. I'll report the situation and request a bomb disposal team be sent. Deputy Captain, look at that! Just as the deputy captain was about to contact headquarters to report the situation, a Blood Wolf member stared up at the sky and shouted in panic. Chapter 192, Terrifying Firepower. Suchen, who can stop me? What is it? Everyone followed his gaze upward, only to see numerous black dots appearing across the sky. The dots rapidly grew larger in their pupils until the shape of artillery shells became clear. But by the time they reacted, rocket-propelled grenades had already struck several vehicles, exploding with a thunderous boom. Sparks flew everywhere, smoke billowed thickly, and shrapnel flew off, striking other vehicles with a clang. Enemy attack! Instantly, panic spread through the convoy as vehicles began retreating toward the rear. The captain had just authorized retreat, so their withdrawal was understandable. But soon, several more violent explosions echoed. The vehicles attempting to flee were all blown sky-high by landmines. Damn it! Search for the enemy's position and report the situation immediately. Boom! The deputy captain had barely issued his final order when he was blown to pieces by a thunderous explosion. The ensuing battle became a one-sided slaughter. Before long, the road below lay reduced to charred ruins still engulfed in flames. Over 100 Blood Wolf convoy members were wiped out. No, not entirely wiped out. Suchen deliberately spared one survivor. Let me see how many evolution crystals and supplies they have. After disposing of these opponents, Suchen ordered the Fat Dragon squad to return to the vehicle and drove straight to the battlefield. He approached the captive's vehicle, observing the tightly shut car and the trembling Blood Wolf member inside, a faint smirk curling his lips. Xiaoling, shatter all the windows of his car. Don't hurt him yet. Aye, master. A burst of gunfire and shattering glass followed, nearly terrifying the man inside senseless. I ask, you answer. Understand? Just as the man was about to break down, Suchen's voice rang out. Hearing the question, the man clutched at it like a lifeline and immediately replied. Got it. Got it. How did you find me? Our boss has real-time tracking capabilities. He periodically sends your location to us, and then we surround and eliminate you. Tracking methods? I see. Now Suchen finally understood why the enemy had detected his location so swiftly. Can you tell how many people are following me? We can't tell. This operation is solely focused on you. One more question, where is your core base? I don't know that either. The captain gave the orders personally. Only the players stationed there know the exact location of the core base. In that case, goodbye. Suchen raised his pistol and shot the man dead. He then swept the battlefield, reaping a hefty haul of Carhartts. For Star Carhart, 16,433,000. There were also plenty of other supplies that had survived the artillery bombardment. After clearing the battlefield, Suchen drove away immediately. After his rampage, over 100 members of the Blood Wolf convoy had been eliminated, a significant blow to their ranks. He hadn't anticipated that the enemy possessed the ability to track his location, likely some expensive gadget, though it didn't affect him much. His position being exposed only heightened the enemy's sense of panic. His plan, however, could withstand only so much disruption. On the main front, where the three major factions met, the 600 men Suchen had stationed decisively abandoned several key strongholds under the enemy's fierce assault, retreating entirely to a single base. They held their ground at this stronghold, refusing to retreat despite prolonged fighting. The other two factions temporarily chose to abandon it. Instead, they chose to attack 30 other outposts, most of which were unoccupied and thus easier targets. The Green faction seemed intent on minimizing their presence, collectively occupying no more than a dozen strongholds. The Allied forces advanced swiftly, quickly dividing the remaining enemy strongholds between them. The stronghold distribution on the battlefield instantly shifted to 56 hours 55 minutes and 18 seconds. Somewhere in the central zone, Wang Chang and Guisu led their team, lying in wait within the Red Army's stronghold perimeter. When do we move? Hold tight. Once Su makes his move, we spring into action immediately. We must mobilize as many forces as possible at the very first opportunity. Roger. The sun set in the west. On the plains not far from the core area of the Red Army camp, Suchen surveyed his surroundings. Hundreds of meters away, hundreds of vehicles were visible. A faint smile touched his lips. By laying mines, he had successfully bought valuable time and reached his intended position. Suchen, surrender now. We'll try to leave you a whole corpse. Yeah, is this what it feels like to take down the top player in the entire server? I can't wait. Now, with Suchen running like this, he'll fall into the hands of our Blood Wolf convoy. We'll make a name for ourselves. Brothers, open fire. In an instant, countless shells erupted from the Blood Wolf convoy's ranks, all hurtling toward Suchen's motorhome. Shells rained down on Suchen's motorhome. Suchen raised an eyebrow slightly, lifted his hand, and waved it lightly. The next moment, a sky-piercing cannonball shot skyward. Its massive shell contained immense energy, streaking like a meteor across the sky, tracing an arched curve before plummeting toward the Blood Wolf convoy 100 meters away. It plummeted toward the Blood Wolf convoy 100 meters away. Whoosh boom. A terrifying explosion, akin to a nuclear blast, erupted. A blinding white light flared, engulfing the surrounding area in a vast wall of fire that consumed every vehicle within 100 meters. After the deafening RO, the entire explosion zone vanished, leaving only hundreds of vehicle cores suspended half a meter above the ground. The entire battlefield fell into a deafening silence. Unbelievable. Absolutely insane. This was the terrifying firepower of Suchen. Compared to them, Suchen's firepower was simply overwhelming. A single strike had shattered their confidence. It made them realize just how vast the gap was between them and the server's top player. If they could close in and stay by his side, he wouldn't fire his cannon so easily. Seeing this, the deputy captain in the distance immediately ordered an assault. At this critical moment, if they didn't charge now, another cannon blast might shatter the confidence of the entire Blood Wolf convoy. The most dangerous place is often the safest. At the deputy captain's call, the remaining members immediately launched their charge. Every vehicle revved its engines to full throttle, hurtling toward Suchen's RV while a barrage of shells continued to rain down on him. Soon, vehicles collided with Suchen's RV, completely surrounding him. Think this will keep you safe? You've got to be kidding. When I go crazy, I'll blow myself up too. Suchen muttered under his breath, issuing an attack order to Xiaoling, fire 4 rocket launchers in succession toward positions 100 meters in all 4 directions. Understood, master. However, if you proceed this way, we at the epicenter of the explosions may also be caught in the blast wave. Xiaoling complied with the order while offering a cautionary suggestion. No problem, just do as I say. Chapter 193, The Yellow Faction Turns Traitor? Just as the Blood Wolf convoy believed Suchen could never possibly detonate shells near their positions, several more shells soared skyward. They landed in positions very close to him. Holy! He really is ruthless, blowing himself up too? Does Suchen have no regard for his own life? I don't know about his life, but I know he can't hold out. Why did we ever cross Suchen? As the shells soared and plummeted, the Blood Wolf convoy members were plunged into utter despair. They never imagined numerical superiority would mean nothing against overwhelming firepower. The first shell struck, engulfing every vehicle within a 100-meter radius. A deafening explosion erupted, its terrifying shockwave sweeping over Suchen's own RV, parked roughly 100 meters away. The motorhome shook violently under the immense energy shockwave, its durability plummeting at a visible rate of full 3 points per second. The first rocket attack hadn't even ended when the shockwave from the second explosion followed immediately. Another powerful energy shockwave struck the already precariously swaying RV, dealing another devastating blow. The bulletproof glass held out for a moment amidst the shaking before shattering. A wave of heat instantly engulfed them. Suchen drew his bulletproof shield, holding it before himself, while simultaneously pulling out a vehicle repair kit and immediately applying it to the luxury RV. Current durability, 67. Using car repair kit, restores 30 vehicle durability. Less than 3 seconds later, another energy blast struck. 3 seconds after that, yet another followed. Positioned within the blast radius of all 4 explosions, the vehicle's durability plummeted at a rate of 10 points per second. Used car repair kit, restored 30 vehicle durability. Used a car repair kit, restoring 30 vehicle durability. Used a car repair tape, restoring 6 vehicle durability. After using several car repair kits and a few repair strips, Suchen survived the 4 explosions. The Blood Wolf convoy members weren't so lucky. In the distance, a few vehicles still outside the blast radius spotted the chaos and immediately turned tail and fled. Suchen couldn't be bothered to pursue them, they were nothing but a bunch of cowards. Surveying the sea of car hearts surrounding him, excitement flashed in his eyes. This wave had netted him a solid 500 vehicles, nearly maxing out his car hearts. After collecting every last car heart, his total finally met the requirement. For star car heart, 37,283,000. Perfect. Now, all he needed was a 4-star car upgrade blueprint to upgrade to a 5-star car. However, the 3-star car heart was originally obtained from a diamond tier gacha pull. A 4-star car heart could only be obtained from a king tier chest. To this day, he hadn't seen a single 4-star car upgrade blueprint. He had to find a way to get one. Once he obtained the 4-star car upgrade blueprint, he could stockpile materials for the upgrade. If a 4-star luxury RV is already this comfortable, imagine what a 5-star car would be like. Blood Wolf Fleet, you truly are my lucky stars. Originally, Suchen had no idea how long it would take to gather all the car hearts. This time, he owed it all to them. To show my gratitude, I'll send you packing early. Suchen muttered to himself as he drove toward the enemy's initial base. Simultaneously, he remotely targeted and locked onto an initial base 20 kilometers away. Fire! After 10 consecutive shells landed, Suchen couldn't help but let a smile spread across his lips. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, night gradually descended. Somewhere outside the Red Army camp, hundreds of Blood Wolf convoy members were stationed here. A vehicle approaches, bearing a yellow flag. About 10 people in total. Go check it out. Inside the outpost, the captain waved to his men, who immediately obeyed and went out. Dozens of Blood Wolf convoy members drove up, intercepting all the approaching vehicles. Stop! What are you yellow faction people doing here? A Blood Wolf convoy member barked the order. Their flag was yellow, they were allies. But they all knew this was only temporary. Once they had annihilated the green team, they would immediately switch sides and turn their weapons on the yellow team. Victory in this game could only belong to the Blood Wolf convoy. Here's the thing, a middle-aged man's voice rang out from one of the yellow-flagged vehicles. Several of our members got separated nearby. We were wondering if you've seen them? We haven't seen them. You'd better look elsewhere. The Blood Wolf convoy member issued a direct order to shoo them away, urging them to leave their territory immediately. Could we inspect your base? If you truly haven't seen them, we'll leave immediately. We're just a small group, you shouldn't be afraid of us, right? The middle-aged man spoke up directly. No. We said we haven't seen it, and we haven't. You can't enter the base. This is our territory. Leave immediately. The Blood Wolf member remained utterly unyielding. They hadn't seen the so-called members themselves, so there was no way they'd let them in so easily. After all, they belonged to a different faction. Oomph. If you won't let us in, you must have captured our men. Damn it. Dare to capture our men? Brothers, attack. Instantly, dozens of grenades were hurled at the Blood Wolf convoy members, blocking their path. Simultaneously, dozens of submachine guns locked onto their vehicles, unleashing a hail of bullets. The entire group of Red faction members was wiped out instantly. After completing the operation, they immediately retreated without a moment's hesitation. This wave of attack caught the members inside the stronghold completely off guard. By the time they snapped out of it, the yellow faction players had already vanished. Damn it! Pursue them! We can't let them get away. The captain's eyes burned with rage. How could he tolerate seeing his men killed by the enemy? Captain, we can't pursue them. What if this is a trap? What if they're luring us out to wipe us out? The deputy captain beside him suddenly interjected. Hearing this, the captain snapped back to his senses and nodded repeatedly. Right, you're right. I was too impulsive. Report the situation here immediately. The yellow faction, they're up to no good. Chapter 194, the Blood Wolf convoy is wiped out. Zhang Weihong wants to surrender? The same scenario played out outside numerous red faction strongholds. After harassing and ambushing, the yellow camp players would immediately retreat. Any forces sent in pursuit were invariably counterattacked and wiped out. Tensions between the two sides escalated rapidly. Under the cover of night, within a stronghold near the yellow camp, Li Huoyan remained here to coordinate with the yellow camp regarding Su Chen's location. At that moment, he was drinking, eating meat, and enjoying the sight of the girls sent by the yellow faction dancing gracefully, tossing their hair and flirting, a most delightful scene. Beep beep. His car's notification system chimed. While watching the dancers, he walked over to the screen and opened the message interface. The moment he read the message, his face turned pale. Rage surged through him, and he slammed his fist hard against the dashboard. Boss, Su Chen has launched an attack on our initial stronghold. All initial strongholds have lost contact and are likely compromised. We're rushing over now. Damn it! What a bunch of useless fools. Can't even stop one person. What good are they? Li Huoyan spat out the words with palpable irritation. Facing Su Chen, he felt a profound sense of helplessness, a helplessness that stirred a faint thought of retreat deep within his heart. But he quickly shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind. Su Chen must die. But now that the core area had fallen to the enemy, they could be forced into the green faction at any moment. Allies couldn't attack each other. Beep. Beep. Before long, several more messages spread out, transmissions from the squads at various outposts. When Li Huoyan saw the message, he flew into a rage. Fine. Zhang Weihong, you want to play this way? I'll make you pay for stabbing me in the back. He already knew that the yellow-flagged forces had begun harassing their stronghold. Right now, their front lines were holding back nearly 2,000 green team members. Add to that the forces defending their core strongholds, at least another 500 to 1,000 troops. Freeing up such a large number of troops to harass them was a rare feat. Moreover, the enemy's harassment had started only after Su Chen captured their core stronghold. Clearly, some tacit agreement existed between the two sides. Only now did Li Huoyan begin to ponder why Zhang Weihong had targeted Su Chen. There seemed to be no substantive conflict between him and Su Chen, nor any real dispute over interests. Damn Zhang Weihong. Did he really think this would bring me down? Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. With that, Li Huoyan raised his pistol and with a bang, shot the seductive woman dancing inside the car dead. This was the tool the enemy had sent to lull him into complacency. Hearing the gunshot, several people rushed over. Only upon seeing the scene inside the car did they relax. Drag her out and clean this up. Also, send word to the brothers tonight we strike against the yellow camp. Have everyone prepare. Li Huoyan's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. He knew Su Chen would give him time to exact revenge. This was his open strategy. And he, unable to swallow his pride, would inevitably strike back, lightening the green team's burden. If he couldn't take down Su Chen, surely he could handle you, Zhang Weihong? Soon, the red faction went straight to sleep, recuperating and conserving their strength. The moment Su Chen captured the core area, he knew he had no choice left. Cut the Gordian knot, swiftly wait for the late hours of the night to arrive, then launch a direct assault on the yellow camp. After waiting several hours, the late night arrived, and Li Huoyan immediately launched his assault on the yellow faction. Since the two major factions were allied, the yellow faction players guarding their strongholds didn't react immediately upon seeing the red faction players approach. Only when the enemy struck first did they realize what was happening, but by then, it was too late. Overnight, 18 strongholds fell. By dawn, when Zhang Weihong awoke from the woman's embrace, the landscape had changed. Their yellow camp strongholds had been halved. Conversely, nearly 60% of the 99 unmanned outposts now flew red flags. Damn it! What the hell is Li Huoyan playing at? Zhang Weihong immediately sought out Li Huoyan's message interface, ready to confront him, only to discover he'd been blocked. Think I'm easy to push around? Fine, you want to fight? I'll fight you. Zhang Weihong's eyes flashed with fury as he immediately organized a counterattack. Both sides clashed fiercely over the 18 former yellow camp strongholds. The battle raged for an entire day, claiming countless casualties. The Red Army faction, with their fierce combat style and seamless teamwork, gained the upper hand in the fighting. Soon after, Wang Chang and Guisu, leading 300 heavy weapon players, cornered Blood Wolf convoy captain Li Huoyan at a stronghold and blasted him to death with a hail of fire. With their leader fallen, the red faction crumbled like a wall collapsing, suffering defeat after defeat in the ensuing battles. Finally, when the moment was ripe, Su Chen, waiting at the enemy's core stronghold, smiled faintly. He promptly pulled the red faction's flag from the core stronghold and replaced it with the green faction's banner. Congratulations! You have successfully captured the red faction's core stronghold. All remaining red faction strongholds will now be converted to green faction strongholds. Simultaneously, all remaining red faction players will be converted to green faction members. In that instant, all 60 red faction strongholds across the map turned a vibrant green. Seeing this, Zhang Weihong instantly realized the tide had turned. He hurriedly sent Su Chen a message of reconciliation, expressing his willingness to surrender. Zhang Weihong, brother Su, a magnanimous man, forgives petty offenses. This faction conflict truly left us no choice, we had to stand on opposing sides. Hear us what I propose, I'll reveal my core stronghold to you. Take it directly, consider it my apology. Great leaders must know when to yield and when to stand firm. This time, Zhang Weihong intended to use others as tools to achieve his ends, but he hadn't anticipated Su Chen's strength surpassing his wildest expectations. Truly the server's top player. Given that, he'd rather not contest the title of top guild in Zone 1 with him. Reading the other's message, Su Chen sneered with contempt. Thinking peace talks would be that easy? What a joke. Su Chen, want me to spare you? Simple. Just complete 2 tasks. First, disband your current team. Second, hand over 60% of all resources belonging to your current team members. Never push someone to the edge. That's why Su Chen left them a 40% escape route. Seeing Su Chen's terms, Zhang Weihong instantly exploded with rage. 60% of supplies? And disband the team? Why don't you just rob us outright? Chapter 195, Zhang Weihong's Demise. The faction challenge concludes. After his rage subsided, Zhang Weihong regained his composure. The situation was now crystal clear. The Blood Wolf convoy had somehow been manipulated by the enemy, leading them to turn on each other. Now Su Chen, that little bastard, was reaping the benefits. After careful deliberation, Zhang Weihong decided to follow Su Chen's suggestion. Dissolving the team didn't mean he couldn't rebuild it. As long as he retained a shred of authority, forming a new team wouldn't be a problem. He still held the squadron command in his hands. After weighing his options, he carefully crafted his response and sent it to Su Chen. Zhang Weihong, alright, brother Su. Since this is what it takes for you to let us off, I'll agree to your terms as you suggested. I'll disband the fleet immediately and transfer the supplies to you shortly. Seeing the new message, Su Chen was genuinely surprised. The other party still commanded several thousand men. Even if they couldn't win, they could at least stall for time. Though ineffective against him, such decisive action still left Su Chen slightly astonished. This Zhang Weihong was no simple character, a man who knew when to yield and when to strike. He couldn't be kept alive. He had to be eliminated completely. If Su Chen had previously held only 3 parts of killing intent toward Zhang Weihong, mostly caution and hostility, then now, that intent had surged to over 9 parts. A snow-covered expanse. Zhang Weihong, clad in body armor, stood atop his RV, gazing down at his subordinates below with a sorrowful expression. Brothers, I'm sorry. We can't win this operation. I've just reached an agreement with Su Chen from the Green faction. If our team disbands on the spot and surrenders 90% of our supplies, they'll spare us and cease hostilities. So, everyone, this will likely be the last time we see each other. As he spoke, a tremor of emotion colored Zhang Weihong's voice, betraying his profound reluctance. His words instantly sparked an uproar among his subordinates below. What? Surrendering isn't enough? Su Chen wants us to disband? Taking 90% of our supplies? That's pushing us to the brink of extinction. I suspect Su Chen is just an NPC planted by the system to split us players apart and let us die in this road survival ordeal. Disband my ass. Let's fight them, brothers. The reaction below was intense, the crowd seething with anger. Su Chen's demand felt like a death sentence. They couldn't accept such an outcome. Alright, everyone. Even if we disband, if you're willing in the future, we can still meet again in the world, right? Trade all your supplies to me. I'll give them to Su Chen and his group. That way, we'll be safe. Zhang Weihong was thoroughly satisfied with the survivors' reactions below. This way, even if he disbanded the group, they wouldn't follow Su Chen. Whenever he wanted, he could easily form a new team. Next time, he would secure the most powerful weapon and eliminate Su Chen outright. After acquiring the supplies, he traded 30% to Su Chen and pocketed an extra 20% for himself. This way, he still came out ahead in the end. Once he acquired the 4-star vehicle upgrade blueprint, he would surpass Su Chen and become the first owner of a 5-star vehicle. Soon, members of the Green faction approached their territory and seized control of their base. Su Chen emerged from the Green faction's ranks and approached the outskirts of their core stronghold. After ensuring all personnel had evacuated, he opened the vehicle door, stepped out, and walked into the central base. Throughout this time, Su Chen waited patiently, expecting the enemy to make their move and attack him. But clearly, no one made a move. Zhang Weihong lay low, abandoning the prime opportunity to strike while Su Chen wasn't in his RV. Truth be told, Zhang Weihong never intended to attack Su Chen. He simply hadn't anticipated Su Chen would proactively come to plant the flag. Normally, he would have simply sent a trusted subordinate to plant the flag, no need to risk his own life. Now, he inwardly cursed his lack of preparation, though outwardly, he showed not a single crack in his composure. Once Suchen plants the flag, he'll be safe. Within the same faction, weapons couldn't inflict damage on each other unless it was a non-targeted attack like grenades or car ramming. There was absolutely no reason for the enemy to tear up the contract in front of so many people. But just as he was quietly gloating, his eyelid began twitching violently. Boom! The crack of a sniper rifle echoed, and Zhang Weihong's bulletproof helmet shattered on impact. His gaze instantly went unfocused. With a look of utter disbelief, he collapsed to the ground. Ah, the leader! Snipers! Protect the leader! The leader is dead! Enemies! It must be Su Chen and his men! Brother, I swear I'll avenge you all! But soon, the cries were drowned out by a burst of gunfire. Green faction players fired warning shots into the air, intimidating all the yellow faction survivors. Their weapons and gear had just been looted by the leader and handed over to Su Chen's group, leaving them completely defenseless. Soon, Su Chen inside the stronghold pulled out the yellow flag and planted the green one in its place. Congratulations! You have successfully captured the yellow faction's core stronghold. All yellow faction strongholds will now be converted to green faction strongholds. Simultaneously, all remaining yellow faction players will be converted to green faction players. In that instant, the entire map was covered in green faction flags. The battle instance between the three factions ended abruptly. The Blood Wolf convoy suffered near total annihilation, and Zhang Weihong's team, including their leader Zhang Weihong, was wiped out. The green faction now dominated unchallenged. Su Chen was highly satisfied with this outcome, yet his expression grew grave. He suspected the other factions hadn't experienced such intense conflict as they had. Tomorrow marked the day of the disaster descending upon the ice world, when temperatures would plummet to extreme lows. He wondered how many players would survive after the disaster. The next moment, a system notification sounded in every player's ears. Congratulations to Green Faction players. You have achieved a complete victory in this faction stronghold challenge and will receive an additional 100 battle merit points. Green Faction total battle merit, 478 points. Initial players of the Green Faction will equally divide the total prize pool. The prize pool equals half the initial resources of the other two factions, with any shortfall automatically supplemented by the system. The MVP of this faction stronghold challenge is Su Chen, who will receive an MVP grand gift package. In 3 minutes, all players will be teleported back to the Snow Highway. This faction challenge seems to lack rankings or additional rewards. Instead, survivors appear to be manipulated by the game system like puppets, forcing them to turn on each other. Su Chen emerged from the stronghold, saying nothing as he stored Li Hongwei's 4-star luxury RV into his storage ring. 3 minutes passed quickly. The moment he emerged, the entire regional chat interface exploded. Regional chat channel, 5,929 players. This single challenge had decimated the entire server's player base by a full 50%. The chat channels were flooded with condemnation directed at the murderer and Su Chen. Chapter 196, The Antidote and the Fragment of the God. Who killed our leader? Have the guts to do it but not the guts to show your face? Murderer, you deserve to die. Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll avenge our leader. Su Chen, did you hire someone to do this? Making us hand over supplies and dissolve the group? You just want us all dead, don't you? You took so much of our supplies, how are we supposed to survive now? Yeah, taking 90% of our supplies is practically taking everything. Zhang Weihong wanted to frame you, but I'm not part of his team. Can I get my resources back? Yeah. Su Chen, I'm not part of his team. Can you give some supplies back? Su Chen had anticipated these survivors' complaints. What surprised him was that Zhang Weihong had actually demanded 90% of their supplies. No wonder he'd been so generous when handing them out. Su Chen, feel free to oppose me if you wish. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right taking your resources. By the way, I'm asking for 60%, 10% more than the system's mandatory 50%. Buying your lives isn't too expensive, is it? After a casual explanation, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to care anymore. He began examining the MVP gift package bestowed upon him by the system. Open the gift pack. A dazzling light flashed as the package before him slowly unfolded. Congratulations! You have opened the MVP gift pack and obtained the antidote potion recipe. Antidote formula blueprint. Learning requirement, 3-star automobile. Learn. With no other requirements, Su Chen naturally proceeded to learn it immediately. Antidote learned. Required materials 100 units, 10 ml snake venom, 10 ml spider venom, and 10 ml each of 3 other venoms, 1 unit of black fern, 500 ml water. Regarding the venoms, Su Chen did possess some snake venom, though it was scarce and limited to a single type. He should be able to purchase it at the exchange. As for the black fern, he had never seen it before. He would look into acquiring it and potentially cultivate it himself to achieve mass production. When he first obtained the formula for this potion, Su Chen had a premonition that it would prove useful. Congratulations! You have obtained one divine fragment. This fragment is awarded to the top 10 MVP performers nationwide during faction wars. Fragments within the same region can sense each other. Divine fragment: collect 10 fragments to synthesize divine favor, triggering a god tier draw for a divine grade item. Current effect: luck plus 10. Divine fragment. Suchen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Nationwide, 10 MVP players would obtain divine fragments. Collecting all 10 would grant one divine tier draw. He knew that his highest tier draw so far had only been an epic tier draw, which he had obtained by ranking first globally. As far as he knew, chest and lottery tiers were wooden, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, champion, epic, legendary, god tier. Corresponding maximum item tiers: common, fine, rare, exquisite, epic, legendary, god tier, super god tier. He didn't know if higher tiers existed beyond this, but the god tier draw was already the highest possible draw tier. There is a chance to obtain the highest tier super god tier items. With the global server still closed, only one person nationwide could ever complete the set, and I was determined to be that person. Suchen set himself a modest goal, then placed the item into a small box linked to a necklace and hung it around his neck. Carrying it granted him 10 luck points. Naturally, Suchen intended to keep it. Immediately afterward, Suchen privately messaged Lu Xinghe and Fu Ling. As he had anticipated, they had both obtained this divine fragment. After some discussion, Fu Ling stated that once Suchen collected 9 fragments, she would trade hers to him. Until then, she would keep it safe. Lu Xinghe, however, expressed his own ambition to collect them all, just like Suchen. For him, this represented more than just a divine tier draw, it signified his triumph over the other 9 powerhouses. Among them were Suchen and Li Qingfeng. Seeing this, Suchen wore an expression of utter helplessness. Lu Xinghe's competitive spirit was bloody fierce. However, the only way to obtain this item was to wait for the server merge or trade through intermediaries like Zhuge Xiaoliang. After all, the item required all 10 pieces to be effective. Until then, it was just an ordinary lucky charm that added 10 points of luck. With that thought, Suchen immediately opened Zhuge Xiaoliang's chat interface. Suchen, help me collect an item. We'll pay top dollar. Rare blueprints or other high-level items for trade. The reply came instantly. Zhuge Xiaoliang, God's fragment? Seeing this, Suchen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Zhuge Xiaoliang to already know about this item. Could it be that the other party had one too? Suchen, you have one too? Zhuge Xiaoliang, that's right. I got one too, and someone's already approached me to buy it. But I can't tell you who. Someone moved this fast? Suchen frowned. It seemed everyone harbored considerable ambition, aiming to collect all the god fragments and secure a god tier lottery chance. Suchen, did you sell it? Zhuge Xiaoliang, not yet. I'll sell to whoever offers the highest price. The moment Zhuge Xiaoliang obtained this fragment, he knew he had to sell it, and fast. As for gathering all 10 fragments, he dared not even entertain the thought. He had no intention of keeping the fragment either. After all, possessing a single god fragment would draw the attention of 9 elite survivors, a prospect that went against his interests as a middleman. For him, the optimal choice was to sell it at a premium immediately, transferring the risk and avoiding being targeted. As soon as the other party's information came through, Suchen began calculating what price he could offer to acquire Zhuge Xiaoliang's divine fragment at the lowest possible cost. Chapter 197, Deal Sealed. The second divine fragment. In that case, let's use some more valuable blueprints. Suchen showed Zhuge Xiaoliang his remaining blueprint inventory, allowing him to pick any 3 items as payment. The best items had long been studied by him. What remained were either duplicates or relatively less rare. Zhuge Xiaoliang, how about this? I want 1 3-star upgrade blueprint, 1 4-star upgrade blueprint, and 1 5-star upgrade blueprint. Give them to me whenever you have them. Additionally, provide me with 1,000 copies of items that will be useful later at their original price. How does that sound? Zhuge Xiaoliang proposed a relatively moderate compromise. Suchen instantly understood that the other party's initial offer must have been genuinely low, otherwise they wouldn't have conceded. Extra upgrade blueprints were useless to him anyway. With his ability to get critical drops from loot boxes, it didn't matter. Supplying them at cost wasn't a loss either, just a bit less profit. Securing a god fragment would be an absolute steal. Suchen, deal. Seeing Suchen agree to the deal, Zhuge Xiaoliang breathed a sigh of relief, visibly thrilled. Divine fragments were utterly useless to him, even potentially dangerous objects that could invite deadly trouble. Selling them at a premium now was a definite win. Though he hadn't specified a deadline for the blueprints, he trusted the buyer's integrity. He was certain the extra blueprints would be delivered when available. Soon after, Zhuge Xiaoliang transferred the divine fragment to Suchen. The 2 divine fragments met in Suchen's hands and miraculously fused together, radiating a dazzling light. To Suchen's astonishment, the combined fragment now granted a whopping 30 points of luck instead of the expected 10, perfectly achieving the 113 effect. This only strengthened his resolve to collect all 10 divine fragments. Even if he couldn't gather all 10, the increased luck points were still incredibly valuable to him. Zhuge Xiaoyang, I'll handle the acquisition for you later. Do you need your information kept confidential? Su Chen considered it, then shook his head. No need. Just tell them I'm buying them. Searching alone would be far too slow. It was best to spread the word directly, letting the divine fragments come to him. Zhuge Xiaoyang, got it. Wait for my good news. Su Chen, oh, and do you have any black fern? Besides that, I need all kinds of venom, buy as much as you have, no limit. Can trade for supplies or weapons. 3 seconds later, the reply came. Zhuge Xiaoyang, are you making poison or antidotes? Can you prepare 100 doses at cost price? Su Chen immediately agreed to the inquiry. This was part of their original agreement, and besides, antidotes weren't that valuable. Zhuge Xiaoyang, I'll keep an eye out. Su Chen didn't rely solely on Zhuge Xiaoyang. He also inquired with Fu Ling, Lu Xinghe, and Li Qingfeng, while simultaneously posting a request in the few remaining regional channels. However, there was no response for the time being. Just as Su Chen was preparing to use the massive haul of materials he'd recently acquired to overhaul his vehicle, Lu Xinghe sent him a private message. Lu Xinghe, want this? Trade for something made from your gift pack blueprints. Attached image. Multifunctional alloy mechanical arm. Effect, can be mounted on vehicles to perform simple operations. What's this thing for? Su Chen pondered its potential uses, but ultimately decided to make the trade, sending over a screenshot of the potion. Seeing this, Lu Xinghe grew even more excited. Lu Xinghe, 1 for 3, I trade 1 robotic arm for 3 antidote potions. This is a valuable asset if you use it well, it could be a huge help. For instance, you could mount 2 guns on them to bolster your firepower. Lu Xinghe's suggestion instantly sparked an idea in Su Chen. It seemed worth considering. In this way, he wouldn't need to get out of the car to loot chests. He could just stay seated inside. Much safer and more reliable. Su Chen, got it. The antidotes weren't even finished yet, and he already had a mountain of orders piling up. Su Chen felt the pressure mounting. After switching to the multifunctional alloy mechanical arm, Su Chen approached Xiaoling. Xiaoling, can you display the entire layout of the RV in a 3D format for me? No problem, master. Immediately, a holographic projection materialized before Su Chen, displaying a 360-degree view of his luxury RV. 4-star luxury motorhome. Special features: spatial farming field with training room, super AI brain. Xiaoling. Equipment: vehicle weapon system, 3 attack points, rocket launcher, alloy reinforced chassis top tier, explosion proof glass top tier, 5-cylinder engine rare tier. Interior amenities: refrigerator, bathtub, vehicle air conditioning. Beside the vehicle image, annotations indicated by corresponding arrows showed where each feature originated and its intended use. The colossal luxury motorhome now stood before him. The rocket launcher mounted on the roof added an imposing, formidable presence to the entire vehicle. If only the body could freely adjust its size and the interior space were infinitely vast. Then let's install the multifunctional alloy robotic arm on the front wing. After a moment of deliberation on the 3D diagram, Su Chen finalized the arm's placement and proceeded with its installation. The 5-cylinder engine was somewhat outdated. Its power couldn't sustain driving for long, and the vehicle's weight proved too much for it. Fortunately, Su Chen had obtained a 6-cylinder engine rare grade from Li Huayan's vehicle. Though not top tier, it was significantly superior to the 5-cylinder unit. The remaining usable components were some evolution crystals and wisdom crystals. After these days of enhancement, his base attributes were likely already far superior to those of an ordinary soldier. With a little more strength, he could rival a special forces soldier. As Su Chen entered his bedroom, preparing to absorb the wisdom crystal, a knock sounded at the door. Su Chen! Su Chen! Qinglan is here. You're here. Su Chen hurriedly opened the door and invited her inside. When I was dividing the materials earlier, I chose the evolution crystal and wisdom crystal. I also bought up all the shares others received. I'm bringing them to Fat Dragon. As soon as Qinglan got in the car, she tossed a box in front of Su Chen. Inside were almost entirely evolution crystals and wisdom crystals. Evolution crystals? Where? Where? Fat Dragon instantly bounded down from the 2nd floor, his face aglow with excitement. Upon seeing the box of evolution crystals, his eyes turned starry as he prepared to pounce. Chapter 198, all for you, not a single drop left. Don't you know you've hit your daily absorption limit for evolution crystals today? If you don't slow down, I'm worried your already limited brain might mutate. Su Chen shot Fat Dragon a disapproving glare. All he ever thought about was eating. He reached into the box, pulled out the wisdom crystals, handed them to Qinglan, and said, "We can't use the evolution crystals, but these wisdom crystals are for us. Using them will boost our base attributes." Seriously? Qinglan took a wisdom crystal from Su Chen's hand with curiosity, swallowed it whole, closed her eyes, sat cross-legged, and began absorbing it on the spot. Watching her flawless, exquisite features and seeing the trust she placed in him, she hesitated not a moment before tilting her head back and swallowing the wisdom crystal whole. Su Chen felt Qinglan seemed even more beautiful. A minute later, Qinglan opened her eyes, her face glowing with excitement. It's real, she exclaimed joyfully. My power increased by 0.2 points. Here, these are for you. Once you've used more, each one will only increase your power by about 0.1 points. Su Chen offered Qinglan the remaining wisdom crystals in his hand, but she flatly refused. You should keep these. They won't be useful for me right now anyway. If you come across any that boost mental power, keep me in mind. I feel like my IQ could use a lift. Qinglan chuckled lightly, joking. Su Chen said nothing more. Protecting her well was what he should do most. Oh, and if you need help acquiring anything later? In certain circles, I might have easier access to what you're looking for. Blackfern, preferably live specimens. That way we can propagate it ourselves. It's an essential ingredient for making antidotes. Beyond that, venom, nanostones, and specialized electronic components. Keep an eye out for those too. Su Chen showed Qinglan the specifications and effects of the car air purifier and the antidote formula. She fell deep in thought. Is this a clue related to the next world? Very likely. Alright, leave it all to me. Qinglan patted her firm chest and assured Su Chen. Alright, I'll give you everything. Su Chen said with a mischievous grin. Qinglan froze for a moment before realizing what he meant. She playfully punched his shoulder, her face flushing with a coy blush. After casually exchanging greetings with Su Chen, she headed straight for the second floor office. Since it was time for serious business, naturally she needed to go to the dedicated workspace. Su Chen returned to his room and began absorbing the wisdom crystal. Beep. Just as Su Chen was about to begin the absorption process, a message caught his attention. It was from Jin Shang. Jin Shang, brother Su Chen, may I join your team? The other party had sent him a message before the faction competition began, which had made him somewhat wary, though it could also be seen as advantageous to him. But to be honest, Su Chen didn't know much about this Jin Shang. If he could share their leader's information with others, what if one day, when he felt another team was stronger than his own, he did the same thing? Su Chen wasn't about to gamble lightly. He needed to test this guy first. Su Chen, I'll consider it when you meet me. So stay alive. Upon reading Su Chen's message, Jin Shang felt a flicker of disappointment, but it quickly transformed into fighting spirit. Su Chen, the server's undisputed top-tier powerhouse. What's wrong with joining his team and enduring a test? If all else failed, he could always sign up for his reserve team. Su Chen paid no heed to the impact his words might have on others. At that moment, he had already begun absorbing the wisdom crystal. You absorbed the wisdom crystal. Intelligence +1. You absorbed the wisdom crystal. Strength +1. That entire night, Su Chen immersed himself in enhancing his strength. He shared a candlelit dinner with Qinglan, where the table was laden with oysters, chives, and goji berry tea. After dinner, he absorbed the wisdom crystal, worked out in the training room, and finally went to bed. The night passed swiftly in this cycle of activity. Early the next morning, Su Chen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, joined Qinglan for breakfast. It was already 6 in the morning, and he looked dazed and weary. Today was the final day in the ice and snow world. It was also the day the ice and snow disaster would reach its peak. Su Chen had no idea how low the temperature outside would drop, but he suspected it wouldn't be pleasant. What's more, the game system might just pull another one of its tricks. Through the car window, he watched the heavy snowfall and the endless expanse of white. The temperature must be extremely low. Sitting on the playground, Su Chen examined his attribute panel, which had seen a significant boost yesterday. Su Chen. Health, 252. Strength, 136. Spirit, 102. Speed, 143. Stamina, 101. Burst, 105. Luck, 70-30-40. Skills, Sniper Mastery, Master Level Combat. Vehicle, 4-star RV, 42,393,000. Next tier, 5-star car villa. All base attributes had broken through the 10-point threshold, meaning he had reached the baseline for Special Forces soldiers. If he could raise them all to 20 points, he would become a 1 in a million elite soldier. After breakfast, Su Chen began his routine harvest of mature tobacco, grains, fruits, and vegetables. The greatest advantage of the spatial cultivation fields was their freedom from geographical and soil constraints, making them ideal for growing anything. He washed some grapes and cherries to serve as morning snacks. After consulting Qinglan, Su Chen temporarily stored her RV inside his storage ring. The moment he opened the car door, a chill swept over him. However, wearing his protective suit, Su Chen felt nothing. He stepped outside and walked over to Qinglan's RV. Reaching out, he stored it into his storage ring. Just as he was about to return, the radar screen, previously blank, suddenly filled with vast swaths of black shadows. Moreover, they were rapidly closing in on his position. Chapter 199, The Final Ice and Snow. Survive. Ice World Disaster, Final Snow and Ice activated. Today's temperature will reach the lowest in 10 days, causing severe impacts. Vehicles with subpar performance may lose functionality due to freezing. Simultaneously, ancient beasts frozen in ice may be released. Players must evade them and push forward at all costs, maintaining speeds no lower than 60% of maximum velocity. During the final snowfall period, completing hidden quests will yield special rewards. Discover them through your own exploration. This is the ultimate baptism of courage and perseverance. Good luck to all players. The system alert sounded once more, sending a chill down every survivor's spine. This day has come again, and this time, it seems they must overcome even more challenges. High-quality car parts, enduring power, and the potential presence of ancient beasts, all these factors underscored the sheer difficulty of the challenges ahead. In the Zone 1 chat channel, many lamented their plight. Their supplies had dwindled by a full 90% overnight. Yet another group remained confident. Their supplies had nearly doubled. As long as they were careful and survived this final day, they'd be fine. After the system alert sounded, Suchen distinctly felt the air temperature around him plummeting rapidly. His protective suit quickly adjusted to the chill, rendering it imperceptible. Simultaneously, the shadowy figures continued advancing toward the vehicle, showing no signs of stopping. Was this the reason they had to keep charging forward? Suchen froze momentarily, recalling the system's warning about ancient beasts. It seemed this disaster held some unforeseen variables. He immediately turned and sprinted back to the vehicle, slamming the door shut. The moment the door clicked shut, Suchen exhaled softly before issuing a command to Xiaoling. Xiaoling, drive forward along the highway. Maintain a speed around 65 miles per hour, no lower. With a 5 miles per hour margin of error, Xiaoling's driving skills should handle it just fine. Without Xiaoling, driving would be an exhausting ordeal. You'd have no idea how long you'd need to keep going. I'm sorry, Master. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, Xiaoling cannot drive for you today. At that moment, Xiaoling's voice sounded the first time she had ever refused his command. Hearing this, Suchen's heart sank, and his brows immediately furrowed. Sure enough, he knew this first problem wouldn't be solved so easily. It seemed that maintaining a steady speed over long stretches was another major hurdle in this challenge. Suchen felt a bit helpless, but fortunately, the problem wasn't too serious. After all, he wasn't alone now. Qinglan and Fat Dragon were with him. Wait, Fat Dragon's size meant he couldn't even fit in the driver's seat. How the hell was he supposed to drive? This final day was proving to be anything but straightforward. Suchen, does that mean I have to drive myself? Probably not. He only mentioned speed, not actually driving. If it comes down to it, I can just control it, make the RV spin rapidly in place inside the storage ring. Suchen could control everything within the ring. Maintaining a steady speed wasn't a problem. Alright, then we'll take turns driving. Qinglan nodded. This approach would give them a significant advantage. However, Suchen didn't start the vehicle immediately. Instead, he waited in place for something. Watching the dark silhouette closing in on the radar screen, Suchen had already shifted into gear, his feet poised on the brake and accelerator, ready to launch at any moment. Closer. Even closer. Suddenly, at that very moment, a crackling sound erupted from the highway behind them. Suchen instinctively glanced outside, only to see a visible wave of cold air spreading across the road behind the RV. Everything in its path froze solid. Trees and roads all froze solid. If caught, Suchen suspected his RV would freeze solid instantly, making escape nearly impossible. There was no time to think. Suchen released the brakes and slammed his foot on the accelerator. The car launched forward like a rocket, tearing away. Soon, the vehicle emerged from the tree-lined area, entering an endless expanse of open plains. Only a 100-meter-wide strip on either side of his vehicle bore the faint traces of the road. In that moment, Suchen felt utterly insignificant. Looking out the window, he saw nothing but a frozen expanse of ice and snow stretching to the gray-white horizon. Nothing else existed. Driving all day in such an environment would drive anyone mad or crush them with despair. Suddenly, he understood where the true difficulty of this final ice and snow challenge lay. But surely, it wouldn't be just this ordinary challenge. Guys, it's freezing. My car's AC seems to have frozen up. What should I do? Need help ASAP. Bro, I recommend checking out Suchen's shop. They've got pretty much everything you could want. I have this feeling. I've driven dozens of kilometers, yet it feels like I'm still stuck in the same spot. What would happen if I stopped? This is hands down the most boring drive I've ever had, dumber than riding in a tank. Bro, you better be talking about a real tank. Thank goodness we've got each other to chat with, otherwise I'd have gone completely nuts. If the surroundings changed, people might not notice anything wrong. But when every single spot looks exactly the same, that's when the uncertainty sets in. I have no idea if my speed is even up to standard. Is any of this real? I'm starting to doubt the authenticity of everything. As time dragged on, more and more survivors grew numb, some losing interest in everything. They're more detached than ever. Suchen gripped the steering wheel with one hand, a hint of weariness in his eyes. Let me take the wheel for a bit. Qinglan, who had just finished practicing the 8 brocades with Fat Dragon, approached Suchen and spoke up. Suchen nodded, then pressed the accelerator to pick up speed before smoothly switching places with her. Just as many players thought they'd be stuck with this dull routine all day, someone suddenly let out a startled cry. Holy, guys, guess what I just spotted? A diamond tier treasure chest right by the road ahead. Holy crap, I spotted a hot pot restaurant. Looks like they've got a steaming spicy broth simmering inside. Man, how awesome would it be to grab a bite there? Ah, guys, I just spotted Ms. Fukata and Ms. Yuya lying naked in the snow by the road ahead. I'd love to take their classes. Upper floor, please take pictures. Please share the images. Need pics 1. Pictures 10,086. While the crowd was buzzing with excitement, Suchen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Because he saw piles of rare blueprints, stacks of wisdom crystals, and heaps of god fragments lining both sides of the road ahead. His detection radar showed nothing but purple-gold hues on both sides. Could it really be detected? Could all these things be genuine? Chapter 200, Successfully Retrieving Divine Fragments from an Illusion? But he immediately shook his head with unwavering resolve. This must be an illusion orchestrated by the system to make him stop. Of course, it might not be an illusion. System detection should function normally without issues. Or maybe, he should test it. Though the game system might deceive them, the radar detection shouldn't fail. At least in Suchen's view, system functions were entities capable of altering the rules of the opposing side. They should be more advanced. Let me see what's going on. Suchen moved to the passenger seat and took control of the multifunctional alloy mechanical arm. He began manipulating it to scoop up items from the ice fields on both sides. Among these objects, the most crucial for Suchen were the god fragments. He absolutely had to collect all 10. Suchen, those things on both sides are probably illusions. Don't get carried away. Xinglan, piloting the RV, cautiously warned as she saw Suchen reaching for the objects on either side. Relax. I'm just testing it out. I'll adjust it back immediately. Suchen waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her before resuming his focused operation. The alloy mechanical arms on both sides, upon touching the dazzlingly luminous objects, felt as though they grasped something weighing 1,000 pounds. Propelled by the vehicle's high-speed momentum, they snapped into place with a satisfying click. Got it. But I can't seem to pull it back. Seeing the car's speed suddenly drop significantly, Suchen turned his head awkwardly toward Xinglan. Xinglan, seeing this, slammed the accelerator pedal. The car's speed couldn't afford to be slowed down. The two alloy mechanical arms scraped along the ground, dragged behind them. Suchen kept trying to pull them into the car, but it proved incredibly difficult. What to do? Got it. Suchen quickly contacted Lu Xinghe and purchased 2 more multifunctional alloy mechanical arms. The seller, seemingly bored and hanging out in the chat channel, responded to Suchen almost immediately. Having secured the alloy mechanical arms, Suchen promptly installed 2 more onto the vehicle. If 2 couldn't drag them up, surely 4 would do the trick. With the new mechanical arms assisting him, Suchen finally managed to haul both gleaming divine fragments into the RV. The moment he secured the items, all the treasures lining the highway vanished, and the radar detection showed nothing left. A faint smile touched Suchen's lips. It seemed the system feared he might continue acquiring these supplies and dared not deceive him anymore. Suchen, you actually got them? How do you know these aren't illusions? Xinglan watched Suchen play with the divine fragments in his hand, her curiosity evident. Ha! The radar detected them. Suchen examined the 2 divine fragments in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. The game system was taking a massive hit this time. He never imagined he'd actually be able to tell if something was real. As Suchen acquired these items, he noticed the number of players in the regional channel steadily decreasing. 587958585827. The decline was visible to the naked eye, with nearly 1 person disappearing every few seconds. This rate was alarmingly fast. Something had to be done to stop it. Guys, don't trust either side's claims it's all an illusion. That's right, I've discovered the game system specifically targets your deepest desires to lure you in. Everyone, absolutely do not get off the bus. Even if naked, hot-bodied, super gorgeous girls are down there tempting you, you must not get off. Damn it all to hell. How could you have figured this out already? Why didn't you say something sooner? I've already stopped and am about to get out. With all these temptations appearing on both sides and the number of players rapidly decreasing, any fool could tell the things on either side were traps. Still, many players, though staying put, couldn't help but keep glancing sideways. If you can't get out to grab it, can't you at least feast your eyes? Just gazing at those sexy, alluring famous teachers made their blood boil. Their bodies trembled, and then it was over. Seeing the chat channel, everyone quickly caught on, and Suchen nodded in agreement. Players who'd made it this far were essentially the cream of the crop. It wasn't like so many would fall here. Those lacking resolve had been weeded out right at the start. But to be fair, even Suchen had been tempted earlier, taking a risky gamble. After all, those were incredibly precious items. Immediately after, Suchen fused the 2 newly acquired god fragments together, each yielding 30 luck points. He retrieved his own divine fragments and placed the 2 fused shards together. A dazzling light erupted as the fused fragments coalesced into a small, half-spherical form, boosting his luck points to a staggering 90. Suchen's luck value skyrocketed in an instant. He even felt that his superior charm compared to others stemmed from his exceptionally high luck value. Suchen, what on earth is that? You have one too? The dazzling light caught Xinglan's attention as she drove. She slowed the car while turning her head to look at the divine fragment in Su Chen's hand, her face brimming with curiosity. This is now a divine artifact that can increase luck by 90 points. If you can obtain more, the luck boost will be even greater. Reaching 10 pieces unlocks an extra surprise. Su Chen didn't hide much, briefly explaining before stowing it away. This brought him one step closer to his goal of collecting 10 divine fragments. Moreover, it turned out that divine fragments weren't solely obtained by seizing them from other players, there were other methods as well. But as for what just happened? Su Chen suspected the system would never pull something like that in front of him again. Wow, such a huge increase. No wonder you always stumble upon good stuff. Xinglan's voice carried a hint of envy, her face showing traces of weariness. Let me take over. We should rotate a few times to avoid getting too exhausted each time. At that moment, high above the clouds, a figure clad in a crimson gown stood suspended in midair. Interesting. Truly interesting. You really are weak now. The car continued forward. Through the chat channel, Su Chen quickly noticed that players with higher overall attributes seemed to have endured longer during the recent mental assessment. It appeared that increased attribute points enabled players to better resist temptation. As time passed, the allure of temptations lining the roadside grew increasingly faint, with almost no players succumbing to them. Suddenly, at that very moment, everything around them underwent another unexpected, massive transformation. Chapter 201, Ancient Colossus. Terrifying crimson light. Roar. A deafening roar echoed through the air. It reverberated across the entire landscape, causing Su Chen's RV to violently shake and tremble. Startled, he looked up toward the horizon. He shouldn't have looked. The moment he did, Su Chen froze in place. At the far end of the horizon, a dark silhouette emerged. As the RV continued forward, the dark silhouette grew ever larger in their eyes. It felt as though they were driving straight into the gaping, blood-red maw of a terrifying creature. Gradually, the dark form sharpened into focus, transforming before their eyes into a terrifying prehistoric beast towering thousands of meters high. Like a prehistoric dinosaur, it was immense and ferocious. Its entire body was encased in a shell as hard as steel, and its massive head bore eyes that glinted coldly. Its crimson maw revealed fangs stretching dozens of meters long, emanating a fierce aura that was utterly oppressive. Even Su Chen hesitated to approach. This isn't some game system, dude, this is an ancient colossus? This prehistoric super fearsome beast is beyond anything I could have imagined. Next time, don't give me such a simple introduction, make sure I know it's not just some ordinary monster. It wasn't just Su Chen who saw it, everyone witnessed the terrifying colossus at the exact same moment. Holy crap? What kind of monster is that? That's terrifying. I'm kinda scared to step on the gas now. What should we do? I told you Diaga was real. Ha, I knew it. Everyone, turn on your lights. Summon Diaga to fight the monster. It's an illusion. Definitely an illusion. Don't worry, everyone. Just like the protective illusion before, this monster must be an illusion too. Though many firmly believed these monsters were illusions, the creature before them was so vividly lifelike it felt damn real. They could even clearly see the monster's breath, the warm air from its nostrils hitting the cold air outside, forming a distinct wisp of white vapor. Many could even smell a foul stench wafting toward them, penetrating despite their tightly sealed car windows. This left many feeling uneasy, even if they were convinced it was just a monster. What if it was real? It was like walking on a glass bridge high above the ground, where the glass beneath your feet felt as if it weren't there at all. You know it's safe to walk on it, but you still worry, what if the glass shatters? How can you be 100% sure it won't? What now stood before all the players was far more terrifying than any glass bridge. The same question left Su Chen somewhat perplexed. Normally, players would assume this was fake, a vanishing illusion. But having just retrieved items from both sides of the path, Su Chen began to wonder if the monsters were real. Su Chen, is this terrifying beast real? Beside him, Xinglan rested her head on Su Chen's shoulder, peering into the distance with a look of concern on her face. Clearly, Su Chen's recent acquisition of resources had made her doubt everything unfolding before them. Su Chen's expression darkened slightly, but he remained silent. As the distance closed, he had already detected the data panel of the terrifying figure before him. At a glance, he felt this was simply too terrifying. Ancient Colossus Epic. Attack? Defense? Combat power? Skills? Description: a terrifying colossus from ancient times, possessing power capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth. Note: host level too low to detect. Su Chen couldn't detect any specific data, but it was clear that the ancient colossus before him was real. However, whether it was truly present before him remained uncertain. He didn't believe such a colossal beast could manifest in such vast numbers before every single player. Sure enough, the final day's snowstorm proved far from simple. If players hesitated out of fear before these beasts, their fate would likely be sealed. Su Chen had initially thought this snowy world tested players' external perception, but now he realized that all the trials were actually testing the players' own inner selves. Whether it was the temptations around them or the terrifying beasts before them, everything tested the players' true selves. Greedy players would pay the price, while fearful ones would bow before the beasts and abandon their quest. No wonder they said from the start that this was a game requiring courage and perseverance. Without courage and perseverance, it would be incredibly difficult to pass this seemingly simple trial. Even someone of Su Chen's caliber felt fear, for his strength allowed him to discern that the ancient colossus before him was likely genuine. When you know it's real, you bear a heavier burden than those who remain unaware. Just as Su Chen prepared to accelerate, aiming to dash past the ancient colossus before him. Suddenly, the colossal figure of the ancient beast lowered its head and fixed its gaze upon Su Chen. Its enormous eyes fixed intently on Su Chen, unleashing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Su Chen felt like an ant targeted by a predator. A single casual strike from it could wipe him out instantly. He knew this was real, that ancient beast was truly watching them. The player count in the region, which had remained nearly constant, plummeted again, quickly dropping below the 5,000 mark. Many players, overcome with fear, dared not look forward. Before long, they accidentally ventured onto the ice fields and were frozen solid by the encroaching cold. Originally, these players had been the cream of the crop, surviving the initial player pool. Yet now, in the presence of this entity, they remained utterly fragile. The ancient colossus seemed like a warning from the game system itself, reminding them of their utter powerlessness, that in the eyes of the system, they were still nothing more than ants. Su Chen's brows furrowed as he stared intently at the ancient colossus. Fear flickered in his eyes, tempered only by a sliver of caution. He knew players would never encounter monsters of this caliber now, but the future was uncertain. The creature seemed to sense the stubbornness and defiance in Su Chen's gaze. Its eyes grew threefold more imposing, a hint of mockery even flickering at the corners. Mockery? Was it contempt? Still, this creature was certainly not the strongest in this survival game. Epic monsters were merely the baseline, above them lay legendary, god tier, and even transcendent tier beings. He couldn't fathom just how powerful those higher tiers might be. At this thought, a glimmer of longing flickered in Su Chen's eyes. His current growth was insufficient, and Fat Dragon's power remained relatively weak. But this was only the beginning. One day, he would make this ancient colossus bow its proud head before him. Fear, what the hell are you? Qinglan, sit in the passenger seat and buckle up. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel and slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The car's speed shot up to 220 km/h, tearing across the icy, snow-covered highway. As they closed the distance, the ancient beast's features became increasingly clear before his eyes. Just as Su Chen held its gaze, steeled his nerves, a crimson light burst into his field of vision, instantly engulfing the entire sky. Wherever the crimson light passed, it seemed to cleave the void. The next moment, the sudden scene sent a shockwave through Su Chen's heart. His pupils contracted sharply, his entire body trembled involuntarily, and every hair on his body stood on end. Chapter 202, The Woman in Red. What the hell? There, the ancient colossal beast before him, was cleaved clean in two by a crimson beam of light. Su Chen's gaze remained blank for several seconds before he finally recovered from the shock. This terrifying ancient colossus, an epic tier being, a mystery shrouded in question marks, had been cleaved clean in two right before his eyes. Who could possibly be the divine being capable of slaying it so effortlessly? Immediately afterward, a figure clad in a crimson dress appeared where the ancient colossus had stood moments before, materializing before Su Chen's eyes. Was it her who had slain the ancient beast with a single strike? Su Chen's RV continued hurtling forward at full speed as his gaze fixed on the figure in the red dress. In that instant, he suddenly saw the woman in the red dress in midair turn her head as well, her gaze locking onto his position. Their eyes met. Beautiful, alluring, mysterious, these were Su Chen's first impressions. Yet the alluring, enigmatic woman in red did not possess the calm demeanor he had imagined. Instead, deep within her eyes, he glimpsed a flicker of delight and playful amusement. The red-skirted woman seemed particularly intrigued by Su Chen, her gaze fixed firmly on him without the slightest intention of looking away. Just then, Su Chen noticed her lips move, as if she had spoken 3 words. He could only vaguely make out 2 of them. You. I love you. I hate you. I wait for you. I miss you. Her lip movements made it difficult for him to confirm the exact words. After uttering those 3 words, the woman in the red dress swept her skirt and gracefully departed from her spot, soaring toward the horizon. Gradually, she faded into a small crimson silhouette, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Su Chen and the other survivors all passed the gaze of the ancient beast. Finally made it. I knew it was all an illusion, just floor it and charge forward. This illusion was way too real, I almost peed myself just now. Honestly, my heart was racing like crazy when I locked eyes with that ancient beast. We're finally alive. Shouldn't be any more challenges from here on out. I guess we passed. Reading the chat channel, Su Chen froze. Did they mean they hadn't seen the woman in the red dress just now? Qinglan, did you see it? That ancient beast getting sliced in half by a red beam? Su Chen turned back, his expression grave as he asked. Split in 2? What are you talking about, Su Chen? Qinglan froze. That terrifying beast was already terrifying enough, how could it be cleaved in 2 with a single strike? What kind of power would be needed to do that? Earlier, it had been the ancient beast's silhouette all along. Just as we were about to pass by, it turned and walked away. Is that so? Suchen froze for a moment. He could clearly sense that everything that had just happened must be real. An ancient beast couldn't possibly be an illusion, nor could that woman in the red dress. Who said it had to be an illusion? Besides, he was the only one who could see it, and it had even left him a message. Though he hadn't caught it clearly, he had to admit when their gazes locked just now, he'd felt genuinely tense. The overwhelming pressure emanating from that being had left him breathless. If that ancient beast or the woman in red had attacked him, he wouldn't have lasted a second. Was the game system forcing them to confront such terrifying beasts now to prepare them mentally? But could ordinary humans possibly stand against such overwhelming power? Recalling how he'd locked gazes with both the ancient beast and the red-skirted woman the entire time, Suchen couldn't help but admire his own courage and resolve. Most people would have just ducked and bolted. Yet at the same time, a wave of dread washed over him. Without realizing it, his back felt damp with sweat. Had that ancient beast and the red-skirted woman not been bound by some constraint preventing them from attacking him, he suspected they could have wiped him out with a mere sneeze. But having faced such terrifying beings, he felt confident he could handle even stronger opponents with ease from now on. Let me take the wheel. Xinglan, noticing Suchen's dazed state, quickly offered to take over. Earlier, she hadn't needed to drive, so she'd stayed hidden behind Suchen the entire time, squinting as she locked eyes with that ancient colossus. It hadn't drained her energy much. Besides, with Suchen present, she hadn't felt overly concerned. Suchen nodded, handing over the driving duties to her before plopping down into the passenger seat. In the chat channel, everyone seemed to have recovered from their earlier terror. Today's calamity should be completely over now. Who knows what kind of world the next round will bring? No point dwelling on it. Live one day at a time, that's the only way to stay carefree. I just want 2 solid days of rest. I haven't had a single day off lately. Don't be ridiculous. Wasn't the faction war a break? That was a break, okay. True. We were just spectators early on, it was only later that we got to act. All thanks to Su God's brilliance. Does Su have anything to say? We all want to hear him speak up and lift our spirits. After finally overcoming another challenge, everyone was wildly venting their pent-up frustration and terror. It was the only way to ease their minds. But right now, many players were already scared enough. They couldn't take any more and were just looking for some psychological comfort. After all, in this world, without companions by their side, confiding in fellow players online was one of their best options. Unlike the regional chat, the internal group chat of the Dawnbreak Squadron seemed to hold a different perspective. Lu Xinghe, Suchen, do you think that ancient beast we just saw was real? Wang Chang, holy crap? It might be real. I knew why it felt so authentic. That stench was painfully real. Suchen, 99% chance that ancient beast was real. Plus, did you notice the system alert at the start? It said the ancient beast was released from its frozen state. If it was an illusion, do you think the system would bother giving that alert? At this remark, the entire convoy fell into deep contemplation. Suchen's words were undeniably sound. Lu Xinghe, I genuinely felt a palpable, oppressive presence emanating from that ancient beast, not something illusory. I believe it was real. If it was real, that meant we could grow to unimaginable levels through this survival game. At this point, Suchen sensed Lu Xinghe growing visibly excited. Everyone else is scared, but you're getting excited? Seriously? Wang Chang, if it's real, then I'm screwed. I just flipped off that ancient beast earlier. Does it hold a grudge against me? Wasu, 6 Wang Chang. Suchen, looks like we need to consider who should take over as captain of the new kid squad. Xinglan, observe 3 minutes of silence. Wang Chang, wait, you guys? Chapter 203, The Last of the Cold Ice concluded. Suchen gazed out the window, still seeing nothing but a vast expanse of white. Extreme heat and freezing cold had already been endured. The next disaster would require gas masks, air purifiers, and antidotes, likely a world filled with toxic fumes or similar hazards. Could it be poison? Toxic substances were insidious, seeping into every crevice. A moment's carelessness could prove fatal. Suchen remained extremely cautious and meticulous. He must produce the antidote before the third world stage, just in case. The days that followed passed without incident. Occasionally, people or vehicles would break down due to the extreme cold, requiring emergency supplies, a small profit for Suchen. Everything else proceeded normally. Soon, the clock struck 6 in the evening. This signaled the conclusion of the final day of the Frozen Challenge. Extreme cold, infinite temptation, terrifying beasts, these were the final 3 elements of the Frosty Trio. For newcomers, perhaps everything poses a deadly threat, but for these survivors chosen from thousands, pushing through remains no great challenge. The second wave of calamity, the final frost, ends here. 3,239 players survived in Zone 1. Congratulations to all players. Based on all players' performance during this period, silver and diamond tier treasure chests will be awarded. The guarantee of at least a silver tier treasure chest reward lifted everyone's spirits slightly. According to system ratings, 2 players achieved the highest performance during the Ice World Disaster Day in Zone 1, Suchen and Shanglan, tied for first place. Suchen and Shanglan? Holy crap? Guys, we've got some major gossip. Suchen and Shanglan turns out the best loot really does go to the big shots. Tied for first? They must have been in the same vehicle. I'm ranked the same as the girl in my car. Whoa, looks like we've got a sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Qinglan is so strong. I hereby declare, I'm no longer a fan of Suchen. I'm now a fan of the goddess Qinglan. We're all family anyway. Both Suchen and Shanglan were slightly surprised to see their scores tied for first. If shared scores from the same car could exploit a bug, wouldn't that let you farm as many first-place finishes as you wanted? Master, players in the same car will share the points earned from a tie. Just then, Xiaoling, who'd been offline for ages, suddenly chimed in as if reading Suchen's mind. Ah, so that's how it works. The exploit idea ended before it even began. Soon, 2 treasure chests radiating brilliant light appeared before them. It's been ages since I opened a high-level treasure chest. Give me something good. Without hesitation, Suchen opened the chest. Initial resources, 1 3-star car upgrade blueprint. You opened the treasure chest and gained 12,223 chest points. You scored a critical hit on the chest, gaining an 11x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 11 Samsung car upgrade blueprints. 3-star car upgrade blueprints? Not bad, it's the highest tier item you can get from a diamond tier chest. Since it was a diamond tier chest to begin with, Suchen hadn't expected to get a 4-star item. He traded one of them directly to Zhuge Xiaoliang. Next, Suchen took out another one and placed it before Qinglan. This is a 3-star car upgrade blueprint. You can upgrade yours into a luxury motorhome like mine, Suchen said with a smile. Suchen, thank you. But a 4-star luxury motorhome is just too flashy. It would be perfect if the car could control its external size while maintaining a spacious interior. Qinglan hesitated, unsure whether to use the 3-star car upgrade blueprint now. If she upgraded to Suchen's size, would she still be able to visit him normally? Ding! No need to worry, masters. Once the car upgrades to 5 stars, it gains the ability to control its external size and shape. It could be as large as a villa or as compact as the Xiaomi SU7. Just then, Xiaoling continued speaking. Hearing mention of the 5-star car, Suchen and Qinglan's eyes lit up instantly. Adjustable external size with infinite interior space? That meant they could choose to be discreet or flashy. Moreover, it would make many things far more convenient. After all, who would want to drive a mountain down the highway? Wait, actually, it sounds like it could be fun occasionally. Great news, Suchen. Upgrade to a 5-star RV sooner. That way, I can park my car in your RV's internal storage, and you just need to reserve a room for me. Once you have enough 4-star car upgrade blueprints, I'll jump straight to a 5-star car and occasionally drive it myself in challenge races. Otherwise, I'll just be stealing your points. Qinglan clapped her hands in delight. Compared to massive vehicles, she preferred compact and delicate designs. Of course, it should look compact and delicate, but perform with immense power and be incredibly sturdy and durable. It needs to withstand all kinds of attacks and raids. I'll try my best. My car heart is already at the required level, I just need the upgrade blueprints. Suchen nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He then turned to look at Xiaoling's lowly-like phantom and asked, Xiaoling, do you know what special materials are needed for a 5-star upgrade? A car capable of this level of performance must require different materials than before, right? Authorization request approved. Master, the primary materials consumed for upgrading a 5-star car are special alloys and the rare mineral nashi. Eh? So that's it. Suchen nodded. So it was Nast One that enabled the spatial functionality of the 5-star car castle. In that case, he'd need to stockpile more of this stuff. Suchen, why don't you open this treasure chest? Your luck points are much higher than mine, you're bound to get something good. Qinglan knew Suchen's luck points were higher than hers, and he likely held other secrets as well. Having him open it would definitely yield better value. Hearing this, Suchen immediately nodded and took the treasure chest. His luck points were indeed much higher, so he would likely get better items. And whatever he got, Qinglan would get a share. Suchen opened the chest once more. With the blessing of the luck goddess Qinglan and his own fortune, he should be able to get something worthwhile. When he saw what he'd actually gotten, Suchen's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! It actually worked that well? Chapter 204, Top of the Rankings. Immune to all poisons? Initial resource, Ring of Unity special item. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 14,238 chest points. This item is special and cannot trigger chest opening critical hits. Bond of Unity broken. Effect consists of a pair of bracelets. Wearers can sense each other's location and have one opportunity to teleport to the other's side. Within a certain range, both wearers can choose to share the damage taken from attacks. Surprisingly, it's a special item that cannot trigger critical hits, yet its effects are quite impressive. Both wearers possess the ability to teleport to each other's location and can choose whether to share damage, significantly increasing their survival chances. What astonished Suchen even more was that this was merely the broken version. He couldn't fathom how powerful the fully restored version might be. Sure enough, Qinglan was his lucky charm. A red and a blue bracelet appeared in Suchen's hands. He handed the red one to Qinglan. Check out the effects. You wear this. If you're in danger, you can contact me anytime. I'll be there immediately. Plus, if trouble arises, I can handle it pretty well. Suchen smiled and patted his chest reassuringly. Qinglan accepted the red bracelet, carefully reading its description. Her beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and the gaze she returned to Suchen held a hint of something special. Both simultaneously slipped the bracelets onto their wrists. Instantly, a unique energy began linking them, binding them tightly together. They could sense each other's presence and condition, experiencing an illusion that the other was their second body, as if an additional, uncontrollable form existed beyond their own. They exchanged a glance, their eyes conveying a multitude of unspoken meanings. The second round of the Ice World disaster has concluded. Rewards for clearing the stage will now be distributed. All surviving players will receive an additional basic survival supply pack and a random +1 attribute point reward. Announcing server-wide regional rankings and rewards. The region with the highest number of survivors, ranked first, will grant all members an additional 3 attribute points. Ranked 2nd to 4th regions, all members receive an additional 2 attribute points. Ranked 5th to 10th regions, all members will receive an additional 1 attribute point. Hearing the system notification, everyone felt a rare surge of excitement. Since every player received attribute points from the system reward, it could be said that everyone got something. Last time, only the top 3 regions received rewards. This time, it was essentially every surviving survivor. As for the rewards for higher rankings, Suchen didn't hold out much hope this time. In the previous faction battle, their region had suffered too many casualties. From what he knew, Zones 2 and 3 alone had far more survivors than they did. But a few extra attribute points? That's nothing to me. Soon, Suchen felt his strength increase slightly once more. Simultaneously, a basic resource chest appeared before him, emitting a faint glow. Suchen didn't even glance at it, he simply opened it and stowed all the supplies into his storage ring. It was just some water and food, utterly useless to him. Announcing the top-ranked regional highway. The winner is main zone 2 of the Huaxia region, with 7,920 survivors enduring the frozen world. Overall rating for the entire zone, SS class. All players in this region receive 3 free attribute points to distribute freely. The fact that first place was no longer held by Suchen's Zone 1 left many stunned. Zone 1, where Suchen wasn't first anymore? Zone 2's chat channel exploded instantly. Holy crap? We're first now? Zone 2 is awesome. Of course. Brotherly led us through tough times. Now the whole Zone 2 is united, as one not taking first would be crazy. Brotherly is awesome. Now that we've surpassed Zone 1, does that mean we'll be the top zone from now on? In stark contrast, the chat channel for Zone 1 was dead silent. They knew the internal strife among survivors in Zone 1 was simply too intense. With 3 factions competing, this brutal situation was inevitable. Announcing Zones 3-5 in the rankings. Awarded. Zone 1 was still absent, while Fuling's Zone 3 secured 4th place. Announcing the regional highways ranked 5th to 10th. Ranked 9th, main zone of Huaxia Region 1, with 3,239 surviving players in the frozen world. Overall zone rating, S-class. 9th. We actually made the top 10? Other regions are so weak. If we hadn't been fighting amongst ourselves, we'd have easily taken first place. If the Blood Wolf fleet hadn't existed, we might have had a shot at first place. Too bad there are no ifs. But getting stat points is still good. Since everyone gets them, we can all grow stronger together and make things a bit easier. Do you really think the game system would just randomly give everyone stat points? I reckon the next disaster is going to be brutal. Just as everyone thought the broadcast was ending, a notification tone sounded once more in the ears of Huaxia region players. Congratulations to Huaxia region player Suchen for achieving first place in the Huaxia region survival player comprehensive rankings. You have earned 1 system lottery draw. At this, everyone finally nodded in agreement. That's more like it. If Suchen wasn't on the leaderboard, that would be the real surprise. Holy crap. Suchen again, truly the Su god. We thought Region 2 was finally rising, but turns out Suchen just didn't bring Region 1 to team battles. Suchen is the real deal. While everyone was heatedly discussing Suchen, his gaze had already settled on the lottery. A lottery? A lottery? Awesome. A slight smile touched Suchen's lips as he activated the system lottery. Lottery! Congratulations! You have obtained the immunity to all poisons. Any poison cannot inflict fatal harm upon you, though non-lethal side effects may persist. Instantly, a peculiar warmth surged through Suchen's body. He sensed his physique had grown stronger, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly where the enhancement lay. Holy! Immunity to all poisons. Doesn't that mean I'm immune to any toxin? Awesome. This is awesome. Suchen pumped his fist in excitement. With this invulnerability to all poisons, he no longer had to fear poisoning. Now, he only needed to worry about external attacks. What's up? Hit the jackpot? Care to share? Seeing Suchen so excited, Xinglan wanted to share in his joy. Nothing much, just an immunity to all poisons. Suchen instantly regained his composure, speaking casually without a trace of the earlier wild excitement, his expression now tinged with a touch of goofy enthusiasm. Xinglan? Right, just an immunity to all poisons, huh? At that moment, the game system's upgrade notification sounded once more. Announcing, the second cataclysm has concluded. Announcing the third disaster. Chapter 205, a new disaster. Preparing products ready for mass sales. The third disaster, Steam Wasteland. Entry into the Steam Wasteland will commence at 12 a.m. tonight. All players are advised to prepare for tomorrow's Steam Wasteland. Hearing these words, the crowd's expressions showed both relief and apprehension. Without a doubt, save for a few LSPs, the minds of all survivors would be entirely focused on the impending third disaster tonight. Like all players, Suchen felt a hint of surprise the third disaster was actually the Steam Wasteland. With references to air purifiers and antidotes, he had initially suspected a location like the toxic mist forest. While he had considered a wasteland setting, it had been a less likely possibility. Having survived the first two disasters, those who remained generally possessed a certain level of confidence. Thus, everyone approached this third disaster with a sense of self-assurance. However, precisely because they had endured the previous two calamities, they approached this new disaster with heightened caution. Many, knowing this was a safe period, began preparing for the next day's new disaster. We need to hurry and gather supplies. Who knows what the main threat of this third disaster will be? In the wasteland, a lack of resources is the disaster, right? Damn, that makes total sense. We need to stock up on water, food, and other supplies. I feel like we should stock up on weapons and ammo for self-defense. What if the entire wasteland is overrun by zombies? We'd have to fight our way through from start to finish. No way. I've killed so many zombies these past days, just hearing the word makes me sick. Unless they're female zombies, then maybe I'd reconsider. While others debated stockpiling supplies, Suchen began his preparations. Air purifiers and antidotes, gotta stock up on those. Might need them tomorrow. Nashstone and Blackfern, the lack of materials is such a headache. Suchen shook his head, but luckily, he soon received good news from Zhuge Xiaoyang. Zhuge Xiaoyang, I got the Blackfern grass, and snagged another sweet item too. Prices, well, see attached pic. Blackfern grass. 3 portions of accelerated growth soil. Any soil can mature in just 1 day, absolutely fantastic stuff. Suchen had experienced this before. However, when used in his spatial cultivation fields, it could achieve tenfold acceleration, so it consumed quickly. Suchen, name your price, I'll take it all. With just 1 Blackfern seedling, Suchen could cultivate countless more. Combined with the accelerated growth soil, he could produce a batch every 2 hours or so. Tomorrow, he could definitely produce a batch of potions to get started. Zhuge Xiaoyang, brother Su, the Blackfern grass itself isn't expensive. The main cost is the time spent, especially that growth soil, which is tricky to come by. If you have a blueprint to trade. Suchen, 1 2-star upgrade blueprint. Zhuge Xiaoyang, plus 3 1-star blueprints. Suchen, deal. Also, how many Nast 1 do you have right now? I'll take it all. Zhuge Xiaoyang, all of it? I've got quite a lot here. Zhuge Xiaoyang now understood the utility of Nast 1 and had begun stockpiling it. Once he acquired storage ring type items, he could put it to immediate use. Suchen, a 3-star car upgrade blueprint. Zhuge Xiaoyang. Deal. Next, Zhuge Xiaoyang traded over 200 Nashi stones for a blueprint from Suchen. Long-term, Nashi stones would likely rise in value, but for now, this 3-star upgrade blueprint represented the highest tier available. Zhuge Xiaoyang would use this to acquire resources he knew he wouldn't lose out on. After the transaction, Suchen rushed into the spatial cultivation field with the black fern grass and soil, followed by Qinglan and Fat Dragon. He immediately placed the upgrade acceleration soil down, then pulled out the black fern grass. Black fern grass. Suchen, you got it. Qinglan's eyes lit up with excitement. Black fern grass was undoubtedly a treasure to them. Yeah, took a bit of time. Next, Suchen followed the standard planting procedure for the black fern grass, carefully placing each branch segment into the soil for propagation and growth. After planting 9 cuttings 3 per cubic meter of growth accelerating soil, the system indicated no further planting was possible. Reluctantly, he planted the remaining dozens of cuttings in ordinary soil. With tenfold acceleration, they would mature in 3 days. Under these circumstances, production would have to prioritize the use of growth accelerating soil. Fat Dragon, I have a task for you. Every 2 hours and 24 minutes, come harvest the black ferns. Replant them using the method I just demonstrated, and plant any excess in the adjacent soil. After finishing the planting, Suchen clapped his hands and instructed the nearby Fat Dragon. He certainly didn't have the time to keep watch himself. Me? Fat Dragon needs sleep too. Fat Dragon immediately crossed his arms in protest, but a single punch from Suchen instantly made him clutching his head in submission. Suchen, how could you bully the little dragon cub? Qinglan hurried over, patting Fat Dragon's head while shooting Suchen a reproachful glare. She then turned to comfort the little dragon. Little dragon, it doesn't hurt. I'll rub it for you. Little baby dragon? Fat Dragon suits him better. Suchen interjected. Qinglan's little baby dragon sounded too cute and delicate. Fat Dragon was much more fitting. Alright, you go handle your business. Leave this planting field to me and the little cutie. Qinglan shot Suchen a flirtatious glare. Suchen shrugged his hands and returned to the RV. He approached the workbench and retrieved the materials needed for crafting. He piled everything onto the workbench. Begin crafting. Immediately, a dazzling white light enveloped all the materials. Consumed 10 units of special alloy, 10 units of special steel, 1 unit of special electronic components, 1 unit of nanostone. Obtained 1 vehicle air purifier. Consumed. Soon, one after another, car air purifiers materialized before Suchen. He produced 200 units in one go. Once these sold out, he would produce more based on market demand. Of course, he would never admit that his materials were completely depleted. After completing all this, Suchen didn't rush to list them for sale. Instead, he took Qinglan out for a candlelit dinner, then washed up, rested, and went to bed. That night, Fatty Dragon was assigned to tend the spatial farmland all night long. The midnight chimes rang out in the stillness. A yellow sandstorm engulfed every vehicle lingering on the highway. Chapter 206, District 9. Early the next morning, Suchen returned to the cultivation field and found Fat Dragon squatting in a corner, drawing circles in the soil. The boss is squeezing me dry, and my sister-in-law is picking on me too, saying she'll keep watch here with me. But after just half an hour, the boss called him away, and he never returned. Sure enough, the inherited memories were right. The prettier the woman, the more she'll deceive you. Click. What are you talking about? Suchen smacked a fist on Fat Dragon's head, snapping irritably. Panglong clutched his head, turned around, and stared at Suchen with teary eyes, speaking with a look of grievance. Boss, you're picking on Long. When you turn into a majestic true dragon, then I'll stop picking on you. Suchen remained unmoved. He pulled 1,000 evolution crystals from his storage ring, tossed them to Fat Dragon, and said, Here. This is your reward for doing well last night. Go rest now. Seeing the growing pile of evolution crystals, Fat Dragon's teary eyes instantly brightened. He leaped up and dove headfirst into the small mountain of crystals. Boss, you're so accurate. Ignoring the other, after a full night's work, Fat Dragon had already harvested 4 rounds beyond the initial planting. He now had 36 surplus black fern grass plants. 30 plants should be sufficient for the first batch. The remaining 6 will be used to accelerate the spread. The 6 mature plants were divided into roughly 100 branch plants for planting. Subsequent black ferns could still be cultivated using accelerated growth soil, planted in the spatial farm's soil. Suchen took 30 mature specimens and began crafting antidote potions. Consumption: 10 ml snake venom, 10 ml frog venom, 10 ml scorpion venom, 1 black fern plant, 500 ml water. Produces 1 antidote, 100 vials total. Consumption. Soon, Suchen had 30 batches of antidote potions in hand, totaling 3,000 small vials. Only after completing the preparation did Suchen find time to approach the window and gaze outside. The sky and earth were shrouded in a dim, yellowish haze. The air seemed to carry an unknown gas, filled with countless yellow particles. A faint, weak light poured down from above. The highway where Suchen and his companions stood was no longer blanketed in snow and ice, but instead lay in a state of utter devastation, a shattered, scarred road. At 6 o'clock sharp, an alert sounded without fail. Welcome, players, to the world of Steam Wasteland, the third disaster. You will survive here for 10 days, experiencing the despair of life in the wasteland. During this world's steam age, an unprecedented global war erupted, leaving behind a landscape of devastation, ruined homelands, contaminated territories, and radiation-bred monstrosities. Yet, some indigenous survivors remain. Here, nearly every corner is contaminated, a paradise for mutated creatures. Simultaneously, loot chests will be drastically reduced. Required chests can be found within war ruins or exchanged with local survivor merchants. Additionally, the previously implemented sanity system will now be fully active. Maintain your sanity at safe levels. Reaching 0 will result in instant player death. Wasteland nights are especially perilous. Travel in groups whenever possible or seek shelter in a safe house. On the 10th day, players will be plunged into this world's catastrophic horror. Prepare accordingly. Due to insufficient players across channels, servers will automatically merge during updates. 20 channels per continent will be consolidated. Please check accordingly. Hearing this lengthy introduction, Suchen's expression instantly grew grave. The previous 2 worlds hadn't offered such detailed briefings. The more elaborate the instructions, the more perilous this place must be. As the notification sounded, all players began paying attention to the latest server merger details. Suchen noticed his own channel had reached unprecedented player numbers. After the merge, your current location is the highway channel of New Zone 9. New 9th District Highway Channel, 52,873 players. Over 50,000 players, far exceeding the numbers after any previous merge. The massive influx of survivors into a single zone instantly overwhelmed the chat channel, which had previously been manageable. First time seeing this many people. Let's trade more often in the future, everyone. Holy crap, how did our Zone 1 become Zone 9? Is this based on rankings? Zone 1? Are you guys in the same Zone 1 as Suchen? We're set. Suchen, it's lowly here. I'm petite and delicate, easy to knock over. I can wear black and white stockings at the same time. Can I warm your bed? I'm really good at moaning, you know. Su God, I want to bear your children. Many players who had transferred in from other zones instantly perked up upon learning Suchen was here. They all expressed their admiration for Suchen. With Suchen around, if they could just find a way to latch onto his coattails, wouldn't all the troubles ahead be a breeze? However, with so many people, problems inevitably arose. All the original players from Server 1 who wanted to speak to the great Suchen found their voices drowned out in the sea of people. Simultaneously, discordant voices began to surface. Bull. What's Su God? He's just some ordinary guy who got a head start. He opened a few extra high-level survivor chests. If anyone had his luck opening chests, they could reach that level too. This is the age of firearms. No matter how strong Suchen is, he's still just a regular guy. Drag him into a real fight, and he probably couldn't even take on our convoy. Seriously, Suchen, if you're so powerful, why not share some supplies with the group? That'd earn you more respect and make us follow your lead better in future operations. Don't you agree? Seeing these comments, Suchen immediately realized that this server merge had indeed placed quite a few foreigners in the same zone. Once they grasped the situation, they immediately turned their attention towards Suchen. Otherwise, once Suchen grew powerful, he'd surely turn his sights on them. Suchen remained silent but mentally marked these foreigners as uncooperative. Little did they know what they were about to experience. After a while, seeing no response from Suchen, the survivor convoys from both countries grew even more aggressive. Looks like Suchen thinks he's too good for us commoners now that he's gotten stronger. He won't even bother replying, he just doesn't want to share supplies. Just say so plainly. We've idolized and respected this big shot, yet he won't even acknowledge us. What a waste of our trust. Hey, upstairs, don't you realize who Suchen is? He's the top player in the entire server, why would he bother with a nobody like you? Who do you think you are? These foreigners now make up nearly half the player base. Their overwhelming flood of comments instantly took over the entire screen. After some started cheering, many new players unaware of their foreign origins began to think there might be a shred of truth to it. But soon enough, they snapped back to reality. They worshipped strength. In this apocalypse, might made right. If the big shots were a bit arrogant, wasn't that to be expected? If they could gain his protection, they couldn't care less whether Suchen acknowledged them or not. Instantly, voices erupted in support of Suchen. Suchen hadn't expected to wield such unspoken influence. He knew it was now time to step forward. Dare to provoke him, and they would learn the bitter price they'd pay. Opening the chat window, Suchen swiftly typed a message and hit send. Chapter 207, Which country's dog dares to bark? At that moment, somewhere along the new 9th District Highway, a convoy of Sakura vehicles was currently parked. Thousands of vehicles were present, nearly half of which were 2-star cars. At their center sat 4 3-star vehicles, with an enormous 4-star vehicle occupying the very heart of the formation. Its colossal size dwarfed even the combined dimensions of the 4 surrounding 3-star vehicles. Inside the largest 4-star vehicle, 5 men clad in samurai armor sat cross-legged together. Well, it has to be you, President. With us all ganging up like this, Suchen's going to have a rough time. Ha, exactly. Those who spoke up for him will soon lose their admiration because he dared not speak out. This will be crucial for us to control the entire 9th District in the future. A tall, thin man with a thick beard addressed the burly middle-aged man seated furthest inside. The burly middle-aged man, named Fujiwara, was the captain of this Sakura fleet. Don't mistake his muscular build for a lack of intelligence. In fact, it was the captain who initiated the provocative comments in their chat channel. Now, if Suchen dared to step forward, they could wield the moral coercion the Chinese were most adept at, forcing him into numerous compromising actions. If he refused, he'd better prepare for his reputation to take a hit. If he dared not step forward, it would save them the trouble. Over time, his authority in this sector would simply erode. Even if all survivors in the original Zone 1 had once trusted him, his support wouldn't exceed 10%. Thus, Fujiwara no sat comfortably on his cushion, radiating confidence and wearing a smug grin. Ha! Once Suchen is taken down, this 9th District will be ours. As Fujiwara no laughed, the others joined in. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded among other foreign carpool groups and teams. Immediately after the merger, they had reached an instant consensus. Regardless of how the spoils would be divided later, the priority now was to take down Su Chen, the most influential figure. Of course, they were also secretly guarding against each other. The moment Su Chen fell, they would immediately turn their spears against each other. Each of them coveted becoming the sole ruler of this new 9th district. Before that, take down Su Chen. Just as their excitement peaked, a single line drifted across the regional channel, causing every player flooding the chat to freeze in mid-action. Because that person was Su Chen. Some dogs from who knows where dare to bark. A simple sentence, yet it clearly stated Su Chen's stance. In his eyes, these troublemaking fleets were nothing more than barking dogs. The simplest way to deal with such people was to make them understand the consequences of crossing him. After a moment's thought, Su Chen typed another message, reaffirming his stance. Dawnbreak Fleet Captain, Su Chen, effective immediately. I will not engage in any transactions with survivors from the land of cherry blossoms or the land of bamboo, nor will I offer them any assistance. Anyone facilitating their transactions with me will be subject to a bounty. Consider this a warning. Su Chen knew his words might seem mild now, but soon enough, those people would learn just how much weight they carried. As Su Chen finished speaking, Xinglan knew it was her turn to make a declaration. Deputy Captain of the Dawn Fleet, Xinglan, in my capacity as Deputy Captain of the Dawn Fleet, I hereby declare war on the Cherry Blossom Fleet. Simultaneously, I announce a substantial bounty for each confirmed kill of a Cherry Blossom member. Provide video evidence to claim a resource pack worth 20 bottles of water from me. In Xinglan's eyes, Su Chen was her entire world now. If the enemy sought to slander Su Chen, she would not stand idly by. Su Chen had put pressure on them resource-wise, so she would put pressure on them security-wise. After all, 20 bottles of water was no small sum in this apocalyptic world. It might seem insignificant, but given the opportunity, someone would undoubtedly be tempted to act. With Su Chen and Xinglan's endorsement, the reserve players from the Dawn Fleet's subfleet stepped forward to extend their regards to the other parties' families. Black Dragon Fleet, you're clearly the Sakura Fleet. You want our captain to hand over his stuff for free, and now you're trying to play the moral high ground card? You got to be kidding me. You've picked the wrong fight. We'll make sure you learn the hard way what it costs to cross us. Don't let us catch you. Heard the Sakura girls are especially fresh. We'll make sure to cherish them properly for you later. Damn. Bro, upstairs, we're a legit crew, don't corrupt us. But those Sakura girls? One night won't hurt. Honestly, our patriotic genes just can't resist. Just a heads up, we've already taken down one Blood Wolf crew and their leadership team. In an instant, the crowd erupted in fury, drowning out the Japanese and Korean teams with their shouts. Many Chinese survivors were left dumbfounded. But they recognized the voice inciting the crowd. It was a Japanese guy. Damn it, he just walked right into their crosshairs. They didn't care about Su Chen's situation. They immediately started hurling insults at the Sakura convoy. This sudden, massive shift left the two foreign convoys utterly dumbfounded. Fujiwara of the Sakura convoy snapped out of it, furious. He slammed the glass cup of tea he was holding against the vehicle wall, shattering it with a loud crack. What the hell is going on? How did the wind shift so abruptly? President, this must be some scheme Su Chen came up with. He must have spotted something. He probably paid a hefty price to stir up those people. Yeah. I heard the Dawn team only has a dozen or so members. Compared to us, they've got no chance. Hearing his subordinates chime in with their opinions, Fujiwara finally felt somewhat relieved. Oomph. That Su Chen, does he really think we'll be intimidated just because he refuses to deal with us and puts a bounty on our heads? Does he actually believe his stuff is better than ours? Let them strut around for a while longer. Just don't let us catch you or you'll regret it. Also, hurry up and expand our fleet. With so many people in District 9, recruit as many as we can. Once we've got enough men, we'll wipe him out with ease. Seeing numerous players speaking up for him in the chat channel, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. It seemed everyone understood the situation clearly. Su Chen, you say we shouldn't sell them supplies, but with so many people in this area, how can we guarantee no one will buy for them? Simple. Su Chen chuckled and explained, they don't need to buy basic supplies from us. The only items they'll seek are the exclusive, high-quality goods available only here. We'll just implement purchase limits, cap the quantity per person. Anyone wanting more will have to pay 10 times the price. Even if they want to buy, they'll pay 10 times the market price, making me money. Why not? Chapter 208, Air Pollution and Radiation Run Rampant. Xinglan froze upon hearing Su Chen's words. So this was Su Chen's plan all along. What a ruthless businessman. On the surface, he refused to sell them anything, yet offered them a way to buy at a premium. This was nothing short of a blatant scheme. Unless, of course, they refused to buy. Su Chen's current prices were actually relatively cheap. Even if he raised them, many would still buy. Now that he had such a legitimate opportunity, he could gradually raise his prices without anyone batting an eye. And he wouldn't invite criticism. It was a win-win solution. Moreover, this time they're targeting only the Sakura fleet. How will the Sakura fleet feel about that? Why am I the only one getting hit and not the neighboring Korean nation? They'll surely try to drag Korea into this, but Korea has no business getting involved. Why would they want to participate? They're just looking out for themselves, hoping Suchen and Sakura fleet destroy each other. They'll reap the benefits as the third party. This way, they can profit, justify price hikes, and sow discord between Sakura fleet and the Korean fleet, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. That's Suchen for you, my man. The team captain is just that awesome. Suchen, you're amazing. After saying that, Qinglan's pretty face flushed red, and she scurried straight upstairs. Seeing Qinglan's expression, Suchen smiled and shook his head. Compared to outsmarting this convoy, his greater concern lay ahead. The impending disaster was what truly mattered. Steam Wasteland. As previously mentioned, Suchen and Qinglan were now alone on a dilapidated highway, with everything in the distance shrouded in gloom. There was no sign of the sun, only gloom. Suchen knew finding shelter before nightfall was crucial. Xiaoling, start driving along the highway and watch out for obstacles. Aye, master. Upon receiving Suchen's command, Xiaoling started the car and began driving along the broken, filthy road ahead. Barely 20 kilometers out, Suchen's radar detected a bronze treasure chest hidden within the surrounding ruins. Adhering to the principle that unused resources are wasted, Suchen instructed Xiaoling to pull the car over to the side of the road. The radar display showed everything around them was black, causing Suchen's expression to grow grave. Xiaoling, can you scan the air outside the car and detect pollution levels? Yes, initiating scan. Xiaoling's sweet, lowly-like voice chimed in as the scan commenced, a rotating detection cursor appearing before Suchen. After about 3 minutes, the scan concluded. Scan complete. Master, abnormal particulate matter is present in the surrounding environment. Detection indicates this particulate matter is toxic. Prolonged inhalation will cause bodily poisoning. Additionally, radiation levels in this world are extremely high. While inside the vehicle, the 4-star car can shield you from 90% of radiation exposure, but not outside. Prolonged exposure poses significant health risks. It is recommended that the masters seek out items or tools that can reduce radiation exposure as soon as possible. Xiaoling offered a gentle reminder. Hearing this, Suchen couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. He felt a sense of the unknown about this world. However, from the system introduction earlier, he knew that progress here wouldn't just mean traveling along highways, it would also involve staying in city ruins and shelters. Phew, let's go grab that treasure chest first. With the antidote and the car's air purifier, Suchen wasn't overly concerned about radiation. After donning his protective suit, Suchen approached the car door. As soon as he opened it, a wave of murky air swept into the cabin. Suchen immediately stepped out and slammed the door shut. Ding! Radiation energy detected. Player's physical and mental state affected. Sanity 2. Suchen froze upon seeing this. His sanity was already dropping upon initial exposure. If he remained outside the vehicle, wouldn't it deplete completely in no time? Fortunately, sanity points regenerate over time. He needed to find something to protect against radiation ASAP. A gas mask or something similar would be ideal. Frowning, Suchen quickly approached the treasure chest, grabbed it, and sprinted back to the car. After returning to the vehicle and closing the door, Suchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The air purifier activated, expelling the contaminated air that had seeped in earlier. Time to open that treasure chest. Initial resources, 10 caddies of yellow millet, 1 caddy of dark meat. You opened the treasure chest, earning 194 chest opening points. You landed a critical hit on the chest, earning a 10x multiplier. Congratulations! You obtained 100 caddies of yellow millet and 10 caddies of dark meat. Chest points 3293401000000. Yellow rice and dark meat? Suchen froze for a moment, staring at the yellowish rice before him and the pitch black, utterly unappetizing looking dark meat. His brow furrowed deeply. Is this the food NPCs eat in this world? That's just pitiful. Suchen sighed deeply and stowed the food away. He checked his physical condition and discovered that the toxins inhaled during those 6 minutes under the car had caused a 0.1% accumulation in his body. At this rate, 1 hour would likely result in a full 1% buildup. Suchen retrieved his small vial of antidote of 50 milliliters capacity. He drew out 5 milliliters and administered it to himself, discovering the toxins in his body had decreased by 0.05%. In other words, 10 milliliters could reduce 0.1% of the toxins. A single vial of this antidote could allow someone to survive outside the car for 5 hours. If that were the case, the price of the antidote would be beyond estimation. Suchen currently possessed 3,000 bottles of the antidote. He summoned Qinglan, handed her 1,000 bottles, and instructed her to store them in the convoy's warehouse for members to exchange. He reserved 1,000 bottles, with 100 earmarked for Zhuge Xiaoliang. The remaining 1,000 bottles were also given to Qinglan, instructing her to prepare them for listing in the Dawn shop shortly. He intended to use them to break into the market and build reputation. Whether the products were effective or not ultimately depended on other players' word of mouth to spread the word. District 9 chat, 52,872. Suchen opened the group chat. The long-awaited products were ready for their first wave of sales. Chapter 209, The Shocked New District 9 Members. Preparing to enter the town. Dawn Captain, Suchen, everyone, I'm sure you've already noticed this world is filled with radiation and air pollution. Exposure causes poisoning. You can check the specifics on your attribute panel. To help everyone survive, I'm launching 2 products. First, a car air purifier that expels contaminated air from the vehicle, reducing poisoning probability and duration. The second is an antidote. Each vial can neutralize poisoning sustained from 5 hours of exposure to the polluted air outside. Quantities are limited. All items will be available at Dawn's shop on a first-come, first-served basis. Priority exchange materials, nashi stones, special electronic components, and black fern grass. Using these materials for exchange will grant a 20% discount. Oh, and one more thing, foreigners will pay double the price. Not discrimination, it's just fair to pay some customs duties for international transactions, right? Suchen's flurry of announcements instantly captured everyone's attention. When they saw the products Suchen had listed, their eyes widened in shock. The chat channel exploded in an instant. Holy crap! Car air purifiers? Antidotes? Suchen is seriously awesome. Suchen actually has an air purifier? He's got everything. Awesome, I'm definitely buying one. No one better try to snatch it from me. Such amazing stuff, and Su the boss got it so fast. Now I finally understand just how powerful he really is. This is fantastic. Now I won't have to live in constant fear of not surviving this radiation and pollution disaster. I thought I'd only last a few days at most. Why panic? Normally, you can last 100 hours before dying outright, at least 4 days. We'll definitely find useful stuff. Ha! Su boss, charging foreigners extra, well played. Let them learn their lesson for trying to strangle us. While the regional channel buzzed with excitement, the survivors of the Sakura Squadron soon saw what Suchen had revealed. Seeing the stats of these 2 valuable items, Fujiwara no Yuki instantly boiled over with rage. Damn it! Such great stuff, and it's not ours? We have to snatch it back. Find Suchen immediately, all this must belong to us. Seeing the president captain so furious, the other vehicle members wisely kept their mouths shut. Stepping forward now would just give him more ammunition to rage. Still, someone spoke up, boss, should we get someone to buy these for us? Damn it! A proxy buyer? Don't you see the second item costs 10 times the price? We'd rather lose the resources than give it to Suchen. What greeted him was a torrent of curses that made the other subordinates bow their heads even lower. Find him. Find Suchen. Use his head as a sacrifice to our great Sakura Empire. Hi. N. In less than 3 minutes, all 1,000 bottles of Suchen's antidote potions were sold out. As for the 200 air purifiers, only 50 found buyers. First, most players hadn't even opened their car windows yet, unaware of the benefits of air purifiers and lacking an urgent need for them. Second, they weren't convinced the purifiers actually worked. They wanted others to test them first. Plenty were available, so no rush to buy. Suchen wasn't in a hurry either. He opened the exchange and began searching for gas masks, but found no related items. He went straight to Zhuge Xiaoyang. When he handed over the antidote, he successfully snagged one from him. Zhuge Xiaoyang, I have a gas mask, but it's just a standard quality one. It should offer some protection. After obtaining the gas mask, Suchen had Xiaoling inspect it. The mask was made of fine-grade material, offering 30% protection against the world's polluted air. Better than nothing. Suchen gathered his thoughts and instructed Xiaoling to continue driving forward. Before long, he spotted the ruins of an abandoned, dark town at the end of the road ahead. It appeared vast. Though its surface was riddled with decay and darkness, the crumbling city walls were already in tatters, bearing the marks of time. Within the city, faint wisps of mist could be seen drifting upward, gradually dissolving into the murky air. Were those shelters within the ruins? As he drew nearer, Suchen could faintly discern figures darting through the distant, shadowy town. They were too far away to make out any details. Yet it was clear, someone, or rather, NPCs must inhabit these ruins. Xiaoling, enter that city ruin. Suchen intended to enter the ruins of the city he had first discovered. Only by interacting with the NPCs here could he more quickly understand everything about this world. After about 10 minutes, the RV pulled up outside the dark town. Through a shattered road cutting diagonally across the town, Suchen could roughly confirm that traversing the ruins was feasible, though he couldn't fully scan the entire town's layout. It seemed he would need to go down himself. After careful consideration, Suchen prepared to enter the city ruins himself. He brought Fat Dragon along, while Qinglan stayed behind in the RV to keep watch. That way, if anything happened, he could at least have her nearby. Qinglan, wait for me in the car. If anything goes wrong, be ready to assist at any moment. Qinglan nodded at Suchen's words, though her eyes still held a trace of disappointment at not being able to assist him. She knew that if she went down, she might not be able to help him at all. She might even become a liability. Don't worry. I'm tough as nails and have self-defense gear. Plus, if I really get into trouble, I can use my bracelet to teleport right to you, then I'll be safe. Staying in the car is the biggest help you can give me, and it keeps me safer too. Just focus on managing the morning light shop operations. While they were buying the antidote, they could leverage the crowd to sell other items. After all, buzz equals cash. Suchen chuckled softly, stepped forward to hug Qinglan, then turned away. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the car with Fat Dragon. The car door slammed shut behind him. Suchen fixed his gaze ahead, took another deep breath, and began walking toward the shadowy town. Tap. Soft footsteps echoed through the quiet ruins of the town. Suchen moved with extreme caution, scanning his surroundings while keeping his eyes fixed on the radar screen. Against the pitch-black backdrop, darker shadows darted swiftly across the radar screen. Suchen frowned. He suddenly realized. These shadows seemed to be moving, and they appeared to be rapidly closing in on him. They've spotted me. Chapter 210, The Quick-Changing Ruins Merchant. Suchen held his breath, his dragon-scale armor already beginning to emit a faint glow. Mentally linking to his storage ring, he drew a large pineapple blade in the next instant, ready to strike at any potential foe lurking in the dim ruins. Gripping his weapon and protected by the dragon-scale armor, Suchen finally felt somewhat at ease. But he couldn't afford to be careless. Suchen pressed forward, with the fat dragon standing behind him. Its massive body shrank slightly, seemingly a bit frightened. Soon, Suchen noticed that when those moving shadows approached within 100 meters of him, they abruptly halted, ceasing their advance. As he advanced, they moved in tandem, maintaining a fixed distance from him. Were they observing him? Probably. Suchen exhaled softly and pressed onward. The ruins of the dim town reeked of decay and rot, blackened, bluish rubble, rotten wood soaking in roadside puddles, and muddy black soil. Not a single house along the road remained intact. Steam rose from the broken walls and rubble not far ahead. Suchen surmised that must be where the survivors were. He could sense watchful eyes peering from the dim houses around him, though it was clear they had no intention of revealing themselves to Suchen. About 3 kilometers from the steaming ruins, Suchen spotted a building that remained relatively intact. Though equally dilapidated, with walls riddled with cracks and numerous broken roof tiles, it was still in far better condition than the other structures. More importantly, within that house, Suchen spotted another figure clad in black robes. The figure sat motionless in a chair, seemingly unchanged for a long time. As Suchen approached, the figure turned its head to look at him, its gaze fixed intently on Suchen. Suchen frowned deeply as he approached slowly. As he drew nearer, the figure concealed beneath the robes gradually came into focus, an aged face, eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with astonishment and greed. A Skywalker? As Suchen reached the doorway, the old man seated there, his eyes half closed, suddenly spoke. Sky Traveler? What did that mean? Did it imply that they, as outsiders, had agreed to be regarded as sky messengers? The other had recognized his identity at a glance. This must be an NPC with a quest to trigger. Suchen wasn't overly surprised. As an NPC here, it made sense they'd know certain things, otherwise, how could this place handle such a sudden influx of people? What intrigued Suchen slightly, however, was that the old man's words sounded like they'd been directly translated into English in his ears and vice versa. Excuse me, could you tell me where this place is and what I should be careful about? Suchen asked directly, his face plastered with an innocent smile. Someone like him looked like the easiest target to deceive. If the other party had any ill intentions, they should reveal them quickly. Hearing Suchen's words, the old man seemed utterly astonished. He hadn't expected Suchen to appear like such a greenhorn. You're not from the sky? Then where did you come from? The old man muttered to himself, lost in thought, showing no intention of answering Suchen's question. That youthful face, a newcomer? Could it be? The black-robed elder lifted his head, staring at Suchen in silence for a moment before finally grinning, revealing teeth yellowed and blackened with age. So that's it. So that's how it is. Can we just talk this out? Must you speak in riddles? Suchen was utterly speechless. Knowing full well he was old and couldn't speak much, why not seize this chance to say a few more words? Ha! Let's talk properly, you say? The old man in black robes tucked his hands beneath his cloak, then drew forth what appeared to be a Zhuge-style repeating crossbow. Raising it, he aimed the bolts directly at Suchen and declared. This is a robbery. Hand over everything you have on you. Suchen froze slightly. Staring at the hunched old man in black robes, brandishing a crossbow with a hoarse, aged voice demanding his belongings, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly off. You want to rob me? Suchen glanced at the large pineapple in his right hand, then pointed his left index finger at himself, asking uncertainly, as if genuinely innocent. Young man, I am indeed robbing you. You're so clean and fair-skinned. If you'd claimed to be from the heavens, I would have followed proper protocol and given you some guidance. But clearly, your words just now betrayed ignorance of this world. Therefore, you must not be from the heavens. That makes you a newcomer to this realm, a trial seeker. New to this world? A trial participant? Could it be that before them, humans from other parallel worlds had already entered this world of survival on the highway? They weren't the only ones? Ha, how foolish. To speak so recklessly, do you even know where you are? Young man, welcome to hell. The black-robed elder let out a wicked laugh, which finally subsided after a long moment. Su-chan was utterly shocked. So there really was such a thing as a devilish laugh. Seeing Su-chan's stunned expression, the black-robed elder felt deeply satisfied. He was now even more certain that Su-chan was a naive newbie, the kind of greenhorn easiest to deceive. A little scare, and the other party would genuinely hand over all their supplies. In truth, the Zhuge repeating crossbow in his hands held little lethal power. Yet beyond his shock, the other showed no further reaction. This left the robed elder utterly bewildered. Shouldn't you be trembling with fear, begging for mercy on your knees, and handing over all your resources to me? Why are you just standing there frozen? Did your brain short-circuit? Thud. Suddenly, the giant pineapple in Su-chan's hand emitted a sharp thud, blasting a gaping hole through one side of the house's wall. Seeing this, the old man in black robe's mind froze for a second. The savage expression on his face instantly vanished, replaced by the gentle countenance of a kind old grandmother. Young master, let's talk this out properly. I imagine you sought me out for a trade, correct? Indeed, I am a wasteland merchant in these ruined town ruins. Whatever you need to exchange, you can come to me. The speed of his transformation surpassed that of 9,999 people. Now it was Su-chan's turn to be bewildered. Was this person performing Peking opera? One moment he was about to rob me, the next he snapped into business mode. Indeed, guns speak louder than words. While Su-chen stood dumbfounded, the other walked to a table off to the side. He pulled out all the items stored beneath it and laid them out on the tabletop. The movements were practiced and precise, confirming his claim of being a wasteland merchant. But he never imagined the survival rules of the Steam wasteland could be so brutal. Before he'd even shown his strength, the other guy clearly intended to pull a fast one on him. Pfft, as if he were a crook. Su-chen's eyebrows arched slightly as his gaze fell upon the array of goods laid out on the table. The moment he recognized what they were, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 211, Tier 4 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprints? Trade. Life Potion instantly removes 10 points of toxins from the body. Anti-radiation suit effectively shields against radiation threats. Tier 4 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint, when paired with a 5-star vehicle core, upgrades the vehicle to 5-star status. Elite Grade Gas Mask Crafting Blueprint, craft an elite grade gas mask capable of filtering 80% of various toxins. Other resources held little value for Su-chen, but these particular items piqued his interest. Especially the 4-star Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. With this in hand, his RV could be transformed into a 5-star car castle. He'd never seen such a thing in all his time searching, yet here he was, the very first wasteland merchant he encountered possessed it. After the upgrade, he could freely control the size of his RV, allowing him to blend in more discreetly within this steampunk wasteland. As Su-chen examined the items, the black-robed elder's gaze never left him. He feared that Su-chen might not find anything to his liking, rendering his efforts meaningless. Yet he also dreaded the possibility that the man might covet everything he possessed. In that case, eliminating him would be the most efficient way to claim all the goods. Theoretically, he could do that, though he'd never be able to trade through wasteland merchants again. But if the other party set this precedent, why would anyone ever trade honestly again? Still, he had his own preparations. What do you want in exchange for your goods? With me, no barter is needed. Just help me complete one task, and you may choose any 3 items. The black-robed elder sat in his seat, his tone earnest as he spoke. Having witnessed the other party's initial attempt to rob him, Su-chen couldn't possibly trust his words. He gave a cold laugh. Ha! If I take you out, these things will all be mine anyway. Why should I do your bidding? As he spoke, Su-chen kept a close eye on the old man. The moment he showed the slightest sign of fear, Su-chen would strike and finish him off. This was a wasteland. What order did it need? All he needed to confirm was that there were no game system rules restricting him. Hearing Su-chen's words, the black-robed elder's face flashed a hint of surprise, but he didn't panic. Instead, he spoke up, without a contract, you won't be able to take these things. He was gambling, betting Su-chen wouldn't strike. What? Don't believe me? Then try it. The black-robed elder directly goaded Su-chen into testing him. Seeing this, Su-chen frowned and shook his head. Speak. What do you want me to do? If I can't, then I'll just have to try to snatch them. After all, I really do want these things. Su-chen crossed his arms, his tone flat, lost in thought. Rest assured, it's something you can accomplish. Just west of these town ruins, near the walled district, there's a powerful mutated lizard. Take it down and bring me its carcass. What do you say? What's the mutated lizard's strength level? Su-chen didn't agree immediately, instead asking cautiously. Rest assured, it won't exceed platinum tier. It might only be gold tier. The black-robed elder assured him, a hint of longing flickering in his eyes as he mentioned the mutant lizard. Alright, the mutant lizard. I'll provisionally agree. But once I bring back its head, I expect everything I asked for to be ready. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen. It sounded like a feasible task, so Su-chen decided to go check things out first. But then, the old man in black robes spoke again. To show my sincerity and apologize for what happened earlier, you may take one of the items in advance, though the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint is excluded. Damn it! Sure enough, the other party had noticed that his gaze lingered slightly longer on the level 4 upgrade blueprint than on the others. The life potion was dispensable to him. The protective suit was just one piece of gear not worth considering for now. The item offering the greatest immediate benefit was the premium gas mask crafting blueprint, enabling mass production of high-efficiency air-filtering gas masks. This one it is. Suchen picked up the gas mask blueprint. Hope these things are still here when I bring the stuff back. If it weren't for the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint in the other party's possession, Suchen wouldn't have bothered taking on the mission to retrieve the mutated lizard's corpse. But the other party truly held something he desperately needed, something crucial for his current situation. After accumulating enough car hearts, he desperately hoped to unlock a level 4 blueprint. Yet it had never appeared, and there had been no news of it. Now, finally, a level 4 blueprint lay right before him. How could he possibly pass up such a golden opportunity? For this, he was willing to expend some effort and endure some danger. He wanted to secure it as safely as possible. Killing the black-robed elder outright and stealing it carried certain risks. After all, it was arranged by the game system. If he killed him outright, the item might vanish automatically. After obtaining what he desired, Suchen promptly exited the room. The mini-map's detection range couldn't cover the entire city. He'd need to venture deeper into the ruined town to sense it. By adjusting his direction, Suchen realized the western route would pass by the steam-shrouded shelter. Beyond that, however, his detection currently failed to reach. Suddenly, however, he realized that the figures who had been lurking around him, secretly observing his movements, had all vanished. The gunfire from Big Pineapple had completely shaken them. Fearing Suchen, they had all fled the vicinity. Heading that way, cutting straight through the town, wasn't the best option. Suchen reasoned that it would be safer to exit first, drive the car to the highway near the western edge of the town, and search for the mutated lizards from that direction. Retracing his steps directly doubled his speed compared to the journey there. On the way back, Suchen began to speculate about the sky the old man in black robes had mentioned. Judging by the old man's fear, it must be a higher and more powerful existence than this place. Soon, Suchen returned to the car with Fat Dragon. Xinglan immediately rushed forward and embraced Suchen. The powerful impact sent a sudden wave of emotion through Suchen. Holy crap, body slamming. So, did you learn anything? Not much yet, but I found the blueprint for a level 4 vehicle upgrade. You need to complete a quest to get it. Really? That means your RV could be transformed into a 5-star mobile castle in no time, and our living space would expand significantly. Xinglan exclaimed with delight, but immediately added. Is the mission difficult? Will we encounter danger? It should be manageable. We can handle it. If we can't win, we'll just run. Even if it's platinum tier, Suchen has faced them before. Though tough to handle, escaping shouldn't be a problem. If it's gold tier, we'll just fight them head on. Oh, right, just got a great blueprint. Help me gather the raw materials, and we'll make a killing off them later. Suchen sent the gas mask blueprint to Xinglan, instructing her to gather the materials. Then he gave instructions to Xiaoling. Leave the town and circle around to the western edge of the ruined town. Chapter 212, The Mutant Lizard with Fluctuating Power. Hey, Suchen, did you catch the convoy channel earlier? What's up? Fu Ling encountered a ruins merchant. They traded for a convoy token and planned to establish a sub-convoy for our group. Suchen wasn't surprised at all that Fu Ling and the others had obtained a convoy token. What he hadn't expected was that they also wanted to establish a sub-convoy. It must be because their main convoy only recruits elites, and since they're not in the same zone as us, they can't help each other. That's great. Who are they planning to appoint as sub-convoy leader? Currently, it's Wang Qi. They said that if they acquire another convoy token, Yang Chao will also establish a sub-convoy. Xinglan explained. Hearing this, Suchen gave a slight nod. To grow rapidly and recruit more members, establishing additional teams was a sound strategy. As for any friction that might arise between sub-teams in the long run, we'll deal with that when the time comes. Alright then. Tell them the most important thing when recruiting is character. No problem. I'll relay that to them shortly. While Xinglan went to reply to the message, Suchen pulled out the blueprints. He clicked Learn directly. Ultimate Grade Anti-Toxin Mask. Required materials, 3 pieces of special alloy, 3 pieces of special rubber, 3 pieces of special silicone. Suchen had plenty of the first 2 materials in stock, but he lacked the final item, special silicone. He couldn't figure it out. If not for the material description, he would have thought silicone was only good for breast implants and toys. The town wasn't particularly large. About 15 minutes later, the RV pulled up. Master, we've reached the optimal location. Xiaoling's voice chimed in, informing Suchen that they had now reached the northernmost point of the town, closest to the western border. The road ahead was badly damaged and impassable for vehicles. Xinglan, you'd better wait for me in the vehicle. Should any unexpected situation arise, work with Xiaoling to provide backup for me. Got it. If that black-robed elder hadn't insisted on the corpse, Suchen would have fired a shot straight at the mutated lizard to end the fight immediately. Taking a deep breath, Suchen strapped on his gear, grabbed his weapon, and stepped out of the vehicle. All that met his eyes was a scene of withered blackness and collapse. Suchen made his way through the ruins, following the edge of the town's western wall toward the heart of the devastated settlement. Soon, he noticed something amiss. His detection radar showed dark silhouettes moving in tandem with his own steps. The sensation was exactly the same as before. He could almost immediately confirm that these shadowy figures were the survivors within this dark town. They were tracking him, deliberately keeping their distance, seemingly fixated on him just as before. The question remained, were they part of the original group or a new batch? A bunch of little insects, always following. If you dare interfere, I'll make you pay a heavy price. Suchen snorted coldly, a chilling expression flickering in the corner of his eye. The old man in black held the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprints he desired. Therefore, he had to confront this mutated lizard. After advancing roughly 3 kilometers, he encountered 2 mutant rats along the way, both of which he shot dead. Finally, he located the area where the mutated lizards resided. It was a withered, barren desert landscape dotted with green, cactus-like plants. As Suchen arrived, he noticed the shadows that had been following him all came to a halt, watching from a distance. As if waiting for the battle between Suchen and the mutated lizard, hoping to reap the benefits? Suchen withdrew his gaze, his eyes alert as he studied a dark stone cavern before him. His scans indicated it was the darkest area within, likely the mutated lizard's lair. Suchen approached slowly, the plump dragon trailing behind him, a rocket launcher in hand, moving cautiously while scanning the surroundings with watchful eyes. As Suchen traversed the ruins and stepped onto the barren desert sands, a figure tens of meters long emerged from the mutated lair. Its body was covered in dragon-like scales, and its crocodile-like jaws were dripping with blood. Even a colossus like this couldn't avoid bleeding gums. Is this thing a lizard? You could tell me it's a prehistoric giant crocodile, and I'd believe you. Its massive size made it clearly beyond the survivor's ability to handle, but it seemed to have injuries? Suchen noticed faint blood trickling from the mutated lizard's belly, where several broken crossbow bolts were embedded. A faint scent of gunpowder and blood hung in the air. Suchen's pupils dilated in shock. The blood in its mouth wasn't from bleeding gums, it was the blood of survivors. The mutated lizard fixed its gaze on Suchen, alert and poised for battle. Its forelegs sank slightly into the sand as a low growl echoed, issuing a warning to Suchen. Suchen scanned its attributes. Mutant lizard gold grade. Attack, 270,370. Defense, 240,340. Combat power, 7,801,080. Description: mutated under prolonged radiation and environmental effects, its strength fluctuates within a certain range, making it a force survivors dare not provoke. Though classified as gold tier, its power fluctuates. At peak strength, it reaches the pinnacle of gold tier combat power, rivaling platinum tier creatures. By any measure, it far surpasses the survivors in the small town. For Suchen, this wasn't a major issue, he could attempt to fight it. Though his own combat prowess was lacking, and Fat Dragon's strength hadn't yet been enhanced. Fat Dragon. Holy crap? Fat Dragon's silver tier? Attack, 150? Defense, 150? Combat power, 450? Abilities, Fire Breath, Flight, Blink. Fat Dragon, when did you get this strong? Last time you were still at 30 across the board, and now just 5 days later you've quintupled? And when did you get that blink ability? Why didn't you mention it? Suchen felt like his world had come crashing down. We were supposed to stay noobs together, how come you're getting ahead of us? Fat Dragon, you're putting the boss in a tough spot. Boss, you never asked. Fat Dragon scratched his head and continued. But boss, my new flash ability doesn't seem that powerful, so I didn't mention it. Blink? That's such a powerful ability, how could it not be strong? Stop being so modest, Fat Dragon. How far can you blink? How many times can you use it in a short period? Suchen looked utterly exasperated. Blink was practically a god-tier skill. Yet coming from Fat Dragon's mouth, it's not that great? He really wanted to punch him and see what he was made of. Really? Boss, is this skill actually powerful? Hearing the boss say that, Fat Dragon's face lit up with an excited smile. Of course it is. It's really powerful. Show me how it works. Sure thing, boss. Without delay, Fat Dragon nodded and then, right in front of Suchen, shifted his position to the left by an inch. Suchen? Chapter 213, Battle against the Mutant Lizard. Fat Dragon's ingenious use. Finished? It's over, boss. Alright, you can shut up now. Come talk to me when you can shift over a meter. Suchen couldn't be bothered to respond. For now, he needed to focus on dealing with that mutant lizard. The mutant lizard tilted its head, watching Suchen and his companion. It didn't understand what they were doing, but it sensed a faint yet palpable danger emanating from the two figures. Fat Dragon, give it a shot to wake it up. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fat Dragon pulled the trigger. The rocket launcher in his hands roared to life, and the projectile was down, striking the mutated lizard. Boom! The explosion ripped through the air. The mutated lizard hadn't dodged, taking the full brunt of the blast. It let out an agonized howl and was blown back several steps. Seems like it's got a brain no brighter than the skeleton marshals, but radiation or something's turned its physique into this monstrosity. Thus, it couldn't control its own power. It possessed peak gold tier strength, yet lacked the ability to wield it effectively. Dust swirled as deafening explosions reverberated. Yet even after being blown away, the mutated lizard stood firm once more, its body bearing not a single scar from the blast. On the contrary, Suchen sensed something strange, as if the explosion had somehow made it even stronger. Was this an illusion, or? Suchen stared at the mutated lizard, his eyes filled with shock. To test his theory, he pulled out a grenade and hurled it once more. The mutated lizard, seemingly anticipating the projectile, not only avoided the grenade but charged straight toward it. As the grenade detonated, Suchen observed its scales suddenly expand outward. A strange glow emanated, devouring and absorbing the explosive energy. Suchen's brow furrowed. Could it be that the creature grew stronger by harnessing the explosions of thermal weapons? So this was why the robed elder had used crossbow bolts earlier? His gaze flickered over the mutated lizard's abdomen. Suchen drew a sniper rifle, aimed at its scarred belly, and fired. Thud! This time, Suchen felt the enchanted bullet pierce the creature's abdomen effortlessly, igniting instantly. Roar! The mutated lizard, seared by pain, lost its earlier ease and twisted in agony. Yet as it writhed, it concealed its belly completely, not exposing a single inch. So that was it, only its back scales could absorb the explosive energy, making its abdomen a fatal weakness. Realizing this, Suchen had Fat Dragon stow the rocket launcher and equip a Barrett heavy sniper rifle instead. Fat Dragon? I'm a dragon. Just pulling the trigger on a rocket launcher is impressive enough. Now you want me to snipe? Suchen paid no heed to Fat Dragon's thoughts, instead equipping himself with 2 desert eagles, both loaded with enchanted bullets. The wounded mutated lizard, having adjusted its stance, dragged its bleeding belly forward, gritting its teeth against the pain as it charged toward Suchen's position. Its bloody maw gaping wide, it crawled with limbs pressed flat against the ground, eyes blazing with savage ferocity. Facing this colossal creature resembling a prehistoric giant crocodile, Suchen didn't retreat. That would only expose more of his weaknesses to the enemy. Instead, he charged straight at the mutant lizard, dual pistols in hand. Less than 10 meters away, Suchen leaped into the air. Seeing Suchen charging toward it, the mutated lizard instinctively leapt into the air, aiming to bite him in half. Just as its bloodthirsty jaws closed in, a mere meter from Suchen, Pang Long pulled the trigger. Bang! Put! Hearing the familiar gunshot, the mutant lizard froze in shock. It snapped its jaws shut, retracted its body, and slithered back onto the ground. After waiting a while, it realized it felt no pain whatsoever. Suchen leaped down, landing on the mutated lizard's back as it lay prone. A faint, exasperated twitch crossed his lips. Such a golden opportunity, and Fat Dragon actually missed the shot. But upon reflection, it was fortunate the bullet hadn't hit him at all. Not far away, a figure concealed in the darkness burst into flames. He was just watching the show. How did he suddenly get shot? Fat Dragon scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Bad aim. My apologies. Roar! The mutated lizard instantly felt like it had been tricked. It thrashed its body violently, trying to shake Suchen off. But unable to expose its belly, it couldn't perform its deadly role. After several failed attempts, it finally gave up on dealing with Suchen on its back. It turned its attention to Fat Dragon. If it couldn't solve the problem, then it would eliminate Fat Dragon first, the one causing trouble with that sniper rifle. The mutated lizard charged once more, lunging toward Fat Dragon. Suchen, perched on its back, sensed the opponent's newly surged energy waning again as time passed. Turning his head, he observed the wound on the creature's abdomen. The flow of blood was diminishing. It seemed the creature could heal its own injuries by absorbing energy. Soon, the mutated lizard appeared before Fat Dragon. A look of terror instantly spread across the Fat Dragon's face. It tried to flee in panic, but its chubby body couldn't dodge the attack in time. In an instant, the mutant lizard's gaping, blood-stained maw clamped down on his body. Then, it was stuck. The chubby Fat Dragon was stuck in the mutated lizard's jaws, his head lodged in its throat. It couldn't swallow him down, nor could it bite him through. They were locked in a stalemate right there. Seeing this, Suchen couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, our Fat Dragon has thick skin and tough flesh. You think it could just swallow it whole? Fat Dragon, now! Fire! At Suchen's command, Fat Dragon endured the foul stench, reared its head, and began gathering flames in its maw. Whoosh! A jet of flame capable of reaching 2 or 3 meters shot from Fat Dragon's mouth, racing straight down the opponent's throat and into their body. Roar! The intense burning sensation instantly caused the mutated lizard to convulse violently. It thrashed frantically in place, its mind already shattered. Suchen landed with a thud on the ground nearby, raising his desert eagle with both hands. Bang! He fired at the mutant lizard's abdomen. Flames erupted violently, engulfing the entire creature in fire. Watching the mutated lizard's life force steadily wane, Suchen remained vigilant. Unlike last time, the survivors from the towns had remained gathered around him, showing no sign of retreat even when he drew his weapon. Clearly, they weren't merely spectators. Perhaps they were here for something. The scales of the mutated lizard before him? No. Certainly not. Chapter 214, Survivor Strikes, Aiming to Snatch the Prey? Suchen stared at the radar display with a look of confusion and bewilderment. The pitch-black representation of the mutated lizard was gradually fading, clearly indicating that its threat level and health were steadily decreasing. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Against the pitch-black backdrop, the location of the mutated lizard's nest seemed to conceal a faint reddish hue, a sign that some kind of resource existed there. So that was it. Those people had likely set their sights on something within the mutated lizard's nest, but they were no match for the creatures themselves. So many people died, and now they want to follow behind me, hoping to gain some advantage. As he pondered, Suchen emptied the Desert Eagle's magazine and holstered the gun. The life force within the opponent grew weaker and weaker. Fat Dragon crawled out from the man's mouth. Looking utterly bedraggled, he plopped down onto the ground. Boss, I haven't wanted to eat anything for days. So I won't give you that evolution crystal? Ahem, boss, just pretend I was farting earlier. Fat Dragon instantly sprang to his feet, rubbing his rear as he approached Suchen. Stop. Go wash yourself before coming near me. Suchen pinched his nose, eyeing the lifeless mutated lizard before stepping forward to stow it into his storage ring. Just then, the people from the dark town nearby began to stir. Charge. Grab the resources. The mutated lizard's strength is our feast, its energy our favorite. Today we get both, ha. In the shadows, a figure issued the attack command. Countless humanoid survivors clad in iron armor and wielding various weapons surged forward. Their forms varied, their builds differed. Some bore disgusting flesh growths, while others suffered deformities in their limbs. Radiation and pollution had wrought immense damage upon them. Holy? Is this the live-action version of Resident Evil? Are these the survivors who've endured prolonged exposure to radiation? Perhaps reaching 100% radiation exposure and dying outright would be a mercy for them. Suchen raised an eyebrow, quickly regaining his composure. He noticed that among the survivors were operational steam-powered war vehicles. 3 figures stood atop one such vehicle, an elderly man who appeared somewhat aged in the center, flanked by 2 dark-skinned middle-aged men wielding flintlock muskets. Thank you, young hero, for taking down that mutated lizard for us. We've set our sights on this mutated lizard's carcass. Name your price, young hero, or don't blame us for being impolite. The old man gazed at the mutated lizard lying before Suchen, a look of excitement lighting up his face. Though the stranger was powerful and had defeated the mutated lizard they couldn't handle, they had seen that he relied primarily on his weapon. He himself was just as fragile as any ordinary human among them. If he couldn't handle a single mutated lizard, how could he possibly kill a human? Their eyes burned with greed, and when they glanced toward the mutated lizard's nest, that greed only intensified. Suchen knew their true target wasn't just the mutated lizards, there was something else within the nest. Their words were merely a distraction. Is that so? Suchen stepped forward, his tone flat. A level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. You can have this mutated lizard. He now understood that the black-robed elder's true target wasn't just the mutant lizard, but the treasures within the nest. The man before him was likely part of the same group. Ha! You actually brought it up? The old man's face twisted into a savage, grotesque grin. Combined with his already deformed, unrecognizable corpse, the sight was truly horrifying. His companions didn't pause. Several of them charged straight into the mutated lizard's nest and hauled out a pale yellow glowing crystal. Judging by its appearance, it contained no small amount of energy. Suchen's gaze pierced through the darkness, landing squarely on the crystal. Energy crystal. Description: a crystal containing abundant special energy. A simple description, nothing else. Yet the energy it held felt sufficient to sustain the spatial farm for many days. This was likely one of the rarest resources in this wasteland. There was more than one inside. Soon, 2 others entered the nest and carried out 2 more energy crystals. Seeing 3 energy crystals in hand, the survivors' faces all lit up with excited and frenzied grins. These 3 crystals would sustain them for a very long time. The elderly leader was particularly thrilled. His old comrade had proven remarkably clever, using a simple trick to lure the newcomers into fighting the mutated lizards to the death. Through his senses, Suchen discovered that the mutated lizard he had just slain also emitted the same energy fluctuations from the scales on its back. It seemed this lizard had mutated into its current powerful form under the influence of these energy crystals. Once they had retrieved all the energy crystals, Suchen prepared to act. He had initially worried about hidden dangers or radiation hazards within the cave, so he had the survivors help him carry the crystals out. Now that they'd retrieved everything, how could he possibly refuse? These crystals were clearly valuable. He had to get them back for thorough research. Even if they proved largely useless, they could still serve as energy supplements. The survivors, seeing the old man standing motionless, assumed Suchen had been intimidated into submission. They held back for now, aware his weapon posed a genuine threat. Their only goal was to secure the crystals safely. Suchen glanced over, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Not far across from him, the old man facing off against him happened to catch the curve of Suchen's lips. A chill ran through his heart as an ominous feeling welled up from within. Chapter 215, The Sky City. Could it be he was playing alone? The black-robed elder felt uneasy. After all, Suchen's weapon was formidable. Even if they wanted to take him down, it would come at a significant cost. Young man, this mutated lizard stole our belongings and hid them in this lair. We're merely here to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Wasn't the mutated lizard all you wanted? We'll give it to you, what do you say? A hint of concession flickered across the elder's face. In his view, with so many of them present, conceding to the other party was already quite generous. Over the years, he'd come to understand travelers like Suchen well. They never initiated conflict. That black-robed elder is with you, right? Alright, hand over the blueprints and materials I want. You can take these directly, I won't stop you. As Suchen spoke, the fat dragon beside him repositioned his sniper rifle, aiming it squarely at the survivor clutching the energy crystal. Seeing this, the survivors immediately grew panicked. They had witnessed it clearly. A single casual shot had struck one of their comrades, burning him alive with terrifying power. The stuff you want isn't with me. You should go to whoever you made the deal with. They'll definitely give you the blueprints. The old man's expression betrayed panic as one hand slipped discreetly behind his back. Is that so? In that case, to ensure I get what I came for, I think you'd better stay right here. Suchen's eyebrows arched slightly as he noticed the hand the old man had hidden behind his back. Still trying to pull tricks. The next second, the old man raised his cane and swung his arm, shouting, "Attack! He's alone. Take him down." Instantly, several survivors who had been quietly preparing fired their crossbows towards Suchen's position. Simultaneously, several survivors wielding flintlock muskets began aiming at Suchen's position. Fat Dragon, fire! As they launched their assault, Suchen swiftly drew a Gatling gun and equipped one for Fat Dragon as well, forming a terrifying line of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like a storm, flashes of fire erupting as projectiles tore through the survivors' bodies, reaping their lives. Suchen showed no intention of dodging the crossbows, standing completely still in his spot. Seeing the crossbow bolts about to strike Suchen, the remaining survivors wore looks of pure excitement despite the many comrades already dead around them. Kill Suchen, and all the resources would be theirs. Besides, Suchen possessed formidable weapons, his resources wouldn't be scant. Clang! The crossbow bolt struck Suchen's protective suit, colliding lightly with the dragon scale armor beneath. It left not a single mark. Witnessing this, the survivors all froze in stunned silence. Dude, didn't you train in the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt techniques? We'll handle this. Bang! The survivor wielding the flintlock, refusing to believe it, pulled the trigger. This time, Suchen didn't dodge either. He wanted to see if his defense, combined with the dragon scale armor, could withstand the musket's power. He also prepared healing potions if things went wrong. He'd self-medicate immediately. Put! A powerful blast surged towards Suchen. Though far inferior to rifles, the musket still packed a significant punch at close range. Holy crap! Suchen gasped in surprise, staring down at his dragon scale armor with delight in his eyes. Just as he'd expected, the dragon scale armor could now withstand the power of ordinary flintlock muskets. Game over. Suchen chuckled as the momentarily stilled, jet-black barrel in his hands once again spewed forth an endless tongue of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Dozens of survivors fell instantly, their expressions twisted with hatred. Though they had all undergone some degree of mutation, their fragility remained as pronounced as that of ordinary humans. They didn't feel particularly difficult to kill. Thus, unable to defeat the mutated lizards, they had to rely on outsiders. The question remained, what exactly were they using the energy crystals for? Merely as fuel? Under the relentless barrage of gunfire, the survivors soon knelt on the ground, raising black flags in surrender. Surrendering with a black flag? Aren't they afraid their enemies might have poor eyesight? The moment the elder leader witnessed Suchen deflecting crossbow bolts and musket fire, he'd already considered surrender, though hesitation lingered. But when Suchen began slaughtering his remaining survivors with frenzied abandon, the old man finally broke. Sir, we surrender. Stop the fighting. A true man knows when to bend and when to stretch. When the odds are against you, surrender immediately. That was precisely why the elder had lived this long and why he'd risen to become the town shelter's leader. Indeed, one only knows their true worth after experiencing battle. Suchen shook his head, then ordered them to surrender all their weapons. He proceeded to stow the mutated lizard's corpse and the energy crystals into his ring. Spotting the ring on Suchen's finger, shock flashed across the elder's face once more. Could this be the legendary storage ring? Damn that old fool. He'd tricked me into thinking this guy was a rookie with weapons. Could a rookie really possess such high-level gear and slaughter a mutated lizard so effortlessly? Standing atop the chariot, the old man was now cursing his brother 100,000 times over. Let's go. Lead the way. I won't be missing out on those blueprints I need. Su Chen ordered the old man to lead the way, cutting straight through the town. He feared that if he didn't stay with the group, these town survivors might abandon him midway. Xiaoling, drive the car to the entrance of that alley we passed earlier. After sending the message to Xiaoling via his wristband, Su Chen led the group eastward. Fat Dragon, wielding his large pineapple, kept watch from behind. He approached the old man's battle vehicle, urging him to explain the local situation. Sir, you know how it is in our world, radiation and pollution everywhere. Life's tough and we can't venture out to gather energy. We've got no choice. I don't care about your circumstances. I need to know what this wasteland world is like and how you obtained those blueprints. Su Chen demanded. The fact that such items, normally only obtainable from king-tier treasure chests, were in the possession of such weak town survivors puzzled him. Sir, our world isn't entirely made up of ruins like our town. There are also utopian sky cities. The Sky City lies at the very heart of our world. It's occupied by those who came from the sky, who set the rules there. It's the trading hub for the entire world. Oh? Su Chen's eyebrows arched slightly, his interest piqued. Chapter 216, Give him our best blueprints. Beyond the Sky City, another formidable place exists, the Dark Realm. It is the most radiation and pollution-ridden area in the entire wasteland world. It is home to a formidable group of mutated survivors where fists are the only law. Su Chen nodded. Just as he was about to ask for more details, he realized the other party knew only this much, nothing more. Still, it wasn't bad. At least he now knew of two prime locations: the Dark Realm and the Sky City. Beyond these, countless survivor camps dotted the landscape. These blueprints were obtained through trade at the Sky City, where they exchanged energy crystals and other minerals, exchanging them for essential survival supplies and blueprints. Oh, right, what use are the blueprints to you? Su Chen inquired. These blueprints should be for players to use, right? Could NPCs actually use them? We have no use for the blueprints, but someone in the Dark Realm needs them. We acquired these blueprints from Sky City and plan to trade them in the Dark Realm. Since Sky City forbids Dark Realm inhabitants from entering their territory, the elder replied truthfully, without a hint of concealment. So you became middleman? And then you couldn't sell them, so they're stuck in your hands? Su Chen's words brought a flicker of embarrassment to the old man's face. We're too weak. The Dark Realm people won't trade with us, they just rob us outright. We sent 2 groups, and not a single one returned. To make a deal, both sides need to be at least on the same level, or the gap can't be too great. The survivors of Darktown, however, were all talk and no action. They lacked the strength but still wanted to be middlemen and make a fortune, only to end up stuck with this unsellable cargo. Wait, the mutated survivors in the Dark Realm need blueprints? Su Chen sensed something amiss. Could the natives also possess workbenches and the ability to learn blueprints like them? If they obtain blueprints, can they learn and craft items? Su Chen inquired. Regardless of whether they could, the mere fact they could freely slaughter others and seize blueprints by force made Su Chen's heart stir. And then there was Sky City, where blueprints could be traded. That place must be overflowing with rare schematics. If the game system didn't interfere, it might be worth considering a trip there. Of course. What else are blueprints for? The elder shot Su Chen a look as if he were staring at a fool, then quickly averted his gaze, careful not to let the other notice. Here, we have a profession called Forging Master. They can craft any item using blueprints. Blueprints originally meant to be sold to others. It's said that everyone in the Sky City is a forging master. As the old man explained, he couldn't help but sigh with admiration. That innate talent was truly enviable. If they possessed the ability to create the items depicted in the blueprints, perhaps they wouldn't need to risk their lives trading in the Dark Realm. Ahem, sir, if I may ask, is your desire for those blueprints perhaps? The old man stopped mid-sentence, but upon seeing Su Chen give a faint nod, his eyes widened in shock. After a moment's contemplation, a look of resolve flashed across his face. As the two negotiated, they soon arrived at the black-robed elder's residence. Haha, let me tell you, that kid. When he saw those survivors outside, the black-robed elder strode toward the doorway, his voice tinged with smug satisfaction. But when he reached the doorway, he halted abruptly. The situation seemed to have unfolded differently than he'd anticipated. But they were all seasoned survivors. The black-robed elder instantly switched to a flattering expression, looking at Su Chen. Young brother, did you slay that mutated lizard? The corpse is right here. Su Chen flicked the mutated lizard's corpse out of his storage ring. The corpse, weighing several tons, crashed onto the ground with a thunderous thud. He actually killed it. The black-robed elder murmured to himself. His original plan was merely to temporarily tie up the opponent, allowing his younger brother to sneak into the mutated lizard's lair and retrieve the energy crystal. He hadn't expected the opponent to actually kill it. As for these men, he didn't need to guess. They were the ones who had tried to steal Su Chen's belongings and had been captured by the other party. What you sought is here. Faced with this situation, the old man in black robes had no choice but to hand the item over to Su Chen. After all, they had an agreement. But he hadn't anticipated that the other party would actually succeed, nor that they wouldn't obtain the energy crystal. A complete loss. The level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint was in his hands. But Su Chen had no intention of leaving with just these items. Ahem, the rest of the stuff? You can keep it. Young man, you won't get anything by force. The black-robed elder's eyes instantly sharpened with alertness. Staring at Su Chen's incredibly handsome face, his expression grew dark and shifting. What I mean is, if these survivors want to live, they'll have to pay with their possessions. Are you kidding? If these people can't offer anything of value, why would I keep them? They become neither human nor ghost now. Perhaps eliminating their opponents would be a form of liberation for them. You. The black-robed elder glared at Su Chen with visible anger. The man was pushing his luck, daring to make such a demand. Yet to his surprise, his own brother the elder on the chariot nodded at him and said, "Do as he says. Give him all the materials. Also, hand over that blueprint we've been keeping." Second brother, you. Hearing this, the black-robed elder stared at him in shock, scarcely believing his ears. That was their treasured blueprint, how could they? We have no use for it anyway. Possession invites trouble, let's give it to him. Perhaps he'll kindly produce a batch of items we need. Who are you pointing at? Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old man sure knew how to pick on him. If the goods were good, he'd take them, but if they were bad, he wouldn't be held responsible for being impolite. After several minutes of internal struggle, the black-robed elder finally sighed and said, "Very well. Perhaps we are no longer worthy of possessing this blueprint. Young man, we shall give you a most precious blueprint. We hope you will use it wisely." With that, the old man pulled open his robe and began rummaging inside. Moments later, he pulled out a blueprint radiating golden light. Holy crap, a golden legend. This was actually a legendary tier blueprint. Chapter 217, Legendary Grade Weapon. In such a dilapidated, abandoned town, a legendary blueprint was hidden away. If he hadn't brought it out, I might have actually taken the level 4 car upgrade blueprint. As he handed the blueprint to Su Chen, the robed elder spoke again. "Young hero, on my own behalf, I'd like to ask you a favor. You don't have to agree if you don't want to. Should you ever venture into the dark realm, I hope you might teach a little lesson to an organization called the Skull Society. Anything will do." Hearing this, Su Chen looked up at the black-robed elder. Was this man so vindictive that he might send others to hunt him down later? He gave a casual nod and accepted the blueprints. After all, the old man had said it was up to him whether he agreed or not. He'd deal with it later. If the group was weak, it would be a simple matter. If they were strong, he saw no reason to intervene. Unless. Upon receiving the legendary tier blueprint, Su Chen's eyes widened instantly. A wave of wild excitement surged through him. Crystal Energy Cannon Construction Blueprint. Required materials, 100 special or 100 special alloy, 1 gold grade or higher mutant beast core, 1 energy crystal. Maximum strength can be adjusted based on the beast core's energy. Learning requirement, 5-star auto fortress. Description: craft a powerful crystal energy cannon fueled by energy crystals or beast cores, capable of unleashing devastatingly destructive attacks. A weapon of immense lethality. Its sheer power is evident from the fact that it's a legendary tier weapon, obtainable only from epic tier chests at minimum. However, its destructive power doesn't surpass what a beast core can unleash by much. Even so, it remains exceptionally formidable. He carefully stored the blueprint. Once he upgraded his RV, he could study it and build one to test. This thing is pretty awesome, I really like it. They say you owe a favor to those who feed you. After obtaining the legendary blueprint, Su Chen immediately had Fat Dragon sheath his gun and returned to his side. He then turned to the old man with a warm smile and said, "I'm new here and don't have much to offer. I wonder if there's anything you need? Oh, and do you need this? It's yours." Su Chen recalled the treasure chest he'd opened earlier, yielding over 100 pounds of black rice and dark meat, which he traded to the other party. Seeing this, the old man's eyes widened in astonishment. He knelt before Su Chen's position, expressing his gratitude. This meat would sustain them for quite some time, truly precious provisions. Oh, right, can you even eat this? Seeing how excited they were over the black rice, what if it were white rice? Su Chen promptly produced 5,000 pounds of rice for them, piling it before them like a small mountain. Pure white? Sir, could this be the white rice only the sky people eat? The old man's face betrayed a hint of shock as he stared at Su Chen in disbelief. This should last you a year or two. Oh, and I have some meat here too. You can smoke and roast it to preserve it longer. Next, Su Chen retrieved 2,000 caddies of game meat from his storage ring, all previously unprocessed. Having just recovered from the shock of the white rice, the sight of thousands more pounds of meat sent the survivors into a frenzy of excitement. They were used to eating filthy, foul-tasting mutant rat meat. Where had they ever seen such fresh game? "Thank you, sir." At that moment, every single survivor knelt before Su Chen. He was nothing short of their savior, and yet, moments ago, they had treated him so harshly. "Sir, it's getting late. Why not stay the night at our shelter? We can set out again tomorrow. Nights in this wasteland aren't exactly pleasant." The village chief offered this hospitable suggestion, considering the generous food the stranger had provided. Su Chen pondered this. The system had indeed advised seeking shelter or traveling in groups at night. But considering his car couldn't enter their shelter. Besides, he was about to upgrade to a level 5 RV. How could their flimsy shelter compare to the fortress of his motorhome? Thanks, but no thanks. Though I could take a look around your shelter. See what you're missing, and I'll craft some for you. Otherwise, I feel uneasy keeping these things. Obtaining such valuable items in the very first dark town left Suchen feeling somewhat dazed. Truthfully, we lack nothing except food and energy. The elder at the head of the group said awkwardly. He'd been in this position for years, never a moment without worrying about food. Periodically, they witnessed survivors literally starve to death. Now, Suchen had largely alleviated that pressure for them, leaving only the energy issue unresolved. Energy? Suchen stroked his chin. The energy crystals in his possession were certainly not something he could give to the other party. Besides, giving a man a fish feeds him for a day, teaching him to fish feeds him for a lifetime. Suchen retrieved several handguns from his system space and crafted an additional 100 enchanted bullets for them. Similar in principle to flintlock muskets but more powerful, these should handle most mutated beasts if used properly. These enchanted bullets could handle mutated beasts below gold rank, giving them a significant edge in securing the supplies they needed. That was all Suchen could offer. The rest was up to them. Thank you, sir, for your immense kindness. The other party had provided them with enough food to survive for a period and weapons capable of defeating mutated beasts. To them, this was a tremendous favor. This was a transaction. Suchen shook his head, motioning for them to rise. He then summoned Fat Dragon and turned to leave. The survivors stood frozen, their gazes fixed on their departing figures. Only after Suchen's figure vanished from sight did the elder wave his hand, signaling the survivors to begin transporting the grain and meat back to the base. Why did you give him those supplies? If word gets out about this. The warmth vanished from the black-robed elder's face, replaced by a look of grave seriousness. Don't you think he's the one we've been waiting for? Him? Yes, him. Soon, Suchen and the dragon returned to the highway, where the RV had been waiting for them. You're okay, that's such a relief. What happened just now? Seeing Suchen and the dragon unharmed, Qinglan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Here's what happened. Suchen took 3 minutes to briefly explain the situation to Qinglan, leaving the rest for later. Oh, Qinglan, how much nashi do we have left? Over the past few days, Suchen had been having Qinglan handle his transactions, primarily exchanging for nashi stones. Antidotes and car air purifiers were also prioritized in his mineral trades. Now that he had the level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint, he planned to upgrade his car again. Chapter 218, Gathering Materials 5,000 Nast ones. It's over 600 now. That much? Suchen was slightly surprised, not expecting to accumulate so much so quickly. All bought back at high prices, many deals just don't turn a profit. No worries, as long as it's useful now. But it probably still won't be enough. Suchen pulled out the level 4 vehicle upgrade and glanced at his material reserves. Special alloy, 14,930 pieces. Special ore, 10,386 pieces. Special glass, 10,293 pieces. The quantity should be sufficient. He had stockpiled at least 10,000 units of each, specifically hoarding these materials. This upgrade will likely drain his entire savings again. Suchen sighed, but there was no other way. Bring over all the top-tier gas mask materials. We'll rely on these gas masks to secure another wave of nashi stones. Immediately after, Qinglan brought the materials she had just collected to Suchen. Using the crafting station, he produced over 800 top-tier gas masks. How should we price these? Qinglan casually picked up a top-tier gas mask to test its effectiveness and exclaimed excitedly. If we multiply the cost price by 10, how about setting it at 3 nashi stones? Selling all the gas masks here would net at least 2,000. No, top-tier ones are still relatively rare. Let's set it at 6 nashi stones. For those without sufficient nashi stones, we'll offer installment payments, 3 nashi stones as a down payment, with the remainder paid upon acquiring more nashi stones. If someone pays the down payment but fails to make subsequent payments, inform them they'll be permanently blacklisted and barred from future transactions at Dawn's shop. Hearing Suchen's words, Qinglan nodded immediately, inwardly admiring his sharp business sense. He really was shrewd. Still, many would likely accept this. She promptly took the mask to list it, following his instructions exactly. The one you wore earlier, leave it for me. With that, Suchen opened the regional chat channel and spoke for the first time in ages. Dawn Captain, Suchen, currently purchasing nashi stones at 15 times the market rate. Also selling premium-grade utility items, gas masks capable of filtering air pollution. Limited quantities available. Currently only exchangeable for nashi. The moment Suchen's message went out, numerous responses poured in instantly. Holy crap, premium-grade gas masks? That's awesome. The ones on the market are all basic, totally useless. Yeah, with these, we won't have to worry about inhaling toxic gases while scavenging or staying outside. I just checked, it requires 6 nashi, but you can get the gas mask with just 3 nashi as a down payment. Pay the rest later. Holy crap, you can pay half up front? Does that mean I can buy it at half price? What are you thinking? If you don't pay the rest later, the shop will blacklist you and never sell to you again. Then I'll just buy from another shop. Go ahead and try. Sure enough, when Suchen offered a generous profit margin, many people traded their stockpiled nast ones to him. They pocketed a 50 profit margin for free. If they needed more later, they could just hoard again. Many survivors who had previously been reluctant to spend also made exchanges. They had been waiting to determine the exact value of the items, but now it was clear that exchanging them was the better choice. After all, air pollution was a constant threat to their lives. Soon, Suchen had sold 300 gas masks. Seeing roughly 1,500 nast ones, Suchen felt this should be sufficient. But after upgrading, he realized he was still short by quite a bit. Holding the 4-star car upgrade blueprint, Suchen approached the 5-star car core and fused it into the vehicle. Soon, a dazzling white light enveloped the entire vehicle. The searing light illuminated the dark surroundings. Vehicle upgrading in progress, please wait. Upgrade complete. Successfully upgraded to a 5-star vehicle. Materials can now be consumed for modifications. Maximum material requirements: 30,000 steel, 30,000 alloy, 30,000 rubber, 10,000 special alloy, 10,000 special ore, 1,000 special electronic components, 5,000 nanostones. Modification time limit: 2 hours. Holy crap! It actually needs this much stuff. However, Suchen had sufficient quantities of both common and special materials. But the requirement for up to 5,000 nanosteel made Suchen's expression grow grim. 2 hours he was still short 3,500 units of nanostones. At the current pace, he should still make it. But if the sales market was limited to just their district, it might not be nearly enough. They'd still need more districts to join in the sales. What's wrong, Suchen? We still don't have enough materials. We can use up to 5,000 nashi stones at most. I think we should give it a shot. Suchen immediately opened Zhuge Xiaoliang's contact and explained he could purchase nashi at 15 times the usual price. Additionally, he sent them 300 top-tier gas masks to exchange for nast one. Simultaneously, he messaged Lu Xingha and Fu Ling, requesting their assistance in selling the gas masks at 5 nanonite per unit. Almost immediately, Fu Ling and Lu Xingha both replied that it was no problem. Within an hour, Suchen had received nearly 2,000 nashi stones. According to their reports, he had essentially bought up all available stock, though he still fell short by a significant amount. However, Zhuge Xiaoliang sent Suchen a message. Zhuge Xiaoliang, I previously helped you acquire nast ones and trade gas masks. There's someone with a large supply who says you can deal directly with him if you're interested. Who? Suchen mentally reviewed the names of the top 10 players. A hunch began to form in his mind. Li Qingfeng. He mentioned you have a friend of his. Li Qingfeng? Indeed, how could he have forgotten him? Was it because they hadn't been in touch much lately? Or had he already begun to see the other as a rival in his mind? Got it, thanks. Sales have hit a temporary bottleneck. Those willing to buy have mostly already paid. With just 1 hour left, I'm not sure if I can secure the remaining 1,000 nast ones. Sigh. Let's try. Suchen opened Li Qingfeng's chat window and sent a direct message. I need 1,000 nast ones. Give me your price. Within seconds, the reply came clearly. He'd been waiting for this. Li Qingfeng, no problem. 2 conditions. First, interest accrues at 10% daily. Pay whatever interest is owed when you repay. Second, just tell me why you need so many nast ones. Holy crap? That's extortion. Interest on 3650 manhwa? You think you're some loan shark? Chapter 219, Upgrading the 5-star car fortress. Crystal energy cannon. And he still wants to know the reason? Suchen replied immediately. I can only agree to one. Li Qingfeng, fine, tell me the reason. Then the other party directly traded 1,000 nast ones to him. Damn it. Got it. Their original goal was just to know the reason. But telling them wouldn't hurt. They'd established a caravan, so securing enough nashi stones in a short time wouldn't be too much of a problem. Besides, there was no need to burn bridges now. Who knows? They might need to collaborate again in the future. Suchen agreed. Needed for upgrading vehicle materials. Li Qingfeng, maximum requirement? Suchen, that's the second question. Ask for 200 nanostones. Li Qingfeng, deal. Just return my 800 nast ones. Suchen, the upper limit is 5,000. Whoa. Upon seeing that figure, a burly figure inside a luxury motorhome couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Who would have thought it would cost this much? Thank goodness I asked. Thanks. Exiting the chat interface, Suchen gathered all the materials and immediately began the modification. Consuming top-tier materials to perform vehicle upgrade modifications. Then, the entire vehicle was enveloped in a white glow. Suchen, why don't you come sit in my RV? Qinglan promptly suggested. Sounds good. Suchen's eyes lit up as he nodded. He summoned Qinglan's RV, and the 2 humans and 1 dragon climbed aboard. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of refreshing fragrance washed over them, invigorating their senses. The interior was elegantly and beautifully decorated, showing that Qinglan had her own little aspirations for RV living. Perfect timing. I'll whip up a delicious dinner for you both and let you sample my cooking. Su Chen and Fat Dragon exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling as they nodded in agreement. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles loaded with sausage and egg were placed before them, their aroma filling the air. Let's dig in. The synchronized exclamation was followed by the sound of slurping noodles. 1 hour later, the modification was complete. The original 16-meter-long, 6-meter-wide luxury motorhome had now been upgraded into a massive mobile castle. Upgrade successful, Comfort RV upgraded to Motorhome Castle. The exterior size of the motorhome castle can be freely adjusted, its interior functions as a spatial entity. Further upgrades to War Fortress are possible, granting immense space alongside the strongest defenses and most powerful firepower. After the upgrade, the vehicle's size could be freely adjusted. Su Chen immediately restored its exterior to its original dimensions and casually invited Qinglan aboard. Stepping inside the vehicle's space felt like entering a whole new world. A 3-story castle-like space spanning 400 to 500 square meters unfolded before the eyes of the 2 humans and 1 dragon. Massive, opulent, extravagant, these were Su Chen's immediate impressions of the vehicle fortress. Both the upper and lower floors were decorated with equal opulence, though the design felt slightly monotonous and would require their personal touches later. Several luxurious suites, a dining hall spacious enough for 30 people, entertainment rooms, home theaters, and a gym were all present. Entering the master bedroom revealed a massive 50 square meter space dominated by a bed large enough to sleep 10 people. The bathroom alone was 30 cubic meters, and there was even a small 10 cubic meter swimming pool. The rear section of the motorhome castle opens into an immense space, part of which serves as a warehouse, while the other section features an indoor lawn and garden area. Maybe we could keep a fat dragon here. Su Chen parked Qinglan's RV here, then turned to the fat dragon. How about making this your territory? Sure thing. Let's build Fat Dragon a huge nest here, he'll be absolutely comfortable. Fat Dragon instantly agreed. What more could he ask for than a spacious den? I'll head upstairs to find a suitable area for our future office space. With that, Qinglan ascended the spiral staircase beside them. Su Chen, meanwhile, pulled out that legendary blueprint and selected Learn. Learning Crystal Energy Cannon Blueprint. Learning successful. He approached the workbench, placing the materials and an energy crystal onto it. He then extracted a faintly glowing beast core from the head of the mutated lizard he'd just defeated and placed it on the workbench as well. Consumed 1 beast core and 1 energy crystal to obtain 1 crystal energy cannon. A flash of white light erupted, revealing a massive crystal energy cannon stretching 10 meters long with a barrel over a meter thick. Merely gazing at the thick, dark muzzle, Su Chen felt an invisible pressure enveloping him. Excellent! With this crystal energy cannon, Su Chen's arsenal would grow even more formidable. Compared to rocket launchers, the crystal energy cannon possessed a far greater upper limit of destructive power. Install it on the top floor of the motorhome. When needed, open the skylight on the RV's roof and fire the crystal energy cannon. 1 blast, and all beings are equal. Though it remains to be seen just how immense the power will be when this beast core is combined with the energy crystal. At the very least, it should increase exponentially. Blowing away platinum tier opponents should be no problem. Su Chen speculated. Once they had surplus energy crystals and beast cores, testing would reveal the answer. Xiaoling, take control of this crystal energy cannon. Fire it according to my commands. Under Su Chen's authorization, Xiaoling assumed control of the crystal energy cannon. Su Chen could operate it directly or achieve remote control through Xiaoling. After completing all this, Su Chen felt somewhat weary. He exchanged a few words with Qinglan upstairs, who was still excitedly making preparations, then headed straight to the master bedroom. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto the bed. That night, Su Chen slept soundly. He slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking, he saw Qinglan still asleep beside him. He gently stroked her cheek before carefully getting out of bed and leaving the room. Xiaoling, did anything happen yesterday? The RV is simply too large now. Even if there's commotion outside, it's hard to sense anything inside. Master, last night a group of mutated beasts significantly stronger than before attacked the RV. However, after failing to make any significant impact, they departed. Xiaoling relayed last night's events to Su Chen. I see. Just a bunch of weakling mutated beasts. Let's head out of the town and keep moving. Just as Su Chen gave Xiaoling the order to press on, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Simultaneously, it echoed in the ears of all survivors. Chapter 220, Wasteland Casino. Everyone, after spending a day in the Steam Wasteland, I trust you've gained some understanding of this place. Deceit and scheming, resorting to any means to achieve your goals. Do you want to exact revenge on them? Backstabbing? No holds barred? Su Chen froze. How come it sounded like the other players were getting screwed over big time? Damn it! This is infuriating. I got scammed out of everything, down to my last pair of underwear. Damn it, they tricked me into doing a quest with promised rewards. I finished the damn thing, but the NPC vanished without a trace, no rewards whatsoever. You got off easy. I finished my quest only to get double-crossed by them. I almost got killed, luckily I got out fast. Players were buzzing with discussion. The regional chat channel, with nearly 50,000 people, was absolutely on fire. Soon, the system prompt continued. To address this, we present a challenge and opportunity, a test of both luck and skill, the Wasteland Casino. Challenge hours, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. During this period, win as much as possible to collect stars. The more stars you gather, the richer the rewards beyond your imagination. Each player starts with 5 stars. You may earn additional stars through game activities or by challenging other players to bets according to the rules. The winner claims the bet stars. If your stars are depleted, you may borrow from the system but must pay interest. Failure to repay within the stipulated time will result in immediate elimination. When you have over 10 stars, you may exit at any time. Rewards will be distributed proportionally based on your star count. Players with fewer than 5 stars at the final game settlement will be eliminated. Stars can only be lent and must be returned upon game completion, they cannot be directly gifted. Additionally, to prevent passive play in extra matches, failure to wager or participate within 1 hour will result in the deduction of 1 star. Both parties involved in a fake match will have stars deducted, with the instigator losing triple the amount. This is a fair challenge, a game testing both luck and courage. For those favored by Lady Luck, it might as well be paradise. Here, you can obtain everything you desire. Even failure matters little, for temporary setbacks may pave the way for a better beginning. Welcome, everyone. May your gaming be joyful. As the system's prompt faded, everyone erupted in excitement. They understood, this was a game of wagers, a contest of intellect and nerve, where raw skill mattered little. Holy crap! I've been a gambler for 20 years, I think I've got this. Ha! Doesn't that mean the big shots are on the same starting line as us? Well, except for those with maxed out luck, of course. Suddenly, I felt an urge to challenge the server's top player, Suchen, to a wager. Even if I lose, I'd be thrilled. Actually, I'd already discovered a game glitch. As long as 2 players rock paper scissors every hour, the win rate would approach 50% with enough rounds. If they tied in the final hour, it'd be game over. Holy crap, bro, upstairs. Great idea. Ahem, naive, how do you know the person you're with won't just want to take all your stars for themselves? If one of you accidentally loses everything, the other might just ditch you and find someone else to farm with. Never test human nature. As he heard the subsequent game rules, Suchen's brows furrowed deeply. Betting might be the key to amassing stars, but you also have to avoid being played. Deliberately losing to trigger penalties for both sides. Fat Dragon, go wake up your sister-in-law. Stay in the car the whole time, don't get out. Suchen instructed Fat Dragon before waiting for the system's teleportation. After Qinglan woke up, she exchanged greetings with Suchen before heading straight back to her own car. I wonder if she and Suchen will be assigned to the same location. 6 o'clock. A flash of white light. Suchen felt a momentary dizziness before he and his vehicle materialized in an unfamiliar place. He now stood within a colossal space resembling an ancient Roman amphitheater. The surroundings were lavishly decorated, the entire arena bathed in a gilded glow. Numerous unfamiliar facilities dotted the area, though he recognized many poker, dice, and mahjong tables. The entire venue resembled a colossal arena, except instead of wild beasts, it was filled with cars. So, it just starts like this? Suchen noticed a star emblem on his car's windshield, with the number 5 displayed behind it. Snap! At that moment, a figure with a ram's head appeared in the center of the arena. Accompanied by pulsing BGM, it began writhing its body while bellowing with fervor. Gamblers, are you ready? Look around through your car windows. The vehicles surrounding you are all identical, and the people inside them appear the same to your eyes. As the goat-headed figure spoke, everyone instinctively peered outside their windows. Indeed, as he said, everyone was in identical sports cars. Looking through the windows, the drivers all appeared the same. Zio felt like a fish out of water, standing out like a sore thumb. And everyone else sees it that way too. I trust you've all noticed, others appear identical to you, yet you yourself seem different. Don't be surprised, and don't be afraid. This is the first group game we'll face. A total of 500 survivors are participating in the game at Site 66. If you look closely, you'll notice there are 1,000 cars scattered throughout this area. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone immediately scanned their surroundings. Even with double the number, a quick glance could still distinguish them. If there were only 500 people, why did they see nearly 1,000? Among those 1,000 vehicles, 500 people are survivors. The other 500 are naturally the survivors of the Steen Wasteland. Therefore, you may now rest freely for 2 hours. During this time, we will play a little game. It's called Guess the Identity. Each player must guess whether the drivers of 3 nearby vehicles are survivors or scavengers. Those who fail to make 3 correct guesses before the game ends will lose stars based on the number of incorrect guesses. For survivors, if you correctly identify another player as a survivor, you earn 1 star from them. If you correctly identify another player as a survivor, you may ask them to grant you one favor and vice versa. Each person can only be guessed once. Can't we just start the game already? This is so tedious. Suchen shook his head and glanced up at the goat-headed man. Alright, enough talk. The first minigame begins now. Chapter 221, The Maid and the Premature Bet. After the Minotaur announced the start of the competition, players in surrounding cars began chatting through windows with those in adjacent vehicles, trying to discern each other's identities. Meanwhile, some players immediately began driving their cars recklessly. Anyone who got hit and immediately cursed out their attacker was instantly suspected of being a player. Both survivors and pursuers were simultaneously trying to figure out each other's identities. They were all participants. A 2-hour countdown hung in the sky. Many began to move. They weren't naive enough to believe the promise of 2 hours of comfortable enjoyment here. Each player must make at least 3 guesses. Failing to do so results in deducted stars. Stars were crucial. They were the guarantee of surviving to the end and the currency for redeeming rewards. Therefore, they had to deliberate carefully, ensuring each guess was precise. But one person was different, Suchen. He was incredibly relaxed, driving his car to the nearby dining area and casually grabbing a few cakes and desserts. Having feasted on delicacies these past days, he hadn't tasted cake in ages. Nibbling on the sweets, Suchen glanced at the female player sitting in the car beside him, also enjoying desserts. He smiled and asked, "Ma'am, what kind of person do you think Suchen is?" Hearing Suchen's question, the female player visibly startled, seemingly caught off guard that someone would ask her a question while she was eating. She whispered, "You mean Suchen, the top player in the entire server? He's an incredibly skilled survivor. I really admire him. If it were possible, I'd love to be his maid someday. I believe that if you're beautiful enough, your wish will come true someday." Suchen quipped, "So, I guess you're a survivor." Guessing right off the bat? She knows Suchen and is a survivor? This must be a hardcore player. All around, dozens of cars turned their heads in unison as Suchen blurted out his guess, their eyes wide with astonishment. "That's way too hasty. There's still so much time left. Shouldn't you think it through carefully before guessing?" The female player being questioned was equally stunned. Then her disguise slipped, revealing a half-deformed hand. Her voice instantly turned hoarse. "Congratulations, you guessed right. Make your request." Seeing this, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, like an angelic creation, though it was a pity that one deformed hand marred the perfection. Indeed, beneath the disguise, such beauty remained. "My request is this: for the remainder of the game, you will serve me as my maid." To Suchen, the physical flaw on the other person's body didn't matter at all. As long as she held value to him, that was all that mattered. At Suchen's demand, the survivor woman seemed to freeze for a moment, her gaze lingering deeply on him. She possessed the right to refuse this demand. Requests must stay within certain bounds, and this clearly crossed the line. Yet, the survivor woman still nodded and said, "Alright, no problem." Contract formed. Survivor Vivian becomes your maid. Contract formed. Survivor Suchen becomes your temporary master. Suchen? He was Suchen? Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at Suchen, unable to fathom that her words had materialized so abruptly. Could today possibly be her lucky day? "Master!" Vivian called out willingly, then drove her vehicle to Suchen's side. Just then, a player stepped forward, pointing at Suchen and declaring, "I bet you're a survivor." Suchen had guessed the other player's identity, and since his stars hadn't increased or decreased, it meant he was indeed the survivor, the exact opposite role. Seizing the moment, the player declared, "Guess successful. Make your demand. I want to wager 5 stars with you. You must accept." When players from different factions guess each other's identities, they can only demand 1 star at most. But a wager is different. Any number of stars is fair game. "Bet 5 stars? Suchen looked at the other player with slight surprise. "So generous? That's almost embarrassing. Since there's no way to refuse, I'll just have to accept." Bet agreement established. Game rules set by the guessing player, with survivors participating in the wager. The wager is 5 stars. The losing party must give all stars to the winner. Too bad you're not a girl. Otherwise, I'd add a task where the loser becomes a maid. Suchen shook his head regretfully, completely oblivious to the other player's face, now contorted with bulging veins. What a bunch of players who just don't know how to enjoy the game. The goat-headed man cast a deep, piercing glance at the crowd of players before fixing his gaze on Suchen with an admiring look. "You're quite impressive. The game is about to begin." The initiator stepped forward and addressed the surrounding players. "I still need 2 players to team up with me. Any takers? If I win, I'll share a star with you." "Free stars? Why pass them up? Besides, this duel had nothing to do with them anyway." Soon, 2 players stepped forward. For dawn immediately enveloped them, teleporting them to an arena shrouded in black cloth. The initiator continued, "In this pitch-black arena, there are several wooden stakes. You have 1 minute to drive in and ram the stakes. We 4 will take turns entering to strike them. The last one in will be deemed to have knocked down all remaining stakes. You go first. As long as the number of stakes you knock down isn't the highest or lowest among us, you win. That's all. You have 1 minute. Game on. After explaining the rules, the initiator immediately declared the game started, giving Suchen no time to think. He was simply forced to enter in challenge. In absolute darkness, with only 1 minute, it was impossible to even determine how many stakes there were, let alone devise a strategy. Just start like that? How is this any different from cheating? From a car in the crowd, Qinglan muttered indignantly. Wow, this is way too luck-based. Can that guy pull it off? You call him a brother? Then you're a survivor too? I bet you're a survivor. You. Hearing the other person's words, Suchen paused for less than a second before the corners of his mouth curled upward. Sure enough, as the hosts, you're incredibly generous, even going out of your way to deliver stars. Well then, I can only accept them with a smile. With that, Suchen drove straight into the pitch-black space shrouded in black cloth. Chapter 222, Are you here to hand out points? The moment Suchen plunged into the black void, all eyes turned to the live broadcast suspended mid-air. To them, this was nothing more than a game of pure luck. Within a mere minute, there wouldn't even be enough time to count how many wooden stakes were inside, let alone execute any thought process. Boom! The very second Suchen plunged into that space, the number representing contestant number 1 behind him changed from 0 to 1, then began rapidly flashing. Didn't that guy even count or think? He just started crashing in? Are you kidding? Would you even have time to get in? Charging headfirst is the best option, at least you'd have a shot at winning by luck. Wait, how did he get out? It hasn't even been 10 seconds. Under everyone's gaze, Suchen's car shot out at high speed, then executed a smooth skid to come to a sideways stop. That graceful posture and dashing demeanor were utterly cool. Anyone watching would have thought he'd already secured first place. Seeing Suchen emerge so quickly, the survivor who initiated the challenge flashed a savage grin. 5 stars were about to be his. As his gaze slowly shifted upward, his eyes suddenly froze. So, are you satisfied with this outcome? Suchen smiled, rolled down the window, and said with his hands spread wide. Suchen? Is that really Suchen? Holy crap! It really is Suchen. I'm sharing a venue with Suchen? This is unbelievably lucky. Suchen, can I take a photo with you? His identity having been guessed, Suchen figured he might as well reveal it early. The survivors stared at the numbers Suchen had hit, falling silent as if struck dumb. I imagine you must be quite generous, otherwise you wouldn't have proposed such a simple wager. I'll gladly accept the 5 stars you've given me, thank you for your generosity. A broad smile spread across Suchen's face. Ever since arriving here, he'd been buzzing with excitement. He was a devoted fan of the gambling god, even dreaming of becoming one himself. Since the game system had arranged such a challenge, he was determined to be the one standing at the very end. The next moment, despair washed over the survivor's face as a hoarse voice echoed. You win. No need to gamble anymore. My 5 stars are yours. His face was filled with despair, but he quickly regained his composure. He wasn't yet at the end of his rope. He could borrow from the game's official system to continue playing. As long as he earned it back, he could start over. Still, the sense of defeat lingered, palpable to everyone around him. Yet the survivors and survivors present were all deeply puzzled. How did Suchen just win outright? Didn't the others need to compete? Hadn't they called up several more contestants? Why were they just handed the win without competing? Holy, is this rigged or what? Did they intentionally let him win just because he's the server's top player? I don't get it. How did he win before anyone else even entered? Any big shots out there care to explain? He hit 20 wooden posts in total. Is there some significance to that? Seriously, at least lift the black cloth so we can see. How are we supposed to understand otherwise? If you guys can't even figure this out, I'm seriously worried about how you'll handle future wagers. Many confused players began asking questions. At that moment, seeing this player was Suchen, Qinglan's lips instantly curved upward. 20 taking the average? With detection, it's practically cheating. After searching treasure chests along the highway, Qinglan knew Suchen possessed the ability to detect. This pitch-black space within the black cloth was as transparent as glass to Suchen. Once detection was activated, no one stood a chance. This was fundamentally a straightforward logic problem. As long as you took the average, you were guaranteed to win. The real challenge lay in counting the exact number of stakes within the limited time, otherwise, it was pure luck. But with detection active, it was crystal clear from the start that there were exactly 80 wooden stakes inside, and their precise locations were known. With 4 players participating, the average number was 20. In this game, who goes first makes no difference, all that matters is getting the average. If you take the average of 20, 2 scenarios will inevitably occur. First scenario, everyone gets 20, so there's no distinction between who got the most or least. The second scenario is that the stakes are not evenly divided. However, if you take the average number, there will inevitably be someone with more and someone with fewer stakes than you. In this case, you will definitely be in the middle position. For Su Chen, possessing both Xiaoling's detection abilities and his own radar scanning meant this was a guaranteed win. Immediately, the survivors' 5 stars landed upon Su Chen. Stars, they really are wonderful. Su Chen turned to the players who had just agreed to join the competition, smiling as he spoke. Since you're here to help the survivors, you're clearly their kind. Teaming up to screw us survivors over, huh? His voice carried loud enough for many nearby to hear. The 2 competing players remained silent. Speaking now would only be a mistake. They let the other party speculate perhaps they could even earn stars from it. Before Su Chen could make his guess, a player nearby suddenly jumped out, pointing at one of the cars and declaring, "I bet you're a survivor." For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. But soon, laughter erupted. Su Chen's grin stretched almost to the back of his head. "Dude, you actually believed me? Don't you know the golden rule here is never trust anyone? Who'd actually pick 2 teammates to come up? And they were randomly selected just now. You think they're stupid?" The player who stepped forward to guess identities froze in place, his body stiff and motionless. The player he had pointed at also revealed his true identity. "Bro, you guessed wrong, I'm a survivor too." Su Chen's single sentence proved the other player wrong, earning him a star. He was overjoyed. With a faint smile on his face, Su Chen remarked, "Truthfully, I couldn't say for sure if he was a survivor. You still had a 50% chance with your guess. Too bad you guessed wrong." Su Chen opened the window, pointed at the player he'd just guessed at, and declared, "I bet you're a survivor." Chapter 223, Su Chen's Open Strategy, The Time Trap. Then Su Chen pointed at the remaining person who had been called up. "I bet you're a survivor too." As soon as he finished speaking, both revealed their true identities. Su Chen had guessed correctly. Having earned 2 more stars, Su Chen instantly became the star of the show. Moreover, he had now completed the task of making 3 guesses. He didn't need to guess anymore, but clearly, Su Chen had no intention of stopping. The middle-aged man who had jumped out to guess first was someone accustomed to bossing others around. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Now, he felt the eyes of thousands of players upon him, as if silently mocking his blunder. Earlier, he thought Su Chen's reasoning made perfect sense. He had to beat him to the guess to steal the chance of getting it right. Little did he know Su Chen had just blurted it out to bait him. What the hell was wrong with him? Was 1 star really worth this? Under the stares of those around him, his face flushed with embarrassment. Pointing at Su Chen, he shouted, "I'm filing a complaint. I'm protesting." Why did his game end the moment it started, before any other players even began? This is rigged. They're deliberately staging this. If rigging was discovered, stars would be deducted. Of course, he knew Su Chen was the server's top player and couldn't vent his anger at him. So he directed his suspicions at the ogre, accusing the survivor of faking it. Clearly, he was one of those slow-witted individuals who hadn't processed the situation yet. Seeing this, the Minotaur fixed him with an icy stare. "Do you know what kind of place this is? It's a casino." "A casino? Is there such a thing as absolute fairness in a casino?" But that survivor just now truly won the match. With that, the Minotaur pulled back all the black cloth covering the space, revealing the scene within. There are 80 wooden stakes in total. He hit 20 of them. Go figure it out yourself. As the middle-aged man stood dumbfounded, Su Chen chimed in from the side, "This game isn't for you. Quit while you still can." Then, Su Chen drove around the grounds, chatting with people here and there. But after witnessing the previous scene, other players kept their distance from him, refusing to respond or acknowledge him in any way. Many others, however, had finally grasped the situation through Su Chen's earlier actions. Under these circumstances, many prepared to begin their own probing maneuvers. Finding the crowd rather dull, Su Chen approached the goat-headed man and declared, "This game is utterly boring. Let me help you wrap it up quickly." Then, under the sheep-headed man's slightly dazed gaze, pointed directly at a passing car and declared, "I bet you're a survivor. Guess successful." Then, the star count on his car increased by 1 again. Su Chen shrugged indifferently, casually pointing at another car. "I bet you're a survivor. Guess successful." "Oh, buddy, you're not my type. I don't need your services. Leave 2 stars and get lost." There'd be plenty of time for wagers later. He needed to wrap up this guessing game fast. He immediately pointed at another passing player. "I bet you're a survivor. Guess correct." The moment Su Chen's identity was exposed, all survivors and survivors present became clearly visible on his radar detection. So for him, this wasn't guessing, it was an open book exam. And even if it weren't an open book test, he wouldn't care about guessing. Because as long as he guessed enough players, his accuracy would approach 50%, preventing him from losing stars while reducing others' chances to guess. Players who failed to guess enough would lose stars. In a sense, others losing stars meant gaining stars for Su Chen. To avoid arousing suspicion, Su Chen occasionally deliberately got 2 wrong to show he could make mistakes too. Many who witnessed Su Chen's actions were utterly astonished. How could he be both so fast and so accurate? Su Chen's accuracy rate was nearly 90%. He's already completed 3 rounds, so why is he still guessing? Look at his accuracy rate. If you were that precise, wouldn't you keep guessing? Oh no. Just then, many people suddenly realized something and began joining Su Chen's guessing army. There's still an hour and 50 minutes left, what's the rush? Many were baffled. At this stage, they should be playing it safe, figuring out who the survivors are and who the survivors aren't before making any guesses. Xinglan quickly grasped Su Chen's meaning and joined the guessing frenzy. Earlier, he'd spotted clues in the behavior of those around him. There must be significant differences between the survivors and those seeking survival. She had been observing their reactions throughout the previous actions, using that to form her own guesses. I guess you're a survivor. Xinglan correctly guessed 3 survivors in a row, earning 3 stars and meeting the minimum requirement. The sharp minds present all realized. Everyone gets 3 guesses, totaling 3,000 guesses. Yet only 1,000 people are present, meaning each can only be guessed once. Now, Su Chen, the server's top player, was leading the charge with relentless guessing, utterly disregarding the outcome of any single game. At this pace, the match would likely end prematurely. Because soon, they would face a situation where there was no one left to guess. Many sharp minds sprang into action, while others began to carefully deliberate. Stars were crucial to them. Each guess cost 1 star, so they had to be precise, refusing to give stars away for free. Accurately predicting an outcome favorable to themselves is crucial. However, many sharp players who had caught on were no longer in a position to overthink. They made a safe guess first to cover their bases. They made 3 guaranteed guesses to avoid losing stars, then attempted to guess others' outcomes to win stars back. Chaos began to erupt across the entire casino's 66th floor. As the instigator, after making over 100 guesses, he finally stopped. Stepping into the center of the arena, he looked at the goat-headed man and said, "Well, I made this game a lot more interesting for you. Any extra rewards?" The Minotaur. A deafening silence. Time passed quickly. Some less alert individuals soon sensed something was amiss. They were still hesitating, still pondering the best way to break the deadlock, but the situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. At some point, everything around them had shifted, slipping beyond their grasp. Speculation in the arena reached terrifying levels, with players' identities being exposed at an alarming rate. Fewer and fewer players managed to maintain their mysterious, hidden identities. Only now did they seem to wake up, recalling Su Chen's earlier actions. It dawned on them, their opponent had dug a massive pit for them from the very beginning. Now, it was too late to escape. Chapter 224, Warm-up over. Exit and next game. Many astute players, having grasped Su Chen's intent, joined forces with him to eliminate the remaining hesitant participants. This led to the current situation where those indecisive, lacking in decisiveness and intelligence, were collectively eliminated. There was no way around it. With only 1,000 players and each allowed 3 guesses, it was inevitable that a group would fail to complete their 3 attempts. This game was brutal. It was destined that a large number would lose stars, while only a handful could gain them. Just half an hour after the game began, the entire venue erupted into a cacophony of noise. The roar of engines, heated discussions, and questioning voices made the entire Lot 66 bustle like a bustling marketplace. Few had completed 3 guesses, and fewer still remained to be guessed. The longer this went on, the more people lost their heads. I bet you're. Guess my ass. I bet you're the survivor. By now, accuracy rates meant nothing to anyone. Guessing still has a 50% chance to earn a star, but not guessing guarantees losing one. Under these circumstances, everyone started guessing any player who hadn't been guessed yet. At this moment, Su Chen, the instigator of it all, remained in the fruit section. Savoring fresh fruit, he watched the unfolding chaos with a faint smirk. Just minutes before the game began, everyone had stood idle, essentially watching his performance. Now, everyone was in motion, consumed by anxiety, unable to wait another moment. Congratulations, everyone! This game has ended early. Though the world still has an hour left, all players' identities have been revealed. Now, any player who hasn't completed 3 successful guesses will lose stars equal to the number of guesses they failed. In the center of the arena, the goat-headed man's voice rang out with heightened excitement as his gaze swept across the field. With a wave of his hand, the star counts displayed before the vehicles of those who hadn't completed 3 guesses decreased by varying amounts, ranging up to 13 points. Those who had completed 3 guesses breathed a sigh of relief. As for those who hadn't, their eyes fixed intently on Su Chen and the first group of clever players. If not for them, they might have had a chance to complete 3 guesses. It was all because they insisted on stirring trouble and disrupting the situation. A smile then spread across the Minotaur's face as he continued. Very well, our warm-up round is now officially over. As a casino, we naturally won't restrict your comings and goings. Now, any players wishing to leave? You may find me to exit. Of course, after every subsequent game concludes, you'll have another chance to leave provided you possess 5 stars. If you don't even have 5 stars, then I'm afraid you're out of luck. Come find me when you've earned your 5 stars. Hearing the Minotaur's words, many in the arena lit up with excitement. They were the lucky ones who had guessed correctly in the game earlier, now holding the chance to leave. Could one truly leave without any cost upon reaching 5 stars? Someone in the crowd asked. Of course. My word is my bond. 5 stars will grant you exit from the casino. The Minotaur's deep voice echoed once more, offering a definitive answer. What reward comes with those 5 stars? Another voice inquired. Deserters who leave midway still expect rewards? What are you thinking? The goat-headed man turned to face the player who had posed the question. So it was Suchen, the game's frontrunner with 51 stars. If you leave, naturally there's a reward. But with so many stars, don't quit staying makes it more interesting. The goat-headed man's tone instantly softened, becoming extremely obsequious in Suchen's presence. It seemed that in the casino, stars weren't just betting capital, they were a symbol of status and standing. Among the players present, those holding 5 stars or more were a minority. Many, after hesitating, made their decisions. Many players with exactly 5 stars chose to quit, unwilling to risk losing their chance to exit altogether. Moreover, exiting early meant they could scavenge ample resources on the highways during daylight hours to offset their losses. To them, the steam wasteland seemed far safer than this casino. Those with more than 5 stars felt more confident and decided to stay and see how things played out. If they made it to the end, the star rewards would be quite lucrative. At this moment, a hint of greed flickered across every face. The fear of this place seemed to have faded considerably. Excuse me, Minotaur Judge, is it possible to use force to compel others to surrender their stars here? At that moment, a 9-star player spoke up. He was a gambler at heart, and this challenge had him abnormally excited. But if absolute fairness didn't exist here, continuing to gamble would surely lead to defeat. Unless it's a duel-type game, it's naturally not allowed. The Minotaur replied. Well then, Suchen, having lost your most prized strength, let's see how you fare today. The man fixed his gaze on Suchen's position, his expression dark. Many players were quitting, not just because of the game itself, but also because the server's top player, Suchen, was here. That meant their chances of failure were even greater. By stepping forward and speaking now, this man aimed to dispel any lingering hesitation among players, to erase their fear of facing the server's top player. Is that so? I'm actually quite looking forward to seeing you jump out and challenge me to a wager later. Suchen wore a friendly smile, but to others, it felt almost intimidating. Of course, many fans of the server's top player, Suchen, were already starry-eyed at his bold declaration. Even if it meant staying just to catch a few more glimpses of Suchen, they would remain. Such is the nature of the fan base. Oh ho ho, this is exactly how it should be between players. Excellent. Anyone else wanting to quit? I'll count to 10. If no one else wants to leave, I'll close the exit channel. 1, 10. Alright, closed. Since everyone has made their decision, the game continues. The very first wave cost 70% of players their stars, with 10% quitting altogether. Only a small fraction ended up gaining stars. But at this point, choosing to quit is absolutely the right move because the casino game has only just begun. The Minotaur announced loudly. Excellent. Next up is the next mode, free mode. You may freely wager against other players. The terms of the wager are up to you to decide. It can be between 2 people or multiple players. As long as everyone agrees, the wager stands. Additionally, around the casino perimeter, you'll find our internal gaming machines and betting options. Players can participate to win our stars. If you run out of betting chips, you may borrow stars from our front desk. However, if you fail to redeem them within the allotted time, they will be forfeited immediately. Alright, free mode officially begins now. Duration, 3 hours. Let's not waste time. Chapter 225, Youthful Recklessness, come and challenge us. Instantly, everything around them transformed. Everyone was forcibly pulled from their vehicles. Their vehicles transformed into a car icon floating above their heads, accompanied by a star emblem. Without the protection of their vehicles, many felt uneasy at first, but they quickly adjusted. This was a casino. How could they gamble if they kept driving around like before? This was perfectly normal. Inside the hall, light-hearted music played, accompanied by a variety of gambling equipment. Beyond the common poker, mahjong, dice, and slot machines, Suchen had never seen the other games before. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, once this challenge concludes, anyone whose stars combined with their debts total less than 0 will be erased. This announcement sent a chill down the spines of players already on edge, intensifying their anxiety. Damn it, did you really have to add that at this moment? Game start. Above their heads, the countdown numbers flashed. Everyone grew restless with anticipation. Many immediately rushed to the familiar card tables nearby to check the situation. Dice games, 3-card poker, Texas Hold'em, blackjack players quickly packed the tables. Many players confidently took their seats without hesitation. Sanda Koen, what are your plans next? The man who had spoken earlier addressed a young man before him. Ito Koen, I plan to take on Suchen. The young man stared intently at Suchen, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Ito glanced at him, paused for a second, then patted his shoulder and said, Good. Santon Koen, you have the spirit of a samurai. Go for it. Though he publicly challenged Suchen, he had no intention of taking him on one-on-one. His plan was to find other players in this arena who wanted to take down Suchen and team up with them. Against 2 opponents, his odds were 50%. But against 100? His opponent's odds would be just 1%. All he needed was a way to get the opponent to agree to his wager without realizing it. As for now, a young upstart had dared to challenge authority, an opportunity he wouldn't pass up. Ito-kun, rest assured. With a 50-50 win rate, I've got the upper hand. Who knows? I might even beat Su-chun into submission, make him kneel and surrender to our Sakura team. Ito. Kid, you're unstoppable. Your ambition even outshines our team captain's. Go for it. Oh, and don't say you're part of our team, this is your personal glory. Ito patted the other man on the shoulder and walked away. The other guy was heading toward Su-chen soon, and he didn't want to get dragged into this mess just yet. For now, he'd take the lead and act according to his own plan. These hot-blooded youths were just cannon fodder. Hearing Ito's words that this glory belonged to him, Kawada clenched his fists. This was motivation from his teammate. Ito trusted him. He could do this. Kawada pumped himself up with a fist pump, then without further hesitation, headed straight for Su-chen's location. He had 6 stars on his person. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to wager 5 of them against his opponent. Just 5. That way, even if he lost, it wouldn't be a disaster. He wouldn't need to borrow money, and he'd still have a chance to make a comeback. Su-chen's position on the field was highly conspicuous, with virtually no one around him. After all, no one wanted to catch Su-chen's attention. While the competition was relatively fair, the 51 stars above Su-chen's head spoke volumes about his capabilities in certain areas. Su-chen, I am Sangda of Sakura. I challenge you. As soon as he reached Su-chen's side, Santen spoke up, issuing the challenge while extending his hand in a symbolic gesture of courtesy. Before he could get close, however, Vivilia intercepted him. As a maid, she wouldn't allow strangers to approach Su-chen. Su-chen glanced at the challenger, ignoring the outstretched hand entirely. No need for formalities. You Sakura dogs can't wait to come and offer yourselves up, can you? Faced with this, Santen's face flushed with embarrassment. He withdrew his hand and glared at Su-chen with anger. Su-chen, don't get cocky. I won't lose. I'll bet you 5 stars. Only 5 stars? Forget it. Weaklings like you can barely scrape together 5 stars anyway. Not interested. If you want to bet with me, bring 10 stars. Otherwise, don't waste my time. Su-chen played the bait and switch tactic. The young and reckless Santen, provoked by Su-chen's words, flew into a rage. 10 it is. Just you wait. I'll make sure you lose miserably. With that, Santen rushed off to borrow stars from others. But everyone knew he was betting against Su-chen, no one was willing to lend him any. With no other options, Santian was forced to approach the casino officials. He borrowed 5 stars, with the condition that they must be returned within an hour or be forfeited. Seeing the 10 stars the other guy produced, Su-chen couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. Since you insist on giving them away, I'll oblige. What do you want to bet on? You're letting me set the terms? Looks like you're admitting defeat. Fine then, let's bet on who wins and who loses in that other match over there. Of course, they can't know about our wager, and neither of us can interfere with their match. I'll guess first. How about it? Dare you? Sang Tian pointed toward the 2 players already preparing for their wager, his voice tinged with excitement. He knew full well that one of them was exceptionally strong and had deliberately chosen his opponent, guaranteeing a high win rate. Ask me if I dare? Hearing his words, Su-chen nearly burst out laughing. Playing reverse psychology with me? Did he really think he was guaranteed to win? Fine, your foolishness has won me over. I accept your wager. The bet is on. After Su-chen accepted the wager, a beam of light enveloped them both. The wager was sealed, meaning neither could back out. Immediately, both pairs of eyes turned toward the other 2 men engaged in their own wager. I'll take the one on the left with the thicker beard, Sang Tian declared immediately. Then I'll take the one on the right. Su-chen declared. Vivian. At that moment, Su-chen turned to the maid beside him, flashing a meaningful smile. Vivian instantly understood. She immediately walked over to the 2 men. Su-chen, what are you doing? Get your maid back here immediately, or you'll be disqualified. Seeing this, Santen's face darkened as he glared at Su-chen. Su-chen shrugged, his expression utterly unruffled as he replied. What's the problem? We can't interfere with the bet between us 2. I never intended to interfere. Vivian is merely my maid, not my slave. She has her own thoughts, and I can't control that. Rest assured, those 2 have no idea about our wager. Chapter 226, Santen's defeat. Going all in without even looking at his cards. The 2 individuals targeted by Su-chen and his partner for the race wager, Sang Tian, had investigated them. The player he suspected was a professional race car driver, making his odds of winning quite high. He might be reckless, but he wasn't stupid. Naturally, he'd choose a bet he had a chance to win, which is why he'd bet against Su-chen. But now, the other side clearly intended to stir trouble. Yet he was powerless to stop it, for the other party hadn't interfered, merely summoned his maid. What Lilia would do was entirely unpredictable. Lilia approached the 2 men, her voice soft as she said, Gentlemen, did you just begin a wager? Both men froze at Lilia's appearance. They recognized her as the survivor Suchen had deduced earlier, now serving as his maid. How could she be here? What do you want? The appearance of Suchen's maid made them wary. After all, getting involved with the server's top player rarely meant anything good. Sorry, but you can't win this round. If you do, Suchen will keep a close eye on you afterward. Lilia addressed the middle-aged bearded man on the left directly. With that, she turned and walked away without another word. Only the two stunned figures remained. Instantly, the player on the right's face lit up with wild joy. Was Suchen helping him? If the other guy couldn't win, that meant he could. This was practically free stars. He regretted not betting more stars earlier. Wouldn't that have been a windfall? As for the one on the left, his expression shifted between light and shadow. He pondered, why wouldn't Suchen let him win? Was he targeting him? Or was the person he locked eyes with connected to the other player? Damn it, why are there always connected people everywhere? As for challenging Suchen? No way. Better to just lose quietly. It was only 1 star. Better than getting targeted by Suchen. Soon, the match commenced, and the outcome held no surprises. With one side playing defensively, the other naturally secured an easy victory. But just as the match ended, an alert sounded once more. Players engaging in match fixing during player versus player wagers will have 2 stars deducted. The opposing player will have 1 star deducted. Only then did they realize that match fixing was strictly forbidden within the Wasteland Casino. Yet the man who lost 2 stars didn't seem upset at all. He actually looked quite pleased. Originally, he'd been annoyed that losing 1 star meant the opponent gained 1. But now, losing 2 stars meant the opponent only lost 1. That felt perfectly fine. After the match result was announced, Suchen turned to look at Santan, whose face was dark with displeasure. Even if it was a fixed match, the result stands. 10 stars, I'll gladly take them. You cheated. You're cheating. Sang Tian snapped out of his daze and glared at Suchen, shouting. You made him lose. Isn't that interfering with the match result? What? Did you just hear me interfere with the other side? I don't recall saying a word. As for what Vivian said to them, that's beyond my control. But you heard it too. They don't know about our wager. No, this is. For a moment, Santan was at a loss for words. The other party hadn't actually intervened at all. It was all the maid's own initiative. How can you justify that? It still counts as interference. Suchen couldn't be bothered to respond, strolling leisurely over to the adjacent gambling table. The outcome of the bet was already decided. No need to waste any more breath on it. Immediately, the number of stars above Santan's head dropped from 11 to 1, while Suchen's count rose from 51 to 61. He continued to tower above the rest. Sang Tian. Suchen had defeated him in this manner, and naturally, he refused to concede defeat. He needed to quickly earn back his negative stars, then gather enough stars to challenge Suchen again. Don't lose heart, Sang Tian, the team is always with you. Just as he resolved to gamble his stars back, a familiar voice echoed in his ear once more. Ito Koen, I'm sorry. You've brought shame upon our team. Sanda turned his head to see Ito, a look of embarrassment flitting across his face. He'd just made such a grand declaration, only to end up looking like this. Don't get upset, Sanda Koen. We believe in your strength. So please pull yourself together and join our upcoming counter-Suchen alliance operations. Ito Koen patted his shoulder. The other guy had served his purpose as cannon fodder quite well. If he could continue sacrificing himself for the team in the future, that would be even better. Ito, do you have a way to deal with Suchen? Hearing this, Santan perked up and asked directly. 1 person's odds aren't high, but what about 100? I've already recruited over 30 people to join the campaign against Suchen. Once we reach around 100, his chances of winning will be drastically reduced. For now, he wasn't eager to face Suchen in a contest. He still needed more time. Alright, I'm in. When you're ready to face off Ito Koen, just give me a shout. I'll go see if I can earn some stars first. Sanda nodded immediately and departed. After witnessing Suchen's tactics during the earlier wager, many nearby players quickly distanced themselves. Soon, not a single player remained near Suchen. No one wanted to catch Suchen's attention. The chips in his hands seemed practically limitless to them. Suchen couldn't care less about this, finding it rather convenient. He headed straight for the Texas Hold'em area. Before coming here, he frequently watched competitive matches on Douyin featuring players like Du Wang and Peter. He swore he wasn't there just to watch. The moment he sat down at the table, several men in the room immediately turned grim. Yet, fueled by confidence in their own skills, many quickly regained their composure. Their eyes fixed on Suchen's 61 stars, filled with greed. Fine, you're strong. But you can't be good at cards too, right? Unexpectedly, as they began the next hand and 2 cards were dealt, Suchen didn't even glance at his cards. He went all in immediately. The other men? Dude, you're just taking advantage of your high rank to play dirty, right? Going all in without even looking at your cards? At that moment, a player holding QQ saw Suchen go all in without even looking at his cards. Overflowing with confidence, he thought, if not now, then when? He too bet his last 7 stars. Seeing this, the others folded one after another. If you want to play, go ahead. Then Suchen revealed his hand a 27 mixed suit. Instantly, the man holding QQ flashed a sneer. Chapter 227, Skyrocketing Stars. Ito can't contain himself. So much for Su the Legend's supposed card skills. Turns out he's nothing special after all. Opening champagne halfway through the game? That's not a good habit. Suchen smiled, choosing not to say more. The dealer then dealt the first 3 community cards. 3, 4, 6. The moment these cards appeared, QQ's heart sank. The opponent had actually made a straight with a single 5. What the hell kind of tie luck is this? No 5. No 5. Amidst his desperate pleas, the final card revealed a 5, granting Suchen a mixed straight flush that crushed his opponent's pair of queens. At that moment, Xinglan, who had been observing from the sidelines, noticed something amiss. The cherry blossom-clad man who had earlier mocked Suchen and incited players to gang up on him was now rallying survivors to isolate Suchen. As long as they refused Suchen's challenge, his star rating wouldn't reach absurd levels. It must be said, this tactic could significantly curb Suchen's progress. But Suchen wasn't about to sit idly by and wait for disaster. During a casual chance encounter, she exchanged intelligence with Suchen. Upon learning of their plan, Suchen's brow furrowed slightly. But he quickly dismissed a certain idea. They wouldn't bet against him? That was impossible. In fact, he was certain they would bet against him. Their current brief hibernation and retreat from the limelight must mean they're planning something big. Suchen knew their tactics all too well. Ito, currently holding only 5 stars, showed no urgency or concern about acquiring more. Instead, he moved freely, gathering all those harboring grievances against Suchen. Bro, interested in taking down Suchen? What? Take down Suchen? Like this? Those approached by him were invariably stunned, their eyes darting warily at the man before them. No matter how many stars they earned here, they could never be number 1 not with him around. Besides, don't you think he's been sitting on that top spot for far too long? It's time for a new number 1. Don't you want to experience the thrill of knocking a god off his pedestal? For ordinary people, there's immense satisfaction in creating a god, yet an even greater thrill in pulling that god down from their pedestal. So, thinking about joining? But the reason he's the server's top player is precisely because he's too strong. And now, his opponent clearly holds his own in gambling skills. Those being sought by the other party could only stare at them in speechless disbelief. Defeating the server's top player, are they really going to rely solely on their mouths? So what? Under absolutely fair gameplay, no one can increase their win rate. Cooperation. That's the key to this game, cooperation. If we band together and play another absolutely fair match, defeating Suchen might just be possible. And after taking down Suchen, who says we can't keep teaming up to take on other players? Wouldn't the stars we earn then be any less? But there are no buts. The opportunity is right before you. Whether you can step over the crown of the server's top player rests entirely on this moment. Ito coaxed them gently. He had already drawn in over 70 psychics this way. Soon, they could directly challenge Suchen to a wager. His selection process wasn't random, it was meticulously calculated. He sought out those whose stars were already dwindling, gamblers desperate for a last-ditch effort. Crucially, they must harbor reservations about Suchen, not admiration. Those who were overly confident, convinced they could defeat Suchen, or those too cowardly to face defeat were deliberately excluded. He needed neither the arrogant nor the cowardly. Those with 5 stars or more found it difficult to join this wager, as it meant not only antagonizing Suchen but also gaining little benefit. At this moment, Suchen was dominating every table, his star count soaring to 136. If it weren't for the fact that many players were too scared to take risks, Suchen might have even surpassed 300 stars. You've got 3 8s? Sorry, I've got a mixed straight with 2 3 5. After sweeping all the stars from the table, several players left with ashen faces. Is this bastard Suchen really a gambling god? How come no matter what game he plays, he always wins? Shaking his head at the group of players now devoid of stars, Suchen made his way to the dice rolling area. Since these players had no more stars to offer, it was time to take on the house. After the dealer shook the dice cup, he set it down. Several players nearby hesitated before placing 1 or 2 star points each, betting on high or low. 7 consecutive small rolls, this time it had to be big. Not jumping on a streak would be foolish, I'll bet on small. As for Suchen, he casually placed all his stars on a 666. Wait, going all in on a straight flush right off the bat? Is Suchen giving away his money? Ha! Finally, we'll see Suchen lose all his money. What a relief. Seeing Suchen go all in on a 666 straight, many felt an inexplicable thrill. Anyone knows how incredibly low the odds are for 3 6s. How dare Suchen gamble like this? In their eyes, Suchen was bound to lose everything. In this world, people just love watching the wealthy fall from grace and become penniless. As the chips settled, the dealer lifted the dice cup. Slowly, 1 6, 2 6s, 3 6s, the 3 dice came into view one after another. It was exactly what Su Chen had bet on 3 sixes. Onlookers? Seriously? That's possible? Upon seeing the numbers revealed, Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. At least this game wasn't rigged. Perhaps they figured a few stars wouldn't hurt. 3 sixes and natural paid 18 times the bet at this wasteland casino. Su Chen's stars skyrocketed from 178 to 3,204, an astonishing figure. Upon witnessing Su Chen's terrifying star count, many players who had been hesitating were instantly tempted. Even a split among 100 people, each would still get at least 32 stars. This bet was absolutely worth it. Soon, Ito gathered the number of people he needed and reached agreements with them all. He then made his way towards Su Chen's location. From afar, Xinglan watched the scene unfold and felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed she had overestimated him. Thought he was some big shot, but turns out he's just here to deliver. You finally showed up. I was getting pretty bored waiting. Su Chen casually tossed his chips onto the 7 spot, and sure enough, a 7 rolled up. I'm issuing you a challenge. The game's content will be randomly determined by the system, but it won't just be the two of us. To keep Su Chen calm and divert his attention from the trap in his words, Ito relinquished his right to set the game rules, hoping Su Chen would agree to the wager. As long as the game is fair to every player, their chances of winning are very high. Agreed. Su Chen smiled, showing no intention of refusing. Excellent. A triumphant smile spread across Ito's face as he raised his hand. Instantly, 100 beams of light enveloped Su Chen along with the 100 contestants. This was the only instance of private betting among players. The total number of players in the game reached 100. Chapter 228, Crossing the Glass Bridge. Su Chen's decisive move. Not bad, the largest scale private wager in the venue's history has begun. Random game selection initiated. Random selection successful. This game's challenge, Crossing the Glass Bridge. Number of participants, 100. The goat-headed man stood at the center of the arena, illuminated by a spotlight, and began explaining the rules of the contest. With a wave of his hand, a glass bridge hundreds of meters long materialized before them. However, the glass on the bridge is not continuous. Instead, every meter, 2 separate glass panels appear on either side, offering a choice of where to step. One side consists of tempered glass capable of bearing the weight of several people, while the other side is made of ordinary glass that cannot support any weight. Beneath the bridge lay a pitch-black abyss. A total of 50 glass panels, arranged 2 by 2 in a row, led to the finish line. Now, I'll give you a demonstration. With that, the goat-headed man snapped his fingers. A minotaur materialized on the glass walkway and began traversing it, hopping from pane to pane with effortless ease. That's how it works. As long as you step on every single piece of tempered glass, you'll reach the end with ease. But if you accidentally step on any ordinary glass panel? Well, sorry to say, you'll fall straight down and that won't be pretty. Additionally, all participants will have their own separate glass walkway challenge, with 5 distinct forward progress tracks available. The team that crosses all the tempered glass sections of the walkway first to reach the finish line wins the prize. If no one makes it, the team that gets the farthest wins. Of course, if you come to your senses mid-fall, you can shout to spend 5 stars, let me rescue you. Hearing this, the expressions of the players who had joined forces to challenge Su Chen finally eased a bit. If a wager cost them their lives, what would be the point of playing? Wait, what exactly were they betting against me? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression turning impatient. They're betting all their stars against me. If you take them, wouldn't that mean you're taking my stars? Using my stars to save your lives? Don't be ridiculous. Hearing Su Chen's words, the minotaur seemed to fall silent for a moment. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Su Chen, all those who seek aid are automatically indebted to the casino for 5 stars. Not a single star belonging to you will be taken. Agreed. With that, Su Chen had no further objections. For this challenge, if the first to cross the finish line wasn't Su Chen, he would lose over 1,000 stars as compensation to those players. If he crossed first, all 100 would become penniless. It was truly a 1 versus 99 game. But as the match was about to begin, many players started confronting Ito. Wait, this isn't what we expected. How can we all team up against Su Chen? What if none of us make it? We'd each lose 500 stars. Yeah, they never mentioned this extra star penalty before. Many had come hoping to join forces to take down the god and earn some stars on the side. Now they might actually have to pay out stars themselves. The odds of winning this game are way too low. Successfully crossing the glass bridge? The odds are roughly 1 in 2 to the 25th power. That's an incredibly low probability, probably on par with winning the lottery. Oh wait, no, winning the lottery has a probability of 0. It's an impossible event. Even with their numbers, they can't safely cross every single pane of glass. Everyone, at this point, let's not blame each other. Solving the problem is the key issue now. This gamble is random, even I can't control it. What we need to focus on now is how to advance further. Actually, with our large group, we could simply use a human pyramid approach. With 5 lanes total and 20 of US scoring, the first 19 can attempt the lanes. Even if they all fail, we'll still reach the finish line. But Suchen? He's alone. One failure and he's out. Ito's direct analysis of the current situation calmed the earlier emotional outbursts. True, their success rate is low, but clearly, Suchen's is even lower. With no further questions from either side, the next step was to teleport everyone to the competition grounds. A beam of white light split from the sky, enveloping all the registered players. As his vision blurred, Suchen realized he had arrived on one side of a glass walkway. His objective was to reach the other end. Surveying the terrain before him, Suchen wore an indifferent expression, showing no sign of danger from this wager. What surprised him, however, was that Vivian appeared beside him at the same moment he materialized. But with only her as backup, she wouldn't be much help. Facing this somewhat unusual situation, Suchen showed no signs of fear or anxiety. On the contrary, he remained remarkably relaxed. 5 stars meant nothing to him. In fact, due to his opponent's insufficient star count, even if he lost to them, he would still retain a significant portion of his stars, merely a partial reduction. Thus, this challenge felt more like a gift from the players challenging Suchen to themselves. But that was fine. It was good to have a chance to dampen their spirits, to let them and themselves know that even the server's top player could be defeated. Ito, who had instigated this duel, watched Suchen's effortless demeanor and his expression darkened. He had come to make his opponent feel defeated, yet now Suchen appeared so relaxed, like a marksman casually shooting full rings with one hand in his pocket, effortlessly securing a medal. His brow furrowed slightly as he glanced around with his peripheral vision. The other competitors were visibly timid when facing the glass walkway, a stark contrast to Suchen's composure. What Suchen treated as a trivial punishment was, for them, a gamble with everything on the line. Next, to his stunned gaze, Suchen actually stepped right onto the glass walkway. Wait, he's just going to walk on it? Without even checking? Did he believe he absolutely wouldn't step on the clear glass? If that was the case, did they even stand a chance of winning? Though he'd suggested splitting into teams earlier, now each person faced their own track. Without knowing which one was their designated lane, it would be even harder for them to leverage their numbers to push through. Stepping onto the first glass walkway, I didn't fall through luck's on my side. Ito shook his head. But what happened next left him utterly dumbfounded. After taking that first step, Suchen suddenly began charging forward recklessly. Left, right, left, right. He leapt over several sheets of tempered glass in quick succession, none of them shattering to send him tumbling down. How could this be? The other guy couldn't possibly be that lucky. Did he know those were tempered glass panels? Otherwise, he wouldn't dare charge like that. But just as he thought the other guy was cheating his way through. As Suchen stepped onto the 8th pane, a sudden crack echoed through the air. This one was made of ordinary glass. Chapter 229, if the rules don't say it's forbidden, it's allowed. Bet more. Great, he's done 4. As the shattering pattern spread like a glass web, instantly engulfing the ordinary pane and shattering it without a flicker of reaction, a look of satisfaction flashed across Ito's face. Suchen had failed. The other contestants who hadn't started yet saw this and were equally overjoyed. Suchen had fallen. That meant they could win this battle. They only needed to advance 8 more panes of glass to surpass Suchen and claim victory in this match. But immediately, the players who had turned their gaze toward the action froze in shock. Behind Suchen, a flying vehicle had appeared out of nowhere, instantly pulling him back from weightlessness. Simultaneously, he used the craft to land on another piece of tempered glass on the same level. Other contestants? Ogre. Cheating. He's cheating. He already fell down, coming back up doesn't count. Exactly. He's already been eliminated. He should lose his eligibility to continue. He must be declared defeated, and we move on. The other contestants, seeing this, couldn't possibly tolerate letting Suchen continue the game so easily. Otherwise, he could simply use his flying machine to reach the center. Unexpectedly, the Minotaur ignored their protests entirely and dismissed their objections outright. All of this falls within the rules I mentioned at the start. Making strategic use of the rules is part of one's strength. Now that he put it that way, it did seem to make sense. From the outset, the Minotaur hadn't prohibited the use of items, though such tactics did somewhat undermine the game's peace. But fairness is often defined by the victor. Suchen continued his charge forward. Whenever he stepped on a regular pane of glass, causing it to shatter, he immediately used the flight zone to land on another piece of glass. He repeated this process. His pace was blisteringly fast. In under 3 minutes, he'd already crossed 20 tempered glass platforms. Seeing Suchen's blistering pace, the other players could no longer sit idly by. If Suchen won, they would be left with nothing. Moreover, their coordinated effort would become utterly ridiculous. It would be like a bunch of fools going out of their way to get themselves killed, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Wasteland Casino. Perfect. That's exactly what makes the game exciting. What's the point of being so timid before, ready to give up at the slightest setback? Now, finally, there was a taste of the game's joy. Forget the penalties, fight fiercely for victory. A smile spread across the Minotaur's face. Watching the players eagerly attempt the challenge, climbing onto the glass bridge only to fall off in droves, he seemed particularly delighted. At this moment, Suchen needed only 5 more glass panels. He turned his head and looked at the goat-headed man, whose face was now revealing a greedy gaze, lost in thought. It seemed the stars held a strong allure for this referee as well. Could it be that he also needed stars? Perhaps they were players themselves, former players, left behind for failing to gather enough stars, now working off their debt. Only by earning enough stars would they have a chance to see the light of day again? Suchen pondered many things, knowing most of his thoughts were pointless. But if these so-called referees and casino officials were all former players, then what kind of place was this? While Suchen pondered, nearly half the players had already fallen, advancing only about 10 steps. The remaining 50 would need extraordinary luck to push through. Suchen leapt across again, halting before the final 2 glass panels. He glanced at the players on the adjacent glass bridge and smiled. A voice like the devil's own echoed from the depths. "Guys, ending it like this is just too boring. I never imagined you'd be this pathetic. But now, I'll give you a chance. Reach my current position, and you'll face only 2 final glass choices. Who's willing to continue the wager with me? On top of this game, we'll bet whether you can pass the final 2 tests before me. If you succeed, you'll have a chance to win the final prize of over 1,000 stars. If you lose, my demands are simple: the women become my maids, and the men hand over all their stars. That's all. What do you say? Think it over." As Suchen spoke, his tone carried a hint of excitement, as if this game held a peculiar fascination for him. Hearing Suchen's words, the remaining players all froze for a moment. Undoubtedly, this was a tremendous temptation. A chance to rise to the top in one fell swoop. With a 25% probability of victory. That's over 1,000 stars. What a fantastic opportunity. They didn't have many stars to begin with, so losing them wouldn't matter much. Come on, give it a shot. It's a free bet. At that moment, Suchen resembled the serpent in the Garden of Eden, tempting Eve to sin, enticing them to make a mistake. A 1 in 4 chance to rise above the rest. In the upcoming gamble, as long as they didn't get too reckless, focused on developing steadily and protecting those 1,000+ stars, it would absolutely be a wise choice. I'm in. I'll give it a shot. A voice rang out, tinged with excitement. He wouldn't pass up this chance to strike it rich. Are you sure? If so, the wager is set. Seeing it was a man, a flicker of disappointment crossed Suchen's face, just a flicker. Confirmed. The wager is on. A flash of white light then transported the man to the alloy glass panel where Suchen stood. Go for it, I'm rooting for you. Suchen smiled encouragingly at the other person. He retrieved a small stool and some peanuts and melon seeds from his storage space, settling down to munch on the snacks and relax. Facing the final 2 glass walkways, the man took a deep breath and leaped onto the bridge before him. Excellent, 1 level cleared. Now it's a 50% chance. As long as he climbed up, he could earn a massive haul of stars. Once he got out, he'd find a female player and use 10 stars to get her to hang out with him for a few minutes. The opportunity was right before him. The man's gaze hardened, his posture straightening. A voice echoed in his mind, the voice of his destiny calling him to choose. Destiny told him to choose the left path. With one stride, he stepped toward the left. Chapter 230, Suchen the Lender. I'm taking you on a bet. Crumbling, collapsing, falling. The man no longer had the confidence to ask the referee for help, for what Suchen had won was the very money he owed. Pitiful. So close, yet so far. End this game. Suchen shook his head, turned on his heel, and stepped toward the last 2 panes of glass. With the previous guy's test run, he no longer needed the flight device. With a powerful leap off the final sheet of tempered glass, Suchen landed on the other side of the glass walkway in an incredibly stylish pose. Congratulations! The player has successfully completed the glass bridge crossing challenge, securing victory in this wager. The winning prize of over 1,000 stars will be dispersed to your account in the coming days. Upon completing the challenge, the game platform immediately declared Suchen the victor. All other players involved had every star they possessed deducted and handed over to Suchen. Moreover, many of them had to pay the Gorgon an additional 5 stars. It was a complete loss. Excellent. Let's congratulate the player on winning this 100-person glass bridge crossing game. Applause, everyone. The Minotaur boomed out. To him, who won didn't matter. What mattered was that they kept playing endlessly so he could reap the maximum benefits. Soon, the number above Suchen's head, already over 3,000, jumped by another 1,000 plus. A terrifying total of 5,272 representing his stars. It was absurdly high. Had the casino not lowered the odds and even imposed betting limits due to his uncannily accurate dice predictions, he could have multiplied his winnings several times over. Ito, watching Suchen's stars multiply, stared blankly around the room. He had meticulously planned this entire night precisely to use Suchen as a stepping stone to climb higher. Instead, he ended up losing more than he gained, getting thoroughly outplayed by his opponent. The other players stared at the stars above Suchen's head, their eyes equally vacant. Over 5,000 stars? That was beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, someone seemed to grasp something and proactively moved closer to Suchen. The others watched in utter astonishment. At a time like this, someone was actually going to throw themselves into danger? Under the stares of many, the balding middle-aged man couldn't help but sneer inwardly. You'll soon see who's the quickest player here. Under everyone's gaze, he approached Suchen, kneeling down with lightning speed to clasp his leg. Big shot Su, lend me some stars. Let's add each other as friends, I'll pay you back later. Once we get out, I'll use supplies to cover the interest. What do you say? Hearing his words, the surrounding crowd finally snapped to attention. Right. Though they could only borrow from the casino once, they could also borrow from other players. As long as the other party agreed, they could borrow stars. But in a situation like this, who in their right mind would choose to lend stars to someone else? They probably didn't have enough for themselves. But Suchen's arrival changed everything, turning this overlooked rule into a viable option. Alright, how many do you need? Faced with the request, Suchen showed no surprise. On the contrary, he was deeply impressed. The other party was clearly a shrewd individual. He'd made the decision a smart person should make. His star count now far surpassed everyone else's, making stars less crucial to him personally. Lending them out at this stage would maximize their utility. 50 stars, can I pay you back near the end? Since I'm the leader, I should take on more, that way I can secure a larger stash of stars. Sure. Suchen didn't hesitate and immediately agreed to the loan request. Of course, his primary goal was to set an example, encouraging more people to approach him for star loans so he could extend them more effectively. As he handed over the 50 stars to the bald middle-aged man, Suchen noticed the sheep-headed man's expression seemed to stiffen. Could it really be as he suspected? With the first person stepping forward to borrow, others saw this and began lining up to express their desire to borrow from Suchen, promising to repay at the last moment. At the very least, they had more bargaining chips in hand, giving them greater confidence. Facing these requests to add him as a friend and borrow money, Suchen didn't waste a single one, lending to every single person. A temporary setback wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Too many stars made one a target for everyone. Keeping a low profile wasn't such a bad idea. Among the vast crowd of survivors who had lost everything, Suchen's 5,000 stars were quickly lent out entirely. He kept only 10 for himself. Not a single one more. To many survivors, this move was practically the same as being a sucker. Lending out all your infinite capital and starting from scratch? That's just plain stupid. But since many of them had borrowed Suchen's stars, they naturally wouldn't say anything to his face. Their immediate priority now was to rapidly increase their star count using the 50 borrowed stars. They needed to ensure they'd have enough stars left after repaying their debts. Meanwhile, Suchen, having loaned out his entire stash, had already fixed his gaze on the goat-headed creature at the arena's center. Betting against him would surely be fascinating. Under the watchful eyes of many, Suchen strode toward the Minotaur. What brings you here, brave and proactive player? For Suchen, the player who supported his game the most, he had gained much from him. The Minotaur naturally treated him with courtesy. May I challenge you to a wager? A wild gleam flashed across Suchen's face as he stared intently at the Minotaur, his gaze brimming with excitement. To him, the Minotaur seemed no different than any other ordinary player. As the referee for Preliminary Arena 66, I cannot wager stars with players. The Minotaur was quite taken aback by Suchen's request, shaking his head in refusal. I can't wager stars with players, but no one said I can't wager debts, right? Pointing to the 10 stars above his head, Suchen's lips curled slightly. I'm not betting stars. I'm betting the debts those people owe me. If you win, all those debts become yours. At this point, Suchen paused, already noticing the goat-headed man's wavering resolve. If I win, he continued, promise me you'll help me accomplish one thing in the next round. That's all I ask. A devilish whisper echoed in the goat man's ear. Chapter 231, Betting Against the Minotaur. Russian Roulette. For a player to attempt to bribe an official casino referee was truly an act of utter audacity. The words fell, and the room plunged into silence. Not just the Minotaur, but all the other players were stunned. We're not even brothers, and we're still figuring out how to outsmart each other. You're already betting against the referee? If the referee loses to you, who'd dare bet against you in the future? You'd have the referee's backing. After 2.5 minutes of deliberation, the referee tapped his parted hair and accepted Suchen's wager. The referee stepping onto the field to wager personally now, that was the true joy of the game. Alright then, what should we wager on? Random or I choose? The Minotaur was about to say random, but then he remembered Suchen's insane luck from earlier. Combined with the opponent's high luck stat. If it were random, he still had a decent chance of losing. Better to play it safe and choose the game himself. No problem. What do you propose? Suchen shrugged indifferently, nodding for the other to propose the wager. Let's keep it simple. Russian roulette. The goat-headed man wore a savage grin, his gaze fixed on Suchen like that of a predator eyeing its prey. Alright. Seeing the centaur opt for the simplest game, Suchen didn't object, he even felt a surge of excitement. The rules of Russian roulette were straightforward. Before firing, both parties loaded bullets into 6 chambers. Then, taking turns, they would slide the cylinder and pull the trigger, aiming at their own heads. Since you agree, you go first. The Minotaur's face was twisted with viciousness and cunning as he conjured a revolver and a single bullet out of thin air, tossing them to Suchen. Taking the bullet, Suchen raised an eyebrow, loaded it directly, then spun the cylinder and snapped it shut. A faint smile touched Suchen's lips as he raised the loaded cylinder to his temple. Click. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Click. No bullet fired. It was a dud. Suchen had gotten lucky. Just as the goat-headed man reached out to take the pistol from the other's hand, he saw the man had no intention of lowering the weapon. Instead, he raised the pistol and pulled the trigger once more. Click. Another blank. The goat-headed man's heart gave a jolt. The probability of a bullet hitting him increased significantly. Click. 3 more shots in quick succession, all blanks. With all 5 blank rounds now spent, the remaining bullet was bound to be live. Seeing the Minotaur's sour expression, Suchen chuckled and handed him the pistol. Seems Lady Luck is on my side. How did he manage that? The goat man's dark gaze pierced through his goat head, fixated on Suchen, yet he couldn't see through him. He couldn't comprehend how Suchen had managed to miss all 5 shots in succession. Was it really just luck? You win. Saying this, the goat man picked up the pistol, aimed it at his own head, and pulled the trigger. Instantly, the bullet pierced through his goat head. Strangely, however, no blood spilled out. The other man quickly regained his composure, staring intently at Suchen for a moment before turning and walking away. When you need something done, just come find me. A deep, resonant voice echoed as the goat-headed man slowly walked to the center of the stage, raising his hand to draw everyone's attention. Alright, everyone. Game time is up. All ongoing wagers are hereby cancelled and terminated immediately. Above, the countdown clock that had shown half an hour remaining was manipulated by the Minotaur, accelerating 100-fold until it reached 0 in an instant. Oh, and I forgot to mention earlier, players who made fewer than 10 bets will lose stars corresponding to the number of bets they missed. The goat-headed man's voice instantly turned sinister and terrifying as he spoke. Before many players could react, they watched their stars begin to fade. Holy? This is cheating. Who knew about this rule? Seriously, why didn't you say anything? You just want to take our stars, don't you? I'm filing a complaint. You have no business being the referee. Seeing how Suchen had just gambled against the opponent and won, a few players thought they could do the same. What did you say? Hearing this, the Minotaur turned his gaze toward them, flashing a remarkably kind smile. I'm not qualified to be the referee? Well, since you put it that way, wouldn't it prove you wrong if I didn't do something out of the ordinary? The next second, a black hole-like void materialized beneath his feet. Before he could react, he plummeted straight down. Simultaneously, the display screen above showed the opponent now inside his own car, plummeting downward. The landing spot was a field of molten lava. Under the horrified stares of many, the car plunged into the molten rock and melted away almost instantly. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. They never imagined the Minotaur would punish players using its own consciousness. And seemingly, without paying much of a price? However, witnessing this, Suchen furrowed his brow and stared at the creature, demanding, he still owes me 20 stars. Make sure he pays me back. So then, surely no one has any objections to what I'm about to say? Ignoring Suchen, the goat-headed man swept his gaze around the room, a savage grin curling his lips. Amidst the players' uneasy silence, one voice trembled as it spoke up. So now, can we choose to leave? Oh, you wish to leave? The Minotaur turned to him, his gaze fixed on the other player with a hint of amusement and a touch of malice. Yes, I want to quit. I have 6 stars now, I should be able to quit, right? The player who spoke turned pale as he continued. He had realized this was no fair casino at all. Of course, no problem. Do you wish to withdraw? The Minotaur inquired. Yes. The next second, he vanished from his spot. However, several items remained where he had stood. A pair of shoes. A cornea. A blackened kidney. And a heart, still pulsing and dripping with blood. Staring at the items left on the ground, especially the heart, everyone fell silent. Their eyes darted toward the goat-headed man in terror, waiting for him to offer an explanation. Hey, sorry about that. Forgot to mention earlier, the conditions for quitting this time are different from before. The goat-headed man suddenly grinned wickedly. This time, anyone with less than 10 stars who needs to leave will lose 1 random item for each missing star. That last visitor's luck? Well, it was truly beyond words. In the heavy silence, the goat man's icy voice echoed throughout the entire space. So now, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? Chapter 232, Reversing the Heavenly Gangs, Voting to Eliminate Contestants. Remember, this is a casino. To withdraw, you must wager everything you have. This time, I've given you a chance below 10 stars. If you lack the confidence, don't blame me. Life is one big gamble. Every day you step outside, you're betting you won't get hit by a truck and end up crossing over. Staking everything you have, even leaving, requires a gamble. That's what makes life worth living. The goat-headed man's voice carried a hint of excitement. He seemed delighted to see players choosing to quit and leaving behind valuable items. Silence fell over the scene. The previous player's exit, leaving behind their heart, had cast a shadow over many. Those with fewer than 10 stars began to waver to quit or not to quit. Now it had become a profoundly serious dilemma. As for those with 10 stars or more, they had earned their stars through in-game wagers and relished the thrill of gambling naturally. They wished to stay and continue. Alright, since none of you intend to withdraw further, we'll proceed directly to the next segment of the game. Then, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Suchen. First, let us congratulate this player, who lost the most stars in the previous challenge. As the rules clearly state, losing stars doesn't mean defeat, sometimes it's a strategic move. Therefore, as the player who lost the most stars, this participant will receive protection in this round and cannot be voted out by any other player. Suchen felt no surprise at the Minotaur's words. Instead, he nodded to himself. It seems things unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Now, I'll announce the rules for this game. I'll only say them once, so listen carefully. The rules for this game are very simple. It's all about voting. Pretty straightforward, right? No games, no betting. Soon, a unique number will appear above each of your heads. Each of you will receive a voting device. You can cast one vote for the person or number you dislike the most. That person will face the risk of elimination. If an eliminated contestant receives more than 10 stars, they're out immediately. If fewer than 10 stars? Well, congratulations. A wicked grin spread across the sheep-headed man's face. Everyone knew what the outcome would be. But not long after he finished speaking, the eyes of those who had just bet against Suchen all turned to him. Their thoughts were written all over their faces. As for who they hated most and wanted eliminated? That goes without saying. Everyone, get this straight. Did you forget what I said earlier? The one who loses the most stars will be protected and cannot be voted out. If you ignore my instructions, I think you all remember very well what happened to that player just now. In short, the 30 players receiving the most votes will be eliminated immediately. Alright, I won't repeat the rules. Now, 10 minutes of voting time begins. Players who don't vote will be automatically counted as voting for themselves. As soon as the Minotaur announced the start of the competition, a number appeared above everyone's head, and a voting option appeared. Much to the chagrin of many high-star players, there was also a star ranking list right next to the voting option. Their names and star counts were prominently displayed at the top. In this environment, unless there was a particularly disliked contestant, most players' votes naturally leaned toward those with the most stars. At this moment, aside from Suchen, the player with the most stars was none other than Ito from earlier. After losing to Suchen, he abandoned his plan to temporarily avoid confrontation with him. By borrowing stars from others, he successfully won a significant number of stars once again. After Suchen had lent out all his stars, he became the player with the most stars. Upon hearing the Minotaur announce the rules, Ito felt completely numb. The rules seemed tailor-made to target him. Sure enough, he noticed many eyes turning toward him as players promptly entered their numbers without hesitation. Among them were many players he had just led to wager against Suchen. Unable to bet on Suchen's numbers. So they could only bet on Ito, the one who had led them to lose. What's more, Ito had led them all to lose, yet he ended up at the top of the star rankings. And they were all still in debt. How could they possibly tolerate this? At that moment, Ito felt powerless. In just 10 minutes, he couldn't change anything. Fortunately, he had over 10 stars, so even if he got voted out, he wouldn't suffer much loss. Thinking this, Ito actually felt a sense of relief. Just then, Suchen's gaze swept over and met his. Under Ito's uneasy gaze, Suchen offered him a friendly look before selecting one in his own options matching the opponent's current number. His gaze then shifted to the Minotaur. He said nothing, yet it felt as if he had said everything. I forgot to mention earlier, votes cast by this protected player count as 100 votes. And if the selected player ends up with the most votes, well, they'll lose 10 items from their inventory and be able to leave. The goat-headed man's voice echoed through the arena once more. Almost everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Suchen. This rule was practically tailor-made for Suchen. Whoever the other side disliked, they could simply write their name down, effectively sentencing them to death. This is unfair. Is it common practice for casinos to blatantly cheat like this? Can rules just be changed on the spot? Hearing this, Ito erupted in a hysterical roar. This was essentially a death sentence being handed down to him. How could he possibly accept this? Forgot to mention earlier, got a problem with that? Keep it bottled up, or I won't mind helping you out early. The sheep-headed man's voice was icy cold, instantly dousing much of Ito's rage. He could only swallow his words in frustration. Losing 10 items might still leave him alive if luck was on his side, but continuing to confront them head-on now would cost him his life. Nevertheless, his gaze turned vicious as he fixed it upon Suchen and the Minotaur, as if etching their features into his memory. 300 votes. First place is undoubtedly yours. Since that's the case, executing it early won't be a problem. The goat-headed man then gave a light clap of his hands. Before Ito could even process what was happening, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind a scattered mess of organs and entrails. Eyes, hair, nose, ears, kidneys, palms, thighs, and a severed penis. Suchen, no heart, no brain, seems he can still live for a while. Of course, only for a little while. The first place finisher was eliminated. The second place contestant now logically became the theoretical first place. And the second place contestant with the most stars was Qinglan. Chapter 233, the fun of the game lies in the twists. Here, a place where pure intellect reigns supreme. Qinglan, leveraging her intellect and calculation skills, successfully earned enough stars from numerous players, even from the casino itself. She never imagined her star count would suddenly become the second highest and that it would be exposed. With less than 7 minutes remaining, she could already see many players betting on her. After all, players who rose to the top ranks naturally received such attention. However, many others had yet to cast their votes. They intended to make their decision in the final 2 minutes. This timing was incredibly difficult to navigate. Changing the situation was nearly impossible with such a short window. If the voting period were longer, say, half an hour or more, she could try negotiating with others to not vote for her. At worst, she could even give away her stars to them for free. Moreover, she could rally others to form a bloc, reducing the likelihood of being voted out. But now, all these possibilities were being nipped in the bud. With less than 10 minutes left, there was simply no time for further deliberation. Forget about devising any viable strategies, just persuading enough people and coordinating with them would take considerable time. Moreover, many had already cast their votes right away due to the tight deadline. It wasn't just her, the top-ranked players all received overwhelming votes. Their faces were all pale, but thankfully, they had enough stars to avoid losing any organs. Yet they had a clear shot at the final reward, only to have it snatched away. Naturally, this left them looking utterly humiliated. Especially when they saw those gloating players, they desperately wanted to cry foul. Why should those who led be at the mercy of the weak? As for Suchen being protected from votes, they didn't mind. After all, he was the strongest, having some privileges was only natural. With so little time left, they couldn't think of any way to turn the tide. All they could do was prepare themselves, ready to exit the game at any moment. Qinglan, too, was prepared to leave. Her exit didn't matter much, at least Suchen remained. He would carry her share and fight until the very end. She abandoned any chance of struggle, casually selecting a contestant she'd previously lost a bet against. No way around it, she held grudges like that. Settle scores on the spot, never let them linger overnight. Time ticked by, and several small groups formed, beginning to vote others out. 10 minutes flew by. Time's up. Those who haven't voted are automatically counted as voting for themselves. Counting begins. The moment the 10 minutes ended, the goatman's obnoxious voice boomed again. Let's see who tops everyone's list of most despised individuals. With a wave of its hand, a ranking list appeared on the virtual screen above its head. It's all of you. Then, 30 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping 30 figures. One of them was Qinglan. Her personal vote count had actually surpassed 100, making her the undisputed top choice among the remaining players. The top 20 players were almost entirely on the list, and the remaining ones weren't far behind. However, their high vote counts mostly stemmed from past actions that had earned them significant resentment. Alright, the top 30 players have been decided. Seems like quite a few players really dislike these folks. But rules are rules. To the players in the top 30, we regret to inform you. You will continue to the next stage of the game competition. Each vote cast for you will be deducted as 1 star from the voter's account. Hee hee, how about that? Surprised? Unexpected? Happy? The goat-headed man's voice carried a playful tone, tinged with schadenfreude. Ito? All the players ranked in the top 30 had braced themselves for elimination. Yet, just as their faces turned ashen, this unexpected twist arrived. It brought unexpected delight, and many players even jumped up in excitement. Those envied and resented by most players are precisely the esteemed guests our casino truly welcomes. Therefore, you are the ones who should remain. As for the remaining 652 contestants, you may depart. Of course, players with fewer than 10 stars will still lose items corresponding to their star count. And this time, it's mandatory. The goat-headed man looked at the remaining crowd as if they were trash, his face twisted with disgust as he waved them away. Instantly, terror spread across many faces. They were already trembling with fear, for they simply didn't possess 10 stars. They never imagined such an unexpected twist, leaving them utterly bewildered. Before they could react, they were successively teleported out. Soon, the ground was littered with entrails and various weapons, all left behind by those who had exited. Among them, Suchen noticed several hearts still beating on the ground, evidence that quite a few players hadn't been so fortunate. Once nearly all participants had exited, the Minotaur waved a hand, gathering everything into his possession. Then, its gaze fell upon the remaining players. Congratulations! You've successfully cleared this stage. You are qualified players. We'll proceed directly to the next stage. As those selected by vote, you are both victors and the defeated. Therefore, you require a thrilling contest to prove your abilities. Ultimately, the 10 players with the most stars will earn the right to advance to the new arena. The goat-headed man grinned with satisfaction, nodding vigorously as if thoroughly pleased with the contest he'd devised. It made one wonder if this game had been improvised on the spot. The next game, I'm sure everyone here is familiar with, it's the universally known rock paper scissors. As the goat man spoke, 12 cards appeared before each player. Each card bore one of 3 symbols: scissors, rock, or paper, with 4 of each design. Next, you may choose any opponent to engage in at least one duel. Each duel requires playing at least one card. The victor will win at least 1 star from their opponent, with the exact amount determined by mutual agreement before the duel. Over the next 2 hours, engage in these duels. During the competition, all cards may be freely traded. Without further ado, the competition begins. As the words fell, everyone immediately fell into deep thought, expressions solemn. Chapter 234, Rock Paper Scissors. Confronting the Minotaur once more. Though the rules were simple, this was a truly high-stakes duel, a genuine test of skill. Even the first round, however straightforward, made them acutely aware that the competition would be exceptionally difficult. These players were handpicked from thousands, their minds were sharp and unblemished. Victory would be no small feat. Yet many eyes turned toward Suchen. They reckoned defeating him once in this round wouldn't be too hard. Though they couldn't strip him of his stars, beating him a few times should be manageable enough to brag about for a lifetime. Immediately, a dozen or so players gathered together. Guys, this time, let's take Suchen down together. What do you say? Ha, great minds think alike. Suchen has 12 cards. We'll take turns dueling him. To preserve his win rate later, he'll definitely play cards with 3 identical symbols. Since we know his remaining hand, we'll lose at most 4 times and win at least 4 times. At this point, someone asked. But what if he doesn't play evenly? If he keeps using rock until he's left with just cloth and scissors, we can win a lot by just playing scissors every time after that. Alright, let's do it. Soon, a group finalized their plan. They set their sights directly on Suchen, intending to exploit the rules to beat him a few times and savor the thrill of victory over him. After all, it was just a 1-star victory. Suchen wouldn't lose much, so he probably wouldn't hold a grudge. Meanwhile, the moment Qinglan saw the rules, she began strategizing how to secure victory in the later stages. For instance, she could encourage others to exhaust a specific type of card, then simultaneously stockpile 2 other types, including the near-guaranteed winning card, to secure an unbeatable position. But such maneuvers must be executed before the card pool changes, or opponents would easily uncover her intentions. For her, though, it wasn't a major issue. After all, the maximum value of any trade on the field was just 12 stars, which wouldn't significantly impact the best possible outcome. Soon, 12 players approached Suchen, each demanding a one-on-one duel. You want to wager against me? Fine. But you must each bring 4 sets of 12 cards. We'll place them all at once, reveal all 12 simultaneously, then I'll agree. Suchen wasn't stupid, he understood their intentions perfectly well. Following their logic, his odds of winning would inevitably dwindle. To maintain equal odds, all cards must be revealed simultaneously. Under such circumstances, he believed his luck would deliver a better outcome. Hearing Suchen's words, the 12 contestants were startled. It seemed their plans and intentions had been uncovered. After a brief emergency discussion, they agreed to Suchen's proposal. After all, for them, it was merely the outcome of a single PK match. Immediately, the 12 players each placed a card on the table, and Suchen likewise laid all his cards down. This game held no challenge for him whatsoever. Soon, the cards were revealed. Suchen had 10 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. He lost 1 game but gained 9 stars. This left all the opposing players stunned in their seats. They couldn't fathom how, under such random circumstances, Suchen could maintain such an astonishing win rate, defeating them 10 times out of 12. It was simply unbelievable. Boring. Suchen shook his head, then turned his gaze toward the goat-headed man. So, how about another wager? 9 cards. First to win 5 rounds wins. Big shot Su, you want to bet against the referee again? Will the Minotaur agree? At that moment, all players turned their curious gazes toward the Minotaur. Would this being, who held some sway over their fates, accept Suchen's wager? Continue betting against me? Same wager as before? The sheep-headed one froze for a moment, then a savage grin spread across his face. Fine. If I win, all conditions are null and void. Plus, all your debts become mine. If you win, I'll owe you 2 more conditions. The Minotaur's words sent a collective gasp of shock through the surrounding players. He wasn't just aiming to recoup his losses, he intended to seize everything he'd previously failed to gain. This was undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. This goat-headed referee was a gambler through and through. Right, this kind of wager is where the fun begins. Faced with the opponent's wager, Suchen was not alarmed but delighted. This was a golden opportunity to potentially double his gains. With the game challenge barely halfway through, he believed securing concessions from this arbiter would yield significant advantages down the line. Very well, let the wager begin. With that, the goat-headed man clapped his hands. 9 cards hovered in midair before each of them. What surprised Suchen, however, was that he could see the front of his opponent's cards, but only the backs of his own, a departure from the usual rules. That's right. As you've probably noticed, we're playing an unconventional open card style. This time you can only see your opponent's cards. We'll take turns playing first. The first to win 5 rounds wins. After the goat-headed man explained the rules, both players began studying each other's cards while observing their subtle reactions to their own hands. They tried to estimate which cards might be identical. Figuring out your own cards would practically guarantee an unbeatable position. Thus, this would be a game testing psychological prowess, while also requiring strategy based on each player's remaining hand. But soon, Suchen let out a soft chuckle, gazing lazily at his opponent. I see madness and fear in your eyes and far more fear. Seems there's no need to continue this match. You're already afraid. Fear won't win you anything against me. A trace of contempt flickered in Suchen's eyes, as if he didn't hold his opponent in any regard. You're right, ha. To think I'd feel fear. It's been ages since I last experienced such a peculiar sensation. How nostalgic. The goat-headed man, like a junkie high on a fix, took a deep drag from thin air. Then, he drew a long knife and sliced straight down through his own finger. Chop! The severed finger flew away, blood spattering everywhere. Yet the goat-headed man's face showed no trace of pain. Instead, it grew intensely lucid. Compared to moments before, he seemed like a completely different person. He caught his severed finger, casually staunched the bleeding, then looked at Suchen and declared, "The coward has left. Now stands a new ram-headed man. Let the contest begin." Chapter 235, Imperial City PK returns. Suchen was taken aback. Could severing a finger truly restore such clarity? Was this some special ability, a case of split personality, or the power of rage? What? You develop multiple personalities just by cutting off a finger? Now you're in wisdom mode? Suchen asked curiously. Split personality? No. This is my true self. I've merely shed my disguise. The goat-headed man's eyes held nothing but madness. He was going to gamble against Suchen, and he was going to win this bet. A faint throbbing pain emanated from the stump of his severed finger. This ache kept him absolutely lucid. It was precisely this clarity that made his mind feel exceptionally sharp, filling him with confidence in his wager against Suchen. Then the game began. The first card was played by the goat-headed man. He ran his finger across each card without looking, his gaze fixed solely on Suchen's eyes. From the man's eyes, reactions, and other subtle cues, he could roughly gauge the nature of his 9 cards. After scanning them twice, he casually selected a card and tossed it onto the table. Cloth. As he tossed it, he spread the card flat on the table. Just as he'd expected, it was a cloth card. Seeing this, he felt a flicker of reassurance. With this, he could now confirm what the other 9 cards were. Not bad. Suchen smiled. According to the rules, he only needed to draw a scissors card and throw it to win. The only problem was, he couldn't see where the scissors card was. He could only rely on the opponent's reaction to determine its location. I know you must have been a player yourself back in the day. Suchen suddenly looked up at the other person, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. But you couldn't have been the strongest, or you wouldn't still be here. I'm the strongest among the players. Do you really think you can beat me? Hearing this, the goat-headed man faltered inwardly, though his expression remained unchanged. He knew the other's strength was formidable. At this point, he had already begun his maneuvering, and these words were all bluffs meant to deceive him. I ask you, is this card scissors or rock? The Minotaur. Without waiting for an answer, Suchen immediately pointed to the second card and continued, and this card? Scissors or rock? And this one, is it scissors? Faced with the relentless barrage of questions, the sheep-headed man abruptly turned his head away and closed his eyes. They say the eyes are the window to the soul. No amount of psychology or behavioral analysis can match what the eyes reveal. Though confident he wouldn't give anything away, the cautious creature chose to avert his gaze. For him, the best approach was to think nothing and do nothing. Misleading Suchen was entirely unnecessary, providing as little information as possible was sufficient. So, this one, rock or scissors? Suchen pointed at another card and asked the other person. Throughout the entire 9 rounds of questioning, the goat-headed man remained utterly motionless. Not even a blink, though that was because his eyes remained closed the entire time, making blinking impossible. Alright, it's decided. I'm going with this. Hearing Suchen's voice, the goat-headed man finally opened his eyes and looked at the situation before him. She instinctively glanced at Suchen's card pile. But in that single glance, he knew everything was ruined. Because the opponent hadn't played a single card. This meant that his glance had exposed information to the other player. Sorry, all's fair in war. I'll take this one. Amidst the shifting gaze of his opponent, Suchen solidified his choice. Then, reading the sudden shift in the other player's eyes and expression, he selected one of the cards and placed it on the table. Are you sure? The goat-headed man couldn't resist asking one more question. Of course. Sorry to win the first round. Suchen flipped his card face up. Now both sides could clearly see each other's cards. The opponent had cloth, while he had scissors. Round 1, his victory. The goat-headed man hadn't expected Suchen to be not only skilled at reading eyes and micro-expressions, but even more adept at understanding human nature. Once he got caught up in the other guy's rhythm, he was bound to lose. He regained his composure, maintaining a blank expression as he looked at Suchen and said, "Your turn to choose first." If the other chose first, he still had confidence he could turn the tables. In a duel like theirs, it was nearly impossible not to know the location of one's own cards. In that moment, the Minotaur felt a twinge of regret. He should have let his opponent choose first. Suchen nodded and said, "This game does put the first player at a significant disadvantage. You letting me go first makes me feel a bit awkward." Moreover, the first player to play inevitably forms mental impressions of their own cards, leading to a series of strategic calculations. Suchen spoke slowly, then casually selected a card from his deck. He laid it face up on the table. It was also a rock. Now, the Minotaur needed to find a cloth card from his own deck, just as Suchen had done moments ago. Of course, he knew exactly where the other cards were. From his opponent's earlier reaction, he had already deduced the positions of the other two cloth cards and how the remaining 6 cards were split between the two groups. For him, the probability of selecting a cloth was 100%, while selecting scissors or rock each had a 50% chance. But if he chose cloth outright to win, he would burn through 2 cloth cards prematurely. That would be a very disadvantageous choice for his subsequent moves. After a moment's careful consideration, he decided to take a gamble. He randomly selected a card from the rock or scissors pile, looked at Suchen, and mimicked her earlier manner as he asked, "This one, is it rock or scissors? And this one? Scissors or rock?" Then, he pulled a rock card from the deck and smiled. "Then it's a draw. Rock against rock." Both players called it a draw on their second guess. Next, the goat-headed man pulled out a scissors card and tossed it onto the table. This way, his first round of exchanges evenly depleted 1 card from each side. If Suchen wanted to win, he'd play rock. This would have cost him 2 rock cards, allowing him to gain the upper hand in the subsequent rounds. This move was pure tit for tat, using his own tactics against him. "If that's how you want to play, then I'll play along." Suchen didn't play balanced. That would have made his initial win meaningless. Wanting to tie? Easy enough. Next, he precisely drew a scissors card from his hidden hand and tossed it onto the table. Spectators? Wait, guys, aren't we playing with hidden cards? How come it feels like you know exactly what's in your own hands? This isn't card playing, it's playing us. Are you treating us like fools? Chapter 236, Self-Hypnosis, almost fell for your trick. Though the other duels continued, Suchen and the Minotaur's match still drew a massive crowd. However, Suchen and his group remained intensely focused, completely oblivious to any external distractions. Wait, did I misunderstand? How do they all know their own cards? Aren't we only supposed to see our opponent's hands? Could they possibly have X-ray vision? That's cheating. Can't you guys see this? This is a psychological battle. I bet they've figured out their own cards just by reading each other's reactions. Wait, real or fake? How the hell can they tell? I kinda don't buy it. They couldn't believe it. Suchen and the sheep-headed man had figured out each other's card distributions after just the first round of probing. To them, it was like going from a hidden hand to an open card game. Scissors? You played scissors? Seeing Suchen throw scissors, the Minotaur froze. If he'd chosen to hold his cards, he could have played rock to win a round, putting them back on equal footing. But now, he chose to disrupt their balanced game, willingly expending an extra scissors card. If he was willing to break the equilibrium and expend an already revealed card, why not just play rock to win the round outright? Instead, he went out of his way to play scissors and tie with him? As the sheep-headed man pondered this, Suchen burst out laughing. Ha! Can't figure out my thinking? That's exactly the point. If it were that easy to guess, what fun would this game be? Watching the sheep-headed man's perplexed expression, Suchen couldn't help but chuckle. Arachnoid. Sometimes facing players like Suchen is exhausting. Over the next 3 rounds, the opponent won twice, and Suchen won once. By this point in the game, whoever played first was bound to lose. Both sides ended up with 2 wins, 2 losses, and 2 draws. With 3 rounds remaining, the Goatman played first in the 7th round. Their cards at this moment. Goatman, scissors, rock, paper. Suchen, paper, paper, rock. On paper, the Goatman had the better odds, but Suchen still had a chance to win. If his rock could beat the opponent's scissors, he'd be set. The goat-headed man wiped the sweat from his face. He sensed an immense pressure emanating from his opponent, a pressure he'd never felt before. Truthfully, by this stage of the game, we both knew exactly what cards we held. It seems you're going to win this round between us. I never imagined you'd have thought so far ahead from the start. I'm simply outmatched. Perhaps there's no need to continue any further. With that, the goat-headed man casually tossed the scissors card from his deck. As long as Suchen played rock, he was certain to win. He would win at least one of the next 2 rounds. Clearly, the tide of battle had completely shifted in Suchen's favor. You make a good point. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Suchen nodded in agreement with the opponent's perspective, but what could he do when the other was playing tricks on him? He reached out and placed his hand on his final stone. Instead of tossing it immediately, he watched his opponent with a faint smile playing on his lips. You're dying for me to throw the stone, aren't you? You've gone to such lengths. From the very start, you've brainwashed yourself, swapping my stone for a cloth. So much so that all your actions now point to a stone. Tell me, am I right? Suchen's lips curved slightly as his fingers slid across the 2 cards, his gaze fixed intently on the sheep-headed man. The goat-headed man's face drained of color in an instant, yet he dismissed Suchen's speculation as utter nonsense. What are you talking about? The goat man croaked. He believed Suchen was simply scared, bluffing at the last moment it had to be. What? Still playing dumb at this point? Suchen shrugged indifferently. When I first questioned you, and you pretended not to care, you showed a tiny slip. I think you remember that, right? Then you played along, swapping the other 2 cards in your mind, 1 cloth and 1 stone precisely for this moment. To be honest, you did fool me at first. You could say any lie detector or psychological tactic would be useless against you. But alas. Your initial attempts to force me into revealing rock, coupled with your recent behavior, showed you were too impatient. Haste makes waste. Though you were bound to lose, you gave off a vibe of almost winning. Doesn't that seem off? Still, you were truly impressive. You came so close to winning. Too bad I'm ultimately just too strong. Suchen gave himself a few self-congratulatory pats on the back before turning to the Minotaur with a smile. Still, I must say, it's thanks to you that our match became so entertaining. Suchen's words left the Minotaur utterly speechless. He knew any further excuses were futile. His opponent had already accepted this outcome. His plan had failed. There was no point in saying anything more. With that realization, he relaxed completely, his previously tense, flawless posture easing. There was no need to hide anything further. Suppressing the bitter disappointment within, the goat-headed man fixed a piercing gaze upon Suchen. How did you figure it out? It doesn't matter. It's all over now, isn't it? Suchen shrugged, offering no direct reply. But in the Minotaur's eyes, this was precisely Suchen's mastery. From the very start, he had seen through his meticulous disguise and played along with his scheme. He didn't conceal any information, revealing everything to him. Every card he knew he held was correct. This only bolstered his confidence, allowing him to proceed with his original plan in a state of euphoria. Finally, when he played this scissors card, it delivered the final blow. Suchen, the server's top player, such profound calculation, such meticulous reasoning. Had he altered his approach even slightly, the outcome could have been drastically different. Unexpectedly, he had ultimately failed, defeated while playing with his cards fully exposed. If Suchen knew what the other was thinking, he'd surely say, "Bro, you're overthinking it. I don't even bother hiding my micro-expressions." Now, the moment of truth had arrived. Suchen picked up the rock, crumpled into a rag by his opponent's interference, and placed it on the table. Alright, I'll go with rock. Chapter 237, Reward Game, Resource Allocation. 3 consecutive showdowns concluded with almost no suspense. Suchen ended the match with an overwhelming advantage. The goat-headed man's losses had escalated from 1 condition to 3. Of course, the demands couldn't be excessively unreasonable. The Minotaur retained the right to refuse. Suchen had once again outmaneuvered the referee. This outcome left the surrounding spectators utterly stunned. After all, this was the referee, the very one who had proposed the game and set its rules. That Suchen could defeat him repeatedly and earn such substantial rewards was simply beyond comprehension. The remaining players found this utterly unacceptable. How could Suchen be so powerful? Was this truly the strength of the server's top player? This was supposed to be a completely fair game, yet the strong remained strong. It seemed there wasn't much difference after all. Congratulations on defeating me once more. The Minotaur offered his congratulations to Suchen with an obsequious expression. Originally, it was just 1 request. He could have ignored Suchen. But now it was 3. That meant the other guy was basically his dad. Whatever he was told to do, he had to do. The other was undoubtedly his master. Ahem, is there anything you require at the moment? Just give the order, and I'll handle it immediately. Suchen patted the goat-headed man on the shoulder and chuckled lightly. Do you take me for a fool? Would I waste my conditions so easily? Get back to work. I'll call you if I need you. Soon, the contest in the arena concluded. It had always been a straightforward contest. The top 3 positions were virtually unshakable, leaving the remaining players to vie for the 7 qualifying spots. Soon, the top 10 players in the star rankings remained, while the rest were escorted out by the Minotaur. This time, very few organs remained. Except for a few exceptionally unlucky players who lost 10 consecutive matches, almost everyone retained at least 10 stars. As for the remaining 10, Suchen noticed Qinglan had made it here in second place. He wasn't particularly surprised, though. After all, if Qinglan lacked this level of skill, she wouldn't have acquired so many blueprints earlier. Now, clearly aiming to better assist him, she had become more restrained in her actions. Very well. Congratulations on making the top 10. Now I'll give you a choice. After the top 10 were decided, the Minotaur stepped forward to the center and spoke. With the numbers now significantly reduced from the start, he saw no need to give the others much time to react. First option, you may withdraw now, and this withdrawal comes at no cost whatsoever. You may immediately settle based on your current star count and receive resources accordingly. The moment this condition was presented, several members immediately felt tempted. After all, this was a casino. Knowing when to quit was the golden rule. Continuing to gamble meant risking everything at any moment. As the other party spoke, Qinglan immediately turned to look at Suchen. Suchen noticed her gaze. He gave her a nod. Leaving now wasn't a bad option. Their family could gamble, but it was best if he gambled alone. With Suchen's affirming glance, Qinglan decided to withdraw. She'd seek supplies in the wasteland rather than pin her hopes on striking it rich at the casino. I'm out. Qinglan chose to withdraw without hesitation at this moment. She herself wasn't one for taking risks or gambling. Compared to that, she preferred teamwork and collective victory. Besides, staying any longer meant facing an unknown future. With the second-ranked member leading the way, several other top 10 members soon followed suit and departed. Before long, only 5 members remained. Excellent. Players with solid skills who are willing to continue participating in the game are precisely the kind our casino welcomes most. Shortly, I will transport you to the next tier of advanced gaming areas. But first, I'll host a special bonus game for you to earn more stars. This is a completely fair game. The outcome will be entirely determined by your own actions. Even Suchen, the top player in the entire server, will start on the same footing as you. The goat-headed man's voice carried a distinct hint of persuasion, urging other players to challenge Suchen and not let him lead them astray. If they coordinated well, they might even eliminate Suchen outright. As he spoke, a pillar of light shot skyward before them. Soon after the light faded, 2 buttons appeared before them, one labeled yes, the other no. Simultaneously, a ratio indicator appeared on their screens. All values currently read 0, with a 100% ratio displayed prominently at the forefront. Indeed, this game was none other than the much-anticipated Loot Division game. I will now grant you all a 100% boost to your star ratio. You may distribute it freely among yourselves, no one receives special privileges. The specific rules are as follows. The allocation ratio is determined in turns. Each player, in sequence, proposes their distribution ratio for the 5 players. If half or more players agree to a proposed ratio, that ratio is adopted and the distribution concludes. If rejected, the proposer is immediately eliminated. 3 items will be randomly retained, and all stars become invalid. Hearing the Minotaur speak, the remaining players froze in shock. Hadn't they been told they could advance? Why was there still a chance of elimination, and why would 3 items be randomly left behind? This was ING playing with them. Alright, no more chit-chat. Bonus game time. As the words fell, numbers appeared above their heads, 15. This determined the order in which they would take turns deciding strategies. Almost everyone prayed at that moment for their number to be low, anything but high. A high number meant having their fate decided by those behind them. But Suchen was an exception. He actually hoped his number would be high. Sure enough, Lady Luck always favors those who believe in her. Suchen, number 1. His wish granted, he secured the number 1 spot. Numbers 4 and 5 also breathed a sigh of relief immediately, at least they were safe from elimination. Yet, upon seeing Suchen claim number 1, the other 4 players exchanged glances almost instantly. A single thought flashed through each of their minds: vote Suchen out first. He was simply too powerful. Those thousands of stars, if amplified, would become terrifyingly powerful. If there was a chance to dethrone the gods, they wouldn't mind becoming one themselves. Player Suchen, holder of the number 1 spot, please proceed with your allocation.